Chapter 1 Sembart, Ilan's Dragon God Continent. In a remote northwest direction of the Dylan Principality lies a village nestled against a mountain. Dense forests cover this place, with fertile land and abundant water winding around the mountains. The soil is rich, and the flowers are so beautiful that they take your breath away. Anyone standing here would feel refreshed after taking a deep breath of the crisp air. Tasting the spring water flowing down from the mountain, the moment it hits your tongue, it feels incredibly sweet, leaving a cool sensation in your stomach, evoking endless admiration. In the depths of the forest, birds often sing melodiously like celestial music, easily capturing one's attention. Occasionally, the roar of wild beasts can be heard, startling the birds perched on trees, causing them to soar into the sky as if in a graceful dance akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, creating a breathtaking sight that captivates the eyes lest one miss a single moment of its beauty. Sembart saw Salute being beaten up harshly again by Babulong, so he fearlessly charged forward to engage them in a fierce struggle. Stop! A cry as clear as a yellow oriole broke through the intense fight among the several individuals. The voice was clear and pleasant, chirping like a wild sparrow, delightfully melodious. A small figure stood before them, her petite ponytail fluttering gracefully behind her head. Her big eyes blinked expressively as if they could speak, and her little mouth puckered in obvious dissatisfaction. Sembart, why do you always pick fights with them? You. But upon seeing Salute lying nearby, she understood why Sembart had fought. With a bashful smile, Sembart scratched the back of his head but remained silent. Hey, I thought who it was. Oh, it's you, girlie. What business is it of yours, kid? Unless you want to get beat too. Babulong Lane sneered disdainfully, bragging shamelessly, though his immature face trying to mimic an adult demeanor was quite amusing. All right, Lena, shall we stop fighting already? Sembart spoke gently, his eyes glancing at Lena Ballas with a somewhat embarrassed expression, yet Sembart never considered why she always came to his aid whenever he got into a fight. What? Want to leave already? Shout master a couple of times first. Several children accompanying Babulong immediately surrounded the three of them, all looking extremely haughty. Sembart was about to respond kindly when Lena stopped him with a gesture. Then, Lena coldly said, Is that so? Do you think you can handle me? In the name of the dragon god, I summon forth my guardian. Suddenly, behind Lena, a bright, blinding dark circle appeared, out of which stepped a creature resembling a cute little dog. Its white fur shone brilliantly, but once you saw its bared fangs, you'd know not to underestimate its ferocity. Lena, you've got a Gunshow guardian now. Sembart asked with a laughing tone. Lena gave him a disdainful glance and replied sarcastically, Are you stupid, or what? Seeing is believing, right? How does it look? Isn't it pretty? Sembart could only grin foolishly while scratching the back of his head at her smug expression. It's wise for a man not to suffer present loss. Let's go, boys. Babulong cleverly announced, rolling his big eyes. Sembart Lons, just 4 years old, was honest and kind-hearted. His biggest habit was to laugh foolishly while scratching the back of his head, but despite his young age, he was tall and dark-skinned, appearing much older, about 8 or 9 years, at least according to most people. However, his mother passed away during childbirth due to complications, and ever since, he has been living with his father, Lutz Lons. Lena Ballas, also 4 years old, loved playing with Sembart from a young age. She often dragged him around without concern, showing a strong will even more typical in boys than in girls. Salute, Ruba, 5 years old, became an orphan early due to poverty and both parents dying early, growing up with his grandparents. As a result, he was frequently bullied by others. Babulong Lane, son of the village chief, 6 years old, was arrogant and domineering, leading a group of friends happily spending money on themselves while proclaiming himself their leader. Sembart helped support Salute back to his home, while Lena playfully looked around, occasionally picking flowers and herbs along the way, her presence lively and enchanting. From afar, Salute's grandmother noticed Sembart supporting her grandson back. Rushing over anxiously, she exclaimed, They bullied you again? Tears streamed down her cheeks, seeing her grandson mistreated, heart-wrenching sorrow filling her eyes. Salute did not reply but nodded lightly. Back at home, his grandmother quickly attended to him with medicine, but in their shabby house, there were no high-quality remedies, only everyday herbal drugs available. Were it not for the regular support from Sembart's father, survival would have been impossible for them. Still, the family receiving help eventually refused to accept further assistance. Seeing those herbs might be useless, Lena opened her fragrant mouth and said, Wait a bit, Grandma. Let me fetch some better ones. Just as Salute's grandmother wanted to say, No need, good child. Lena had already disappeared far away. Salute's grandfather, watching his grandson frequently bullied, was also in tears. He murmured, Child, if only your parents hadn't left us so early, we wouldn't be like this. Little Root, remember this. To stop others from bullying you, you must stand up like a man and work hard to strengthen yourself, understand? Hearing his grandfather's words, Salute wiped his face with tears and nodded resolutely. Sembart looked at the scene and patted his chest with his big hands, saying earnestly, Grandpa, Salute is my good friend. Bullying him is like bullying me. I will definitely protect him well. The simple and direct words of childhood were full of warmth, making Salute feel deep brotherhood for Sembart as it began right there and then. Grandma, here you go. This medicine was specially prepared by my father. He heard about Salute and made it personally, Lena said slightly blushing while catching her breath. You are all good children. You must support each other better in the future. Don't let others bully you, understand? Salute's grandfather looked at Lena, full of bitterness. On the way home, Sembart smiled sincerely and said to Lena, Lena, you're amazing. You already have a Guanzhou guardian. You're going to be very powerful in the future. Lena listened to Sembart's praise and proudly raised her little head, speaking without any humility. Of course, don't worry, with me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Sembart still grinned foolishly. Dad, I'm back. Lena came too. Make more delicious food for lunch. Sembart shouted even before stepping into the house 30 steps away. You brat. Hey, did you get into a fight again? The delighted expression on Lan's face turned serious immediately. Beside them, Lena, seeing Lutz looking angry, said innocently. Uncle Lutz, Salute was bullied just now. That's why Sembart helped out. Please don't be mad. Lutz scratched his head sheepishly, stroking Sembart while saying, I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with helping. But Sembart, remember this, whether good or bad, always do things with a clear conscience, okay? Sembart grinned and nodded. By the way, Dad, Lena has her Xuanhuan guardian already. Oh, so early? She's going to be powerful soon. Good job, Lena. Upon hearing Lutz's praise, Lena's mouth curved upwards, almost reaching the sky. But behind Lutz muttered one line. I wonder when little Sembart will awaken his. Uncle Lutz, I believe that Sembart will awaken his guardian within himself very soon. Yeah, I am sure. Her young face showed determination, watching which, Lutz could not help smiling, feeling comforted. Yeah, Lena said it right. You'll definitely awaken soon. Train yourself well, my son. Lutz proudly patted his son on the shoulder, his expression filled with comfort and determination. There was noise outside the door, accompanied by yelling sounds. Lutz said, It seems some merchants have come. Let's go check if they have good animal skins we can buy. Sembart is growing so fast, it seems time to make him a decent set of clothes. Alas, I wonder how long it will fit. Lutz's voice revealed helplessness but deeply loving care, Sembart scratching his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. The village didn't have high-quality silk fabrics. Even coarse cloth was considered an honor. Ordinary families wore colorful animal skin tunics. The most famous tailor in the village used to be Sembart's mother, but she died giving birth to Sembart after complications. So the best tailor in the village now was Salute's grandmother. Because Lutz often provided aid to Salute's family, they didn't charge much when making clothes for Sembart's family, instead asking for leftover animal hides. Therefore, Lutz would frequently give extra hides to Salute's family. Hey, look over here, top-grade min wolf fur, bright fox fur, and lots of daily necessities. Great deals. Bring something to trade. A short, round-bellied fat man sat on a large cart pulled by a rhinoceros beast. On the cart were 5 or 6 boxes, different sizes, holding items acquired by this merchant along his journey. Next to him, 6 people formed a small mercenary group guarding. Hey boss, show me your best mature min wolf fur, Lutz called out coarsely through the crowded market stalls. Upon hearing Lutz's voice, the merchant's face lit up with a grin as he replied, Alright, come take a look. This is a grade 3 magic beast min wolf pelt. I wonder if you have something equally satisfying that would interest me as a trade. I've also got a grade 4 fire tiger crystal. Swapping it for your grade 3 minute wolf pelt would be a huge loss for me. Do you have anything else to trade? Lutz was the most capable man in this village. His guardian beast had already reached the maximum level of a spirit guardian beast. He had achieved this many years ago, though he hadn't managed to elevate his earth guardian beast since then. Lutz's words left the villagers around him astonished. The merchant's smile widened upon hearing this, and he cheerfully said, We can negotiate. Is there anything else you need? Take your time choosing. I'll give you a good deal. Lutz, that fire tiger crystal should be reserved to upgrade your own guardian beast, said a tall, muscular man nearby addressing Lutz. Arthur, don't worry about it. Look at how fast Sembart has grown, causing me endless headaches. I can't let my own son walk around without proper clothes, Lutz explained to the man. The man's full name was Arthur Neal, a longtime close friend of Lutz. His guardian beast had also reached the spirit level, so they often hunted deep in the forest together, and on more than one occasion in those dense woods, Arthur had saved Lutz's life. Therefore, Arthur knew all about the fire tiger crystal. I can give you some. It's just some animal hides. Why don't you come over to my place later? Arthur offered sincerely. That won't do. You just married and are about to have children. I couldn't possibly accept them from you. Lutz firmly refused, knowing exactly what kind of person Arthur was. 10 rhinoceros beasts wouldn't be able to change his mind. So Arthur didn't persist in persuading him anymore and could only helplessly shake his head. Meanwhile, beside them, Sembart was rummaging through the merchant's crates, hoping to find something he liked, something his father could buy for him. After all, Sembart was just 4 years old, still playful and naturally curious about new things. Suddenly, Chapter 2 Legend. Suddenly, while Sembat was rummaging through a chest, he caught sight of a bright and soft glow emanating from the bottom of the box, but it vanished in an instant. Sembat even thought he might have imagined it. So he rubbed his eyes and continued searching for something that interested him. Suddenly, he felt his hand touch something black and cool. Sembat took it out and examined it closely. What he saw was about the size of a plate, pitch black and glossy like fish scales. Lutz saw his son looking at something, walked over, and asked, Sembat, what do you have there? Let me take a look. Sembat obediently handed the thing to his father. Lutz immediately sensed its extraordinariness upon touching it. He took the refined iron dagger he always carried for venturing into the forest and tried scratching it hard several times. As expected, not a single scratch appeared on the surface. He couldn't help feeling pleased. Lutz then asked the merchant boss, Boss, what is this made of? It's pretty good. I'll take it, and it can be used to make a heart protector for my son's clothes. The astute merchant, seeing that Lutz liked the object, fabricated a story, saying, Oh my sir, You have good taste. This is the finest Majin, twice as valuable as the grade 3 Mine Wolf leather. Since I see you have a grade 4 Fire Tiger crystal core, I won't haggle with you, but you can't choose any other items. Inwardly thinking, that thing was taken from the belly of a grade 3 Flash Leopard. Who knows how much it's worth? Better to sell it. Lutz looked at the item and found that it indeed deserved its price. With satisfaction, he nodded and agreed. All right, I'll take the grade 3 Mine Wolf leather and this Majin material. Lutz took the 2 items, pulled Simbates and Lena, and headed home. After lunch, Lutz hastily took the 2 items to Sarat's house to see if they could be finished before nightfall. He couldn't bear to see his son's pants legs reach only to his calves, making them almost shorts. In the afternoon, Lena dragged Simbat to the training ground where her father taught. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a training ground. It was just an open space behind the village where children learned and exercised regularly, leaving no grass underfoot. Lena could see her father instructing the kids enthusiastically from afar, and her face was filled with admiration as she slowly led Simbat toward him. At the training ground were children ranging in age from 4 to 14 years old, all robust and muscular. Simbat could only look on enviously because he had just turned 4 a little over a month ago, and according to Clint's rules, children could only begin their training at the grounds after turning 4. Moreover, since Lena had just reached the age of 4 a few days earlier and insisted that Simbat wait for her so they could start together, this day marked their first visit. The exercises varied among the children due to the differences in their ages, yet everything flowed in a well-organized manner. Upon seeing Lena and Simbat approach, Clint smiled warmly and said, "Oh, my dear little Lena has come, and future great warrior Simbat too. How is your father?" Clint's face radiated kindness and affection. "Uncle Clint, hello. My father is fine, and he often speaks highly of you," Simbat replied cutely, scratching the back of his head. Indeed, his father frequently told him that Clint was an excellent teacher with vast knowledge. "Oh, what does your father say about me?" Clint asked with a smile still on his face. Simbat bluntly responded, "Father says you're a good teacher, and that learning from you will surely make me a great warrior someday." Simbat believed firmly in his father's words, and deep inside himself, he was confident. "Oh right, you're here today just to observe, correct? Starting tomorrow, you'll join us for the lessons, right? Sorry on behalf of Lena for troubling you. She's so naughty," Clint teased. This comment immediately sparked Lena's dissatisfaction. She pouted, "Father, how dare you speak about your own daughter like that?" Humph. Seeing Lena's spoiled look, Clint's face was full of indulgence. "Well then, now that you've come, I must inform you that each of you will need to do some physical training today, or else tomorrow morning you'll still be unaccustomed. If you are to be my students, do you believe that one day you'll become great warriors?" Both responded in unison and loudly, "Yes." Clint nodded satisfactorily and continued, "You two run 50 laps around the training ground first, then report to me when you're done." With that, he turned his gaze to the other children as Lena and Simbat exchanged nods and began running with small strides. In the afternoon, the cries of "ha, ha" echoed from time to time on the training ground, accompanied by Clint's occasional instructions. After running, Lena and Simbat followed Clint's orders to do 300 push-ups. Lena, being a girl, did 200 sit-ups instead. Simbat trained his arm strength while Lena exercised her waist muscles. In this way, time passed quietly. When the training ended, Simbat felt as though his body was no longer his own. Aching, numb all over, his muscles sore and swollen. But when Uncle Clint said they would tell stories after dinner, Simbat eagerly dragged his nearly immobile legs back home. "Little Simbat is back. Did you go to the training ground today?" came the deep, affectionate voice of his father from inside the house. "Yes, father. Can you tell me why my body feels so uncomfortable?" Lutz looked at Simbat entering the room, stroking his son's head with his broad hand, and lovingly said, "Simbat, do you want to become a warrior like your father?" Simbat nodded blankly. Lutz continued, "Then as a warrior like your father, you must endure more hardships than others. Only then will you succeed. As my child, as a child of the Ron's family, do you have confidence?" Simbat, inspired by his father's spirit, replied resolutely, "Yes." Lutz shook his head and said, "Simbat, louder. Your father doesn't hear your confidence." Despite his exhaustion, Simbat summoned all his strength and roared out, "Yes." His voice was firm and clear. Lutz smiled approvingly, saying happily, "Good son. Father supports you. Come, let's eat. Oh, and you eat first while I go fetch the clothes made for you by Grandma Ruba, and see how they fit." Before Simbat could ask, Lutz had already left, closing the door behind him. Looking at his father's broad figure disappearing, Simbat felt his chest swell with passion. Turning to the dining table, he ate the meal cooked by his father. The food his father made was better than what some grandmothers or aunts could prepare. Though Simbat never had the chance to taste his mother's cooking, he always thought that the food his father made would surely be even better than hers. What he didn't know was that his mother never cooked. It was his father, Lutz, who prepared the meals. After dinner, Simbat quickly tried on the clothes his father exchanged for using magic cores. They were a bit large, but fit perfectly well enough, and not overly tight, considering how fast his body was growing. At this moment, Simbat in his new clothes resembled a little warrior, brave and impressive. No one would ever guess that he was only 4 years old. With a full stomach and fresh attire, Simbat bid farewell to his father and went back to the training ground to listen to Clint's stories. Seeing his son's delighted face, Lutz couldn't help but feel immense love. 4-year-old children always loved being praised and liked to boast about how incredible their fathers were, just like Simbat. Arriving at the training ground, there was a large bonfire in the center. Clint kept adding wood to it, and the children gathered around. Simbat found himself a spot, glancing around and spotting Lena next to him. Simbat grinned sheepishly at Lena, who didn't respond, waiting silently for her father to start the story, although she'd heard many tales before. Still, she enjoyed listening. What Simbat didn't know was that Lena had already asked her father to wait until Simbat arrived, and she'd even reserved his seat. Seeing Simbat arrive and noticing the new clothes he wore, Clint remarked, "Simbat is wearing new clothes. Very handsome indeed. Nice job." As Clint spoke, all the children turned to look at Simbat, their eyes filled with envy. Lena chimed in, "Yeah, it suits you really well. Simbat, with these clothes on, you look even more like a warrior. I believe you'll definitely become an outstanding one in the future," prompting Simbat to scratch the back of his head sheepishly without saying anything. Chapter 3 Fleeting Moment, Entering the Deep Forest. Only the sound of Clint clapping his hands in the courtyard could be heard, and he spoke. "Since everyone is here now, let us begin the story." The voices of the children gradually quieted down, and Clint continued. "Today, we will tell an ancient legend of the Dragon God continent, one I haven't even told Lena at home. A long time ago, it was said that the Dragon God continent was created by a golden divine dragon. It created humans, animals, and all things in the world. In short, it was the ruler of the Dragon God continent. However, everything it had created lacked souls, so finally, it used its own blood, flesh, and soul to bestow life upon all creatures. But this Dragon God continent wasn't as peaceful as it imagined. Since animals, humans, and all beings obtained their souls, they began absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, to strengthen themselves. And thus, wars began, wars that never seemed to end. But the divine dragon seemed to have a premonition. It appeared to have foreseen this day long ago. So, it left behind a black scale about the size of a plate we use for eating. Whoever inherits the legacy and power within that scale would be the equivalent of the ruler of the Dragon God continent. Of course, to inherit it, one must possess kindness, courage, strength, and the decisiveness that strong people possess. The previous inheritor of the Dragon God's legacy was a beast god, Fire Cloud Lion Sanglong. Under its leadership, the Dragon God continent was tranquil everywhere. However, since it ascended to become a deity 150 years ago, there have been countless wars on the continent. A child nearby couldn't help but interrupt Clint, asking, "So, teacher, has the divine dragon scale not appeared yet?" Lena immediately responded, "Nonsense, if it had appeared, would we still be fighting?" But she thought inwardly, according to what her father had said, it sounded suspiciously like the thing Sunbat took this morning. It was just a fleeting thought because she overheard the merchant saying it was Mo-gene, so she didn't give it much thought. However, reality often defied expectations. Clint saw the intelligence in his daughter's eyes and joyfully continued, not irritated at all by the children interrupting him. "That's right, as little Lena says." The child mumbled, "Oh," with a slightly dissatisfied pout, while looking at Lena, who in turn shot him a glaring stare with great intensity. Clint looked affectionately at both of them, with smiles plastered across his face, and continued, all right, let me continue. Once the dragon scale selects someone, it is very particular, which is why, in 150 years, no one has been chosen. So children, you must work hard to cultivate your abilities. Some children already have phantom beasts, elusive beasts. Although these beasts can't be summoned at any time, but only during moments of anger or when the creature itself desires nourishment, hence they send signals occasionally. Therefore, as you grow older, you should frequently follow your fathers into the deep mountains to train your guardian beasts. Do you understand? Children. All the children responded unanimously, brimming with passion. Understood. Clint continued, the Dragon God continent. Time passed quietly. The children were enthralled by the story. Even Sunbat became deeply fascinated and increasingly believed in his father's heroic nature, firmly convinced that he was the most outstanding warrior. Yet he did not know that the Dragon God had already chosen him in some predetermined way, awaiting time to validate everything. Sunbat, exhausted from the afternoon's events, lay on the bed and fell sound asleep. The next day, Sunbat got up early alone. Despite the lingering soreness in his muscles, he recalled his indomitable determination from the previous day, and a surge of tenacity once again swelled in his chest. Though young, his spirit was no less than that of adults. Sure enough, today's training regimen proved much more demanding than yesterday's. Many times, Sunbat gritted his teeth and persevered, many times with Clint supporting him, and in Clint's eyes, Sunbat smiled with closed eyes every time. Time seemed to pass silently, without a sound. Both creation and destruction happened within time. 8 years passed in a blink for Sunbat, growing from 4 years old to 12. However, unlike others, Sunbat's guardian phantom beast hadn't awakened. Seeing his peers gradually awaken their protective spirits, he couldn't help but feel envious. His father grew increasingly anxious, as did others who cared about him. Seeing this, Sunbat trained himself tirelessly, endlessly striving, relentlessly pushing himself. Every training session exceeded others' efforts twofold, threefold. He believed firmly in his childhood aspiration, that he was destined to be a great warrior. In the evening, after a day of training, Clint announced loudly, "Children, that's all for today. Tomorrow, I will lead you all into the magic beast-dense forest to train our guardian beasts. Those under 8 years old don't have to go, and those without guardian beasts should not go either. It's too dangerous." As he said this, he glanced intentionally at Sunbat. Whenever Sunbat heard Clint say this, he would lower his head deeply. He He knew how dangerous it was to enter the magic beast-dense forest without a guardian beast, as his father had told him. So everyone waited for Sinbad's guardian beast to awaken. However, fate seemed to enjoy teasing people, and even at 12, his guardian beast had yet to awaken. Some of his companions began to mock Sinbad. "No, Master Krent, I want to go. As a great warrior, I can't keep waiting for my guardian beast to awaken. Without a guardian beast, I'm still a great warrior, believe in me." Every time Lena returned from the magic beast-dense forest and spoke enthusiastically about her experiences, Sinbad was filled with envy and fiery determination. Krent had not expected Sinbad to be so resolute and impossible to refuse. Though Sinbad had grown far larger than any other child his age, with a broad back, when Krent thought about his guardian beast, he sighed softly. Alas! Lena had already blossomed into a semi-mature beauty, slim and tall, stunningly beautiful, with a pointed face that sometimes blushed shyly. Her skin, though not snow white due to frequent exercise, was a healthy bronze color, but still had a faint glow. Salute, though not as tall as Sinbad, had become a strong young man. The two looked at the pleading eyes of Sinbad. Lena, unable to bear it, turned to her father and pleaded, "Father, let Sinbad come. I am sure I can take care of him, right Salute?" She whispered something to Salute beside her. Salute, catching her eye signals, nodded firmly. "Teacher, please let Sinbad come. Lena and I will definitely watch over him." Seeing the two defend him like this, Sinbad was delighted. Lena's phantom guardian had already reached the early stage of a spirit beast through many exercises, while Salute's phantom guardian was already at the late stage of a phantom beast. "All right, but Sinbad, remember, don't stray too far from us. Just stay close." Hearing Krent's implicit permission, Sinbad was overjoyed, nodding vigorously and determinedly, saying happily, "I understand, Master Krent. I'll follow your instructions." Could he not be happy? From childhood, watching Lena and the others enter the magic beast-dense forest while he could not, now it was Sinbad's first time going, naturally filling him with joy. Seeing Sinbad's happiness, Krent felt a great sense of relief in his heart. His most accomplished disciple had no phantom awakening after 10 years, which pained him. This time, unable to refuse, he reluctantly agreed, deciding to consult Roots later. If Roots still wouldn't agree, he would have to counsel Sinbad carefully. Krent waved his hand and said, "That's all. Everyone go home now. We'll gather here tomorrow morning. Goodbye." As Krent finished speaking, the children all bid him goodbye and went home one by one. Sinbad, full of joy, walked towards his house. But Sinbad, who fell asleep early, did not hear Krent discuss his entry into the magic beast-dense forest with his father. Roots also painfully and lovingly consented to Sinbad's participation in the trip. As the day ended, everyone slowly drifted off to sleep. Deep in the night, as Sinbad slept soundly, a joyful smile lingered on his face. Chapter 4. Blessings and curses go hand in hand. Dawn. Early in the morning, a group of people set off under Clint's leadership. On a pleasant sunny day, they arrived at the outskirts of the Boisseau, magical beast, dense forest, 300 li away from the village. Autumn is the season of harvest, as well as the hunting season for many villagers. It is also the time when various hibernating magical beasts become very active. The autumn wind was so pleasant and refreshing, gently caressing people's cheeks and bringing a hint of coolness. In this lush, deep forest, though the leaves had slightly turned yellow, everything still exuded vitality. Many trees were still flourishing with lush branches and leaves. Even by the edge of the forest, one could hear the chirping of birds inside, occasionally interspersed with the ferocious roars of wild beasts. Yet the children around Clint remained spirited and energetic. Sinbad was permitted for the first time to enter the magical beast forest with others, filled with excitement that surged through his entire being, eagerly ready to take action. Watching nearby, Lena naturally smiled with her lips curled up. The beautiful Lena always stayed close to the honest Sinbad, naturally drawing jealousy from some of the surrounding children. There were indescribable expressions mixed among them, but Lena paid no attention, and the sincere Sinbad was completely unaware. Clint made a gesture to quiet down, then once again sternly emphasized to the children. "Children, you should all know that this is the season when magical beasts are extremely active. Everyone must be fully alert, with no room for slackness. If anyone does not heed the teacher's advice, then next time I will not bring them out, and in severe cases, I will stop teaching them." Clint did not know why, but since he brought these young children here today, he had always felt an uneasy sensation deep within him, as if something was about to happen. Therefore, Clint himself placed great emphasis on the safety of this magical beast excursion. The children, seeing Clint's unprecedented severity and expression, silently restrained their mischief in their hearts, gradually paying more attention to their surroundings, preparing thoroughly for this magical beast journey. Upon entering the forest, just as they stepped into the outer periphery, the air already carried the strong scent of blood, no longer hearing the cheerful chirps of birds as before, only occasionally hearing a few sounds. The rustling of tree branches and green leaves moved by the wind only added to the tension, stirring a sense of pressure in everyone's hearts. Sinbad attentively observed his surroundings, flanked by Lena ahead and Sarat behind, placing him between them. When Sinbad glanced back, all he saw was Lena smiling faintly at him. There wasn't too much tension in her brows. Seeing Lena's calm demeanor, Sinbad was filled with admiration and became even more resolute in his determination to become a great warrior. In fact, it wasn't necessary for Sinbad to remain overly cautious, as Lena and the rest had visited this magical beast forest several times already. So when they initially entered the outskirts, they naturally didn't pay too much attention, although they weren't entirely on alert. Lena didn't want Sambat to be too tense, hence she gave him that faint smile. After walking deeper into the forest by over 100 steps, they spotted 3 pig-roo beast carcasses that had already been gnawed down to bones by some unknown powerful beast. Looking at the familiar animal heads and skins, they immediately recognized these as the pig-roo beasts they commonly consumed. Clint gestured to stop and lower voices, crouching down beside a pig-roo beast corpse for careful observation. His hand continuously pointed and calculated on the corpse while pondering. The children who had been here multiple times certainly understood that Clint was analyzing which kind of beast consumed this creature and whether there might be any dangerous magical beasts lurking nearby. Lena squatted down and quietly asked her father, "Father, is there anything unusual?" Clint glanced up upon recognizing it was Lena, then whispered, "This was clearly eaten by a group of different magical beasts together. But magical beasts are so arrogant. How could this happen? What's clear is that there were hunting wolves, sensitive wolves, and even 3-headed dogs involved, different species. How could they cooperate like this? Look here, these claw marks, those bite marks over there, and look at those others. Understand, Lena?" Hearing her father explain this, a frown formed on Lena's tender forehead, displaying a look full of deep doubt. Clint, unable to deduce a satisfactory reason, called everyone together to form a circle, leaning their heads forward. Clint quietly warned everyone again to be cautious. Walking deeper into the forest by another 100 steps, absolute silence enveloped their surroundings. Clint quickly halted, and everyone stopped their steps following Clint. Because Clint knew that such an atmosphere signified that there must be a fierce predator nearby. Otherwise, the environment wouldn't be deathly quiet. Swish. A black figure darted past 30 meters ahead, quickly vanishing into the thick grass. Sambat kept his eyes on the spot, but still couldn't identify what kind of magical beast it was. But this didn't mean Clint hadn't noticed. In a hurry, he said, "Everyone, gather together. It's at least a level 3 flash leopard, be cautious." Hearing Clint mention the flash leopard, everyone immediately recalled his lessons, how the flash leopard was among the fastest medium-level speed magical beasts, completely black in color, highly arrogant, and violent. Moreover, they were extremely difficult to deal with. A level 3 flash leopard could even go head-to-head with a level 4 fire tiger that had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and formed a magic core. Clearly, a level 3 flash leopard was incredibly formidable. Under Clint's prompt, everyone stood back-to-back in a circle with Sambat surrounded in the middle. Behind Clint, a white glow illuminated, forming a white portal from which a mountain wall ape guardian beast emerged. Observing Clint's actions, all the students behind them also summoned their guardian beasts as glowing portals lit up their backs. Different colors of light filled the scene as each student summoned their respective guardians, cautiously waiting for the flash leopard to show itself so as not to fall prey to its sudden ambush. Swish. It was evident that the cunning flash leopard possessed basic intelligence. Seeing its attempted ambush thwarted, it simply stood 10 meters away, glaring ferociously at Clint and his group who had ventured into its territory. Feeling its dignity challenged, all magical beasts were proud, allowing no outsiders to invade. If invaded, its attacks would stop at nothing until death. Clint stood at the front. Before any attack could be initiated, the flash leopard leapt forward with both hind legs toward Clint, readying for a swift assault. Clint didn't have time to act before the mountain wall ape leapt out from behind him, slapping wide palms at the flash leopard, its towering form shielding Clint from all attacks. The clever and swift flash leopard naturally knew if those palms connected, it would end up crushed to death. With one agile jump in midair, it dodged aside, only showing its piercing eyes full of ferocity, glaring harshly at the mountain wall ape standing guard in front of Clint. Its sharp fangs glistened, saliva drooling continuously as if intent on savagely tearing apart and swallowing the mountain wall ape. Seeing Clint's battle against the flash leopard without losing ground, everyone exhaled, slightly relieved of tension. But then suddenly, the flash leopard opened its mouth, gathering around its sharp fangs a blindingly bright white energy ball, instantly heightening everyone's anxiety far more than before. My goodness, only at least level 4 magical beasts possessing a magic core could unleash such magic. Even Clint, who had calmed down somewhat, paled upon witnessing the flash leopard gathering its magic. Indeed, it wasn't because of bad luck that these people had encountered it, since most magical beasts after enhancing their powers tended to move deeper into the forest. This flash leopard had just ascended to level 4 2 days ago, without enough time to relocate its lair. Thus, it was pure bad luck to come across Clint's group now. Lena, noticing her father's predicament, rushed by his side, commanding her guardian spirit creature, the agile wolf, to attack the flash leopard. Among the wolf species, agile wolves boasted some of the highest speeds, but even they fell short when compared to flash leopards, though they could manage some level of restraint. As Lena's snow-white agile wolf dashed swiftly toward the flash leopard, its movement trailed a long streak of shadow. Caught unprepared by the incoming attack from the agile wolf, the flash leopard hastily interrupted its magic casting process to unleash its spell prematurely. The snow-white agile wolf, however, barely missed getting hit due to its speed being almost equal to the flash leopard's, further aided by the flash leopard's nervousness, making it an easy dodge. Upon seeing the restrained flash leopard, Clint's mountain wall ape guardian beast pumped its chest twice in excitement before moving its towering body forward to charge towards the leopard. While the mountain wall ape lagged significantly behind the flash leopard in terms of speed, the scenario was different with the agile wolf. A battle ensued between the dark and white creatures on the field, fiercely exchanging blows. Flash leopards belonged to the leopard family, renowned for their lightning-fast battles, aiming for swift victories rather than prolonged engagements. Since leopards weren't particularly adept at endurance fighting, the novice-stage guardian animal, the agile wolf, held the advantage in stamina. As a result, under the relentless pursuit of the agile wolf and the mountain wall ape, the flash leopard began panting heavily, its black fur-covered belly heaving. Still, those wild eyes glared at Lena's agile wolf with unyielding fury. However, the agile wolf showed no intention of letting it off. With a powerful wolf lunge, it tackled the flash leopard to the ground, opening its massive jaws to reveal dagger-like teeth biting deeply into the leopard's neck, violently shaking and pulling until the flash leopard ceased all movement, finally relenting. Even in death, the flash leopard's gaze remained defiant, leaving a lasting impression of the cruelty and ferocity of magical beasts. Without any words exchanged, the victory of this battle brought about cheers from everyone present. Although Clint knew that there wouldn't be any fierce magical beasts within a few miles, the memory of the hog beast's corpse in the morning still dampened the children's enthusiasm entirely. Everyone sat around resting. Since the flash leopard had been killed by Lena's family, the spoils naturally belonged to Lena. No one said a word or even mentioned it. Clint thought about how retrieving the magic core now would make their return journey inconvenient. Because the blood from the flash leopard had not yet cooled, and thus made it dirty to handle, he did not dissect it immediately. After resting, Clint led the children on further guerrilla-style forays at the outskirts and edges of the central part of the magical beast-dense forest. This trip into the magical beast-dense forest was quite fruitful. 3 level, 3 agile wolves provided excellent wolf meat. 1 level, 4 agile wolf, 1 level, 4 fire tiger, and 1 level, 4 ferocious python also brought in several level, for magic cores. There were also many more level 3 magical beasts, so all the children beamed with joy. Even Sombat, who expended little effort because Clint hadn't let him participate in combat due to his lack of a guardian beast, felt elated. At the very least, his practical combat experience had increased. With these bountiful spoils, everyone could have a share, and they cheerfully headed back along their original path. However, Clint's inner anxiety grew stronger, making him increasingly tense. He paid closer attention to warning signs around them. What he didn't know was that behind the cheerful children, a pair of blood-red, savage eyes, tinged with an eerie blue glow, were intensely fixated on their group, especially on Sombat's chest. Chapter 5, Blessings and Curses. Clint returned to the village with the children, their laughter echoing as evening approached. Many of the children's parents were already waiting at the village entrance, anxiously awaiting Clint's safe return with their kids. Although everyone knew there was a certain level of danger in Clint taking the children into the demon beast forest, with some cases in the past where children even lost their lives inside, these parents still allowed Clint to take their children for learning and training. Because everyone understood that on this dragon god continent, if children didn't start from an early age gaining such knowledge and experience, they would be absolutely unable to survive in the future. Lutz was among those who waited patiently with a smile at the village entrance because Sunbart had no guardian beast yet, just like other parents eagerly awaiting his child's return. As the village came into view, the inexplicable unease in Clint's heart eased somewhat. Looking around at the surrounding children, he smiled warmly, a smile often seen during his teachings, and said, "Children, we will now distribute the spoils of battle. Based on your age, I'll divide it up. Soon after, each of you can go show your gains to your parents. Come on, children." Clint meticulously examined the hall. 3 wild boar beasts, for agile wolves, all 3rd tier except for 1 4th tier, plus 1 4th tier fire tiger, and 1 mighty brute. Clint pulled out his knife, cutting carefully and dividing evenly so every child received portions of the demon beast meat. From the loot, 3 magic cores were retrieved. 1 green-colored core from the agile wolf, 1 fiery red from the fire tiger, and another blue one from the mighty brute. These basically belonged to Lena, Salute, and Clint himself, since most of the children's guardian beasts were too low in rank to contribute much. Thus, nobody questioned the distribution of the magical cores. However, Clint still smiled and said, "This green one is Lena's. Here you go, little Lena. The other goes to our 2nd bravest warrior, Salute. Salute, which one do you prefer, the fire tigers or the mighty brutes? You have a choice between water type and fire type magical cores." Without hesitation, Salute spoke up directly to Clint. "Teacher, you know my family's situation. I'd like to pick the fire tiger's core. I've discussed this with Sunbart. My family cannot properly guard this magical core, so I'll pass it on to Sunbart, asking Uncle Lutz to store it safely. I'm only interested in the beast meat and pelts belonging to Sunbart." The tough but affectionate face always showed brotherly feelings for Sunbart. Salute had declared long ago that what was his belonged to Sunbart, and what was Sunbart's could be his if he chose it. This fraternal bond often left Sunbart scratching his head bashfully. Seeing the close-knit relationship between these brothers, Clint did not speak to dissuade them, but instead said comfortingly and lovingly, "Good children, you will surely become great warriors with Sunbart, heroes admired by all living beings. Forget the hardships of the past, cleanse childhood memories, look forward, because brighter days are ahead for both of you." Hearing the teacher's tender and appreciative words, Salute felt an even stronger determination towards the brotherhood with Sunbart and toward working harder. Salute nodded firmly with Sunbart beside him towards Clint. Little did they know that Clint's words today foretold the brilliance of their future. Each child holding their share of spoils happily ran towards their parents nearby, laughing joyously. Parents watching their young ones carry disproportionate amounts of game compared to their small bodies laughed contentedly, not for the meager amount harvested, but for the safety of their children and the valuable survival skills they had learned. At the village entrance, some parents fondly stroked their children, others excitedly asked questions, while some directly took over the game carried by their daughters, similar to how they welcomed back relatives returning triumphantly from battles, filled with happiness and relief. Lutz slowly walked up beside Simbart, immediately sensing the excitement in his son's eyes and openly revealing pride. His mouth curled into a doting smile as he looked at Simbart, but he slapped his son's shoulder forcefully, saying heartily, "Son, keep it up. You're the best, and I am proud of you." Though brief, these strong and powerful words gave Simbart immense pride and reaffirmed his beliefs. Simbart stretched out his hand towards his tall father and said, "Father, here you go." Lutz stared at the fire elemental crystal in Simbart's hand, feeling quite astonished. His slightly open mouth and wide eyes betrayed his surprise. However, it quickly disappeared before any question could escape his lips. With a hearty voice, Simbart said, "Father, this is Salut's. But he gave it to me and took our food and pelts instead. Father, are you angry?" Lutz's puzzled expression dissipated upon hearing his son's words. He thought about Salut's family. If the village elders knew they had such a valuable core, they might try to take it. Shaking his head in silent understanding, Lutz smiled warmly at Simbart and said, "Why would Dad blame you, Simbart? On the contrary, I'm delighted. It shows that you're growing up and can make decisions." Children of that age loved hearing their parents acknowledge their maturity and strength. The earnest Simbart was no exception. Hearing his father's praise once again, he nodded firmly with a beaming smile. Beside Clint stood his pretty daughter Lena. Seeing others being affectionate, Lena naturally wanted her share too. Clint, observing everyone's contentment and happiness, clapped his hands loudly and exclaimed joyfully, "Since everyone is so happy, let's have a party tonight at the training grounds where the children study. Let's all prepare. There are still 3 wild boar beasts for us to feast on together." Before Clint finished speaking, the children around him erupted into cheers. Yet, none of them could tell whether this gathering would bring good or ill fortune, or whether taking Simbart into the demon beast forest was a blessing or a curse. From behind a massive rock 300 meters away from the villagers, a pair of ferocious eyes intently stared at Simbart and the others. The overwhelming killing intent in those eyes made one shiver uncontrollably. But if you turned your gaze further back, you'd see an army of 3rd, 4th, and 5th tier demon beasts, with even a few rare 6th and 7th tier ones among them. What had brought this horde of demon beasts to this village? And who was leading them? That evening, the expansive training grounds were surrounded by large bonfires, with 3 smaller fires in the center roasting meat. Adults and children laughed merrily as the wood crackled with a pop-pop sound, blending harmoniously with their joyous laughter. In Simbart's eyes, this scene was perfect and filled with bliss. Could great warriors bring such immense happiness? The conviction within his heart burned brighter, like fire-consuming wood. Lutz joyfully joined Clint and Yate in drinking fruit wine brewed by Clint's wife. The wine's fragrance spread far and wide, its sweet taste invigorating, and the aroma escaping from the jar intoxicated anyone nearby. The scent of roasted pig flesh permeated the training grounds, golden brown and juicy, with drops of fat occasionally falling onto the firewood, causing the flames to grow stronger. It was truly a feast where the aroma of both food and wine mingled deliciously. The 3 men's faces flushed red, not sure if it was due to the firelight or the alcohol taking effect. Elsewhere, groups of parents gathered together, some drinking and others feasting on meat. The children's laughter and joy constantly sparked bursts of laughter among the adults. Of course, Simbart sat alongside Lena and Salut near their fathers, not drinking alcohol, but savoring homemade fruit juice prepared by Lena's mother. Emulating their father's boldness, the trio ate hungrily and drank large gulps of juice. Since it was only juice, the slight sourness counterbalanced the greasiness of the roasted meat. Behind these laughing, carefree people, more than 100 pairs of sinister blue eyes watched intently. The mouths of the many demon beasts were already drooling profusely, waiting only for their leader's command to pounce. If Clint saw how human-like these demon beasts had set their trap, he would surely know that only 8th-tier demons or above could accomplish such behavior. And even then, neither Lutz nor Yate combined with him could stand against just one, let alone an entire group of demons of varying ranks. This was indeed a demon horde. The mirth continued as precious time slipped away. Clint, Lutz, and Yate didn't know how much fruit wine they had consumed. The jar of over 30 pounds was almost empty. Yate had fallen asleep some time ago, muttering incomprehensible nonsense under his breath, his words faint and unclear. Clint, slightly dizzy from the alcohol, leaned heavily on Lutz, who remained sober despite the festivities, chewing on a pig hoof with his tall, strong build. Roar! Behind them, the leader of the demon beasts seized what seemed to be the perfect moment. A thunderous roar reverberated across the field, stunning everyone present. Simbart, Lena, their fathers, and all others turned toward the dark woods beyond, where over 100 eerie, glowing blue eyes stared back menacingly. Stunned, everyone froze, silently asking themselves questions no one could answer. What was happening? Why were they here? Out from the woods darted numerous fierce beasts such as mean wolves, fire tigers, mammoth boars, flash leopards, and many others of different tiers. The people in the training grounds were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to react. Lutz threw down the pig trotter in his hand and shouted loudly, "Everyone, release your guardian beasts." After calling out this one sentence, Lutz continued murmuring deeply, "I summon in the name of the divine dragon." Come forth, guardian summon. As everyone watched a glowing circle for summoning guardians appear behind Lutz, many began following his lead. Still, there were some frightened or intoxicated individuals who hadn't yet regained their senses. Lutz suddenly delivered a strong kick to Yate's body. Yate, lying on the ground, felt an abrupt surge of intense pain. His drunkenness was slowly fading when he noticed Lutz's foot about to ask what happened. But then, he saw the long red robe of Lutz's guardian beast, Jai, fluttering in the air beside him. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yate turned around and caught sight of the group of demons that had surrounded the training grounds, leaving no space between the forest edge and them. With just a single glance, Yate too was struck by awe at the scene. Hurry up and stand. It's time to fight, came the deep, urgent voice of Lutz. Yate snapped back to reality, quietly muttering, I summon in the name of the dragon god. Appear now, summon guardian. Subsequently, a white glow formed into a circular portal from which emerged a hunting wolf guardian. Clint's guardian remained the same, a mountain wall ape. Simbart looked admiringly at his father's composure, his imposing figure exuding both readiness and bravery. At that moment, Simbart felt both envious and proud of his father. On the side, Salute and Lena also called out their own guardians. Everyone watched tensely as the demons stood orderly outside the training field, not moving but staring intently at them, as if waiting for something. Roar! Another deafening roar erupted, followed by synchronized growls from over 100 demons stationed at the edges of the grounds. Their roars resounded powerfully through the earth, even rousing those deep in slumber from their beds, startling all sleeping gentle animals in the forest awake. Countless birds took flight, making the pitch-black night even more horrifying. Right after the thunderous roar, the battle broke out fiercely. Being inherently solitary creatures, the demons fought with equal pride. Each demon merely engaged in a one-on-one battle. Those waiting around hovered patiently, ready to step in once the current combatant showed weakness. Though seen as unfair rotational fighting by humans, among demons, there existed no such concept, let alone any explanation to them. Shrieks and cries constantly arose from the battlefield. Humans, despite being protected by their guardians, displayed their inherent fragility. Guardians assigned to women generally offered little protection, so their ranks weren't high enough. Gradually, the female guardians disappeared one by one, while men resisted valiantly. Even the children put up a fight, though ultimately it seemed futile. With the increasing disparity in battle strength, what was once the playground where children studied daily transformed into a blood-soaked inferno. Limbs were flying, blood from humans and demons spilling endlessly until the whole place turned crimson. Yet, the war raged on. Chapter 6, Taming the Mutated Devil Cloud Lion. Luster, Yate, and Clint desperately protected the children, fiercely retaliating. However, the anxiety on their faces and the redness of their clothes stained by the blood of multiple waves of beasts spoke volumes. Luster was almost unable to hold on any longer and roared angrily at the 3 children beside him. Simbart, you 3 run away. The farther you go, the better. Run. Simbart looked at his father drenched in blood, that strong and indomitable face, those agile movements. Thinking about all the hard work his father had done, he firmly and loudly replied, No, father, I am a child of the Sloan family, and I am even more the son of Luster. I too am a warrior. I will protect my family just like you, father. No, absolutely not. When Luster heard his son's resolute words, a ripple of warmth flowed through his heart. How long had it been? He inwardly asked himself, since the death of his beloved wife, hadn't such feelings vanished? Seeing his son's maturity brought him a sense of fulfillment. But could this really stop Simbart from leaving? That would certainly be impossible. As Luster battled fiercely, he roared intensely at Simbart. No, son, listen to your father. You're a warrior, and you must become an even better warrior, perhaps even a war god in the future, but for now, you must survive. Without surviving, what are you? Nothing. Listen to your father. Suddenly, Clint was slashed by a flash leopard, letting out a loud scream. But still, with loving eyes, he said to Lena, Lena, take Simbart and go. Run as far as you can. Take your mother along. Listen to me. All of you follow Uncle Luster's orders. Hurry and leave. Unlike the thick-hearted and straightforward Simbart, Lena clearly understood the danger within. Though reluctant to part with her father, she bit her lip until it bled, nodding in agreement, saying in a voice allowing no room for refusal, Let's go, the 2 of you, follow me. Upon seeing Lena's intelligence, Luster felt pleased inside. The only way out was towards the village center, where more and more villagers were gathering toward the training field. At this moment, the village was eerily quiet and chilling. From the training field came the undulating roars of beasts and the cries of people, transforming this peaceful small village into a hellish place. Leading Simbart and several children toward the village entrance, only the sound of the children's footsteps could be heard. Suddenly, the children all stopped. Standing at the village entrance was a towering figure, with eerie blue glowing eyes. In the glow of the firelight, it was revealed to be a man with untamed facial hair and golden hair. His body bore no clothing except for a few leaves covering private areas. But those eerie eyes began slowly turning redder. They knew well that Clint had spoken about how only level 8 or above magical beasts could transform into human forms. Simbart courageously stood forward, shouting loudly, Lena, you take them and go. I'm useless, a failure, but let me be the last sacrifice. Go quickly. Lena, her worried eyes reflecting reluctance, tried to speak when she saw Simbart already rushing ahead. She shouted anxiously, Simbart, no. That fragile cry echoed helplessly, piercing the heavens and rending hearts. Knowing Simbart's sacrifice was for them, Lena understood she couldn't dwell on sorrow and immediately turned around with the remaining children, running back the way they came. But unknown to them, the tall man at the village entrance revealed a slight smirk on his lips, and his red eyes gradually transformed into an eerie blue color. At this point, Simbart had no other thoughts, only wishing to use his own death to buy more time for Lena and the others. Bursting forth with all his strength, he charged at the figure, wielding the dagger his father gave him for self-defense. As he got closer to the magical beast, suddenly an excruciating pain shot through his brain. Looking down, Simbart noticed that under his left chest, near the heart, there was a long claw that had pierced through his clothing, even managing to expose the Majin protective mirror hidden within the inner layers of his clothes that his father had made for him during childhood. A sharp pain struck through him, his vision grew dark, and he fell unconscious. Upon seeing the dragon scales on Simbart's body, the 8th grade magical beast laughed joyfully. Ha! Then stopping its laughter, it watched the unconscious Simbart as his blood awakened the dragon scales, which gradually fused into Simbart's body before disappearing completely. Unaware of the situation, the beast happily hoisted Simbart on its shoulder and quickly disappeared. Following its departure, the magical beasts in the village seemed to have received some command and gradually dispersed, ceasing their fights. Yet, in this once peaceful and tranquil village, the survivors numbered less than 10. Lena Saret, Luster, and Yate, including even newlywed Yate who had perished in the battle against the magical beasts. Luster, upon hearing Lena's account of what had happened, went mad searching for Simbart around the village. Seeing the pool of blood at the entrance to the village, Luster fell into utter despair. He roared toward the heavens, his heart pierced by a pain as if stabbed by an iron spike. Falling to his knees and leaning on the ground, tears streamed down ceaselessly. Who says that men don't cry easily? They just haven't reached their breaking point yet. Muttering under his breath, he said, Lisa, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect Simbart. Sorry, truly, I am so very sorry. In his mind, images of Simbart's charming face and those words he had spoken kept recurring. Dad, I'm back. Lena has come too. Let's have something good to eat at noon. Dad, what is a warrior? Dad, was Mom beautiful? Dad, he felt weak, crying in such anguish until the sky seemed darkened and the earth hollowed. Gradually, Luster felt extremely exhausted, lying down next to his son's blood, slipping into a deep sleep. When he awoke, he and the remaining few simply left this place far behind. At this moment, Simbart, on the body of the level 8 magical beast, no longer felt the same piercing pain. Within him was an unseen warmth, gentle yet undetectable, repairing every broken vein, bone, and flesh of his body. The beast had been running for an unknown duration, covering an indeterminate distance, only reaching a cave nestled between the cliffs at the back of the monster-dense forest where Simbart had once been. The cave was funnel-shaped, narrow at the entrance and gradually widening as it went deeper inside. Filled with stalactites of varying sizes, water dripped continuously, drip drip drop. Yet despite this, the cave remained dry and clear. Simbart still had no idea of his current state or that his father had cried endlessly over him. His body felt extraordinarily comfortable. Suddenly, a deep and kind voice echoed within him, akin to an amiable old grandfather saying, Child, I finally waited for you. At this time, how unbearable the situation of Dragon God Continent has become. Such profound loneliness, so much sorrow resonated in the voice. Simbart's naive voice questioned from within his heart, Who's there? Is anyone there? Who's talking? The voice introduced itself. Child, I am the divine dragon, and you are all my children. I've chosen you because I see much kindness in you. Would you be willing to become the master of this continent, maintaining peace here? But you would need more trials. Are you willing? Chapter 7. Subduing the mutated magic cloud lion. Simbate was caught off guard by the divine dragon's question. If it weren't for a voice coming from deep within his heart, who could believe that this is real? Simbate remembered how his village was ravaged by beasts, rivers of blood flowing, limbs severed, so many people unwilling to die. Simbate nodded heavily and said to the dragon god in his heart, Willingly, to protect my loved ones, to protect the peace of the Dragon God Continent, Grandpa Divine Dragon, I am willing. The Divine Dragon, hearing Simbate's honest words, replied with joy but also regret. Child, I am glad, but you will have a much longer and harder road ahead. Have you thought everything through? Without hesitation, Simbate replied sincerely, Grandpa, I understand. Just tell me what to do. The beast nearby looked at Simbate lying motionless on the ground, filled with numerous suspicions. A 7th-level beast beside it spoke. Master, why hesitate? Though he has absorbed the dragon scale, you can devour him. Won't the dragon scale still be in your body then? The beast turned to this 7th-level creature. You know not what I fear. Eating him might not work, but your plan cannot be left untried. Treat a dead horse as if it were alive. As seen, its claws emitted a pale green glow, eyes full of ferocity as it approached Simbate lying on the ground. The divine dragon, sensing the ill intent of the beast from within Simbate's spiritual realm, smiled and said, Child, it seems he couldn't wait any longer. Simbate, I can only help you this one time. The rest of the journey is all up to you. With the dragon god's protection, I bestow it upon you. Strive hard, my child. The kind and robust voice of the dragon god gradually faded away, leaving Simbate confused in his heart, with many things left unsaid and too little time. Suddenly, the beast's claws lunged towards Simbate, expressionless on the ground. Just as they were about to touch his body, a dazzling golden force field stopped the beast's claws just a few centimeters away from Senbeit. All the beasts in the cave became anxious and fearful. A loud, authoritative dragon roar resounded throughout the mountain cave, spreading far into the beast-infested forest. Even the beasts resting at night were shocked by the mighty pressure of this dragon roar. Some cowardly beasts had already started fleeing further away to avoid the oppressive force. The 8th level beast was petrified like a statue struck by thunder, rigid and unmoving beside Senbeit. At this moment, the soul of a not-so-large golden divine dragon appeared above the golden force field, closing its eyes and looking down on all the beasts present. The beasts in the cave now submitted themselves, some even unable to bear the dragon's authority, and prostrated themselves on the ground. They were subdued, overwhelmed by the power of the natural world itself. The overwhelming aura exuded by the soul of the dragon god was something these beasts could not withstand. The dragon essence brought by the dragon scales had almost entirely repaired Senbeit's injuries, and he slowly woke up, seeing himself inside a cave filled with various beasts prostrating themselves before him like subjects greeting an emperor. Finally unable to endure the overwhelming presence of the dragon god, the 8th level beast transformed into its original form. The soul of the dragon god spoke with imperious authority. You are originally a mutated magic cloud lion of the 8th level. Since you attacked the chosen inheritor I selected, regardless of whether you are man or beast, you've chosen the path to death. The 8th level beast finally came to understand the dragon god's prowess, knowing its true nature thoroughly, and without anger, yet under the domineering pressure, it found it unbearable. This is, indeed, the master of the dragon god continent. It sweated profusely and dared not move an inch. Senbeit, being still a young boy, curiously glanced up at the divine dragon above the force field. The divine dragon shimmered with an alluring gold color, though smaller in size than a fully grown mammoth, with scaly armor plates that gave off a golden halo, seemingly carrying a dominance over all things, majestic and severe. The golden paws were not four, but rather included another small claw underneath its abdomen. Could it possibly be a 5-clawed mutant golden dragon? Curious, Senbeit watched the one who showed him immense kindness, resembling a benevolent grandfather figure. The divine dragon, as if feeling Senbeit's thoughts and gaze, looked slowly downward at Senbeit gazing up. Its open eyes were profound, its oppressive aura even stronger, and dignity abundant. In its pupils flickered an indiscernible electric current, continuously flowing within the divine dragon's eyes. The bodies of the beasts in the cave began trembling, each regretful for how they had offended the successor of the dragon god. The dragon god's words, which brooked no refusal, continued to echo through the narrow cavern, yet they were accompanied by a smile as he spoke gently to Senbeit. Child, how do you think we should handle these magical beasts? Beneath the stern gaze of those eyes, there was even a flicker of affection. Senbeit looked earnestly at the many magical beasts in the clearing with sincerity. He then replied firmly to the divine dragon, Grandpa Divine Dragon, they did not know that their actions would offend you. Many of these magical beasts are likely innocent, so I believe we should set them free. Haven't you taught me that kindness and being benevolent to all is the true way to govern the dragon god continent? That's why I sincerely request you, Grandpa, to let them go. Upon hearing Senbeit's words, the magical beasts in the area were overwhelmed with gratitude. They had no idea that in the future, when Senbeit united the continent, these same beasts would offer him significant help. What they didn't know either was that at this moment, Senbeit thought of his steadfast father, making him feel uneasy inside. The dragon god intentionally tested Senbeit like this, but was delighted deep within to see how he could put aside personal feelings for the greater good, despite being still a child. 8th-level magical beast, Magic Cloud Lion. You seem to be the master of this land. Although my child has forgiven all of you, there is one condition you must agree to. Hearing the divine dragon speak so kindly and without intent to harm him, the Magic Cloud Lion nearly fainted from happiness. Hurriedly, he nodded and promised, Lord Dragon God, my master, whatever you command, I will cross fiery waters and walk through flames without hesitation. Despite the obvious joy in his voice, the divine dragon remained unimpressed and coldly sniffed. Humph. You have already offended me. I don't need your death 10,000 times. Your survival alone is a gift. My condition is simple. You will become my child's pet magical creature and sign a master-servant contract. Hearing the cold snort from the dragon god, the heart of the 8th-level Magic Cloud Lion beat as if thousands of times per second. But realizing that becoming Senbeit's pet wasn't such a bad deal, he'd certainly be the successor of the dragon god himself and might reach level 10 as a magical beast, the lion accepted. Even though it meant signing a master-servant contract, there was nothing else to be done, so he nodded his consent. With determination, the 8th-level Magic Cloud Lion bowed his head repeatedly before the divine dragon and said aloud, I am willing, O Lord, it is an honor to be your servant. I swear wholeheartedly and faithfully to serve the young master, never tiring or shirking in the slightest. Satisfied, the divine dragon nodded lightly, gathering golden dragon energy into his eyes. Before long, a golden contract symbol began slowly rotating on the forehead of the Magic Cloud Lion. At the same time, Senbeit's body moved completely involuntarily, as a tiny drop of blood like a ruby appeared on his fingertip and rose gracefully from his dark skin. It drifted slowly onto the head of the 8th-level Magic Cloud Lion, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 8, Going Home. After Sombat felt his blood merge into the body of the Magical Cloud Lion, he suddenly found that his mind had expanded significantly, almost unable to endure the pain like a tear. Gradually, he slowly recovered and calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened, except for the sweat soaking Sombat's whole body, which could confirm the reality of what just happened. The loving voice of the divine dragon sounded again in Sombat's mental awareness, kindly saying, "Child, my strength just now was all based on the power left in the previous dragon scale. In fact, I am no longer in this dragon god continent. Just now, I only controlled them with my aura. Therefore, child, you must master your own strength. What is power? Strength is power. There is still a long way for you to go in the future. Now, I will only impart some of the knowledge I know and understand to you. You must bear it well in mind and review it frequently." Sombat closed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, "Grandpa, I know, I will not fail your expectations." His expression was so determined, confident, as if everything has been decided in his heart. No matter how bitter or difficult, he will certainly persevere. The divine dragon, upon hearing Sombat's words, was greatly comforted, and with a tinge of loneliness, said, "Child, I've already told you everything I can help you with. The things I haven't told you are already in your mental awareness. You have to work hard." The sound of the divine dragon gradually disappeared, as if it had never been heard before, but all the beasts around him lay at his feet, proving everything was real. Slowly opening his eyes, Sombat's gaze was now deep, blackish-brown, and carried a faint streak of golden light that ordinary people couldn't see. At this moment, Sombat didn't realize that his originally blonde hair from childhood had now turned pitch black, cascading down like a nine-heaven waterfall, emitting a faint luster. Just then, the divine dragon abruptly departed, leaving Sombat's mental sea increased several times, but as empty as a big pool without any water. Feeling very tired, Sombat closed his eyes once more, releasing an even breathing sound. All the surrounding beasts reverently lay motionless there. Even the newly subdued magical cloud lion dared not move. Seeing Sombat fall asleep again, it transformed into its human form, carrying Sombat onto the throne padded with fire tiger skin. All the beasts watched quietly. From the memories given by the divine dragon, Sombat learned that there were 9 dragon scales in total. Only when one was used would the next one appear. Also, in each scale, the divine dragon had left a piece of his intention to inform the next inheritor of the dragon scales. Naturally, every inheritor of the dragon scales knew this secret. The first inheritor of the dragon scales was Hammer King Poloding, who claimed himself as the son of the dragon god. The second was the beast god Fiery Cloud Lion Sanglong. The current third one was Sombat. However, since Sanglong had revealed the secret to his beloved wife, certain individuals with ill intentions heard about it, thus spreading this information throughout the continent. Consequently, many sought to kill the current inheritor of the dragon scales to find the next one. What they did not know, however, was that the dragon scales also chose a specific person to inherit. While sleeping, Sombat still sensed tremendous changes happening in his body. Tendons, bones, internal organs, muscles, and skin, from head to toe, were being modified by the strength brought from the dragon scale. Sombat felt as though his body was going to explode, with immense energy having nowhere to vent. However, none of these expressions could be seen on Sombat by the surrounding beasts. Time passed quietly. How long had Sombat been asleep? A day? A week? A month? He had no idea. All he knew was the change in his body. Slowly opening his deep gaze, it captivated everyone, emitting a sense of dominance that naturally made others submit. What Sombat didn't know was that his entire body emitted a faint scent of the dragon's heritage, bringing him much luck in romantic affairs thereafter. Groggily waking up, after such a long sleep, Sombat felt some fatigue in his body. Not so many beasts were watching him anymore, probably because the magical cloud lion didn't want anyone to disturb his rest, so it asked them all to step aside. Seeing Sombat open his eyes, the magical cloud lion pleasingly said, "Master, you've awakened? Is there anywhere on your body still uncomfortable? You've been sleeping for exactly 49 days. I let them all leave." At this time, Sombat was especially full of dominance. The depth of his gaze was like something no one could ever see through, yet so captivating. That trace of severity beneath his gaze showed that no matter how simple-hearted Bat looked before, he was now someone with sophistication and capability. Sombat nodded, asking curiously, "What? So many days have passed." Seeing the magical cloud lion firmly nod, Sombat stood up and stretched his body. Looking at his tanned and muscular figure, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At 12 years old, his appearance and physique were absolutely beyond what many people would believe possible for someone his age. Shaking his head to clear away these troubles, he thought about the words Dragon God had said upon leaving, a hint of honest smile appearing on the corner of his lips as he pondered silently. Yes, more training. For his family, for his country, and even more for the Dragon God continent, as well as for his own unwavering belief that seems far away but yet so near. Magical Cloud Lion, do you have your own name? It's not possible I'll keep calling you Magical Cloud Lion all the time, right? Sombat looked at the Magical Cloud Lion with eyes full of expectation. Even though it was an 8-level magical beast, being stared at by Sombat like this made it feel somewhat fearful. A sense of absolute submission came over it. Such an overwhelming feeling could not possibly be achieved through a master-servant contract. What is this? Could it be the dragon's authority inherited from the dragon scale? Yes, my lord. Your servant's name is Rail. My father named me Rail because I am a variant of the fiery cloud lion. I possess a speed even faster than that of the flash leopard, and I can wield both fire magic and lightning magic in 2 different elements. Rail spoke with pride but dared only to sneak quick glances at Sombat's expression cautiously, fearing that his little lord might be unhappy, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. However, Rail did not yet understand Sombat fully, who would never act in such a manner. The worries were unfounded. With his heart deeply tied to the safety of his father, Sombat asked aloud, "Then do you know if anyone among you killed the man guarding the plants on the day you found me?" Sombat meticulously described his father's appearance to Rail, who shook his head and replied, "My lord, no one has been killed. You may rest assured, for since you began resting, I have already sent others to investigate." Upon hearing that his father was unharmed, Sombat breathed a deep sigh of relief. He was also reassured knowing that Rail had initiated an investigation early on. Smiling, Sombat said gently, "So take me back to our old village. There is always a lingering attachment there. I must go once. That was where I grew up as a child. Thinking of the charming Lena, thinking of Grandpa and Grandma Sarah, thinking of his meticulous father, thinking of Uncle Carter, who always liked to hug him on his lap, thinking of Tutor Clint, and thinking of the children who trained together." His lips carried a faint smile, but held much loneliness. Yes, he needed to go back and see it once more. Chapter 9, Dragon Valley. Walking out of the cave. Below the mountain, green trees flourished, the air was refreshing, and there was also the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, Sunbart had a sense of looking down on all living things. He saw birds flying freely, saw pig beasts searching for food, and saw hunting beasts fiercely fighting. This was the way of nature, full of harmony. Who disrupted the harmony of nature? Who shattered the tranquility of the past? It was those with extraordinary power, those people with complicated desires, and powerful demons beasts. Yes, to stop them, you must be stronger and more capable than they are. The demon cloud lion stood behind Sunbart, silently gazing at its new young master, looking at that oversized figure inconsistent with his age and that simple face. Was he really simple? But what he was thinking about now was so inscrutable. Was it the natural aura of a born leader, or the demeanor of someone chosen by the divine dragon? Was his own path right or wrong? Just considering this master-servant contract made him ponder. He would have to follow and perish with his master if the latter died. Shaking his thoughts, he stared blankly at Sunbart. "Rel, prepare yourself. I'm going home for a visit. Afterward, we will go through trials, making our days ahead even more thrilling." That unruly yet calm, even slightly anticipatory expression crossed Sunbart's face. Although it vanished in an instant, every detail of it was noticed by Rel. When Rel heard Sunbart say that, the beast's blood within him ignited. Indeed, it should be thrilling. Feeling as though all his blood was boiling, he couldn't help but roar, shaking the lush dense forest where birds and timid beasts either took flight or crouched in terror. It was truly a scene of the king of beasts. Rel didn't trouble too much. After hastily instructing the junior inheritor, a level 7 late-stage demon beast fire tiger in the dense forest, he transformed into his beast form. The creature was over 3 meters tall and 4 meters long. From what Rel told Sunbart understood that this level 8 demon beast could adjust its body size according to its own strength, but the maximum and minimum sizes differed for each demon beast. As for himself being a mutated fiery cloud lion, now known as the demon cloud lion, his body could reach a maximum height of 15 meters and length of 20 meters. His smallest possible form could be the size of a small dog, like a shepherd dog, only with a somewhat different face shape, which looked incredibly adorable. His entire body was covered with bright golden fur, not gold-colored. Sunbart listened to Rel's words, gaining a certain understanding of demon beasts while also combining it with the memories of the dragon god. Thus, Sunbart knew quite a lot by this time. From his mouth, Rel spat out a ring, indicating Sunbart to take it. Sunbart looked at Rel with confusion as he examined the ordinary-looking, grayish ring without any distinguishable material used. Rel transmitted through their mental link. This is a spatial ring, a medium-sized one, and inside, there's an area approximately 4 meters wide. Upon hearing this, Sunbart exclaimed with a wide-open mouth, "Oh!" Through the memory of the dragon god, Sunbart learned that spatial rings were only crafted by mage masters above the grade of magus and considered sub-artifacts. They were exceedingly difficult to create, had an extremely low success rate, and consumed immense magical energy. Currently, the largest existing one was a supreme space ring spanning 100 square meters, reportedly used by King Hemmingbroding. Sunbart looked at Rel with confusion and said, "You can use it. Why give it to me?" A mixture of joy laced through his voice. Rel happily replied, "Master, you use it. I have another smaller one. There are some demon beast crystals inside this ring, which you can store miscellaneous items later. Although it's relatively small, it still has its uses." Sunbart nodded vigorously, and with his towering figure, he leaped onto Rel's back. Rel roared as he rose up and dashed towards Sunbart's village at an extremely fast speed. Graceful, steady, and agile, Rel darted through the dense forest, jumping up and down, while the surrounding trees rushed swiftly backward. Sunbart felt that although the spine under his hands had hard bones, it was cushioned by the fur, making it feel very comfortable. Since it was the first time he was riding a demon beast and traveling at such a high speed, Sunbart tightly gripped Rel's fur, his face full of excitement. At noon, the sun was shining brightly and a little scorching, but for the people living on the Dragon God continent, it wasn't much of an issue, especially not for Sunbart, who had been trained since childhood. Gradually, the entrance of the village came into view. Sunbart leapt off the beast's back and strolled forward slowly. Rel then quickly transformed back into human form and followed closely behind. The once noisy village was now eerily silent, interrupted only by occasional bird calls echoing through it. Sunbart walked slowly along the familiar old paths of his childhood, reminiscing painfully about past memories. Rel behind him shook his head and thought to himself, yes, he was the one who had destroyed this village, watching Sunbart with a somewhat tense expression. Sunbart returned to the small house where he had grown up. He pushed the door open to find the place in disarray, furniture scattered randomly, covered with dust, and large spider webs dangling everywhere in the air. Sunbart remembered his father's loving smiles, every act of indulgence, that strong face with a kind smile patting his head and shoulders. Thinking of these, Sunbart's eyes couldn't help but redden, dampness welling in his tear ducts. Shaking his head, he walked toward the training ground where he had practiced since childhood. Upon reaching the training field, Sunbart paused. The laughter of children from his youth, their diligent exercise, which had made the grass not grow on this land, was now replaced by a big mound of earth in its center, wild grasses growing profusely. Long gone was its former tidiness. Now it stood desolate. Sunbart took a few steps forward. The wild grass had grown all the way up to his calf. Walking toward the mound, off to the left, a stone tablet was conspicuously erected. Sunbart turned to look and was immediately stunned. What was this? That's right. It commemorated the people who had perished when the village was ravaged by monsters that fateful day. Row after row, the names listed included Uncle Yate, grandparents Luba of Sarat, Babylon Lion, Simbad Lion. The more names Sunbart saw, the more shocked and saddened he became, unable to suppress the tears silently streaming down from his temple's corners. His grandmother's indulgence, Uncle Yate's affection, all those scenes replayed repeatedly in his mind. Lena's mother was also among them, even his own name. Of a village of over 100 people, how many could have survived? Yes, survive. Sunbart wiped away the tears on his face, leaving deep tear streaks still visible. After carefully inspecting a few times, yes, his father, Clint, Lena, Sarat, they were all alive. That's right, none of them were dead. A slow smile gradually emerged on his face, yet the thought of not knowing where they were brought another wave of melancholy. Knowing this much, now there was no need to linger on concerns. But imagining the face of his loving father upon hearing news of his death, how painful his heart must have been. Just thinking about this caused Sunbart's heart to ache sharply. Rel, seeing Sunbart's pained and conflicted expression, hung his proud head in shame. When Sunbart noticed Rel's repentance, he placed his left hand on Rel's shoulder and gently consoled. It's all right. It's not your fault. Rel felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, thinking to himself, is that so? Was it truly not my fault? Meanwhile, Sunbart's mind was pondering over everything. The deaths caused by Dragonscale's bloodlust and destruction, whether Dragonscale itself was inherently good or bad, and ultimately, it was all tied to desire. Rel, not fully understanding, blurted out a question, but these. Before he finished his sentence, Sunbart interrupted him forcefully, saying tenderly, Rel, do you know what makes a man commit murder? What makes a knife commit murder? I simply ask you, is it the fault of the person committing the murder, or is it the fault of the knife used? Rel lowered his head silently, deeply contemplating Sunbart's words. Sunbart looked at him without speaking, then slowly walked towards the village entrance. After some time, Rel realized he could no longer see Sunbart, transformed into beast form, and ran towards the village entrance. Seeing Sunbart's innocent smile aimed at him, warmth flowed through Rel's heart. Sunbart smiled faintly and said, have you figured it out? If you've understood, then let's go. We have a lot of things to do. Rel nodded his enormous head, letting out a loud roar as he raced forward. Not knowing where to start his training journey, Sunbart asked Rel. By this point, the afternoon sun shone brightly, and they hurriedly gathered some wild fruits from the trees before sitting down to rest. Sunbart asked Rel, do you know any place suitable for our training? Upon hearing the word training, Rel's body suddenly jerked, recalling the training grounds his father had taken him to as a child. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Should he really bring his young master there? Remembering his young master's duty, Rel clenched his teeth and nodded. I know. It's the northernmost region of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom, called Dragon Valley. It's extremely perilous. When I was a child, I often trained there with my father. The demons there are tough and hard to handle. Even the outer perimeter of Dragon Valley is difficult to navigate. The demon beasts are of very high ranks, and they exist in great numbers. His voice carried tremors of fear, tinged with panic. Upon hearing Rel's explanation, Sunbart felt neither tension nor fear, only inexplicable anticipation, an unusual excitement he couldn't explain. Sunbart said firmly, all right, let's go there. There was no room for refusal in his voice. Rel saw Sunbart's determination and secretly admired him in his heart. Recalling the trials of his childhood, he cast off his fear, leaving nothing but rising fervor. Sunbart mounted Rel's broad back, and Rel sped towards Dragon Valley at his fastest speed. Chapter 10, 5 Years of Trials. In the northern part of the Dylan Principality lies the Dragon Valley. In fact, this term Dragon Valley is just what it's called within the Moiso, War Beasts, world. In human terms, even Lair doesn't know its name, and naturally, Sunbart wouldn't either. Sunbart sat steadily atop Lair's broad back without feeling any jolts as they moved with great speed, not along forest paths or wide roads, but on less traveled wild trails. The large trees lining their path whizzed by in the blur of Lair's rapid pace, a testament to their incredible velocity. Even at this impressive speed, it took more than 20 days for man and beast to reach Dragon Valley, highlighting the vast expanse of the Longshan continent. Along the way, Lair unleashed his full beastly might, so they faced no obstacles. Lair stood with Sunbart upon this boundless plain, surrounded by neither hills nor mounds anywhere in sight. At the center of the ground stretched a long and vast canyon that extended over 100 miles, resembling a colossal dragon carved by nature herself. Magnificent and awe-inspiring. During their journey, Lair had already informed Sunbart that this canyon, which resembled a giant dragon, wasn't simply named due to resemblance. At the deepest point inside the ravine resided an actual level 10 golden dragon that occasionally roared at unpredictable times. It was the true presence of a dragon that earned the valley its name. Man and beast could barely suppress the surge of excitement within them. With a wild roar, Lair galloped down a narrow, perilous mountain road beside the valley. Upon reaching the bottom of Dragon Valley, they realized how surprisingly vast the area was beneath, where even the simple width of the mountain walls stretched several miles. With Sunbart still on his back, Lair roamed around the periphery of Dragon Valley searching for a suitable resting place to call home. Yet despite the search lasting half the day, they found nothing. Not because Lair lacked fitness, but rather due to Sunbart's standards as a human, and Lair's master at that. Not far from a clear stream, man and beast halted for observation. Lair said to Sunbart, who had already dismounted from his broad spine, "Master, let's settle here. Having water will be more convenient for you." Over the past month, Sunbart had come to know Lair better, forming a deep bond. Lair possessed much knowledge that Sunbart sought to learn, leading him to deeply trust Lair and follow his decisions. Nodding, Sunbart replied, "But..." Before he could finish, Lair seemed to know what Sunbart would ask, and offered no explanation. Turning instead, Lair walked 100 meters behind a small stream, mouth slightly open as he released a shining ball of lightning magic toward the mountain wall. Rocks cascaded down the mountain wall, tumbling and swirling dust into the air. Once the dust settled, there was an exposed cave at the foot of the mountain wall. Sunbart turned towards the entrance. Observing closely, the cave's entrance was about 1 meter off the ground with a depth exceeding 6 meters. Narrow on the outside but deepening inward, its inner walls were perfectly smooth due to Lair's thunder magic spell, though numerous pebbles still remained inside. Turning to look at Lair, who smiled back wordlessly, Sunbart then entered first to clean up the debris inside. A single magical spell could already produce such a result, filling Sunbart with a desire for power. He followed Lair into the cave to tidy up their new home. Being their first day in Dragon Valley, and given his young age, Sunbart held immense curiosity about the area. Lair did not hinder this curiosity, and even accompanied Sunbart on explorations nearby. Somewhere along the time, Lair gathered firewood, pulling out a pig-like creature they had slain en route from his storage ring, washing it clean by the stream before starting a barbecue next to Sunbart. Actually, Sunbart had one question he had never dared to ask: why Lair knew how to barbecue so well and cook it deliciously, but he didn't inquire. Watching quietly as Lair busied himself, gradually, the fragrance of roasting meat began wafting through the air. Sunbart felt his stomach growling gurgle. After dinner, Lair rested outside, while Sunbart stayed indoors. Thus the man and beast spent their night like this, Sunbart sleeping on a tiger skin Lair had used before. No events disturbed their rest during the night. The morning brought thick humidity, dampness permeating the air in Dragon Valley. By the time Sunbart woke, Lair had unknowingly prepared various kinds of appetizing fruits for him. Accompanied by fresh, sweet water and some fruit, Sunbart resolved his breakfast. Exiting the cave, Lair was already waiting there for him. Just as Sunbart was about to ask, Lair had already spoken. "Master, here's the thing. You're not ready yet for trials in the deep forest. What you need to do now is build some basic strength. I don't know how humans train, but let me be clear. Since you have no guardian beast, you must toughen your body. So from now on, I'll be your sparring partner. I'll emit my aura of pressure, and under it, you will perform the fundamental exercises your human teacher once taught you. That's all there is to it." Though Sunbart was simple-hearted, he still understood that Lair's words were true. He nodded firmly without saying anything. Taking his stance, Sunbart spoke resolutely. "All right, come on then." Seeing Sunbart prepare, Lair nodded slightly, his eyes turning faintly red as an imposing pressure surged out from his body and enveloped Sunbart. Sunbart immediately felt Lair's terrifying aura of pressure. It felt like he couldn't breathe, the weight pressing down on him painfully. It also made it impossible for Sunbart to move. Even taking just a small step proved exceedingly difficult. Lair worried that Sunbart might not withstand too much of his oppressive aura, so he released it gradually, ensuring his master could resist smoothly. After all, it wasn't easy to endure the oppressive aura of an 8th-level war beast, let alone one with a mutated form. In a moment, Sunbart was drenched in sweat, his face turning bright red as he labored to catch his breath. It felt like his insides were about to burst. If Sunbart hadn't undergone physical training with Clint, he would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, Sunbart's physical conditioning ranked highest among the entire village. Of course Lair had everything figured out. Seeing Sunbart reach the limit of withstanding his aura, Lair instantly absorbed the pressure back into his body. The moment Sunbart felt the pressure lifting entirely off his body, his numb legs gave way, and he landed heavily on his buttocks, panting furiously. Even so, Lair held more admiration for Sunbart. Actually, Lair deliberately pushed Sunbart to his limit for greater growth. Lair, of course, knew that Sunbart's body had been remodeled by divine dragon blood. If he were this frail, wouldn't the dragon god be utterly useless? Sunbart, of course, knew how inadequate he currently was. With just an 8th-level aura, and less than 5 minutes of endurance, it was simply terrible. But Sunbart believed in his determination, and after half an hour of recovering, he stood up again, giving Layer a determined nod without speaking. Seeing the firmness in Senbart's eyes, Layer slowly emitted his aura once more. Chapter 11. 5 years of training. Undoubtedly, the endurance training was correct, and it also offered great benefits to Senbait's bones. In the first month, Senbait could hardly endure even 1% of Layer's pressure. 3 months later, miraculously, Senbait could withstand 30% of Layer's pressure, which made Layer secretly delighted but did not voice his feelings out loud, fearing that Senbait might become proud. In fact, Layer worried needlessly because even if Senbait knew how well his body was handling the load at this point, he wouldn't have become conceited. He understood that he bore a more arduous responsibility. 6 months later, Senbait once again brought surprise to Layer as now. Even with 80% of Layer's pressure released, it no longer significantly affected Senbait's growth. It should be noted that while resisting Layer's pressure, Senbait still had to perform push-ups and split kicks along with some other basic exercises. These movements were gradually increased in repetition, and now 3,000 repetitions of various actions each day were no problem. Watching Senbait's muscular frame, Layer also demanded some training and flexibility from him. In fact, Senbait's ability to do backbends far exceeded that of many specially trained noble dancing girls. His explosive muscles truly left people speechless. 8 months later, Senbait could fully withstand all of Layer's pressure. Though Layer did not explicitly praise him, the appreciation evident in his eyes was obvious to others. After finishing the final single-finger push-up, yes, you read that right. Using only one finger, Senbait exhaled deeply, stood up, and his face, dark like a sword sheath, showed neither sweat nor even a trace of redness. This was actually Senbait's self-imposed requirement. Glancing at Layer, he said, "Uncle Layer, I think it's time for me to try something else." Time changes many things. Over these 8 months, Layer had treated Senbait like his own son, always appreciating without overt praise, and naturally, Senbait regarded Layer as family. Layer nodded and told Senbait, "You're right. Next, I will take you to train your strength. Your current load-bearing capacity and bones are fine, but your physical power is still lacking. You may rest today, and tomorrow, I'll assign you a new training task." Because of absolute trust, Senbait said nothing, just turned toward the resting cave. Inside the cave, Layer quickly took out the roasted pigro beast, prepared on a fire rack whenever Senbait trained so they could eat right after exercise. But today's meal was different. Layer held an infant-sized fruit, glowing red and giving off a faint shine. Senbait had been watching Layer's left hand ever since he entered the cave. Before Senbait could ask, Layer spoke first. "This fruit is called xuanhuan fruit, though it's not golden but red. It was given to me by another creature from the ancient beast forest. Eating it didn't benefit me much, so I've kept it. What use does this fruit serve? I'm not entirely sure either, but I know this fruit can certainly transform human meridians, aiding in physical strength, magic, and combat abilities. If I hadn't told you, you'd definitely ask why I haven't eaten it yet." Senbait straightforwardly nodded. In truth, after reaching level 8 or above, when humans become sword saints and wizards reach magus masters, they know that future cultivation relies entirely on perception rather than such celestial fruits. Because at this stage, meridian pathways have been set. To cultivate better, you must consume these heavenly fruits early. Understanding, Senbait nodded, continuing to listen attentively to Layer. All previous training focused on load-bearing and skeletal reinforcement. Skeletal training is crucial because, with your body being restructured by dragon blood, your bones became brittle like an infant's, making them easier to train. In the future, you'll understand this. Now, what you need to work on is strength. While I don't know whether you're suited for magic, your physique is undoubtedly strength-oriented. Although Layer guessed this, seeing Senbait's massive body led him to believe that Senbait couldn't practice magic and would stick with warrior skills. Likewise, Senbait had never considered himself suitable for magic either. Little did they both know the nature of dragons. Most pseudo-dragons use magic, let alone true divine dragons who embody both magic and strength. During the process of altering Senbait's body, Senbait already gained a constitution capable of dual cultivation in both magical and martial arts, though they remained unaware of it. Before you finish your meal, quickly eat this. Heavenly fruits give off a certain scent on their own, and you must eat it before other beasts catch the smell. If you still have room in your stomach after eating this, you can have your dinner. Layer did not know and had not tried it himself, so he was uncertain if Senbait would need to eat anything after consuming the xuanhuan fruit. Thus, he kept the option open. Clearly, Layer cared about Senbait. Senbait understood and took the xuanhuan fruit from Layer's hand without hesitation, swallowing it directly. As soon as the fruit touched his saliva, it truly melted in his mouth instantly, offering no distinct texture but instead flowing like a cool stream down his throat into his abdomen. Actually, Layer had no idea that Senbait's body had already been transformed by dragon blood, which was far beyond the reach of any heavenly fruit like this. The moment the xuanhuan fruit entered his belly, it clashed against the dragon blood. At this point, Senbait's body became a battlefield. Dragon blood gradually expanded his body and meridians slowly over time. The xuanhuan fruit, however, forcibly expanded the human meridians instantly. Their absolutely different natures inevitably led to conflict. On Dragon Spirit Continent, there were no cultivation techniques, only sitting and meditating to feel the natural way. So, while seated, Senbait's body felt as though it were being torn apart. Layer seemed to sense something amiss, grabbed Senbait, and rushed him to the stream. He submerged Senbait in the cool water to help clear his mind. At this time, drops of bloody sweat oozed from Senbait's skin, and all 8,000 pores of his body opened wide to take in air. Even so, Sinbad could not withstand the collision between the two spiritual medicines inside him. In Layer's spiritual sea, his seal began to crack, and unable to endure, Layer spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Layer did not understand why this happened, but it should be considered the force of the contract. The contract deemed Layer had harmed Sinbad, and thus punished him accordingly. The dragon blood in Sinbad's body was undeniably overwhelming, both fierce and swift. The xuanhuan fruit could not resist such domination for long. In no time, Sinbad calmed down. Had Sinbad gained nothing? Certainly not. Because the xuanhuan fruit had been absorbed, his meridians were expanded under the combined impact of the dragon blood and the fruit. This just manifested earlier due to the slow, gradual expansion from the dragon blood. Layer came to on the ground groggily. Of course, with his strength, the contract did not intend to kill him. It merely delivered a slight punishment. Sitting upright, looking at Sinbad's smiling face, Layer exhaled deeply. He naturally knew that if Sinbad died, he would meet the same fate. At this moment, Sinbad only felt immense comfort in his body, as if some kind of energy flowed within him. He did not know what it was, but because of the earlier pain, he could only sit quietly, recovering, waiting. Chapter 12, 5 Years of Training. 3 days later, Sinbad stood up from the water. At this moment, his skin had changed. It was no longer so dark but rather pale and yellowish, a complexion that wasn't white or black, but more of a yellow tone. His brows were sharp, his eyes bright and profound, with black hair cascading down like a waterfall. His chiseled muscles had untapped explosive power. On the shore, Layer had been sitting quietly, guarding Sinbad all along. The sound of water droplets caused by Sinbad standing up made Layer open his eyes. Layer looked at Sinbad guiltily, but Sinbad, of course, already knew why. Before Layer could speak, Sinbad said first, "Uncle Layer, don't worry about it. I know you're doing it for my own good. Look at my skin, look at my body, aren't I fine? There's no need for you to feel guilty." After hearing these words from Sinbad, Layer felt even more remorseful and secretly vowed in his heart to protect Sinbad well. Layer didn't say anything. He stood up and asked Sinbad, "Are you hungry?" "Yeah." These gentle words made Sinbad recall his father. Indeed, Layer treated him like his own father. Why should he be thinking about anything else? The most important thing was to focus on his rigorous training. While Layer turned around to cook meat, he did not notice that Sinbad had entered deep meditation. If Layer had heard Sinbad's thoughts, he would surely have been moved to tears. The next morning, the mist in Dragon Valley was still heavy, which could be seen from the water droplets on the flowers and grass. As usual, after breakfast, Sinbad took steps toward the cave entrance and saw far away a massive stone lying by the clear stream, with Layer standing nearby. Last night, Sinbad followed Layer's guidance to release the faint aura inside his body for Layer to see. Of course, Layer immediately recognized it as human battle chi, do cheap. The white light halo made Sinbad's fist shimmer faintly in white. Since they were unsure what level of human battle chi this white color represented, as soon as Sinbad unleashed it, he obviously felt his strength increased significantly. In reality, they didn't realize that the white battle chi already represented the rank of Great Sword Master among humans. If anyone else saw it, and also learned that Sinbad was under 15 years old, they would be utterly astounded. A 15-year-old Great Sword Master? Who would believe that? But more importantly, Sinbad's current strength surpassed that of an ordinary Great Sword Master by a great margin. Because of this, Layer went early to find a 1,000-pound boulder from far away, since any person who could perform actions while enduring Sinbad's pressure could certainly lift this weight. Therefore, Layer brought back such a huge rock. Sinbad stood silently, awaiting Layer's orders. True to expectation, Layer then instructed him, "Sinbad, your task is to lift this huge boulder and walk back and forth along this small stream for 20 kilometers each day. Your training will only end when you can cover that distance within 1 hour. Then we'll move on to the next." Sinbad originally thought it was that simple, but he grabbed some dirt to prevent slipping and picked up the giant stone. Layer quickly corrected him. "I said lift it, not just carry it." Sinbad stepped right into the water, immediately realizing the resistance there. And because the water only reached up to his thighs, the full weight of the rock remained, with the resistance against his legs making every step harder. Plus, there was something Sinbad didn't yet know, because he hadn't walked many steps. The river pebbles submerged for a long time had green moss on them. So, plunk. Having only taken a few steps, Sinbad slipped backward due to the smooth, green-mossed pebbles and fell flat on his back, letting go of the boulder which landed behind him. Standing up, Sinbad sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he looked at Layer. Layer acted as though he didn't see and ignored him. Sinbad lifted the boulder again and began slowly trying once more. This exercise was aimed at strengthening the bones to bear more weight, increasing physical strength, balance, and multitasking ability. What is multitasking? By this time, another half year had passed. In the small stream, Sinbad continued walking slowly as always, with the creek leading deep into the Dragon Valley. Just the outer area spanned over 20 li, about 7 miles. Now, Sinbad was walking while holding an even larger and heavier boulder than the one he used during his previous training. While lifting the stone higher or lowering it to chest level, and even raising it above his head, he had to simultaneously pay attention to his footing on the river pebbles below. Though walking barefoot on the smooth stones felt comfortable, there were sharp stones that Layer occasionally threw into the mix, so Sinbad had to ensure his arms stayed moving without pause while being aware of both the boulder and the pebbles under the water. Thus, focusing on balancing both the river pebbles and the large boulder made this a form of multitasking. Therefore, at this moment, what you see is that Sinbad has been training for more than half a year, but he still isn't dashing about like the wind. Yet, in such an environment, his training and growth are tremendous. Just past his 15th birthday, Senbeit was tall and imposing, and never complained to Layer about how bitter or exhausting his training was. Precisely because of this, Layer loved Senbeit even more deeply. However, despite his deep affection, Layer didn't slack off on the training regimen, because only through such rigorous training could Senbeit better develop. Half a year later, in the stream, although Senbeit wasn't gliding effortlessly yet, his running speed certainly qualified as swift. Layer looked at Senbeit with ever-increasing fondness. Bang! A loud resonating thud echoed as Senbeit dropped a boulder weighing around 5,000 caddies onto the ground. The boulder sank into the earth, clearly indicating its immense weight. Senbeit exhaled softly, while Layer watched with delighted satisfaction. No words. Senbeit picked up a Kowlow beast's thigh and began to tear into it savagely. Layer had calculated that among the usual magical beasts, the Kowlow beast was more effective in stimulating human muscles and provided the best nourishment for humans. Therefore, Layer decided to change Senbeit's diet entirely to meat. As Layer watched Senbeit tear into the food he'd prepared, he said with joy, "Senbeit, today you should rest well. Your battle chi has now reached silver level battle chi, hasn't it? Since you can complete the 20 kilometers in 1 hour, then tomorrow we'll need to change our cultivation methods." Senbeit did not respond, just nodding slightly. Tomorrow I'll take you deeper into the perimeter and hunt some magical beasts, training your alertness. I will stand behind you, hidden, and you must remember to." Before he could finish, Layer sensed an imposing presence from outside the cave, one that wasn't weaker than his own. Of course, Senbeit also felt it, and both turned their faces toward the entrance. Outside the cave stood a giant white silver wolf gazing directly at Layer and himself. This was the sensation Senbeit had. The wolf stood 1.5 meters tall and stretched approximately 4 meters long. 7 silver spines encircled its neck, its mouth wide open, revealing those sharp fangs within. Around its limbs, a thick circle of bluish light hovered, making it seem as if the wolf weren't touching the ground. Seeing the white silver wolf outside, Layer cracked a smile at the corner of his lips and immediately transformed into his animal form. A lion standing 2 meters tall and 6 meters long, visibly larger than the wolf. The powerful lion aura indeed exceeded the wolf's a little bit. Senbeit slowly sat by the cave entrance, watching quietly, and naturally didn't see Layer's smile. Without hesitation, Layer summoned his lightning-based magic, but suddenly, the wolf spoke in human language. "Damn, old buddy, don't hit me right away with that. Never mind, I'm not going to fight you anyway." Layer quickly swallowed his magic back down, almost choking himself in the process. Annoyed, Layer shouted, You're intentionally aggravating me." Being spoken to, the wolf immediately transformed into a handsome young man, very unrestrained. Hearing this, the young man chuckled mischievously. Both reverted to their original forms and hugged each other tightly, leaving Senbeit sitting by the cave entrance puzzled. But Senbeit seemed to sense something, feeling all his blood becoming highly active. After a while, he understood why. It was because of the magic under the youth's feet and the magic on Layer's lips. It was as if these magical elements were drawing him in. He didn't know why. Letting go of the young man, Layer pulled him over to Senbeit's side and said to Senbeit, "Master, this is my old friend from before, named Gore. He is the mutated version of a min wolf, currently a sky wolf, possessing speed unmatched even by flash leopards, of course aligned with the wind element." When Gore heard Layer calling Senbeit master, he was so shocked his jaw dropped open, unable to close it. Surprisingly, he asked, "What, master? Layer, are you losing it?" Sighing, Layer replied, "You wouldn't understand. Actually, it's because his family used to be a prominent clan that once saved my father. Hence, my father assigned me this way, and I've even signed a servant contract with him in front of my father." As Layer explained, he shook his head dramatically, as if to make people believe he was suffering immensely. In fact, Layer said it this way for no other reason but necessity. After all, he couldn't tell Gore the truth, could he? Senbeit remained silent, simply nodding lightly. Of course, he knew why Layer had said this. Sitting together, they ate what was in front of them. Thanks to Layer's narrative, Gore lost all hostility towards Senbeit, instead laughing heartily with Layer as they chatted about his life over the years. "Senbeit, don't forget what I just told you. We're heading into the outer perimeter tomorrow for training to increase your combat experience." "No, Uncle Layer, I want to learn something else," insisted Senbeit, who had always been obedient, surprisingly opposing Layer's wishes. Although there was nothing wrong with opposition, this marked the first time Senbeit contradicted Layer, much to Layer's astonishment. But with a quick thought, recalling Senbeit's mention of wanting to do something else, he quickly inquired, "Something else? What other thing do you want to do?" Senbeit responded indifferently, "I want to learn magic from you, and of course, Uncle Gore as well." Magic? But neither of us is a magic teacher. How? How would you even learn that?" Layer was still greatly surprised. "Uncle Layer, please let me finish. I don't know if my feelings are correct, but just now, when both of you were releasing magic, I felt the blood within my body become very active. I could feel as if the magical elements in the air were speaking to me." Layer was once again struck by this human sensation. Chapter 13, 5 Years of Training. "Uncle Layer, slowly gather your magic and let me feel it. That way I'll know if my feelings are correct." Layer cooperatively released his lightning sphere, and slowly around the air, near his mouth became dense with lightning elements. Simbart closed his eyes and quietly sensed it. Yes, upon reopening his eyes, Simbart could confirm that those lightning elements that could fuse into his body indeed seemed as if they could follow his blood circulation. He himself wasn't quite sure why. Will it work? Simbart nodded heavily. Uncle Lair, would you tell me how you emit your magic? Liar shook his head and said, it might not be possible. As far as I know, the human magical incantations differ from ours. Also, our magic is innate and by no means comparable to what humans use. Furthermore, many of the spells we have now were created ourselves because there's no beast teacher who can teach students advanced magic. Therefore, our magic can be considered the most primitive type. Also, your magical incantations are in the human language while ours are in the language of beasts. Additionally, I cannot teach more complex magical incantations either. Liar explained helplessly. No, it's fine, Uncle Lair, just telling me will do. The most primitive form is perhaps also the best. Seeing Sinbart's resolute expression, Liar eventually informed him. In our race of magical beasts, the magical incantation is, airborne spirits of thunder, come forth to help a friend in need. Unleash your power. Lightning sphere. Simbart followed Liar and chanted the incantation softly, but apparently without any result. There was no trace of lightning element in the air. Goal beside him shrugged indifferently, as if saying, see? It doesn't work. Suddenly, the divine dragon guardian that had been slumbering in Sinbart's spiritual consciousness suddenly blurted out something seemingly random. Fool, all magical elements are the servants of us dragons, and should serve us accordingly. Inside his mind, Simbart asked, why? But the divine dragon guardian, like before, did not respond any further. Closing his eyes, Simbart quietly comprehended the meaning behind the dragon guardian's words. Of course, this kind of enlightenment wouldn't happen for nothing on behalf of the dragon guardian. On the side, Liar thought that Simbart was disheartened and consoled him. Simbart, don't worry, we'll take you to a good academy later where you'll learn. But Simbart didn't respond to Liar's words. He continued contemplating in his mind. Then suddenly, inspiration struck him. That's right, since the elements within magic are servants, then the incantations should command these servants. Just thinking through this, he began to chant softly, though so faintly that neither Liar nor Goal heard it. Servants of air whom I adore, heed your master's call. Gather, lightning sphere. Instantaneously, explosive lightning energy filled the entire cave, with the sound of snap crackling all over the place. This directly startled Liar and Goal into fleeing outside the cave. The two beasts looked astonished, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a fist inside. For only a moment, the lightning elements in the cave gradually dissipated and returned to their natural surroundings. The two beasts quickly ran back in, seeing Simbart still closing his eyes calmly pondering. The two exchanged glances, but remained silent. Shock was evident on their faces, completely disbelief. The night passed uneventfully. The morning brought clear air and heavy moisture. Simbart woke up from his meditation, having spent the entire night wondering why this happened, continuously feeling the magic elements in his body. Seeing Simbart wake up, Liar hurriedly asked, Master, were all those elements summoned by you yesterday? Simbart gave a nonchalant nod. What about the rest? Why did they disappear? I let them go rest, replied Simbart matter-of-factly. Upon hearing such an unexpectedly casual response, Liar felt as if he had bitten his own tongue. Again stunned speechless, Liar now realized that true cultivation suited Simbart in the field of magic, not being a warrior. Then, Simbart tried Goal's wind magic, finding it worked similarly, proving his understanding now. The most primitive form of magic was indeed the purest form of magic. Mastery of wind, fire, and thunder magic allowed Simbart to become increasingly indulged in the world of magic encircling him. Every day, repeatedly casting and withdrawing magic became routine. Lair didn't understand what he was doing, but stood aside to observe respectfully. Time flew rapidly and quietly. In 1 year, apart from occasional exercises, Simbart primarily spent time practicing the casting and retraction of magic. Half a year later, Simbart seemed to be practicing physical strength training, and it appeared that magic was no longer in use. However, during this 1.5 years, did Simbart only train in the release and retraction of magic? Actually, that wasn't the case. Under the guidance of the Divine Dragon Guardian, Simbart's current speed of casting magic no longer required verbal incantations. A simple thought would make the magic follow. Moreover, the released magic often accompanied a punch or a kick, representing an absolute dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Yet, this was different from traditional magi warriors. If magi warriors typically split their abilities equally between magic and martial arts, for Simbart, magic accounted for 8 parts while boxing skills made up 2 parts. Magic was now the dominant force. Ordinary magi warriors tend to incorporate some spells as tactical supplements, usually halting their movements to softly chant magic. However, Simbart was different. Like magi warrior fighters who could use combat energy to emit sword chi, Simbart's boxing techniques could release wind blades, lightning spheres, and fireballs. Of course, this was because Liar and Goal only knew the most original magic, so Simbart had limited knowledge too. Could he create more? Was creation so easy? Simbart could modify existing spells, but creating them? No, he couldn't do that yet. Upon seeing these achievements in his training, Liar and Goal were early left speechless in amazement, absolutely believing Simbart to be a prodigy, a true prodigy. It had been over 3 years since coming to the Dragon Valley. Simbart's body became even more robust, almost unrecognizably changed. If Lena and Salute from back then were to see him now, they wouldn't recognize the current Simbart. Goal waved at the freshly trained Simbart and said, Young Simbart, come eat. Over time, this same Ghoul, who once harbored much hostility towards Sinbart, began to gradually take a liking to the boy. Why? Of course, because of Sinbart's honest and kind demeanor and temperament, and also due to his talent. Sinbart nodded and approached the cave's edge, where the three slowly enjoyed their dinner. After the meal, Sinbart leaned against the cave entrance and said to Lyre, "Uncle Lyre, let's go into the outskirts of the Dragon Valley tomorrow. I want to try out my magic. I believe I'm ready." Lyre slowly walked over to Sinbart's side, giving him a heavy pat on the shoulder with great joy, and said, "Good, I support you." Chapter 14, 5 Years of Trials. The next morning, since Long Valley was located in a ravine, sunlight always came late. However, this did not disturb Sinbart's mood at all. Sinbart now finally felt that he had a place to use his skills. He had truly become a warrior, and his heart brimmed with heroic sentiments. Ral and Gol, the two beasts, stood behind him. One thought, "Our master is indeed worthy, chosen by the divine dragon." The other thought, "This kid is just a monster." Sinbart turned around and glanced at Ral and Gol, exchanging smiles with them before slowly stepping into the forest. Ral and Gol followed about 100 meters behind, fully transformed into their beast forms, trailing after and hiding themselves. Sinbart moved like the wind on foot, using only the strength of his body to move swiftly, darting back and forth through the jungle as he headed deeper in. Of course, all 5 senses were fully open, alert, and vigilant. Sinbart, whose body had been enhanced, was far beyond the reach of an ordinary mage or warrior. His eyes could see a sparrow flying 5 li away, and his ears could hear insects chirping 3 li away. Still, Sinbart remained cautious because even with absolute power, a level 5 magical beast could be upon him within 2 breaths, arriving in the blink of an eye. When reaching the outer mid-layer, Sinbart could feel various weaker beast presences nearby compared to Ral. Although Sinbart wasn't afraid of these beast pressures, he lacked genuine combat experience since Ral, as his servant, only engaged in training battles without any life-threatening danger, something Ral would never dare do. Therefore, unpredictable combat techniques and survival experience were immensely important, so Sinbart paid extra close attention. After advancing over 100 steps, Sinbart could sense there should definitely be a level 6 magical beast within 100 meters due to the presence of its aura and pressure, which he could instantly perceive. Swoosh. Sure enough, a black shadow darted from the grass in front of him to the right patch of grass. Though Sinbart could see it, he could only vaguely make out a black figure without fully identifying it. Sinbart dared not let down his guard, immediately infusing his fists with a layer of white light, the air cracking with a popping sound. This, of course, was Sinbart concentrating lightning magic onto his fists. Why use lightning magic? Because lightning magic served mainly as a highly effective paralyzing tool, whereas wind blades might not match the speed of the magical beast, and fireballs would definitely be insufficient. By using lightning magic, even if the beast didn't touch his fist but came within range, it would still suffer full body paralysis, making it especially suitable for dealing with speed-oriented magical beasts. Sure enough, seeing Sinbart remain stationary at the front, the beast assumed he was frightened and emerged calmly from the grass. Sinbart looked up to see a level 6 tri-headed hound. It was a high-sensitivity ranked magical beast, not extraordinary, but similar in rank to the flash leopard. Despite this, its ferocious attack capabilities placed it among the top ranks of magical beasts. A level 9 tri-headed hound could even fight the level 10 golden holy dragon to a stalemate, albeit slightly at a disadvantage. Sinbart recalled the introduction Ral gave him, calling the tri-headed hound the magician of the magical beasts, and more specifically, a high-level magician. Thinking about this, Sinbart knew he had to pay more attention. With 3 heads, each head represented a type of magic. The green-eyed one for wind magic, having extremely fast wind blades. The yellow-eyed one for earth magic, possessing mysterious thrust spells, and the red-eyed one for fire magic, with large fireballs. Moreover, the tri-headed hound carried 3 magical beast cores, though difficult to kill, thus very few humans dared to hunt them. Seeing Sinbart standing steadily there, the tri-headed hound grew even prouder, raising its 3 dog heads and howling loudly to the sky. Woof, woof. Sinbart, however, did not make the first move and continued to stare intently at it. The tri-headed hound launched wind blades first, and Sinbart skillfully dodged them. While dodging, he was also contemplating how to deal with this tri-headed hound. Yes, that's how. It seemed Sinbart had come up with an idea. After dodging, he suddenly turned and ran. What is a tri-headed hound? It's a magical beast, and magical beasts are generally arrogant. Seeing you run, wouldn't they naturally chase? Indeed, as Sinbart anticipated, the tri-headed hound chased after him. Unseen beneath the hound's paws, Sinbart had cast his improved version of the wind acceleration spell under his feet, a small circle of light swirling in blue-green hues beneath him. Obviously, after casting the spell, Sinbart immediately felt his movement speed increase. Of course, compared to the tri-headed hound, it was only average. In order not to let the tri-headed hound see the magical assistance he had added, Sinbart deliberately ran in an S pattern through the grass, and did not leap, so as not to let the tri-headed hound spot the magical aid. This was also the best way to evade the tri-headed hound. Otherwise, wouldn't the tri-headed hound have already leapt a few times through the grass and caught up with Sinbart long ago? Sinbart suddenly turned around and threw a punch, releasing a lightning ball that would definitely not hit the tri-headed hound. It wasn't meant to scare it. The tri-headed hound deftly dodged, its eyes fixed on Sinbart. Sinbart panted heavily, making the tri-headed hound even prouder. Because the tri-headed hound was a highly sensitive magical beast wizard, Sunbart deliberately feigned being unable to hold out, causing the tri-headed hound to drop its guard. Indeed, it fell for the trick. The tri-headed hound confidently stepped forward. Suddenly, Sunbart accelerated twice. The unseen blue-green light beneath his feet transformed into 2 rings, a dual acceleration. It was Sunbart's self-created technique for escaping death, dual wind acceleration. To be objective, although Sunbart was very sensitive to magical elements and could easily gather them, what is the essence of magic? Of course, it is spirit. Without the spirit, no matter how much treasure you possess, if you don't know how to spend it, you can never use it all up. The dual acceleration abruptly brought Sunbart closer to the tri-headed hound, his punch striking out. The lightning ball moved faster than his fist, colliding with the tri-headed hound's body. With a jolt, Sunbart's fist followed, instantly hearing the sound of bones breaking. The tri-headed hound was struck by Sunbart's punch and thrown dozens of meters away, stopping when it crashed into a tree that required 2 people to encircle. How powerful was Sunbart's punch? Blood dripped from the 3 dog heads of the tri-headed hound, its 3 embedded pairs of eyes wide open in shock. Deep within the long valley, someone slumbering softly murmured, "Yes, it's you. Haha, I feel father's presence again. It must be you, my brother. I hope you'll work hard and come to see me soon." Haha. Just 1 dual acceleration and 2 lightning balls left Sunbart panting heavily, this time genuinely exhausted. Not physically, but spiritually. Rao and Gol jumped out from behind, both showing admiration. Actually, they both knew that with the current Sunbart, killing a level 6 tri-headed hound was utterly impossible. Tri-headed hounds were cunning and troublesome. With fast speed, warriors often struggled to hunt them. It was a case of chasing or evading each other constantly. Magical beast wizards weren't called such without reason. Because of Sunbart's tactical use, he was able to kill the tri-headed hound, first letting it become careless and lower its guard, then delivering a fatal blow. Though it sounded simple, for a 15-year-old child to pull it off wasn't easy at all. Even ordinary sword saints wouldn't willingly encounter tri-headed hounds. Gol quickly retrieved the 3 magical cores from the tri-headed hound, and Rao carried Sunbart home. The next day was the same. Unbeknownst to them, another year and 8 months had passed. 5 years. Yes, exactly 5 years. Sunbart was now 17, truly growing rapidly. Even his aura, which once surrounded him, was gradually turning golden. Though it was unclear what level golden represented, it was evident that it wasn't low. As for magic, Sunbart didn't even know his own level. He just knew he was like a great vessel, needing only spirit. However, in the past year and 8 months, which day hadn't he returned to rest only after completely depleting his spirit? Also, because of his abundant magic, he never worried about lacking mana. His concern was only the lack of spirit, so under such circumstances, Sunbart's spiritual cultivation had also advanced significantly. Even Rao, who had always accompanied Sunbart, an early-stage level 8 variant magical beast, now showed signs of breaking through to level 9. During dinner just now, they had made a decision to leave the Long Valley tomorrow, setting off so Sunbart could have more opportunities to study magic. Chapter 15, The Dragon Emperor City. Night. Sunbater leaned against the mountain wall, reminiscing about his experiences over the past 5 years. Every single moment filled Sunbater's newly adult heart with resentment. His current accomplishments could only be described as having laid a foundation in the previous few years. Although in the last 1 year and 8 months, Sunbater managed to reach the middle of the Dragon Valley through his own abilities, there were still many powerful magical beasts in the middle that he hadn't touched yet. What is the way of kings? The way of kings is to stop killing with killing. Kindness. Kindness is just something that invites humiliation. You give them a chance, they have a chance to rise again. This was what Layer had taught Sunbater, so Sunbater naturally followed. Only under absolute power lies the way of kings. On the surface, Sunbater appeared kind and honest, but when his eyes flared, an absolute dignity and dominance emerged. They were like the eyes of death watching you, making people shiver uncontrollably. This was also the result of Sunbater's trials. Tomorrow, it would be time to leave this Dragon Valley where he had trained for 5 years. There was a bit of difficulty letting go, but for the sake of future strength, Sunbater knew he must take this step. Gently closing his eyes, to quickly restore his mental power to its peak state, Sunbater knew that with the improvement brought by the divine dragon's blood, his body's restorative capabilities were absolutely terrifying, including nerve recovery. The night passed quietly. In the morning, the creek water rippled gently, and the mountain sparrows chirped. A harmonious picture of nature. Today, Sunbater and Layer would leave the Dragon Valley and set out on a new journey. Sunbater had been arranged to go to the best academy on the continent to study. He would learn magic which he wasn't too familiar with, so today he would leave here. Gorl did not wish to follow Layer and Sunbater back. Just yesterday, it entered deep into the Dragon Valley with reluctance, fearing emotional attachment, thus leaving early. Sunbater turned around repeatedly, looking back at the place where he had stayed for many years. Layer also knew this, but still galloped forward carrying Sunbater. Deep inside the Dragon Valley. Your Majesty, I have returned. If Layer and Sunbater heard this voice right now, they would certainly be surprised, because this was Gorl who lived with them for nearly 2 years. Just one word, faintly said, but obviously carried authority without anger. Gorl, I am now giving you 9th level strength. Soon follow after Sunbater and protect him in secret. Preferably, do not let Layer and Sunbater know, since Sunbater isn't strong enough without protection. Divine Dragon Guardians? Of course, I understand. The last sentence sounded like self-talk. As soon as these words were spoken, golden light surged violently from Gorl's body, so brilliant that the palace within seemed illuminated. Goral twisted painfully under the golden light, but couldn't suppress his excitement. Of course he was excited. It was his king granting him higher abilities. How could he not be excited? In the blink of an eye, the golden light calmed down, gradually dissipating. The lying down Goral looked unremarkable, but the 7 silver spines on his neck had now become 12 smaller ones. What exactly do these 12 spines represent? Goral stood up and was lightly pushed out of the palace by a flick of the sleeve of the man called king. Goral naturally understood and pursued Senbader at full speed immediately. After Goral left, the man referred to as king faintly smiled, muttering softly, "Senbader, don't disappoint me. Strive." Layer, nearly reaching level 9, was now drawing a long trail on the vast plain, indicating how fast he was running, definitely much faster than 5 years ago. Back then, Layer feared Senbader couldn't keep up. Now, of course, he no longer hesitated, speeding towards their first destination, the Dragon Emperor City, also the capital of the Dragon Emperor Duchy. 8 days later, outside the Dragon Emperor City, Dragon Emperor Duchy, Senbader once again wore the only inheritance from his father 5 years ago, the leather clothing, except now it had a bloodstained hole, and the dragon scale underneath was gone. Senbader had absorbed the dragon scales, and the bloodstained hole, of course, was punctured by Layer. Now, Senbader was towering tall. His body had grown by 40 centimeters since 5 years ago. Being 12 years old and already over 1 meter 80, he was now approximately 2 meters 3 in height. Having no other clothes, the ripped outfit made Senbader appear like a vagabond beggar. Even more pitiful was Layer, who originally didn't wear much clothing. Now he only wore a beast skin skirt covering the lower half. Frightening muscles burst all over his body. Senbader also realized one thing: they had no money. But not long after, they found out that Layer's spatial ring contained money. Layer, though not entirely sure what the golden shiny things were used for, at least knew it was gold. Layer was still somewhat the former ruler of the magic beast dense forest. Smaller magical beasts would offer tribute in the form of gold. Upon hearing Layer's explanation, Senbader discovered that his own spatial ring not only contained many magical beast cores, but also a significant amount of gold. Since Senbader had lived with his father for over 10 years, he certainly understood the ratio of these coins. On the Dragon God continent, the coin exchange rate was 1 is equal to 100 equals 1,000, where 100 were silver coins and 1,000 copper coins. Clearly, inside Senbader's spatial ring, there were only gold coins as well as over 1,000 red diamonds, each equivalent to 100 gold coins. After sorting through all this, Senbader gave Layer several thousand gold coins, and the two entered the city. At the entrance of the Dragon Emperor City, specifically the East Gate, 2 soldiers stopped them. Layer thought something might be amiss and immediately placed Senbader behind him protectively. Even though the army of the Dragon Emperor City maintained strict discipline and did not outright call them beggars, the disdain and contempt in their eyes were clearly visible to both Senbader and Layer. Foreigners must pay 10 copper coins to enter the city. No payment means no entry. By this point, Layer had figured it out, but seeing the guard's scornful expressions, he roughly slapped a gold coin onto the face of one of the gatekeepers. A nearby guard prepared to stab Layer with a spear, just like the man who was slapped, but when they saw a gold coin fall from the man's face, both froze. Throughout this entire incident, Senbader didn't utter a word, while Layer arrogantly shouted, "Here, you take the extra to drink with. Lozos." Suddenly, the 2 guards treated Layer and Senbader like lords, bowing low and agreeing quickly. Layer stepped into the city first, followed by Senbader. However, they overheard the 2 guards whispering, "It seems we've encountered a big shot. Who knows why such rich men dress like beggars? Is the world changing? Lower your voice, don't let those 2 hear us. They've paid us anyway, so what do we complain about?" Senbader couldn't help but smile slightly. In fact, neither Senbader nor Layer realized that these guards earned merely around 30 silver coins per month, and ordinary families even less, some just over 10. Therefore, when Layer handed over a gold coin, they naturally felt delighted. It wasn't their fault either, since they only carried gold coins and red diamonds. After all, how could they give red diamonds instead of gold coins? Senbader hurriedly caught up with Layer, and it was the first time Senbader had entered the city. He was completely captivated by the prosperous scene of the Dragon Emperor City, much like a country bumpkin browsing a shopping mall. Although most people on the Dragon God continent weren't short, being over 2.3 meters tall still made Senbader stand out, as if he were a large pillar among the crowd, towering higher than Layer himself now. Layer wanted to look casual, but he was equally mesmerized by the various women on the road and lively shops. Watching one woman after another, her waist swaying gracefully and hips swinging, it seemed as if the women's waists were almost about to snap at any moment. Layer mused then, human women trained their flexibility quite impressively. Truly formidable. Senbader and Layer wandered aimlessly, unaware that others viewed them much like villagers scrutinizing strangers. Especially Layer, whose thighs revealed beneath the shoe peach-in, beast skin skirt, moved loosely with the wind, exposing explosive muscles all over. Some assumed Layer must be a robust farmer, but such an assumption couldn't be more wrong. Senbader eventually noticed something amiss. The number of passers-by increased, all glancing towards Layer who seemed unaffected, fully enjoying his surroundings. Senbader, witnessing Layer's obliviousness, wished desperately to find a hole and crawl in. He nudged Layer's arm a few times with no response. Finally, Layer couldn't help but say, "Master, stay still. Look at that woman ahead. Shake it, keep shaking. Yes, work hard. Women practicing softness skills are indeed impressive." Saying this, Layer turned to glance at Senbader. Senbader's face instantly flushed red because Layer's booming voice wasn't quiet at all, eliciting laughter from passersby. The woman up ahead appeared to have heard, blushing furiously and dashing off. At this moment, Layer scratched his head, gazing at the pedestrians, looking bewildered. Was I wrong? The passersby reciprocated with meaningful rolled eyes, essentially saying, "You're an idiot." Senbader couldn't bear it anymore, dragging Layer away and darting down a side street, disappearing into the crowd. Naturally, this act again caused uproarious laughter. Chapter 16, The Dylan Royal Academy. Later, if a magical beast transforms into a human, it is called a person. If transformed into a beast shape, then it is called a beast. This was the difference between him and it. Sembart had no choice but to place Leal in a small alley as he went to a clothing store to purchase several outfits. However, due to Sembart's immense height, very few clothes could fit him. The tailor told Sembart that from now on, his garments would have to be custom-made. Now wearing new attire, a white robe, Sembart still lacked the grace of etiquette training, so he didn't appear aristocratic. In his hands, he held a set of clothes purchased for Leal as he walked back. At this moment, Sembart was still thinking how amusing it was that Uncle Leal had such a side to him. He kept the clothes in his hands to avoid letting too many people know he possessed a spatial ring. Why? Because even the king might not own too many spatial rings. Those who truly had them were all very powerful figures. Not wanting others to know, Sembart chose this method. When he returned to the alley, he saw Leal pouting like an angry child, muttering something under his breath. Sembart pretended not to see and merely handed the clothes over, signaling Leal to quickly change. For several consecutive days, Sembart and Leal frequented taverns and bars where they could inquire about reputable schools. In fact, within each duchy, there was a royal academy. However, the most prominent among them remained the Dylan Duchy. With an extensive teaching staff, a large number of students, and a long history of existence, the Dylan Royal Academy stood firmly at the top among all academies. Actually, each duchy had more than one academy, with private institutions also being numerous. Moreover, the Holy Light Temple also housed an academy that compared favorably with the Dylan Royal Academy, though it was a private institution. Naturally, the Dark Temple was the same, educating future generations of dark or light successors. Although Sembart decided to study at the Dylan Royal Academy, the less favorable part was that the registration time for the academy was the last 3 days of the last month of every year. Now, it was only early November at the end of autumn, meaning the registration period was still 2 months away. This meant that Sembart could only wait patiently with Leal. But Leal wasn't idle either, so naturally neither was Sembart. Leal certainly qualified as a steward. Every day when Sembart went out of the city for training, Leal purchased a cheaper house for their master-servant duo. Although it was cheap, it was still quite expensive in the capital of Dylan. It took selling multiple low-grade magical beast cores at the auction house to afford it. Of course, Sembart still had money, but to avoid interrupting his cultivation, Leal took some of the small magical beast crystal cores that Sembart had hunted down in Dragon Valley in the past, and sold them. They acquired more clothing, with all eating and drinking arranged by Leal. Sembart's daily cultivation took place outside the city, specifically to avoid being seen using such an astonishing method of cultivation. If any prying eyes caught sight of this, he would surely be recruited by various factions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, maintaining a low profile was best. This, of course, was what Leal had told him. Having once been a leader himself, Leal understood the intricacies of talent recruitment well. Outside the city of Dilong, amidst the dense forest, it seemed due to the high population density around the city, there weren't many magical beasts nearby. Sembart practiced with fire magic in his left hand and lightning magic in his right. Now I can use both types of magic simultaneously, but I wonder when I will be able to cast wind magic beneath my feet as assistance. Sembart pondered silently. Whoosh. Clearly, although practicing 2 magics simultaneously was possible, even so, the spiritual support could only sustain for 3 hours. And this was after continuous cultivation by Sembart, which indicated dual casting wasn't that easy to master. Actually, if Sembart used just one type of magic along with his boxing techniques, he could endure for 8 hours. Don't forget, Sembart also had the depletion of battle chi inside his body. 8 hours, actually, isn't short. But now he was practicing with 2 kinds of magic. Sometimes, Leal didn't even know what kind of vessel Sembart's body truly was. Inside his vast meridians resided battle chi, various magical elements, and blood. Clearly, Sembart's meridians were incredibly wide. Under such intense training, without a doubt, the mental energy grew fastest. While normal people might stay awake for 3 days, Sembart could remain awake for 90 days or more. How many times stronger was that compared to ordinary people? But during a fight, it was a different story. The consumption was too great. Therefore, even with all these total consumptions, Sembart's progress in cultivation was undoubtedly extremely fast. Mages trained by casting more spells and consuming both mana and spirit power. Normally, when training, for example with a grand spell, where does one practice? It was clear that Sembart's cultivation method was the most unique and effective. He merely stood still, enduring the mental consumption, for he never worried about running out of magic, as magical elements were his servants, vying to serve him. Dragging his exhausted body back, Sembart's mental energy in his mind was rapidly recovering at this moment. Arriving at the city gate, Sembart tossed a few copper coins to enter. Over the past month and more, these guards had long come to recognize Sembart, including the 2 guards who met him the first time and no longer underestimated him. As Sembart passed through the city gate, another figure followed inside. If Sembart turned back at this moment, he would have been astonished, for this person was none other than Gore, who had accompanied them for 1 year and 8 months. However, Simbart didn't have the energy to look back. Back in the courtyard, Simbart sat cross-legged in the training room, restoring his mental power. It was always like this, and Lei standing by the window had long since grown accustomed to it. Lil only devoted himself entirely to serving as Simbart's logistical support, even during training when Lil concealed himself to provide covert protection. All this was seen by the faster and stealthier Gore, so they had never encountered each other, because one returned before Simbart entered the city, and the other came after. Time flew by, even quicker than the blink of an eye. It was almost 2 months since arriving at Dilong City. Tomorrow, Simbart would report to the Dylan Royal Academy. Today, Simbart returned heavily weighed down to the courtyard as usual. Today he had managed to maintain dual casting for 4 hours, but he still felt it was far from enough. Yes, it was nowhere near enough. Even so, 17-year-old Simbart already bore the title of an absolute prodigy on the Divine Dragon Continent. A Grand Sword Saint at 17. His mental power was beyond measure, and his level of magic unknown. However, there was one thing. Was the Royal Academy so easy to admit students? Chapter 17. Admission Conditions and Testing. In the early morning, the air was clear and pleasant, with rays of sunlight. Even though winter was approaching, the sun still felt warm on people's skin. Simbait had not slept all night because of excitement. As usual, sitting down wasn't for recovery, but for meditation. After eating the breakfast that Lear had prepared, Simbait also noticed the joy on Lear's face. Yes, 2 months of waiting, just for today. The Dilong Royal Academy was not in the city, but at the backside of the mountain behind the palace. The Dilong Palace was built along the mountain, as if embedded into the mountain wall. This showed the extraordinary talent of the original designer. Because it was the backside of the mountain, they left after breakfast. Half an hour later, this mountain was quite towering and very high. It was precisely because of this that Sinbait and Lear, with their superhuman speed, took half an hour to get here. Looking around, there were crowds of people, a surging mass of heads. It surprised both Sinbait and Lear. Looking ahead, many parents brought their children to line up. The long queue seemed to stretch for miles. There were also tents on the sides, indicating that many people came to wait in line much earlier. On both sides of the queue were soldiers maintaining order. Each one wore black armor, with sharp eyes, and held long spears. The spearheads, shaped like scimitars, gleamed, clearly showing the spear's sharpness. But within the crowd, Senbait noticed quite a few aged grandfathers or elderly grandmothers bringing their grandchildren to sign up. This reminded Senbait of his father. "Are you okay, father?" Just like this, how many families didn't hope their children would succeed? And precisely because of this, it could be seen that the Dilong Royal Academy was a good school because it accepted students no matter whether you were a high-ranking official or a commoner. The academy sought talents rather than money. This exactly demonstrated how wise and sagacious the emperor of the Dilong Principality was. Lear frowned seeing such a long queue. Of course, he also wanted to quickly run to the front and bring Sinbait straight in. However, seeing the elderly man, he felt sorry. Coincidentally, there was a loud argument coming from the front. Lear asked Sinbait to go see what happened while he stayed to queue. Getting closer, Sinbait saw a young nobleman dressed in aristocratic attire. He was probably here to take the test for entrance into the Dilong Royal Academy. However, he did not want to queue up but instead attempted to cut in line, arguing with an elderly man. That young lord cursed out loud. "Old fool, move out of my way. Don't you see me? Move, move." After that, he shoved the old man aside and placed himself at the first position in the line. Perhaps unwilling to argue further with such a person, the elderly man stepped back slightly. However, Sinbait could see that by the old man's side, a handsome and lovely girl clenched her fists tightly, glaring at him with concentrated hatred. She wouldn't allow anyone to touch her grandfather. The grandfather, seemingly noticing his granddaughter's expression, gently pulled her sleeve, and only then did the girl calm down looking at her grandfather. "Hey, you stubborn old thing, your granddaughter is really beautiful, right? Not bad. After I sign my name, let's discuss joining our families. Give me your granddaughter as a wife, haha." On the platform, various teachers observing the situation despised the youth deeply, showing disdain in their eyes. Since the young noble hadn't resorted to violence yet, the royal guards nearby were unable to act against him. "Do you know the rules?" lazily asked a middle-aged teacher seated on the stage at the school gate. "Teacher, I don't," the young nobleman said, bowing obsequiously. "Follow the teacher behind you inside. There will be a test. If you pass, you will be admitted." "All right. Thank you, teacher." After speaking, the youth glanced at the pretty girl beside the old man, but she glared back at him fiercely. Indifferent to her reaction, the young man smiled faintly and followed the teacher forward. They went through a small side door on the right. Actually, the elderly man knew that everyone else's evaluations had been conducted right at the school gate. But why did the young lord insist on entering the campus first before testing? No one knew the reason. Senbait looked around, finding nothing unusual, and turned back to rejoin the line. Upon returning to Lear's side, Lear gestured to Senbait asking what had happened. Senbait simply shook his head without saying anything. Lear then understood that nothing significant had occurred. 2 hours later, however, the queue where Lear stood had barely moved forward. Senbait sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought. Seeing that Senbait was cultivating even during such moments, a look of happiness appeared in Lear's eyes. Lear called out to Senbait, "Young master, why don't you go home first? This line will take a long time, probably until tomorrow. You should go home and practice. I'll stand here. By the time you come in the morning, we might be close to the front." He emphasized the word home heavily, hinting at something. The people around initially thought Senbait was just some noble's son. But after hearing Lear saying that he should return home to practice, others began to look at Senbait differently. Indeed, even during such a moment, Senbeit prioritized his cultivation. How could this not draw admiration? Senbeit said nothing, immediately turning away. But this time, he didn't head back to the city but found a quiet place outside the city walls to continue refining his spiritual power. When tired, he would sit cross-legged on the spot. When hungry, he would simply take some dry rations from the spatial ring. These rations were what Lear had instructed Senbeit to prepare. Time slipped by bit by bit. When Senbeit awoke for the third time, the sky was already slightly brightening with the dawn of the day, the eastern horizon showing the pale glow of fishbelly white. After a night of recovery and meditation, his mental strength had been restored. Senbeit stood up and set off toward the Royal Academy behind the palace with powerful strides. By the time Senbeit arrived, Lear was just dozens of meters from the gate of the school, with only over 100 people ahead of him. However, the line behind Lear still stretched for miles. Senbeit stealthily took out a piece of dry food and a water pouch from his spatial ring and headed towards Lear. Seeing Senbeit's growth, Lear felt deep emotions welling inside of him. Yes, it had already been 5.5 years since they met. The closer-than-blood relationship continued to grow stronger as Lear witnessed Senbeit's steady improvement every day. And wasn't Senbeit feeling the same way? Even though there had once been a bit of resentment towards Lear, over the 5 years, combined with his original judgment, Senbeit clearly knew that it wasn't Lear's fault at all. Therefore, long ago, Senbeit had considered Lear one of his closest kin. As Lear nibbled on the dry ration handed over by Senbeit, watching this towering figure of a child beside him, tears almost welled up in his eyes. Finally, it was Senbeit's turn. He waited next to Lear, ready to take the test, as soon as the person in front finished. Yesterday, he had observed everything from afar and hadn't noticed the grandeur of the entrance to the Royal Academy. Looking around now, 2 majestic stone statues of Qilin guarded the gates, so lifelike that they appeared almost real. Above the gateway hung a prominent plaque easily visible to everyone. 6 golden characters inscribed upon it, Dilong Imperial Academy. Truly, it carried itself with dignity and grandeur. Even just from the inscription, one could see how magnificent and imposing the school was. Below the larger characters were smaller ones. Leon Nu's signature. This signified the Emperor's personal involvement and confirmed that the true principal was none other than Emperor Dilong himself, Emperor Leon. The next came the same teacher's voice lazily from yesterday. Yet upon seeing Senbeit's towering frame, a flash of appreciation crossed his eyes, seemingly admiring Senbeit's height. Name, age. Senbeit Russ, 17 years old. What do you want to study? What's your talent? I'm here to learn magic. My talent is magic, Senbeit answered according to the questions asked truthfully. All right, put your hand on the crystal ball to the left. Let's see your affinity with magic elements and what kind of magic attributes you're suitable for. Magic affinity determines which type of magic suits you best and how certain elements resonate within you. For instance, if you are wind type, your affinity appears blue-green. To determine the affinity, the brightness of the corresponding light on the magic testing crystal reveals how strong your elemental connection is. If it's only faint, then your affinity is low, which isn't good. Of course, these were things Senbeit didn't know, and neither did Lear. Understood. Senbeit responded, slowly extending his hand to place it upon the crystal ball. Chapter 18 Admission Requirements and Tests. The crystal appeared to have no signs of improvement, without a hint of color. This made Sunbart extremely nervous. Just as the examiner thought that Sunbart had no magical affinity, suddenly the crystal emitted a strong white light that dazzled everyone and did not fade for a long time. All the examiners were astonished by the sight of the crystal ball. Even the teacher who had been sitting lazily was extremely surprised. What Sunbart didn't know was that the Dragon Guardian was hard at work compressing other magical elements within him. Otherwise, if they were detected, there would be trouble for Sunbart. Shocked. Absolutely shocked. Everyone around, except for his companion Lear, looked at Sunbart like he was a monster. Even the teacher who conducted Sunbart's test earlier was gaping in disbelief. This. But teachers, after all, are teachers. After a brief moment of astonishment, they regained their composure. Not bad, You go inside. A teacher will be waiting for you. You'll duel with him, then summon your guardian beast. If you pass, you can start school the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sunbart froze in disbelief, never expecting the evaluation would require summoning a guardian beast. But, in his moment of anxiety, Sunbart heard the voice of the divine dragon guardian in his mental sea. Don't worry, I'm your guardian, so everything is fine. Just walk in there and watch closely. I'll transform into your guardian beast. Sunbart, upon hearing the words of the divine dragon guardian, let go of his concerns and followed the instructions, heading towards the left entrance of the Royal Academy. Lear attempted to follow from behind, but was stopped by the teacher who declared, parents cannot accompany. With no choice, Lear could only look helplessly at Sunbart, who nodded firmly in return. Inside the campus grounds, instead of seeing an expansive and beautiful garden or classrooms, nor a playground, what greeted them was a circular testing room enclosed by large rainbow cloths erected by the school leaders. This setup ensured that personal abilities evaluated during admissions remained private and undisclosed to uninvolved individuals. Inside the chamber stood a tall yet curvaceous female teacher about 1.8 meters in height, wearing fiery red sportswear. Name. Immediately prepare for battle and summon your guardian beast under my pressure. As she spoke, her overwhelming aura began to emanate from her presence. Sunbart lose. Understood, teacher. The moment the words left his lips, indeed, a silver halo formed behind Sunbart, followed by purple voids. Sunbart felt an immense sense of comfort in his body. softly closing his eyes as he connected with his summoned guardian beast for the first time. However, the opposing female teacher stared in disbelief, her mouth agape wide. Sunbart noticed the silence from the teacher, opening his eyes cautiously to observe the attractive teacher before him. Pondering why, he turned around to glance at the summoned guardian behind him, slowly widening his own mouth in astonishment. Because behind him wasn't just one guardian beast, it was actually two. More accurately, a pair of twin sisters indiscernible in age since their forms resembled two beautiful flowers only as big as human heads. Suddenly, the guardian beasts opened their eyes wide, blinking cutely. Though charmingly innocent, it gave Sunbart a surge of energy, making his entire body feel powerful to the point of explosion. The beautiful woman instructor still maintained an expression full of shock. Guardian beasts. Yes, they were guardians, but humanoid ones. Even more surprising, they were paired twins. Heaven forbid. Thud. Sunbart thought he heard something behind him fall, and surely the teacher outside also noticed the sound. Turning back, the twin guardians disappeared instantly. However, the incoming teacher only saw the fallen female teacher, unaware of the existence of Sunbart's guardian beast. Hastily rushing to the side of the downed instructor, Sunbart stood frozen in place while the teachers asked, "Kelly, what happened?" Kelly, lying on the ground, stirred awake groggily, pointing at Sunbart, but unable to utter any coherent sentences due to the prior shock. But the nearby male teacher who held Kelly turned immediately with malice-filled eyes at Sunbart and said sternly, "Young man, explain yourself right now, or else your admission will fail." Finally regaining her strength, Kelly whispered faintly, "No, it's not his fault. He is exceptionally outstanding. You should approve him." Hearing Kelly's words, the male teacher's impression of Sunbart improved significantly. The teacher who had been sitting lazily by the school gate earlier squinted at Sunbart. He remembered Sunbart's magical element affinity and was naturally extremely interested in him. What Sunbart didn't know was that this lazy-looking teacher was actually their vice principal, Kaiki Charlie. At the moment, Sunbart hadn't noticed something important. Humans should not possess the overwhelming aura of beast guardians. So, where did Kelly's aura come from? It should be said that without guidance from any teacher or layer, Sunbart remained unaware. But where exactly did Kelly's aura come from? Perhaps only time would reveal it as Sunbart uncovered the truth later on. The vice principal then said kindly to Sunbart, "Child, you can go home now. You'll start class the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day for enrollment. Come at 8 a.m. Sunbart was thoroughly confused throughout. He obediently responded with a weak, "Oh," and turned to leave. Just as Sunbart walked away, the vice principal told Kelly, "Kelly teacher, please follow me to the office so I can understand what happened." Of course, outside, Layer was anxiously waiting. Seeing many teachers running to the back, Layer immediately understood that Sunbart was being evaluated. When he saw Sunbart safely emerge, he sighed in relief. He quickly asked, "What happened?" Sunbart repeated everything that had just occurred to Layer. Layer didn't realize the full extent of the surprise behind these events, but thought nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Therefore, both went back to the city, one walking behind the other. However, Sunbart was genuinely very excited. This was because he finally saw his own guardian beast. Although the current form of the guardian was created by the divine dragon guardian, Sunbart knew that the dragon had said that this transformed guardian would become his permanent guardian beast. Hence, Sunbart couldn't help feeling elated. Even more thrilling was that the guardian beast turned out to be an unusual pair of twins, and they were even ranked at the Earth grade level. Sunbart was aware of how significant the Earth grade ranking was, and thus contained his excitement while eagerly awaiting the classes that were set to begin in 2 days. Chapter 19, Enrollment. Since the registration of the other day, Sunbart has returned to his usual schedule. It seems as though attending such a prestigious school means nothing to him. He still immersed himself in his study of using 2 types of magic at once. Even though during these past 2 months, while not always being used, he was able to simultaneously wield 2 magics for 4.5 hours instead of 5. If others were to know, wouldn't they be shocked? Just now, the divine dragon guarding his mental sea told Sunbart that his guardian beast was brewing under the divine dragon's blood, undergoing self-refinement instead of following the normal training methods. In his mental realm, it could train already. After hearing the divine dragon guardian's words, Sunbart was so surprised that he remained silent for a long time. Returning home, Layer had already prepared dinner for Sunbart, and thus master and servant shared a meal together. Nothing much happened that night. The next morning, the sun rose brilliantly, warm and pleasant. Today was Sunbart's first day of school. There was a clear rule in the school. Parents couldn't follow along. Only this way can the children's independence be cultivated. Obviously, Layer could not accompany him. Of course, every 6 months, there would be one vacation period back home. Sunbart didn't have much preparation to do, simply taking a set of beddings and some changes of clothes, and with that, left the small home they shared for the last 2 months. Slowly arriving at the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. Even from afar one could see a teacher standing by the main entrance distributing something. But there weren't many people at the school gate. Sunbart hurried forward toward the school. "What's your name?" the teacher asked kindly. "My name is Sunbart Longs, teacher." Sunbart replied politely with a bow. Seeing Sunbart's politeness, the teacher nodded slightly, then said, "You're the 156th student, the last one for this year. Alright, you can go in. Your classroom is on the left side of that teaching building, the last room on the first floor." The teacher pointed out the location to Sunbart, just in case he might lose his way. "And also, in the dormitory building behind the teaching building, you'll stay in the first room on the second floor. You should drop off your things first, get familiar with the school, and classes start in the afternoon." Of course, Simbart understood what the teacher implied. What? Teacher, did we only recruit 156 students today? Yes. Even if we don't wish to, the Empire needs to select only geniuses. That's just the way it is, the teacher shrugged helplessly. Goodness, standing in line for 3 days, and every day was miles-long queues. Yet, they only accepted 156 students. Simbart was amazed. Of course, it was only temporary shock, but he still had to find his own classroom since learning was his most important goal. Without hesitation, Simbart took large strides forward, just as the teacher sighed softly from behind. As Principal Kachi said, this boy named Simbart has robust arms, swift steps, broad shoulders. Every look tells me he'd make an excellent warrior. Yet, why does he prefer studying magic? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He shook his head, no longer dwelling on the thought, lightly stepping back into the office building. Simbart first found his dormitory building, walking up to the first room on the second floor, and pushed the door open. Inside, there were already 3 people present. Looking up, he noticed the luxurious bedroom contained only 4 beds, all well-equipped facilities, causing Simbart to feel rather impressed. Truly worthy of being the Royal Academy. Welcome, our 4th roommate has arrived. Hello, my name is Jones Leon. A slender, radiant-faced man said to Simbart. Simbart naturally didn't refuse, extending his hand for a handshake while saying, Simbart Longs, nice to meet you. Jones then pointed to the 2 roommates behind him, introducing them to Simbart. The one sitting on the left is called Ophelia Diameter. Though he doesn't talk much, he's actually quite good-natured. Simbart cast a glance at the youth called Ophelia. Even from this gentle look, Simbart could sense a distant aura radiating from him, a cold-blooded feeling. Yes, exactly like someone who has shed blood. Ophelia had definitely killed before. Having undergone years of training in the Dragon Valley, especially during the final 18 months, Simbart could identify this kind of gaze at first sight. Nevertheless, out of goodwill, Simbart greeted Ophelia, hello. With this simple response, Simbart knew he guessed correctly. Although unclear about Ophelia's profound hatred, it wasn't appropriate for Simbart to inquire at this moment. Subsequently, Jones pointed towards the short child on his right side and introduced him, but before Jones could speak, the young man began introducing himself. Hello, my name is Babylon Got. After saying that, he extended his right hand to Simbart in a friendly manner. Seeing Babylon's short stature and youthful features, Simbart could clearly tell that Babylon was not very old. Still, Simbart kindly reached out his hand as well, greeting Babylon with a smile. Yes, hello. Thus, Simbart got acquainted with the 3 roommates he would live with at the Royal Academy. Simbart quickly arranged his bed. There was nothing much to organize since students at the Royal Academy didn't have to pay any tuition. If you were capable and talented, the Empire provided free education. Of course, the country would later absorb them all. Thus, beds and equipment were all provided by the state. Babylon obviously seemed like a very enthusiastic person and immediately helped Simbart arrange things, finishing quickly. Then Babylon whispered, Simbart, are you really here to study magic? Look at us, our bodies are so flexible. In magic studies, being tall isn't an advantage. When you first entered, I thought you had walked into the wrong room. With such a towering figure, I still can't believe it even now. With an honest grin, Simbart scratched the back of his head, remaining silent, but firmly told Babylon, I'm definitely here to study magic. The simple few words ensured Babylon asked no more questions. Jones stood at the doorway and loudly announced to Simbart and the others. Actually, the first one to enter our dormitory was me, but we need to elect our leader among ourselves. In future life and studies, this person will be our senior. If anyone bullies us, the leader must stand up first. Do you agree? Upon hearing Jones's words, the 3 looked somewhat interested in him. Seeing his roommates drawn to his words, Jones continued confidently. We won't decide by age, but by strength. What do you say? After hearing Jones's proposal, both Simbart and Ophelia slightly nodded their heads in agreement, while only young Babylon openly voiced approval. However, when Ophelia glanced at Simbart, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, silently wondering why Simbart also emitted a killing aura. Of course, he wasn't aware of Simbart's final 18 months of trial in Dragon Valley, yet he could sense it from Simbart's eyes, which proved Ophelia was no ordinary character either. The 4 headed over to the courtyard on the left side of the teaching building. There was a clear regulation within the school. Random fighting was prohibited. However, sparring was actively encouraged by the school administration. Who goes first? Jones asked Simbart and the others. I'll just watch. There's no way I can beat you older brothers. It was the youngest Babylon speaking. I'll pass too. Actually, I know absolutely nothing about magic and have never studied it. Simbart declined as well. Ophelia, then it's down to the 2 of us. Ophelia simply nodded without a word and assumed an attacking stance. Chapter 20, Principal Keck's Invitation. Begin. Babool and Simbart stood far apart, and Babool's crisp voice called out to start. Suddenly, a white halo appeared behind Ophelia and Jones at the same time. White hole. Impressive. Both are only around 10 years old, but are already Spirit Guardian Beast level. It is evident that the Tyrong Royal Academy recruits only gifted students. Behind Jones, there appeared a Lightning Leopard Guardian. Yes, mages have agility-enhancing Spirit Guardians, which help their magic greatly. Ophelia showed no less strength. From the hole, behind her walked out a White Fox Guardian. A rare Spirit Guardian, though it's unclear what skills the White Fox could bring Ophelia, but it certainly wasn't trash. Jones roared loudly, be careful. Ophelia merely nodded lightly, without saying anything. Lightning Leopard Wind Acceleration. Instantly, Jones' figure darted toward Ophelia at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quietly recited the incantation for fire magic. "O spirits of fire and nature, come and help your friend." Fireball. Immediately, from Jones' palm emerged a fireball as big as a human head flying towards Ophelia. At the same moment, Ophelia chanted, "White Fox Shadow Clone." As she finished chanting, her body immediately split into two images of Ophelia, causing even young Babul to rub his eyes thinking he had double vision. Even Sunbart couldn't distinguish which one was real and which one was a shadow. "O spirits of wind and nature, come and help your friend." Wind blade. Only to see two fine green wind blades emerge from both of Ophelia's palms and fly toward Jones. Of course, Jones could tell that Ophelia was much stronger than himself. She could conjure a wind blade with each hand, something he couldn't do. Although this was a fireball spell, he couldn't release two simultaneously right now. Seeing the sharpness of the wind blades, he quickly increased his speed to jump away. Sunbart, watching on the side, felt profound insight. He definitely knew that when it came to acceleration, Jones' magic speed was nowhere near as powerful as his own double speed enhancement. In terms of Ophelia's dual hand magic, it also wasn't as fast as his casting speed. This sparring match would just boil down to endurance because the dual hand magic was undoubtedly consuming Ophelia's mental energy terrifyingly fast. Therefore, she could only go for a quick decision. But did Sunbart know? Ophelia herself certainly did. But her speed was indeed not up to Jones. What should she do? As the fireballs and wind blades danced around the field, Jones felt himself getting tired gradually. His face turned deep red, gasping for air. On the other hand, Ophelia seemed much better off, clearly showing that Ophelia's mental energy far exceeded Jones. A battle between mages. Undoubtedly, it all comes down to who has more mental power. Sunbart deeply understands this. The Flash Leopard wind acceleration belongs to the Flash Leopard's magic, not Jones' personal ability, so after the whole fight, the Flash Leopard itself was very mentally drained too. Due to constant use, it went back early to the spiritual sea to rest. Similarly, the White Fox Shadow Clone also belonged to the Guardian Beast's magic. But seeing that the White Fox remained following closely behind Ophelia afterward indicates its magical capability surpassed Jones' Flash Leopard by much. Even if they were at the same tier of spirit guardian beasts, there are still junior, intermediate, and senior levels known only by their masters. Judging from the situation, Ophelia's guardian clearly ranked much higher than Jones. In the present situation, it goes without saying that Ophelia won the victory and naturally secured the position of dorm leader. Little Babul happily ran beside Ophelia and exclaimed, "Big brother Ophelia, you're really amazing." Ophelia looked as if she genuinely liked Babul, tenderly patting Babul's little head, which was much shorter than hers, a rare smile playing on her lips. Jones, breathing heavily, said to Ophelia, "Older brother, I am impressed. You'll be our boss from now on." Ophelia turned to look at Sunbart, who looked resolutely at Ophelia and uttered two words, "Boss." With these simple two words, Ophelia understood that Sunbart had acknowledged her. It wasn't that Sunbart didn't want to fight. It's that he didn't want to win leadership through fighting. He needed more time to train himself. So he had no choice but to watch them battle instead. Nevertheless, he gained some practical experience, human combat experience, since Sunbart had only fought against many beasts and never against humans. Though their abilities may be lower, their brains are exceedingly intelligent, incomparable even to beasts. Supporting Jones, Sunbart helped carry him while Babul supported Ophelia as they walked back to the dormitory. Sunbart was pondering over their previous battle. Of course, he did not see the earth and water magic that he had never been exposed to, and he felt somewhat disheartened. As time passed, it soon became lunchtime. The dining hall was next to the dormitory building, with the first floor designated for the first year, second floor for the second year, and so on. Since the school only had 3 grades, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, the 4th floor was reserved for the teachers' dining area. Even before they entered, a cacophony of noise could be heard from the cafeteria. It seemed new students were discussing the meals at the Royal Academy. There were also no shortage of girls. They ordered a couple of home-style meals and sat together to eat. After hastily finishing lunch, Sunbart returned to the dormitory and continued meditating. Unlike Babul, who took a nap to rest, Sunbart remained focused on meditation. Jones did the same as Babul, while Ophelia, like Sunbart, sat on her bed and began meditating. But not long after Sunbart started his meditation, a visitor familiar yet strange came to their dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. A clear knocking sound came from the door. Sunbart got off the bed to open it. On the bed, Babul, half asleep, muttered adorably, "Why is someone knocking at midnight?" Clearly thinking he was still at home and mistaking the nap for midnight, saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. No one knew what kind of dream Babul was having. This clear knocking sound also caused Ophelia to open her eyes during her meditation. She turned to look at Sunbart opening the door, and a hint of vigilance could be seen in her eyes. When Sunbart opened the door, he saw the middle-aged teacher who had been sitting in the center, recruiting freshmen when he queued up that day. Upon seeing it was Sunbart, the teacher he intended to find, the man hesitated slightly, but then quickly composed himself. Sunbart gave Ophelia a reassuring glance, and Ophelia closed her eyes lightly again. The teacher beckoned Sunbart over, and he followed him out without asking questions. Together, they went to the teacher's office. Lifting his eyes, Sunbart noticed a sign above, Vice Principal's office. Sunbart thought to himself, so this man was actually the Vice Principal of the Royal Academy. But why would the Vice Principal want to see me? With uneasiness and doubts in his mind, Sunbart still followed the principal into his office. "Hello, young Sunbart. As you can see, I am the Vice Principal of Tyrong Royal Academy, Keck Charlie. Hello, Principal. You know my name, but may I ask, why have you called me here? Sunbart politely asked, voicing the question in his mind. Principal Keck smiled kindly at Sunbart. Chapter 21. The first whiff of the divine artifact. Hee, take a seat first. Let's have a leisurely conversation, teacher and student. You don't need to go to class this afternoon. I've already arranged it. Kechi looked at Sunbart with much joy. Sunbart wondered what Kechi wanted to talk about, as it would evidently take an entire afternoon. It was as if Kechi saw the confusion in Sunbart's mind. With kindness, he said to Sunbart, Sunbart, can you tell me where your home is? Principal Kechi. I live in a small mountain village to the northwest of the Dirong Principality. It doesn't have any particular name, Sunbart answered him politely. Oh, then how about your guardian beast cultivation? Of course, you don't have to answer that if you don't want to, Kechi said out of curiosity, but quickly understood that no one reveals such secrets. Cultivation secrets were forbidden knowledge. Relieved he didn't have to answer, Sunbart breathed a sigh of relief since he didn't know how to respond to the amiable principal anyway. Kechi liked Sunbart without saying anything, and couldn't resist his inner turmoil, so he blurted out, Sunbart, I want to take you on as my disciple. Would you be willing? Of course, you can think about it. Sunbart began to contemplate. If it were anyone else, they would immediately agree. However, there were certain things Sunbart could not reveal, magic-wise, and he only had two types left unlearned. If Kechi were to become his teacher, what purpose would that serve? Sunbart lifted his head, looking at Kechi, showing a demeanor that didn't seem particularly interested. Kechi, who understood people well, instantly grasped Sunbart's meaning. In fact, Sunbart was silently telling himself something. Why should I bow before you as master? What skills do you possess? What can you teach me? Since being remodeled by the divine dragon blood, Sunbart was no ordinary smart individual anymore. Rather, he combined wisdom with a simple-hearted and good nature. Suddenly, dense water vapor appeared in the not-so-large office room. On Kechi's left hand, there was a water mass about the size of a fist. Following that, a thin layer of earth wall appeared in front of Kechi, separating Sunbart from him. Instantly after that, a wave of fierce dryness emerged behind Kechi. Sunbart raised his eyes to look. In a silver halo behind Kechi stood a purple cave. A deep purple cave opening through which came the rare guardian beast, the earth bear. Like Ophelia's guardian beast white fox, these were both rare guardian beasts for their rank. Sunbart gazed at Principal Kechi, capable of wielding dual elemental magics, one of which included earth magic along with its guardian beast, the earth bear. Slowly, Sunbart's mouth opened wide. Yes, he was very surprised. Although Principal Kechi looked middle-aged, his cultivation level was incredibly high at present. Kechi clearly noticed Sunbart's shock and smiled slightly, as though the reaction pleased him immensely. Gradually recovering, Sunbart quickly knelt down on both knees and respectfully kowtowed 3 times, loudly declaring, Teacher. What delighted Sunbart? Naturally, it was seeing dual elemental magic he hadn't witnessed before. And considering Principal Kechi's identity as Vice President of the Royal Academy, he must possess extensive knowledge. Being recognized as the disciple of the principal meant more opportunities for learning. Only later did Sunbart realize just how wise his decision to take Kechi as his teacher truly was. That's enough, child. Get up and we'll continue chatting slowly. Seeing Sunbart's unwavering determination, Kechi seemed older all of a sudden, but remained extremely kind and gentle. After sitting properly, Sunbart took a moment to consider and decided to tell Kechi some of his origins, though many details were false. Because Sunbart absolutely couldn't tell others that he was an inheritor of the divine dragon, let alone this teacher whom he'd met only a few times. After all, caution was better. Teacher, actually, I grew up following my father, but our village, when I was 12 years old. Sunbart simplified his story, omitting mention of real, and merely referred to him as an old servant. Thus, he made it seem as if there were just a few survivors between his master and servant. Upon hearing this, Kechi's eyes turned bloodshot. He never imagined that at 17, Sunbart had endured such misfortunes. However, the following words astonished Kechi further, even making him elated. Teacher, now I can tell you my story, but you must swear not to divulge it to anyone. When Kechi heard Sunbart's request, he paused momentarily, but soon understood. Sunbart had known him for a short time, so naturally, some hesitation was normal. Therefore, Kechi didn't get angry. I, Kechi Charlie, swear in the name of the divine dragon. I absolutely will not tell anyone else what I hear and see today. Otherwise, I must suffer the curse of the divine dragon. Instantly, a black halo fell on Kechi's head. This was the most severe oath of the divine dragon continent, sworn in the name of the divine dragon. Therefore, after people from the divine dragon continent took an oath, a black halo would lock onto their heads to judge the truth. Sunbart was deeply moved upon seeing his newly acquainted teacher take such an oath. Subsequently, Sunbart himself unleashed his own magic, a fireball in his left hand, a thunderball in his right hand. After the two magics disappeared, there was still a faint blue aura in his hands, naturally the wind element magic. Kechi was shocked, extremely shocked. He had not expected that his student possessed such talent. The guardian beast, teacher, you now know all. Sunbart merely mentioned it since he couldn't summon the guardian beast. Of course, he knew that Teacher Kelly had definitely told Principal Kechi everything before him. Kechi numbly nodded, too shocked to utter another word. 3 types of magic, Earth's guardian beast. Magical affinity remarkably high. Genius. No, it could even be called a monster. But the following words from Sunbart further astonished Kechi. Teacher, I feel I have an affinity for 5 types of magic. So, I want to learn the 2 types of magic you possess. At that moment, Kechi Charlie felt as if he'd bitten his tongue. He was dumbfounded. Simbart, you should know that learning must be dedicated and focused. Sometimes, learning too much isn't a good thing. Learning a lot means overall you don't have any particular outstanding skill, and that's not good. There was a trace of anger in Kechi's voice. Of course, he didn't want Simbart to lack focus. In fact, without hearing about the Spirit Sea Dragon Guardian's advice, Simbart wouldn't have thought it possible either. But this impossibility was negated by the Dragon Guardian. Teacher, please believe in me. Simbart's face displayed resolute determination, speaking every word with heavy emphasis. But, seeing the determined look in Simbart's eyes, Kechi did not continue. He just thought perhaps Simbart really could create miracles. Alright, Kechi eventually gave in. Afterward, Simbart explained his cultivation issues to his teacher. Since no one else should observe, Kechi simply arranged Simbart's practice place inside his office annex, and then slowly taught him the two elemental magics, earth and water. The intermediate and advanced magics would, of course, be for Simbart to learn himself from the library within the academy. It was simple how the study place was set up for Simbart. Of course, Simbart was delighted. Just as Simbart was overjoyed, Kechi informed him about what the Divine Dragon Continent relied on most for power. Simbart, do you know what makes oneself strong on the Divine Dragon Continent? There was a hint of mystery in Principal Kechi's eyebrows. Because he had understood from Simbart's life story that Simbart must know very little about the Divine Dragon Continent, he intentionally explained it to Simbart. How intelligent was Simbart? He immediately grasped the meaning behind Kechi's words, but still opened his mouth to answer. Teacher, is it not because of the Guardian and magic combined with martial chi? Kechi looked lovingly at Simbart. Yes, Simbart hit the nail on the head. Because on the Divine Dragon Continent, it wasn't only guardians, magic, and martial chi that equaled immense power. Yes, what you said is correct. Guardians. Everyone on the Divine Dragon Continent has one. It just depends on the level of cultivation. Right. Simbart nodded and continued to listen attentively. Martial chi is a bodily gift, reliant on diligent practice, while magic depends on the gifted magical affinity. Although everyone doesn't necessarily have it, it's still quite common, just differing in levels. Curiosity was piqued in Simbart's heart, and he hastily asked, Then what is it, teacher? Kechi stopped teasing Simbart's curiosity and directly blurted out two words, Divine Artifact. Chapter 22 First Hearing of the Divine Artifacts. Divine Artifact. Simbart looked at Keiki with confusion. Yes, Divine Artifact. Mage artifacts can enhance the mental power, spellcasting speed, and have the magical consumption for the owner. Warriors' artifacts can add speed, boost attacks, and some even offer protection. Of course, these are just what I know. There is likely much more beyond that. Secondly, divine artifacts come in 7 categories. Helmet, chest armor, belt, wrist guard, leg bindings, short boots, and most importantly, the weapon. Why are they called divine artifacts? Because the creator of each must seal at least a grade 9 or higher rank demon beast soul within the artifact. The user must use their own essence blood to communicate with the artifact spirit to activate it. And of course, the best divine artifacts possess self-awareness and can choose their master on their own, though such divine artifacts are exceedingly rare. After taking a sip of water, Keiki continued, and Simbart listened carefully. Only now did Simbart realize how ignorant he had been, like a frog at the bottom of a well. There are weapons similar to divine artifacts, but their capabilities are much weaker. They can be classified into 4 levels. Ordinary ones have no luster and are considered level 1 artifacts. Ghost weapons are level 2 artifacts with a yellow sheen, giving off faint yellow light. Level 3 artifacts are spirit weapons, emitting a green glow. Level 4 artifacts are divine artifacts, radiating a purple luster. Of course, there are also ultra-divine artifacts which are better than divine artifacts, possessing an orange glow. However, ultra-divine artifacts exist only in legends, possessed by me, the divine dragon, and Boroding. But among these, the divine dragon's ultra-divine artifact is the most powerful. In demon beasts, similar things exist, but I am not familiar with them. Keiki finished speaking all at once, then turned his gaze to Simbart. Simbart was utterly shocked to the core. Fortunately, he hadn't yet encountered real-life battles among humans. If he had not known these things, his current abilities would definitely not have allowed him to survive long. The most important thing is this. Do you know about our guardian beasts? In fact, guardian beasts control the main connections of these divine artifacts. It's impossible for a divine artifact to contain just one demon beast soul. Moreover, demon beast souls are filled with immense resentment after being killed, making it very difficult for users to employ them. This is why guardian beasts hold the dominant position. That's why when you have 2 mutated guardian beasts, even Miss Kelly passed out that day. You have one more guardian beast than others, so you have an extra source of auxiliary energy. And as you should know, guardian beasts are divided into auxiliary and offensive types. No matter which type, having one more means you're much stronger than others. At the same time, the average lifespan of people on Dragon God Continent is around 200 years, which is far less than that of demon beasts. However, due to the enhancement of ranks, which means improving both magic and martial arts energy, one's lifespan also increases. Actually, look at my age now. I'm already 109 years old. You couldn't tell, could you? Simbart dumbly shook his head. He was already astonished by what Keiki had said. On Dragon God Continent, people before the age of 10 have guardian beasts, but according to normal cultivation, it generally takes over 30 years of training to reach the level of a spiritual guardian beast. And that requires tremendous effort. From the number of students admitted to the academy each year, you can see that many people apply, but this year only 156 students were enrolled, which is actually quite a large number. The minimum requirement for accepting students is that their guardian beasts reach at least the spiritual level. I digressed a bit there. But your guardian beast ranking is Earth class, which shows your great talent. Out of the 156 students, your guardian beasts rank the highest. Normal people may never reach the Earth class rank through their lifetime of hard work, and if they do, it will be after the age of 100. Now you understand why Teacher Kelly passed out when she saw you. Yes, at this moment, Sambart truly realized the strength of his talent, but he also understood that his talents couldn't have come without the transformation brought by the divine dragon blood. Just a drop of divine dragon essence blood made such a difference. If Sambart dared not think further. How could you possibly understand the greatness of dragons? The divine dragon protector in the spiritual consciousness disdainfully said, as if Sambart's admiration was still far from enough to constitute praise. Sambart didn't respond to the divine dragon protector in his spiritual consciousness and instead continued listening attentively to Teacher Kaiki. Magic and Do-Chi rely heavily on one's natural talent. As for Do-Chi, it forms as your meridians become wider. When you train in strength, a kind of energy slowly coagulates in your blood. Still, under normal circumstances, it takes around 30 years to fully develop the yellow Gu-Chi of a scholar swordsman. Even for those with great talent, it still takes about 20 years. I haven't seen anyone higher than that. For magic, levels are judged by the magic spells you can cast. Each magic school has a signature spell at each level. If you can release it, then you've reached that level. This isn't easy to explain, so I will teach you step by step. But true magicians all know that victory doesn't depend on magical power, but on mental power. The more mental power you have, the longer you can endure during magic duels, thereby increasing your chances of winning. Of course, powerful magic is always very effective because of its massive damage. Actually, even without Kaiki's explanation, Sambart already knew quite a bit about magic, so he has always been training his mental power. Just now, when Sambart was casting 2 spells simultaneously, Kaiki failed to notice that Sambart didn't recite any incantation before releasing magic like him. And of course, Kaiki was still unaware of this. Upon hearing Kaiki's words earlier, Sambart had gotten somewhat nervous. He must keep his survival secret. Divine artifacts, yes. But who were the ones capable of creating divine artifacts? That's what Sambart wanted to know. However, Kaiki didn't elaborate on this subject, leaving Sambart feeling a little regretful. Well, anyway, he would explore this area in his own time later. Forbidden curses. These are the most potent among magic. But both humans and magical beasts across the divine dragon continent mostly refuse such kinds of magic. Hence they're forbidden. But nowadays, the forbidden curses magic has disappeared for many years, and it would be hard to find them. In fact, both mages and warriors have their own strengths. Sambart, you should focus on your training. These issues aren't major problems. Right now, you don't need divine artifacts yet. What you need is to increase your strength to survive better on divine dragon continent. Kaiki patted Sambart's shoulder earnestly and said. Sambart nodded solemnly. Listening to Teacher Kaiki's words was truly worth more than reading books for 10 years. All this knowledge was completely new to Sambart. Even in his remote village, even Kalani didn't know about these things. If he did, why hadn't Sambart heard of them? Wow, it's already so late after talking all this. Kaiki said a bit surprised. Sambart turned his head to look outside the window where the sky was. Yes, it was slowly getting darker, and without noticing, it was almost evening. Kaiki stood up, patted Sambart's shoulders kindly and said, All right, let's go back. Have dinner and rest well. You don't have to attend class tomorrow. Come straight to me, and I'll make arrangements for you. Given his young age, Sambart couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Teacher, what kind of people create divine artifacts, and how difficult is it to forge them? Chapter 23, Let the Teacher Faint. Kachi actually scratched the back of his head in an adorable manner. Turning to face Sambart, he said, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but whether or not the creator of the divine artifact still exists, I can't really say. Of course, no one would know. Actually, each divine artifact contains the soul of a powerful magical beast. Therefore, many powerful magical beasts wouldn't allow the existence of someone who creates divine artifacts. That's why no one knows who creates them. Even creators of ordinary ghost-crying weapons or spirit weapons keep their identities hidden. So, this is why I cannot tell you. Although you haven't asked me, I already know that you must be wondering if your master possesses any divine artifacts. Actually, the main reason is that I am the principal, so general weapons wouldn't be suitable for me anyway. Divine artifacts are meant for those with destiny. It is precisely because of this that divine artifacts, these objects with souls, are truly rare and hard to come by. However, what you should be thinking about now isn't these things. You need to work hard on improving yourself, and enhancing your own strength will surely be very useful. Come find me tomorrow. After saying this, Kachi walked out of the room himself. There is one more thing. Next semester, the school will hold its annual competition, testing what you have learned over the year. You need to do your best. Sambart stood there, pondering the words of his teacher for a long time. Recalling Kachi's last sentence, he looked forward but found Kachi had already disappeared. Yes, rare and hard to obtain. Absolute power comes from within oneself. Sambart, of course, was a smart child. If something could not be figured out, it was better not to think about it. Walking towards the cafeteria. Coincidentally, none of Sambart's roommates were in the same class as him, so Sambart always left after all his classmates had gone to their classes. That way, over the next 5 months, Sambart trained in the relaxation room behind Kachi's office. The room often grew unbearably hot, with gusts of wind, thunder, moisture, and dust completely messing up Kachi's relaxation area. Since Sunbart started training here, Kachi hasn't been able to use his office for rest. Over these 5 months, Sunbart's growth wasn't too fast because he was learning all sorts of magic-related books that Kachi found from the school library. Sunbart practiced and studied every piece of knowledge carefully. Otherwise, how could simply practicing multitasking make such a mess in the principal's room? What excited Sunbart was that in these 5 months, he could focus on 3 tasks at once and had mastered all schools of magic. Although he didn't delve deeply into everything, Sunbart felt extremely happy about this. Kachi, watching from the side, felt the same way. Sunbart was indeed a highly talented child. This was not the first time Kachi had marveled at this thought. When Kachi first saw Sunbart using 2 schools of magic, he was astounded. Was he a genius in all types of magic? Even then, Kachi spent an entire week surprised, smiling cheerfully all the time, making other teachers think the older principal might have gone mad. For the first time, seeing Sunbart continuously casting all skills of the Grand Magic Master from all schools, Kachi's joy lasted even longer, a month. Nearby teachers assumed Principal Kachi had lost hope. When Kachi witnessed Sunbart performing all the skills of a magus in full succession again, he fainted without letting anyone see him. He lay unconscious for 3 days, and when he woke up, he chuckled like a fool. Of course, all of this happened outside the campus under Kachi's guidance. Actually, this was because Sunbart hadn't exerted enough effort yet. It was just due to lack of spiritual power. If he had sufficient energy, wouldn't he be able to cast a great magus spell? Although Sunbart's spiritual force exceeded that of many peers, given how much time Sunbart had been exposed to magic, had it not been for the divine dragon blood inside him, how could he progress so quickly? In fact, there was something else Kachi didn't know about, combat chi. Because in the nearly half a year, Sunbart hadn't practiced it, choosing instead to save combat chi as his secret life-saving trick. Therefore, Kachi remained unaware. If Kachi knew that Sunbart possessed gold chi from a Grand Sword Saint, he might well have passed out right away and never woken up. Every day Kachi smiled happily. All the teachers wondered, since when did Principal Kachi, who usually carried a stern face, turn into someone smiling foolishly every single day during these past 5 months? Of course, the reason was his prized apprentice and student, which was why Kachi was acting this way. Kachi was even contemplating Sunbart's future life and divine artifacts. He wanted Sunbart to become even stronger. After a tiring day, Sunbart dragged his weary body back to the dormitory, being always the first one to return early so as not to attract attention from other roommates. Because of this, Sunbart was never discovered by the others. But, when Sunbart returned today, Ophelia was already in the dormitory. Sunbart saw it was Ophelia. Though he didn't see her face, after 5 months of living together, Sunbart could recognize Ophelia's silhouette right away. "You've come back quite early, Ophelia." Out of kindness, Sunbart greeted her first. But there was no reply from Ophelia for a long time. Having just arrived at his own bed without sitting down to meditate and rest, Sunbart went directly over to Ophelia's side. Seeing Ophelia's bloodshot eyes made Sunbart feel shocked. A terrifying aura of ferocity came from Ophelia's gaze, telling Sunbart about the danger. It wasn't him in danger, but he was worried about whoever had angered Ophelia. Sunbart gently shook Ophelia's arm and softly asked, "What happened, big sis? Clearly, you're not doing well." As if awakened by hearing the term big sis, Ophelia calmed down and told Sunbart indifferently, "Babylon has been beaten." Although these words were spoken very lightly, Sunbart knew Ophelia bore heavy hatred. 5 months is not a long time, but neither is it short. Although Sunbart returned every day tired and immediately meditated afterward, he often chatted with Babylon, Jones, and Ophelia during meals. The 3 treated Babylon like a younger brother, especially Ophelia. Over these 5 months, Sunbart naturally gained a great understanding of his 3 roommates. Jones, a straightforward giant who spoke bluntly. Regardless of right or wrong, he said what he thought. He was fiercely loyal to Sunbart and the others. Ophelia, though cold on the outside, inside she burned with passion. She cared for Sunbart and Jones, though not as much as for Babylon, still enough to be considered pretty good. Babylon, the youngest among the roommates, innocent and adorable, always enjoyed surrounding himself with laughs and chatter around Sunbart and the others, especially Ophelia. Thus, the 3 deeply liked him as if he were their own younger brother. At that moment, upon hearing that Babylon had been beaten, Sunbart instantly became inflamed with anger, roaring loudly, Who did it?" The tone was extremely cold, revealing arrogance and dominance due to his dragon blood. Even Ophelia, with her bright red eyes, was startled by Sunbart, watching as he turned to leave the dormitory to find Babylon's classroom. Ophelia held him back. Shaking her head lightly, she slowly said, "It's useless. The school forbids fighting. Babylon only got injured because of his size while sparring with that person. Now the teacher has taken him to the Royal Medical Institute for a checkup. There's nothing we can do to help." Suddenly, Sunbart remembered what Kachi had said, and an idea struck him. He beckoned Ophelia with his finger and chuckled sinisterly, even causing Ophelia, who was usually cold, to feel a shiver run down her spine. In the 2nd semester, the school will hold an annual competition. All students are required to participate. The principal said it is to assess our learning progress over the year. By then, upon hearing Sunbart's words, Ophelia's eyes lit up instantly, and she also began to chuckle cheerfully. The 2 laughed lewdly. Ophelia thought, the seemingly honest Sunbart actually had such a side. People really shouldn't be judged by appearances. But thinking about the competitive contest in the 2nd semester, her right hand couldn't help but tighten into a fist. Fine, let that arrogant guy have his way for a little longer. Humph. Chapter 24, Level 9 Magical Cloud Lion Rel. A simple last month of focused cultivation. Sombat was still as usual, just that Sombat, Jones, and Ophelia had not seen Babylon return during this final month. For some unknown reason, Sombat felt a vague sense of unease. He had been waiting for Babylon to come back so he could ask what was going on, but Babylon never returned. The biannual holiday was coming up soon, which would be in 2 days' time. Sombat couldn't help thinking of his uncle Rel, whom he hadn't seen for half a year. Over the 5 years they spent together, Rel was the only family member beside his absent father. At this moment, recalling Rel made Sombat put down the book he was holding because he could no longer focus on reading it. He gave up reading and quietly thought about his father and Rel. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Sombat had just woken up. Since it was vacation day, there were no classes today. Sombat said to Jones, "Jones, are you going home? I still don't know where your house is." Without hesitation, Jones replied, "My house isn't far. It's a village outside Dylan City. If you have time, come over and visit, I'll treat you." Saying this with great enthusiasm. "What about Ophelia?" Sombat turned and asked Ophelia, but saw her face filled with sorrow. "Sombat, can I go to your place? After all, we only have a month off. The food issue I will take care of myself." "Of course, yes, you're always welcome. But if you insist on paying for your own meals, I wouldn't welcome you." Only after Babylon's inquiry did Sombat reveal his address. He didn't find it unusual, so everyone already knew Sombat lived within Dylan City. After finishing speaking, Sombat playfully took on a serious expression, which immediately caused Jones to burst into laughter. Even Ophelia, who hadn't smiled since Babylon's injury, chuckled. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock came at the door. Jones quickly got up to open it, since his bed was the closest, followed by Sombat's, then Ophelia's, with Babylon's empty spot being third. "Ah, children, today you are free. Remember, even though you're home, you must continue practicing diligently." I've already told Sombat. There will be a competitive tournament at school next semester in the final month. You should prepare well. It was Sombat's teacher, Principal Ketch. Given how much Ketch cared for Sombat, everyone already knew him, so they weren't surprised. "Oh right, Principal, are you not taking any holidays? Why do I see you still wearing your work clothes?" Sombat actually referred to the outfit Ketch frequently wore as his work clothes. This question arose. Of course, Principal Ketch dramatically glared at Sombat in response. Sombat instinctively scratched the back of his head. Sometimes Sombat really didn't understand why. His teacher could sometimes be incredibly strict and formal, yet other times hilariously playful and even childish. There was even a tinge of mischief. Truly, the line between genius and madness is thin. All in all, Sombat still greatly liked this teacher of his. Out of affection for Sombat, Principal Ketch didn't reprimand him, simply saying gently, "I could also go home, but only for half a month. School needs someone to stay back, doesn't it? Come on children, let me see you off. But you must study hard and practice diligently." They all shared the same thought. It was difficult to tolerate Principal Ketch's endless chatter. Walking out of the campus, Rel had been waiting for quite a while. Looking at Rel now, Sombat noticed that, although there were no apparent changes physically, something was clearly different about Rel. What exactly? Yes, it was the aura and his eyes. If Rel's eyes were once profound, they now shone with additional brilliance. Once having the presence of a leader, his current aura now carried regal grace. Just one glance was enough to tell how much more mature Sombat had become. "Uncle Rel, did you wait long?" "Actually, you didn't need to come. I could have gone home myself." Seeing Rel, Sombat went straight in for a big hug. "Where, young master, picking you up is Rel's duty. It's been half a year since we last met. Young master, you've grown a bit taller and seem slightly heavier. It's strange that you're still growing at your age." Though Rel stood close to 7 feet, and both Jones and Ophelia were over 6 feet, Sombat was still tall. Sombat scratched his head, pondering right. Could he not get heavier? For half a year, there has been no physical strength training, just magic and barely any exercise. Of course, the Royal Academy's food really suited him well. "Uncle Rel, these two, the one on the left is Jones Leon, a fire magic wizard, and the one on the right is Ophelia Dia, a wind magic wizard. They're both my roommates. Children, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for taking care of my young master. As friends of my young master, we are also friends." Rel warmly shook hands with Jones and Ophelia as a gesture of goodwill. Both of them politely reciprocated. "Sombat, see you in a month. I miss home, so I'm going first." Jones was always like this, saying whatever came to his mind. All right, see you in a month." Ophelia merely nodded lightly. Jones gave each of them a bear hug before turning around and leaving. "Uncle Rel, Ophelia will stay with us for a month. Let's go. Let's head home." When Ophelia looked at Rel, there was clearly a flash of keen insight in her eyes. In the evening, Rel specially prepared a table full of dishes for Sombat since they hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Rel had greatly missed Sombat. The three of them chatted and laughed while eating dinner, with Rel occasionally asking about Sombat's studies. After dinner, Ophelia returned to a room that Rel had arranged for her and rested. But Sombat and Rel stepped out of the house and leisurely strolled down the streets. "Uncle Rel, in these 6 months, you seem to have changed quite a lot." Sombat frankly expressed his feelings. "Oh, master, how could you tell?" Although there was a mental connection, Sombat couldn't possibly know that he had already advanced to level 9. "Your eyes, your aura." With just these 4 simple words, Rel knew that Sombat had truly grown up. Yes, seeing the master diligently practicing every day, how could this servant fall behind? Moreover, I've been at level 8 for a long time. Isn't advancing to level 9 nothing strange? Level 9 already. Very good, Sombat said, pretending to be an elder giving advice. Instantly, the young and the old burst into laughter on the street, drawing many people to stop and watch. But unlike their first trip into the city, they no longer cared about the gazes and laughed heartily. Rel advancing to level 9 was certainly good news. Sombat did not ask more, and naturally, Rel did not say more. Just before bedtime, Sombat told Rel a small secret regarding the divine artifact. After hearing the structure of the divine artifact, Rel's eyes turned red as well, as if knowing something but not telling Sombat. So Sombat didn't ask either. Chapter 25, A Serendipitous Encounter with Salute. The next morning, the sunlight was mildly warm. It was already high summer. Although it wasn't as scorching as at noon, there was still a lot of heat in the air. Sinbad had already arrived at the outskirts. Of course, Lair was also following closely behind him. While Sinbad didn't know how Ophelia practiced, he knew that his own cultivation could not be interrupted, and so it always continued this way. Huff, huff. He had just advanced to the level of multitasking with 3 minds at once. It was evident that this consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. Naturally, the progress was also quite apparent. Sinbad, who hadn't sweated for a long time, now actually had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It wasn't physical fatigue, but rather mental exhaustion. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, the recovery process was remarkably exaggerated, slowly restoring Sinbad's strength bit by bit. 2 hours later, Sinbad again attempted to utilize the technique of multitasking with 3 minds. Pong. This time it was even worse. He directly collapsed on the ground. Lair helped Sinbad up, and he continued sitting in meditation to practice. Beside him, Lair took out many foods and water from his spatial ring, waiting for Sinbad's mental strength to recover somewhat before eating and continuing training. After all, a man is iron, rice is steel. An hour later, it was noon. Even though the blazing sun was beating down on their heads, the leaves in the woods shielded them from much of its harsh light. Though not fully recovered, upon smelling the fragrant food Lair had prepared, Sinbad couldn't help but open his eyes. He gave Lair a slight smile and started tearing into the food with great gusto. Early last night, Sinbad had already planned out his schedule for the next month. Mornings for practicing magic. Afternoons for practicing martial arts. Right after finishing eating and wiping the grease off his lips, Sinbad suddenly heard a large group of people passing 5 li away. Through all this time spent cultivating, Sinbad had greatly enhanced the sensations of his 5 senses. 5 li, no more and no less. Absolutely accurate. Sinbad was so confident in his mental calculations, he did not think he would feel wrong about anything. Gradually, the carts pulled by rhino beasts came into view. Lair immediately recognized the convoy as belonging to the auction house. Because only the auction house could have such a convoy, not only due to the carts themselves, but also because there were large prison wagons in the back carrying slaves bound for sale. So Lair recognized them instantly, as he himself had sold magical beast cores at the auction house several times. On the Dragon God continent, the selling of slaves was permitted. Most were captives or women from failed merchant families, as well as children of some gamblers. Lair quietly whispered something into Sinbad's ear. Originally, Sinbad didn't want to give it a second look, thinking it was unnecessary. But a familiar figure, someone from childhood memories, the one who made him fight Babulong Lane countless times. Salute Lubba. Sinbad's heart shuddered violently. Though unable to see that person's face, Sinbad, with his super memory, recognized the silhouette without a doubt as that older Salute Lubba whom he had vowed to protect. Without hesitation, Sinbad swiftly flew forward quickly. Although Lair didn't know why Sinbad was interested in the auction house, or particularly in one person in the prisoner cart, he still followed closely behind. The speed of the rhinos wasn't fast, and moreover, Sinbad's speed was certainly not slow. They soon reached the front of the convoy. Of course, the auction house had its own mercenaries, and even warriors among its ranks. Seeing Sinbad suddenly dashing out, the rhino caravan immediately stopped. The head of the escort team looked a little startled, but it passed quickly. He promptly regained composure and shouted loudly, "Who dares block our path?" Sinbad, of course, wasn't stupid and certainly didn't wish any trouble with the auction house. Thinking quickly, he blurted out a lie. "Big brother, are you from the auction house?" Since Sinbad's tall stature concealed his actual age, the other party couldn't discern either, hence calling him casually like that. Upon hearing that someone dared stop them knowing they belonged to the auction house, the squad leader became even more cautious. Subsequently, a few more warriors emerged from behind. "Relax, I simply want to buy some slaves. Last time, I missed out and felt very regretful. Today, I happened to be meditating here when I saw the auction house convoy, thus my impulsive action. Please forgive me." Hearing these words, the squad leader put down his tensed heart. The auction house convoys had been robbed before, so it was understandable that he had to be vigilant. However, seeing that Sinbad appeared young, he didn't believe 2 lone individuals could rob their convoy, and therefore lowered his guard naturally. Subsequently, Lair took out a token from his hand, carved with the character Pai, which means auction. This was an exclusive entry pass of the auction house, and Lair's was even made of gold. It was a VIP token. Seeing Lair's golden token, the leader finally let go of his worry and nodded, asking, "What kind of slaves are you looking for? My young master will choose himself. You don't need to worry about not getting paid." "No nonsense, just find someone to lead the way," Lair said rather rudely, because he had seen people auctioning magical beasts at previous auctions, even catwomen. Sinbad no longer hesitated and headed straight for the last few carts carrying worthless slaves. In order not to attract too much attention, while picking out Salute, Sinbad also selected 2 women. Because they were covered in dirt, it was impossible to discern their original appearances, but being on the lowest level of slave carts certainly wouldn't yield anything exceptional. You there? And you too. Come out. You've been sold. Get down quickly. A mercenary with a long spear shouted loudly at Salute and the other two. Seeing that Salute did not move, the mercenary raised the spear's shaft to push him. Whoosh! What an incredibly fast figure. Many mercenaries thought this as one sentence crossed their minds. Indeed, just as the mercenary was about to shove Salute, Sinbad instantly utilized his martial energy and kicked away the spear with his extremely fast speed. The leader was about to question why, but Sinbad's words cut him off abruptly. All they heard Sinbad say was, "Since I bought these people, they no longer belong to you. If you pushed them and caused injuries, I would have to pay for their treatment myself." Upon realizing this, the mercenary whose spear had been kicked aside muttered softly, "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. It was my fault. I acted rashly. Please come out." That last sentence was obviously aimed at Salute. Due to the rescue earlier, Salute lifted his head slightly. His eyes were lifeless, his face yellow and emaciated. The only person he saw at that moment was Sinbad's back, as he couldn't see clearly ahead. Too hungry and faint to fully realize. How could Salute have imagined that the person who saved him was actually Sinbad, whom he always believed was dead? After the two women stepped down, Salute, weakened by hunger, had to be dragged down by the same mercenary. VIP, the lowest auction price for a slave is 30 gold coins, so for 3, it's 90 coins. Please make the payment. We must return to the city soon. Liar naturally knew that a slave's actual price was a mere 3 gold coins, already a sky-high cost since they were the lowest-tiered slaves. Liar paused briefly. He figured that man must definitely be his young master's acquaintance. To minimize the amount of time spent together unnecessarily, he didn't bother speaking and directly tossed the leader a red diamond, saying, "No change needed. Let's go." Upon seeing Liar's generous offer, the leader even regretted asking for too little. Of course, he also realized that someone with a VIP token was absolutely not someone to mess with. Gradually, the auction convoy moved farther away. "Uncle Liar, please give each of those 2 women 20 gold coins and let them go," Sinbad finished saying, then picked up Salute and rushed towards the city without minding the dust on his body. In the eyes of the other 2 women though, their gazes even flickered with a cunning glint. However, seeing Liar's bloodshot eyes, the 2 took the coins offered by Liar and disappeared into the woods. Wherever they went from, there was none of Sinbad's concern. At this point, Sinbad's mind was solely focused on Salute, his childhood brother. This state of Salute's meant something severely troubling must have occurred. Otherwise, how could Salute, who already had a spirit guardian beast at age 12, end up like this? He decided he would only ask when Salute regained full consciousness. Chapter 26, The Dark Temple of Light. Sambart clearly felt that Salute, who was injured internally in his abdomen, had suffered greatly. If he did not receive timely treatment, there was a high possibility he might lose his life. Sambart was also reflecting at this moment on the reason why Salute remained alive with such a strong will. It was this very willpower that kept Salute from falling, and it wasn't due to hunger that he sustained such grave injuries. Ophelia had just finished her practice and was taking small steps within Sambart's home, admiring the flowers in the courtyard. Her guardian beast, the white fox, had the ability of funshin, spirit splitting, and also possessed demon-breaking abilities capable of dispelling all transformations and environmental illusions, although low-grade and unable to uncover invisibility. Still, when she first met Riel, she had already known he was not an ordinary human, but someone with the power of an 8th-grade magic beast transformation. Of course, she deeply regarded Sambart as a brother, so she wouldn't reveal anything. Tap tap tap. A quick, crisp sound of footsteps interrupted Ophelia's deep thoughts. The reason they were light and sprightly was because Sambart used wind magic for rapid output, moving so swiftly that only his toes lightly touched the ground. She turned her head toward the entrance and saw Sambart quickly come in, carrying what seemed to be an injured man on his back. Ophelia rushed forward immediately. Of course, she knew this was not the time for excessive questioning. "Water, food," Sambart said as he laid Salute down onto his bed, addressing Ophelia. Without asking more questions, Ophelia turned around and began preparing. When Ophelia had just stepped outside, she sensed it, the gentle radiance emanating from Sambart, knowing that he was using water magic healing techniques. Without pausing, she hurriedly prepared the items Sambart needed. A large amount of moisture in the air formed soft beams of light in pale blue, enveloping Salute's entire body. Just as Ophelia suspected, Sambart was indeed using a water healing magic technique exclusive to Magi, the Spring of Life. This spell was not an inferior water magic healing method, but one that could restore internal vitality through the spring. Bathed in the light of the Spring of Life, Salute's countenance gradually relaxed, no longer appearing as tormented. His cheeks slowly regained some color. Riel, who had sent away the 2 female slaves, came over quietly without making any inquiries, watching Sambart's every move carefully, fearful of disturbing him. Thanks to the healing effects of the Spring of Life, Salute got significantly better. Exhausted, he gradually drifted into a dreamlike slumber, his breathing becoming steady and even. Sambart, anxious beyond measure, was drenched in sweat. From the anxiety, vast amounts of mental energy had been depleted through the powerful use of the Spring of Life. Observably, his complexion now appeared somewhat pale, indicating signs of fatigue. Unbeknownst to them, Ophelia had also stood next to Riel, awaiting Sambart. At this moment, Ophelia realized that Sambart must have sustained the magic of the Spring of Life for nearly 2 hours while rescuing the person, proving that he was far more powerful than herself. The lukewarm water she had brought earlier had already turned cold, so Ophelia went out once again to bring another bowl. Lacking porridge, Sambart held a flatbread in his left hand infused with fire magic. In a single moment, the flatbread became toasted, dry, and then pulverized under pressure into fine powder, which was mixed with warm water into a porridge-like substance. He then gently fed the sleeping Salute. As he was unsure how long Salute had gone without eating, he did not feed him too much, concerned that overfeeding might upset his stomach. Sambart then stepped out of the room and squatted on the ground alone, with Riel and Ophelia following close behind. Grief-stricken, Sambart revealed who the person was, Salute, and recounted their shared past life experiences. Listening, Riel fell into silent sorrow again, regret rising anew. Sambart gave him an assured glance and lightly patted Riel on the shoulder, saying, "This is not your fault." Sambart sat by the bedside, gazing at the weather-beaten Salute, who slept soundly. "Salute, what happened to you? Who has done this to you and left you so grievously wounded?" When Salute awoke, it was already noon on the second day. Sambart hadn't rested either, for rest mattered little to him now. Thus, Sambart merely sat cross-legged on a wooden chair beside Salute. Salute slowly opened his eyes and was met by a face that was both unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar. Due to the impact of the divine dragon blood and golden crown fruits, Sambart's skin was no longer as dark as before. Even his hair had turned completely black. Thus, in Salute's mind, his good brother Sambart should not even exist in the world anymore, so it never crossed his mind. Upon waking, although there was little noise, Sambart's keen senses detected the stirring immediately. Sambart looked at Salute smiling, knowing why Salute appeared puzzled looking at him. Sambart joked, saying, "Grandpa, Salute is my good friend. If others bully him, it's the same as bullying me. I will definitely protect him." Salute, upon hearing these words, realized that this man was Sambart. Otherwise, if he didn't know this person to be Sambart, his life would have been meaningless. Slowly, his eyes became slightly red, and his pupils filled with a hint of moisture. "Sambart, actually it's Sambart." Sambart quickly wiped away the tears from Salute's face, while simultaneously saying, "All right, let's discuss everything after you've rested well." Hearing the noise inside the room, Riel and Ophelia outside walked in. Of course, they witnessed this deeply emotional moment. Half an hour later, after calming down the excitement in his heart, Salute slowly began recounting. "Actually, all of this happened because I was persecuted by the Temple of Light." Upon hearing Salute mention the Temple of Light, Ophelia, who stood at the back, trembled violently, emitting a surge of anger from within herself. Naturally, both Riel and Sambart standing nearby could sense it too. Neither questioned her, but simply listened as Salute continued narrating. 2 hours later, the three of them, including Sambart, had roughly understood what had occurred. Ever since that time when they were attacked by the beast demons, the survivors were only Lena, Clint, Rotes, Salute, and a few children. Rotes, due to the killing of Sambart, fell into mental decline, unable to withstand the shock, and left alone the very next day. They had no idea where he went. Clint took Lena far away to relatives, while the few strong young children, without any homes to return to, wandered aimlessly. Naturally, Salute was one among them. 5 years later, while wandering, Salute also fell in love with a girl. However, before he could spend much time with her, she was abducted by the members of the Temple of Light, who claimed they were looking for physically pure girls to serve as servants of the gods. Although Salute did not understand what they meant, he didn't want his beloved to leave him. Thus, he confronted the Temple of Light head-on. Though he managed to kill a few low-ranking church members, he was eventually surrounded by a group of powerful warriors. In the end, Salute lay amidst pools of blood, even believing himself dead. But he miraculously survived, which was exactly how Sambart found him. Listening to Salute's tale, Ophelia beside him was already tearful. "Ophelia, you?" Sambart spoke out in question. "Yes, it's the same with me. My sister and I lost our parents at a very young age. She was the only family I had left. But those animals from the Temple of Light brutally snatched my sister away. Just like Salute said, to find girls to become servants of the god," Ophelia said painfully, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Sambart, do you know? These are things I haven't told Jones in Babylon. It's precisely because Babylon is so young, so I feel a bit like a sister towards him." "Babylon?" Salute asked in confusion, and Sambart waved his hand, saying, "It's not Babylon Rain, but Babylon Got, our school roommate. I'll tell you about it when we have time. Actually, there are still things you don't know, what the gods intend to do with these female servants." "What are the gods? Don't you realize yet? The so-called female servants sought by the gods. In our world, these girls must die. Do you know that?" Ophelia's voice grew hoarse and slightly cold. Hearing Ophelia's words, both Salute and Sambart shook their bodies intensely, shocked. The Temple of Light openly recruited girls just to kill them? The Temple of Light? Yes, that's right. It is indeed a dark Temple of Light. Under extreme agitation, Ophelia released her long-held inner pain, fainting afterward. Riel gently picked up Ophelia, carrying her back to her own room. As Sambart listened to Ophelia's words, he fell deep into thought. Chapter 27. Time flies. It has been several months since Sarat came to Sambat's home. Sambat told Sarat everything without any reservation. Of course, Sarat envied him a lot, but he felt more joy for his brother's achievements. Since the Dilong Royal Academy admits students once a year at the end of the year, therefore, Sambat could not let Sarat follow him to study together. For Sambat knew that with Sarat's talent, who had already reached the Spirit Guardian Beast level by the age of 12, he was eligible to enter the Royal Academy. There was also another piece of good news, which was of course for Sambat. Little Babylon came back to study, and Ophelia couldn't help smiling happily when she saw Babylon. Later, they learned that Babylon got was actually from a family. There was no harm caused, just that he had been locked up by his father. However, Sambat had Layer teach Sarat, training and tempering him. Layer absolutely followed Sambat's arrangements. Next month would be the tournament inside the Royal Academy, and Sambat had truly found out about the real rewards through Catch Teacher. Outstanding performers will receive 3 weapons as rewards, and the best one among them is a spirit instrument. Of course, all these things have to be chosen by themselves from the warehouse of the Royal Academy. With the backing of a nation, these matters are naturally taken care of without issue. What made Sambat deeply realize is that after his ability to multitask 3 activities broke through to 4, the growth obviously slowed down significantly. But simultaneously, if Sambat were to use a great mage's magic individually, it was certainly feasible. There is only one level difference before reaching the Magic Emperor and Sword Emperor status, but on this continent, how many people have achieved this? Maybe none. Of course, this was just Sambat's one-sided thought. Is there really no one? Definitely not. But on the bright side, all the knowledge within the Royal Academy that could be learned, Sambat had almost mastered. You can imagine how formidable Sambat's talent was. What did Sambat come to the Royal Academy to study? Of course, it was magic. Except for forbidden curses, which he hadn't seen yet. Sambat basically had control over all magical spells, and the remaining tasks were only integration and spirit force exercises. The Royal Academy wasn't without precedent for early graduation. As long as you won in the competition and proved your ability, the Academy would permit you to graduate. However, such talents were nearly impossible to see. Because the Academy kept all student details under strict confidentiality, so many things were unknown by external or new students. Shoo! Sambat stood in the forest outside the school. This time, Ketch didn't follow Sambat out. It was just Sambat coming out for practice alone. Just because of Sambat's usage of large-scale magic, Ketch's resting place was no longer somewhere where Sambat could cultivate. Today coming out, Sambat used martial arts and magic dually based on a simple martial magic combination instead of using magic as the main factor. Still not bad. One hand casting a spell each, and feet accelerating doubly while having an earthen wall ahead casted by earth-based magic. I can also run around the sides of the earthen wall. Although the duration I currently hold is not too long, but for half an hour, I can still manage. Sambat could not help but feel a little excited. After all, Sambat's age was still young. He was only about to turn 18. If it weren't for the reconstruction by Dragon God's blood, my meridians in the body would have burst long ago. Now Sambat still remembered the unbearable pain like being cut by knives when he first started multitasking 4 things. Multitasking 4 activities was indeed magic, but there was also circulating battle energy, without control, in the meridians. Within those exaggeratedly wide meridians, for kinds of magics, blood, and battle energy altogether were 6 types of energy. If not remodeled, Sambat would have died countless times by now. Time flies swiftly. The Dilong Royal Academy welcomed its annual school-wide competition. From December 1st to 5th, it would last for 5 days. The competitions were divided into warrior combat, magic combat, dual warrior magic combat, and thrilling challenge matches. Moreover, every student had to participate. According to the teacher judges' evaluations, whoever received poor reviews would face expulsion. The rigorous requirement of the Royal Academy towards students could be clearly seen from this. If you wanted to come and study at the Dilong Royal Academy, you could choose not to learn or even spend your whole year playing leisurely, but with one premise: as long as you could pass the exam. Each evaluating teacher held detailed information about the students and evaluated their performances based on various criteria. The dual ground of the Royal Academy was merely one, which was the underground combat arena below the teaching building. This arena was 100 meters in diameter, made of extremely precious magic crystal stones. These magic crystal stones were not only expensive, but also very hard. Another better reason for making the arena out of magic crystal stones was that they could withstand high-level magic and battle energy attacks without breaking easily. The competition on the magic crystal stone platform would only allow for magic and battle energy to be 1/10 of their usual power. Since every student was a treasure of the Empire, naturally, the Empire wanted to protect them well, ensuring they didn't sustain unnecessary harm. The first 2 days consisted of basic warrior confrontations. Sambat did not want to waste time here, so he still asked for leave from Principal Ketch to continue practicing his mental power with diligence. Seeing Sambat's effort, he naturally agreed, but Ketch still thought that Sambat was just a magician. Hence, he strongly requested Sambat to show up during the magical duels. As for the warriors' duel, Ketch wouldn't let Sambat attend as an observer. Left hand using fire magic, the right absolutely cannot be water magic. Water and fire counteract each other. The best combination is still fire and lightning. However, the healing art of water magic would definitely be a great magic in the future. Also, the water curtain and Earth's wall can be the finest protective skills. Of course, Earth's piercing attack is quite practical too. It could act as a stealthy surprise against enemies. Wind magic's immobilization and acceleration are also very considerable spells that cannot be missed. Spells that are too big have limited uses. As long as they are fused several times, they'll be effective enough. Lightning magic is the best offensive magic. Now whether single target or area attacks, lightning magic deals the most damage. All Sambat needed to do was to make practical use of lightning spells. Sambat's physical condition wasn't bad either. Although low-level magic doesn't require incantations, high-level magic does demand preparation, and in a confrontation with highly agile warriors, he would be at a disadvantage, especially against powerful magical beasts. Still, Efforts must go into training more to better integrate all spells into bodily actions. Only then, in the absence of spirit instruments, can he achieve the best results. The true horror of magical beasts lies in the consumption of heavenly and earthly fruits. Since excellent heavenly and earthly fruits are often guarded by powerful magical beasts, these beasts get the benefits first, making them sometimes even stronger than humans. Sambat sat in the forest outside school, carefully pondering. Tomorrow was the day of his first magical duel. He currently didn't have any guardian beast to use. Hopefully, tomorrow's opponent would be manageable. Otherwise, he might accidentally reveal a few spells. If exposed, then let them know about wind and lightning systems. Revealing more would depend on the situation. But on the second day, things turned out worse than Sambat had anticipated. Chapter 28, Triple Wind Magic Acceleration, Part 1. Senbait sat quietly beside Teacher Kaiki, who was like an excellent commentator explaining the essentials of this magical duel in the arena. Though Senbait fully understood the explanations, he did not disturb Teacher Kaiki's enthusiasm. Kaiki told Senbait something that left him speechless for a long time. Students at the Royal Academy, even those participating in the Final Days Challenge competition every year, could indeed succeed in winning rewards. That is to say, in the advanced level matches, many students were allowed to use their own equipment. Of course, all these conditions were limited to the Final Days Challenge competition. Senbait silently thought how fortunate he was to still be able to witness it. In his heart, there was even a subtle anticipation of testing his strength against another competitor. The next contestant, Senbait Lungsi, please prepare to enter the field. The massive arena echoed with a thunderous voice, clearly coming from a wind magic user who had condensed his sound within the air. This was exactly what Senbait had heard Teacher Kaiki mention before, a magic called Wind Whisper. Come on, show some spirit. But take care of your own safety, said Kaiki excitedly. He too wanted to know how powerful Senbait truly was. There were also 3 roommates curious about Senbait's abilities. Since living together, they had never known just how strong Senbait really was. Only Ophelia somewhat understood, though she knew, it was still mostly limited to water magic. Walking below the magic crystal arena, which was more than 3 meters high and devoid of steps, they used either their battle chi or magic to ascend. For Senbait, he focused his magic power, and instantly a blue-green ring of light formed around his feet and began spinning. Every magician present knew this magic. It was a not particularly high-level spell from the wind magic school, called sky soaring. It was only the basic form. If it were cast by a grand mage, the caster could remain fixed in the sky and rotate freely. That would be the true sky soaring. Of course, the current version didn't achieve that yet. Oh, a wave of surprise rippled through the audience. A participant in his early teens having already reached the realm of a magician was truly astonishing. Of course, reaching such a level wasn't unheard of at this age, but it was exceedingly rare and generally classified as being among the best of prodigies. Nevertheless, under the simple effect of this spell, the magic slowly lifted Senbait into the air until he stood atop the platform. Several teachers nodded subtly. Although this was a low-level magic spell, achieving this degree of control demonstrated Senbait's rank as a magician. Among the new batch of students, it might very well be considered one of the highest levels. Moreover, judging by how both of Senbait's feet perfectly touched the ground without any deviation, it became clear that his mastery over mana was quite impressive. After Senbait settled himself, his opponent still hadn't appeared. In the trials at the Royal Academy, of course, it couldn't be one versus many, as mages consume vast amounts of spiritual energy, making each round a fresh matchup. Frankmark, please make your appearance. Your opponent is Senbait Lungsi. As the announcer's words fell into silence, Senbait looked across the stage, and just in a blink, he froze. His opponent turned out to be none other than the same person from registration who had bullied an old man. This individual too employed wind magic, specifically the sky soaring technique. However, compared to Senbait's control, his body swayed significantly more off balance when settling into place. But Senbait soon heard Babulong shouting from below. Big brother, it's that guy. He beat me up. Babulong had already explained everything to Senbait when he returned earlier. Apparently, Babulong had a few good friends in class, including a sister figure he'd befriended independently. The girl was also very fond of Babulong, but Frank constantly pestered her, although she paid no attention to him at all. Finally, seeing Babulong always close to the girl, Frank grew resentful and challenged him. For reasons unknown, Babulong accepted without refusal and thus got beaten up. Similarly, the man named Frank obviously heard Babulong shout and responded mockingly. You children of the Got family, you are nothing. You're trying to find help? Our Mark family is far superior to your Got family, haha. He laughed arrogantly, filled with condescension. Senbait immediately comprehended the situation. Both Babulong and the individual standing opposite were from prominent families which were traditionally rivals, so naturally, they held animosity towards each other. Watching Babulong's clenched fists and pale hands, his eyes full of anger, Senbait understood the tension. Naturally, Senbait intended to teach Frank across the arena a lesson. Regardless of whether the conflict involved Babulong's family, Babulong was his younger brother, and if his brother was struck, it was Senbait's responsibility as an elder brother to seek revenge. Big guy, with such a big physique, you're studying magic? Looks like us mages are really in decline if warriors pretend to be mages now. Alas, the world is going downhill, Frank said while shaking his head as if lamenting the state of affairs. His words were loud enough that many students in the audience began laughing. However, Senbait, imbued with dragon blood, was no ordinary person. Proud and domineering, dragons detested being insulted. When someone insulted him, He would exact revenge 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Sinbate's gaze at Frank was cold, a streak of blood red flashing in his eyes. Standing on the stage with arms crossed, Sinbate observed Frank's smug expression. Seeing that Sinbate remained silent, Frank grew even more audacious. So, hired muscle for the God family? It's too late now, you can't leave. Beg me properly, and if I'm pleased, I'll let you go. How about it? At once, Frank unleashed his white aura. From the void of light emerged a 5-meter-long snake, a water python, covered in yellow patterns. Then Frank conjured another magical technique, water element spells. Initially, the spectators didn't pay much attention to Frank. However, upon witnessing his abilities, the arena fell deathly silent. Yes, Frank truly had remarkable skills. Besides Sinbate himself, who remained calm yet excited, there was only Headmaster Kaiki who knew exactly what Sinbate was capable of. Though some teachers had knowledge of Sinbate's high affinity with magic and his grade D guardian beast, they hadn't seen his true strength yet. Frank's brazen provocation continued. His gaze flickered towards Sinbate, as if taunting him. See? Your so-called Grandmaster isn't as impressive as my grandeur. Just then, a chilling aura pierced through, striking straight at Frank. He suddenly felt the bone-chilling killing intent emanating from Sinbate's icy stare. Sinbate's eyes narrowed to slits, but it felt to Frank as if he'd fallen into an icy well. Right at that moment, Frank perceived Sinbate not as a human but as a ferocious beast, an exceptionally wild and savage one, and couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Indeed, Frank wasn't provoking Sinbate alone. He had also challenged the dragon guardian residing in Sinbate's spiritual consciousness. Moreover, by doing this, Frank had affronted the dignity of the dragon itself. Is the dragon's dignity so easily violated? Chapter 29, Triple Wind System Acceleration 2. Simbart's silence at this moment was entirely due to the buildup of his anger. Please have the contestants on stage summon their guardian beasts. The match will begin in 1 minute. Although the entire venue was deathly silent, the announcer still had to say this. Since you don't know your place, then summon your guardian beast. Although Frank was a little wary of Simbart's gaze, he thought about how young Simbart was. Despite that intimidating look, one must also have the absolute strength to back it up. Do I even need my guardian beast to deal with you? Simbart's words were cold and loud, but undoubtedly they shocked the entire audience. Frank's brother, Frankamark, who was sitting below the stage, thought his younger brother might be too arrogant, but as one of the top few families in the Dragon Emperor Principality, such an attitude was understandable. However, he didn't expect Simbart Longs, someone very unknown, even someone he hadn't met, to publicly challenge his younger brother, almost as if challenging his entire family. This angered him immediately. Good, Frank said twice, meaning that since you're finding your own death, there's nothing I can do about it. Heaven-inflicted calamities are survivable. Self-inflicted calamities cannot be survived. This is what Frank believed at this point. Begin. Whoosh. As soon as the command was given, Simbart used his dual acceleration to reach Frank's side. What does a mage fear most? Of course, it's when warriors get close. But Frank was confused. Simbart was a mage and did not have a guardian beast while he indeed had one. So why was Simbart trying to get close? The next moment, Frank understood what Simbart's close proximity meant. There wasn't even time for Frank's guardian beast to issue an attack command. Simbart delivered just one punch, sending Frank flying, nosebleed splattering all over Simbart's fist. Everyone was dumbfounded. None knew what had happened. They only saw a faint white light around Simbart's right hand. He quickly moved near Frank and landed a direct punch. Is this still a mage? Of course, speaking of the physical condition of a mage, how many mages could be as fit as Simbart? More importantly, how many mages could withstand one of Simbart's punches? Even without using fighting spirit, Simbart's simple punch had the force of tens of thousands of caddies. Although reduced by 90% on the magical crystal platform, the force was still considerable. For Frank to not faint immediately after Simbart's punch could already be considered lucky. Would Simbart let Frank off like this? The answer was certainly no. Using the second wind acceleration, Simbart quickly kicked towards Frank in midair, but just at that moment, swoosh, a gradually growing enormous snake had appeared, mouth wide open, its long tongue flickering, biting towards Simbart's neck. Simbart hastily stepped back several steps, staring surprisingly at the snake. Yes, Simbart realized Frank's guardian beast was mainly offensive, not supportive. Simbart then smiled slightly. 2 against 1. Although it's not as simple as 1 plus 1. For me, it's still quite easy. That snake coiled around Frank, its eyes fixed tightly on Simbart, standing not far away. However, a scene shocked Simbart. It was evident that Frank wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, indeed smiling. His left hand conjured a dark-colored magic staff, embedded with at least a grade 5 water elemental beast core, and the whole staff glowed a hazy yellow light. Yes, it was ghostly equipment, emitting a yellow luster. Even the whole venue drew a sharp intake of breath. Frank spoke coldly to Simbart. Ho, didn't expect you to have a bit of skill. Caught me unawares during the surprise attack, but not anymore. Originally, I thought I wouldn't have to use this weapon, but treating you counts as giving you some face. Even though my guardian beast focuses on attacks rather than support, since I possess ghostly equipment, I am different. Alright, die now. However, student Frank Mark, using the weapon violates the rules. Please put your weapon away immediately, or you'll be judged as a failure. Of course, you may ask for your opponent's agreement. Otherwise, you're breaking the rules. Frank's brain had been clouded by anger. He didn't think, and even forgot the situation in this magical duel. Naturally, Frank thought Simbart would require him to put away the ghostly equipment. Why? Because Frank believed Simbart couldn't possibly win against him. As Frank was about to store the divine weapon into his spatial ring, suddenly, Sembart casually waved his hand and said, "No problem. Let him use it. He'll lose anyway regardless of what he uses." Sembart said this casually, but across the venue. Even when everyone thought it was a joke, Sembart confirmed again with a smile. "Teacher, judges, Frank Mark can use ghostly equipment, and I Sembart Longs will still beat him without the help of a guardian beast." After saying this solemnly, he pointed his right index finger at the sky. Dominance, arrogance, braggadocio. There was no doubt these traits were all displayed by Sembart. Not only did Frank provoke Sembart's anger, but also the divine dragon in his spiritual consciousness guarded him. Since contestant Sembart agrees, the match will continue. As soon as the announcement ended, both participants still didn't move. When many teachers and students wondered why not, Sembart said arrogantly again, "Frank, is it? Now I'll let you know what power is." It seemed that Sembart exuded an air of dominance. Even his deep black eyes flickered with faint golden halos. Sembart pretended to chant softly, although for such low-level spells, he didn't actually need incantations. Everyone heard him say, "Binding of wind." At once, water snakes, Frank's guardian beasts, were wrapped up in circles of blue-green energy. The water snakes seemed immobilized, unable to move. This was exactly the skill of binding of wind released by Sembart, one of the abilities of wind grand mages. It could bind any living being weaker in spirit than oneself, and those stronger would naturally find it basically ineffective. Sembart could definitely confirm that a spirit guardian level beast would be impossible to break free from his binding of wind. After a moment of Frank's mild surprise, yes, not just him, but none of the teachers or students below believed it, Sembart's second magic spell immediately followed, Double Thunder Wrath. Everyone in the venue gasped again. A magic sorcerer level spell? Magician level at over 10 years old, and dual element training at that. If Sembart's previous binding of wind had already made everyone slightly amazed, then this time it truly shocked them. The least surprised was Kitch Charlie, and the most shocked was Ophelia Dia. Even after using two kinds of magic, Kitch remained unshaken because he had been shocked earlier, and that shock had been even greater. Ophelia was the most shocked because she knew better than others that Sembart possessed the source of life. Although she knew Sembart was a magician-level sorcerer, she was still astonished to learn that Sembart mastered 3 elements. Before Frank had time to think more, under the assistance of ghostly equipment, he immediately flashed aside. Though no one else saw it, Frank himself felt his right half of the body now completely numb. If this continued, it wouldn't be good, Frank silently warned himself. Although Frank looked very arrogant, he wasn't a fool at all, or how else would he have reached this level? Fortunately, the Double Thunder Wrath just grazed by, and the numbed part of his body quickly recovered. But seeing his water snake struggling helplessly beside him, Frank felt helpless. However, he had no time left to dwell on this. Boom. Once again, Frank was sent flying by Sembart's fists. He couldn't even figure out how Sembart suddenly appeared next to him. How was that possible? Of course, Frank hadn't seen this because the wind acceleration beneath Sembart's feet wasn't 2 rings anymore, it was 3. Yes, triple acceleration. This was Sembart's own fusion of triple acceleration. Boom boom. Frank was continuously hit several times by Sembart, enduring excruciating pain inside, while gritting his teeth to stand firm. Finally unable to hold back, blood spurted out from Frank's mouth. Some students down below already couldn't bear to watch. Frank-Amark's eyes turned blood red, tightly gripping his own fists as he looked at his beaten younger brother. Babulong excitedly raised his little fists and waved them around. Futch! In the last kick, Sembart sent Frank sliding several meters across the ground. Shocked, stunned, astounded, without calling out a summoning beast. One less piece of ghostly equipment in hand. With merely a few spells, purely relying on his fists, he defeated magician-level Frank. Throughout the entire match, Frank only managed to cast 1 spell after stepping on stage and used no other spells. Sembart was genuinely terrifying. The entire arena fell into complete silence, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Sembart stood dominantly on the stage, brimming with arrogance and pride, towering like a giant. At this moment, the only one still able to move was Frank-Amark, who rushed onto the arena due to concern for his younger brother. But Sembart did not know. This person ascending the platform was Frank's elder brother, the reigning champion for 3 consecutive years at the Dragon Emperor Principalities Academy, and someone who possessed multiple spiritual artifacts. Chapter 30, Cross-Level Duel, Divine Dragon Shadow Sword. Sembart returned to his stance and was about to step down. Frank's cold voice came from behind. Sembart Longs, I believe your provocation is aimed at our family. Sembart turned around and smiled at him as he said, You're trash. Boom. The entire audience gasped. Below the stage, Principal Kitch worried deeply for Sembart. Who on earth was this person Sembart was talking about? Though Sembart didn't know, the students all knew who Franka was. One could say that except for Sembart, no one else in the school was aware of Franka. Franka had always maintained a reputation as a top genius at the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. For 3 years, Franka had received many rewards from the academy, yet Sembart dared to challenge him? What did you say? Franka stood up in rage, glaring straight at Sembart. I said you're trash, aren't you? Always bringing out your family. What capabilities do you actually have? Huh. Sembart said it so calmly, completely ignoring Franka's angry stare as he looked down at his fingernails. Provoking. Franka seemed like he was about to explode with anger. However, being extremely capable, he naturally knew better than to act now. Coldly and furiously, he said, Sembart Longs, do you dare to challenge me? Upon hearing these words, both teachers and students below obviously understood that since he was an upperclassman and senior student, there would be no way for him to fully challenge a lower-level learner. Thus, only Sunbart could issue the challenge to him. Arrogant boy, I'm afraid you don't dare. The word dare was emphasized heavily by Franca. Principal Kitch below felt as if sitting on needles. He did not want Sunbart to issue the challenge. Necessarily speaking, how could someone equipped with multiple tools possibly face a challenge? It was unthinkable. Sunbart was of course considering carefully, because despite his surprising victory over Frank through unconventional means, he hadn't yet truly experienced combat involving tools. He even lacked understanding of all Franca's abilities. His confidence was low. But the divine dragon guardian in Sunbart's spiritual consciousness angrily said, "Fight him. By the day after tomorrow's match, I'll give you a surprise." Clearly, the divine dragon guardian was furious. This also displayed the pride of dragons. Sunbart casually turned around, right when Franca was about to call him a coward. Sunbart suddenly turned his head sharply. Franca even saw the faint golden streaks in Sunbart's eyes. Pointing a single finger toward the sky, Sunbart solemnly said, "I, Sunbart Longs, hereby issue a cross-level challenge to you." Franca mark. All over. Franca laughed, and Sunbart also laughed. Yet Principal Kitch was practically driven frantic. Instantly, thunderous applause burst out across the venue. Ignoring Sunbart altogether, Franca ran off with his younger brother to the medical institute, where water element mage masters could use the source of magical life to heal his sibling. In fact, he already knew that his brother wasn't seriously injured. All thanks to the magic crystal platform, which suppressed 90% of Sunbart's strength. Without hesitation, Sunbart leapt down from the stage, which was 2 or 3 meters high. Jones, Ophelia, and Babulong happily rushed to Sunbart's side to celebrate. Sunbart suddenly felt an intense, angry gaze boring into him from behind. Turning back, he saw none other than Kitch, his face twisted with fury. "Sunbart, come with me." Kitch stormed off without further ado, clearly incensed. With no other option, Sunbart reluctantly followed. In the vice principal's office of the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. Pang! Kitch slammed his hands on the table in anger. The pen holder and documents on the desk trembled significantly, revealing just how enraged Kitch was. "Do you even realize that Franca has been the champion of the Magic Warrior Challenge tournament for 3 consecutive years at the Royal Academy? Can 3 years of ability be underestimated? Do you know him well enough? Are you even aware how many magical tools the Academy has rewarded him with? Do you know that he hails from one of the great families of the Imperial Dragon Duchy? Is it possible they wouldn't equip him with magical tools? Perhaps even divine tools? He is the most hopeful candidate to inherit the position of clan leader within the Mark family. You know nothing about him, yet you issued a challenge, thinking yourself capable? Do you understand that having tools means that his guardian beast is beyond your control?" Kitch roared, nearly shouting at the top of his lungs. Sunbart knew deep down that this anger stemmed from genuine concern for him. Because of his care, Kitch was upset. Lowering his head, Sunbart softly replied, "Teacher, I've made a mistake." Kitch truly favored this student before him, especially Sunbart, who had formerly apprenticed himself under him. Taking a deep breath, he thought faintly, "It seems there's only one way left." "Follow me," Kitch commanded. Sunbart stayed silent, walking behind Kitch obediently. He knew Kitch would never harm him, and this could only mean that Kitch intended to help him. In the basement of the teaching building, just one wall away, was the adjacent competition arena. Behind the large black iron door lay the storage repository of the Royal Academy. When they arrived, Sunbart understood Kitch's intentions for bringing him here. Kitch unlocked the heavy dark doors with a massive key. "Come in. Today you enter because you are my apprentice, and I am also considering your safety. Now, I allow you to find a magical artifact here that suits you. But once you take it out today, I don't want you bringing it back. So, you must win. Even if your cross-level challenge counts as graduation if victorious, your master hopes that you will visit this old man often in the future." As he finished these words, Sunbart felt Kitch suddenly seemed much older. "The rewards are 3 items in total. Today you can take 1. The next time, I'll bring you in again to take another one. We cannot raise suspicion from outsiders. This is procedure. Among these, weapons are most important. Take your time looking. Since you're a mage, you should choose a staff ideally." What Kitch did not tell Sunbart was that every item in the storage had detailed records. But the overseer happened to be Kitch himself. Although there were occasional inspections, since the match was only the day after tomorrow, allowing Sunbart to use something wouldn't be an issue. Sunbart understood Kitch teacher's goodwill and did not refuse, entering directly. Despite the Dragon Guardian's assurance making him feel confident, an additional lifeline would surely be the best choice. Inside the repository, things were jumbled, ranging from large spears and maces to small needles as fine as cattle hair. Since Sunbart didn't know what exactly suited him, he carefully searched amidst all the yellow, green glimmers in the repository, finding it dazzling to his eyes. Suddenly, the divine Dragon Guardian, who rarely spoke, transmitted its words. "Wait, Sunbart. I sense an extremely familiar call. Move forward. I feel it calling me. Look carefully. Stop. Look around. There should be something like a sword hilt. The end of the hilt has 2 dragon heads on either side. Inspect carefully." The divine Dragon Guardian was somewhat excited, even speaking shakily. Sure enough, following the divine Dragon Guardian's guidance, Sunbart found it. A bright red sword hilt, just the hilt without any blade. Upon gripping it, the sensation was icy cold. Subsequently, Sunbart felt as if it were part of his own body. The voice of the divine Dragon Guardian resonated excitedly in his mind. "Haha, old friend, we meet again. How did you end up here?" Guardians could communicate with the sealed beast souls within the artifacts, something Kitch had explained before. However, Sunbart himself couldn't hear the communication. Yet according to what his teacher said, orange for ultra artifacts, purple for artifacts, green for spirit items, yellow for ghost items. Ordinary items have no luster. Why is the Divine Dragon Guardian so tense about this non-luminous item? Of course, the Divine Dragon Guardian knew Sinbart's thoughts. Old friend, seems your new owner doesn't fully trust your power, it teased. Just as the Divine Dragon Guardian finished speaking, the sword hilt in Sinbart's hand suddenly became scorching hot, nearly causing him to drop it. As Sinbart was about to speak, Principal Kitch's voice came from behind. Chapter 31. The person who owns a spirit artifact. Have you made your choice? Why are you staring at that broken sword hilt? Hurry up and look for a spirit artifact you can use. Kitch saw that Sinbart was not paying much attention, so he became a little anxious. Sinbart, just choose this one. This will absolutely be useful to you in the future. Even if you don't use a spirit artifact, I guarantee that you won't lose. Wait a moment, I'll tell you what it is later. Sinbart repeatedly asked the Divine Dragon Guardian what surprise it was giving him, but the Divine Dragon Guardian refused to say. Teacher, I'll choose this one. I can feel that it has some attraction to me, as if it can help me. Sinbart was deeply afraid that Kitch would become enraged again, so he cut off Kitch's words first. Are you sure? Seeing the determined look in Sinbart's eyes, Kitch let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said, all right, let's go. He gently locked the door and quietly followed Kitch away. Sinbart couldn't wait for the Divine Dragon Guardian to tell him what this item really was. After bidding farewell to Principal Kitch, he ran back to his dormitory alone. At this time, all the other roommates in the dormitory were watching the competition, so there was no one else. Sinbart sat cross-legged, waiting for the Divine Dragon Guardian's revelation. As he meditated, he gradually immersed his spirit into the sea of consciousness, and the Divine Dragon Guardian instantly sensed Sinbart's contact. Kid, you're lucky. Do you know what you just got? Listening to the Divine Dragon Guardian's voice, Sinbart could sense its excitement. Then please tell me quickly. If I knew, would I ask you so anxiously? Sinbart said helplessly. This sword is one of the 8-piece set of Divine Dragon artifacts. And although Sinbart had just figured out it was a Divine Dragon artifact, and was somewhat shocked, when he remembered his teacher's words, that every set of artifacts usually consisted of 7 pieces, he immediately thought to interrupt the Divine Dragon Guardian. The Divine Dragon Guardian, of course, knew what Sinbart was thinking and scolded. Kid, don't interrupt others while they're speaking. That's very impolite. I know you want to ask why sets of general artifacts, or even other weapons, only consist of 7 pieces, yet the Divine Dragon set consists of 8. Don't rush, listen to me patiently. Sinbart nodded mutely. And it is the most precious weapon in the Divine Dragon set, the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword. The Divine Dragon set is different from other divine artifacts. In fact, we might even say it surpasses divine artifacts, making it an ultra-divine artifact. Of course, an ordinary person cannot even use the Divine Dragon set. Do you know why? There's no need to answer. You obviously don't. Even descendants of the Divine Dragon usually can't use it because, to activate the Divine Dragon set, the descendant needs to possess at least 3 drops of Divine Dragon blood. So in the eyes of ordinary people, it's considered junk. A person with only 1 drop of Divine Dragon blood isn't necessarily incapable of using it, but there's a great possibility that they may burst their body and die, or lose all their abilities. Upon hearing the Divine Dragon Guardian's words, Sinbart was far more than just surprised. All the Divine Dragon Guardian continued. And the most important point is, the person using it must have me. Without my existence, the Divine Dragon set can't be used. The reason why it's 8 pieces instead of others is because it includes a cape. That's why it's 8 pieces. Your task right now is to practice hard, and the rest of these matters aren't things you can accept at this stage. Gradually, the sound of the Divine Dragon Guardian disappeared in Sinbart's consciousness. Sinbart was filled with indescribable excitement and quietly pondered over the Divine Dragon Guardian's words. For 2 days, Sinbart had been working harder on cultivating his mental power. He knew this battle wouldn't be easy. Today, Sinbart was about to challenge above his rank, the senior student, Francomark, challenging someone who owns multiple spirit artifacts, a member of the Imperial Dragon family. Huff, huff. In the battlefield, it was the final preparation. At this moment, Sinbart's heart was undoubtedly somewhat tense. Although he had the Divine Dragon Guardian's assurance, nervousness was unavoidable. Afternoon. The Imperial Dragon Royal Academy was about to witness something unprecedented, an inter-rank challenge. Today was destined to leave a deep mark on the history of the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. This challenge was carried out by new students in the new school year, just over 10 years old, challenging the senior student who was over 30 and had already won the title 3 times. And it wasn't just anyone. This was Francomark, who owned numerous spirit artifacts, only slightly lower in rank than divine artifacts, and was the confirmed successor of one of the most prominent families in the Imperial Dragon Kingdom. Amongst the spectators, numerous students and teachers, there was high excitement, eagerly anticipating the match. Regardless of whether they win or lose, Sinbart was undoubtedly the first in history. His audacity had earned immense honor for the academy. Furthermore, on that day, when he proudly issued the challenge, many female students in the Royal Academy looked at Sinbart differently. But the rather dull Sinbart seemed completely oblivious to all these gazes. This is the most watched, anticipated, and perhaps even the most exciting moment in the history of the Royal Academy. The Imperial Dragon Royal Academy's cross-rank challenge competition, the ultimate battle between mages and warriors, is about to begin. Please welcome the challenger, Sinbart Longs. Instantly, applause thundered throughout the venue as 1,000 voices roared in unison. Sinbart Longs. Sinbart Longs. The cries were naturally unified, their volume shaking the sky. Hearing these cheers, Simbart felt his blood boiling. He even believed this was how it should be. It was only fitting. In reality, it was all due to the dragon blood coursing through Simbart's veins. Dragon, the master of all things, deserves this honor. Please welcome the challenged one, the 3-time consecutive champion of the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy's advanced class, Franka Mark. The shouts were equally loud but lacked the same level of authority as those for Simbart. This momentarily deflated Franka. Was Simbart really better than me? For this match, Simbart didn't use wind soaring but merely leaped lightly, landing stably on the ground. Again, there were thunderous cheers. Franka, unwilling to be outdone by anyone, also leapt with an elegant 360-degree flip in midair before landing smoothly. Of course, since everyone already knew Franka was at the sage swordsman level, there was no similar shouting. This left Franka quite embarrassed. Subsequently, Simbart saw that from the red ring on Franka's left hand emerged a long sword glowing with an eerie green light, a spirit artifact. Simbart's pupils contracted slightly. Of course, he didn't assume that this was the only spirit artifact Franka possessed. The students below, upon seeing Franka produce a spirit weapon, immediately fell silent. What could be more impressive than the spirit weapon in Franka's hands? Franka swung the long sword, pointing its sharp tip directly at Simbart, and said, "Kid, I want to see what gives you such arrogance. No one who opposes the Mark family has a good end. Not even you, Simbart. I, Franka Mark, will let you know what true power is today. Aren't you just relying on your Earth-rank guardian? I'll show you that even someone like me who owns a spirit artifact far surpasses you." Such arrogance ignited the divine dragon guardian inside Simbart's mind again. "Simbart, the surprise I have for you today is..." Simbart had no clear sensation, except for a cool feeling on his back. An extraordinarily dazzling silver light erupted, followed by a mesmerizing purple hole, which subtly glowed red. Then 2 extremely adorable twin girls emerged, flying out while holding hands. Their delicate bodies were partially covered by lotus petals, and their limbs, resembling lotus stems, were translucent and pinkish red. Their cuteness was unmatched. Behind them were a pair of ethereal green wings. The entire stadium was awestruck by Simbart's Earth-rank guardian. Oh, the audience erupted in excitement once more. Chapter 32. The Deterrence of the Mutated Earth-class Guardian. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Simbart turned around and saw a pair of extremely adorable girls with green wings on their backs. Although their body sizes hadn't changed, they had now grown a pair of cute little green wings. Franka's mouth was agape, unable to close. Could he not be shocked? Though he had heard about it, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He had heard that it was an Earth-class guardian, but how could it also be a mutated Earth-class guardian? When Simbart saw this Earth-class guardian, he knew instantly. The pleasant surprise given by the divine dragon guardian was this. But what Simbart didn't yet know was that when he was in danger, the divine dragon guardian would protect him too, because the divine dragon was also a guardian. Therefore, the divine dragon guardian simply told Simbart that he would win this battle. After a long-lasting shock, Franka, as the 3-time reigning champion, also released his guardian beast, an auxiliary guardian, the Thunder Eagle. The same guardian, but the white light that flashed behind Franka was undoubtedly a different tier from Simbart's, even though the white hole faintly carried a tinge of purple glow. A gray-blue Thunder Eagle, approximately 2 meters long, flew out of the hole, its sharp eyes and curved hook-like beak giving off an almost invisible streak of white current in its piercing gaze. If all students and teachers inside the venue were marveling at Simbart's guardian beast earlier, then Franka's guardian could now go unnoticed. Even though, at the age of 33, he possessed a genius-level guardian beast, he still couldn't compare to someone like Simbart, who was at the freak level. Of course, upon seeing Simbart owning a guardian that was about to break through the Earth class into the Heaven class, or perhaps was even a mutated one, Franka dared not hold back in the slightest. Instantly, Franka directly shouted to the Thunder Eagle, "Fusion, guardian spirit connected." Actually, there was no need for Franka to shout. It was merely meant to specifically inform Simbart that he wouldn't take advantage of him. Ing! The Thunder Eagle let out a strange cry, its high-pitched whinny echoing. It instantly disappeared from behind Franka, transforming into a cluster of white light that merged into Franka's forehead. At once, Franka's body emitted a strong green light, around his waist, wrists, lower legs, and even the weapon that had been glowing faintly green all along. Beams of light enveloped his entire body like pillars. As the green light slowly dissipated, 4 pieces of spiritual artifacts appeared on Franka's body in their respective positions, emitting a bright green glow. Clearly, without the fusion of the guardian beast, there was only a faint green light. But after the fusion, this green light became exceptionally dazzling. Simbart dared not slack off. Behold, Simbart's left hand glowed fiery red, distorting even the air, showing just how scorching the temperature was. His right hand emitted a white glow, and if you listened closely, you could hear slight crackling sounds, pa-pa, indicating that it was indeed Simbart's lightning magic. What was most radiant, however, was beneath his feet. 3 spinning turquoise rings, each encircling the other. Seeing Simbart use 3-element magic, Franka's mental state suffered a great upheaval. Last time, he had only seen the dual-element magic. This time, there was an additional fire element. Of course, the intense jealousy that grew stronger in his heart only highlighted how unfair it felt compared to his lack of such advantages. In fact, weren't the conditions bestowed by fate on Franka more than enough? The audience, comprised of both academy members and teachers, drew in a sharp breath. Not only did Simbart possess mastery over 3 elements of magic, but he could wield them simultaneously, a feat that defied practicality. It was incomprehensible, inconceivable, and utterly astonishing. So much so that envy made some wish for death. Not to mention the Earth-class guardian beasts perched firmly on either of Sinbart's shoulders. My god, was he even human? More surprised than the students was Ophelia. She remembered clearly that Sunbart had yet to use his water element magic. Good. Nice. I see you can be my worthy opponent. I can finally fight to my full potential. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Sunbart, of course, understood that Franca said this just to relieve the pressure building within him. Enough talk. Teacher referee, may we begin? Sunbart humorously reminded the announcing teacher that it was time to start. Such nonchalance irritated Franca somewhat. In truth, Sunbart was deliberately doing this to make Franca angry, for anger can burn everything, including rational thought. Oh, yes, begin. The announcing teacher was equally surprised, making no effort to hide his amazement as he announced the start. The other teachers were equally stunned, and how could anyone blame this teacher? Sunbart had already devised a battle plan before stepping onto the stage. Since his opponent was a warrior, he would leverage his rapid casting speed, avoiding any physical contact with Franca while unleashing spells swiftly. But Sunbart stood frozen. Franca leapt forward, swinging his spirit longsword with Saint Swordsman silver energy surging atop it. Its speed left a blurred trail behind in the air. With no time to dodge, Sunbart immediately erected a yellow earth wall in front of himself. He then shifted his steps and flew backward in retreat. Franca's longsword couldn't reach, but a thick silver energy was slicing forward. Yes, it was the sword energy emitted alongside the spirit longsword. All of a sudden, Sunbart deployed an earth wall, one that only mages could conjure. Gee, it turned into dust and dispersed. A simple downward strike was enough to shatter the earth wall that Sunbart had summoned, one typically only achievable by experienced mages. Humph. Franca let out a cold snort. Just as everyone in the arena believed that Sunbart would be injured by the energy attack, Sunbart's figure flickered with a faint bluish hue, sidestepping to the left. The energy narrowly grazed past his right arm. The audience was shocked. Sunbart himself was greatly surprised, realizing how formidable Franca was despite being merely a sword saint, enhanced by the power of the spirit longsword. While Sunbart was still stunned, Franca delivered a second strike, a horizontal slash. Yes, Franca used his spirit longsword in combination with his spiritual energy for this powerful sweep. Sunbart, whose body wasn't steady, noticed yet another circle of spiritual energy slicing towards him horizontally. He was filled with anxiety. But then, what stood on Sunbart's shoulders? A guardian beast. That's right. It was none other than Sunbart's Earth-class guardian beast. Despite Sunbart's erratic movements, the two girls standing firmly on his shoulders showed no signs of falling, not even the slightest waver. Preemptive action. Avoid passivity. Just as Sunbart prepared to cast a fireball and a lightning sphere, the Earth-class guardian beasts perched on Sunbart's shoulders released a piercing golden light from their eyes. In an instant, Sunbart felt his body lighter, or rather, faster. Clearly, he noticed his speed increased by at least 50%. Also, magic elements around him seemed about to burst with sheer abundance. Sunbart's heart immediately swelled with joy. He conjured a colossal fireball and a thunder sphere almost as large, both hurtling toward Franca with a ferocious roar. The fireball and thunder sphere were so massive that Sunbart felt like it would take at least 2 arms just to embrace each one. However, the next moment stunned Sunbart dumbfounded, because both the fireball and the thunder sphere, when within 5 meters of Franca, collided against what appeared to be a faint silver bubble-like protective shield enveloping Franca, unable to break through even slightly. Gradually, they dissipated back into elemental particles. Chapter 33. The Deterrence of the Mutated Earth-Class Guardian, Part 2. Not only was Sunbart stunned, but so were the numerous students and teachers below. Alas, Frank is indeed getting more and more powerful. If it weren't for Sunbart this year, he would undoubtedly have won the 4-year consecutive championship again. Principal Kechi shook his head as he sat in his seat. Even Sunbart's 3 roommates thought that what Principal Kechi said was true. Is this all the strength you possess? With such power, you don't even have the qualifications to break through my defense. Go ahead. Franca coldly spoke to Sunbart. Cross slash. Accompanying Franca's incredibly fast figure, a slash combining downward chop and horizontal slash appeared in the air like a cross-shaped aura. Huff. Huff. The downward and horizontal slashes are not executed at the same time, yet he has managed to master such a sword technique. It appears that his actual strength far surpasses what we've seen. If things continue passively like this, the situation will become extremely dire. Yet right now, I cannot even breach his defense. Can it really not be breached? Of course not. The moment Sunbart summoned his guardian beast, his mind connected with all the skills of the guardian beast. As an Earth-class guardian beast, the spirit of the dragon, it could increase its owner's movement speed by 80%, add 30% to magic casting dija, double both magical and physical powers, and even included several large-scale skills. Of course, if it were heavenly tiered, Sunbart's enhancements would be far greater than just a bit. Just using 50% of his enhanced movement speed earlier allowed Sunbart to dodge Franca's horizontal slash. Clearly, 80% would be even more potent. No, I can't endure anymore. Use my inner energy, do cheap. Rely on my own speed, combined with direct energy strikes against him. Using low-level magic simply won't work, and high-level magic has charge times. There'd be no way to avoid his pursuit. Shoo! Seeing Sunbart rapidly approach, a green light immediately swirled underfoot, activating the magic wind soaring. which once again manifested. At incredible speed, it carried Sunbart into the air, avoiding Franca's cross slash. Flying up there makes me unable to deal with you? Franca's tone remained cold, even treating Sunbart as if he were prey already caught within a trap. Aerial combo techniques. Franca leapt up too, though not as high as Sunbart. However, this was perfect to strike from below toward Sunbart. Contrary to expectations, Sunbart instead actively moved toward Franca's incoming aura, stepping with the agility of an eagle, thrusting onto Franca's defensive aura. Crack. Franca's energy shield actually cracked from Sunbart's strong kick. Staring in horror at Sunbart's ever-growing foot, Franca could hardly believe it possible. A single kick struck directly into Franca's face, sending Franca plummeting backward. Boom. Franca hit the ground hard, blood flowing from her nose and lips, but the astonishment lingered upon her face. What then caught everyone's eyes was Sunbart emitting an aura of golden yellow color. Even fallen Franca drew a deep gasp at the sight. What was this golden yellow essence? She, of course, knew it well. It was nothing less than the coveted higher tier of Great Sword Saint essence. How was it possible? Fire elemental, thunder elemental, wind elemental, earth elemental forces, even internal combat energies, and a terrifying mutated earth-class guardian beast, all coalesced within one person. Why? Why does heaven favor Sunbart thus? Filled with thousands of grievances, Franca's heart roiled. When it seemed Sunbart might soon fall victim to Franca's energy blade cut, a new marvel appeared on Sunbart's body, a golden hue. An 18-year-old reaching the level of Great Sword Saint. At this moment across the entire scene. Yes, silence. So quiet. Even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Even Principal Kechi, who knew everything about him, had an expression that couldn't close his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging out. Aphelia. All elemental magics. Archmage. Great Sword Saint. Earth-class guardian beast. This. Great Sword Saint leveled doubled physical force. The strength of an Earth-class guardian beast was indeed horrifying. At this moment, Sunbart wasn't thinking how abnormal he might appear, but rather focused on how powerful this current ability was. This chance to turn the tide, Sunbart certainly wouldn't let it slip away. The very moment Franca got up, Sunbart rushed forward immediately. Shoulder throw. Boom. Franca tumbled back. Backbreaker. Single fist, leg chop. Blow after blow, Franca endured the relentless striking of Sunbart's force. Franca was now without any means to fight back. That was because Franca looked dazed, seemingly losing herself, showing a somewhat foolish look amidst Sunbart's severe blows. Of course, it was not physically. Water magic could treat the body. However, mentally, never having experienced such an impact before, Franca had been completely crushed by Sunbart's innate talent. Franca had grown up surrounded by happiness, always getting whatever she wanted, and had always considered herself to be the best. So she kept training, kept challenging, but because it was known that she belonged to the Mark family, she had in fact never suffered any real harm. This time, Sunbart's extraordinary talent dealt her an unprecedented blow. Yes, Franca fell victim to the principle. When the moon is full, it begins to wane. When a cup is full, it spills over. She, who had grown up surrounded by happiness, ironically found herself affected negatively by that very happiness. Seeing that Franca no longer had any fighting spirit left, Sunbart realized there was no point in continuing the battle. The guardian beast on his shoulder gradually dissipated, returning to the spiritual realm. There stood Franca, her eyes vacant and her face smeared with blood, not moving at all to wipe it away. Sunbart roared mightily. The entire crowd was shocked. Under the long howl of Sunbart, the students and teachers slowly came back to their senses. Yes, it was too incredible. But Kechi, the principal, seeing Franca's state, frowned deeply. He even felt an underlying unease. Sunbart leapt down. Several medical teachers rushed forward to save Franca. Kechi didn't even glance at the stage. He immediately pulled Sunbart out of the arena. Yet all the students still focused on Sunbart as they watched him leave. Next to the arena was the storage room. Sunbart, teacher can no longer keep you here. Although I know your injuries to Franca weren't severe, I can see clearly that the shock has caused him to lose lucidity. If his mind remains resilient, he will survive this, but if it doesn't, for the rest of his life, he may only be a cripple. Good child. You have made your teacher proud. Now don't say anything. Just listen carefully to what your teacher has to say. Remember, come visit me when you become stronger later. At these words, Kechi's tears could not be held back. Sunbart wanted to ask why, but he said nothing. He listened quietly to his teacher's guidance. You must remember, today you've gotten into serious trouble indeed. You've not just offended the Mark family, but the backing of the Mark family isn't our empire. It's the Holy Light Temple. Don't ask me anything now. Whatever happens, your teacher will take care of it. Let me bring you in here so you can pick 2 appropriate spirit weapons. Leave quickly thereafter. Leave the Empire of Delong and go as far as possible. Train hard. And please, do me one favor. Help destroy the Holy Light Temple, but under no circumstances act rashly before you're ready. Remember well, that's enough talk. Choose something fast. There might even be someone among the teachers here who is a guest of the Mark family or someone from the Holy Light Temple. Hurry. Upon hearing Principal Kechi's words, Sunbart instantly understood. Looking at the teacher who had instructed him for a year, Sunbart suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. Of course, he knew Principal Kechi had always acted in his best interest. Sunbart knelt resolutely without resistance from Kechi and bowed 3 heavy bows to his master. Well, child, follow me inside. Time is running out. Your teacher is still strong, and just remember me in the future. Wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes, Kechi led Sunbart into the storeroom. Chapter 34, The Great Escape begins. Sombat's mind was restless. Jingjing, though not voiced, silently let the Divine Dragon Guardian guide him to pick 2 items suitable for himself from within the storage area. Under the guidance of the Divine Dragon Guardian, Sombat now held 3 objects. The Divine Dragon Guardian told him that he would be able to use all of them in the future. A black longsword gleaming with green light, a white hoof ring, and an unnamed material resembling a black brick. Speaking of the sword, Sombat could somewhat understand its purpose. Even if he wouldn't need it, there was Salute. Actually, he didn't know that this sword was originally prepared for Salute. The white hoof ring, of course, was for real, which Sombat understood clearly. But this dark, heavy iron block that felt slightly icy upon touch, what was it for? Sombat couldn't figure it out. For smart people, when something is incomprehensible, don't overthink it. Just wait for the answer to reveal itself, or actively uncover it. Without question, Sombat belonged to the first category. Are you ready? Principal Ketch asked carefully at that moment, as if they were thieves sneaking into the place. But teacher, I have 3 items in my hands. Upon hearing Kaiji's words, Sombat looked puzzled, causing Ketch to involuntarily exclaim with a hum. In theory, the Royal Academy is the Empire's secondary warehouse, but how could such high-grade myriad Yurshan iron exist here? Perhaps someone made a mistake and accidentally brought this piece of Shan iron in. Ketch said, stroking his beardless chin. Enough talk. We are pressed for time. Sombat, there was one key point I forgot to tell you earlier. In the northern part of the Delong Kingdom, there is a skyline gap, where a 10-level golden holy dragon guards the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit. Why is it called the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit? Because each person only has one guardian, naturally excluding you. One guardian can only activate a single set of instruments, no matter what instruments you possess. Once you fuse with your guardian beast, you will forever be tied to that set of instruments. Unless you possess the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit, because without it, losing contact with your instrument will result in your guardian beast dropping 1 level due to the terrifying punishment. So you must take great care when choosing your instrument. In the absence of the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit, you must make the right choice when selecting instruments. Some may suit you, some may not. Don't let greed cloud your judgment. What Ketch didn't say was that as the inheritor of the Divine Dragon, Sombat could switch instruments without distinction even without the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit. Something Sombat had already known since obtaining the Divine Dragon Phantom Sword. Alright, let these 3 items be your selection. Also, here's a 1 cubic meter space ring. Principal Ketch handed it over while saying, catch. Teacher. Sombat actually wanted to refuse, but couldn't reveal that he already owned a larger space ring than the one offered, lest it waste more time. It wasn't that Sombat didn't trust Ketch, but it was evident that Ketch was anxious, and giving the ring to Salat would be perfectly appropriate. Note, space rings generally vary by color, gold, silver, black, yellow, etc., which is why Ketch couldn't identify Sombat's gray-black space ring. Even his 3 roommates couldn't recognize it. As the Royal Academy attracts many nobles who wear rings, no one paid much attention to Sombat's. Alright, if you can remember your teacher's sincerity, that's enough. Now, follow me through the back door. Without another word, Ketch turned, locked the door, and left. Sombat followed all the way. At the back gate of the Royal Academy. Teacher. Water vapor appeared in Sombat's eyes. Alright, good child. Hurry up and leave. Any later, and it'll be too late. Ketch also struggled to hide his emotions. Sombat looked resolutely at his teacher who had taught him for a year and whom he respectfully regarded as his master. He bowed deeply 3 times before gathering his combat energy and rushing off into the forest. Principal Ketch watched Sombat go, tears lightly rolling down his cheeks as he murmured, child, work hard. Outside Delong City, Sombat saw in the distance Real earnestly teaching Salute. Whoosh. A few swift movements brought him beside Real, who could instantly sense his master's presence. What are the most sensitive traits of beasts? Their senses and their smell. Salute also stopped, noticing Sombat's grim expression. Instantly, both Salute and Real realized something had happened to Sombat. Even Goal hiding far away noticed, but chose not to appear. Uncle Real, is there anything valuable left at our home in the city? Sombat was panting slightly after running so far. None. Master, what is it? Real's face was full of confusion. Good, there isn't. We'll talk while we move. Hurry up. Roar. The sound was deafening, driving away most birds and beasts from the forest. Real instantly let out a beastly roar, completely transforming into his original form, a 3-meter-tall, 8-meter-long magic cloud lion with slightly red fur and dark golden hair. Sombat pulled Salute and quickly leapt onto Real's back, shouting Dragon Valley. Of course, Sombat had heard his teacher's words. Instantly, he understood that the skyline gap mentioned by his teacher was none other than the Dragon Valley where he had once trained. The Dragon Valley harbored countless powerful magical beasts, precisely the place ordinary humans dared not enter. Sombat chose the Dragon Valley not for the Divine Dragon Holy Fruit, but to continue cultivating his skills until he became strong. But could Sombat's wishes come true? Of course not. Within Delong City, the Duke Mark residence. Bang. What? Tell me clearly, what exactly happened? The source of anger was none other than Derek Mark, the current patriarch of the Mark family. That was Franca and Frank's father. Sombat Longs, quite a name, Sombat Longs. Could it be related to the Longs family? Damn you. Dark Temple. All those from the Longs family served the Dark Temple. Could Derek not be angry? 2 days ago, his youngest son got beaten up by someone named Sombat Longs, and now, his eldest son suffered a severe beating in retaliation for protecting his younger brother, becoming nothing more than a vegetable. How could Derek not feel enraged? This was the future successor of the Mark family, nurtured by the entire clan. Hurry, deliver this letter to the Holy Light Temple. Yes. A male butler took the letter and responded respectfully. Ever since he had served as the steward of the Mark family, this was the first time the master had shown such fury. How many warriors are left at home? Follow me and capture Sombat Longs. I will tear him apart piece by piece. As Derek said these words, his eyes blazed with fury and his voice turned icy cold. Master, we still have 12. The butler didn't finish. Summon all of them to gather at the front. Follow me to the Royal Academy of Dilong. His words were barely spoken before Derek's feet had already stepped outside the room. On Real's back, Sombat recounted everything to both Real and Salute. Real did not say much because no matter what his master did, he would always support him with all his might. Upon hearing about the Holy Light Temple, Salute applauded joyfully, his face filled with admiration and awe. After half a year of cultivation, it could be confirmed, Salute suited the path of a warrior rather than a mage. Despite Salute's efforts, his magic affinity was surprisingly zero, whereas his martial energy was notably thick. By continuously dueling with Real every day, Salute could feel that his guardian beast was close to breaking through to the spirit class. Following Sombat's instructions, Real knew that since Sombat had been remade by divine dragon blood, bearing heavier pressures posed no problem for him. For Real himself, however, this was different. Thus, Real progressed gradually, slowly unlocking Salute's innate abilities. Without a doubt, Salute's strength had significantly improved. Just after they fled, several priests and holy knights of the Light Temple in the Dilong Principality received orders and galloped towards Sombat's location. Chapter 35, Kill. Outside Venus City. Whoosh. Uncle Lei, the two over there are yours, and I'll take care of this Grand Priest. Sunbat used his fighting energy to quickly approach Lei's back and whispered in Lei's ear. Sunbat didn't know why, but news of his departure was picked up by countless spies of the Light Shrine. So for these 3 days, Sunbat encountered the very troublesome knights, wizards, and priests of the Light Shrine who attempted to annihilate him. Because of the urgency of his escape, Sunbat had almost no food or water, so he gave the spatial ring given to him by his master to Salute to buy supplies in Venus City. For 3 days, Salute had been hidden extremely well, so none of the Light Shrine people discovered that Salute was with Sunbat and Lei. Originally worried about taking good care of Salute, it now appeared that Salute needed to take care of Sunbat. Sinful ones, let the great light God end your sins. You all must not be delusional. The Grand Priest dressed in white spoke pompously to Sunbat. To hell with you, imposters. Under the name of gods, you strangle innocent girls. Do you even deserve to be called the Light God? Lei angrily cursed. A lost one who has returned, a prodigal son who regrets. Since you do not repent, I will use the power of the gods to remove the evil in this world. The Grand Priest was not yet finished speaking when Sunbat had already released a pair of dual thunder rages from his hands, interrupting the tedious Grand Priest. Boom. Could the Grand Priest of the Light Shrine be so easily dealt with? Clearly, the Grand Priest was no ordinary person. Fusion. Protective spirit artifact connection. Behind the Grand Priest stood an unnamed guardian beast resembling a mushroom. Under the Grand Priest's summoning, it transformed into a white light merging with the Grand Priest's forehead. Instantly, the Grand Priest's body glowed, showing 3 yellow, 2 green marks indicating ownership of 5 artifacts, 3 ghost weapons, and 2 spirit weapons. A 50% speed increase. The tiered guardian on Sinbat's shoulder responded to Sinbat's command immediately. Whoosh. Sunbat flashed rapidly to the left side of the Grand Priest at a tremendous speed from beside Lei, leaving the 2 shrine knights on the right to Lei. It was undoubtedly the right decision. In these 3 days, Sunbat knew well the strength of Lei's 9th tier, mutated beast. Let Lei quickly dispose of those 2 shrine knights, and come help him deal with this shrine Grand Priest. Not being interfered with by the magic crystal stone, unleashing all 10 measures of strength certainly made a big difference. Dual Thunder Rage. They flew directly toward the Grand Priest from Sinbat's hands. Even though the Grand Priest possessed several ghost and spirit weapons, as a wizard specializing in the same type of lightning magic as Sunbat, his movement speed was definitely no match for Sinbat's. Seeing the Dual Thunder Rage flying toward him, the Grand Priest kept retreating to dodge. Boom. Instantly, the ground was left with a pit measuring 3 meters square, clearly showing the immense destructive power of Sinbat's Dual Thunder Rage after being enhanced by the tiered guardian beast. The Grand Priest was also starting to sweat. Swinging the magic staff in his hand, the Grand Priest quietly muttered, 10 directions. Uffed. Before finishing the incantation, the Grand Priest was attacked from behind by Lei, who had already transformed and eliminated the 2 shrine knights. Sharp claws pierced through the front chest of the Grand Priest, who instantly coughed out a mouthful of blood, incredulously looking at the claw piercing through his chest from which fresh blood continued to drip. What did magicians fear the most? Of course, it was the most feared close combat and sneak attacks. It could be said that magicians feared assassins the most. Moreover, among all artifacts, the most expensive were weapons, followed by armor. Without armor, magicians under the swords of warriors or the claws of beasts were like tofu. Pang! The Grand Priest met his death in surprise by Lei's ambush. Lei casually collected a few ghost and spirit weapons from the Grand Priest's body, including even removing the unknown spatial rings from the Grand Priest's hand. With a pair of brutal eyes and what looked like an evil smile in his blood-drenched maw, he observed Sunbat. After tidying up everything, Salute returned from the city having purchased water and food. The trio continued their escape. 5 days later, atop a dirt slope, Lying on the ground were still a few shrine knights and wizards. At first sight of such a scene, Salute was trembling with horror, throwing up profusely. 4 days without proper meals, seeing such sights, red and white mixed blood, exposed organs outside their bodies, made Salute's complexion turn pale and then red. Right there, they were eating heavily. Of course, Sinbad had long become accustomed to such a life. Just during the 1 year and 8 months living in the Dragon Valley, slaughtering the many magical beasts, he had gotten used to it. Uncle Lay, our progress is not fast at all. Why do they know our route so well? Sinbad asked while eating, knowing that meal times like this were rare. Alright, let's head west instead of going to Dragon Valley for now. It seems our enemies have figured out our route very accurately. We need to be cautious. After some contemplation, Sinbad suggested. Good idea. To the west lies the Great Desert, where there are few people. Moreover, it's the territory of the Dark Shrine. We should face no significant problems there. Let's leave Dragon Valley for later. First, we need to shake off these nuisances. He glanced at the dead bodies nearby with obvious disdain. Although Sinbad had encountered numerous assassination attempts and blockades along the way, even mercenaries' involvement, none of those people had much strength to speak of. Even if they possessed 1 or 2 spirit weapons or ghost artifacts, how could they match up against the combined power of Lay and Sinbad? The spirit weapon longsword Sinbad brought from the Royal Academy had already been given to Salute. Although he knew there were plenty of other spirit weapons inside the space ring, they couldn't be examined right now, thus leaving them unsorted. Sinbad originally wanted to give Lay the white hoof ring, but seeing that it took Salute more than a day just to absorb the spirit weapon sword, Sinbad decided that Lay absolutely could not handle the absorption of the hoof ring under present circumstances. Alright, let's get moving. Sinbad finished his meal. He was always the last, being the biggest eater among them. He brushed the dust off his clothes and shouted towards Lay and Salute. At this point, Sinbad's once pristine white robe was now torn and tattered. With daily battles, he didn't see any point in changing into fresh clothes. As for Lay, due to his transformations, his clothes were stored away, making Salute's attire the best looking among the three, since Salute rarely got involved in combat. When Salute did take part, it was usually to deliver the finishing blow to mortally wounded foes, a request Salute made himself, as a means of venting his inner frustrations. In order to escape the Light Shrine's detection, Sinbad, Lay, and Salute sprinted swiftly towards Luo Yun Empire. Chapter 36, Bet City. 3 months later. During these 3 months, Sinbad and the other two had run with all their might, slaying countless people from the Light Temple along the way. It was precisely because of this that the Light Temple issued a bounty order across various great nations. In just 3 months, Sinbad's price kept soaring. Now the bounty for Sinbad on the Light Temple's wanted list has reached as high as 300,000 gold coins. Of course, the more they approached the territory of the Dark Temple, the fewer people attempted to ambush Sinbad. Only those mercenaries who were infatuated with wealth dared to continue chasing him relentlessly. Obviously, during this escape, the trio reaped substantial benefits. They had obtained more than 50 spiritual artifacts alone, and over 100 ghostly weapons. The amount of gold coins and red diamonds was countless. This day, the three finally arrived at the western part of Xinzhou Continent, the second largest empire of Xinzhou Continent, Luoyun Principality. From afar, one could see the mighty image of a titan embroidered on the waving flags. Not the golden dragon flag of the Imperial Dragon Principality. The Titan Giant, a symbol of savagery, strength, and defense. Although it doesn't possess the immense power of a beaming beast, its defense is absolutely higher than that of a beaming beast. The Titan lacks the frenzy skill of the beaming beast, which makes the whole body's blood go berserk, unleashing twice the normal strength without specific damage. After going berserk, everything will be destroyed until an effective period passes, lasting merely 20 minutes. The beaming will then become weak for 3 days, or die. Sinbad saw from afar the 3 gilded characters above the city gate, far away. Bet City. Even a medium-sized large city possessed such financial power. It truly deserved to be the second largest principality on Xinzhou Continent. Sinbad and the 2 others, including Lay in human form, hastily changed into some decent new clothes. Their eyes were all filled with thick bloodshot veins due to over 3 months of relentless pursuit. There was no time to sleep. Even if they rested, it was only within 100 meters of corpses after killing those temple priests or knights. Sinbad once heard his teacher say, the most dangerous place is also the safest. Even so, their rest time was extremely scarce. Today, they could relax as much as possible and find a good store to take a break. Because a week ago, there were no more foolish mercenaries causing trouble for them. Of course, even so, Lay, as the servant, still maintained a vigilant heart. With the lure of money, he couldn't guarantee anything. This man who had once been a leader was no ordinary person. Although sometimes Sinbad's suggestions were excellent, many aspects still mixed with his own intentions. After entering the city, Sinbad, Lay, and Salute didn't waste time enjoying the bustling world full of colorful goods, but directly sought out an inn where they could stay. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, they didn't choose too fancy an inn, but rather a regular one that common folk could afford. Customer, what would you like? The waiter saw the 3 enter and immediately called out. First, a fine table of delicious food. It was Lay who spoke. Alrighty, please wait a moment. The waiter hurried inside to prepare the meal. Delicious. Far better than the dry rations we ate while traveling, and without the heat. This is better indeed. Lay hungrily cut into the food on the dining table while speaking. Salute also nodded continuously, but judging by his eating style, there was no way he could say any more words. The waiter, upon seeing how the 3 devoured their food, was astonished with wide open mouth. Don't just stand by us watching. If you need anything, we'll tell you. Here's your payment. Sinbad then threw a shiny silver coin toward the young waiter, again, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, because a silver coin for a meal was typically spent at grand hotels, not here. Seeing the glittering silver coin, the waiter smiled with eyes nearly closed. Good sir, feel free to ask for anything. The rooms upstairs have been prepared according to your request. A private 3-person room. Lei, without raising his head, simply waved his hand. A 3-person room was Lei's requirement. Staying together provided better security than being scattered. So full, and the taste was great. The bed is also very comfortable, Lei said, lying down on the bed smiling. Well, let's rest well. Times ahead may not be easy. Sinbad calmly outlined their future plans. They slept for 2 straight days. Basically, aside from meals, they never woke up. Even for meals, the helpful waiter brought the dishes right to their room. However, because of this, Sinbad and the other 2 became the laughingstock of the inn after meals. The 3 big men did nothing but sleep and eat without leaving their room, just like secluded young ladies from wealthy families. Of course, this was something that Sinbad and the other 2 were unaware of. That's so comfortable. Lei's carefree and unrestrained voice could be heard. As for the person who slept the least among the 3, it was Sinbad. He still practiced cultivation by sitting in meditation as he always did before. When they had first arrived, he took a small nap. Sinbad, what do you plan to do now? Where are we going? This question came from Salute, not Lei, whose address would not have been formal. We've cultivated for such a long time, and escaped death for these past few months. It's time to take a break. Certainly, there are many things about the continent I still don't know. Let's play around for a few days. Indeed, one could say that Sinbad had never really roamed the streets or bought anything in a big city. Auctions? He'd heard of them, but didn't know where the entrance was. Lei also understood how hard his young master had worked. Becoming the successor of the divine dragon was even tougher. Alas, Lei couldn't help but sigh. Bet City. In the bustling district, the crowd surged like an endless tide. Hawkers' cries and calls filled the ears continuously, creating a peaceful yet vibrant scene of daily life. Magic crystal core materials. Ink gold. Come and take a look. A hunter-clad dark-skinned giant was shouting, promoting what he had to sell. Such hawking could be seen everywhere. It was not unusual at all. But Sinbad seemed to have a particular connection with ink gold. Recalling the moment when his father exchanged a 4th-level fire tiger magic crystal core for a heart-protecting mirror for him, he felt melancholy. Yes, he was thinking of his father. Father, where are you? Salute appeared to understand Sinbad's thoughts, lightly patting Sinbad's shoulder, much taller than his own, silently. Suddenly, a pure, crystal-clear laughter, untainted by any impurity, resonated with magical charm. It sounded like bells, like a nightingale's song, or even like raindrops falling on green leaves. Instantly, it captivated Sinbad. He had never experienced such a feeling, even surpassing the clear and pleasant sound of Lena in his memories. Sinbad stared straight ahead. Salute and Lei beside him hadn't noticed his change. Before his eyes was Chapter 37, April Wreck. A girl dressed like a beggar, but in boyish attire. She was cutely helping an old woman pick up things from the ground. It was unclear what the elderly woman had said, but it made her chuckle nonstop. Sinbad watched with mild interest. That was when Sinbad's companions, Real and Sarat, noticed Sinbad's unusual behavior and followed his line of sight. That girl, covered in dust, made her original features indiscernible. Yet her skin wasn't darkened by the western sun. Rather, it remained fair and slightly pink. The exposed skin left Sinbad with the feeling that she couldn't possibly be a beggar. She appeared slim and graceful, well-proportioned, and of a standard healthy physique. She certainly shouldn't be a beggar. As Sinbad observed her carefully picking up things for the grandmother and catching glimpses of the slight dimples on her face, he found himself captivated. After finishing picking up the items, she turned back 3 steps to laugh at the old lady, so engrossed that she didn't even notice the path ahead. With little movement, Sinbad allowed her to collide into his towering frame. Ouch! Who is this? Why would someone put a post right in the middle of the road? Annoying, she muttered while climbing both small hands around what she thought was a pillar, attempting to push away her so-called obstacle. Only after making contact did she realize that the post was actually a person, the robustly built Sinbad. Her scream resonated loudly, leaving Sinbad's ears tingling. You're a real human. Why do you stand in the road pretending to be a post? Oh no, you're just blocking everyone's way. Sinbad overheard her trying to excuse herself, though Real and Sarat burst into laughter before Sinbad could even respond. Miss, my full name is Sinbad Longs. I'm not the post you refer to, nor did I block your path. Didn't you seem distracted earlier? If I were walking, wouldn't you have been knocked over? Sinbad replied with a smile. It does seem that way, but then why didn't you move out of my way? Though aware that Sinbad spoke truthfully, her cheeks reddened slightly as she fiercely argued. Then tell me, what do you see behind me? Sinbad sidestepped gently to reveal the stone wall of a house. If I'd really moved, you wouldn't have hit a soft cushion, but Sinbad's tone carried a hint of mockery. Anyway, you should have called out to me instead of standing there silently. Are you mute? She wrapped her arms protectively and looked defiantly at Sinbad despite the dirt smudged across her delicate and elegant face, challenging him to reply. Miss, what am I supposed to do exactly? Sinbad mused inwardly. You came here just to stroll, not to shop, or even worse, relieve yourself in public, she snapped back. You're correct. Since I'm here to stroll, it's natural for me to stop occasionally to observe my surroundings, right? And since I was watching something else, how could I have noticed you about to run into me? So then, how should I call you? Hearing these words, Real and Sarat laughed even harder. After speaking, Sambat subtly arched his eyebrows with intrigue. You? This is all your fault. And since it's your fault, you must be punished. How should I punish you? As she spoke, she traced circles near her dimple with her index finger on her left hand, showing deep contemplation. Ugh, what kind of logic is this? I'm hungry now, so why don't you treat me to a meal? It's such a great honor for you. Having finished her sentence, she pulled Sambat's broad, muscular arm toward a nearby tavern. Turning to his slightly astonished companions, Real and Sarat, Sambat said, This young miss has a point. I'll treat her to dinner first. Go wander around for a bit, and we'll meet back at the inn later. With mild interest, Sambat followed behind her. I eat a lot. Did you bring money? She pouted, looking at Sambat. Gazing at those faint dimples, Sambat seemed entranced, experiencing a completely unprecedented sensation. Pang! A gold coin spun several rounds on the table, eventually coming to rest. Waiter, 2 bowls of plain noodles will do. She had only teased him earlier. She was actually quite frugal. Is that all you'll eat? Look how thin you are. Eat more. Gain some weight. Use the leftover money to buy other food, and if it's not enough, I can give you more. Sambat cautiously suggested. Thump. 1 gold coin rolled around several times on the table before finally settling. Boy, bring us 2 bowls of vegetable noodles, please. She had merely said that earlier to scare him. Actually, she was extremely thrifty. Aren't you going to eat just this? Seeing how slender you are, you should eat more. Become a little rounder. Use the remaining coins to buy something else, and if it's insufficient, I'll provide you with more. Sambat said tentatively. You? I ordered 2 bowls. I'm going to eat with you. Of course I can't finish 2 bowls. Do you really think I could eat that much? She blushed, her tone tinged with irritation. She was irritated because this man named Sambat insisted she should eat more and gain weight. Did he not know that all women loved beauty and aspired to stay slim? Oh, but I'm not hungry. You must eat even if you're not hungry. It's part of your punishment. Why did he make her feel so warm and safe? Though he looked somewhat clumsy, his words carried no foolishness at all. Seeing her blazing eyes, Sambat finally ceased resisting. All right, that's better. It's an honor I'm bestowing upon you. With that, she cheerfully started slurping the noodles. Sambat silently observed her graceful eating manner, so elegant, far from resembling the ravenous way a beggar might eat. Sambat felt a strange sense of contentment, though he wasn't sure why. Why aren't you eating? Her tone was laced with confusion. If you don't eat, neither will I, humph. With that, she threw down her chopsticks loudly and turned her face away. Why? She had never acted cute with her father, so why was she doing so today with a man she'd just met? This thought crossed her mind. Sambat said nothing. Even though he wasn't hungry, finishing this bowl of plain noodles posed no problem. What's your name? Can you tell me? Sambat was still eager to know her name. Not this time, maybe next time. And with that, she walked out of the tavern door. But just as Sambat grew puzzled, she re-entered. My name is April. My surname stays a secret. But of course, you can call me Vi. As she spoke, she extended her dainty white hand, faintly smudged with dirt. Sambat longs. Call me Sambat. Sambat replied with a gentle smile, extending his right hand. After a light handshake, April picked up the gold coin and asked Sambat, So, this belongs to me now? Sambat gave her a mild nod accompanied by a quiet smile, without a word. April gently placed it into her grimy pocket, and then took out 8 copper coins, calling to the waiter, the bill. Her 2 words were assertive and confident. Let's go. Her clear voice echoed again. Sambat followed April, who was already about to step outside the room. Sambat stared at her blankly. Her? Chapter 38, April's Kindness. Under the weight of mounting doubts, Simbart finally asked the question plaguing him. Aren't you going to buy clothes? The money I gave you earlier, you wouldn't have finished using it. If not enough, I can give you more. What's wrong with my clothes? They just have a bit of dust. Do you really care that much? Besides, what are you to me? We're strangers who became acquainted by chance. Why should I spend your money? Simbart was left speechless by April's barrage of questions. That's right. What relation was he to her that she should use his money? But it could make you prettier. Simbart persisted in his persuasion. Is beauty really that important? Can it be eaten or drunk? April looked at Simbart's eyes at this moment, and even felt some disgust. She thought now, how could you rich young masters possibly understand? Without family support, do you even have the ability to survive? But Simbart realized that April had misunderstood his intentions, but he also knew that if he explained now, things might become even more confusing, perhaps even defensive. You come with me, I'll show you something. After saying that, April turned around and walked off without looking back, and Simbart followed closely behind. Afterward, April bought a large bag of coarse grain, flour, and hot buns in Bite City. Although Simbart didn't know why April did this, as a man, he naturally took the large bag from her shoulders and carried it himself. Outside the city, there was an extremely dilapidated wooden house, surrounded on all sides by wild grasses and flowers. But in this early spring season, although the flowers and grasses hadn't fully grown yet, they were still brimming with vitality. Yet, this wooden house was quite large, much bigger than ordinary households' dwellings. Looking at its wobbly wooden boards, Simbart couldn't help but wonder, would even a small gust of wind be able to flatten this hut entirely? April said nothing but directly led Simbart to the back of the wooden house. Upon reaching the back, Simbart froze momentarily, astonished and unable to close his mouth. What did he see? A group of children, none very big, all about 160 to 170 centimeters tall. Although their exact ages eluded Simbart, he faintly sensed that the oldest child here wasn't more than 11 or 12 years old. They were pale and emaciated, some almost skeletal. Their darkened faces were covered in much dirt. Two slightly older children were trying to start a fire to cook. A wooden frame propped up by several large sticks supported a large black iron pot, suspended in midair. Inside the pot, it boiled only various kinds of wild grass and miscellaneous fruits. Yet, despite this, the children gathered around eagerly watched the green food inside the pot, drooling at the sight. Simbart was stunned. From childhood till now, though Simbart had grown up without the attentions of his parents and experienced numerous hardships, seeing these children made his eyes glisten faintly. Compared to them, he realized how much luckier he'd been. Standing nearby, April naturally observed Sinbart's reactions. But upon noticing the slight redness in Sinbart's eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble a little. Was he truly touched for the sake of these children? What kind of person was he exactly? Of course, upon hearing April's and Sinbart's footsteps, even a girl of approximately 9 noticed them. Seeing April beside Simbart, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. She rushed over quickly to hug April's waist and joyfully shouted, "Sister April has come. Brothers and sisters, Sister April is here." Of course, the girl called out loudly to the children watching the cooking pot from behind as well. Simbart watched as April gently stepped toward the children, and suddenly he felt a sense of radiant happiness spread across her features. Yes, it was a pure, unadulterated, and deeply contented smile that warmed one's heart, softened it, and brought comfort. "Good children, have you been behaving yourselves?" At that moment, April, standing a little taller than 1.9 meters, clearly came into full view among the children. He could see her clever face, dusty as it was. "Sister, we've been good. Mia's cooking. Would you like to eat some?" The girl who had run over earlier to embrace April spoke. Following the girl's words, Simbart raised his gaze and thought, the child starting the fire must be the Mia she mentioned. "Oh, is that so? Has our Nina missed her sister? Sister has brought a lot of delicious food today." April smiled as she addressed the girl named Nina. "Come, let me introduce a big brother to you all." April gestured toward Simbart. "He is Big Brother Simbart. It was this big brother who provided the money to buy all the things for you today." "Big Brother Simbart, you're so tall," said the girl named Nina. Simbart gently lifted her into his arms and said kindly, "You all should eat more, and then you can grow as tall as your big brother." With affection, Simbart reached out his hand to pat Mia's little head, much to her delight. April was once again surprised by Sinbart's actions, albeit briefly. He had actually picked up the dirty child and spoken gently to the girl. In April's mind, she could hardly comprehend it. Of course, she knew that rich children would never talk to someone as dirty as her, let alone invite her for a meal. Could they ever endure dirty children climbing onto them? One each. Eat slowly, there's more. Go slow. Simbart happily watched these children devouring the steamed buns with great hunger. Despite feeling sorrow inside, he saw how these adorable children were content with just a plain bread bun, which made them smile. Simbart felt an immense sense of relief in his heart. Passing the things in his hand to April, she looked at him with some confusion. Simbart said nothing. He slowly walked to the large pot where the children had cooked their meal earlier, picked up the ladle, scooped up a spoonful, and placed it gently near his lips to sip. As soon as it entered his mouth, Simbart almost wanted to vomit. It was bitter, with an odd smell. The old vegetable leaves were even hard to chew. But it was this very meal that left the children drooling while waiting to eat. Tears gradually welled up in the corners of Sinbart's eyes. It was the first time in his life that tears silently streamed down his cheeks without a sound. Simbart felt a bit angry inside, his blood boiling with emotion. Of course, the children in the yard had all noticed Sinbart's actions. They stopped eating, quietly observing Simbart, and April was no different. Naturally, her feelings towards Simbart soared significantly. Simbart moved, but he didn't walk away or take another scoop to continue eating. Instead, Chapter 39, Simbart's outburst. Picking up the large pot, he abruptly released his golden dough chi. Bang! With just a slight effort, the pot shattered, and the greenish rice porridge inside spilled all over the ground. The young children, as if startled, all hid behind Iwayer. Roar! Simbat couldn't suppress the frustration in his heart, letting out a long howl. His voice carried far away. It also frightened the children, making them tremble with fear. After roaring, Simbat felt much better. Apologetically, he said to the children, "Children, it's wrong of me. I scared you earlier. I promise you, tomorrow, I will find someone to buy a house in the city for us. You can live with me and Iwayer's sister. I will have my friends teach you Do Chi and magic so you can protect yourselves, alright?" Although Sunbat spoke kindly, the children who were still shocked had not yet recovered. In fact, Sunbat misunderstood Iwayer. He thought she was their elder sister, also an orphan child. But from Sinbat's words, Iwayer detected his ulterior motive, living together with him. Of course, she didn't say anything, but her face showed a hint of shyness. Iwayer looked at Sinbat's actions and now found him even more unfathomable. Finally, Minda interrupted the awkwardness first. "Brother, don't forget your promise." Sinbat affectionately picked her up, nodded vigorously without saying anything else. Evening. Sinbat looked at Iwayer. The two sat on a huge rock. She took off her shoes, letting the wind caress her tender pink skin freely. Her round toes made her appear extraordinarily adorable. It was only then that Sunbat realized that behind Iwayer's strong exterior lay such feminine grace. The gentle spring breeze ruffled her hair, making her yellow bun dance gracefully in the wind. Removing the dirt from her face, her brows appeared delicately arched and slender, setting off those bright big eyes that seemed capable of speech. Her mouth, small and red-lipped, had an incomparable allure. Her nose, well-proportioned and neither too high nor too low, looked very distinctive. Her finely sculpted features framed by her round chin made her beautiful, captivating beyond compare. Sinbad, watching her, seemed entranced. How he wished this moment could be frozen in time forever, everlastingly. More than anything, because of her kindness. Sinbad, do you know how many children like these you are helping? Iwayur said with a touch of mockery. Then you, how long can you help them? How many children like these can you help? Every time, Sinbad responded in this manner, engaging her with their banter. You. Yes, how many could she really help? Sinbad didn't understand why he always liked to contradict her, didn't know. But one thing he was sure of, seeing her blush and anger indeed looked incredibly cute, almost like a rosy red apple, tempting one to take a bite. Thus, the two young people sat on the boulder, feeling the spring breeze blow through their hair, enjoying the vibrant hues of the sunset sky. For several days, besides practicing in the house Sinbad had bought in Lyre, he spent his time teaching the children together with Iwayur. Even though Iwayur couldn't teach much about Do Chi, her magical prowess was quite astonishing, proficient in water and earth attributes. Although Sinbad hadn't seen Iwayur's guardian beast, there was a sense within him. Yes, it was a sense. Iwayur's guardian beast was also powerful. Actually, it was all due to the divine dragon blood flowing within her. Iwayur, looking at the honest and robust man sitting behind her, Sinbad, was also amazed. Not only did he possess both Do Chi and magic skills, but they were at no small level either. There was also a masculinity that she could not resist. His presence pulled at her thoughts, plunging her into deep enchantment. He, hair black as a waterfall, athletic and imposing body, sharp and deep eyes, skin neither too dark nor too light. That carved muscular physique, yet his palms were unusually soft. Slowly, Iwayur felt warmth rising to her cheeks. Fortunately, they were facing the children, otherwise. Gradually, over these 10+ days, Layur and Salute thought that Sinbad had changed. He became majestic, arrogant, audacious while still carrying a touch of tenderness. Seeing how Sinbad genuinely cared for the children woke up the kindness buried deep in his heart. Not that Sinbad wasn't kind, but after months of fleeing, he was soaked in a bloody aura. Only now did Sinbad feel grounded. Only now did Sinbad realize he was truly alive amidst the world. Children, it's time to eat. Sinbad's towering figure stood by the kitchen door, raising his large hand to call out. All right, dismissed. Everyone go have your meal. Iwayur's voice echoed among the children. Veal. Sinbad, who was eating, looked up and said to Iwayur, who was also having her meal. Everyone looked at Sinbad with confusion. What is it, Sinbad? Is there something you want to say? Iwayur put her bowl and chopsticks on the table, looking at Sinbad, waiting for him to speak. I wanted to ask if there are any dangerous places in the West. These children need life and death challenges to better survive in the future. We can't help them forever. Sinbad spoke straightforwardly. Iwayur lowered her head and thought silently. She of course knew that what Sinbad said was true, but these children were still so young. Would they be able to survive? Before she could lift her head to speak, Sinbad seemed to have read her mind and added, You don't need to worry. My good brothers Layur and Salute will accompany these children. If you want to go, you can come along too. Seeing the smile and sincerity on Sinbad's face, she couldn't refuse because what Sinbad said was indeed correct. Due to their recent interactions, their trust had skyrocketed. Therefore, Sinbad did not hold back much from Iwayur. Sinbad carried many heavy burdens, and he had made up his mind to undergo some serious training. It wasn't just about the Holy Light Temple, but also about peace across the entire Divine Dragon continent. These children were orphans whose parents died in a great war, which was why he needed to train harder. So what about you? Iwayur was somewhat surprised when Sinbad didn't mention her in his words. A man must stand tall and firm. Won't these children be the same in the future? If we want more families to be harmonious, then we, as the young and passionate generation, must train ourselves well. We need to make contributions for our family and loved ones. Sinbad did not mention greater responsibilities, but the way he spoke at that moment was filled with authority and charisma, along with a touch of tenderness. Iwayur was enchanted. Looking at Sinbad, all the children eating at the table were filled with admiration. Fortunately, during the mealtime, Layur and Salute hadn't come over. Otherwise, they would definitely try to dissuade him. Chapter 40, The Divine Artifact. In the evening, after dinner, Sinbad, Layur, Saruta, and Iyer gathered around the dining table. Sinbad recounted to Layur and Saruta what he had said to Iyer during lunch. It was evident that Layur and Saruta both disagreed. But seeing Sinbad's determined gaze, all of their objections were shaken off by Sinbad. Night. On a not-so-prosperous night in the Luoyuan Empire, people had already gone to sleep. Only, in Sinbad's yard, Sinbad was just leaving Sarut's room, walking towards Layur's room. Of course, all the key points regarding the artifacts were explained in detail to Saruta. It took 2 hours just to convey this information. Originally, Sinbad wanted to select some usable spirit artifacts too, but the words of the divine dragon guarding his spiritual consciousness shattered Sinbad's excitement. The divine dragon guardian told Sinbad, These are garbage for you. If you want to use them, at the very least, they must be divine artifacts. Also, using these spirit artifacts will provide no help with your cultivation now, so you cannot use them. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking sound came through. As a 9th-level magical beast, Layur had long since heard the commotion outside. Based on his sense of energy and smell, even before Sinbad knocked, he knew who was there, his young master. Layur opened the door quietly. Master, what is it? Layur was puzzled as to why his master would come to see him at night. This was also the first time. Normally, even if there was something to discuss, Sinbad wouldn't have come at night. Uncle Layur, you've worked hard along the way. carrying us while fleeing for our lives, and resting less than anyone else. There was deep affection in Sinbart's eyes. Master, don't say such things. Taking care of you is the duty of an old servant like me. Moreover, it doesn't count as hardship, Layer said, although deep down, he was inwardly delighted, feeling that even if he were to die right then, he would have no regrets. Uncle Layer, absorb this spirit artifact. Before, we didn't have the time, but now we needn't worry about that. I'll guard over the process for you. Layer looked at Sinbart, his heart surging with emotion. He never thought that his master had come here just to give him this item. Without any expression of gratitude, Layer took the white hoof ring, turned toward his bed, sat cross-legged, and held his hands upward, placing the white hoof ring on top. In truth, where had Sinbart ever seen a magical beast absorb an artifact? Even though he'd witnessed Saruta absorbing one, Sarut's absorption process wasn't anything particularly noteworthy, which was precisely why Sinbart hadn't stayed in Sarut's room. Gradually, from Layer's body, emanated his unique dual magics, fire and lightning. These two magic elements were extremely bright, circling Layer's body, one in reverse clockwise, the other clockwise. The white hoof ring in Layer's hands slowly rose until it hovered in front of Layer's chest, rotating gently. Instantly, the room lit up. All Sinbart could see were Layer's blood-red eyes, looking like bursting blood blisters. The two spinning magical elements around him gradually dissolved into the white hoof ring. As soon as they did, the white hoof ring split into 4 parts, radiating a brilliant purple glow. They slowly merged into Layer's 4 limbs. Gradually, Layer slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Sinbart understood. It was indeed a divine artifact that Layer absorbed. He didn't dwell on how it might enhance Layer's abilities, but rather began considering. Could it be that humans and magical beasts absorb artifacts differently? Saruta spent an entire day and night absorbing the spirit sword, yet Layer absorbed a divine artifact in less than an hour? And why, when not in use, did divine artifacts not emit that faint purple light unlike spirit artifacts? All of these mysteries baffled Sinbart. For things that weren't clear, either wait for them to naturally become clear or seek out the answers yourself. Sinbart, being a smart person, opted for the former. Not understanding now was fine. Later, things would naturally reveal themselves. Layer slowly opened his eyes, no longer showing the wild and violent aura, free from redness, but with a strong hint of joy around his mouth. Master, wonderful news. Do you know what new magical skills I've gained? Layer, excited, immediately got out of bed and walked swiftly to Sinbart's side. However, the first question Sinbart asked instead was, Uncle Layer, does absorbing artifacts differ between magical beasts and humans? Layer helplessly shook his head, apparently knowing no more himself. Oh, what skills did you mention gaining? This hoof ring has the 9th level Thunder Flying Tiger sealed within it. It grants me 50% of its magic, 50% attack, and 30% speed enhancement. And there's a truly excellent magic, it's flight. With my current spiritual power, I could fly for an entire day and night without any problem. Flight. Sinbart was somewhat surprised as well. Yes, little master, indeed, it's flight. Come, let me take you out and fly around. The magical cloud lion now truly had the ability to tread upon clouds. There was also immense joy in Sinbart's heart. Unable to resist Layer's excitement, Sinbart slowly walked out with Layer. When Layer absorbed the divine artifact earlier, there were just some glowing lights with no particular noise, so nobody inside knew that Layer and Sinbart had gone outside. The two swiftly traversed the tiles atop the roofs in Bet City, moving as nimbly as forest monkeys. When they were 50 zhang away from the city gate, Layer suddenly surged with energy, while Sinbart gathered his martial energy. Together, they leaped high and softly landed on the flat ground outside the city. Roar! Layer could no longer suppress his excitement, emitting a long roar into the tranquil night sky, cutting through the silence as it ascended upward. Birds and beasts resting in the forests nearby flew off in panic from the sudden roar, creating quite a spectacular scene as millions of black shadows soared into the night sky. On the city tower, Ho, did you hear something? A guard, lost in reverie, was awakened by the roar, straightened his helmet, and asked another guard beside him. Don't disturb me. Why would the wild animal's roar cause such surprise? I tell you, are you becoming more cowardly? The other guard went back to sleep after saying this. But this guard was unable to fall asleep anymore. Slowly standing up, he looked towards the dark forest below the city tower. Layer had transformed into his beast form. Everything about his body stayed unchanged except for the glaring purple hoof rings on his limbs, which emitted dazzling radiance. Sinbart quickly leapt onto Layer's spine. Sinbart instantly felt like he was floating lightly through the air, a sensation that was completely new to him, as it was the first time sitting on a magical beast's back flying. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Layer's steps were as if walking on flat ground. He calmly stepped across the air, strolling leisurely in the sky as though taking a casual walk. At this quiet moment in the night, one man and one beast floated gracefully in the spring breeze amidst the coolness of the nighttime sky. Even someone observing them from far away would only see Layer's figure as a small black dot against the pitch-black night sky, no more than a big bird. However, farther away, stood a solitary person whose lips curled with shock. But, for the sake of money, I must eliminate them. This person's lips tightened with determination. Chapter 41, The Gold Hunter. 3 days later, Salute had also absorbed the 6 spirit artifacts that he lacked. Anyone who saw his face could tell that his strength must have increased significantly. Perhaps because of the spirit artifacts, or for some other reason. It seems the absorption process is not very predictable in terms of time. Previously, when Salute absorbed a spirit artifact longsword, it took him an entire day and night. Sumbat believed that for the remaining 6 artifacts, it would take him at least a week to absorb them all. But seeing Salute standing by his side now, his thoughts had changed. Today was also the day everyone parted ways. Sumbat had said that regardless of whether Salute had finished absorbing or not, he would set out after 3 days to train alone. At the gate of Bait City, Sumbat gave Lei and Salute each a firm hug. Lei's eyes were slightly red at this moment. Even though during these 2 days, he prepared many foods and water for Sumbat, he was still extremely reluctant to let go. Wasn't Salute the same? Avier and a group of children watched as these 3 hugged. But at this moment, what Sumbat thought about wasn't these things. Instead, he wondered if he could also hug Avier once. Right at this moment, Avier shyly walked up to Sumbat. Her cheeks were flushed with red, looking incredibly adorable. She gently gave Sumbat an encouraging hug and quickly left. Sumbat again felt like he did the first time sitting on Lei while flying through the air. You see, having spent almost a month together with Avier, their skin-to-skin contact hadn't been frequent. The first time was after they met, when she dragged him to her tavern in anger to eat noodles. The second time was when they properly got to know each other after eating noodles. And this time, suddenly, a discordant voice reached them. Sumbat, 18 years old, studying at the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy of the Imperial Dragon Principality. Due to injuring the 2 sons of the Mark family, he angered the Mark family. Later, due to being pursued by the Light Temple, he killed many priests, Templar knights, and mages from the temple, as well as all mercenaries hired by the Mark family. A middle-aged man stood 50 meters away from Sumbat and the others on a tree branch, holding a silver sword, dressed in a blue robe, smiling brightly as he clearly enunciated the details he knew. He possesses a Great Earth Guardian beast, Great Sword Saint Aura and Magus-level magic, possessing 4-element magical skills. He can be called the youngest genius among humans. That person still had a smile on his face. Sumbat and Lei turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Lei angrily questioned, "Who are you?" Lei was angry because everyone was deeply immersed in this moment of farewell, yet no one noticed someone standing far away. His anger was mainly directed at himself. Sumbat remained silent. He knew that anyone capable of knowing so much detailed information about him must be extraordinary. Another reason Sumbat harbored slight favor toward this man was that, unlike the past pursuits from the Light Temple, mercenaries, and the Mark family which used stealth attacks, this man didn't. Moreover, he came openly and informed Sumbat that he was here. How could Sumbat not feel shaken inside? If this had happened amidst the prior atmosphere, perhaps he might already be a corpse by now. Just thinking about it made his back break into cold sweat. Had no one detected his arrival? Of course not. There was Gaul hidden far off, who judged that this man seemed to harbor not much hostility towards Sumbat, so he didn't expose his identity early. I am one of the top 3 gold hunters in the Imperial Dragon Principality, and everyone calls me Old 3. Haha, and since you're such a smart guy, Sumbat, will you follow me quietly? Or do you want to endure some fleshly pain? This man known as Old 3 piqued his interest by raising his eyebrows meaningfully. Clearly, Sumbat saw in his eyes an unparalleled confidence. That was the kind of confidence that stems from feeling absolutely certain of victory. I Sumbat am indeed smart, and exceptionally intelligent at that. So, Lord, I still request your guidance, allowing me to learn your high techniques, Sumbat mocked. Right now, Sumbat looked in Avier's eyes as if filled with deep surprise. She never imagined Sumbat possessed such abilities, and moreover, at this moment, he seemed transformed into another person, recklessly uninhibited, proudly arrogant. Longxi? Could it be the Longxi clan father described in writing? No, how could father not know if the Longxi clan had such talents? Also, how did Sumbat end up in the Imperial Dragon Principality? The Longxi clan was located southwest of the Luo Yun Principality, distant from the Imperial Dragon Principality. Unless, there are others with the surname Longxi in the world. What is the best ability of a gold hunter? Of course, it's the ability to save one's own life, because too many gold hunters are killed while hunting the people on the bounty list. The first lesson ordinary gold hunters learn is how to save their lives. So, the top 3 gold hunters have emerged from countless corpses and bones, making their life-saving abilities even more powerful. But Sumbat didn't know what his survival techniques were. He thought about it silently in his heart. But would this make Sumbat surrender quietly? Of course not. Then, I hope you can show your prowess, my lord. With a great wave of his hand, Sumbat had Avier lead the children far away. In the field now remained only Lei, Salute, and himself. However, Salute's determination was disrupted by Sumbat. Sumbat knew that if Salute stayed here for this battle, he wouldn't be an assistant but might become a burden instead. Roar! Lei transformed into his beast form. Yes, it was his first time revealing his true identity before Avier and the kids. His massive body hadn't changed much, except for something that startled Salute. Beneath Lei's clawed paws were 4 purple lights that shone faintly, yet clearly enough for him to see. The silver glow surrounding Sumbat caused a purple rift which revealed the pair of adorable Great Earth Guardian beasts, and the purple void flickered with red light indicating an impending breakthrough. The gold hunter secretly thought, indeed, he's a child with extraordinary talent. If today wasn't my encounter, this kid's future prospects would surely be limitless. Unfortunately, I need these funds to buy 10,000-year-old black iron, so I can forge another divine weapon. I should be the top gold hunter once this is done. Not giving him time to think much further, Lei leaped forward, transforming into his beast shape, rushing towards Sumbat with claws extended. Boom! The gold hunter easily jumped aside, dodging Lei's strike. However, the large branch where Lei stood shattered loudly. The gold hunter focused all his attention entirely on Sumbat. rather than primarily paying attention to Lei as the monster. Whoosh! A streak of silver energy flew towards Sumbat. Immediately, Sumbat unleashed all of his golden energy around his entire body, turning slightly to his left to narrowly dodge it. With a wave of both hands, Sumbat released his thunder magic dual thunder fury, not as 2 lightning balls this time, but as 4. In this period, Sumbat had never ceased training. Even now, he persisted without giving up. Although he couldn't master using 4 minds at once, Sumbat still managed to increase his magic power under his strong magical affinity. This improvement resulted from recognizing his inadequacies during his previous fight with Frankemark. Bang! A fast-moving figure dashed through Sumbat's counterattack, swiftly spinning around. 3 streams of silver energy surged straight at Sumbat. Chapter 42. The Power of the Artifact. Swish, swish, swish. Samba retreated several steps, barely dodging with the help of his Sword Saint's fighting spirit and the 50% boost from his guardian beast. This gold hunter is truly remarkable. His speed is incredibly fast. Just a blink of an eye, a white hole appeared behind the gold hunter, releasing the assisting flash leopard guardian beast. Whether it's a mage or a gold hunter, speed is crucial. Life depends on it. Even without the speed boost, the gold hunter was already very fast. Under the flash leopard's enhancement, human eyes could only see a fleeting green shadow. Swish, swish, swish. 5 sword flowers appeared, silver fighting spirits splitting into 2 halves, 3 still heading towards Samba, the other 2 suddenly darting towards Real. A true master. Of course, Samba knew this. This was exactly what he himself could do, dual tasking. But Samba had reached the level of 4 tasking, far beyond what the gold hunter could achieve. Samba's feet flickered continuously, even the 50% movement magic boost from the guardian beast feeling strained. This was all due to Samba not specifically practicing speed. Of course, if it weren't for Samba having a mutated guardian beast, he would have been dead under the blades or long ago. Also worth noting was that Samba wasn't fighting the gold hunter alone. Roar! Real's body suddenly shrank in size, making it more agile and easier to evade the gold hunter's fighting spirit. However, the attacks didn't diminish. Real leaped again like a lion, but Real didn't actually need to act this way. It could use magic instead. However, doing so would cause issues for its master. This action could disrupt his movements and give his master the opportunity to cast a large spell. Without artifacts, high fighting spirit and high magic are still at a disadvantage. Although Real also attempted to use its aura against a gold hunter of the same rank, the pressure seemed to have little effect. In the distance, Goal saw Real's attack and the artifact, surprised by many things. He was amazed to find that Real had also become level 9, showing no weakness compared to him. Could following Samba really bring such good fortune? Seeing the gold hunter tangled up by Real, Samba immediately started casting one brilliant magic after another with both hands. Sometimes a thunderball, sometimes a fireball. Occasionally, even wind blades were thrown, but none of them seemed to inflict any damage on the gold hunter. The gold hunter used his fighting spirit to leap up and down, rendering Samba's magic wasted. It seems I can only use a more powerful magic now, though it requires charging up. It should not affect much. Moreover, he hasn't summoned his spiritual artifact yet. One mustn't be careless. Samba he clasped his hands together, softly muttering something. In just a short moment, his eyes gleamed fiercely, as if fine currents of electricity shot out from his pupils. The sky then filled with pitter-patter sounds coming from all directions. Yes, what Samba was casting right now was the mage's lightning magic, the wizard-grade Deca lightning swarm. Samba opened his mouth wide, uttering clearly, Deca, swarm, lightning. Instantly, dozens of lightning spheres gathered in the air, none smaller than dual thunder wrath. The luminous lightning balls hung in the sky like lightning during a stormy night, extremely dazzling. There was certainly a mental link between Real and Samba. Therefore, when Samba unleashed the Deca lightning swarm, Real had already jumped out, leaving the gold hunter alone beneath Samba's Deca lightning swarm. Trouble. By the time the gold hunter realized something was wrong, it was too late. Immediately, the dozens of lightning orbs in the sky fell orderly, one after another, smashing toward the gold hunter's position. Guardian fusion. The gold hunter shouted loudly, and the flash leopard that had always followed behind instantly disappeared, transforming into a beam of white light merging into the forehead of the gold hunter. Instantly, green and yellow lights erupted. But what shocked Samba was that the shoes the gold hunter wore were glowing purple, an artifact. Whoosh. At a speed invisible to the human eye, the gold hunter flashed out of the encirclement of the Deca lightning swarm. Bang bang bang. All the lightning balls landed on the flat ground, instantly creating a crater 10 meters in diameter. The power was evident, with sand and rocks flying wildly across the sky. When the dust settled, the gold hunter stood awkwardly on the opposite side of the pit, his blue robe scorched in places, revealing patches of white skin underneath. His yellow hair was completely upright, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With blood-red eyes, the gold hunter glared intently at Samba and said cruelly, "Didn't expect you to have quite the skills. I've been a bit careless. Next time, you won't have a chance." Swish. The gold hunter wasted no time after speaking, dashing at Samba with a speed that human eyes couldn't follow. Just as he was a few meters away from Samba, the latter saw the gold hunter smiling faintly, his long sword aimed for Samba's neck. Easier said than done. Real also unleashed its full force, leaping towards Samba, who stood there somewhat stunned. Bang! Samba was hurled several meters away, watching helplessly as the fighting spirit on the sword grazed Real's forelimbs. It was only then that Samba Te snapped back to reality, but regret came too late. Instantly, Samba Te enhanced his movement by 80%, yet it still paled in comparison to the gold hunter's speed. Nevertheless, this was enough to keep himself safe for the moment. Magic spells streamed from his hands without pause, one after another rushing toward the gold hunter. Real continuously grappled with the gold hunter. However, at this point, both Samba Te and Real began breathing slightly faster. Blood poured profusely from Real's injured forelimbs. Its once beautiful golden fur, now reddened by blood, became even redder due to the bleeding. The gold hunter chuckled inwardly. It seems you won't last much longer. Although I have expended quite a bit of energy, with no reinforcements around, killing both of you and taking your heads is a simple matter. Who among those children standing aside can be my match? Haha. Just as the gold hunter basked in self-satisfaction. Roar. A powerful roar akin to Real's sounded in the air, and it appeared to be close by. Upon hearing this sound, Real immediately grinned in happiness. The beast's aura could be recognized through senses alone. Although Samba Te didn't know who it was soon. Whoosh. A colossal white wolf with silver fur emerged, and Samba Te instantly recognized it. Goal. The same mutation in the min wolf species, Tiang Lang, a level 9 variant, the swift wolf. Its gleaming silvery coat remained neat and clean as always, but the 7 silver spines around its neck had now become 12. Real knew then that Goal had reached level 9, not just any level 9, but a mutated swift-type high-level monster. Goal locked onto the gold hunter who was already showing signs of fatigue on the field with his pair of crimson, brutal eyes. The gold hunter stared intently at Goal, realizing upon seeing the additional mutated creature and its piercing gaze that things might not go well for him today. Goal opened his vast jaw, causing a few wisps of green light to shoot into the air toward the gold hunter, which the gold hunter immediately identified as wind blades, wind magic. With the release of the wind blade, Real rushed forward with a howl and struck out with its paw. Chapter 43, Sembart's first divine artifact. The gold hunter, who had already expended too much gold, cursed in his heart, feeling utterly frustrated. Why was the information given to him completely wrong? How could Sembart be so powerful? And why were there 2 magic beasts helping him? But today, these questions would have to be pondered upon in hell. With Gore's addition, Sembart and Real instantly felt a great reduction in pressure. Even Real, due to injuries, transformed into human form and stood far away watching, waiting for the fight to end so that his master could help heal him. Gravity spike. Hearing Sembart's voice, Gore leapt into the sky at this moment, but the nervous gold hunter, drained and weakened, did not notice. The gold hunter didn't know why this wolf had jumped up, giving himself a chance to escape, but as he turned around, oh, a scream of anguish rang out from the gold hunter's mouth. What is a divine artifact? It certainly wasn't something easily damaged. However, the solid divine artifact was grazed by an earth magic master's spell, a gravity spike, which passed through sideways, directly piercing the gold hunter's thigh. Blood flowed down immediately from the spike. Seeing this scene, some of the children couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. As the gold hunter was injured, Gore also swiped with a claw. Huh. The gold hunter's skull shattered instantly on impact, red and white mingling as it covered the ground. Yes, Gore's claws hit straight from the front, right into the gold hunter's face. Even those children who hadn't turned away witnessed this and started vomiting violently. Ival's face paled as well. Roar. This roar symbolized the victory of the magic beasts. The earlier fury stemmed from seeing the gold hunter about to slash at Sembart's neck, which made Gore extremely angry, even regretting being late. If he had come later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But could Sembart really die? Of course not. Even if it weren't for the divine dragon guardianship, Sembart still had a pair of adorable Great Earth Guardian beasts perched on his shoulders. Gore transformed into human form, picked up the 4 green, 1 red, and 2 yellow instruments scattered near the gold hunter, and handed them to Sembart. The rings Sembart removed himself. Yes, among the top 3 gold hunters, who wasn't wealthy. Nonetheless, they absolutely worked hard, risking their lives to earn every bit of blood and sweat. This battle provided the children with an absolutely classic practical lesson. This battle also laid the foundation for these children's future aggressive tendencies. Sembart didn't care about anyone else. He walked to Real's side. Yes, judging from their gazes, they knew what to do next. Sembart's hands instantly turned green, a gentle life-enriching magic flowing from his hands. Yes, this was Water Magic Master's magic, source of life. Looking at Real's exposed, broken muscles quickly healing before their very eyes, Sembart's eyes revealed a sense of joy. Standing nearby, Ival was surprised. Originally, the gold hunter said that Sembart only mastered 4 types of magic, but seeing Sembart use water magic, which the gold hunter didn't even mention, she was astonished that Sembart wasn't merely a 4-element mage, but a full-element mage. Initially, Real's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The water magic on Sembart's hands gradually disappeared. Real tried moving his arm, his face full of surprise. Yes, aside from the paleness caused by excessive blood loss and some numbness, no other problems remained. Real and Gore gave each other a big hug, and both erupted into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Sembart turned to look at Ival, but what he saw was indifference. Yes, Ival gave Sembart a feeling of coldness at this time. Just as Sembart wanted to step forward, he heard Ival softly say to the children, "All right, children, let's go back." In Beat City, inside a small tavern, Real and Salute, Sembart, and the newly arrived Gore were drinking and talking heartily. Although Sembart didn't drink alcohol, He didn't believe Real drank until he saw Real drinking large quantities of it. What was hard to believe was that Real drank excessively large amounts. Large bowls of white liquor went down his throat like cool water, making Simbart feel that perhaps Real's stomach was bottomless. Poor brother, why did you appear here? Although Real had consumed much strong alcohol, looking at his calm demeanor, no flushed face or erratic pulse, no one would guess he'd already downed dozens of pounds of strong liquor. Gore had anticipated questions like this even before he decided to show up. Knowing full well that Real would ask, he didn't hesitate to respond. Isn't it obvious? You guys left me all alone in the Dragon Valley after you went away, leaving me so bored. So, I came out looking for you and ended up in the capital city of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom. Then, I heard rumors. Wow. The two of you got yourselves into such big trouble. Someone mentioned a gold hunter was also on a mission to track you down, so I trailed behind him until finally catching up with you in time. Let me tell you, this guy sure moves fast. Gorsley rolled off his tongue effortlessly, almost making it sound more believable than the truth. In fact, he even felt a smidgen proud of himself. Oh, I see now. That's why you showed up almost around the same time as the gold hunter, said Real, regarding Gore as his blood brother, thus believing him without a doubt. At this moment, Simbart was preoccupied with something else altogether, Ivel. He could sense her potential anger at him for taking someone's life. But what options did Simbart have? If he didn't kill, others certainly wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Reflecting on this now, Simbart felt deeply conflicted. Salute kept observing Simbart's troubled expression, unsure exactly what weighed on his mind, but feeling compelled to say, Simbart, since you've acquired a divine artifact, it's better if you absorb its powers fully before going back out for more training. That way, we'll have fewer worries. Both Real and Gore, who were enjoying their drinks, simultaneously glanced over at Simbart. While Gore wasn't aware of everything yet, Real nodded confidently in agreement. Later, Gore asked Real a bunch of questions, and Real recounted Simbart's plans thoroughly. Despite strongly opposing at first, Gore eventually relented when Simbart remained steadfast in his decision. Back in Simbart's room, upon returning earlier, he hadn't even caught sight of Ivel, possibly because she was still mad at him and chose to stay secluded in her quarters. In Ivel's room, there sat Ivel playfully swinging her legs atop the bed while murmuring softly to herself. Yeah, actually Simbart was right to do that. I know very well if Simbart hadn't killed that person, then surely that person would have killed him instead. But I just feel uneasy about it deep inside. I don't know why. Had Simbart seen the adorable little woman Ivel displayed in this self-talk, he surely would have been entranced instantly. Simbart took out the divine artifact short boots from the gold hunter and placed them in his hands, cross-legged meditating. Beforehand, he'd already questioned the divine dragon guardian whether this divine artifact could be absorbed or not. The reply this time was unusually straightforward, though the statement still managed to startle Simbart a bit. It's barely passable. Use it roughly. It's a divine artifact after all. Barely passable? Simbart mused. Suddenly, 6 colors of light emanated from Simbart's body. The red glow of fire magic, the green hue of water magic, the yellow radiance of earth magic, the turquoise flicker of wind magic, the white brilliance of lightning magic, plus the golden light of the great sword saint's energy, all swirling around him. 5 orbs of different elements rotated above and below Simbart, while the golden energy completely enveloped his entire being. Chapter 44. The Restlessness of the Continent. During these 3 days, Simbart has been immersed in the absorption of the divine artifact. Simbart continues to merge with the divine artifact, while Gore and Rare take turns guarding at Simbart's door. Even when eating, they alternate shifts or simply eat seated outside Simbart's door. No matter what time it is, Simbart's house always bursts with radiant light. They are all delighted as Simbart absorbs the divine artifact. Of course, there is another person who cares about Simbart, and that is. Every day, AVL gazes blankly at Simbart's room, even while teaching the children to practice magic. At night, she stares at Simbart's room illuminated by the glow of his light. By now, AVL had figured out days ago that on the Divine Dragon continent where strength commands respect, killing means nothing unless one doesn't get killed first. Only survival truly matters. Thinking back to the playful words Simbart spoke during their first meeting, when she pulled him by his strong, robust arm to eat together, thinking of how he spoiled her with affection, making her cheeks blush each time, she herself didn't realize when she began to be attracted to him. Sometimes, he was kind-hearted and sincere, but courageous enough to face any challenge. Other times, he was overbearing and fierce, yet showed tender feelings. Though she knew little about this man, she found herself deeply infatuated. Seeing him absorb the divine artifact made her happier than even he was himself. The Imperial Dragon Principality. Seated upon a majestic dragon chair, wearing a golden crown, Leon News carried an imposing and domineering air. He exuded an aura of regality that commanded awe without anger. Ministers knelt in homage. My Emperor, may you live 10,000 years. Ministers, please rise. Thank your majesty. On the court's assembly line, every high-ranking minister stood up. Today, despite the fact that the great emperor wasn't smiling outwardly, his eyes were filled with overflowing joy. Among my dear ministers, who knows Simbart longs? Emperor Leon asked gently. Your majesty, I know. Emperor, I also know. Oh, so all of you know. Why does your king remain unaware? The obvious wrath concealed beneath his words was unmistakable. Just like the mood swings of a newborn baby, who smiles when pleased and cries otherwise, so too did the emperor not cry, but became angered. Inside the imperial hall of the Imperial Dragon Principality, there was absolute silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If your king remained unaware of the death of the third member of our Golden Hunters Corps, when would your king ever become aware? Among the court ministers, all cried out together, "We deserve death many times over. What talk of dying multiple deaths? Just once will suffice. Ministers, if you could have brought son Bart here to the throne at the time, wouldn't I have gained a mighty warrior for my forces? Now everything we say is too late." Which emperor isn't shrewd? He naturally couldn't declare aloud his desire. "Now, go bring me son Bart, and I will heavily employ him." After all, he dared not guarantee there weren't spies from either the Light Temple or the Dark Temple among them. Naturally, clever ministers could still detect the implied meaning of the emperor's message. His Majesty's real intent was, "This king desires to recruit son Bart Longs into my fold. Who among my ministers has a plan for this? In the Light Temple. Could it be that son Bart Longs truly has talent? It appears so indeed, because it must be the people of the Dark Temple. Otherwise, why would a route originally heading north suddenly change westward? Keep in mind, the Longs family of the Dark Temple is located in the west, in the southwestern direction of Luoyun Principality. These words came from a very young man, handsome and debonair beyond doubt, possessing within his brows a solemn authority. "Your Majesty, what should we do next then?" A man spoke, his face lined with white hair, weathered with age. Surprisingly, he addressed the youth as Emperor, which would seem astonishing to outsiders, but those who know recognize him as the Pope of the Light Temple. Although he appears young, he is actually well over 100 years old. Seems it's time to meet our old foe again. This young man said calmly, referring to none other than the Pope of the Dark Temple. If others learned that he spoke so casually about the Dark Temple's Pope, their eyeballs might have rolled out of their sockets. "Well, you can leave for now. As soon as you hear any news of son Bart Longs, send it to me immediately." The Pope casually waved his hand. Yes, this old subject takes his leave. The elderly man bent half of his body backward and stepped away cautiously. Just at this moment, a petite, white figure entered. On his back garment, there was a large chi, indicating him as a scout, the sole ace eye of the Pope of the Light Temple. "Your Majesty, according to reports, the third senior golden hunter of the Imperial Dragon Principality was killed by son Bart." The scout dared not speak loudly. Bang! The Pope slammed his palm on the table, scaring the scout so much that his legs trembled. The Pope waved his hand slightly, and the scout retreated as if granted a great pardon. "It seems I should pay an early visit to my old nemesis. If we give this child of the Longs family time to grow, he will surely become a formidable enemy in the future." Little did he know, his words validated the reality even more. The Dark Temple. A man clad in black robes stood leisurely beside his honored seat, listening to a scout report below, a faint smile on his face with a touch of surprise. "Son Bart Longs? Is he truly a child of the Longs family? His talent is indeed good, but I must consider whether to protect him or abandon him. After all, he's the sole spark to ignite conflict between our two temples. I should probably pay a visit to the Sloan family first. I imagine that old fellow will also come to discuss matters with me." Of course, this man in black robes was none other than the Pope of the Dark Temple and Aviel's father. "My Emperor, there is another piece of news just received, concerning the princess." The scout replied softly. "Oh, about Viel, tell me. Your Majesty knows how kind-hearted the princess is. She's currently taking care of over 10 homeless children in Bait City. Get to the point." A wave of authority from the Pope overwhelmed the scout. The scout fell thud to the ground, quickly rising and urgently speaking. "The princess is now with someone called son Bart Longs, and it appears." Seeing the Pope's furious glare again, he hurriedly said, "The princess likes him very much." The Pope of the Dark Temple waved his hand, and the scout promptly retreated. "Haha, my dear Viel has taught her father a lesson. It seems, whether I go to the Sloan family or not, I'll have to protect him. Hopefully, that young man won't let me down." The laughter of the Pope of the Dark Temple echoed throughout the entire hall. "The Longs family. Chief of our clan, there is no one named son Bart Longs in our genealogy. Could he be pretending to be of our family, deliberately inciting conflict between the Light Temple and the Dark Temple?" An elderly man with full white hair spoke to another middle-aged man. "Grand Elder, please swiftly deliver this letter to the Pope of the Dark Temple. Otherwise, our Longs family may be in trouble." "Yes, Chief of the clan, I understand what needs to be done." Longs. Son Bart Longs? Could it be? Or rather, could it not be? The clan chief thought of his youngest son, Ruthius Sloan. Chapter 45, April's Decision. During these 4 days when Sanbat was absorbing the divine artifact, it seemed like the entire divine dragon continent had been stirred up by him. Like a sleeping dragon shaking off the gloom of sleep, it awakened. Even though the whole continent was affected and mobilized by Sanbat, the protagonist at this moment was still sitting cross-legged, absorbing his divine artifact. Floating around Sanbat were 5 colorful spheres, resembling 5 gorgeous petals decorating around him. They slowly merged into the divine short boots on his chest that emitted purple light, along with the golden combat chi around him. Sanbat felt as if the magical elements inside him could communicate with the short boots, which was incredibly marvelous. It was as if the divine artifact was part of his body, to be used at will. Sanbat didn't know that in fact, the artifact usually hid within the body except for weapons. The rest of the parts were hidden within the body, or rather, within the guardian beast inside. Because it was his first time absorbing an artifact, Sanbat learned about it only then. Moreover, he understood more clearly that the length of time for absorbing an artifact indicated the degree of fusion between the artifact and oneself. For instance, if you use an ordinary artifact, you can use it right away, and the absorption would last at most 15 minutes. The higher the rank, the longer the time required. Naturally, the longer the absorption period, the greater the help the artifact provides. That's why some artifacts can even choose their owners themselves. But generally, only divine artifacts have such ability. The brilliance on his body gradually faded away. The divine short boots revealed on his ankles appeared below. Although Sinbad didn't know what kind of spirit beast was inside, or its level. After hearing the arrangement from the Dragon God Guardian, Sinbad was delighted. Ever since he gained the Divine Dragon Guardian, its function to him has not been very significant, except for helping in the cultivation of his spirit and sea of consciousness and a slightly unusual Earth-level guardian beast. Today, after the fusion, the Divine Dragon Guardian told Sinbad, all your divine artifacts in the future will be managed by me. Therefore, your 2 Earth-level guardian beasts remain unchanged. As one can imagine, Sinbad using a divine artifact without needing a guardian beast meant he could easily allocate one of them, thus making himself even stronger. Sinbad was clearly quite pleased. Phew. Standing up, Sinbad stretched lazily. Although I haven't touched a drop of water while absorbing the divine artifact for several days, my body feels no discomfort. Only a little mental fatigue. It was true, the consumption of various magical elements did indeed expend a certain amount of mental energy. But the reason why Lel and Saret's spirits hadn't expended as much was because they couldn't possibly have the same talent as Sinbad. The talent for all kinds of magic and golden combat chi. Squeak. The door opened at the sound, revealing 4 people, all wearing smiles. Lel, Gore, Saret, and Sinbad's long desired to see April walked in together. How's it going? Asked Lel, straight to the point. Lel uncle, I'm doing well. Just consumed a lot of spirit power. Don't worry, I just need some rest. You should all go rest too. Sinbad knew fully well that Lel and Gore had taken turns standing guard outside his door. If others knew, wouldn't they be shocked? 2 9th-grade mutated magic beasts guarding the door. In fact, Saret is good too. After training, he chatted with us too, telling some strange things about the continent. Very interesting. This was said by Gore. Don't listen to Uncle Gore. Actually, there's nothing special. Miss April, you've been the busiest, arranging everything for the children and our meals. You've worked hard too, Saret quickly defended. Upon hearing Saret's words, April's face flushed slightly red, but she didn't defend herself. She kept her eyes twinkling, gazing at Sinbad who was sitting on the bed. Seeing the look in April's eyes, Sinbad flashed a look of affection, unnoticed by the laughing Lel, Saret, and Gore, but definitely seen by April who was intently watching Sinbad. At this moment, the laughing 3 somehow realized something, sensing the atmosphere was a bit different. Ahem, ahem. Saret fake coughed a few times, interrupting the joyful atmosphere between Lel and Saret celebrating for Sinbad. A few strange glances exchanged, both of them suddenly enlightened, mouths wide open, chuckled dryly twice, and then retreated with the 3 of them. Of course, April and Sinbad also noticed the expressions on the 3 men's faces. April blushed even redder, while Sinbad wanted to say something but didn't know exactly what to say. You, both started simultaneously, looking at each other. Sinbad reacted first. You speak first. April was equally relaxed. How's the absorption going? Are you okay? You haven't eaten anything for days. Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat. April's string of questions surprised even herself. Sinbad, of course, was delighted. He sensed it. April cared about him. She wasn't angry anymore. She was thinking about him. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not hungry, just a bit tired. You've worked hard these few days. Sinbad didn't know what to say, so he went with the simplest words. It's no big deal. It was my fault that day. I'm sorry. Of course, hearing Sinbad ask her outright if she was tired, her eyes immediately became a little watery. Yes, Sinbad, do you know? Even I don't know why, but these days, all I could think of was you. Now, seeing that Sinbad had finished absorbing the divine artifact, and she could see him again, even wondering whether he would be mad at her, which he wasn't. A sudden flood of tears rolled down her cheeks, for never in her life from childhood until now had she ever worried this much about someone, nor longed for someone so deeply. Someone she liked, but didn't even know why or how she liked them. Just that this man couldn't ignore her. What was this? Could it be the kind of love mother spoke of? Seeing April's pained tears, Sinbad's heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. For some reason, watching her cry pierced his heart, hurt it so much he could barely breathe. At this moment, Sinbad made an impulsive gesture without even thinking about it first, driven purely by instinct. Stretching out both arms, he gently embraced April's slim body, letting her rest against his chest, listening to the steady beats of his heart. At this point, April also froze in place. She never expected this from Sinbad, who always seemed so honest and straightforward. But after squirming slightly in his embrace, April stopped moving. Sinbad knew. She accepted him. Right then, Sinbad felt like a mouse that had starved for days finally stealing rice, like a weepy child tasting candy, or a dying man coming back to life. A myriad of emotions converged inside Sinbad's heart and distilled into sweetness. While April buried in Sinbad's embrace was like a dike filled with water that had finally found a vent, trembling uncontrollably, sobbing, crying for her own happiness. They say women are made of water, something Sinbad naturally had no clue about. Gradually, April's cries subsided, and she lifted her tear-streaked rosy cheeks. Sinbad gently wiped away the tears. April said, Sinbad, when you go to train, take me with you, alright? You won't take anyone else. Just take me. Chapter 46, Separation. In the early morning, the sunlight of Luoyun Principality was rather scorching, not so gentle on the skin, but it couldn't sway Sinbad's determination. Yesterday, Sinbad was shocked by Averil's suggestion. He didn't even know if Averil had made this decision impulsively, so Sinbad gave her some good advice. Although he didn't stop Averill, Sembat firmly said one last thing to her. If you still make this decision tomorrow, then I'll take you. Hearing these words from Sembat, Averill was mostly happy in her heart. Of course she knew that following Sembat would bring no benefit later, and there might be great danger. It could even be heard from the third senior gold hunter's words on that day. However, she must still do it. There were 3 reasons. The first issue was that she herself could take care of Sembat during the process ahead and substitute for Layer and Gur, gaining a share. The second issue was that this matter would surely catch her father's attention. Whether or not Sembat belonged to the Long's family was still uncertain, but being misunderstood might very likely become the fuse that caused opposition between the Temple of Light and the Temple of Darkness. Her father would definitely not let this pass. The third issue was that she fundamentally couldn't leave Sembat, and didn't want to leave him at all. She naturally didn't know that part of the reason was related to the dragon blood problem. Inside Sembat's house, currently, including Sembat, 5 people were already seated in the room. Even though no one had spoken yet, Sembat had already seen the resolute look on Averill's face. Helplessly, Sembat shook his head. Uncle Layer, Uncle Gur, I leave the children and Sarat in your hands. Uncle Layer, Sarat, you need to work hard. Sembat's words were very concise. There was no need to repeat what he had already said once. What about Averill? Sarat asked with some surprise, knowing that the purpose of Sembat's previous sentence about them needing to work hard was so that in the future Sembat could unify the Shinjo continent and stop more people from wandering homeless, living in exile, and having incomplete families. Yes, I've decided, taking Averill with me. Perhaps she can help me somehow. While speaking, Sembat glanced at her either intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, he knew he couldn't tell Averill everything now. It wasn't because of distrust, but due to the enormity of the matters involved. Moreover, telling her now would have added pressure to her heart. Averill quietly sat next to Sembat. She was still dressed in boyish attire, not because she didn't want to change, but because she understood that changing into girls' clothing would bring far too many troubles, because she was exceedingly beautiful. Sembat gently took her hand. Even though his touch was tender, Averill could feel Sembat's firm protection, as if telling her, as long as I'm here, I'll protect you well, and absolutely won't allow anyone to harm you. Averill felt Sembat's tenderness. Without any hesitation or regard for others' eyes and astonishment, she quietly leaned her head on Sembat's shoulder, an enormous sign of trust toward him. After half a while, Sembat truly bid farewell to Layer and others. This time, Layer and Gur led the group to a place called Dragon Valley under Gur's repeated insistence. For training, there may not be many places in the entire Xuanhuan continent more dangerous than Dragon Valley. Of course, such places exist, but Sembat didn't know this yet. After agreeing, Sembat immediately set off with Averill, leaving to avoid the lingering chatter and emotional farewells of the children, especially Mina, who would cry and cling to Averill. Therefore, they made this decision. Outside the west gate of Bet City, Sembat and Averill weren't riding on an animal-drawn carriage, nor did they buy a rhinoceros beast themselves. Both were simply walking. Averill, following me will be really dangerous. Making this decision is not a good idea. Of course, I understand your resolve. Sembat didn't use romantic words. His straightforward language satisfied Averill greatly. Averill said nothing. The two walked silently, holding hands. Averill, I ask you, in this Luoyuan empire covered with yellow sand and filled with perilous places, we should probably avoid heading westward for now. But further west, are there any cities left? We'll find a city to settle down in because I need to cultivate something else. In fact, Sembat could cultivate anything well. It was just that his own ability to use 4 minds as one needed to be gradually improved. Due to the challenge with Franca, he felt that his attack was insufficient, so he had been focusing on enhancing his offensive capabilities. This time, when facing Franca and other gold hunters at the same level of Sword Saints, he realized that his speed was lacking. Therefore, he chose the western part of Luoyuan Empire, the Golden Desert, as his place for cultivation this time. Only in this Golden Desert, by running quickly across the sands, could he practice his speed. Of course, Sembat's method of cultivation could truly be described as unprecedented. This was based on what he practiced while running and practicing grappling techniques in a stream with Layer in Dragon Valley. But Sembat didn't feel that it had much effect. On the contrary, stepping on the desert sand with all limbs was like walking on water at all times, and the sand was very draining, just like using 4 tails to move 1,000 caddies. Although Sembat did not know why, he understood that practicing speed this way was definitely better than being resisted by water. Imagine training for jumping with extra weight on your body. For strength, one might do muscle-specific exercises or lift large rocks. For speed, one needs to feel as if they are walking on water, very exhausting, but such conditions can bring great results. Of course, now it was merely Sembat's wishful thinking whether it would work. That was still uncertain. Yes, there's a city about 300 kilometers westward. It's not ideal though. The people there are actually quite fierce, but also straightforward. As they say, live off the mountain you lean against, drink from the river you live near. About 2,000 kilometers west in the Gold Sand Desert, the sand hydras are extremely powerful. Their skin is thick, their defensive capabilities astonishing, and though their attacks are nothing special, they live in groups, thus existing in vast numbers. Despite this, the people there form teams to hunt them down for the sake of obtaining magical beast cores, making the people there exceptionally tough, with even greater teamwork. Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble, and besides, we won't be dealing with any sand hydras right now. Let's find a place to stay in that area. I feel that practicing speed on the desert floor is excellent. Look at the sand under our feet. We haven't walked far yet, but the flying sand is already covering the sky. These sands are like water, slipping through your fingers instantly, so they're very resistant. If you want to train for speed, this is an excellent place. You've also seen that my overall strength is decent, but I don't have any divine weapons, and I think my current speed isn't good enough. Not just for myself but for you too. I must work hard. After saying this, Simbat clenched his fists tightly. Hearing his words, knowing that he was worried and considering her well-being, Averill suddenly felt as sweet as honey inside. Although he doesn't speak flowery language, often simple words make me happiest. Perhaps this is why I like him, his manly demeanor. In reality, which girl wouldn't love to hear that she is the most important person in her man's heart? Walking on foot, if it were solid ground, Simbat could easily reach the city 300 kilometers away with Averill in one day. But heading further west meant softer and looser sand, making each step difficult. Initially, Simbat didn't notice it, but as they went further, he increasingly felt his leg muscles becoming more numb and sore. At that moment, he became even more determined that this trip to the desert of the Luoyun Empire, or rather, the Desert Trials, was necessary. Chapter 47, Xianxia City. As they moved further and further away from Bet City, the land became increasingly barren. Flying sand and dust filled their vision, covering everything in sight, which further slowed down the progress of Simbart and Evela to an absolute minimum, even slower. It was obvious that the girl's physical strength couldn't match the boy's. Besides, Simbart had exercised a little bit in the Dragon Valley back then. Evela had been gritting her teeth to hold on, but her delicate body could not endure it. Simbart watched Evela's swaying figure with great concern. Just at this moment, bang! Evela couldn't withstand her exhausted body any longer and suddenly collapsed forward. Her upturned face was pale as chalk, sweat mixed with sand sticking all over her face, which made Simbart's heart ache. With no one else around now, Evela was no longer shy. She directly lay down on Simbart's back. Why? Of course, it was because the loose sand had drained Evela's energy to the maximum. Under the blazing hot sun, beads of sweat even formed between Evela's eyebrows. Although people on the Dragon God continent had relatively good physical constitutions, Evela had grown up in the West since she was a child and didn't suffer too much hardship. If Simbart hadn't been rushing to reach the next city, he might have listened to Evela's advice. It wasn't good to walk during the day under the blazing sun, so they should rest in the shade of the high sand dunes and wait until nightfall before continuing their journey. Simbart did have enough water, but this way, they could avoid the scorching sun even more. A wave of heat swept towards them. Even though Evela was light and almost weightless on his back, Simbart could still feel the heat. As they walked farther and farther away from Bet City, it looked like a small black ant far away in the distance. However, on this vast expanse of sand dunes, there were many spiky cacti and half-buried beast bones scattered about. It was a desolate scene. Although Simbart had no desire to appreciate it, more and more beast bones came into his sight. Vilya, let's find a place to rest for a while. You've given me a lot of sunshine being above me. You are already sweating on your forehead. Watching Evela's face covered in sweat, Simbart felt immense tenderness in his heart. Okay, Evela responded with a single syllable, happy that Simbart appreciated her suggestion. If not for alternating the use of magic and martial chi, perhaps Simbart wouldn't have been able to walk far. Looking back, the endless desert revealed only a long trail of footprints. Evening. The western sky was painted with 10,000 red clouds, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Vilya, let's go. I hope we can reach the next city by noon tomorrow. I don't want you to suffer with me. Okay, Evela replied without words, summarizing the deep affection in this moment with a simple gesture. She stretched out her arms. Of course, Evela knew that Simbart wanted to carry her, but she resolutely shook her head. She didn't want to burden the person she loved. I can do it myself. Let's go. Hearing Evela's words, Simbart understood completely and was full of tender love for her. Half an hour later, bang! Evela could finally hold on no longer. Her swaying body fell to the ground. Simbart rushed forward immediately. Seeing Evela lying prone, Simbart felt a piercing pain in his heart. He lifted Evela's delicate frame and placed her on his wide, strong back. The weakened Evela understood her lover's intentions and said nothing. Simbart's feet emitted a faint blue halo, and he took large strides forward with great effort. Evela took out a small cloth bag from the pocket of her boyish disguise. Simbart saw her taking some kind of powder from the bag, but its smell was extremely pungent. She evenly sprinkled it over both of them. Simbart slowly lifted Evela's bottom, gently placing it against her soft skin. That smooth texture sent his heart racing, giving him a feeling of loving reluctance to let go. Evela didn't say anything at that moment, but Simbart couldn't see that her blushing cheeks were even redder than those scorched under the midday sun. Vilya, what did you sprinkle on us just now? Oh, Evela's train of thought was interrupted by Simbart's question at this moment. She realized after a brief pause. Well, it's sulfur. Scorpion monsters, 5-colored spiders, rattlesnake beasts, all fear this substance, especially in the darkness. Nighttime is their main feeding time. You'll see tonight. Their poison is incredibly potent. Simbart said no more, holding on to Evela's bottom as he sprinted through the sandy hills. The night in the desert was like a moody child. No one knows how it turned out this way. The blazing sun of daytime transformed into bone-chilling cold at night. The temperature difference was enormous, immeasurably apart. In this pitch-black night, Simbart's eyes, enhanced by the divine dragon blood, had improved his senses not a little bit. In this pitch-black night, Simbart's eyes were always filled with a faint golden thread, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight for several miles, and everything within 100 meters was crystal clear. Of course, Simbart soon spotted the few types of magical beasts Yviela had mentioned. The scorpion monster, completely dark red in color, with two eyes like blood balls that glowed deep red. Its body was no larger than Simbart's fist, but it had a sharp barbed tail and two large claws in front. The five-colored spider, aptly named, had a colorful body with a dark red head and legs, a gray-black body, and a pair of small, delicate eyes set on its headless torso. It also bore red, blue, and green stripes across its body, earning it the name Five-Colored Spider. The rattlesnake beast, resembling a water python but much smaller, about 4 to 5 times less in size. It measured slightly over 3 meters long. Simbart mistook it for an injured creature when he first saw it because its tail tip appeared very white. However, Yviela informed him why it was called the rattlesnake beast. It emitted a loud sound with its tail while moving, and its venom was extraordinarily potent. In the desert, no one dared underestimate these small yet deadly magical beasts. Most newcomers to the desert fell victim to their poison, and the many beast skeletons they encountered along the way were testament to this fact. Simbart was astonished. He could never have imagined that such minuscule magical beasts possessed such terrifying capabilities. Simbart was a cautious person, so every time he encountered these magical beasts or heard any sounds in the desert, he quickly avoided them. It wasn't fear that drove him, but rather the desire not to waste energy on trivial matters. Most importantly, he didn't want his beloved to be harmed during a fight. Ignoring them, he instead took extra care to move faster. In the eastern sky, dawn broke with a hint of morning light. The cloudless sky stretched endlessly, an endless expanse of pure blue. After a night's journey, although Simbart had no idea how much longer it would take to reach their destination, Yviela had hinted that they were almost there. Despite the rapid depletion of both magic and martial chi, Simbart's complexion now showed signs of paleness. Had Simbart not practiced the ability to multitask mentally and benefited from his high affinity with advanced magic elements, he would already be lying exhausted on the sand dunes by now. 2 hours later, the sun shone brightly as it did yesterday, gradually heating up the environment. But, at this moment, Simbart could see a faint outline ahead. Although just a small black, it invigorated his weary spirit. It grew closer. What came into Simbart's view wasn't actually a city, but rather an oasis in the middle of the desert. Within the oasis was a large pond where many people were preparing massive bags, much like those Simbart had carried when he went to the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. There seemed to be many burly, tanned men and women walking around. There were also merchants' rhino carts, probably for buying and selling goods. On this side, magic crystals were cheap and easy to acquire, then sold at a higher price in big cities. Despite this knowledge, not many engaged in this trade due to the deadly threats posed by the rattlesnake beast, five-colored spiders, and scorpion monsters. Merchants could also purchase meat from creatures like pig-like beasts and ox-like beasts from the larger cities for sale. Of course, grains and flour were lucrative too. As they drew nearer, Simbart noticed large trenches filled with dry branches and traces of burnt ash at the edge of the oasis. Just as Simbart was about to ask Yviela, she seemed to know what he was going to say. Her voice came down gently. These are the result of burning sulfur and dry wood together. This is done as protection against poisonous magical beasts that might invade during the night. Yviela lightly slid off Simbart's back. Following her movements, Simbart looked ahead to see 3 large characters engraved on the wooden sign, Xianxia City. Chapter 48, Simbart's Preparations. Walking into Golden Sand City, neither Sunbat nor Evil did attract much attention. This puzzled Sunbat greatly. The desert boat, Golden Sand City, is mainly a place where many outsiders come to train. There are plenty of sword saints and mage masters here, so they've all gotten used to seeing people like us. Hence, there's no particular curiosity when they see strangers. Evil walked ahead, saying without turning her head, Vivian is indeed smart. How do you always know what I'm thinking? Sunbat joked. It's called a silent connection. Evil turned back and smiled gently in response. Sunbat smiled silently and followed behind Evil. Each time he saw Evil smile, he felt completely content. Originally, Sunbat wanted to buy a house somewhere in the desert. However, seeing the current situation, he wasn't sure what to do next. Big brother, do you know any place where we can stay? Evil smiled as she asked a tall, muscular man walking towards them. His muscles were bulging, his stature was imposing, though not as tall as Sunbat, still not short. In his hand, he held a yellowish longsword, with cold and piercing eyes. He stood out among others. The locals in Golden Sand City usually traveled in groups for training or to fight sand hydra beasts more than 1,000 kilometers away, never acting rashly alone. The astute Sunbat could already determine that this man wasn't a native of Golden Sand City either, but an outsider. But, looking into that man's eyes filled with killing intent, Sunbat felt a chill even under the scorching sun. Yes, it's killing aura. I've often seen it in the eyes of the monsters in the Dragon Valley, Sunbat thought to himself. That way, merchants sell accommodation. The man seemed surprised at Evil's clothing, but answered simply and directly without wishing to say more. Sell? What does he mean by sell? Even the very clever Evil was confused, finding it hard to make sense of the sentence immediately. Thank you. Evil, of course, gave him a smiling thanks. However, the man didn't utter a word and turned around to walk deeper into the desert. Strange guy. Watching him leave, Evil whispered lightly into Sinbat's ear. Indeed, cultivators are seldom normal. Genius and madness differ by only a thin line. Sunbat prayed for the retreating giant as he led Evil toward the direction the man had pointed. Welcome, dear travelers, to our desert boat, Golden Sand City. You're welcome. I am the lord of this city, Cephaly Raka. Cephaly, who claimed himself the governor, placed his right hand inward against his left chest, and made a slight bow to Sunbat and Evil. He then took out something resembling a mayor's badge to confirm his identity. Evil and Sunbat reciprocated the greeting with a similar bow. "Hello, respected lord. Do you have anything for us?" Evil asked. "Oh, nothing special. Just blessing the children for better gains in Golden Sand City. As you may see, Golden Sand City is somewhat run down, hence, visitors need to pay some entrance fees," Cephaly said tactfully. Hearing this, Sunbat was about to ask how much it cost, but the governor waved his hand and said, "Children, you might not know this. Our money in Golden Sand City isn't exchanged like other cities. We survive on the desert's bounty, and those who come here either come to train or make a profit. Of course, whatever the case, while practicing, one invariably collects a few magical beast cores. Therefore, our city fee is higher. Every month, we collect 1 silver coin from each person. For both of you, that'd be 2 coins. This time, I'll come around. Next time you go to the biggest sandbag over there, that's where I live." Cephaly finished, pointing to a larger dwelling compared to regular ones nearby. After returning their gaze, Sunbat considered and agreed. What Cephaly had said made sense. He was just about to take out 2 silver coins when Evil spoke up first. "Respected governor, we've just arrived. Paying you isn't a problem, but I just heard earlier that the city fee isn't quite as much." Of course, Sunbat knew Evil was haggling. Knowing her frugal nature, it wasn't surprising, but how did she know the governor was trying to extort them? Cephaly originally approached them for the fee collection since he saw 2 young children, intending to earn more. The city fee was only 500 copper coins, but he deliberately overstated it. However, he didn't know that Evil already knew and was now a bit embarrassed. "Alright kids, I can see you're not exactly rich. I'm getting older, so I'll charge you less. Let's say 800 copper coins each. 400, 700, 450, 500. Alright, 500. It can't be any lower than this. There's no price lower than 500. After some haggling, Cephaly wasn't sure whether it was the hot sun or Evil's bargaining that made him sweat. Dealing with this girl, it's nerve-wracking. She's too strong, absolutely incredible. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cephaly thought, "Deal." Taking out a silver coin herself, Evil handed it over to Cephaly and then led Sunbat towards the merchants. At first, Sunbat was quite surprised at Evil's behavior, but later, when he saw the expression on Cephaly's face, he found it very amusing and struggled hard to hold back his laughter. Finally, as Cephaly walked away, Sunbat burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Evil looked at Sunbat, confused. You're really mischievous. Seeing the poor governor so distressed by your bargaining made me want to laugh," said Sunbat with an amused smile. "I'm just saving our money," pouted Evil, clearly dissatisfied. "Vivian, actually, you don't have to. I have enough money. As long as you're not tired, feel free to spend it however you like," Sunbat said sincerely, with affection in his voice. But a cunning gleam appeared in Evil's eyes as she placed her hands on her hips and scolded sternly. "Good. If you dare hide any private funds from me." In the end, Sunbat carried a big bag, and Evil also understood why the merchant called it sold. All these houses were in the shape of bags, hence everyone bought their own. So their Sunbat carried one such bag. Night fell. After a day of running around and hustling, Sunbat sat inside the sandbag they had purchased, cross-legged, restoring his spirit energy. The bag was large, the two hadn't bought two. Evil lay on the bed, quietly gazing at Sunbat, the man who had captured her heart. Sunbat was fully prepared to start his special training from tomorrow onwards, focusing on speed cultivation. However, there was something Sunbat did not know. Gol and Rel had watched as Sunbat walked into Golden Sand City. Though they observed from afar and could only make out a tiny black, they still waited until they saw both Sunbat and Evil enter the city before departing. Of course, during the journey, Gol and Rel together had wiped out all scouts sent by the Holy Light Temple, the Dark Temple, and the Sloon family. Although Gol and Rel didn't know which side sent them, they eliminated them all to ensure Sinbat's safety. Now, no one other than the Holy Light Temple, the Dark Temple, and the Sloon family knew where Sunbat and Evil were located. Only the final battle between Sunbat and Bait took place in Bet City. No one knew where Sunbat was at this moment. However, days later, when the Holy Light Temple and the Dark Temple learned all their scouts had been killed, they became even more eager to find Sunbat, especially the Dark Temple since Princess Vivian was still with him. Of course, besides Gol and Rel, Salute also knew. As Sunbat remained immersed in the recovery of his spirit energy, with every bit of it being restored, the weariness in his mind gradually melted away into comfort, awaiting the trials of tomorrow. Chapter 49, Wild Thunderstorms. Dawn. Though the morning sun was not blazing fiercely, waves of heat still came rolling. Sinbad, who had recovered overnight, now felt refreshed and energized. Yes, today marked the beginning of Sinbad's solo practice in improving his speed. Of course, during his first trip to Gold Sand City, Sinbad already knew that this place was ideal for training speed. During the night, Sinbad had listened as Yuli told him much about the desert, especially regarding the invisible eye of the desert with its swallowing power, quicksand. Quicksand might be invisible, but when stepped on, it seemed to have suction, gradually pulling one down until fully swallowed. Then there were also natural weather events of unimaginable power, sandstorms, and tornadoes with wind force equivalent to a forbidden wind spell. The desert's ever-changing weather also included thunderstorms with wild rains, all equally powerful. Thus, Yuli firmly requested to follow by Sinbad's side no matter what. Yuli informed Sinbad that upon encountering quicksand, there should be no panic. One should minimize body movement and wait to be pulled out by her. The same advice applied conversely. During sandstorms, the two would find a high dune to lie under. When wild thunderstorms struck, they would dig a deeper hole in the dunes to avoid lightning strikes. During tornadoes, they could only run. To cross the wide ditch to ward off venomous insects, Sinbart began running slowly. He used his physical strength alone without assistance from either martial chi or wind magic. The current improvement in speed relied entirely on the muscles of his thighs. Of course, if the explosive power of the muscles were increased, then combining it with martial chi and magic spells would make the speed astonishing. As for Wiley, she practiced speed improvement by using magical spells to enhance herself. This sand greatly saps my energy. I'm losing too much strength, and the feeling in my muscles is very numb. Yes, it's exactly like this feeling. Sinbart had been running for 2 hours, and after being bathed in the sun, his face turned red. To protect his skin from peeling due to the sunlight, he enveloped himself in a protective circle of martial chi. Plop. This was the first time Sinbart fell down today. Using her magic enhancement, Yueli strolled leisurely. Even though she'd been running for 2 hours, the golden sand city behind her remained clearly visible, which meant that Sinbart had not actually run very far. With the use of earth magic, Yueli moved effortlessly across the dunes. Despite not walking on solid ground nor utilizing wind spells, Sinbart's pace wasn't fast enough to matter. On her head sat a thick oiled cloth umbrella, and yesterday, Yueli had even informed Sinbart about her possession of a spatial ring. Sinbart didn't inquire further, and Yueli did not elaborate too much. Love, after all, was built on absolute trust. Plop, plop. By the end of the morning, Sinbart had fallen 3 times. His speed at this point was almost like walking. Sinbart sat down right where he stood, seating himself on the scorching sands, stretching out both hands forward. Although his leg exercises had been accomplished, his spirit still remained strong. He decided to recover from the muscle pain sitting on the spot and continue running back in the evening. Magic must also be cultivated and cannot be delayed. Of course, excessive exercise and forced runs can only harm the body and will not aid in cultivation. Yueli walked up to Sinbart's side, using her umbrella to shade him, preventing excessive water loss while he trained. It was harmful to dehydrate oneself during such conditions. Furthermore, drinking water while exercising was dangerous because the body's gastrointestinal system closes during intense physical activity. Water consumption could lead to internal damage. Day after day, month after month. It has now been precisely 2 months since Sinbart began his training here in the desert to improve his own speed. Today, Sinbart sat still on the scorching grains of sand just like before, resting after merely 2 hours of running. However, compared to before, his speed has certainly improved quite a bit. The faster you go, the greater the wind resistance becomes. How can we eliminate this wind resistance? Sinbart seemed to have grasped some key points of his practice, though he had yet to fully understand them. At this moment, Sinbart's skin seemed to be returning to its childhood darkness, though the childhood blackness was something inherited at birth, resembling his father. The current dark complexion, however, is due to the harsh sunlight under which he trains. Though mentally exhausted, Sinbart's spirit power has grown considerably. In the past, he would hold large fireballs and lightning spheres in his hand. But now, beside him floated one red and one white glowing ball around his body, rotating smoothly under his complete control. Although the magic elements on the glowing ball were continuously dissipating, it seemed that many more magic elements were replenishing it. It was as if a magic shield tightly guarded Sinbart's body. Yueli, who had accompanied Sinbart for 2 consecutive months, though her skin was still well preserved, experienced a significant increase in her own spirit power. Apparently, this was due to constantly training alongside Sinbart. However, Sinbart's near-obsessive speed of cultivation still left her astonished. Looking at Sinbart from his initial sprinting to his current pace, although there wasn't much difference in time, the speed was frighteningly fast. One must realize that this was merely powered by muscles. If she hadn't strenuously invoked her own magic, she wouldn't have been able to keep up with Sinbart's speed. Therefore, Yueli also practiced daily along with Sinbart's methods, training even while eating, holding a yellow sand ball in her hand to follow Sinbart's experience of multitasking during practice. After all, the place where Sinbart trained was like flowing water over the sands, and he specifically selected some sand dunes to run on. In these 2 months, Sinbart fell countless times, but got up every single time. This was because Sinbart once said, "People, wherever you fall, you must rise again there. If you avoid what you fail at, then nothing will be successful." And so, Sinbart kept persisting. Consequently, his strength grew insanely. Sometimes, Yueli even dared not to imagine what would happen if Sinbart possessed all 7 divine artifacts. How terrifying would Sinbart become? And this was just now, not decades later. Hoo-hoo. In the midst of cultivation, Sinbart suddenly felt a fierce wind picking up. Though the sky had been cloudless for miles, a thick black cloud drifted over from the east, instantly darkening the heavens. "Sinbart, hurry, come to this sand dune ahead," Yueli called out anxiously. Without needing any explanation, Sinbart knew exactly what was going on. It must be the desert's special weather, wild thunderstorms. Instantaneously, several lightning bolts flashed across the sky. Even though the sky was covered by dark clouds, making it darker than night, the few streaks of lightning illuminated the horizon like daylight. By the time Sinbart reached this dune, Yueli had already used her earth magic to create a sand hole just large enough for the two of them, a very deep sand hole. Moreover, with magic, she stabilized the sand that usually collapsed easily. Crack, crack, rumble rumble, clap clap clap. Following the several lightning bolts, thunder roared deafeningly, and an instant downpour began falling from the heavens, just as Sinbart and Yueli stepped into the cave. Chapter 50, Speed Training. The sand cave where Simbat and Averil were instantly let in a heavy downpour. Although the desert is made of sand particles and water drains relatively quickly, the rain was too much, too dense, and too large in volume. Averil used water magic to create a water sphere. Instantly, the water that flowed in from outside gradually merged into the water sphere. The water sphere connected with the sandy ground, and the rainwater slowly seeped into the sand grains. However, the water sphere was also gradually growing larger. Outside, there was fierce wind and rain. Thunder roared through the sky, but Simbat seemed like he couldn't hear it as he remained cross-legged, recovering his energy though not focusing on spiritual cultivation. The storm seemed to come fast and go just as swiftly. 3 months later, the 5th month of Simbat's training. Huff huff. Simbat, whose legs were incredibly hard to lift, lightly sat down inside the sand cave. At this point, around Simbat were already 3 halos. Simbat, sitting on the spot, had a green wind blade hovering above his head, rotating overhead, while before his chest was a white lightning ball, and at his waist was a fireball. His skin, of course, had become even darker, and if previously Simbat's legs had some strength, now his explosive power was even greater. Of course, every time Averil saw Simbat unable to run, she would carve out a sand cave in a dune, and then they both would train inside. At this moment, in both of Averil's hands, there were also yellow sandballs. In these 5 months, Simbat had basically gone through all kinds of experiences. Of course, there was one thing he hadn't encountered yet, the eye of the desert, quicksand. But he had indeed destroyed many venomous insects. It has already been 5 months of training. My leg muscles are firm and powerful. I remember when I first started, my legs felt uncertain, and now I can hardly feel them. It's just that the strength of my body doesn't seem to keep up. It looks like I'm still lacking quite a bit. Now, under such continuous control, I don't think using the method of multitasking will be much of an issue. I won't test it right now. We'll discuss this once the year is over. After another month of training, I'll focus on martial chi enhancement in the second half of the year. To make up for the spiritual consumption from magical mobility, I'll need to use martial chi. Otherwise, without a divine artifact, my attacks certainly won't be strong enough, so I'll need to use more spells. Swoosh. The last day of the 6-month period, Simbat was now merely running across the desert relying purely on physical strength. His speed could even match that of a swift wolf, though he didn't quite match the flash leopard's speed. One must know that Simbat was not utilizing martial chi, magic, or any divine artifacts. What kind of terrifying speed could Simbat achieve if he were to borrow such aids? His speed has reached this level. In the final 1.5 months, I haven't been able to keep up with him each time. And in these past 10 days, it has become impossible. Moreover, he only runs back and forth on the same route. Otherwise, how could I find him? In fact, this was Simbat's own idea. Because Simbat had never seen the eye of the desert, he didn't dare to venture deeper carelessly, fearing that he might fall into the quicksand without Averil by his side to save him, since Simbat had only heard about it from Averil but did not truly know its horrors. Thus, with his increasing speed and longer periods of endurance, Simbat could only take return trips for training, knowing very well that he wouldn't encounter the desert eye along routes he had already run. Watching Simbat rushing forward with heavy breaths, Averil could only hastily follow his pace, having no other way. This speed clearly makes me more acutely aware of the resistance of the wind, but how do I eliminate it? If I can't diminish it, then it seems impossible for my body's speed to increase further. Right now, all I've improved in the last half-month of training is my physical endurance. Alas, where exactly am I going wrong? Simbat kept pondering the problem while running. Instead of being clever and trying shortcuts, he chose the second path, to directly unravel the answers. On the scorching, endless sands, Simbat continued maintaining the 3 halos surrounding his body. ZZZT, ZZZT, another blind rattler beast. Get lost. As Simbat finished speaking, the spinning wind blade above his head flew away from its position, shooting toward the far-off rattler beast that had just climbed onto the dune. Uffed. The rattler beast split apart with a sound, cut precisely at the 7-inch mark on its body. The wind blade released from Simbat's head returned, behaving just like a boomerang, and landed accurately again atop Simbat's head without missing a single bit. Looking at the point where the rattler beast was severed, how accurate Simbat's long-distance kill was, and seeing the wind blade return to spin above Simbat's head again, one could only marvel at how well Simbat controlled it. If there were a grand magic master of the same level here at this moment, even he would not believe the fact before his eyes. He certainly wouldn't believe that this youth who looked to be in his early 20s possessed magical control even beyond himself. And yet, Simbat is still less than 19 years old. Averil, panting as she hurriedly caught up, watched the man in her heart with adoration, loving him no matter what. Even more so, she vaguely sensed that he was no ordinary person, absolutely extraordinary. But regardless of how different he was, she fully supported him. Seeing Simbat possess such abilities and such talent filled her with joy. But over these past 6 months, Averil sometimes thought about her father. Compared to him, Simbat also appeared highly gifted. The Dark Cathedral. What? There's still no sign of Vera? It's been 6 whole months already. What use are you all if you can't even find my daughter? The dark-robed Dark Pope glared at the scout who had come to report. 6 months ago, in Bet City, after his cathedral scouts were killed and their bodies disappeared without a trace, even his beloved daughter went missing. How could he not be enraged? But Averil, who was now far away in Sand Dollar City, didn't know that her father was worried about her and angry too. She even wondered why, with her father's extensive network of spies, he hadn't located her place yet. Go out and search for me thoroughly. I suspect not only our scouts, but even that old man's scouts were slaughtered. Otherwise, 6 months have passed, and that guy hasn't come looking for me yet. Humph. If I ever find out that you haven't treated my daughter well, Sinbad, or if you've hurt a single hair on her head then. His voice carried an aura of killing intent, accompanied by fierce, brutal eyes. This was the Dark Pope at this moment. In an instant, the glass wine cup in the Pope's hand shattered, yet strangely, not a single drop of wine, or even a fragment fell. All were contained within the Pope's black martial energy. The message was clear. If Sinbad hadn't taken good care of his precious daughter, then Sinbad would be utterly destroyed. Naturally, the scout who heard the Pope's cold laugh trembled with fear. As soon as the Pope waved his hand, he quickly left the dark cathedral. Although the Pope scolded and criticized the scouts when angered, deep down, he didn't truly want to kill them. Scout training was rigorous, and every scout possessed life-saving skills akin to the top 3 gold hunters. Training them was complex, success rates were low, and they were rare. So, even as the Pope, he couldn't afford to lose them. The Light Cathedral. Chapter 51, The Secret of the Wind. Who? No. The speed of practicing martial energy has already been 4 months, and there are only 2 months left before a year. However, it seems that my speed has reached a bottleneck now. The resistance of the wind is great. The faster I move, the more obvious it becomes, but the speed won't increase any further. What should I do? The wind is a magical element, but these magical spirits exist everywhere. Although they sometimes flow violently, they quietly flow at other times. But there's no way to solve the wind's resistance, so my speed definitely will not improve. Yes, wind type, wind magic, my own thunderball and fireball. When they float around my body. An idea suddenly struck Sembart when he remembered his thunderballs and fireballs. They disappeared after use and replenished by himself. So why couldn't his body also be considered as a container where the wind elements can be utilized in this manner? Too stupid, I should have thought of it earlier. Sembart was somewhat remorseful and dissatisfied with his thoughts. Since Sembart started to train using combat air mixed with his speed, Eval had already stopped practicing together with him. Every day, Eval managed his diet and even handled the silver coins handed over monthly to the city lord. During this indefinite training time. Today, it seemed like Sembart had found the key. That ever-present mystery of wind resistance that always lingered in his heart had been unlocked for him. It was as if a door had been opened. Sembart realized everything. No matter whether it was the lightning ball or the fireball swirling beside him, the secret of how they remained floating around him for so long. Perhaps I've practiced wrongly all along. My speed itself isn't bad. A wind-based addition. Many warriors use combat energy because most of them don't know wind magic. A rare smile crept across Sembart's face, and at that moment he felt elated. Sembart stopped emitting combat energy, stood on the scorching sand, closed his eyes, and murmured, "First, infuse wind magic throughout my body, then, gradually feel the sensation, let the external wind magic enter my body quickly from the feet, and expel forcefully from behind. Yes, just like this." At this moment, if anyone could see Sembart, they would certainly be amazed. It looked as though Sembart was now barely visible, his body wrapped in a large green aura. Behind him, one could hear the roaring sound of wind magical elements being forcibly expelled. It was rather unbelievable. And then, with a whoosh, Sembart shot off like a cannonball. Above the desert, Sembart couldn't be seen. Only a flash of blue light could be observed dashing quickly, leaving a pale blue streak in its wake. Swoosh. Another surprise. Sembart could stop at will, despite his terrifying current speed. It seems I didn't understand much in the past. The application of magic was too poor, many uses weren't applied well. Now I am like a big container myself. No wonder people say it's easy to practice one kind of magic. I guess I was also misled before. Hehe. But, today I just figured out the trick. In the remaining 2 months, I will slowly become accustomed to this speed. The wind still resists a bit. It's probably an issue with the outlet. Yes, the amount of magical elements varies in each place, so I'll have to pay more attention in the future. Sembart's face showed nothing but joy, excitement, and of course, immense enthusiasm. But, when I go back, I'll also tell Eval, make her happy. Of course, Sembart also knew that wind magic was elusive, and although one could feel it, one could not touch it, making it one of the hardest to master. What Sembart didn't know was that Eval was facing some small troubles right now. Sembart took a step forward, wind magic revolving naturally around him, heading back towards Xianxia City, planning to inform Eval. If someone were to notice Sembart's feet closely at this moment, they would realize his feet didn't seem to be touching the ground. Not a single footprint left on the sandy ground. Sembart flew quickly towards Xianxia City. Well, what about Eval in Xianxia City? Lord, here's this month's silver coin. Eval had always greeted others with a smile, and yet such a simple smile was enough to attract those around her. Certainly, Eval was beautiful, despite wearing boyish clothes and a cap, resembling a little brother figure somewhat. Her delicate, handsome features still deeply attracted Arthur Locus, the son of the Xianxia City lord. "Oh, miss, it's you. Since my father isn't here, just leave the silver coin here. Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Upon seeing the girl who entered, whom Arthur missed every day without knowing her name, he was completely enchanted. "Oh, no thanks. I have to go back soon to cook for my man. He'll be returning shortly." Upon hearing Eval mention that she had a man, Arthur's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. However, upon learning that her man was not yet back, the ferocity turned into an astute gleam. Arthur Locus is the only son of Xianxia City's lord. His older brother led a group to hunt magic crystal cores, but perished far away and never returned. Now, His father cherishes Arthur as if he were a treasure, giving him whatever he wanted. Despite being just 17 years old, Arthur already had 4 women of varying ages. His lustful nature was unchangeable, though if their father, Cephaly, did not see some robustness in his son and him being the only heir, Cephaly would not wish Arthur to become this way. Cephaly had mixed feelings of love and hate towards this youngest son, love because he was his own child, and hate because iron could not easily be made into steel. As the son of the city lord, Arthur knew he had fallen for this clear and refined girl ever since the 4th month, when Eval came to pay the silver coins. Even though he had only met her twice, Eval gave Arthur a different feeling from other women. Other women were merely tools for release, while this unknown girl seemed like someone who needed protection. Of course, Arthur had long been keeping an eye on Simbart and Eval. After observing them for some time, he gained a certain understanding of them, even to the point of looking down on Simbart. After 2 months of observation, he lost interest. In those 10 months, Simbart had given Arthur the impression of being utterly incompetent, which caused Arthur to hold him in great disdain. He even considered Eval to be a woman as weak as a willow. Of course, hearing today that her man hadn't returned home filled him with arrogance. He even thought, as the son of the city lord, he surely deserved Eval, and even if her man disagreed, he could simply have someone kill him. Beautiful maiden, could you tell me your charming name? Arthur looked at Eval somewhat lewdly, and the excitement in his heart even caused his voice to tremble. Eval's thoughts were solely on Simbart, so she had no interest in another man, let alone a sleazy one like Arthur. At this moment, Eval's glance toward Arthur held much disdain. I apologize, master son of the city lord, but may I ask what business you have? Why do you need to know my name? Eval said with a faint smile, but a flash of fierce light flickered in her sharp eyes. She certainly understood the implications behind the city lord's son's words. Chapter 52, Gold Beast Guardian. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get acquainted with the young lady. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Arthur's words, it was clear that Arthur was an experienced hand in matters of the heart. Is that so? But right now, I don't have time to chat with you, sir. I have things to do. Sorry, maybe next time. Ivel said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Seeing Ivel walk away, Arthur stretched out his hand as if to grab her. When his hand reached Ivel's arm, and upon seeing her cold gaze fixed on him, he clenched his fists and retracted his hand. I hope, miss, that you'll reconsider. In fact, I've also been investigating your man secretly. People who come to Golden Sand City either undergo trials or hunt for magic crystal cores. You must be aware of this. But look at your man. Has he captured even one? Every time he comes here, it's you paying the bills. Does a man like that deserve you, miss? Let me be honest. I've fallen for you, Mississippi. Please consider my feelings. Arthur's tone was full of arrogance and disdain, but also brimming with self-confidence. He believed he was stronger than her man at least. Seeing Arthur's smug expression, Ivel sneered. So you think you know all about my man? Are you sure? Ivel thought inwardly. I barely know the man myself. How could you? That's right. Tonight, I will challenge him, so you can see what a real man is like. Arthur always had this overconfident, egotistical attitude. That's good. But let me tell you something. All my magic has been taught to me by my man. If you want to challenge him, why don't you first challenge me? See if you even have the qualifications. Ivel smiled flirtatiously, though her eyes held a trace of mockery. At Ivel's seductive tone, Arthur was thrown into a frenzy. But when he heard the latter part of the beauty's sentence, he felt a chill run down his spine. Is it that your man is incompetent, so you're intentionally covering for him? Miss, I really don't want to harm you. Arthur smirked, raising a hand as if to lift a woman's chin habitually, but a voice from behind stopped him cold. The voice was icy, making Arthur feel as if he dropped into an ice cave beneath the scorching sun. Do you wish to die? Shoo. Just as Simbart finished speaking, both Ivel and Arthur felt their hearts leap. They hadn't even seen Simbart move. He already stood between Ivel and Arthur. His eyes were blood red, and his hand gripped Arthur's neck, lifting him off the ground midair. Teleportation? But how did Simbart master such a skill? Ivel was shocked. Terror spread through Arthur's mind, but as he struggled for air, his face slowly turned purple. Ivel obligingly stepped close to Simbart, gently embracing his explosive left arm, only for Simbart to unapologetically draw her tightly into his embrace. Ivel clearly sensed the anger within Simbart. Simbart now resembled a fierce beast starving for months. The wild, dominating aura radiating from him and his piercing glare at his prey made Arthur instinctively comprehend the proximity of death. Feeling the tender warmth in his arms, Simbart finally allowed reason to triumph over rage. Thinking about being here to gain experience and not wanting unnecessary bloodshed, and feeling Ivel's soft figure pressed against his left arm, his fury gradually dissipated. With a careless flick of his hand, Arthur was flung outside through the sandbag entrance. Don't let this happen again. Simbart's stern voice echoed. Outside the sandbags, Arthur stared at the man who terrified him, yet there still gleamed a spark of defiance in his eyes. Ivel felt the care in Simbart's affection towards her, filling her heart with contentment. Back inside the sandbags, Ivel cooked lunch while listening intently to Simbart vividly recounting his breakthroughs. Each time Ivel paused during cooking, she found herself momentarily stunned by Simbart's logical application of magic. Simbart's potential in magic. As for Simbart's future, even Ivel, as a woman he had accepted, didn't dare to imagine. That night, Simbart and Ivel were eating dinner when hurried footsteps came from outside. The visitor was none other than Arthas, the son of the Golden Sand City mayor. Still bitter from earlier, he refused to back down. Although fearful of Simbart's individual power, They must remember, they were only 2 people. Moreover, when Arthur confided in his father about the incident, his father became extremely angry as well. Thus, tonight, Arthur arrived with a few unsavory friends, along with his father bringing his own group of people, all coming to confront Sambart. In Safely's opinion, Sambart was barely over 20. So young a person, how strong could he possibly be? Although Safely heard his son's words, he didn't believe them at all, thinking they were delusions caused by fright. Nevertheless, even with these thoughts, Arthas and his old man still arrived with nearly 20 people. Arthas stood outside Sambart's sandbag enclosure, shouting loudly, "Sambart, if you've got the guts, come out. I challenge you to a duel. I fancy your woman." Bang! Safely gave his son a good wallop on the head. "You useless son of mine. You're disgracing me here, shouting about how you like someone else's woman. What do you expect me to do? Help you steal her?" Of course, such an occurrence attracted many onlookers from Golden Sand City, who watched with gleeful anticipation. Safely, as city master, was not as stupid as his son. Sambart stepped forward bowing slightly, since the sandbags were somewhat short for him to stand fully upright. Subsequently, Ivel also emerged. Before Sambart spoke, Ivel addressed them first. "Arthas, the same thing. If you want to challenge my man, defeat me first. Otherwise, you have no right." Ivel's voice was colder than ever. "And, if you can overcome me, I will leave my man and go with you. Fair enough? If not, then what? I'll never think about you in that way." When hearing Ivel speak, Arthas looked towards Sambart, but there was no reaction from him. "He doesn't worry about his woman being with me? Why is that?" Even though Sambart did not say anything and hadn't even opened his eyes, Arthas couldn't detect much. However, Safely, his father, noticed something immediately. He sensed an aura of supreme strength radiating from Sambart. Just that calmness and confidence was enough to make him feel it. "That's obvious enough, but aside from this, don't you need to offer something more?" Ivel's tone remained cold. "What else do you want?" Safely had just wanted to dissuade his son from challenging them, and simply order everyone together to teach them a lesson when his son had already blurted out, "Then I'll give you 1,000 gold coins." Arthas' eyes lit up excitedly, he believed. How could I possibly lose to a woman? Humph. Arthas smirked smugly. "Arthas, we're cheering for you. Arthas, you must win." AR. The crowd buzzed animatedly, but they overlooked 2 important individuals, one with his eyes closed, Sambart, and the other remaining silent, Golden Sand City's mayor, Safely. Naturally, upon hearing the mention of 1,000 gold coins, Ivel's gaze flickered with interest, a hefty sum indeed. To Sambart, this might mean nothing, but for the pennywise Ivel, it was quite significant. Beside the pond, in the midst of several large campfires, Sambart sat cross-legged meditating quietly, honing his spiritual energy. Even as Sambart sat thus, it wasn't because he wasn't worried. His beloved Ivel had already told him everything in the afternoon so as not to add undue concern. Hence, Ivel decided to display her own capabilities. On the other side stood many onlookers watching the spectacle unfold. Ivel and Arthas faced each other standing apart. First, bring the money and place it in the center. Ivel never passed up an opportunity involving cash. Cross-legged Sambart sitting nearby couldn't help but smile inwardly. In Golden Sand City, surrounded by endless yellow sands, life was always rough. Occasions for entertainment often included some flower buns or enjoying drinks. Practitioners and robust men were plenty, straightforward and honest. But today, witnessing a challenge, particularly one between a man and a woman, sparked considerable interest. In reality, the entire matter stemmed largely from Arthas' immature mindset. He was merely 17 or 18 years old. After all, winning against a woman wouldn't earn any real recognition, and losing would only tarnish his name further. "Alright, stop yakking and summon your guardian beast," Arthas stated resolutely. But just as Arthas' confident tone ended, his certainty wavered drastically when he saw, behind Ivel glimmered silver light forming a purple portal, enormous in size, revealing a colossal creature stepping through. With a towering body measuring 6 or 7 meters tall and shoulders alone spreading 2 meters wide, its arms were as thick as rhino horns, covered entirely in shimmering golden fur, reflecting under the glow of the firelight. Even Sambart, seated there, was startled into gaping astonishment, realizing that this was the first time he witnessed Ivel summon her guardian beast. And yet, unexpectedly, her guardian beast was also a tier-level beast, incredibly rare. Gold Baimong. Arthas was somewhat speechless. Among the people on the scene, none failed to suck in a breath of cold air. A gold Baimong was already terrifying, but looking at Ivel's appearance, she was just a girl in her 20s, yet she possessed a heavenly tier-level guardian beast. One must know how difficult it is for a guardian beast to train. Even someone over 100 years old might not have a heavenly tier-level guardian beast. Sambart, of course, also understood the significance of this heavenly tier gold Baimong, but he didn't know how Ivel managed to train her guardian beast. Chapter 53, Divine Dragon Scales. Yes, it was the rare guardian beast, the gold beaming. Anyone who saw its massive body, hugging those strong arms with fierce and savage eyes would tremble. After all, a normal adult beaming had the power of a 7th level magic beast, while this gold beaming was at least around 9th level. In terms of magic beast strength, it was number 1. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in shock, each person drawing in a sharp breath. Of course, among the crowd, there were even sword saints and magic masters in this Gold Sand City. Undoubtedly, everyone was surprised. That was because, despite appearing only about 20 years old, Ivel looked capable of such feats. Even Sambart, whose mental growth accelerated rapidly, wore an expression filled with astonishment. Abel turned her head towards Sambert and gave him a faint smile. Seeing her own man be astonished for her brought great joy. Suddenly, whoosh, Sambert, upon turning his head, utilized the explosive force in his legs to leap high into the sky. Underneath him, a circle of green light burst forth. It was wind magic, wind glide. Seeing Sambert's movements, Abel was also astonished, instantly leading many others to follow her gaze upward. Sambert slowly descended in the sky, holding someone in his hands. It was a person already killed by Sambert, something that no one else knew. The person falling from the sky revealed one final secret to Sambert before being slain again by him. If it had been anyone else, perhaps they might have saved them, but Sambert absolutely would not save. This was because of the divine dragon guardian in Sambert's spirit consciousness. That person, on their dying breath, informed Sambert that there was an army of sand hydras behind them. But Sambert didn't ask why, because earlier, the divine dragon guardian within Sambert's spirit consciousness told him he was going to encounter good fortune. In the sky, there was someone with very high capabilities who was severely injured at that moment. These details weren't what concerned Sambert. Instead, what troubled him was the fact that this person possessed an unawakened divine dragon scale. Sambert was shocked, so he immediately rushed forward. While everyone in the area was astonished at Abel's reaction, even if no one felt amazed, no one could match Sambert's acute senses. Sensing someone falling from the sky, Sambert was the first to move. Dead. Upon landing, Sambert quietly muttered these two heavy words. Sambert had already gathered everything from that person's spatial ring. Surprisingly, there were even 3 divine artifacts inside. At that moment, Sambert couldn't linger, as the divine dragon scale couldn't be sensed by humans but would be particularly attractive to magic beasts. Thus, the sand hydras chasing after them grew increasingly relentless. Without further ado, Sambert swept up Abel, whose protective presence disappeared, and using his wind language skills, loudly shouted, "Listen to me, everyone. This person just told me that within 100 miles behind us lies an entire cluster of sand hydras moving toward us. Run quickly if you don't want to die, believe me." Sambert said nothing more. His speed training had ended unexpectedly. However, the divine dragon guardian warned Sambert. If he didn't run fast enough, the sand hydras would contain not just 1/10th level magic beast, but also a superior sensitivity to the divine dragon scale. From now on, the farther Sambert ran, the better. Whoosh. After finishing speaking, Sambert immediately put Abel on his back. Instantly, his body became enveloped by wind magic, making it appear to observers as if Sambert was wrapped in a large green energy sphere. But upon closer inspection, Sambert directly transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing amongst the crowd. Only those with higher abilities could still see a hint of purple light shimmering within the green sphere. Everyone watched Sambert's incredible speed, especially Psi-Phaley and Aethys, who were greatly astonished. Thinking of Sambert's words and realizing the direction they ran was not towards the sand dunes, but eastward, everyone understood instantly. Run. Even someone as strong as Sambert chose to flee. If they didn't follow suit, they'd be fools. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 individuals with emerald eyes appeared beside the person whom Sambert had just killed. He's dead, but his things are gone. I can sense it too. It's towards the east. We must hurry. Once my king learns of this, he'll be furious. 2 clouds of yellow mist swirled, causing the 2 people to vanish instantly. From below the sandy surface, 2 blurry sand mounds emerged at astonishing speeds, heading swiftly in Sambert's direction. Vi, after we finish running this time, I'll tell you all my secrets. That person you saw was indeed killed by me, but what they told me beforehand is true. Sambert spoke while thinking about Abel on his back. I believe you. Yes, after we finish running this time, I will also tell you my story. Dear. Abel didn't say anything or suspect anything. 2 hours later. Where are you running? Suddenly, both Sambert and Abel felt as if someone were speaking right into their ears. Sambert, of course, knew that they had been caught up with. Sambert stopped in his tracks, gently placing Abel down. Both of them stared intently at the figure ahead, a giant man towering about 3 meters tall, with a bluish-gray skin tone, but 2 distinctly bronze-green eyes. Sambert, he is the Sand Hydra Lord. Be cautious. Remember, if you can't hold out, take the divine dragon scale and cut your own skin to let the blood seep in. Though it won't do much good, the 2 drops of divine dragon blood might help. Rashly pick up the divine dragon magic shadow sword, and your losses might not be too severe. Immediately summon your guardian beast now. Among your mutated guardian beasts, there's an absolute life-saving skill. Even though it may or may not resist, it will certainly make things easier for you. Sambert naturally understood what the divine dragon guardian was referring to, the abnormal life-saving skill of his mutant guardian beast, Absolute Screen. However, this skill could only be used once a day, and his guardian beast would need 7 days to recover afterward, meaning Sambert would have no guardian beast protection for the next 7 days. Young man, I don't know how you came to recognize that thing, but I hope you'll return it to me. In exchange, I will spare your life. That person spoke gently to Sambert, but while he was talking, Sambert had already summoned his mutated Grady Earth-level guardian beast. What thing? I don't know. Sambert feigned ignorance despite knowing fully well. Young man, are you really being uncooperative? That person from earlier was at the rank of Sword Emperor. Even though you have your mutant guardian beasts, your level isn't as high as his, and besides, he possesses 3 divine artifacts. Oh, by the way, once you hand over that item, I won't take the divine artifacts or any other possessions of yours, and I'll still let you both leave. You should know, as the Sand Hydra Lord, it only took me one punch to injure that Sword Emperor earlier. My words count. The Sand Hydra Lord said lightly. What? An existence surpassing a Sword Emperor, thus surpassing the top tier. This was the shared thought echoing through both Avel's and Sambert's minds simultaneously. Chapter 54. A being beyond human level 9. Human warriors and mages share 9 levels. Warriors, apprentice swordsman, baccalaureate swordsman, swordsman, grand swordsman, swordmaster, grand swordmaster, sword saint, grand sword saint, and finally Sword Emperor are the 9 ranks. Mages, apprentice mage, baccalaureate mage, mage, grand mage, arcanist, grand arcanist, magus, grand magus, and mage emperor also have 9 ranks. He claims that just one punch can severely injure a Sword Emperor even under the influence of 3 divine artifacts. Thus, he has surpassed level 9 of human existence, or perhaps he has even exceeded level 10 of magical beasts. At this moment, Simbart was slightly dazed. What's wrong? Scared? This means nothing. You should strive harder. Your future achievements shouldn't be beneath his. The divine dragon in his mind space urged Simbart to calm down. But, don't forget you have the divine dragon shadow sword controlled by me. Remember, you are strong too. The divine dragon tried to console him again. That's the spirit. Buzzing. As he was conversing with Simbart, several shorter beings similar to the Sand Hydra Lord emerged from beside him. My lord. The Sand Hydra Lord merely nodded. Have you made up your mind, child? Are you unwilling? Instantly, a copper-green aura emitted from the Sand Hydra Lord enveloped Evel and Simbart. In an instant, Evel collapsed on her knees. Even the summoned behemoth guardian, who had appeared earlier with Simbart, seemed unsteady. Since guardians naturally have connections to their masters, they also possess some constraints. Simbart suddenly felt unable to speak, as if something was pressing down on his heart. He knew this should be the pressure from the Sand Hydra Lord, but it seemed unusual. Child, this is not the common oppressive aura from regular magical beasts. This is my realm, the evolution of oppression. In my realm, do not try to escape because I am fully aware of all your actions, as if you were within my own body. A calm sentence from the Sand Hydra Lord sent a great shock through Simbart. Realm. With utmost effort, Simbart could only utter 2 words, straining himself with every ounce of strength. Yes, child. Let me show you what a realm feels like. Unless your mental power surpasses mine, anyone in my realm will feel like this. Swift as a sound. In a flash, the Sand Hydra Lord was next to Simbart, allowing him to see the ominous, copper-green gaze up close, which seemed like it could burn away life itself. And it can also be like this. Suddenly, Simbart was pulled towards the Sand Hydra Lord by an unseen force. He was stunned. Simbart never expected such a phenomenon and realized how futile all these years of his efforts seemed compared to the vast power before him. It hit him hard, much more than just a simple blow. Sigh? Use that divine dragon scale to cut your skin, quickly. Seeing Simbart losing confidence, the divine dragon had to help, using the artifact's power to restore his confidence. Otherwise, how could he unify the continent? Upon hearing the divine dragon's words, Simbart immediately tensed, but seeing Evel already pale with discomfort, he hesitated no longer and pulled out the divine dragon scale between 2 fingers. The Sand Hydra Lord thought Simbart had understood something, and his grotesquely ugly smile grew across his ashen face. But then, he saw Simbart use the scale to slice open the back of his hand. Confused, he did not understand what Simbart was doing. At the moment Simbart used the scale to wound his arm, the piece shimmered golden and disappeared instantly. Simbart quickly withdrew a black sword hilt from his spatial ring. A loud, resonant dragon roar followed, as brilliant golden light erupted from it. Swish! The black hilt in Simbart's hand turned orange. Though originally without a blade, now there appeared a radiant 2-meter-long golden sword imbued with white flames. These flames pierced straight through the Sand Hydra Lord's realm, swirling about the golden sword like a living white dragon. This sight caused the Sand Hydra Lord's expression to drastically change, and so too did his retinue behind him. If the Sand Hydra Lord still didn't understand the significance, he would have lived 1,000 years in vain. Yes, the Sand Hydra Lord had already realized. This person must be the 3rd successor of the Divine Dragon. Seeing the sword, although he did not know exactly what kind of sword it was, the white fire upon it was unmistakably linked to the Divine Dragon Guardian, knowledge he possessed after living for over a millennium. But despite the seemingly unremarkable sword in Simbart's hand, he sensed danger in his heart. Yet, a wild joy filled him as well. If he could capture this person, then later find another Divine Dragon Scale and kill him, using the Divine Dragon Scale afterward would make him immensely powerful, becoming the successor of the Divine Dragon. The battle that had left an indelible mark on him was the one against Beast God Sanglong. In that battle, he was utterly defeated but also fully accepted his loss, because afterward Sanglong told him that he himself was the descendant of the Divine Dragon. In the end, he learned about the Divine Dragon Scales. After Sanglong ascended to heaven, he began searching everywhere for these scales. But just a month ago, after finally finding one, it was stolen from him the very next day. Now, one must not underestimate the momentary shock of the Sand Hydra Lord, for in that instant, Simbart had already scooped up the unconscious Evel lying on the ground and held her in his arms. With the support of the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword, he suddenly felt much lighter and the pressure significantly reduced. Without saying a word, Simbart immediately acted according to the Divine Dragon's orders. Wielding the glowing sword in his right hand, he swiftly charged toward the Sand Hydra Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though untrained in swordsmanship, Sunbart had seen basic horizontal slashes and vertical cuts before. Instantly, 3 terrifying black streams of energy shot towards the Sand Hydra Lord. Even though it was night, one could clearly see the air being compressed and twisting. Sunbart was astonished. Under the influence of the divine dragon shadow sword, his chi directly rose to the level of a sword emperor, frightening. Bang, bang, bang. The compressed streams of black energy missed the evading Sand Hydra Lord, but the several guards behind him were not so fortunate. The streams hit the sandy terrain not far from the guards, and instantly exploded, sending all the guards flying with greenish liquids spewing from their mouths. Seeing the situation, Sunbart was shocked. More shocking still was that all the fighting spirit within his body had been entirely depleted. Naturally, when the Sand Hydra Lord saw his guards flying back, blood gushing from their mouths, his eyes glowed an intense green. Whoosh. Teleportation. Absolute teleportation, arriving beside Sunbart, only to throw a single punch. A punch delivered at a time when the Sand Hydra Lord had lost control, using 120% of his strength. The air seemed to explode as Sunbart watched, wildly distorting as if the heat itself turned solid. As the fist approached, Sunbart felt no fear, even smiling faintly. Boom. At the moment the fist touched Sunbart's body, the divine dragon shadow sword in Sunbart's hand. Chapter 55, The Palace. At the very moment that the fist touched Sunbart's body, the divine dragon shadow sword suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, its blinding radiance rendering even the Sand Hydra Lord unable to see anything. Suddenly, he felt as if he had struck something hard, yet it seemed his power was not fully resisted. Crack. What shattered first was the golden shield emanating from the divine dragon shadow sword, and then the absolute barrier conjured jointly by Sunbart's Earth-class guardian beast. Though this managed to withstand most of the attack, Sunbart still flew backward like a cannonball struck by the Sand Hydra Lord. During the flight, Sunbart attempted to use his wind magic again for escape, but the mental energy spent wielding the triple blades of the divine dragon shadow sword had been almost depleted. It must be noted that at this point, Sunbart possessed only the strength of a grand mage and greatsword saint. His underlying power could never compare with that of the Sand Hydra Lord who surpassed the human 9th rank. Besides, divine weapons functioned according to the capabilities of their user and were not omnipotent without proper handling. Gazing at the unconscious Aweir in his arms, he felt some anxiety. I hope we're awakened soon, but I wish the Sand Hydra Lord does not pursue. He is truly terrifying. At this time, the Sand Hydra Lord indeed wished to chase after them, but he found himself unable, because a close look would reveal that the Sand Hydra Lord remained rooted to the spot in the same attacking posture as when he struck Sunbart. His robust arms dripped with the green blood of the Sand Hydras, a rare sight for years on end. Not only was he astounded by this external injury, but more crucially, when the divine dragon shadow sword unleashed its final golden shield defense, the golden fragments that broke away somehow wounded his soul. Though slight, the blow was significant. After all, this weapon had ties to the legendary divine dragon super artifacts. If a divine dragon's weapon couldn't harm even an entity beyond the human 9th level, such a weapon would be nothing but junk. Sunbart hadn't flown far while holding the unconscious Aweir before spitting out a mouthful of blood. It seems at least 3 ribs are broken. With a helpless smile, Sunbart said, though the Sand Hydra Lord has immense power, the ability of using the divine artifact produced an astonishing effect like that. Sunbart recalled that astonishing moment, his lost faith now restored. Certainly, within the spiritual realm, the divine dragon guardian nodded in agreement quietly. Sunbart gave a sharp scream as he suddenly collapsed into the sandy ground along with Aweir. Damn, we have been in the desert for nearly a year now, without encountering the eye of the desert. Could it be that heaven intends to destroy me? Muttered Sunbart resentfully. After battling the Sand Hydra Lord, Sunbart's magical energy reserves were completely depleted. His guardian beast needed 7 days of restorative recuperation. Even when deploying the divine dragon shadow sword, the divine dragon guardian utilized all of its mental essence to ensure Sunbart remained unharmed. Thus, now Sunbart could rely solely on Aweir's aid. Bad news. The exhaustion of my combat aura and spiritual energy renders me incapable of utilizing any form of magic, however minute. Weir. Sunbart screamed frantically, aware of course that within this eye of the desert, one should not move excessively, or else sink faster. Yet seeing both Aweir and himself about to be submerged, beads of cold sweat emerged on Sunbart's forehead. No matter how loudly he shouted, Aweir did not wake up. Gradually, Sunbart and Aweir had sunk until their chests. At this point, Sunbart felt an unbearable pain, as though his chest cavity might split open. No, I can't die here. Looking at the beloved Aweir, Sunbart harbored an intense desire to live on. Using the tiny amount of mental energy just restored, Sunbart employed wind magic to enclose both himself and Aweir above the chest area, aiming to extend the duration of breathing air for as long as possible. He decided to investigate what lay beneath the eye of the desert. Gradually, they were entirely swallowed by the flowing sands. After an unknown period, at this moment, Sunbart felt as if the oxygen inside his wind element bubble had nearly run out. Aweir's complexion turned bluish. Each breath taken by Sunbart led to him holding his breath for longer periods, intending to let Aweir take several more breaths. Just as Sunbart could endure no more, and the green bubble would disperse momentarily, even feeling sand enter his neck. Suddenly, Sunbart felt a loosening sensation throughout his body and immediately detected the smooth flow of air. Abruptly opening his eyes, all he saw was a dimly luminous flicker of gold, and Sunbart instantly fainted, unable to withstand further consciousness. Yet his hands continued to firmly embrace Aweir. At the moment both Sunbart and Aweir lost consciousness, it seemed as though they had fallen into a golden passage. Neither knew where it led, and they continued sliding downward at an angle for what felt like 2 centuries. With a splash, both of them landed on a pile of sand. The harsh impact awakened Aweir slowly. Her first thought upon waking was to find Sunbart. She only remembered fainting under that terrifying pressure, feeling as though she were about to die. But Aweir suddenly felt a heavy weight on her. As she tried to turn over, an arm slid off her back. Recognizing the ring on the fingers, dark and unpolished, it was unmistakably Sunbart's. After all, she had spent so much time with him. Sunbart, Sunbart. She softly called out twice. Of course, Sunbart in his unconscious state did not respond. Aweir knew well that Sunbart could not be dead. Lying across her, she could hear his heartbeat, albeit faint. Though weak, Aweir was certain he was alive. She gently adjusted Sunbart's position, careful not to disturb his rest since the best thing for an injured person was to rest. She handled him tenderly. Aweir's hand slowly emitted a green glow. Yes, it was the water element mage's source of life. Gradually, the pallor drained from Sunbart's face, which visibly regained color. Sunbart's clothes were soaked in blood. In fact, while Aweir was still unconscious, Sunbart had a large gash on his chest, but it was healed by the divine dragon blood. Seeing Sunbart's gradually reddening face, Aweir's heart skipped a beat. Without warning, she leaned forward and kissed his lips. It was their first kiss, and although Sunbart was unaware, Aweir's cheeks turned crimson, making her appear even more beautiful. Quickly shaking off her thoughts, Aweir remembered that she didn't know where she was. The previous concern for Sunbart overshadowed everything else, but now she had time. Looking up, she saw that they were in a vast hall, akin to a palace. They lay near the entrance, beside a glittering golden door. A red carpet stretched from the door to a throne inside, flanked on either side by rows of golden statues intricately carved with lifelike detail. 10 days later, at least, in this palace Aweir had no way to track time except through her own perception, and it felt like at least 10 days. During these 10 days, she lived off the food and water from her platinum space ring, occasionally feeding Sunbart small sips of water. Sunbart's eyebrows twitched slightly as his eyes fluttered open. He was met with Aweir's tear-streaked beautiful face. Her cap was gone, exposing her stunning hair, yet her tears tugged at his heart. Don't cry, I'm fine. Sunbart's voice was raspy when he spoke his first words, but he comforted Aweir nonetheless. Aweir said nothing, burying her head in Sunbart's chest and sobbing loudly. After her cries subsided, Aweir gently told Sunbart that they were in a palace, though she didn't know how they got there or where the exit was. She urged Sunbart to rest a little longer before discussing further plans. Chapter 56. Turning misfortune into fortune. Over the course of 2 days, Sunbart was recuperating from his injuries while revealing all his secrets to his beloved, April. Though April had mentally prepared herself beforehand, upon hearing that Sunbart was the descendant of a divine dragon, she remained in a daze for an entire hour. It was because the divine dragon guardian told me that person carried an unawakened divine dragon scale that I killed him, Sunbart said nervously as he looked at April, fearing she might be angry. April's thoughts were a jumble. Realizing that Sunbart was the heir of the divine dragon and was destined to unify the continent, it would allow many to no longer live in destitution, a good thing. But simultaneously, his journey would become harder. April even considered leaving him once they were outside so as not to distract him further. But Sunbart, sensing something, exclaimed fiercely, I won't let you leave me. If I can accept ruling the entire divine dragon continent, why can't I accept you? For the benefit of all, and for our own little family too. If I can't protect even you, how could I talk about unifying the continent and making everyone on the divine dragon continent lead better lives? April understood that every word of Sunbart's intense tone was filled with deep affection for her. Her eyes reddened again, tears lightly flowing down her cheeks. Sunbart thought he had spoken too harshly, so he gently pulled April into his arms, apologizing. Sorry, Wiley. Before Sunbart finished, April kissed him on the lips. Startled at first, Sunbart quickly reciprocated with fervor. When April started turning red-faced and struggled for breath, she shoved Sunbart away and shot him a glare, saying, You're such a guy? Usually, you seem so earnest, but why do you kiss me like you're going to kill me? You almost suffocated me. Next, before she could finish, Sunbart embraced her tightly and kissed her again. This time, April fared worse. Her bosom trembled softly, and she hurriedly pushed Sunbart aside, fearful that he'd make another move. Ho ho! Seeing April this way, Sunbart scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. You don't laugh. Though April crossed her hands over her waist, there was no trace of ferocity, only an irresistibly cute demeanor. Subsequently, April also confessed her identity to Sunbart. Naturally, Sunbart was shocked, though not as intensely as April's revelation had shocked him. After all, being the descendant of a divine dragon versus being the daughter of the Dark Temple's master, the latter was much more terrifying. Have you noticed anything else unusual about yourself? April, seeming to remember something, hastily asked. Having agreed, Sunbart closed his eyes and examined everything within himself. Boy, did you come to see me? Haha. Let me tell you, you've struck great fortune, indeed immense luck. The divine dragon guardian rejoiced as he spoke to Sunbart. Your luck is not ordinary. Your good fortune keeps rolling. First, let me explain slowly, don't rush. The divine dragon scales aren't easy to find. You should know, Even the previous beast god, Senglong, who was originally a magic beast, being more sensitive to dragon scales, couldn't find any. However, you, without seeking, have stumbled upon one. Furthermore, there's something to cheer you up. Your D-class mutated guardian beast is currently undergoing fusion, merging into one entity. Your guardian beast is the dragon spirit, and when I first existed within your spiritual sea, I found it very strange that they initially appeared conjoined, but then I split them apart. Now they are refusing together. Rest assured, your guardian power will significantly increase. That's why I say you're incredibly lucky. Simbart was surprised, yet he felt inward joy. Was this what they called turning misfortune into fortune? After communicating with the divine dragon guardian, Simbart felt his body again, examining his martial energy and magic. His martial energy seemed normal, but his magic felt slightly broken, like it wanted to break through something. However, Simbart wasn't aware of it, so he decided to stop caring for now. Instead, he checked his mental force, which, before examination, was unknown. Upon checking, his original mental strength had multiplied 3 or 4 times. Knowing Simbart's mental prowess was already fearsome. If others could cast 2 or 3 spells of a Grand Mage Master's caliber, Simbart could easily cast 7 to 8 spells at minimum. Now, based on 7 to 8 spells, his capability would multiply by 3 to 4 times again. How terrifying. Excited. Simbart's entire body trembled in excitement. April saw this but observed more of the joy on Simbart's face. She knew that Simbart must have made another breakthrough. Simbart released his magic, and instantly, a light sphere of each of the 5 magic elements appeared around him. Before April could even see what was happening, Simbart had already summoned them all, an absolutely terrifying speed of spellcasting. Even though it was just by controlling with intent alone, that intent moved far too quickly. Next, green light surged from Simbart's hands. April, of course, knew this to be water magic, the source of life. But she couldn't figure out what Simbart was doing until he revealed the answer immediately. Were spells from archmages really cast without incantations? April was astonished. Yes, at this moment, Simbart was testing his level of spellcasting speed. Indeed, even magic of an archmage could be cast without chanting if there was preparation beforehand. Excitement overwhelmed Simbart as he felt an unparalleled thrill coursing through him. He opened his eyes and met April's face full of shock. Gently, Simbart pulled April into his embrace. What's wrong? Surprised? April numbly nodded and then blurted something that made Simbart both want to laugh and cry. You're not human. Simbart bitterly laughed but still explained everything about himself to April. Originally, it was just a mutated guardian beast, now fused back together. A mutation within a mutation. Good grief. Are you even human anymore? Simbart found himself speechless. Oh, right. When I killed that sword emperor, I took his divine artifacts. Let's take a look. Rustle. 3 grayish-white items fell onto the ground. A pair of short boots, a breastplate, and a wrist guard. Why are these 3 divine artifacts colorless? Simbart quietly muttered to himself. You don't know? Normal tools have no special color. Ghost weapons are yellow, spirit weapons green, and in their normal state, divine artifacts show only the material's true color, looking like ordinary items. But once fused with one's guardian beast, they become purple, and ultra-divine artifacts turn orange. You've absorbed a divine artifact already, and yet you didn't know this. April glanced at Simbart with a look reserved for fools. So that's how it is. And also, for lower-grade divine artifacts, they shine even without fusion. As Simbart and April exchanged information, they completely forgot that they were still inside a palace. Chapter 57. What is this? It had been 2 days since the divine artifacts were distributed. Under Simbart's severe rebuke, Ivory only took 2 items. Actually, Ivory didn't want any of them, but Simbart explained the reasons. First, the shoes could save her life, so she accepted them without hesitation. But when Simbart handed her the breastplate, she refused repeatedly. Even though Simbart said his speed would allow him to escape from a sword emperor or a mage emperor, she still wouldn't take it. Ivory replied that there are beings who surpass even sword emperors and mage emperors. Simbart told her that these cases are rare, yet she still hesitated. Eventually, under Simbart's intense anger, she reluctantly absorbed the artifact. Meanwhile, Simbart only kept the bracelet for himself. In fact, Simbart originally wanted to give all 3 divine artifacts to Ivory, but Ivory told Simbart, if you don't take one, then I won't take any. In the end, they reached this compromise. After receiving the items, both began absorbing their respective divine artifacts. Huff, huff. Of course, Simbart was the first to stand up, as he only absorbed 1 artifact. Naturally, Simbart knew that if absorbing the artifact takes 2 days, then the fusion with his body wasn't perfect, meaning he couldn't fully utilize its maximum power. Seeing the purple wrist guard slowly merge into his body, he turned and looked at the beautiful, lovely Ivory. Watching her motionless, graceful form, Simbart was quite pleased. He did not disturb Ivory, but instead wandered around the hall on his own. This was Simbart's first close inspection of where they were. Our water and food supplies, even combined with Ivory's, will last us no more than 2 months. We need to find a way out, otherwise, we'll have no way out. Simbart seriously examined every corner of the area, looking for anything useful. 5 days later. Huff, huff. Simbart heard a sound behind him and looked in Ivory's direction. Sure enough, after absorbing the divine artifact, Wei stood up and smiled at Simbart. Simbart rushed forward, embracing Ivory, and asked, how about it? From your absorption time, I can tell it must be pretty good. Ivory nestled comfortably into Simbart's arms, adjusted herself, and happily responded, pretty good. Speed increased by 30%, defense boosted by 75% each. What about you? It seems like the shoes haven't fully merged with you, but the chest armor is doing well. My strength and casting speed each improved by 20%, which is much less than yours. However, the speed bonus for my short boots is 50%. Earlier, I saw you searching for something. What were you looking for? We absolutely cannot stay here until death. Even combining my food with yours, will only survive for 2 months at most. That's enough for me. But for your unification project and the people suffering to live better lives, let's search together. Pucker up. Ivory wrapped her arms around Sinbart's neck, hung entirely on Sinbart, leapt suddenly, and kissed Sinbart on the mouth. 7 days later, both Sinbart and Ivory continued to search. Sinbart's face showed deep anxiety, whereas Ivory seemed calm because, in her heart, being with the one she loved, even dying, was still a happy fate. Yet, she searched earnestly too. In the hall, they checked the eyes, noses, buttons, shoes, even turning statues' bodies to look for mechanisms mentioned by Weyer, but unfortunately, despite all his efforts, Sinbart couldn't find anything. Yet this palace itself was strange. It had a throne and guardian statues, but no statue of the master of the hall. Just as Sinbart was about to call Ivory over to rest a bit, he noticed her sitting mischievously on the throne. He was just about to teasingly say, "Your Majesty," but boom, boom. The entire hall seemed to shake. Alarmed, Ivory instantly flashed into Sinbart's embrace, and Sinbart hastily retreated to the entrance of the hall. Then, the throne that Ivory had sat on sank slightly. Not long after, a huge statue rose slowly from below. This statue was as big as Ivory's golden hippo, made of stone, yet holding an enormous black obsidian hammer and clad in a set of armor carved from black stone. The grandeur was impressive, and Sinbart could feel a trace of imposing presence even from afar. "Children, welcome," a coarse and weighty voice resounded. Who is there?" Sinbart channeled his wind magic, his inquiry echoing loudly through the great hall. That voice seemed to ignore Sinbart completely, as if muttering to itself. "Children, I do not know who has triggered the mechanism. After the quicksand appeared, it brought you here. However, I must tell you that you are fortunate, yet also unlucky. Oh, I forgot, I should introduce myself. I am Nuba Puh, the chief designer of mechanical creations in the Bolo Ding dynasty. Here, I will give you my gift, but it won't be easy to take. If you can't take it, then you'll have to stay with me forever." The Bolo Ding dynasty? Sinbart and Ivory exchanged glances in perfect understanding. That was the first divine dragon inheritor, Hammer King Bolo Ding. Both were greatly astonished. "I, Nuba Puh, have actually been dead for many years. This voice is locked onto the automaton through wind magic. Below, you must follow my instructions to retrieve the items. First, bow 3 times to our great king Bolo Ding." Sinbart and Ivory glanced at each other. To the first divine dragon inheritor, bowing was appropriate. They knelt and bowed as though venerating heaven and earth. Surprisingly, Ivory's face turned red. Could it mean we're getting married here? Of course, Sinbart didn't think this far. He was trying to figure out what Nuba Puh really meant. After respectfully bowing 3 times, they heard the statue shift again, revealing a staircase beneath it. "Children, you are honest. Although I cannot see, I created something on the ground that can detect vibrations. 2 people, 6 sounds of bowing. Now stop talking. Follow the stairs down. If you can take the items, then naturally you will be able to leave." Sinbart took Ivory's hand, and both walked into the dark stairway below. "How long does this go on?" "It's pitch black, never mind that. We've already been walking for over 2 hours. Why haven't we reached the end yet?" Ivory began to feel restless. "It's fine. I'll guide you through." The Bolo Ding dynasty, being former divine dragon inheritors, were servants of the continent. They wouldn't intentionally harm us. 5 hours later, when Ivory spoke up again, Sinbart's voice echoed ahead. "There's light ahead. We're almost there." Sinbart suddenly picked Ivory up and sprinted forward. She didn't question why he suddenly became so urgent. As the light flashed, having seen no light for several hours, Ivory found herself unable to adjust immediately, while Sinbart remained unaffected. When her vision cleared, she leaned forward, looking around from Sinbart's back. They were still in a palace, but this one was much smaller. The entire palace wasn't gilded, but made of stone. Within it stood a table with 3 pitch-black objects, nothing else. Lying on Sinbart's back, Ivory could sense his heart pounding fiercely. Sinbart gently put Ivory down and stepped toward the table. Chapter 58, Obtaining Another Supreme Artifact. Sinbart slowly approached the stone table and gently touched the 3 items. Yes, just a while ago, when they were very close to the cave entrance, Sinbart heard the Dragon Guardian's instruction, saying that there were 3 dragon suits ahead. Of course, Sinbart excitedly carried AVL and ran over here again. Upon touching them, they were still icy cold. Feeling the connection of the dragon suit, the Dragon Cry chainmail, Dragon Cry leg wraps, and Dragon Cry war helmet with his own blood and flesh, Sinbart was overwhelmed with joy. Although he was told by the Dragon Guardian that he couldn't use them yet, possessing them made a difference. At least, having them meant there was hope of wearing them. "Kit, I didn't expect this from you. You're truly lucky. To be honest, your luck is making me a little envious." Sinbart could tell that the Dragon Guardian in his mental awareness was genuinely admiring his luck. "What is it?" AVL asked curiously, seeing Sinbart's excitement. "Yes. Haha. These are the other 3 pieces of the dragon suit that I mentioned." Sinbart was exceptionally excited. "Child, you can try on the 3 sets of equipment on the table. If they emit their unique glow, then the main gate will open naturally. If not, I'll tell you what's on the table. At the very least, someone skilled in all types of magic should give it a try." The rough voice echoed again. Senbei fully understood what the voice implied. Talking about people skilled in all types of magic basically referred to the successor of the divine dragon. If not the successor, the Nupa Borpa would certainly not let them out because this place was a secret, especially regarding the items on the table. So, the Nupa Borpa had great confidence that others couldn't leave. But coincidentally, today they met Senbei, who was the descendant of the divine dragon. Haha, he's pretty clever. Actually, the divine dragon set isn't something that just anyone skilled in all types of magic can take or awaken. Only I can awaken it. This was spoken by the dragon guardian in Senbei's mental awareness, with an arrogant tone. However, it truly had the capital for such arrogance. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The three supreme artifacts immediately emitted their due luster, entirely orange brilliance. It was Aviel's first time witnessing this, and she was startled. Senbei, although experiencing it for the second time, was equally astonished when confronted with 3 pieces of the divine dragon's suit. Instantly, the entire palace fell silent. For a very long time. Rumble, rumble. Children, you are very fortunate. I hope you can, carrying the Hammer King Buelo Ding, strive once more to find these 3 supreme artifacts and save the world from calamity. When you go out, you'll gradually understand where this place is. There's a map beside the door, and this place will always be your royal palace. There's a lot of wealth stored here too. If you lack anything, come back and retrieve it whenever necessary. Gradually, the sound faded away until it disappeared completely. Senbei went to the door and indeed found a yellowed animal skin diagram. Without saying anything, he knew he might return here again someday. Packing up the map without a word, he left with Aviel. Once they stepped outside, the stone door slammed shut with a thunderous rumble. Senbei and Aviel hadn't seen the sun for a long time. In that instant, the light was so blinding that both couldn't open their eyes. After a short while, they gradually adapted. Looking around, Senbei saw that they were in a canyon jungle, and after the large door closed behind them, it was obscured by a massive rock, barely noticeable despite careful observation. Clearly, those who originally constructed this place were no ordinary geniuses. Roar. Senbei gave out a long howl, venting all his inner frustration as he carried Aviel and raced towards the upper part of the canyon. Hiss, hiss. A giant mamba blocked Senbei's path, its long tongue flickering. Boom. With a casual swing of his hand, Senbei released Dual Thunder Fury. By now, his Dual Thunder Fury could actually be called Double Dual Thunder Fury, as normal Dual Thunder Fury comprises 2 lightning balls, but now, for existed. That colossal mamba of at least level 7 was instantly struck and thrown into the air, stopping only when it hung onto a tree branch. Senbei didn't kill it, merely paralyzing it. Out of the 4 lightning balls, only 1 hit the mamba, with the other 3 meant to scare off several level 7 beasts lurking behind. They continued rushing forward. Toxic bugs and snakes dotted the area like stars, dampening Senbei's previously high spirits. Boom. This time, a level 7 flash leopard was struck. Even though Senbei had unleashed his oppressive aura, the pride of beasts wouldn't tolerate any provocation, given that Senbei had trespassed onto their territory. Senbei released 4 thunderballs around his and Aviel's bodies, which spun and intersected behind them to form a thunder shield. Any beast that tried to approach was thrown back and paralyzed. Even when some beasts used their own magic, they were instantly repelled by the wind blade rotating above Senbei's head in the next moment. In fact, Senbei had no idea that they were now deep within the dark swamp of Timel Principality. When Senbei and Aviel were unconscious, just sliding down the slanted tunnel from the golden glow he saw, it took more than 4 days. So they had traveled from the death desert of Luoyan Empire to the border area of Timel Principality, the dark swamp. Veal, there are too many beasts here. We don't know when we can get out. Are you hungry? Let's have a barbecue, eat something, and rest before continuing. Okay, I'll follow your lead. It was clear that although Aviel was initially regretful after leaving the palace, she had now regained her playful demeanor. Whoosh. Without warning, Senbei stopped abruptly, startling Aviel with his sudden halt. Half an hour later, Senbei gathered plenty of dry firewood and a cleaned mink wolf for roasting. Inside its belly were various wild fruits that Lei had taught him how to use while grilling, essential ingredients known to enhance the flavor. There were also some sour fruits so that the meat wouldn't be too greasy. As they joyfully looked at each other while eating roasted meat, their eyes sparkled with mutual affection. Still, their clothes showed the strain of their journey. One was tattered and blood-stained, the other filthy beyond measure. After finishing their meal, they found a small clear stream nearby. Senbei stripped down to his shorts and jumped into the water to wash himself. His body displayed powerful muscles, explosively toned and somewhat terrifying. Aviel did not shy away, but gazed at her man as he washed his handsome face. Once they changed their clothes, Senbei still bore some tan on his skin, but remained rather handsome and dashing. As for Aviel, after her cleaning and changing into a dress, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, her simple yet elegant charm making Senbei almost drool over her allure. Aviel wasn't the type of alluring woman. Instead, she exuded purity and frailty, a quality that always made men want to protect her. Unable to resist, Senbei gently kissed Aviel's lips without her noticing, causing Aviel to immediately blush and turn away, unable to look at him. How about that? You've been kissed several times already, and I remember someone being very aggressive. Senbei didn't finish his sentence because Aviel boldly grabbed his head and started kissing him back passionately. The two embraced, burning with desire like kindling would caught a flame. Chapter 59, The Realization of Death. 3 days later. Vi, we've been walking for so long now, and it seems this deep forest is just as unforgiving as the desert. Simbart gently said to Awir. After that passionate kiss they shared, Simbart knew that the emotional barriers between him and Awir had dissolved completely. They no longer felt the same shyness they experienced in the underground palace. Now, they faced each other with open hearts. Vi didn't say anything, lost in thought. A wry smile appeared on Sinbart's lips as he watched Awir's adorable, distracted expression and then lightly kissed her beautiful, snowy forehead. Awir suddenly went limp after being kissed on the forehead by Simbart, becoming entirely weak and clinging to his body. Awir adjusted her breathing a few times, clenching her small fists and hitting Sinbart's shoulder hard. What did you do that for? You're so bad. What were you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. I was asking you something, and you didn't even respond. Simbart naturally found Awir's shy demeanor amusing. In fact, within this short period of time, both of them had fallen deeply in love with each other, a truth unspoken but mutually understood between them. Only the final affirmation of their relationship remained. Half a day later. Vi, we've finally come out of the forest. Let's first find somewhere to eat some food, and inquire about where we are. Okay. Look, there seems to be a village ahead. Although it's not big, it might be hard to find a restaurant. But let's go ask someone's home for a meal. Certainly, eating roasted meat in this deep forest has become tiresome at times. Old deadbeat. Why don't you pay your money? Outside the village entrance, several young men surrounded and beat a middle-aged man. These were the words of an intimidating bully. Hold it. Simbart had just set Awir down when she immediately shouted. The group of young men heard a voice, beautiful and sweet, ordering them to stop, and all turned towards the source of the sound. Oh, she's so beautiful, with such grace. This was the very man who had rudely insulted the middle-aged man earlier. However, noticing a tall man standing next to Awir, his dark complexion yet clean-cut appearance resembling that of a wealthy gentleman. Where do you think you're from, little girl, daring to command me to stop? Awir didn't speak but hurriedly ran to the bloodied and muddy middle-aged man, softly asking, Elder, is there something wrong? This gentle tone was incomparably softer than the earlier ferocious one, causing a slight numbness through all the surrounding young men. Simbart quietly walked over to Awir's side. However, noticing that the men cursing the injured man, his comrades seemed to focus on Simbart, who quickly deduced this man must be their leader. Awir did not wish to draw too much attention, so she merely used the lowest level water mage healing spell on the middle-aged man covered in blood and dirt. Even so, his condition improved significantly. Hey, where are you two from? This is a matter within our village. He hasn't paid his debts for a long time, and he's just a drunkard, with money for alcohol but none to pay debts. Simbart himself grew up in a village, so he understood somewhat about these dues. If you want to help, you either repay his debts or let this girl entertain us for a bit. After finishing his sentence, the man reached out his hand towards Awir's squatting back. Boom. Awir, who had been concentrating on the injured man, didn't know what happened. However, upon hearing the noise, she turned her head and saw Simbart standing straight with his right leg raised high. But strangely, the man who had spoken before had disappeared. Awir instantly realized what had happened. Shocked, the youth surrounding the previous man dared not move an inch. This guy, we didn't even see when he kicked out. Our leader just vanished. Coldly, Simbart said, If you touch my woman, you'd better be prepared to die. Aren't you going to run? Seeing their leader disappear without a trace under unknown circumstances, they were already terrified. Of course, they knew this man was far beyond what they could handle. Hearing Simbart's voice, they bolted off. Awir stuck her tongue out at Simbart. In that moment of silence, her hands glowed brilliantly. Grand mage magic, source of life. Immediately, the man regained consciousness. Was it you who saved me? Why would you save me? Why not just let me die? The large man cried sorrowfully. Uncle, where is your home? Let's go to your house first and talk there. With a nod, the grieving man agreed. Inside the wooden hut, Simbart and Awir already knew the cause of the matter. Yes, again it's the damn light shrine. A month ago, people from the light shrine began searching across the continent for pure girls to serve as servants of the god. Although no one really knows what being a servant of the god entails, this old man certainly didn't want his daughter to become one of them. They just wished to peacefully live out their lives. But sometimes heaven turns a blind eye, and indeed, the people from the light shrine had selected his daughter. Of course, they also chose 2 other girls from the same village. The old man refused, so he was beaten by the light shrine's people. Simbart understood that the light knights were weaker than him, but dealing with those who had protection yet no training was easy for them. Aiwei's knuckles were turning white. If Simbart didn't know earlier, Aiwei certainly did. Her father had told her from a young age. The servant of the god is meant to offer blood to sustain the deities, using one's soul as an offering. Of course, both Simbart and Aiwei now knew where they were. When they asked the old man about the forest to the west, hearing his response made Simbart and Aiwei break out in cold sweats. It was the dark swamp within the Timil public kingdom, rumored to be equally dangerous as the death desert of Luoyun Empire and the Skyline region of Dilong public kingdom. Skyline, home to the highest ranked and greatest number of magical beasts. Death desert, filled with poisonous creatures, including the monstrous sand hydra. Dark swamp, where every step requires caution, as some grasslands hide quicksand-like terrain just like the desert. Thankfully, during every journey, Simbart always wrapped himself in wind magic, as though when running, his feet never touched the ground, thus leaving him unaware. Old sir, I'd like to ask you how long it has been since your daughter was captured. It was Simbart who spoke, wanting to see if he could rescue those poor girls. 2 weeks. They moved quickly and rode superior rhinoceroses, which are extremely fast. The more the old man spoke, the more he cried, seeing which brought tears to Aiwei's eyes. Sunbart looked at Wei and thought inwardly, is there such a vast difference between the light shrine and the dark shrine? The light shrine seems dark, while the dark shrine appears bright. It's rather interesting. Old sir, can you tell me in which direction they traveled? Do you know where they're heading? Hearing Sunbart's question, Aiwei's eyes lit up. She naturally knew why Sunbart would ask this. Yes, old sir, please tell us. Aiwei couldn't help but feel anxious. They should be headed to Mare City first. After gathering large numbers of girls in Timel Public Kingdom, they will send them to the Light Shrine. This was something the old man overheard while injured and unconscious at the hands of the Light Shrine's people. Oh yes, keep heading southward, following their speed. We hope you have time to save my pitiful child. The old man wept again. Uncle, don't worry, if we can make it in time, we'll definitely help. Aiwei's expression was resolute, giving Sunbart a nod before stepping outside. Once again mounting Sunbart's back, Sunbart raced swiftly towards the south. Chapter 60 Meteor Fire Rain. When the old man stopped crying and looked up at Sunbart and Evelyn, the room was already empty. They had left without him noticing. On the table lay more than 10 silver coins, along with a few copper ones. Of course, these were left by Evelyn. She also feared that if the old man suddenly had too much money, others might envy him. As they say, oh yes, it's not being afraid of theft, but being worried about malicious thoughts. Therefore, she didn't leave any gold coins for the old man. The old man straightened his body. He knelt down, muttering a prayer. Regardless of whether the two benefactors have saved my son or not, please bless them with safety, O dragon god. Indeed, rural folk are honest and straightforward. Whoever shows them kindness, they will kneel twice in gratitude as a sign of respect and blessing to their benefactors. This is the way farmers are. On the road, I said, that little Hong next door isn't bad. The figure, the arms. Who? We should get her one day when we have time. If you're worried about people finding out, then we can just snap, and it's done. Two burly men chatted about immoral matters. I don't dare to do this. If you have the guts, you take her. Not possible, you. Shoo. A shadow flashed between the two men, so quick no one could tell what it was. You. The hesitant large man stared at his companion, who now had a hole in his chest as wide as a bowl, blood and organs spilling out non-stop. Ugh. Of course, this was due to the rapid travel of Sunbart and Evelyn. With sharp ears, Sunbart heard their conversation from hundreds of meters away. Thus, while moving swiftly, he did not pause, but only threw a single punch, hardly putting any effort. One must know how terrifyingly fast Sunbart's current speed is. Even under such circumstances, just a single punch sufficed, wrapped in fire magic around his fist. There wasn't a trace of blood on Sunbart's hands. Naturally, Evelyn, lying on Sunbart's back, didn't even know about this incident. Certainly, neither Sunbart nor Evelyn could have known that after the vomiting man finished, he knelt down, palms joined together, praying for the forgiveness of the dragon god, a fact they were completely unaware of. What was that? A mercenary from a passing caravan pointed ahead where Sunbart had turned into a flash of blue light. Zoom. Could it be a monster? By the time they said these words, Sunbart and Evelyn were already miles away. Indeed, an instant, a blink, in the blink of an eye. That's how fast Sunbart's speed is. Yet Sunbart's streak across the Great Road quickly became a post-meal topic, a tale of admiration among merchants in the Dimmel Kingdom. His presence was seen with awe. Many people knew this was truly a master, an absolute master. 5 days later, outside Mel City. Haha, this time our harvest has been great. Look, we've already gathered 17 girls. Tonight, let's pick 7 to enjoy ourselves and send 10 to the temple. 10 should be enough anyway. An enthusiastic leader among the Bright Temple Knights called out joyfully. Sure thing, boss. In the midst of over 20 strong warriors, inside a huge carriage, there were indeed those 17 women, brought in under the pretense of servants to the divine. Even passers-by who overheard their conversation looked at them with disdain, and many prayed silently for those young women. Of course, among those passers-by were Sunbart and Evelyn. They cautiously trailed behind. Consider that within 5 days, Sunbart had come from the west side of Divine Dragon Continent all the way here to its southern end, showcasing incredible speed. Moreover, during the 5 days they walked, these people of the Bright Temple were traveling too. However, unlike the swift rush of Sunbart and his company, these knights had to spend extra time seeking out the girls. So, it pleased Sunbart greatly to encounter them again here. Seeing they were about to enter Mel City, he paused and pondered. Looking toward him, Evelyn naturally knew what was on his mind. Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes lit up. Pulling Sunbart close, she stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear. Sunbart merely nodded lightly. Big brother, look how handsome those people are. And that big carriage, it looks so majestic. Big brother, you need to work hard. We should buy one too. Came the clear, innocent voice of Evelyn, which instantly drew the attention of the pedestrians and the Bright Temple Knights alike. However, the onlookers, upon seeing Evelyn's pretty face, only offered prayers. But the Bright Temple Knights, eyeing Evelyn, revealed evil glint in their eyes. Beautiful, truly stunning. This was the shared thought among more than 20 Bright Temple Knights. Hello, beautiful miss. The leader of the Bright Temple Knights greeted Evelyn with a knightly bow, but he did not even glance at Sunbart, as if Sunbart were completely transparent. Hello to you too. May I ask what your business is? Evelyn asked him with a charming smile. This kind of seductive allure that usually wouldn't suit her somehow appeared perfectly natural on Evelyn. Even Sunbart, standing nearby, felt a momentary sway in his heart. We are the great knights of the Bright Temple. Seeing how pure Miss appears, your voice untainted by any worldly impurity. We are now seeking pure girls to serve as servants of the gods. We hope Miss will come with us. The leading knight said humbly and courteously. Oh, I've heard about that. But don't you need perfect women? I already have a man. With that, Evelyn bounced over to Sunbart and embraced his strong arm. Up until this point, Sunbart had not spoken a word. Oh, beautiful miss, we just heard you call him brother. Please don't deceive us. Being a servant of the god is truly an honor. The bright knight tried again, unpersuaded. Pop. Evelyn's face didn't even blush as she leaped up and planted an accurate kiss right on Sunbart's lips. In their eyes, this was filled with jealousy, envy, and even anger. Evelyn proved with action that what she said was true. Of course, they had kissed countless times before, and even when resting at night, Evelyn would insist that Sunbart held her while sleeping. At this point, there was no more shyness or restraint left in her. Do you understand now? My father once said that the only requirement for being a servant of God is that a girl has not yet been deflowered. But we already have a child. Although Evelyn was no longer shy, mentioning having a child still brought a slight flush to her cheeks. It was precisely this redness that convinced all the bystanders and every single knight of the Bright Temple that she was indeed a mother. But could the Bright Temple's leader let them go so easily? Absolutely not. That cannot be allowed. I don't know whether you're lying to me or not. As knights of the temple, it is our responsibility to take you to our priests for a checkup. If it turns out to be true, then we definitely won't accept you. The Bright Temple Knight leader refused to give up, continuing to pressure Evelyn while completely ignoring Sunbart as if he were non-existent. Oh, are you saying that you openly snatch people? Is the Bright Temple really this despicable, even worse than the Dark Temple? Evelyn deliberately provoked these knights of the Bright Temple. What did you say? Instantly, the leader flared with rage, glaring angrily at Evelyn as he spoke. She says you are trash. And do you guys from the Bright Temple really think you can take my woman away? The speaker was Sunbart, whose sudden release of an overwhelming aura shocked everyone present. The imposing presence of Sunbart sent a wave of shock and horror through the gathered knights. It turned out that the man who had remained silent all along was actually an expert. Are you daring to defy the great god of light? The words of the knight's leader instantly caused over 20 knights surrounding them to close in tightly, encircling Sunbart and Evelyn completely. After hearing Sunbart speak like that, every one of these arrogant bright knights was filled with indignation. They couldn't stand it. Looks like you want to die, Sunbart said coldly, his gaze sharp. In a flash, Sunbart's hands glowed crimson as he unleashed a wave toward those knights. Everyone froze immediately, because without reciting any incantations, fiery red spheres began forming above the heads of all the Bright Temple knights, gathering steadily. None of the people present knew exactly what type of magic this was, but it seemed comparable to the tenfold thunderbolts of the lightning element. The fireballs ignited and swelled rapidly in the air, causing the surrounding heat to rise sharply, drenching many passers-by in sweat. Sunbart swiftly scooped up Evelyn and darted away from the center, placing them outside the range of his own innovative fire-based spell, Meteor Fire Ring. Dozens of huge fireballs hurtled down forcefully toward the Bright Temple knights on the ground. Each knight was targeted by approximately 2 fireballs, clearly showcasing how terrifying Sunbart's self-created Meteor Fire Rain truly was. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 61 Earlhan Pamir. For the 10th rank of Grand Magus level group Thunder, Sunbart's casting speed moves with his intention. It is worth noting that the magical skills of a Magus can also be summoned effortlessly by Sunbat. However, there is a difference, whether he builds up force or not. That is, slowly storing more magical power to enhance the attack power of the magic. These enhancements only come into effect after the magic has been cast, meaning that Sunbat must adjust the spread of his magic's attack power based on his energy buildup. Who says that a fireball cannot possess the same destructive power as a Magus level spell? Of course, after all these experiences, Sunbat harbors deep animosity towards the people of the Light Temple. Since he left his village and began practicing Underlayer, Sunbat has gradually come to understand the rights and wrongs of the great world. So, if a knife is a lethal weapon for killing, then no one talks about the quality of the knife itself, but rather the morality of the person wielding it. But the premise is that you must have the strength to back it up. This is exactly what Sunbat believes at this moment, being blameless in front of others and having a clear conscience. After starting a romantic relationship with Awir, Sunbat has even thought more deeply about things. Stubbornness alone definitely isn't the solution. Instantly, the ground where the Knights of Light stood was covered in fireballs, as if they were all devoured by blazing infernos. The screams of agony did not stop. Some onlookers even started clapping, but most were astonished. It should be known how terrifying the speed of the magic Sunbat performed was. The knights from the Light Temple hadn't even managed to release their protective barriers before Sunbat had already cast the spell. And it wasn't just a single small fireball. Instead, dozens of large fireballs simultaneously rained down upon the Knights of Light on the ground. More terrifying still, no one saw Sunbat building up his magical force. This meant that the spell had only released its minimal destructive power. Of course, the Knights of Light weren't so easy to kill. A few cautious individuals noticed something amiss and used their guardian beasts to summon their spirit weapons, dodging the stream of fiery rain unleashed by Sunbat. Even those who escaped were filled with fear because this one move by Sunbat confirmed that he possessed at least the skill of a Magus, or possibly even a Grand Magus. Big brother, what kind of magic is this? I've never seen it before. Awir looked at Sunbat with a teasing smile, her tone sweet as she asked. As for Sunbat's killings, Awir no longer felt any fear, for these people deserved their fate. More importantly, Her beloved would soon unite the divine dragon continent, which meant more obstacles and unfavorable factors lay ahead. Sinbad bent down and gently kissed the shallow dimple on her face, then spoke slowly. I adapted this from the lightning magic tenfold group Thunder. The original magic does not possess the powerful attacking force of this meteoric fire rain. It seems to work well the first time around. Although it was his first time deliberately killing, Sinbad didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. That was because these were wolves in sheep's clothing, bloodthirsty wolves. In front of such wolves, if you don't kill them, how could you save a group of innocent lives? Isn't that a laughable proposition? Awir, surprised by Sinbad's sudden kiss, was about to pout but quickly became dumbfounded upon hearing that this magic was derived from thunder magic. She knew that creation was far more complex than learning. Seeing her lost expression, Sinbad lightly kissed her lips again. Big brother, you're bad. You've already kissed me twice. No way, I'm losing out. Let me kiss you back. Awir playfully jumped onto Sinbad, acting as though she really lost out. Of course, Sinbad intentionally avoided letting her kiss him. The reason why Sinbad acted this way was because he understood that, even if there were good people inside the Light Temple, some may have been used like tools. It was more important to showcase his carefree and arrogant demeanor, treating what just happened as inconsequential. Thus, the Knights of the Light Temple would undoubtedly feel even greater fear. Man's greatest strength is not necessarily physical power. Wisdom should rank first. However, without a clear mind, all else is futile. Clearly, the spectators surrounding the scene, seeing the current interaction between Sinbad and Awir, wondered, is this even human? After all, while Sinbad was fighting others, he was affectionately chatting with Awir. Certainly, this further instilled terror in the hearts of the knights who hadn't been burned yet. They knew that Sinbad's previous attack was merely offhand, very offhand indeed. Gradually, the fire subsided, and the results were exceptionally good, truly burning several knights to death. On the ground remained only yellowed or greenish ghostly weapons and spiritual artifacts, along with large chunks of charred remains that everyone could identify as the corpses. No one had expected this outcome. A single magic incantation killed many Knights of Light without even summoning their guardian beasts, while Sinbad casually flirted with Awir amidst the chaos. No, many people began to admire him. Even from within the carriage, some of the captured girls peeked out their pretty faces and were overjoyed by what they saw. However, Sinbad was unaware that the surviving knights held no gratitude. Now fully prepared, the remaining Knights of Light released flashes of light from their magical artifacts, summoned their guardian beasts, and then rushed at Sinbad. You all refuse to see reason, so you must die? Who told you to dare capture my woman? Sinbad pointed his finger arrogantly at the remaining knights who had not been burned. Dominant, wildly proud, haughty. This made the Knights of Light advancing towards Sinbad even more afraid. Instantly, a faint pressure emanated from Sinbad's body. Since fusing with the second drop of divine dragon blood, he felt his magic approaching a breakthrough, though he wasn't sure what kind. But after emerging from the dark swamp, he realized what it was. He had surpassed a level of power that humans normally couldn't attain, an existence on the brink of becoming a domain of authority. Unleashing this pressure let Sinbad know the movements of the knights in the arena. Even those attempting escape were impossible. Sinbad continuously cast wind-based reinforcement spells upon himself. Without a guardian beast, and with the fusion of divine artifacts, Sinbad's figure had already turned into a shadowy blue streak. In an instant, Sinbad leapt over each Knight of Light, his hands emitting bright white lights that injected energy into their skulls. Sinbad used his thunder magic to disrupt the brains of these knights before allowing them to die peacefully. He did not wish for passersby to think of him as a ruthless killing god. Naturally, this was also for Awir. In less than 10 seconds, Sinbad returned to Awir's side. The fallen Knights of Light had died peacefully, showing not even a trace of suffering. The paralyzing effect of the thunder magic followed by its impact on brain tissue meant that these knights experienced absolutely no pain. Sinbad paid no heed to the astonished, admiring, or fearful gazes from the spectators. Wrapping an arm around Awir's slim waist, he headed towards the large carriage. Actually, this was Awir's plan, to rescue the girls without entering the city. Sinbad knew well there were definitely more followers of the Light Temple within the major cities. Furthermore, his appearance would attract little attention among ordinary people but could bring trouble if noticed by Light Temple adherents. Although Sinbad's darkened skin now hid some features, careful observation might still reveal his identity. If anyone from the Dark Temple recognized him, they'd surely remember that he accompanied the Dark Temple's young princess. It wasn't that Sinbad lacked intelligence. Rather, which man thinks to use his own beloved as bait in a beauty scheme? And Sinbad, imbued with divine dragon blood, should have acted brash and arrogant. Yet curiously, his character shifted subtly under Awir's influence. But Sinbad didn't anticipate just how obstinate these Knights of Light would be. Awir drew back the curtain and entered the carriage, leaving Sinbad outside. He understood women best communicating with other women, especially considering his own preference only extended to Awir. With others, he retained a humble demeanor. They aimed to release the young girls quickly, fearing traitorous individuals might inform the Light Temple inside the city. For ordinary people, reporting such information would mean significant rewards, enough to live comfortably for years. But indeed, every single bystander here detested the Light Temple. Most merchants were particularly aware of the corruption within. Judging merely by the words of the temple members themselves caused discontent among these spectators. Yet, these girls presented another challenge. After all, each of them was beautiful, and sending them home alone was out of the question. For those from far-off places, even if rich, these physically weak women might never make it home. Thus, Sinbad was left feeling helpless regarding 17 young ladies. What could he do? As Sinbad pondered anxiously, a wealthy businessman emerged behind him and respectfully addressed Sinbad. Master, who are you? Sinbad asked with confusion, since he was deep in thought about the issue at hand. Of course, Sinbad wasn't one of those cold-blooded experts. He still sought clarification through questions. Many capable individuals tend to be solitary and proud. I know that you're troubled by these young girls, the merchant continued, proving that the wealthier a businessman, the smarter they were. After all, being shrewd was essential to being a successful merchant. Oh, so you have a solution? Sinbad immediately caught the hidden meaning. Yes, my lord. To be honest, not a single one of us merchants doesn't hate the Light Temple, but we lack the strength to do anything. However, when I saw your display today, I realized it wasn't just for your love interest. In reality, your beloved intentionally instigated this fight to save these girls. Indeed, Sinbad could feel how perceptive the man was. Being too clever doesn't guarantee longevity. Sinbad looked at him with a chilling gaze. Since Sinbad was essentially wanted across the entire continent, caution was paramount. No one truly knows if someone has ties to the Light Temple just by looking at them. My lord, rest assured. I am Baron Han Pamir. You can trust me. Many people in various cities recognize me, and my reputation stands as testament to my integrity. At this moment, Baron Han didn't seem like someone reeking of greed, but rather exuded a noble and chivalrous demeanor. Before Sinbad could respond, Aweir interjected, saying something that slightly surprised him. You can trust him, brother. I know him. Aweir turned her delicate face toward him, smiling gently. Upon hearing her words, Sinbad nodded lightly. Chapter 62. Empress Marrying by Contest? Without saying anything, Earl Han let the 17 girls put on the clothes from his caravan, disguising themselves as servants to follow him into the city. Of course, there was another piece of news that delighted Sinbad. It initially shocked him when Aileen told him that this merchant also delivered food to the Dark Temple. Upon hearing it from her father, she knew he was an excellent person. Do you realize what it means to deliver food to the Dark Temple? Moreover, it's not just a little food but enough to feed numerous guards and warriors. It is a huge quantity. Uncle Earl Han, please look at this. When Aileen was in the same carriage with Earl Han, she took out a token and showed it to him. You are. Earl Han looked shocked, about to bow deeply, but Aileen stopped him. Uncle, don't be too formal. I should actually greet you. What Aileen showed Earl Han was the princess token given by her father. There was only one such token, which might not compare to many elder tokens in terms of authority, but it was very useful for protecting her. On the continent, all subsidiary churches of the Dark Temple could mobilize people to protect her and offer her the highest level of hospitality. There's no such thing. If you're the princess, then I will give both the princess and this hero something good. Earl Han took out a flat box from his bosom and opened it, revealing human skin masks. Princess, this old man spent a high price acquiring them. They were originally useless to me, but for you too, I think they'll come in handy. He smiled, then handed them over to Aileen. Uncle, since you bought them, we should pay you for them. These things are indeed useful and practical, but how can we let you bear such expenses? Of course, now a mask would be highly beneficial for Sinbad and Aileen. Since you two have stepped in to save these young ladies, I should also contribute my effort. This isn't much trouble, so please, princess, do not mind. When Aileen saw Earl Han insisted on not taking any payment, she gratefully accepted. Afterward, Sinbad and Aileen opened the box. Inside were over 10 different human skin masks. Both of them picked one each and stuck it onto their faces. They completely changed appearance, truly as if becoming someone else, which greatly amazed Sinbad. Keep in mind, magicians, even when using magic to alter their own appearances, cannot escape recognition by some magical beasts or guardian beasts, especially those guardians that possess the ability to see through illusions. However, this human skin mask directly adheres to the skin, making it entirely genuine, and thus not part of an illusion category, allowing neither magical beasts nor guardian beasts to identify its authenticity. Of course, if a magical beast is familiar with the original smell of the person before their transformation, it might still recognize them. Princess, would you like to visit my place? While traveling, Earl Han voluntarily assumed responsibility for these captured girls, knowing well it would surely inconvenience Sinbad. No need, uncle. Maybe next time. We still have matters to attend to, replied Aileen, unwilling to constantly bother others. Melt City, a relatively small tavern. A tall, middle-aged man eating dinner accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around a dozen years old caught everyone's attention. The man looked at least 50, with a scar on his face. This person was none other than Sinbad wearing a wounded mask, having taken on a pseudonym, calling himself simply Long, representing the Dragon God continent and the Dragon God's protection. The girl did not appear exceptionally pretty, but had an increasingly sweet voice. No doubt, this was Aileen with a mask on. Heh, did you hear? Our Empress is seeking a husband. What? The Empress is looking for a husband? Yes, I just found out myself. There's an imperial edict by the palace gate. You can check it out if you'd like. At the table beside Sinbad, two people were chatting. Brother, don't you want to take a look? Since Aileen started addressing Sinbad as brother, it seemed she became addicted to it. Smiling, she asked teasingly. It's none of our business. With our current status, we can go back to the Dragon Valley and see them. Sinbad mentioned the Dragon Valley because no one else knew where it was. Of course, the important implication was that he was suggesting to Aileen that they could return to the Dragon Valley without worrying about being recognized. Therefore, they had no time for other matters. To Sinbad, the Emperor's search for a husband was meaningless, and he didn't wish to waste his time. Just think. competing to marry the empress. Neither the Dark Temple nor the Light Temple, nor any of the other great nations, would know about it. Marrying the empress, do you understand what it signifies? Though Eileen's words sounded like jest to outsiders, in Sinbart's ears, they carried a different meaning. Sinbart paused slightly, yes. Because he wanted to return to the Dragon Valley as soon as possible. Firstly, to visit Rael. Secondly, to speed up his cultivation time. He had not thought of this deeper meaning. However, after Aileen mentioned it, Sinbart suddenly realized. Sinbart certainly understood what Aileen meant by her words. If one marries the empress, then the entire Timel Principality would be that person's support. For both the Light Temple and Dark Temple, they would gain another leverage. Although Sinbart no longer feared the Dark Temple because of Eileen's presence, the Light Temple was different. Let's take a look after we finish eating. Since this matter was significant for Sinbart, he pondered it. Even if he failed, he still wanted to disrupt the plans of the Light Temple and other great nations. Outside the gates of Timel Palace, crowds gathered in a sea of humanity, everyone jostling forward to read a yellow proclamation, which was undoubtedly the announcement of the martial contest for marriage. Sigh, we can only watch. This kind of thing is impossible without being an expert. A burly onlooker shook his head and said, "Hey, what are you pushing for? You've got a scar on your face, already an old man, and yet you're still shoving." A young teenager, upon seeing Sinbart disguised as an elderly man, shouted loudly at him. Of course, amidst the throng, Sinbart did not offer any explanation or respond. Imperial edict. This king is growing older, lacking full vigor for state affairs. Therefore, with the assistance of all valiant men across the continent, a suitor will be chosen. Age, 17 years or older, but less than 35 years. Proper facial features, sharp intellect, at least magician or swordsman level. Other criteria unrestricted. Any capable individual may participate in the competition on the royal arena in 5 days' time. The winner based on strength will be selected. The competition will be conducted in single matches. Rematches on the second day and finals on the third day. Should there be any changes, updates will be announced separately. Signed, Lasse Timel. After seeing such an edict, Sinbart and Aileen were somewhat surprised. Undeniably, under its influence, this event would have a tremendous impact. Sister, what do you plan to do? Aileen looked mischievously at Sinbart. What else can we do? Even if we want to disrupt it, we can't allow people from other countries or the Light Temple to succeed. Sinbart replied firmly. Yes, that's how Sinbart felt too. He had also considered abducting the Empress, but doing so would be very unfair to Aileen. Sister, I think you should try hard and snatch the Empress. Slap. Sinbart struck Aileen lightly on her arm. Aileen looked aggrieved at Sinbart, pouting pitifully and asked, "Why did you hit me, brother? What nonsense is this? I have you, and that's all I need for my whole life." Sinbart gently embraced Aileen. Hearing these words from the one she loved, her heart was filled with sweetness. Brother, in fact, it's not necessarily bad, having an empress as a sister-in-law. Upon seeing Sinbart's hand rise again and the stern look on his face, Aileen dared not continue speaking. Brother, do you know? Even if you take more women, I wouldn't care, as long as you keep me in your heart. You should realize that if someone from the Light Temple wins the title, how much pressure would you face later? Moreover, if you aim to disrupt the event, you must join. But if you join, you will win. If you win but refuse to marry the Empress, where will her dignity stand? She surely won't let you off easily, thus creating yourself another enemy. Aileen murmured softly in Sinbart's embrace. This time, Sinbart didn't stop Aileen from speaking plainly, as she was right, and he himself had considered all these issues. But how could he live up to Aileen? Of course, he didn't want to act this way, but were there other options? Naturally, this matter continuously occupied Sinbart's mind. For 3 days, Sinbart hadn't even registered for the competition. Aileen knew Sinbart was struggling internally, so she stopped advising him further. She knew that wise men often knew what to do when faced with dire situations, not just for their own lovers, but also for the entire divine dragon continent. Therefore, Sinbart felt very helpless inside. Chapter 63, The Alluring Empress. The last day of registration for the Empress's husband-seeking contest, Sinbatura arrived at the Imperial City Gate. Over there was a large table, with 2 elderly men sitting on it, their eyes emitting sharp glints. From afar, Sinbatura could sense the aura of masters from them, and as he approached, this feeling became even stronger. Name, age, school, then demonstrate your ability, said the elder on the platform. Seeing Sinbatura, his gaze remained calm, just like it was for everyone else. Name Long, 25 years old, mage. After Bong Batur finished speaking, a blue light circle appeared under his feet, demonstrating the wind, mage skill wind glide. Past. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather promptly at this city gate. The elder finished, waving his hand to dismiss Sinbara. At this moment, Sinbara had changed into another youth mask, but took the name Long. To avoid unnecessary trouble, also changed her appearance. Even though Sinbara hadn't told her about his registration, she was watching quietly from the crowd not far behind him, a smile playing on the corner of her lips. Yes, her man should be smart. Even if there were numerous grievances in her heart, she felt that she'd best not pay attention to the existence of this empress, because she knew, in Sinbara's heart, there would absolutely be her place. Before Sinbatura could turn his head, he disappeared among the crowd and went toward the inn. As soon as Sinbatura walked in the door, smilingly snuggled up and kissed him hard on the cheek. Sinbatura was slightly dazed. My man should be just like this. I only need to know that you have me in your heart, and I will feel very satisfied. After hearing S words, Sinbatura fiercely embraced her and passionately kissed her lips. Instantly, Sunba's hands climbed onto S shapely arms. Of course, Oyer could feel the burning love of Sunbatara. She enjoyed it greatly in her heart. Iron already felt Sunba's heartbeat accelerating, and his large hands tightly hugged her, making her feel as if her own heart wanted to leap out. That embrace filled with love, that excited sensation. Just as Aori was being burned by Sunba's fiery passion and becoming dazed, Sunbatar stopped. At this point, Sunbatar felt like he had fought a long time and was heavily breathing. Wasn't Oyer the same? Watching her panting red lips, her flushed cheeks were burning hot and completely red, like an apple red through, as if they could drip water. Vivian, not yet. Wait until I can give you a stable home. Then we will confirm our relationship. I cannot let you suffer for life, fleeing everywhere. I will openly marry you and let you become my wife with dignity. While looking at S bloodshot eyes, didn't know where he got such resolve. But precisely because of this, Oa became more clear-headed. Brother, Vivian has always been yours. If you wish, Vivian is ready whenever you want, said Oa as she gently leaned against Sunba's chest. Do you know Vivian? Just now, I really wanted to stay with you forever. If I am fire, then you are wood. I burn you, and then I extinguish myself with my tears. The next morning, the sun was bright, 10,000 miles of cloudless sky, and the warm sunshine gave people comfortable affection. Outside the imperial palace gates of Demir, there was a sea of people, heads bobbing and weaving. Of course, Sunbatar and Aware were also standing there. It looks like there are quite a few people, but we don't know how many will actually participate, said Sunbatar, hugging Alud, who had changed her mask. In fact, Sunbatar didn't know that those simple terms on the royal proclamation had already deterred many people. In the Divine Dragon Continent, even if they were prodigies, how many could there be? The average person on the Divine Dragon Continent reaches the level of mage or swordsman around the age of 30, so comparing to someone like Sunbatar, a freak of nature, is impossible. It was precisely because of this that many people were restricted from participating. Not to mention appearance. Age alone limited a lot of people. Impersonating? Don't even think about it. The two people responsible for receiving applications at the gate were Demir's national master, Desrian Porter, known as the Tin-Faced Fox, cunning and sly, sharp-witted and intelligent. The other one was the teacher of the Empress of Demir, Uniel Shield. Desrian himself is also a well-known figure on the Divine Dragon Continent. He also has the ability to break magic, much higher than Ophelia's magic-breaking ability. Normal illusions would pose no problem for him. And of course, he also bears the title of Sword Emperor. Therefore, he can discern a person's physique and determine whether they are truly 35 years old or younger. Of course, no one would come to impersonate at 17 years old or younger. However, something like Sunbatara's mask, which isn't actual magic, wouldn't be detectable. Royal Training Ground. Actually, it's just a large military training ground beside the royal palace. At this moment, in the middle of the parade ground, there was a platform made up of 5 large boulders. Next to each platform were 3 inspectors seated in a pinzy formation. This arrangement allowed them to observe matches from various angles more effectively. Of course, the more important reason was that these inspectors all had at least the magical level of Grand Mage, which could shield against any spells cast by the participants drifting toward the audience, or even the Empress, something they wished to avoid. On the grand south-facing viewing stand, dozens of people were already either sitting or standing. In the center, there sat an exceptionally charming woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Every one of her movements attracted many evil glances, whether from contestants or spectators alike. It was clear, this must be Empress Lacey Timir of the Timir Kingdom. Brother, the Empress is not bad-looking, isn't she? Brother, do you think she's prettier than me? With utmost innocence and large sparkling eyes, Iwal looked at Sunbat as the masked Sunbat lightly kissed her. Who can compare with my little way? An arrogant pride radiated towards Iwal, who indulged herself in hugging Sinbat's thick arm. The start of the competition was without any prelude. After a simple announcement, it began. Sinbat didn't know which field number he had been assigned to, and so casually found a place to sit down. While on the reviewing stand, a wind element wizard used the wind-based spell Wind Whispering to call out the names of the contestants one by one. Near Sinbat, on the closest arena, there was a mage and a warrior engaged in combat. Although both wore ghostly equipment, they did not possess spirit artifacts. Sinbat wasn't even interested in watching. Compared to him, the mage's casting speed was like comparing heaven to earth. As for the warrior, Sinbat still had no interest. His movement speed simply couldn't keep up with a mage. The fighter's chi was the blue fighter-level chi of a swordsman, and it seemed he hardly knew how to use it properly. Both of their guardian beasts were attack types, a fire tiger and a fire lion tearing into each other. For Sinbat, these two were just like children playing around. However, the arena nearest to the Empress caught Sinbat's attention. On that platform stood a young, handsome youth, hands empty except for his feet flashing with the characteristic green aura of spirit-class footwear, having not even summoned his guardian beast. His opponent was a warrior who could barely lay a finger on him, even with the added speed from the guardian beast's boost. Clearly, among the 5 ongoing contests, this white-clad, good-looking youth was the strongest. Though not wearing a magic robe, he's undoubtedly a mage, Sunbat deduced from the young man's slim build, which would definitely have bulging explosive muscles if he were a warrior. Soon enough, Sunbat confirmed that the young man was indeed a mage as originally thought. Watching the youth raise his hands, they instantly lit up with bright white light, which Sunbat immediately recognized as the Dual Thunder Fury spell he often used himself. Swoosh! 2 huge Dual Thunder Fury orbs streaked towards the already panting swordsman. Boom! Like a kite whose string had snapped, The swordsman flew off the stage, and the youth gracefully stepped down. Seeing this situation, Sunbat quietly made a comparison, pondering how he would fare against such a contender. At this moment, Sunbat felt extremely eager to have a match soon. Putting aside his random thoughts, he continued observing. Chapter 64, Long. Although Sunbat did not know how the competition was arranged, he indeed had no matches for the whole morning. It was not until 2 rounds in the afternoon had passed that Sunbat finally appeared. Participant Long, please go to platform number 4. The mage's voice spread throughout the venue. Sunbat gently patted Awir's small hand, indicating that he was about to compete. Platform number 4 was not far from where Sunbat had been standing, only separated by one place. Thus, Awir could still see clearly. Each platform was nearly 200 meters in diameter. With a light leap, Sunbat landed on the platform, and there was already someone waiting on the opposite side. Observing his opponent's hand holding a staff with a yellow glow, judging from the attire, this opponent was a mage. However, seeing the face with white and tender skin, Sunbat knew well that this person must be from a wealthy family, having never experienced the trials of life and death. Such an opponent didn't even stir up any fighting desire in Sunbat. Summon your respective guardian beasts. The match will begin shortly. This was said by an inspector behind Sunbat, but the deep voice reached even the mage across. What surprised the mage was that after he summoned his swift wolf guardian, his opponent didn't make any move, merely watching as the mage performed the summoning ritual. He neither summoned his guardian nor even opened his eyes, but rather stood calmly with crossed arms. Seeing his contempt for him, the mage felt smug within himself. Good. You look down on me, don't you? Then you can just die. Having finished thinking this, the mage quietly started reciting his incantation. Sunbat remained unmoving, leaving both the audience and the inspector perplexed. Could this man be a fool, or here just to liven things up? Nevertheless, they harbored no doubt in the reviewing ability of the national master, so everyone waited silently for Sunbat's move. Who? A large fireball hurtled swiftly towards Sunbat. As the spectators watched Sunbat seemingly destined to be severely injured by the fireball, he finally moved. Sunbat did move, but just slightly. A gentle sidestep let the fireball head towards the inspector behind him, who promptly blocked it with a water curtain spell. Sunbat kept his eyes closed, not opening them, yet this further infuriated his opponent. Time and again, the mage hurled fireballs, knowing full well that this closed-eyed man was beyond his capability to handle. Precisely for this reason, Sunbat's bout on platform number 4 became the focal point of the entire arena. Many people were unsure of what Sunbat intended to do, but all knew Sunbat was certainly no ordinary individual. Consumed by jealousy, Sunbat's mage opponent executed an action that terrified everyone present. He suddenly rushed at Sunbat with his staff raised, shouting loudly, "I'll beat you to death." Sunbat finally opened his eyes, not expecting that his deliberate taunting would lead the mage to chase after him with the staff. Naturally, this single phrase uttered by the mage left every person present agape with astonishment. Sunbat knew it was time to stop teasing this mage, advancing towards the running mage. Instantly, the white light in his hands surged mightily, and a dual thunder fury much larger than usual erupted from Sunbat's hands, forming a ray of light that struck the mage and sent him flying. In a single move, and without summoning a guardian beast, what others saw was Sunbat gathering strength, reciting spells. In reality, Sunbat was muttering in his mind, "Fusion, fusion, fusion again." At that moment, for thunder rages were released by Sunbat's magic, and even when using a single hand, 2 lightning balls were produced. Hence, while releasing his magic, Sunbat tried to have the 2 thunder spheres merge into one, which thus turned out much larger than the average person's dual thunder fury. The mage flew off the stage, spitting out numerous mouthfuls of blood while gritting his teeth, asking, "Tell me your name." Sunbat turned around without responding, yet a single word transmitted after turning around. That word was Long. That mage quietly murmured to himself, "Long, Long. Fine, I will never let you go." The last sentence was shouted towards Sunbat, who had already walked off the stage, heading towards Awir. Of course, when neither Sunbat nor Awir noticed, it was the national master who leaned over and whispered something to the empress nearby. Hearing the words of the national master, the empress looked at the retreating silhouette of that man called Long, her eyes flashing with a keen glint. Before Sunbat even sat down next to Awir, she stood up and softly whispered in his ear, "Brother, you're truly mischievous." Sunbat helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Thus ended the day. The night passed uneventfully. On the second day, fearing the crowds, Sunbat deliberately arrived early at the arena with Awir. Sitting in yesterday's seat once again, he observed the people below who had yet to gather completely. However, the empress didn't arrive late today, and she seemed to glance at Sunbat, who had changed his mask either intentionally or unintentionally. "Sis, the empress is looking at you," Awir said with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Sunbat, who was watching around, didn't notice this scene until Awir spoke. Hearing her words, he turned his head toward the empress's viewing stand. Just as Awir had said, but Sunbat still nodded slightly to the empress to acknowledge her presence. The empress smiled faintly in return. "Brother, you two are exchanging glances so suggestively." Before Awir finished her sentence, Sunbat kissed her on the lips. Upon seeing this, the empress was momentarily stunned, interpreting this action as a challenge from this man named Long. Awir was equally surprised, unsure of what it meant for Sunbat to kiss her in front of the empress. Similarly, Sunbat did not compete all morning, but the speed of changes in today's semifinals was much slower than yesterday's. This was because only the elites remained, and more time was needed. In the afternoon, Senbait participated in his first match of the day. By what might be the Empress's deliberate arrangement, Senbait's platform was directly under her watchful eye, and worse, Aweir couldn't see it. This time, Senbait's opponent was a warrior, holding a weapon glowing with green aura and emitting blue combat energy, indicating that this person was at the level of a great swordsman. Likewise, in Senbait's eyes, this individual was still the offspring of wealth, albeit one who practiced hard. His darkened skin and bulging muscles were evident indicators. Please summon your guardian beasts. The match will start soon. A referee announced. Of course, Senbait still did not summon, not because he didn't want to summon, but rather because his guardian beast was fusing. Senbait maintained his same composed posture towards this swordsman, just like how he dealt with his opponents yesterday. So many people already recognized him. Even more so, due to Senbait's arrogance and overbearing attitude, some felt indignant. Watching the growing anger on Senbait's current opponent's face, it was clear he was one among those who were provoked. Lord Long, please summon your guardian beast. Otherwise, this will be very unfair. Moreover, I think you look down upon me. The great swordsman gritted his teeth while speaking. Clearly, Senbait's current demeanor was the greatest form of insult to his opponent. Senbait inwardly sighed in helplessness. Still, he opened his eyes, coldly saying, "No need. My guardian beast is resting, and right now, I can't summon it." Upon hearing Senbait speak, the crowd drew in sharp breaths. It was well known that for a guardian beast to rest, it required immense mental exhaustion, or it could mean the beast had been slain by another. What astonished them the most was that Senbait clearly knew his guardian beast was resting, yet dared to enter the competition for the Empress's contest. If anyone lacked a guardian beast, their capabilities would significantly drop. The opponent across said, "Oh," and was about to recall his own guardian beast, believing that was fair play, but Senbait shook his hand, saying, "You don't need to take it back. You still won't win against me." As his temper had somewhat cooled down, the opponent now stared at Senbait again with renewed anger, infuriated by Senbait's disregard for him, treating him as if he were insignificant. But did Senbait have any obligation to take him seriously? Chapter 65, I don't care about you. Unable to endure the contempt from his opponent in front of him, as soon as the prosecutor had started speaking, the great swordsman charged over. Clearly, he still possessed some abilities. Although the spiritual weapon did not emit a bright green light due to any fusion taking place, the great swordsman's blue go chi enveloped the entire sword. Instantly, 2 slashes were made in the void, and the blue go chi surged towards Senbart's body. Though Senbart appeared to be utterly disdainful of his enemy, on the battlefield, he was always very cautious, even meticulous. As the magnificent do chi drew near, in order not to expose more magic, naturally, it was still wind element-based movement. Whoosh, whoosh. Senbart, intentionally, let the 2 streams of do chi pass by his side. Of course, there was also some adjustment in the intake and output of wind elements within his body. Even an astute observer would not have noticed this. Otherwise, Senbart's terrifying mobility might have astonished even more people. After a turn, Senbart instantaneously unleashed twin thunder rages from both of his hands. However, Senbart didn't have enough time to compress the magic. The 4 dazzling white balls soared toward the great swordsman, creating some snap-snap sounds in the air. But upon seeing the 4 thunder light balls heading towards him, the great swordsman slightly paused. Certainly, those around the arena who watched the match were undoubtedly startled by Senbart's double thunder rages, and they found that Senbart performed this magic rather quickly. Many people in the audience were surprised too. This was clearly a mage rank magic, and at only 25 years old, Long was already a mage. What's more, he was practicing dual element magic. Even more shocking was the fact that when did the dual thunder rage transform into 4? Bang, 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 bang. All 4 thunder light balls hit the protective wall created by a prosecutor's earth element magic spell behind, but none of them breached the barrier. Still, these were magical spells of a mage rank used by Senbart. If he were to use magic of Magister or Grand Magister levels, it's likely that this prosecutor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing the 4 thunder light balls whistle past beside him, the great swordsman instantly broke out in cold sweat, knowing well that the dual thunder rage usually only consisted of 2 balls. Now with 4, his chance to evade was halved. For a great swordsman, this situation was extremely horrifying. Of course, to achieve this level at this age must denote some talent. After a moment of shock, the great swordsman launched a do chi cross slash aimed at the preparing mage, Senbart. But this was intentional from Senbart. As the cross slashes do chi came rushing forward, Senbart simply spun on the spot, a slightly larger ring of blue light appearing under his feet. This was the wind element magic grade wind soaring skill. Once wind soaring was activated, Senbart immediately took flight. Engaging opponents on the ground from the air was advantageous, yet wind soaring couldn't elevate a person too high. Even for Senbart, the maximum height was no more than 15 meters or so before ascending became difficult. However, Senbart's hands were never idle. Having swiftly dodged, he cast dual thunder rages again, which whistled downward toward the platform's great swordsman. Even warriors with flash leopards as guardian beasts could do nothing against Senbart. Even if they enhanced themselves using their guardian beast's boost, their jumping ability coupled with Go Chi still might not reach Senbart. After all, he couldn't be compared with Franca, who had Sword Saint level power. Seeing that he couldn't injure Senbart, the great swordsman instantly fused his guardian beast with his spiritual weapon. Harnessing the capabilities of the spiritual weapon, his Do Chi surged, allowing him just enough reach to touch Senbart. Instantly, 5 or 6 streams of Do Chi shot upwards. Unable to counter the momentum, Sunbart seemed somewhat disheveled while floating through the air with slow speed. Yet without relying on anything else except the gravitational pull from the ground, Sunbart nimbly performed a backward flip mid-air, directly landing down below. Jumping down from such a height of more than 10 meters posed no problem for Sunbart. Undoubtedly, the rising speed and falling speed were clear, falling was faster. In an instant, the 5 or 6 streams of do-chi once again passed by his side. Giving no further chances to the great swordsman, both of Sunbart's hands conjured up numerous lightning balls at the level of a thunder mage. Swift in speed and abundant in quantity, they all drifted toward the great swordsman's body. Indeed, it looked like they were drifting, but in reality, because Sunbart released too many lightning balls, momentarily they numbered over 10. One should know that a decrease in one magic tier wasn't just about reducing spirit and magic power. Most importantly, the casting speed increased, which Sunbart mastered right from the beginning when he first started practicing magic with only the lowest grade magic balls. Sunbart deployed the lightning balls with great cunningness, completely sealing off all escape routes up and down, left and right. There was essentially no escape route available for the great swordsman, except perhaps beneath the arena behind him. The approach of over 10 howling lightning balls caused the great swordsman to break out in a cold sweat. He had never seen such a magician casting magic like this before. But weren't the spectators, prosecutors, and even the Empress looking at Sunbart with the same kind of gaze? Surprise was inevitable. Astonishment was essential. Why don't you try casting it yourself? Finally, the great swordsman helplessly and awkwardly jumped off the arena platform. After all, these were thunder light balls. There was simply no way to block them. Even if you could block one, could you possibly block a swarm of them? The weapon was a conductor for the lightning, so using anything to block would still result in numbness. After that numbing effect wore off, dozens more thunder light balls would already be rushing over. So, the great swordsman smartly chose to jump off the platform. After the great swordsman stepped down from the arena, a soil wall conjured by the earth element magic prosecutor immediately blocked all of Sunbart's thunder light balls. But despite this, the entire dirt wall was riddled with pits. The great swordsman couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon seeing this, knowing full well that if all these thunder light balls had struck his body instead, what would be the consequence? Moreover, Sunbart also knew that his own thunder light balls were obviously larger than the average ones. Such an execution was something Sunbart had long planned out. Harming people? Doing damage without self-benefit was something Sunbart disdained to do. Just as Sunbart was about to jump down from the arena to look for Avril, the elderly man who had registered earlier loudly called out, "Mr. Long, please come and speak with His Majesty." Of course, this elder was unknown to Sunbart. However, those living within this empire, was there anyone who didn't know who this was? This person was precisely Daimer Public Kingdom's Grandmaster Deslion Port. Seeing this Grandmaster calling out to Mr. Long, everyone nearby was drawn to Sunbart. Many people's eyes brimmed with envy, and some with jealousy. Sunbart did not put on any airs, merely approaching Deslion's side and lightly performing a magician's courtesy, without even sparing a glance at the Empress beside Deslion. He politely asked, "Old sir, may I inquire of your guidance?" "Oh, Mr. Long, I wonder if you have the time to share a casual meal with this old man." Deslion smiled gently and warmly as he spoke to Sunbart. However, hearing Deslion use such a tone, several ministers and some guards couldn't help but feel astonished. When had they ever seen this sharp-minded Grandmaster address an outsider like this? "Oh, thank you for the honor, but I have some matters to attend to. Unable to accompany you. Please forgive me. Next time, when I find the opportunity, I will invite the elder." Sunbart continued speaking politely and gracefully. "Then, could you give me some face? Tonight, you, and the Grandmaster can eat together, all right?" Surprise, shock, amazement. Everyone near Sunbart, except Deslion and the Queen speaking, was astonished. Even Sunbart himself felt somewhat surprised. A dignified ruler of a country was actually addressing an unknown man with such a beseeching tone. Although Sunbart was startled, it was just a fleeting moment. Even when the Empress spoke, Sunbart merely showed surprise but kept his eyes fixed on Deslion and never glanced at the Empress once. This naturally drew special attention from the Empress, a woman who was cherished, respected, admired, and adored by countless people. Yet now someone wouldn't give her a second glance. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful, enchanting, and seductive. This caused the Empress to become restless. But again, Sunbart's calm voice echoed once more, this time directed at Lacey Timmer, saying, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. Please pardon me, but I indeed have something to attend to. Perhaps next time." Upon hearing Sunbart so tactfully refusing her, Lacey Timmer's expression immediately soured. As the monarch of the land, being so effortlessly rejected by a man naturally fueled her anger. She coolly addressed Sunbart, "Why?" The underlying implication being, "If you answer poorly, you'll offend me." Sensing the unfriendly tone from the Empress, Sunbart retorted coldly, "Because I don't care about you." As soon as Sunbart finished these words, he turned around and left. No one in the field remained unshocked. When Deslion returned to his senses, he said to Lacey Timer, "Your Majesty, look, no need. I realize I truly start to like him now. Long. What a good name, so arrogant, so domineering. In fact, it's true that no one has dared to talk to me this way since I was young. He is the first." Chapter 66, Another Mutation of the Guardian Beast. In fact, Lexi Timmer had no idea that people like Sunbart were more responsive to soft approaches rather than hard ones. Seeing Sunbart's almost vanishing figure, Lexi Timmer actually flashed a faint smile. She thought that this man, Long, was indeed attractive in many ways. As the ruler of a country, She naturally understood that the man she liked should not be someone from another great power or the two major temples. However, based on her woman's intuition, Long wasn't from these major powers or temples. If he were, then Timur would definitely become a vassal, which was something she did not want. Of course, if Simbart knew that the Queen of Timur Public Kingdom was judging him based on her feelings, Simbart wouldn't be able to help but feel shocked, showing just how sharp a woman's sixth sense can be. And it was also very accurate. Aelweir, who was holding onto Sinbart's arm, obviously saw that Sinbart had been summoned by the Empress, yet couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. Brother, what did the Empress say to you? Can you tell me? Looking at Aelweir beside him, although her face was covered by a mask, her near-perfect body, almost devilish, still showed through clearly, not a bit more and not a bit less. Gently patting Aelweir, though Sinbart didn't know when exactly he began liking to touch Aelweir's slender waist, every time made him unable to put it down. He softly answered, Her Majesty the Empress invited me for dinner tonight, but I declined. I will be with my little Aelweir tonight. Aelweir, caught up in her happiness, didn't notice the undertone in Sinbart's words, and only clung tighter to his arm. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the weather was bright and sunny, with not a cloud in sight. The sun generously scattered its warm glow everywhere. Outside the royal city gates, next to the imperial edict, there was another yellow announcement, and as expected, it was another imperial edict. Edict. Due to numerous decisions among the top competitors, the announcement declares a delay of 3 days for the recruitment of the emperor consort. Signature, Deus Lion Porter. Simple, clear, and concise. It simply informed everyone that the recruitment of the emperor consort and the final of the experts competition would be delayed due to the large number of participants. Naturally visible was the fact that there were quite a number of participants involved. Royal training grounds. Simbart had been sitting here for almost an entire day, eating only during lunchtime. Otherwise he was always here, with Aelweir by his side. Although Simbart was here, his intention to watch the battles of those participating in the arena was minimal. However, oddly enough, today there happened to be no matches for Simbart, though this could not be blamed on him, because no one knew who the next match would be. Only those named by the wind mage above would participate. Night fell. While practicing cultivation, Simbart suddenly opened his eyes, where a barely visible golden thread flowed within them. This might have been due to the use of dragon blood from the second piece of the dragon scale, causing the golden threads in Sinbart's eyes to appear thicker. You're doing well, young fellow. Despite the nearly month-long fusion of the guardian beast, even though we haven't reached the celestial level guardian beast yet, there's merely a thin film separating us. But your abilities have improved immensely compared to before. The speaker was the divine dragon guardian residing in Sinbart's spiritual consciousness sea. Today, Sinbart's earth-level guardian beast also received an enhancement once again. On top of the original increase of 80% movement speed, there was now an additional 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%. Sinbart's already terrifying speed, if increased by another 10%, is a mind-boggling concept. The spellcasting speed went up from the original 30% to 50%, much to Sinbart's delight. This magic enhancement brought him even more joy than the speed boost. The magic doubling and attack doubling didn't change much, so if there are any further changes desired, perhaps reaching the celestial level might be the only hope. Even so, Simbart was still overjoyed. Originally, the invisibility skill provided by the Earth-level guardian beast lasted for 3 minutes, now extended to 8 minutes, almost tripled. It must be known that although some guardian beasts have the ability to detect magic, this invisibility is the skill of the Earth-level guardian beast. Therefore, even if one is at the level of a sword emperor or magic emperor now, without high enough spirit force, detecting Simbart would be challenging. Moreover, what can be done in 8 minutes of invisibility? How many spells can be cast? Absolutely the number one life-saving skill. And the originally attached 5-minute free flight has now become 15 minutes. This free flight isn't the wind-based magic known as wind soar, where one can only go straight up or down. Instead, free flight allows one to change directions at will while flying in the sky. How terrifying this truly is. If flying high, then how could sword emperors below in rank ever match up against Simbart casting spells mid-air without anyone hindering him? In such a situation, Sinbart's magic was invincible. The most crucial guardian beast skill was the daily use of an absolute barrier. Originally usable once a day, while it hadn't increased to 3 or 4 times, another usage had now been added, giving Simbart one more chance to save his life. This also meant that after using the absolute barrier once daily, the Earth-level guardian beast didn't need rest before continuing to support Simbart. In such circumstances, unless someone possessed a divine artifact, there was no one else at Sinbart's level who could pose a threat. Previously, Sinbart's guardian beast carried an intimidation factor towards other guardian beasts, though this wasn't explicitly defined. Simbart himself didn't know how much impact the guardian beast's pressure would have on other guardian beasts. Naturally, this would need observation in real combat situations. Currently, the only regret was not being able to see what the fused guardian beast looked like. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This was Sinbart's mutated guardian beast, mutated again from its original mutated form. Suddenly, Simbart sprang up and approached Aelweir. Aelweir felt Sinbart's movement and looked at him with a smile. Upon seeing Sinbart's beaming face, she knew something good had happened. She didn't speak, but listened, because without needing her to ask, Simbart would definitely tell her everything. Of course, when Simbart shared all about his current guardian beast with Aelweir, she was so surprised that she remained silent for as long as it took to burn an incense stick. Finally, Aelweir said to Simbart, "Brother, is this all due to good fortune? Why do our same-tier Earth-level guardian beasts differ so greatly? Sunbart habitually patted her raised arm and said affectionately, "Isn't it better for brothers' abilities to grow stronger? That way, I can protect you better and myself." "Yes, as long as my brother remains powerful. Aelweir just wants to be an ordinary happy woman." Her face full of joy, Aelweir happily leaned against Sinbart's chest. Unable to resist Sinbart's fervor, within the narrow inn, they began kissing passionately, losing themselves in the embrace. Their fervent kisses seemed to even touch the moon in the sky, making it blushingly hide behind the clouds. From inside the room, occasional tsk sounds were heard. The night passed without event. At the royal training grounds, Sunbart, still filled with excitement after yesterday's completion of the fusion of the guardian beast, awaited. Today's morning matches were few, quickly leading up to Sinbart's turn. He recognized this individual, none other than the young man in white he'd met on the first day, the one wearing a pair of magical short boots. With some anticipation, Sunbart headed towards the fourth arena. Chapter 67, The Shock of Arrogance. Sambat leapt onto the stage. This time, however, his opponent appeared to have a light green staff in his hand, which wasn't there last time. It was clear that he had observed Sambat's matches very carefully and intended to win by using his magical speed. "Hello, Lord Dragon. It is obvious that you are extremely capable. Let me be straightforward. I am from the Holy Light Temple. I see that your skills are impressive, and I hope you will join our temple. Our Pope will surely not treat you poorly." In reality, the underlying meaning of the man's words was this: "I'm from the Holy Light Temple. Weigh your actions carefully. If you defeat me, then you'll go against the Holy Light Temple, unless you're willing to offend us for the sake of an empress whose identity isn't even certain yet." Huh. As clever as Sambat was, how could he not understand what the man was saying? Sambat laughed, laughing with great happiness and at great volume. There were so many smart people nearby, including those from the empress side, who understood exactly what the man from the Holy Light Temple had meant. They were all stunned by Sambat's loud laughter, unsure how he would answer afterward. Of course, Lexi Timel herself was the most nervous. She knew well about the dirty deeds of the Holy Light Temple and didn't want the man she admired to end up joining them. Then Sambat's words made everyone realize that his laughter was indeed mockery directed at the Holy Light Temple. "Looks like I'm quite charming. Do you think you're prettier than her?" With these few simple words, Sambat told the man that he was here for a woman, not the Holy Light Temple. No matter what the man said about being from the Holy Light Temple, it wouldn't stop Sambat from aspiring to claim the Empress. Of course, many people understood Sambat's words. Upon hearing him say such things, the Empress released a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. She was also pleased that this man, who hadn't even looked at her much, was praising her beauty. Why she felt so pleased, though, was beyond her comprehension. "You, Lord Dragon, don't you understand yet?" The man from the Holy Light Temple spoke coldly. "Enough talk, make your move. Inspector, can we begin?" Sambat hated the Holy Light Temple so much that there was no way he'd ever join them. "Please both summon your guardian beasts. The match will start shortly," one of the inspectors said calmly, revealing a hint of disdain for the Holy Light Temple through his gaze. "Well then, Lord Dragon, if it's death you seek, it's not my fault." As soon as the man finished speaking, his body emitted a bright green glow everywhere. It was true. Every piece of equipment on his body was spiritual gear. He knew Sambat's abilities, so right from the start, he decided to unleash everything he had to resolve the battle swiftly. More people in the audience were amazed. Although none of the items were divine artifacts, his entire body being covered in spiritual gear was quite impressive, making a statement to everyone else about just how wealthy and powerful the Holy Light Temple was. While the man was blending the powers, magic surged out from Sambat's hands. Dozens of thunderballs shot towards the man. Sambat wasn't attacking directly, but probing, testing the extent of the man's defenses so he could decide how much magical power to unleash. Indeed, every single thunderball struck the man without him attempting to dodge even once. As the balls touched him, they slowly dissipated. The man grinned arrogantly and let out a haughty laugh. "Had I not met a talent like Lord Dragon, I might not have used all of my spiritual gear." His arrogance was palpable, and rightfully so. And among all the participants, who could boast of having their entire arsenal consist of spiritual weapons? "It's clear, Lord Dragon, if this is all you've got, then failure is already written in your fate." All eyes were on Sambat. Even the Empress, watching anxiously from afar, couldn't help but worry about the man she had only met a few times. Sambat slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. A golden thread, unseen by others, darted into the man's eyes. Indeed, Sambat had used the divine dragon aura to strangle the man's soul. This invisible force immediately caused terror and trembling across the man's face. "Haha, do you think you can beat me like this? Come on then." When Sambat closed his eyes, he communicated with the dragon god guardians, asking if he could use his guardian beast. However, the dragon god guardians simply replied to him, "The spiritual gear on his body only blocks your magic. It does not make him immune. And since it resists, it consumes energy." Although the dragon god guardians did not explicitly tell him whether to use his guardian beast, Sambat, being as clever as he was, understood perfectly what they meant. They were telling him to utilize his vast magical affinity and continuously unleash spells, for his mental energy was so great that even a magic emperor could not compare, let alone his opponent. For this competition where Sambat had chosen not to use his guardian beast, the victory would be determined by the sheer strength of their spirit powers, since both were mages. There was no doubt that when it came to speed, Sambat was exceptionally fast. Previously, Sambat used the mage-level Thunderlight Ball, But now white light flashed violently from his hands as the lightning elements in the air gathered furiously around them. Layer upon layer, it felt as though the thunderballs in Sombat's hands were expanding exponentially, leaving many spectators amazed and incredulous at the sight. At this moment, Sombat unleashed a sorcerer-ranked dual Thunder Fury, compressing 4 orbs into one, something which ordinary individuals managed only 2. Sombat achieved 4, and soon an enormous thunderball larger than himself materialized between his palms. Listening to Sombat's loud shout, 4 as 1 dual, Thunder, Fury. The roaring of that thunderball mimicked the genuine fury of thunder itself. The snap-crack sounds were like tearing through others' eardrums. Was there anyone nearby who wasn't stunned? The person most unfazed was Desleon Potter, or Timel's national master. Even he was astonished to see the man from the Holy Light Temple seemingly frightened, speechless. Not just him, but even Desleon himself could not remain calm. As Sombat was about to unleash the towering dual Thunder Fury taller than himself, if this thunder indeed struck the Holy Light Temple man and killed him, Timel currently wouldn't be able to endure the backlash from the Holy Light Temple. Suddenly rising, a figure enveloped in black fighting chi darted before the Holy Light Temple man, grabbing him and throwing him out of the arena. Then Desleon roared, "Fusion!" Instantly, Desleon was surrounded by pitch-black fighting chi, and as the roaring colossal thunderball approached, Desleon held a sword 2 meters long with a wide blade that glowed purple. Those unfamiliar with its significance might as well leave the arena, because it was nothing less than a divine artifact. Even with his giant sword and fighting chi, after colliding with Sombat's Thunder Sphere, boom! Desleon was directly hurled away by the Thunder Sphere, spurting a mouthful of blood. Shock all. A Thunder Sphere even a Sword Emperor couldn't fully resist. What kind of magic was this? The man from the Holy Light Temple, standing below the stage, looked pale-faced. He too contemplated, if such a Thunder Sphere struck him, then, beside him, the Earth Element Inspector also wore a ghastly white expression. How could he not think similarly? But on the left side of the Empress, Teacher Uniel Hilda murmured softly, "There's actually a divine artifact involved." Chapter 68 Lacey Timmel. Suddenly, Deus Lion was hit by a burst of blood and flown backward, drawing an arc in the sky. Everyone was also shocked and amazed at this moment. Yes, just one spell, and the man from the Holy Light Temple couldn't withstand it. Even worse, the national teacher of Timmel was also thrown away. Whoosh! Many soldiers of Timmel surrounded the number 4 arena. The one they surrounded was none other than Long, who stood upright, eyes slightly closed, arms crossed. He didn't speak, nor did he make any movement. Arrogance, overbearing nature, and wild pride emanated from him again. At this moment, the participants in the other 4 venues had also stopped their matches, and instantly all the people in the training ground were looking at this proud man. A shadow flashed beside Simbart, then settled to reveal Deus Lion with a smile on his face. Deus Lion shouted at the soldiers below, "What are you doing? All retreat. The competition continues." Of course, seeing his smiling face, many realized he wasn't badly injured. Simbart understood even more so. If the strength of a Sword Emperor was merely like this, then he wouldn't need to live. In fact, Deslion's injury was entirely due to hasty preparation, with his battle aura not fully unleashed. In haste, this resulted in his current state. Moreover, in a true fight with the Sword Emperor, he definitely wouldn't give a mage such an opportunity to cast spells. The crowd retreated, and the match continued. But Her Majesty the Empress herself gently lifted her long skirt and ran towards Simbart. Naturally, out of propriety, she asked first, addressing Deus Lion. "National teacher, are you alright? Is there anything serious?" Deus Lion, seeing the girl anxiously worried about him. How could he not understand her feelings? To say Lacey is no less than his granddaughter would be no exaggeration. Deus Lion sent a whisper of wind into Lacey's ears. What he said was unknown, but Lacey's face turned completely red. Simbart ignored these 2 big shots and jumped off the platform to head towards Evelyn. However, just as he took a step, Deslion's voice came from behind. "Mr. Long, I wonder if you have time tonight. Old man here invites you for dinner." Simbart stopped, turning to see Deslion's gentle, smiling face. If one could refuse the first time, refusing the second time would look a bit improper. In reality, Simbart knew that when the elders offer a gift, one should not decline it. Simbart's first refusal was actually just to suppress the Empress' arrogant attitude. Simbart lightly nodded, without saying anything, and turned to walk towards Evelyn. "Ho ho, little Lacey, the person has already gone, yet you're still staring at them." Deus Lion teased Empress Timmel without respect for his age. "Grandpa, how can you do that, teasing your own granddaughter? Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Of course, all this was done in quiet murmurs. If someone found out that the seemingly tough and hard-edged Empress actually had such a girlish side, many eyes would drop in astonishment. Lacey Timmel linked arms with Deus Lion and walked towards the viewing stand. "Brother, I seem to have seen that Empress run towards you." Evelyn playfully teased Simbart in a strange tone, her behavior quite mischievous. "Slap. Brother, I protest. You slapped my butt, and it didn't look good." Evelyn pouted, her face full of weight. Simbart kissed the dimple on Evelyn's face and softly said, "Today, Deus Lion invited me to dinner again, but I accepted. If I don't accept, it will be considered as disrespecting him." Evelyn just paused for a moment and then didn't say anything, lying in Simbart's arms. Though vaguely, Simbart's thoughts were understandable to Evelyn. Holding Evelyn tightly all the while, Simbart felt it clearly but held her even tighter. As evening approached, colorful twilight lit up the vast royal villa, dyeing the entire building crimson. Under the glow of powder-like twilight, the imperial palace sparkled with golden light. Outside the main gate, Sunbart was waiting for the guard's report. No matter how much persuasion there was, AI Weir refused to come along. Although she refused under the guise of practicing martial arts, how could the perceptive Sunbart not understand? Master, the national teacher requests your presence. Please follow me. Soon, the knight who was reporting hurriedly arrived, slightly panting as he spoke to Sunbart. Sunbart only lightly nodded and followed him. After entering the royal garden, magnificent splendor couldn't describe its grandeur. Flowers and grasses bloomed together, birds and butterflies fluttered gracefully. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Various majestic halls were scattered throughout, yet small patrols of vigilant guards moved swiftly about, adding a solemn air to this forbidden city. This was the imperial garden of Timmel Palace. Lacey and Deus Lion had already been seated beside a special stone wine table laden with dishes, naturally reserving a seat for Sunbart. Looking at Sunbart's unrestrained and carefree demeanor, and noticing he wasn't one of those people who curiously glanced around out of fascination with the royal family, Deus Lion inwardly admired him. With light steps, Sunbart approached Deus Lion and performed a formal mage's salute to both dignitaries. Mr. Long, please, make yourself at home. Just act as if you're in your own house. You may all step back now, Deus Lion said gently. Unintentionally or not, Sunbart's stone stool ended up very close to Lacey's, but Sunbart said nothing and sat down gracefully. I wonder where Mr. Long hails from. Deus Lion lightly sipped on his ruby-colored wine. The liquid sparkled in the silver goblet, its color pure, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Since Sunbart hadn't studied much about wines when he first arrived, he was completely unaware. Sunbart imitated Deus Lion, but then remembered how Lair drank by gulping it down in big mouthfuls, so he raised the goblet and drank it all at once. Puffed. This time, Lacey Timmel burst into laughter. Confused, Sunbart looked at both Lacey and Deus Lion. Deus Lion chuckled softly. As I can see, Mr. Long is truly an open-hearted man. Exactly. Drinking should be done like that. Finishing, he drank the entire cup of wine himself. Lacey tried to follow suit but got choked and coughed, her face turning red. Deus Lion knew it was time to leave. He rose and bid farewell. This old man has matters to attend to and won't accompany you young folks. Another day, I'll properly entertain Mr. Long. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Lacey's response. Sunbart remained silent. Of course, he realized that Daisley's invitation was actually for Lacey Timmel, the Empress. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Sunbart had no particular words to say, and Empress Lacey didn't know what she should say either, or even how she should say it. After sitting quietly for a while, Sunbart could no longer bear the suffocating silence, feeling it more exhausting than having an intense battle. Rising, he said, Your Majesty, if there's nothing further, please allow me to take my leave. After finishing, he also turned to leave, yet seeing Sunbart's indifference made Lacey feel flustered. She hastily spoke out. Is it really so difficult for you to talk to me? Sunbart paused momentarily, took another step forward, then heard Lacey's voice again. Didn't you tell the people from the Holy Light Temple that you came because of my beauty? Why are you silent now? Are you deceiving them? Or perhaps me? Still, Sunbart said nothing. This woman-immune man simply had no idea how to respond. Taking the same route he arrived, Sunbart continued walking away. Seeing that Sunbart paid her no attention whatsoever, tears welled up in Lacey's eyes. For the first time in over 20 years, she felt utterly insignificant in a man's eyes, almost inconsequential. Watching Sunbart retreat farther away, her emotions surged, prompting her to rush after him, only to stumble on her long skirt, which she forgot to lift. Bang! Lacey fell to the ground, tears streaming even harder down her cheeks. Deus Lion, watching from afar, helplessly shook his head. Yet, Sunbart froze mid-step. Though not looking directly, with his sharp senses, how could he fail to notice Lacey crying, or identify the unmistakable sound of someone falling? Still, Sunbart knew that, at this point, he held no particular affection for her. Just as he pondered, a choked, tearful voice loudly rang out. Am I really that repulsive to you? That you don't even care to help me up? Sunbart's heart trembled slightly, but he forced a cold response. You're the Empress. If you fall, you can get up by yourself. Moreover, others can certainly help you rise. Why do you think like this? Even if I am the Empress, the ruler of a nation, I'm still a woman. Do you understand that? Lacey cried sorrowfully, utterly unprepared for such a situation. In front of Sunbart, she revealed the fragile side of her feminine nature. Sunbart stood still far away, deep in thought, struggling internally. Lacey showed no intention of getting up herself, and patiently waited for Sunbart to lend her a hand. Chapter 69, Dominantly Taking the Crown Part 1. Yes, Sunbart stood there like that, but in the end, the inner struggle could not overpower the innate kindness in his heart. Yes, even if it were an ordinary woman who fell, he would still have the obligation to help her up. And this was the Empress, the Queen, the ruler of a nation. Yes, she was the Empress, the Queen, and the sovereign of a country. But she was still a woman. Sunbart turned and walked toward Lacey. Lion, who saw Sunbart's movement from the shadows, gave a faint smile and then vanished from the spot. Lacey, with tears streaming down her face, didn't hear Sunbart's approaching footsteps. Her mind was occupied with one thought. Why? In fact, Sunbart also knew that Empress Lacey Timmel had been thoroughly humbled by Sunbart, devoid of all arrogance. Lacey suddenly felt herself being gently lifted, followed by the smell of a distinct masculine aura. Yes, it was the dragon saliva fragrance emanating from the dragon blood within Sunbart's body, an aroma unique to him. And this smell wasn't something Lacey hadn't encountered before. Upon realizing who held her, Lacey cried louder, shedding more tears. She did something that left Samboite stunned. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wailed into his chest. Much like a child who hadn't received candy, her cries piercing the heart. The person cradled in his arms had skin as pure as sheep fat, translucent and smooth, yet Samboite harbored no such thoughts. Samboite just held her there, dumbfounded. Lacey clung to him, crying. That night, Samboite was walking back to the inn. After Lacey had sobbed uncontrollably, she somehow fell asleep in his arms, breathing evenly. When Samboite carried her back to her chambers, no one stopped him. It was all arranged by Dalian. Even when placing her on the bed, her hands wouldn't let go in her sleep. She even retained a sweet smile on her face. With no choice, Samboite departed from the palace, carefully closing the door behind him. As soon as he closed the door, Eviel stepped out, her eyes slightly red from crying. Something Samboite failed to notice because, after all, seeing the man you love date another woman would leave any heartbroken regardless of consent. Suddenly, Eviel threw herself into Samboite's arms. Confused, Samboite immediately noticed Eviel's shoulders trembling. Understanding now, he spoke softly. What's wrong, my little Evie? At hearing Samboite's inquiry, Eviel cried harder. Samboite, now feeling the headache, wondered why fate seemed determined to test him. Just after soothing one woman, another came to him. As Samboite contemplated, Eviel dried her tears and murmured, I was feeling so confused earlier. I feared that brother would stop loving me. Brother? You must never abandon me, do you understand? Otherwise I'd die. Samboite nodded firmly, then began passionately kissing Eviel. No further words were spoken that night. Under Samboite's kind of magic, many opponents, even those standing on the same arena as Samboite, automatically conceded defeat. After all, a mage capable of overcoming even a sword emperor must be terrifying indeed. Samboite had no idea how great the intimidation of his mere magical presence was. This cemented Samboite as undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for becoming the Empress's husband. Of course, none of the outsiders knew what everyone already sensed, that the Queen of Timel Duchy had set her eyes on this man long ago. Finally, the tournament reached its climax for the final round. Standing in the field was a powerful man clad in black, revealing frightening muscles bursting beneath his clothes, wielding a massive sword. It was obvious to all that he was a warrior. Samboite exercised caution because Eviel had informed him. This was the greatest disciple of her father from the Dark Shrine. Samboite had two goals. First, to win, and second, not to harm Eviel's father's top disciple too badly. Samboite initially intended to let Eviel's senior brother win this competition. However, firstly, the feelings of the Empress towards him, and secondly, Eviel's own master brother's character made things complicated. Certainly, in Samboite's view, the disparity between the Light Shrine and the Dark Shrine was no small matter at all. Today we witnessed the grand finale of the Empress's search for a husband. Please welcome Mr. Long and Mr. Dafuge Jessley, announced the air mage responsible for introducing the participants to the entire audience. But on the training ground stood only one stage where Samboite was present, guarded by Dalian the Royal Wizard, and Junior Hilda, the very Earth Mage who had been protecting Samboite's magic earlier. It was clear that Timel Kingdom took this championship very seriously, and Dalian also understood that Dafuge was associated with the Dark Shrine. Samboite leaped onto the stage and noticed that his opponent was holding an invisible longsword, with other green-hued spiritual weapons at his disposal. Of course, the shoes were also colorless. Samboite knew that this lean man, about his height, held an unusual sword. Though the shoe's quality was unclear, given everything else was a spiritual weapon, he must be skilled. As the greatest disciple of the Pope of the Dark Shrine, his sword had to be 100% a divine artifact. Could an invisible longsword just be an ordinary weapon? Samboite wouldn't think so. How could the Pope's disciple use anything trashy? Please summon your guardian beasts. The match will begin soon, came the mage's voice again. This time, Samboite summoned his own guardian beast directly from the spirit world in his mind because his opponent was a warrior wielding a divine weapon. Once more, Samboite surprised the entire crowd. Behind him appeared the dragon who spoke for himself, revealing that the resting guardian beast was actually a girl. She possessed solid green wings, appearing as if 7 years old, but flew out of a purple cave, which clearly glowed red. The fusion enhanced her cuteness and brought out her allure, stunning everyone in the field. No one expected that this young dragon's guardian beast was at the Earth level. After all, Earth-level guardians were incredibly difficult to cultivate. How could such news not astonish, surprise, or terrify them? Even Samboite's opponent, Dafuge, was astonished. Then Dafuge summoned his guardian, the Thunder Eagle Guardian, an auxiliary beast. Although the Thunder Eagle was much larger than Samboite's guardian, it emerged from a white void with only faint purple halos. Clearly, it hadn't broken through yet, causing more shock when Dafuge's beast seemed to shy away from Samboite's. Before the fight even began, the guardians were already showing superiority differences. Notably, Samboite's guardian could exert its pressure on others. Dafuge helplessly merged. The Thunder Eagle's white light flashed and melded into his forehead. Instantly, 2 purple and 5 green lights radiated from his body as his divine weapon re-emerged. Onlookers gasped once more. Actually, Dafuge had no interest in women, only in cultivation. Had it not been for his master's insistence, he definitely wouldn't have come. So, this was Dafuge's personal issue. Of course, Eviel had already informed Samboite of her senior brother's situation. Thus, Samboite thought of a way to win without harming Dafuge. But, looking at Dafuge's divine artifacts, Samboite hesitated. Who knows who might hurt whom? No small talk. Begin. With Des Leon's loud declaration, both Samboite and Dafuge moved. Below Sambaite's feet glowed 3 circles of blue light, his wind element magic acceleration. He dashed backward, creating a guerrilla battle scenario between a warrior and a mage. Meanwhile, Dafuge wielded his silver battle chi, unleashing 5 consecutive energy waves towards Sambaite. This shocked everyone. Dafuge, seemingly only in his early 30s, turned out to be at Sword Saint level. People around drew sharp intakes of breath. Everyone was worried about Sambaite, especially little Lacey, whose excited face almost glistened with sweat. Only one person remained calm, Eviel, who deeply understood Sambaite. How many Sword Saints had Sambaite fought before? And with Sambaite having 2 divine artifacts, a mutated guardian beast, Grand Sword Saint level prowess, and mastery of all elemental magics, Eviel had no trace of anxiety. Seeing the tranquility in Eviel's eyes, Des Leon gave Lacey a glance, making Lacey realize, if the woman by his side wasn't concerned, then neither should he be. Who understands a man better than the woman who loves him? And what woman doesn't worry about her loved one? If she showed no concern for his safety, there was no doubt. He couldn't lose. Slowly, Lacey calmed down and watched composedly. He even wondered why he was so concerned for a man he'd met only a few times, and even developed feelings of admiration, even love. In the arena, Sambaite let out a roar, Guardian Beast, boost movement by 50%. Swoosh. Suddenly, Sambaite became nothing but a shadow, astonishing Dafuge. Because now Dafuge couldn't even land a hit on Sambaite. Who could fail to be amazed? Was this the kind of skill someone in their 20s should possess? Geniuses always leave people in awe, sometimes delighting, sometimes envying, and occasionally even stirring jealousy. The Grand Mega Spell, 10-Direction Lightning Swarm, began forming slowly above Dafuge. Chapter 70, Overwhelming Champion 2. Dozens of white light points in the sky gradually became brighter, slowly expanding and enlarging. The pressure brought by these white lightning spheres could be immediately felt. Who was Dafuge? He was a man who underwent life and death training under the coercion of the Pope since childhood. Otherwise, how could the Pope allow him to use 2 divine weapons? Even with the divine weapons, Dafuge had no thoughts of this extremely charming empress in his heart after winning the match. He only followed the Pope's arrangements, and Avier understood this point very well. As a martial arts enthusiast, Dafuge felt his heart filled with passion at the prospect of practicing against such an opponent. Dafuge meticulously observed Long's competition. Under the impetus of the divine weapon, Dafuge's figure flickered like thunder and lightning. Everyone present was startled and watched in awe as Long and Dafuge fought. The two seemed like ghostly figures moving in a misty haze. If both had about the same speed, then Sunbart, as a mage, was at a disadvantage. In that kind of high-speed situation, he couldn't fully utilize his abilities. While magic can be cast at will, is uncharged magic really comparable to charged magic? With Dafuge having a divine weapon, it would indeed be very hard for Sinbart's magic without charge to harm Dafuge, and this fact was clear to Sinbart. First, I must slow him down, thought Sinbart. Of course, none of the onlookers noticed the green luster of spiritual artifacts on Long, which showed neither the brilliance of normal artifacts nor divine ones. What would everyone assume? They would naturally think Long possessed no artifact. Thus, lacking any artifacts, Sinbart clearly had the upper hand over Dafuge. One needs to understand, however tough the skin may be, it still cannot compare with armor, which was exactly what Dafuge believed. However, no one knew that, thanks to the divine dragon's blood transformation, Sinbart's skin had become exceedingly strong and hard. Then, Dafuge let out a deafening shout. Kill Thirst Quencher. A silver aura shaped like the Chinese character Mi rushed towards Sinbart's body, just like a giant net enveloping Sunbart completely. Many spectators held their breath, believing it was impossible to dodge. Sunbart transformed once more into a faint shadow and avoided it calmly. Note that from the start, as Sunbart retreated, he had already unleashed his own pressure. Although it couldn't create much hindrance for Dafuge now, understanding the opponent's movement was certainly achievable. After wielding the divine weapon, Dafuge's mobility remained formidable. Following the Kill Thirst Quencher, he performed a 5-phase slash, rotating his body in extreme sync with the sword. The aura seemed capable of forming several crescent moons consecutively, swiftly closing in on Sinbart. Within the 100-meter range of the arena, before half a breath passed, he had already reached Sinbart's side. Considering Sinbart's limited knowledge of Dafuge from the Dark Shrine, although one could predict his actions, it's hard to judge his combined speed boosted by both chi energy and the divine weapon. Continuous strikes. An impeccable chain strike. At this moment, purple light erupted beneath Sinbart's feet. Yes. This man, named Long, also had a divine artifact attached to his feet. Despite the already terrifying speed, at this time he slipped past Dafuge's 5-stage attack like a ghost, though Sinbart still felt a chilling sensation behind him. Crack. A crisp sound came. The crescent moon-shaped aura of Dafuge's body cut straight through another form of Long. Immediately thereafter, it wasn't the sound of flesh, but rather a clean, decisive sound. Indeed, this was Sinbart using the divine artifact fusion technique for escape, while simultaneously employing water magic, mirror source. As a result, a fake image of himself appeared. Naturally, if he hadn't fused with the dragon protector and the divine artifact at this moment, there's a possibility he would have been slain already. When Dafuge stopped, the stage had horrifyingly split apart. Large boulders, 2 meters thick, were damaged effortlessly by just Dafuge's aura, as if cutting through tofu, leaving everyone in a cold sweat. The fear inspired by divine artifacts was truly immense. And if it was the slicing effect of the aura alone, it might not even be possible. Free soaring, roared Sunbart from his throat, shouting out 4 words. Whoosh. Sunbart flew into the air. Yes, what he shouted wasn't wind soaring, but instead a guardian beast skill allowing free flight in the sky for 15 minutes. The free soaring skill. From above, Sunbart conjured twin thunder rages in his hands again. However, unnoticed by others, around the 4 twin thunder rages of Sunbart's were dozens of blue-green, line-like things. Of course, Dafuge could see them. They were Sunbart's wind blades, serving as distractions while the dual thunder rages played the leading role. But considering all this ability, how much damage could this possibly cause Dafuge? Sunbart's requirements for the wind blade magic were, first, to reduce Dafuge's movement range, and, second, to slow down Dafuge's speed. He wasn't thinking about how much damage this would deal. But was Sunbart, a prodigy in magic, merely using such an ineffective spell? Of course not. Subsequently, while Dafuge hurriedly dodged those wind blades and 4 twin thunder rages, Sunbart now conjured up another huge magic like the one he used to defeat the man from the Bright Light Temple that day. Quadruple Unity, Double Thunder Rage. Dafuge instantly felt an ominous danger behind him. Turned out, Sunbart had used all 4 previous twin thunder rages just as blockers. He restricted Dafuge's retreat path and also slowed his speed. The second Double Thunder Rage was the real supercharged Quadruple Unity, Double Thunder Rage. As the battle between Sunbart and Dafuge continued, seeing Long unleashing such a powerful Double Thunder Rage again, Deslion had already unleashed his fighting energy, ready to either rescue someone or block Sunbart's Thunder Rage, because Sunbart was casting it from the air toward the ground, not from the stage toward the sky. Dafuge naturally realized he had fallen into a trap when the enormous Double Thunder Rage came roaring toward him, causing him to flash aside, letting a few twin thunder rages and wind blades hit his body instead. He knew it was better to have a few small ones paralyze him than allow the large one to strike him. After all, he had seen how terrifying it was when Sunbart used this lightning sphere against the Sword Emperor. Boom. The stone arena, which had already split in half, was now completely unrecognizable, covered with crushed rock chips and stone dust everywhere, making it impossible to see what was happening on the field. This was exactly the effect Sunbart wanted. Subsequently, he slowly gathered his power again to unleash another Quadruple Unity, Double Thunder Rage, aimed at the blurred ground. But since he had maintained his full pressure all along, he could accurately sense Dafuge's position. The white mist-like dust gradually dissipated, revealing Dafuge's figure. Although he looked disheveled due to being struck by the earlier Double Thunder Rage and experiencing body paralysis, he moved slower than usual. Thus, lime powder stained his entire body, turning him into a white-faced man with only his eyes rotating constantly. However, just as he thought, another huge Double Thunder Rage was hurtling toward him again, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn it, here it comes again." With broken stones littering the ground, it didn't affect Dafuge's speed at all. He flashed sideways several times in quick succession to dodge Sunbart's super lightning sphere. But right behind him, Deslion, who had just emerged from the white mist, was surprised because the approaching lightning sphere was heading straight towards him. Not daring to let his guard down for even a moment, he was always prepared to block. However, his thoughts had been entirely on Dafuge, never imagining that the lightning sphere would come toward himself. The broad-backed greatsword lit up with bright purple light once more, directly facing the super lightning sphere, resembling a black sphere opposing a white one. It might seem as though Deslion was handling it with ease, but inside, he was enduring immense difficulty. After all, his greatsword was made of iron and still conducted electricity. In a flash, all his hair stood on end, as he wasn't scattering the sphere with his energy but blocking it outright, resulting in him being pushed back several steps. On the other side, upon seeing that his attack missed, Sunbart immediately descended. If he truly exhausted his 15 minutes, he wouldn't be certain about the impact on the guardian beast. Standing steady, Sunbart acted contrary to expectations, giving Dafuge a shock. He needed to surprise his opponent so they'd be caught off guard, allowing him to adjust his own abilities. Of course, the spectators were also puzzled, unable to understand what Sunbart was doing. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Sunbart's figure gradually became blurred until it disappeared. Even the special purple glow of the divine artifact couldn't be seen anymore. This was Sunbart's second skill from his mutated magical beast companion, invisibility. Everyone on the field looked astonished as Long vanished inexplicably, struggling to find him. Some people even rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm whether they were mistaken in their vision. How could Dafuge not be surprised? He searched meticulously for Sunbart more carefully than others, but there was no way for him to detect it. This was because, with his wind-based magic output at its peak, Sunbart himself was like he wasn't standing on the ground at all, meaning the stones on the ground showed no disturbance at all. All waited curiously. Just when Daphne felt a sense of danger near her chest, it was already too late. A spell had already been cast, inevitably exposing itself. But how fast was Sunbart's execution? Instantly, for Double Thunder Rages were fired directly. Yet Dafuge had cautiously deployed Silver Combat Chi to protect himself from any harm by the lightning spheres. Upon colliding with the first 2 lightning spheres, the protective barrier clearly weakened considerably. Following that, with the next 2 lightning spheres, the originally drained Combat Chi had become noticeably transparent. However, Dafuge couldn't just let Sunbart attack him at will, so he swung his sword forward, releasing his battle energy. How terrifying was Sunbart's casting speed! By the time Sunbart had finished unleashing the Double Thunder Rage, he had already flashed to Dafuge's back, quietly gathering power with both hands. Of course, this wasn't the Quadruple Unity Lightning Sphere, but rather two normal-looking lightning spheres, which were much larger than usual because they were formed from a fourfold combination and now split into a double unity. Simbart then violently hurled them toward Dafuge's back. Chapter 71, Lai Shi's Marriage. Boom, boom. Two dazzling thunder spheres, at a distance of no more than 1.5 meters between the two individuals, accurately collided with Dafuge. Dafuge immediately felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, a sweet sensation in his throat, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Dafuge was forcefully hit into the sky. Even though Dafuge had an artifact, his battle armor did not. The charged magic prepared by Sinbate could not cause much damage, but ultimately it still inflicted harm. Could Sinbate let him off so easily? Of course not. Even under such magical attacks, Dafuge wouldn't suffer severe injuries. Moreover, Dafuge was nominally the senior disciple of Iweir, so Sinbate inevitably would not strike too harshly. At the very moment Dafuge's feet left the ground, Sinbate, aided by his guardian beast moving with an 80% enhancement and already hidden from sight, was unseen by others. But then everyone was startled because, without anyone noticing, Sinbate had suddenly appeared in front of Dafuge. Others couldn't see it, but there was a bright white hand gripping Dafuge's throat, as if holding him aloft in midair. Gradually, Sinbate's body was revealed, standing proudly with one hand, keeping Dafuge suspended. But Dafuge did not feel remorse for failing. Instead, he even seemed somewhat joyful, only hearing Sinbate roar loudly. Do you yield? Shocking. Terrifying. There wasn't a single person in the field who didn't regard Sinbate with admiration and awe in their eyes. Unable to speak, Dafuge simply nodded slightly, and Sinbate set him down gently, even patting Dafuge's right shoulder in a friendly manner before striding off arrogantly. In fact, even Dai Shiliang could barely see or hear Sinbate. He told Dafuge that he was Iweir's man and informed him that her younger sister would also be present, waiting outside the parade ground later that night. Dafuge now admired Sinbate immensely as well, recognizing the talent of someone younger than himself, yet surpassing him. It was justified that he should look up to him. At this point, the entire training grounds was completely unrecognizable, filled with rubble everywhere. What was once a fine tournament platform had been reduced to fragments, leaving many people still in shock. Seeing such abilities in Sinbate, Iweir's beautiful eyes gleamed repeatedly. It was impossible not to worry about Sinbate at all. Though she knew Sinbate would surely win, deep down, the delicate thread within her heart connecting to him would never disappear. The recruitment contest for our Empress has ended entirely, the winner being Long. This was not the voice of a wind mage, but Dai Shiliang, the national mentor of the Timil public kingdom, his voice resounding across the whole field through martial chi energy, so everyone could hear it clearly. After Dai Shiliang finished speaking, the stunned crowd redirected their focus back onto Sinbate again. Sinbate paused, realizing that even if Dai Shiliang hadn't announced this way, the wind mage likely would have said something similar. Mr. Long, we kindly request your presence tomorrow morning in our sovereign's grand hall to discuss marriage matters. This announcement surpassed the previous one in intensity and gravity. Excitement surged anew. The applause roared. Shouts continued incessantly. This was the hallmark of power, inspiring voluntary respect from all who beheld it. If before everyone regarded Sinbate with admiration and reverence, now it was a mixture of envy and joy, for they recognized this as the fate of the truly strong. Sinbate said nothing, walking straight away, without even acknowledging any gratitude. Once again, the aura and arrogance of Dragon were magnified. But in Lai Shi's eyes, the actions of this individual referred to as Dragon were predictable, almost expected. If it weren't so, Lai Shi might even think he wasn't suited for this occasion. Under everyone's gaze, Iweir hooked her arm with Sinbate's and gracefully departed, along with Dafuge. Who is that woman? She's not as beautiful as our Empress. Has Mr. Long already taken a wife? But why? Departing Sinbate naturally ignored the whispers behind him, but upon hearing these words, Lai Shi's eyes became deeply melancholic. Could she truly wed a man who already had a wife? And what about her own feelings toward him? Inside the dining hall of the inn where Sinbate resided. Vivian, you've been away for so long, haven't visited the master. The old master is worried sick, said Dafuge at this moment with a simple smile, addressing Iweir in front of him. Brother, please stop saying things like that, alright? Father doesn't care for me. Humph. When I left, why didn't he stop me? Iweir complained while clinging to Sinbate's arm, her little mouth pouting. Sigh? Anyway, I can't argue with you, you know that. However, the teacher really is anxious. I hope you can return and visit him. By the way, Brother Long, my mischievous little sister has caused quite a bit of trouble, for which I thank you on behalf of our teacher. At this moment, Dafuge seemed just like Iweir's older brother, indulging and speaking fondly. Hee. Without your words, I understand her too. But Dafuge, you rest assured. If Wei encounters any danger, I will risk my life to protect her. Listening to Sinbate's sincerity, Iweir gently leaned her head on Sinbate's shoulder. However, Sinbate, fearing someone might be tracking them, did not reveal his real name to Dafuge. Looking at Iweir and the man called Long's affection, Dafuge could only shake his head. But then he seemed to think of something and asked in astonishment. Wei, you seem to have forgotten an important matter. Has the teacher agreed for you two to be together? Besides, both Sinbate and Iweir understood this issue, referring to Lai Shi Meier as well. Senior brother, I certainly have a plan. Actually, Iweir couldn't fully guarantee anything. If it came to it, and there was no other way, she would have to reveal Sinbate's identity. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Sinbate arrived at Meier Dynasty Hall. In the hall, Lai Shi sat high on the golden throne of supreme power. Beside him stood Dai Shiliang. In the entire hall, besides Senbei, they were the only two present. Unrelated people were absent. Mr. Long, please sit. Dai Shiliang smiled while gesturing towards a seat beside him, and naturally both Senbei and Dai Shiliang sat down. Skipping unnecessary talk, Dai Shiliang immediately moved to the main point. Lai Shi could say I've watched grow up from a young age. Others may not understand her, but as her grandfather, I know her extremely well. Once she makes a decision, 10 rhinoceros horns cannot turn her away. Senbei knew that Dai Shiliang was approaching the topic. He was saying all this to describe what kind of girl Lai Shi is, essentially telling Senbei that Lai Shi likes him seriously and deeply. Lai Shi certainly understood Dai Shiliang spoke this way for her benefit, thinking, Grandpa, don't be so direct, okay? Her petite face blushed faintly, yet she said nothing. Mr. Long, do you think our country has no good children? No capable ones? Indeed, possibly none are stronger than you. But among nobles and ministers, some talented rich family offspring can be selected. But the event was rejected by that little girl. She said she wants to make her own choice, which is why we ended up with the situation of an empress choosing her husband. It shows how much Dai Shiliang adores this empress. Even her address has changed unconsciously during conversation. Of course, Senbei understood. Dai Shiliang was pressuring him, implying that Mr. Long, we are not incapable of finding better matches. We hope you appreciate it since our empress picked you. We give you preferential consideration. But if you don't treasure this opportunity, we can still find others. This whole recruitment contest was left to the young, inexperienced empress due to respect for her decision-making process before taking action. How clever is Senbei? Could he fail to understand these subtle messages? He understood everything. Summarizing it, Dai Shiliang truly considered Lai Shi meilleur. Senbei recognized this decision involved full-scale strategy considerations for Lai Shi, yet he couldn't bear to sacrifice a girl's lifelong happiness. However, thinking about Ai Weier and Lai Shi, the two women, gave him a headache. Ai Weier was certainly the one he had decided to pursue, but Lai Shi, being a ruler of a nation, made him uncertain. To commoners, such an alliance would bring great joy, yet Senbei remained puzzled, stuck in indecision. Lai Shi's heart was pounding heavily within her chest. She didn't know how Senbei would deliberate. But Dai Shiliang watched the Mr. Long steadily, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 72 April. If in the eyes of others, then anyone would see this queen's selection of a husband as a trend of interests in politics. April isn't really that far away actually. Prince Sembat had such thoughts too, but Sembat was thinking for the entire continent, unlike others who were more disinterested. Sembat didn't know whom he felt sorry for at this moment, or perhaps it seemed like he owed two women apologies. He was kind-hearted, not someone who lives only for interest, nor was he a rich playboy for beauties. But since he has wronged both, why couldn't he treat them right? Neither Lexi nor Desolian knew what Sembat was thinking at this time. Give me some time to consider? I feel like I haven't prepared enough. Yes, Sembat indeed hadn't prepared enough. He didn't know how he should face the situation. With so many things undone, making too many promises could only cause more harm to those close to him. A smart man absolutely does not fight battles without a plan. How much time will you give yourself? I can wait for you, but how long will you let me wait? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? A lifetime? Hearing Sembat's response, Lexi suddenly felt as though her heart was breaking into pieces. The tears fell again, carrying a heavy load of resentment she couldn't understand. She hadn't minded his relationship with another woman, even considering how to please her sister-in-law in the future. However, this man talked about not being ready. What preparation was needed? Seeing Lexi cry again, Sembat's heart quivered. He knew that the unintentional hurt he inflicted upon her outweighed any substantial harm, because Sembat loved April so much, and thus, he understood. Desolian realized it was time to leave and let the young couple deliberate and contemplate well. It might be a temporary impulse from Lexi or Sembat harboring other intentions. In truth, among all participants who signed up, who didn't have ulterior motives, women, they're secondary matters. Splendor, riches, jewels, and power. These things attract everyone, and all who participate must have their designs on something. Watching Desolian withdraw, Sembat sat there feeling as restless as sitting on pins and needles. He wished to evade somehow. He knew Lexi's affection for him wasn't false, but he had no idea how to handle the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Lexi descended from the August golden seat once more, holding her long dress in haste. At the last two steps, she jumped directly towards Sembat, wanting to test if the dragon would catch her. If caught, then he certainly held some feelings for her. Sembat obviously wouldn't allow her to fall. Extending his arms, he gently embraced her. This tear-streaked beauty was weightless in his grasp. The special aroma from her body rushed straight into Sembat's mind, causing him instant dizziness. Yes, each woman carries a unique fragrance. Dragon, do you know? Everyone in my family is just waiting to laugh at me. Since father's death, I've noticed a strong rejection towards me. I feel trapped, and if not for my two grandfathers, one being Desolian and the other, my teacher, Uniel, I fear I would have perished long ago. Perished, do you know? Many people covet the throne. Lexi sobbed sorrowfully. Seeing the quiet tears trickle down her powdered cheeks, Sembat's normally impassive heart stirred. Faced with such a tearful figure, Sembat instinctively made a move, a habitual gesture. With his large hand, he patted Lexi's raised arm, resembling how one comforts a child. Lexi trembled, instantly realizing what Sembat had done. Well, how could I? Sembat now looked somewhat between laughter and tears, preparing to withdraw his hand from Lexi's raised arm. Suddenly, Lexi pressed down on Sembat's hand, joyfully exclaiming, Just pat me like this, okay? I feel very safe and comfortable, reminding me exactly of father's presence. Still, the tears streamed endlessly like peach blossoms in the rain, evoking a sense of longing for warmth, tugging tightly at Sembat's heartstrings. Sembat ceased his unease. Although he wasn't quite sure why, he continued to soothe Lexi in this way. Gradually, Lexi stopped crying, and Sembat softly gazed at the beautiful face nestled in his embrace. He didn't know what to say. The atmosphere grew solemn in the field, broken finally by Lexi speaking first. Dragon, you don't know that in our entire royal family, only Grandfather Desolian has a divine weapon. And even this divine weapon was found by Father. Though I am unaware of it, given that our country only has one divine weapon, in the Dragon God continent, our Timel public kingdom is the weakest. Plus, we have a pleasant climate and fertile land, which makes us an attractive target for the other four major countries. Moreover, those uncles and uncles by marriage all want to control the entire Timel public kingdom. Do you know how much pressure I bear? Lexi looked pitiful. But when I am in your arms, I can feel it. It's peaceful, comfortable, and safe. There's no pressure at all. Really, will you be my man? Share my burdens. As she spoke, Lexi's eyes reddened again as if to say, if you don't agree, I'll cry for you to see. Sembat gently kissed Lexi on the forehead and smiled while nodding. However, learning that there was only one divine weapon in the Timel royal family left Sembat shocked, though just for a fleeting moment that Lexi didn't notice. This showed the scarcity of divine weapons and their terrifying power. Excitedly, Lexi hugged Sembat and planted a kiss on his lips, leaving him somewhat stunned. Subsequently, Lexi informed Sembat about her elder uncle and second uncle, who were both her father's brothers. Her grandfather had handed over the throne to her father because he was kind, smart, and knew how to get along well with others. However, her elder uncle and second uncle were cunning and ruthless. Not long after her grandfather passed away, her mother died protecting her father from an assassination attempt. At that time, Lexi was just a few months old, a baby. Even this time, Lexi's quest to find a husband was out of necessity since she was young and feared encountering people under the control of her elder and second uncles. Initially, she hadn't planned to meet anyone she could love, but Sembat's appearance reignited her hope. Currently, the Timel public kingdom is divided into three major forces, the first being her elder uncle, the second her second uncle, and the third, Lexi and part of the Royal Masters faction. Though it looks like a complete kingdom, it is actually fragmented. Originally, Sembat thought marrying the Empress would solve everything, but now he realized the matter was far more complicated, especially due to the split within the Timel public kingdom. Once she confided all her troubles to this dragon-like man, Lexi seemed to regain the mindset of a little girl. She couldn't let go of Sembat, and despite his efforts to resist her passion, they didn't part until lunchtime. Watching Sembat leave, tears filled Lexi's eyes. After returning to the inn, women are extremely sensitive to other women's body scents, especially when emitted by their own man. Looking into April's eyes, Sembat understood and recounted everything Lexi had told him. Naturally very kind and pure-hearted, April cried her heart out. April then explained to Sembat that a woman willing to share everything about her country must truly be in love and not faking it. So she begged Sembat to bring her along tomorrow to meet Lexi's younger sister. Sembat readily agreed. But suddenly, April jumped onto Sembat, causing them both to tumble onto the bed. Sembat could feel April's enthusiasm and her rapidly increasing heartbeat. Although he didn't understand why April acted this way, Sembat felt he genuinely liked such passionate feelings from April. They embraced passionately, creating their own world where time seemed to stop forever. Chapter 73. Do you want to die? Desire's burning consumes reason and elevates passion. Averil's face was as red as coal, and Sambart was panting like a fierce bull. They didn't know when their masks had been torn off. In an instant, Sambart remembered the promise in his mind and panted, Veer. No, I haven't fulfilled my promise to you yet. This is, his words unfinished. Averil, who had already lost all her reason, kissed Sambart's lips again, until the last shred of Sambart's rationality began to fade. Just as Sambart thrust forward, Averil, with her bosom heaving, said, My love, do you know? I want to be your first woman. Cherish me, don't leave me. The lost reason seemed to return to Sambart somewhat, and he gently kissed Averil's earlobe, firmly saying, No, never. In the moment Sambart thrust softly, Averil let out a heart-rending scream that pierced the sky, the moon hiding behind the clouds as if shy. Yet, in Sambart's room, the spring colors filled the house. In the morning, sunlight passed through the curtain and shone on Averil's pink legs. Sambart woke up groggily. Yes, for many years, he hadn't slept till dawn like this, nor experienced such fiery passion at night. Seeing a delicate leg pressed against him, and looking at the sleeping Averil beside him, he lovingly kissed her eyebrows as beautiful as ink paintings. Of course, Sambart remembered Averil's scream when she was penetrated by him, which instantly made him soften his heart. With a gentle kiss from Sambart, Averil woke up gradually. She immediately felt her thighs exposed and bashfully hid herself under the covers. Faintly came Averil's playful voice from under the covers. Bad boy, how dare you see my body without covering me up? Humph. Sambart found it very amusing. Under the cover, he held the frail, boneless body tenderly, feeling its smoothness, like jade, inspiring endless fantasies. Even though they had done everything last night, Sambart could still feel Averil's trembling when his warm hand touched her body. Seemingly recalling something, Sambart said, Oh no, the sun has risen high. If we don't get up now, how can we visit Lacey? Averil, blushing, stretched her scarlet face out of the covers and nodded lightly, saying, let's get up. What are you staring at, bad boy? Of course, Sombart's teasing eyes embarrassed her once more. On the way to the royal palace, Averil was lying on Sombart's back. For Averil, newly acquainted with sexual matters, though she wasn't aware of the harm of breaking her virginity, she couldn't help letting out a cry of pain while walking just after getting out of bed, causing Sambart to directly carry her on his back. Lord, please wait a moment while I report, said the guard at the door. He recognized the man named Long and regarded him with admiration, but according to the royal protocol, reporting was still necessary even if Long was admired. Though surprised for only a moment upon seeing Sambart carrying a woman on his back, the guard quickly turned around to report. Unable to resist Averil's persistence, fearing others might notice, she insisted that Sambart walk instead. However, Sambart's heart was full of compassion, and he even wanted to heal her with the source of life, but Averil happily declined, saying she wanted to experience the feeling of being a woman. Thus, Sambart had no choice but to agree reluctantly. That person acted very swiftly, not speaking a word, merely making an invitation gesture, so Sambart gently supported Averil and went inside. While discussing in the conference hall, Lacey heard the news that Long had arrived, feeling very happy. However, hearing about the accompanying woman brought some shadow of disappointment, but overall, she was glad. She instructed her subordinates to take Sambart straight to her private quarters and then summon him over, allowing everyone in the court to see. To avoid complications, Lacey had to act this way. Inside Lacey's chambers, Sambart gently placed Averil on Lacey's royal couch, telling her to wait for him, and then walked toward the meeting hall. An intense discussion was taking place within the grand hall, but no sound of Lacey could be heard. With his keen senses, Sambart had already heard from afar. Your Majesty, I believe that your selected son-in-law is unacceptable as the second uncle. Lacey, you're confused. Why aren't you listening to our advice? How could a great nation like ours fail to find suitable gentlemen who fit your requirements? The two uncles, my decision on this matter has been made and will brook no dissent. Besides, the national teacher has also agreed. Clearly, in true matters of state governance, despite her young age, Lacey possessed a hardy and independent side with authority. Report. The son-in-law is here. This report interrupted the two uncles' conversation. Naturally, ministers would conform their remarks based on whom they followed. Bring him in quickly. At this point, Lacey's voice was no longer firm, but carried a hint of feminine gentleness. Sambart remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as if the person they were just talking about wasn't him. Humph. Keith, the great prince, scoffed loudly. Sambart stayed silent, observing carefully. He noticed two men in yellow robes with dragon-like features standing at the forefront of the ministers. Hearing one of them scoff indifferently, yet Sambart appeared utterly unconcerned, his demeanor suggesting a trace of contempt and disdain. Sambart stopped at the center of the grand hall, neither kneeling nor seeking permission from anyone, merely nodding towards Lion, who stood beside Lacey. Instantly, many ministers in the court shot disapproving glances at Sambart. A thunderous voice boomed. Who dares not kneel before our empress? Is this disrespect or an outright challenge to the imperial dignity? Recognizing the voice, Sambart already knew this was Lacey's great uncle, the same person who had scoffed earlier. This middle-aged man, muscular and imposing, glared furiously at Sambart. Although Lacey's second uncle also showed signs of discontent, he remained silent. What? My son-in-law, whom I've announced beforehand, need not bow in my presence. Am I supposed to be ignored like flatulence? Lacey spoke up indignantly, showing more confidence since Sambart arrived than she ever had before. Lacey, you must understand. We cannot ruin our Dimar kingdom. The great uncle, though appearing rugged and robust, revealed himself to be quite cautious and intelligent through his single sentence. Someone, grant the prince consort a seat. Lacey disregarded her ambitious great uncle completely and ordered directly. Despite significant hostility towards Sambart from many quarters, Lacey still insisted on offering a seat under such pressure, indicating that she truly intended for Sambart to take power. Furthermore, Sambart comprehended something important. From this great uncle's words alone, you, instead of your majesty, and referring to her by her given name rather than title, it was evident that he showed little regard for Lacey. According to the three major forces within Dimar, it was most likely that this was none other than Prince Keith himself. Having been offered a seat, which even the great uncle did not enjoy, Sambart accepted graciously without concern for others' gazes. Lacey, do you really know where this barbarian comes from? How could a young man accompanied by a low-born woman possibly deserve you? The thoughts of this great uncle revolved around the idea that this youthful man could offer no great abilities, thus dismissing Sambart entirely. Moreover, Lacey granting this youth the privilege of seating, something even the great uncle lacked, ignited his fury. After hearing these words, some felt joy while others felt distress. Joy because the prince consort received a verbal attack right away, worry due to Lion wanting to see how this man would protect his woman, but preferably without provoking Prince Keith further. As Sambart's rear touched the air above the seat, his previously cool face now contorted with rage. He remembered how his beloved Averil gave herself to him last night. How dare someone call her a low-born woman? Sambart's anger flared instantly, rising sharply to his chest. His eyes gleamed fiercely. It seemed everyone sensed something amiss and stared at this designated prince consort appointed by the empress. Prince Keith saw the wrathful expression on Sambart's face and laughed uproariously. So what? Planning to explode in rage? What are you compared to our great nation? You're less than nothing. His arrogance and haughtiness radiated fully as disdain and scorn manifested clearly on Prince Keith's countenance. Even Lacey, who favored Sambart, displayed a displeased expression upon hearing her great uncle denigrate her chosen man so harshly. The overbearing pride and arrogance carried within the bloodline of dragons, not tolerating any insult. How much more when, even as a successor, Sambart would not let this pass. With a swoosh, a scene unseen by all present in the grand hall unfolded. No one understood how it happened. In a flash, Sambart had grabbed Prince Keat by the neck, lifting him with a single hand until both his feet dangled helplessly off the ground. Sambart's cold voice rang out. Do you want to die? Chapter 74. Intimidating the court. No one saw exactly what happened. They only saw that at this moment, the man called Long was gripping Prince Keat's neck. Even Lion, who already knew of Sinbad's incredible speed, did not see what happened. In fact, this is due to Sinbad's anger. When a person is angry or in survival mode, it's possible to unlock 200% of their potential. Keat looked into the eyes of the man called Long. Indeed, those were eyes like a reaper's, and Sinbad's eyes were just as savage now as they were when he killed monsters in the Dragon Valley. Prince Keat felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling with cold, shivering, fear, terror, humph. With a cold scoff, Sinbad casually threw Keat out of the hall. Silence filled the grand hall, stunned by Sinbad's sudden and powerful move. When no one noticed, Royal Uncle Laxi too, and Princeite behind Sinbad, had flashing gazes, seemingly deep in thought. At this time, Sinbad's overwhelming dominance was fully revealed as he walked back to his seat and truly sat down. However, the dukes and ministers present didn't know what to say, or perhaps more importantly, what not to say. Many ministers hadn't bothered to attend the Queen's husband selection contest. They considered the whole event trivial, thinking the Empress was simply playing around like a child. As such, they'd only heard that this man named Long was a mage. But could a mage really lift up the towering figure of Prince Keat single-handedly? So, they were stunned. Clang, clang, clang. Outside the hall, the clatter of guards' armor grew louder, and soon came the enraged voice of Prince Keat, who had been thrown by Sinbad. Grab that wild man sitting on the throne. Just as the guards were about to rush in, Laxi's roar of fury echoed. Enough, Prince Keat. It seems you have forgotten something important. Are you king, or am I? Without my order, you dared to bring troops to the royal palace hall. Do you know what your action implies? Stunned, shocked. Indeed, bringing troops into the imperial court was tantamount to treason, and everyone was amazed by Keat's irrational actions driven purely by rage. Hearing Laxi speak, Sinbad laughed, loudly, arrogantly, brazenly. He fully understood Laxi's anger at this moment. Laxi was signaling him to kill Prince Keat, to actually kill him. This wasn't just a reminder to others, but also a subtle hint to Sinbad himself. As everyone was astonished by Sinbad's raucous laughter, Lion also smiled, and so did Laxi, whose face showed pure delight. She feared Long might misinterpret her meaning, but seeing his arrogant laugh, she realized he completely understood. Suddenly, a silver light burst forth from behind Sinbad, as a 7-year-old-sized humanoid magical beast emerged through a purple and red glow. It was his nearly sky-tier guardian beast. The nobles and ministers then witnessed Sinbad being enveloped as if consumed by wind elements. Utilizing his enormous magical power, Sinbad formed a round, green protective barrier around himself. Faint streaks of purple light could be seen through the mist, clearly marking this as a divine artifact. Sinbad moved step by step, as if strolling casually. With every gentle stride, a terrifying output of wind elements emanated from him, causing some ministers to sway and lose balance, unable to see anything clearly. Seeing how the man he had insulted earlier now presented himself, Keat's pupils shrank sharply. He was terrified, utterly petrified. Far away, the stunned guards suddenly were struck by balls of lightning emerging from Sinbad's shield, all of them sent flying. In truth, Sinbad was unleashing dual thunder rage within his protective sphere. Everyone was shocked, no one reacted in time, and all the guards, without even summoning their guardian beasts, were swept off their feet by Sinbad's magical assault. A massive white light slowly burst through the green aura surrounding the man known as Long. It was huge, truly enormous, much larger than Long himself. An immense ball of thunderlight erupted. Zzz. Others may not have known, but Lion, as a sword emperor, certainly did. This was Long's claimed four-bodied unity, Thunderball, a sight Lion had encountered 4 times already. Though he was a sword emperor, he harbored no intention of rescuing Prince Keat. Prince Keat was dumbfounded, offering no resistance as he was instantly devoured by Sinbad's thunder sphere. There was no explosion, no visible flight. The entire sphere simply swallowed him whole. After the thunderball ascended into the heavens, there was neither residue nor bloodstains on the ground. Only a red ring remained, likely a spatial ring. Sinbad was somewhat surprised. No matter how, one should have expected to see ghostly equipment or spiritual artifacts left behind by Prince Keat, yet nothing appeared. Sinbad unleashed his guardian beast and magic, standing like a mighty mountain at the entrance of the grand hall. With a cold glance, he looked at each minister present. Whoever met this young man's eyes instantly felt as if they had fallen into the embrace of death. It was decisive, merciless, without a trace of hesitation or difficulty. He had just casually killed a prince of the realm, and right inside the royal palace. All the ministers were filled with dread afterward. Those who weren't afraid were allies of Laxi. The only exception was Uncle Ite, the second prince, whose thoughts remained inscrutable. Sinbad had done it on purpose, intending to create such intimidation, intimidating these ministers by deliberately showcasing his formidable abilities. It was a way of telling them, you may speak, but do so with strength. You need qualifications. standing outside the grand hall. Sinbad had no intention of moving, waiting for what Laxi would do next. Of course, someone as astute as Laxi understood exactly what to do, but she couldn't help but be awestruck by the presence of this man named Long, her heart swelling with delight. Someone, Laxi called out loudly, though her voice was delicate and not particularly loud. Despite the soft volume, many people responded immediately, rather, a large number of guards. Grand Sorcerer, quickly arrest all relatives of the prince and seize control of their troops. Such an audacious coup must be eliminated, said Laxi, her words sending shockwaves through the hearts of the ministers. Everyone realized it. The end of Prince Keat was inevitable. The reason why Sinbad stood at the door was simple, to ensure that none of these ministers left to report or spread news. Sinbad and Laxi's cooperation was flawless, aimed at creating a thunderous effect. When they acted, it wasn't half measures. They struck with overwhelming force. All the court officials, especially Keat's loyal retainers, felt chilled and horrified. Who could have predicted that the newly appointed son-in-law would topple Prince Keat upon arrival? Yes, this old servant shall obey your majesty's command. Deus Lion, even this cunning fox, replied, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing that he too was astonished. Among everyone, the most uneasy person was Laxi's second uncle, Prince Ite. Everyone understood, he might very well be next. As it turned out, under such swift suppression, despite years of preparation, the sudden attack left Prince Keat's family shocked. A plot to rebel? To usurp the throne? What enormity of crime! Even with grievances, the team coming to arrest them was led by the Grand Sorcerer, Deus Lion, a man wielding one of the only artifacts in the entire Timil Principality. How could anyone resist? From now on, in the Timil Principality, there would no longer be any mention of the Keat family. Of course, the credit for this victory entirely belonged to the new son-in-law, Lord Long. In just one morning, everything was settled. Laxi Timil was elated. She hadn't dreamed it would be so easy to dismantle her once feared uncle with Sinbad's help. Clutching Sinbad's arm with joy, like a carefree bird, she chattered about things concerning Evangeline. Together, they headed toward Laxi's chambers. Behind them, however, was a pair of venomous eyes watching closely. This was none other than Laxi's second uncle. His fierce gaze revealed his deep contemplation. What sinister schemes brewed in his mind? Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Dark Pope. It seems there's nothing to do but report to His Majesty. Otherwise, it will be hard for the Timil Kingdom to succeed. If I ruin His Majesty's major plan, I cannot bear the sin. Prince Ite thought while looking at Sibit and Lexi walking away in the distance. Lexi's bedroom. If at the beginning, during dinner time, the two women were nervously facing each other, then by now they were chatting happily. It was obvious that women's ability to bond was rather strong. Sigh, if only my magic could fuse like these two women's feelings did. Hee, Sibit was daydreaming. And with that, Sibit was left far behind. Recalling the past few days' events, Sibit pondered over a great matter which had been paralyzing his thoughts. Others needed to combine their divine tools with their guardian beasts in order to use them. He, being fused with the dragon god guardian, seemed to follow the same principle. On the surface, it appeared fine. However, no one as an observer realized that his guardian beast stood right behind him. So how was Sibit able to use his divine tool? Yet, it also seemed that no one else noticed it either. The first time he used it, he became invisible immediately, and the second time, he enveloped himself with wind magic, so perhaps others didn't see it. Thinking about this, Sibit felt somewhat relieved. In truth, after multiple shocks, who had noticed such details? He gazed absent-mindedly at the two women sitting beside the bed, unaware of what they were talking about. At this moment, Sibit even considered telling Lexi everything about himself. However, what he didn't know was that Awir, relying on her feminine intuition, found Lexi to be a good girl. Thus, she had already told Lexi all about it when Sibit was lost in thought. Of course, Sibit hadn't noticed Lexi's stunned look upon hearing about him. Even when she learned that Awir was the princess of the Dark Temple, she was similarly startled for quite a while. The lost in thought Sibit naturally paid no attention. All he saw was Awir taking off her mask and giving it to Lexi. At that moment, Sibit captured a flicker of sorrow on Lexi's face. She didn't expect Awir to be just as beautiful. Persuaded by Lexi, Sibit and Awir moved into the palace. After settling into the palace, Sibit even lost the privilege of holding Awir. Since the Empress hadn't married yet, Sibit was arranged to stay in a palace adjacent to Lexi's. But under the pretense of sisters chatting together, Lexi took Awir into her own arms and left Sibit alone in the guest room. All night he practiced, and nothing else happened. The southern climate is evidently a bit warmer than the northern one. By the time they finished breakfast, the sun was already warmly shining. Two enchantingly beautiful women sat by the edge of the small pool in the imperial garden, exposing their delicate little toes that swayed in the water, resembling small fish sensing the fragrance of the beauties, rushing forward to touch the smooth skin of the two ladies. Sibit sat on the stone bench where Lexi once prepared a feast for him and enjoyed the view. Lexi's natural allure and Awir's innate innocence captivated hearts in different ways. Lexi's every smile drove hearts mad with yearning, while Awir's gentleness stirred compassion deep within. Both women seemed as if created especially for Sibit. Over the 3 days since Lexi disposed of Keat, apart from handling state affairs, it seemed there was nothing else significant happening. Right after court sessions ended, she immediately sought out Awir for laughter and joy. Just as Sibit watched Awir's slender fingers gently touch flowers, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure from behind, an unbearable pressure that left his heart breathless. Awir's body jolted slightly as she touched the flower stamens, while Lexi also looked alarmed towards something behind Sibit. They saw a man dressed in black robes, his face firm, smiling, not at Sibit, but directly at Awir. Startled, Sibit began to assume a defensive posture until he heard Awir utter a phrase that made his blood boil. "Father." Awir spoke those two words and rushed towards the man in the black robe. Sibit was completely astonished. He didn't sense the arrival of Awir's father. It was as if the man appeared out of nowhere. This level of strength was incomparable. Even more astonishingly, it seemed Awir's father barely acknowledged Sibit's presence, focusing solely on doting expressions towards Awir. The black-robed man gently patted Awir's back and played with her long hair, smiling and saying, "My girl, aren't you running wild? Father hasn't seen you in a long time, missing you dearly, and you don't even think of your father?" The sound of his pure tone carried an aura of command without needing anger. Although his words conveyed a mild scolding, Awir could sense her father's profound affection. "Umph, you didn't stop me when I left. I see, you mustn't love me." Awir stuck out her lower lip and playfully complained to her father. When the Dark Pope heard the soft and pure voice of Awir, it seemed like something was mixed in it. His face turned immediately uncomfortable, and a sharp gleam shot out from his eyes towards Sunbart. At that moment, Sunbart felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Awir appeared to have sensed her father's oddity and instantly understood. She cheerfully introduced, "Father, let me introduce him to you." "Humph." Awir's father just gave a cold snort, and at that point, Awir felt her heart constrict. She knew that her father had figured something out and was now angry. Sunbart Longs, the inheritor of the divine dragon, right? With one simple sentence from the Dark Pope, even Awir was shocked. Looking at Sunbart with a wag face, Sunbart understood from her eyes that Awir hadn't been the one to tell her father. "You don't need to look. Not only do I know you're the inheritor of the divine dragon, but the old guy from the Holy Light Temple knows as well." "Father." Awir wanted to ask how her father knew, but she was cut off by her father. "I know you want to ask me how I found out about this matter. Let me explain slowly. First, the mutated guardian beast, the combat chi, and the mastery of all types of magic. There are hardly any people across the entire continent who possess these attributes. The only person they've appeared in is King Hammerporat and Beast God Sanglong. Based on this, Sunbart is the successor of the divine dragon. Second, you've met your senior brother. If it wasn't for your senior brother telling me, neither I nor the decrepit old man from the Holy Light Temple would have known where you were. Of course, only I know this currently. He probably doesn't yet. Third, you've given me a big surprise too. Actually securing the support of Timmel Kingdom from this empress, and even slaying Prince Keat. Frankly, you're not bad, kid." Hearing the Dark Pope's praise, Sinbart's mind eased a bit. But then the topic turned again, causing Sinbart's heart to rise once more. "But, do you think this is enough? I can see Awir has given everything to you, but I ask you, do you have the ability to protect her? Although I dislike you having taken another woman, I also understand there's nothing to be done about it. But I'm telling you, if Awir hadn't given you everything, you would have died here today." Instantly, a wave of pressure came forth, suffocating Sunbart so much he could hardly breathe. Sunbart even wanted to say that anyone who tried to harm Awir would have to step over his corpse first. The Dark Pope hit him again. "I can see clearly that you're a stubborn child. Nice, being the heir of the dragon should have such a heart. But do you know how powerful you really are? You underestimate the sacred artifacts on Divine Dragon Continent too much. If the old geezer from the Holy Light Temple finds you, there won't even be a trace left of you." Being called out as nothing more than a mere successor of the dragon made Sinbart's anger soar rapidly. The Dark Pope naturally sensed this. Looking at Sunbart, full of disdain, contempt, and mockery, he said, "Come on then, let me see the strength of this angry young man. With just one move, you'll die, but I certainly won't kill you. If you can withstand my one move, I will leave Awir by your side. If you can't resist, then I'll take Awir away." Chapter 76, Cross-Rank Combat. This was the first time Sunbart had been told he was utterly worthless, and it was the first time he'd been looked down on like this. The anger in his chest was burning, and even his future father-in-law could not be excused. Avel wanted to say something, but she was stopped by her father. She understood that her father aimed to break Sunbart so that he would strive harder to protect her. However, seeing the man who was nearly going mad for her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Suddenly, a wave of black martial energy emerged, pushing Avel to Lace's side. The two beauties now watched Sunbart with worried expressions on their faces. "What? Come on then, use all your strength, and let me see if you can withstand just one of my moves." Without even summoning his guardian beast, the Dark Pope instantly emitted purple light from 7 pieces of equipment. Yes, a complete set of divine artifacts. Though no weapon was visible in his hand, the purple glow remained. Although the terrifying full set of 7 divine artifacts startled Sunbart slightly, this only ignited the fervent battle spirit rising in his chest. Subsequently, behind Sunbart appeared a silver halo, followed by a purple void, and from it came his rank D guardian beast. 2 unique divine artifact glows were also released. He gripped his hands tightly together as though forming a hammer. The red light flared brilliantly. It was the fire-based magic that Sunbart currently possessed at its highest offensive capability, known as Night Rainbow, a grand mage-level spell. If used in an arena, such a spell required a long build-up, which was why Sunbart had never employed it before. After the red light blazed brightly, a massive sphere suddenly formed several dozen meters above Sunbart's head, immediately heating up the surrounding air. Yet, the giant sphere continued to rapidly grow larger. Seeing the spell Sunbart was using, the Dark Pope instantly activated his own domain. Instantly, the area within hundreds of meters was enveloped in black martial energy. Although Iavil and Lace had initially felt the scorching heat and distortion of the air when they stood close to Sambart, after being encompassed by the black martial energy, these sensations disappeared, giving them a cooling sensation. However, the moment the Dark Pope unleashed his domain, he too wavered slightly. I didn't expect this kid to have quite a bit of mental energy. There is still some potential, but without divine artifacts, he's still bound to die. It seems I need to push him a bit more. The fiery ball above Sambart's head continued to swell until reaching about 20 meters in diameter. Despite being in the domain of Avil's father, it didn't significantly affect Sambart, a testament to his immense mental power. Naturally, the extent of Sambart's mental force brought him great satisfaction. It also underscored Sambart's diligence and hard work. Seeing the enormous fireball hovering over Sambart's head, Avil's father was astonished too, for he had also seen this night rainbow spell before. Yet, the night rainbow of an ordinary person wasn't as large or as intensely hot as this. Silently, the Dark Pope increased the potency of his abilities further. If the young man before him discovered that the first spell hadn't been perfectly blocked, wouldn't that make the boast from earlier seem foolish? Indeed, the spells of commoners couldn't match the sophistication of Sambart's, nor achieve such perfection. This was because Sambart's rank D Guardian Beast offered a magical power amplification effect. Of course, unless Sambart revealed this fact, the Dark Pope wouldn't know. Now, Sambart's great fireball moved. In the blink of an eye, the large fireball shot toward Avil's father at an even faster speed than expected, erupting directly downward. But it wasn't the entire fireball. Rather, a column of fire 3 meters in diameter emerged from the center of the ball, striking the Dark Pope with thunderous might. As if finding its target, the entire fireball collapsed into a single column, crashing onto Avil's father, completely swallowing the Dark Pope. The earth began to tremble. After impacting the Dark Pope, the fire column lifted off the ground and soared skyward, illuminating the entire sky of Timel Kingdom with a slender beam of light. Not only the Dark Pope himself, but everyone witnessing this in the glowing pillar felt stunned. Even Sambart himself was astounded. And not to mention the two beauties standing farther away. Sambart's astonishment stemmed from the fact that this was the first time he had cast such a powerful attack spell. Upon seeing such magic, Sambart was deeply shaken by the enhancement capabilities of his rank D Guardian Beast. What happened? Sounds are coming from the palace. Oh dear, everyone look up. Whether guards or citizens in the city, they were all taken aback by this magnificent scene. Indeed, who could not be startled? To say nothing of the rarity of Emperor-class mages in the Divine Dragon continent. Although there are many Grand Mages, still, this brilliance in the sky might let one guess. This magic is absolutely not something a mere Grand Mage could cast. Indeed, without a Tier D Guardian Beast, Sambart wouldn't have been able to pull off such a perfect strike. After unleashing this spell of the Grand Mage level, Sambart didn't even pant. For a Grand Mage level magic, he could perform over 10 such spells, standing steadily as he watched the place where Iavil's father was standing, flames still roaring fiercely on the ground. The fire gradually dissipated, but it carried surprising words from within. Ho ho, young man, I didn't expect you to have a bit of skill. But don't be too happy. Slowly, the figure of the Dark Pope began to emerge. His black robe had partially melted from the intense heat of the flames. However, the Dark Pope who stood before Sambart now wore a set of silver-purple, glowing battle armor. The bright light in his hands wasn't a weapon. It was a glove, more accurately a pair of boxing gloves. Sambart was surprised. How could his strongest spell have caused no damage to Iavil's father? No, it wasn't that there was no damage. Primarily because the Dark Pope, with the help of his guardian beast Yalian, had an absurd skill. When Sambart launched the attack, the Dark Pope teleported away from the attack range and protected himself with martial energy when the flames faded. Of course, without a domain, Sambart wouldn't know about this. However, the Dark Pope did admit that defeating this magical attack involved a bit of trickery. What Sambart hadn't noticed was that even the flowers and grasses nearby were completely unharmed despite the earth violently shaking beneath them. When blocking Sambart's magical attack, the Dark Pope somehow still managed to protect the plants. 2 words, astonishing. Boy, you don't need to be astonished. I am a being surpassing human rank 9. And so is that old man from the Holy Light Temple. Haha, it seems you've run out of high-tier offensive magic. Try resisting my attack. Whoosh. Sambart couldn't see how the Dark Pope came beside him so quickly. If Sambart's movement speed could leave faint traces of residual images, then the Dark Pope's speed should be considered instantaneous short-range teleportation. It was precisely this teleportation that allowed the Dark Pope to arrive near Sambart undetected. Just as he watched Iavil's father's punch about to touch his body, Sambart reacted instinctively and instantly activated the Tier D Guardian Beast skill, Absolute Barrier. But the Dark Pope had promised just one move, and he meant one move. Bang! The Dark Pope also felt like he hit something, but the purple light on his hands flashed brighter once again. Crack! Sambart's Absolute Barrier shattered, the blow reaching his chest. Sambart only felt his chest crumble. With a poo, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision going dark as he fainted. Just as Sambart's body was about to fly backward, the Dark Pope teleported again, catching Sambart gently and placing him softly on the ground. The Dark Pope silently sighed in his heart. This kid's guardian beast actually has this kind of ability, and yet it hasn't even reached the celestial rank. If it reaches that level, my full 100% attack output may not necessarily break through. If Sambart, unconscious, could hear the Dark Pope's assessment right now, Sambart would surely feel very proud. Necessarily. The power of the Dark Pope, Yalian, exceeds rank 9 of human capability. And at this moment, his body is encased in 7 divine artifacts as a complete set. Seeing the blood streaming from Sambart's mouth, both women were already frantic with worry. Iavil rushed forward and immediately unleashed her water-based magic, Fountain of Life. A gentle beam of light shone across Sambart's entire body. In fact, this opponent was not like the last one, the Hydra Lord. The Hydra Lord was, without doubt, a magical beast and one without any divine artifacts. Keep in mind, the Dark Pope was already at a level equivalent to those magical beasts that surpass human rank 9, yet there's no comparison when it comes to divine artifacts. Although Sambart's strength had significantly increased, he certainly couldn't rival the Pope of the Dark Cathedral. The Dark Pope, Iavil's father Alia Grandrake, gazed upon the unconscious Sambart lying on the ground. His eyes betrayed a hidden admiration and great appreciation for the boy's talent. After all, at barely over 20 years old, Sambart had already achieved such a level of strength. Though the Dark Pope was satisfied with this potential son-in-law, satisfaction aside, lacking power was no joke. Not just ruling the Divine Dragon continent, but even protecting his own daughter would be problematic. Thus, Alia Grand had given Sambart this test so he would understand just how inadequate his current abilities were. Seeing Lacey Tymyr beside him equally worried about the boy, he felt somewhat helpless. At first, when he heard that his son-in-law was looking for another woman, be it an empress or whoever, Arian Grand wanted to kill her. But later, upon hearing from his apprentice that it was V's own decision, he had no choice but to keep silent. Now, seeing her similarly anxious, Arian Grand no longer harbored any feelings of aversion. Looking at this young man whom he liked somewhat, Arian Grand thought to himself, "It seems I'll have to tell this kid that there are divine artifacts in that place." Chapter 77, The King's Ruins and Divine Dragon Island. After waking up, Sambat realized he was lying on a very soft bed, with a faint fragrance around him. The scent of a girl. He gently opened his eyes and saw 2 anxious yet beautiful faces right in front of him. However, their seductive eyes were distinctly pink, as if they had been crying. At once, Sambat knew who they were. Of course, it was Averil and Lacey. Therefore, they hadn't just looked like, they had cried. They really had cried. "You're awake," said the authoritative voice of Ariander, the Dark Pope. Upon hearing this, Sambat slightly paused, but didn't say anything. There was a tinge of guilt on Averil's face. A man must honor his word. "You promised to compete with me before you accepted the duel. Since you couldn't withstand even one of my attacks, Averil is mine," Ariander said with great calmness. Indeed, as a man, one should keep their promises. Sambat also understood his own shortcomings in power. With such strength, not only could he not unify the Divine Dragon continent, but he also lacked the basic ability to protect the ones he loved. Sambat remained silent. Ariander knew that he was considering the consequences, because Ariander knew that Sambat was intelligent. But Averil's face showed clear anxiety, though it had nothing to do with Lacey. Still, when Lacey sensed that Averil might leave soon, she felt some joy at first. After the words of the Dark Pope, her feelings became somber again. Then, the Dark Pope's next words provided immense motivation for Sambat. To obtain a divine artifact, as everyone knows, is not easy. It may not be easy for others, but for you, it shouldn't be too difficult, although there will still be some danger. My demand isn't high. When your martial arts and magic reach the rank of Sword Emperor and Magic Emperor respectively, and when you have at least 7 divine artifacts on your body, you must have them. You can come find me. Come to the Hall of Luoyan Empire, and I'll be waiting. But, Sambat started, but Averil's father cut in. The place where the divine artifact resides is known as the King's Ruins. This King's Ruins are inside the cave of the beast god Xuanhuan, currently possessed by the immortal Hammer King Polodin. At the entrance of the Grand Hall of the King's Ruins, there's an existence surpassing the human 9th level, a golden holy dragon, a magical beast possessing 3 divine artifacts. And this golden holy dragon originates from Divine Dragon Island. Oh, by the way, you don't know about Divine Dragon Island yet. I'll explain it to you in detail later. The golden holy dragon does not just guard the King's Ruins, it also guards the Divine Dragon Saint Fruit. The location you should already guess. It is at the deepest part of One Line Sky. But don't underestimate the depth. The magical beasts there are incredibly strong. Rumor has it that many of them are former subordinates of beast god Xuanhuan. I'm unsure whether they would welcome you or not. If they don't, you might die a miserable death. Other people going there probably won't even leave a corpse since they'd all be devoured. But for you, things should be better, since you are also a descendant of the Divine Dragon. Actually, except for me and that old guy aiming for the Divine Dragon Saint Fruit for our children, we wouldn't casually go there. At this moment, Sambat was somewhat shocked by what Ariander said, struggling to fully comprehend it all. Nonetheless, he quietly listened and intended to reflect on these thoughts later. What's inside the King's Ruins? That's hard to say exactly, but it absolutely includes the previous Hammer King Paladin's divine artifact set, which means there's at least one complete set of divine artifacts inside. Sambat took a sharp intake of breath. At least one set, and nobody dared to take it, showing how terrifying the deep regions of One Line Sky truly were. Without acquiring these, you will never have a chance to unify the entire continent. You should understand, I am also the Pope, and even though you're my son-in-law, I cannot simply pass my position down to you. To gain authority, you must possess power. Let me tell you, in just our Dark Temple's elite forces, there are 5,000 mages at the Great Magician level and 10,000 swordsmen at the Great Swordsman level, not to mention those outside the core group, whose numbers remain uncertain. Do you think the Light Temple's troops would be any less numerous? And there are armies from every country too. Furthermore, Our Dark Temple's Elder Hall houses 13 Sword Emperors and Magic Emperors, each having no fewer than 3 divine artifacts. So what about the Light Temple? Now, do you see how far behind you are? Not just Sinbad gasped in surprise, but so did Lacey. Every nation has its wizards and swordsmen, but their formations are irregular, and they are rare. Yet, just the Dark Temple alone possesses such terrifying military force, more than enough to overpower a whole nation. Lacey understood this even more clearly. People with such high levels of strength are extremely difficult to control and demand many privileges and salaries. Hence, some capable individuals from the Timel Kingdom have already gone to seek patronage in other kingdoms. After all, who would want to stay unknown for their entire life? At this moment, under Ariander's guidance, Sinbad felt somewhat powerless. The Divine Dragon Island lies in a huge lake, about 1/5 the size of the Timel Kingdom, situated between the 5 major kingdoms: Imperial Dragon Kingdom, Luoyuan Kingdom, Timel Kingdom, Spark Kingdom, and Bard Kingdom of the Divine Dragon Continent. The size of this island is as big as a city, though it's just what our predecessors told us before. In this water dwell giant monsters, considered the greatest taboo zone on the Divine Dragon Continent. On that island, there are at least 3 beings surpassing the human 9th level, with countless 10th level magical beasts. They cannot leave the boundaries of the Divine Dragon Island unless they receive the decree of a divine dragon or an heir like you. However, the waters around the lake itself aren't easy to cross. Within 20 meters of the water's edge, flying becomes impossible. It's as if the air turns into a vacuum without any trace of magical elements. Even worse, it can cause suffocation. Thus, it serves as a trial for those who claim descent from the divine dragons. What exists inside no one knows, but if you wish to obtain something, you must cross the Great Lake. No one had ever heard of the Hammer King or Beast God passing through successfully. Of course, I wouldn't recommend going there now because I've personally witnessed a 10th level Sword Emperor get killed within 5 rounds by these water monsters. Your hope lies only with the King's ruins, which should be less dangerous compared to that. Ariander spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. Hearing such words left Sinbad shocked internally, yet he admitted to himself that the other party was right. If he couldn't obtain a divine artifact, ruling the continent would remain nothing but a dream. Neither Lacey nor Averill had ever known anything about this, so they were stunned, opening their enticing little mouths wide in shock and unable to close them. Sinbad could only lower his head in deep thought. He knew that his father-in-law was correct. Only through greater effort could he reunite with his beloved ones and let the people of the Divine Dragon Continent live in peace. Yes, father-in-law, I understand. You may take Averill with you. Following you will be safer than staying with me. This is temporary. I will certainly show you my efforts soon. Seeing the firmness in Sinbad's eyes and hearing him call him father-in-law, Ariander's heart swelled with emotion. Upon hearing Sinbad calling her father-in-law, Averill nervously looked at her dad, fearing he wouldn't agree. But then she heard what came next, and her whole heart eased. Haha, calling me father-in-law makes me feel rather ticklish. Alright then, it can only be this way. Oh, by the way, I still have a grand gift for you. Looking at the serene face of the Dark Pope, warm smiles mixed with mystery filled Ariander's expression, and Sinbad wasn't sure what kind of grand present this father-in-law of his might give him. Chapter 78, Great Gift. Lacey, come over. Hearing the Dark Pope calling her, Lacey undoubtedly showed some surprise on her face. However, she obediently approached. While everyone was unaware of what the Dark Pope was doing, Yerian instantly unleashed a single hand full of black martial energy that surged and struck Lacey on the forehead. Everyone, immersed in joy, didn't know the Dark Pope would attack without warning. Not even Sinbad, standing very close to Lacey, had time to rescue her, nor could he have done so effectively. Gradually, as Lacey watched the black martial energy enter her forehead, she wore an expression of fear. But once the energy penetrated her body, it did not feel like a killing aura. Instead, it came with warmth. Sinbad, however, did not think this way and immediately acted to intervene. Aver stopped him by pulling back on his arm. Sinbad turned his head to look at Aver, who smiled and shook her head slightly while motioning for Sinbad to look ahead. Of course, all of this happened under the careful observation of Yerian's mind. Seeing Sinbad defend a woman so fiercely, Yerian knew Sinbad would never neglect his daughter, even if his action was against himself. Precisely for this reason, the depth of Sinbad's sentiment could be clearly seen. Huff, huff. Yerian exhaled deeply twice and spoke with evident joy. This child, for unknown reasons, has all her meridians blocked, making her frail. I just opened up all the meridians within her body. And interestingly enough, this girl isn't a magician but harbors a faint trace of martial energy. As long as she works hard from now on, her health will no longer be an issue. Lacey suddenly knelt down and said to Yerian, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you." If outsiders saw Queen Timur kneeling, they would be utterly astonished. However, knowing that she knelt before the Dark Pope made it less surprising. The Dark Pope gently pulled her up and said, "Although when I first saw you, I wasn't too fond of you, young lady, your strength in managing state affairs with such a fragile body impresses me. You're both tenacious and strong-willed, refusing to bow to power. I like you, my dear girl, call me uncle. I may even be older than your father." Lacey could feel that the Dark Pope truly liked her and directly hugged the Pope while crying softly, repeating, "Uncle, uncle." Since the death of her father, except for Sinbad, this was the second time Lacey felt the paternal love she had missed. Yes, she wasn't alone. There were still these people who cherished her. With the bearing of dragon blood, Sinbad would never kneel easily, but having realized his earlier impatience, he began to speak. "Father-in-law, You don't need to explain, good son-in-law. Do you think I wouldn't know? Precisely because of your audacity to attack me, your future father-in-law, I'm more confident in entrusting my precious Viera to you. But after we agree on the set of divine weapons, remember, saving lives is always the most important thing. Alright, what I just gave wasn't really a grand gift. The grand present I intended to bestow on you two is, with a long howl from the dark chapel, it felt as though everyone inside the entire Timur Palace could hear it. After the last time Sambrit's use of magic shocked the entire palace, Des Lion and Uniel had come rushing over, but Lacey dismissed them then, so naturally they wouldn't come again now. 5 minutes later, Prince ATT arrived at Lacey's chamber. Seeing the Dark Pope, Prince ATT quickly knelt down with a trembling voice, asking, "My Emperor, what is your command?" Seeing this scene, Lacey was extremely surprised. "Lacey, are you surprised?" Arian asked lightly. Lacey nodded slightly. "In fact, ATT is not part of your family line. To tell you the truth, our Dark Chapel has always placed him right within the heart of your Timur Duchy, a steel needle cultivated by my father. So many of you still remain oblivious to this fact." Prince ATT rise. The Dark Pope addressed the kneeling Prince ATT. "Yes. From now on, hand over all your military authority to Lacey, your empress. Assist her properly. Should there be a shortage of troops, feel free to requisition forces from the Lion Empire using the warrant still in your possession. Do you understand?" At this moment, the Dark Pope's voice radiated authority, demanding respect. "Yes, old servant obeys your order." With a casual wave of Yarian's hand, Prince ATT retreated. "Well, Sambrat, I've already handled everything concerning your matters. Now the rest is entirely up to you. Of course, you might choose never to marry Viera for life, but if you can survive the next 30 years, after 30 years, whether others don't kill you, I'll personally take care of it. Understood?" These words were laden with multiple domains of power and directly charged toward Sambrat. Though momentarily staggered, Sambrat responded with a clear and loud voice. "Yes, if I don't go myself in 30 years, it means I will certainly die." Upon hearing Sambrat's words, Aver's eyes turned slightly red. However, Aver also realized that Sambrat was now like a thorn in the throat of the Brightness Shrine, irritating and hard to swallow. Therefore, Sambrat's personal safety was an immense issue, and if she insisted on following him, it would bring no joy but merely be a burden. Seeing Sambrat and Aver, the Dark Pope helplessly shook his head, saying affectionately, "Fine, leave tomorrow morning. Spend the day well together." After saying this, he turned around and left as quietly as when he had arrived, leaving just as soundlessly. Watching her father leave, Aver could no longer hold back the tears streaming down her face, being gently embraced by Sambrat. Naturally, Lacey was nearby too. For some reason, seeing Aver silently cry caused Lacey to cry out loud as well. Even Sambrat's eyes watered a bit. He knew this was not the time for emotional decisions, and that he must strengthen himself to be with them forever. In the evening, Sambrat left without saying goodbye to either of the two women. He just used the excuse of going to the bathroom to leave, not uttering a word directly to them. All his words were conveyed to his father-in-law Arian instead, asking him to deliver the messages for him, since he didn't want to see the sorrow on their faces, and also understood clearly what his top priority should be now. Hence, he had to depart earlier. At Lacey's chambers, Lacey and Aver sobbed into each other's arms upon hearing their father recount Sambrat's departure. Neither wanted the separation, but could Sambrat have resisted? For the Dragon Continent, for his beloved ones, he had to go. In Aver and Lacey's hearts, there were only prayers and longings, prayers for their man's safety and thoughts about his handsome face. In the deep night, on Timur's road, a shadow blurred swiftly toward the north, its figure faint. Only startled sleeping birds revealed its presence. Sambrat vented his frustration through his rapid run, releasing his sense of guilt as well. No rock or river could stop his wild rush forward. All Sambrat could think of was rushing to Heaven Gap and the Dragon Valley mentioned in Magic Beast legends, enhancing his own strength to defeat the Brightness Shrine and unify the continent. More importantly, for all the divine weapons hidden in the king's ruins, he would not let them go unclaimed. Chapter 79, The War-Torn Divine Dragon Continent. Under frenzied galloping, by the second day, just the second day's time, Senbait arrived at the border between the Demeyer Kingdom and the Luoyun Empire. Here was strictness, here was desolation, here wars raged endlessly. Occasionally entering Senbait's field of vision were disabled soldiers missing arms and legs, an endless stream of them along the way. The closer he entered into this howling battlefield, the more villages nearby lacked any signs of living people. This was because the never-ending gunpowder smoke of war had forced these lovely people away from their hometowns, relocating to places that weren't their original homes. Only those elderly who couldn't move easily remained, clinging to their ancestral land, guarding the meager 2 acres of farmland. After all, people will die eventually. For these aged individuals, they have already seen through the myriad postures of the world. Having lived long lives, they did not wish to be burdens, or worse, a weight on their children. Senbait felt as if at this very moment he could hear the warriors' cries of battle from ahead, amidst the smoke of war. He could almost feel the sound of iron swords and spears shattering the bones of warriors, piercing through their bodies. He could also vividly imagine how some people died with happy smiles, glad that they had finally found release. Others opened their eyes wide in apology to their wives, children, and parents for their inability to be filial. These warriors were not wrong. These stalwart men should have been with their families, lovers, and children living peaceful lives. But now, they held weapons they would rather not lift, killing others like themselves. At this moment, Blood dripped from Sinbait's heart. These warriors weren't wrong. They were tools for kings and feudal lords to kill, merely satisfying their greed for power. A great general is born from countless dead bones, surely spoke of such truths. People who should live without worry, why must they wield weapons? Is it simply to fulfill the dark desires of the royal family? No. If there is attack, there must also be defense. When someone threatens one's home, one must prepare to protect it. In this world of myriad phenomena, just like humanity itself, where there are people, there will be distinctions between good and evil. This is simple truth. Power, all power, represents strength. The more strength you have, the greater your rights. To seize others' rights and make them your own. Power is like a sharp sword. Both sides are sharp. If the person wielding the sword kills the bad, then they are the good. If the person uses the sword to kill the good, then that person is the bad. But can right and wrong truly be discerned so easily in a few words? Sinbait naturally knew that not only were the wars in front of him numerous, but how many unseen wars existed beyond his sight. Luckily, this was between Demeyer and Luoyuan empires. Perhaps tomorrow, an imperial edict would come down, and these warriors could return home in peace. Sinbait certainly didn't know what a disaster overpopulation was. Neither did he understand the principle of governance being centered around the people, taking from the people, using for the people, governing with virtue, convincing the world with reason. These were things he'd come to realize in the future. Lost in thought, Sinbait didn't know what he had bumped into. It seemed somewhat human-like, but soon, the ensuing curse made him realize it was indeed a person. Damn it, don't you have eyes? Ow, you killed me. It was a warrior with a severed left leg, neatly cut off below the knee. Sinbait had kicked directly onto his left leg. How could he not feel pain? Ever since his left leg had been severed, he was oddly cheerful. Losing a leg must be better than losing his life. At least he still lived. Comfortably dreaming, he imagined returning home and using his military salary bonuses to marry a wife. Just as he fantasized about pushing aside her red veil, some clueless youth ruined his sweet dreams and even kicked his broken leg. The pain surged and so did his anger. How could he not scold? But upon seeing the robust young man, the soldier reconsidered. Had he still his legs, he would have given the youth a beating. Now though, alas, cursing provided its own sort of satisfaction. Realizing his mistake, Sinbait quickly apologized. Seeing the polite nature of the youth, the legless soldier stopped complaining and prepared to let him go. Yet suddenly, he felt a strange cooling sensation in his left leg. He noticed the green glow emanating from the hand of this young man. Yes, he recognized it. This was magic, the life source of a magister-level water mage. Seeing this life source, tears welled up in his eyes. There wasn't a single magister-level water mage in the entire army. If there had been, perhaps his leg wouldn't have been lost. Gradually, he began to feel regret for cursing this youth, possibly due to the magic this youth had cast on him. However, upon seeing Sinbait's life source magic at this moment, a general in the distance immediately noticed, and his eyes gleamed with sharpness. He swiftly dismounted from his rhino-like beast and hurried over to Sinbait. Master, I am Xianxia, commander of the Second Corps of the Timil Public Kingdom. Having seen your extraordinary abilities, I would like to request that you take on the role of captain of the medical team for the Second Corps. Could you do it? Sinbait turned around to look, and what met his eyes was a tall and sturdy dark-skinned man whose height was not much different from his own. But as Sinbait heard the words spoken by this man named Xianxia, he realized that this strong man was honest, straightforward, and reminded him of himself when he was young. As if sensing Sinbait's gaze, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly and said humbly, "Sorry brother, I called myself Big Brother. Big Brother may be rash, but I didn't even know your surname or name. To ask you directly to work is improper, indeed improper. But this situation is urgent. There are many casualties in the army. These are also people, brave warriors, our own brothers." When the division commander Xianxia spoke these words, there were tears welling up in his eyes. Sinbait could feel that he wasn't just kind-hearted, but also very loyal and valued camaraderie. With these qualities alone, Sinbait decided to exert all his strength to help save the wounded soldiers. Sinbait did not say anything else. He merely made a gesture inviting Xianxia to lead the way, then followed after him. Huff, huff. Although Sinbait possessed immense mental energy and high affinity for magical elements, the sight of so many warriors lying on the ground moaning in pain overwhelmed him. The numbers were akin to countless cattle hairs, so many that lunch had not even been eaten yet. While some had ceased their suffering, the constant influx of wounded soldiers and the bodies swept away from the battlefield left Sinbait feeling somewhat powerless. This reality only strengthened his determination to improve his own strength further. The sunset descended, and the pinkish-red glow in the western sky resembled the blood on the ground below the city tower, bright in vast patches. In the absence of his spiritual power, Sinbait sat atop the city wall, gazing at the magnificent black armies below. Yes, judging by the current situation, as Laishi himself said, despite their vast land, capable individuals were too few. Sinbait also informed Division Commander Xianxia that this type of warfare would no longer exist within the next 2 days, because the Luoyuan Empire and the Timil Public Kingdom would have already merged into one entity, with Sinbait himself sitting atop the city tower representing their united forces. At night, with his spirit force recovered, Sinbait politely declined Xianxia's invitation to stay, invoking wind magic, and leaped down from the city tower. He again turned into a fleeting shadow heading toward the Dragon Continent Imperial Kingdom through a narrow passage known as the One-Line Sky. Chapter 80. Return to Dragon Valley again. This time, Simbart did not stop at all. He didn't linger in any taverns for rest. He consumed food and water from his spatial ring and rested by sitting cross-legged on tree trunks. Even the reckless venomous insects and beasts could not escape under Sinbart's keen senses. The wind blades that swirled above Sinbart's head were like eyes, effortlessly handling and solving every issue for him. After 10 days of Sinbart's rapid sprint, the Dragon Valley cliff came into sight. As if returning to his childhood, Sinbart stood atop the cliff again, looking down at this vast gorge on the ground. Once more, it exuded the same majestic beauty, leaving one with a feeling of awe-inspiring craftsmanship. Within that ravine, birds cried and fierce beasts roared, still igniting in Sinbart a burning passion reminiscent of years gone by. 3 years ago, when he trained here, he only managed to reach the middle of Dragon Valley. This time, with determination, he was resolved to traverse the entire Dragon Valley. With a familiar long howl, Sinbart smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. Of course, he knew who it was. It was Maoyan Lion Lair, bound to him by a master-servant contract. The closer Sinbart got to Dragon Valley, the stronger the inexplicable stirring in Lair's chest became. A growing sense of joy took over, though at first Lair wasn't sure why. However, as Sinbart neared just a few miles away from Dragon Valley, Lair realized it was this little master he hadn't seen for over a year. Without hesitation, Lair transformed into beast form. Amidst the surprise of many children, as well as Guer and Saruda, Lair let out a loud roar and rushed to the entrance of Dragon Valley, the Soul Passage. Sinbart stood by the edge of the cliff, letting the cool breeze caress him, lifting his black ponytail. Watching his sharp gaze, Lair subconsciously felt his young master had truly grown up and matured. In the past, there might have been just a trace of authority, but now it was an absolute deference. Sinbart slowly turned around and looked at Lair, the grade 9 mutated magical creature Maoyan Lion, with whom he shared a bond. His emotions welled up, making his eyes slightly red. Men shouldn't cry, but in front of someone they respected, the urge to cry became irresistible. This was human nature. Master, what is wrong? Lair, having transformed into human form, looked at Sinbart and saw the melancholy on his young master's face, causing him a peculiar pain, yet he wasn't sure why. Then Sinbart told Lair about everything he had experienced in the last year, and also about Avier. Lair listened quietly, without interrupting once. But what Sinbart saw on Lair's face was an unperturbed expression, which surprised him somewhat. Then, after hearing Lair's words, Sinbart realized why such a calm demeanor should not have surprised him. Little master, these are not major problems, right? Believe in yourself. Moreover, I'll tell you a secret. Guer is now the wolf commander of Dragon Valley, one of the 3 key managers under Gold Dragon Lonka, and is directly managed by King Hammer Bullloading. Although Lair's words seemed matter of fact, Sinbart was thoroughly shocked. Then Lair said something that shocked and delighted Sinbart simultaneously. And I am now the Lion Commander of Dragon Valley. Another is Lei Hu, Tiger Heir, the Tiger Commander. We 3 are now the 3 commanders of Dragon Valley. And immortal King Hammer Bullloading already knows that the Master is coming to seek him. He has been waiting for you. These pieces of information left Sinbart momentarily bewildered. Was the King Hammer really waiting for him? Joke or jest? Leaving Sinbart alone to ponder deeply, Lair first transformed into beast form and allowed Sinbart to sit on his back, swiftly dashing downwards. On the way, Sinbart gradually regained composure. In his sight appeared the mountain cave he lived in 3 years ago. It was much larger now, with a crowd standing before it, a group far greater than those present during his training back then. Salute, Guer, Mia, Mina, Charlotte, Jack, Bill, Sawe. More than 10 people stared in astonishment at Sinbart, none believing he would return after just 1 year of practice. Subsequently, Salute gave Sinbart a big hug. The children cheered and called out brother. In the evening, beside the stone caves of Dragon Valley, 4 bonfire pits were lit, each holding a large piece of roasted meat, filling the air with an inviting aroma spreading deep into Dragon Valley and provoking various wild creatures to respond with their roars. Sinbart recounted all his experiences to everyone present. Everyone understood Sinbart's current predicaments. Only Mina, lost in thoughts of Avier, shed some tears. After a year of separation, they had all grown stronger, though not as astonishingly fast as Sinbart. However, they were still among the most outstanding geniuses on Divine Dragon Continent. This was because Guer and Lair had each procured a Divine Dragon holy fruit for the children from the Saint Dragon, leading to significant physical changes in them. Additionally, their affinity and integration of battle chi and magical power had become incredibly formidable. Salute, who used to be at the swordsman level, had now advanced to great swordsman, with an indication of even breaking through to the sword saint rank. It was rare for the continent's prodigies to rise from swordsman to great swordsman within a year, let alone advance towards the strength of a sword saint. Remember, Salute was only 1 year older than Sinbart. Being a sword saint in his 30s was already terrifying, and he was merely 21 years old. Of course, he couldn't compare with Sinbart. After breaking through the 9th grade, both Guer and Lair found it harder to continue advancing. However, this was part of their enlightenment process. While there wasn't any substantial leap in their strength, their fighting techniques, attack powers, and mental forces became more refined and adept. The other children also made tremendous improvements to varying degrees. Ever since the kids came to Dragon Valley, neither Lair nor Guer had concealed anything from them. They openly told these children that even if they knew Sinbart was the successor of the Divine Dragon, their admiration turned into greater reverence. Master, perhaps you don't know about this yet. Lair and I learned from King Hammer Bullloading about something so secret that even Beast God Sang Long doesn't know about it. He said your blood contains traces of divine dragon blood, and that has tremendous enhancing effects for both magical beasts and humans alike. It is even more potent than the divine dragon holy fruits. Even more surprisingly, once someone has consumed your blood, you will be able to read their thoughts, just like how we are servant and master. After speaking, Layer paused, then whispered telepathically to Sunbart. There's another significant ability. It allows you to use ghost artifacts, spirit weapons, and divine artifacts without restriction. Sunbart froze like a stunned goose. Everyone assumed it was because he was surprised to hear about the remarkable properties of his own blood, but only Sunbart knew it was because of what Layer had implied in the latter part of his message. Once a beast reached grade 9, they could learn to communicate mind-to-mind with their masters through telepathy, just like how the divine dragon guardian communicated spiritually with Sunbart. Looking at Layer, Sunbart understood immediately. He was subtly hinting that everyone should consume his blood to enhance themselves. Trust or no trust aside, as long as it brought benefits to everyone involved, Sunbart was willing to take action. He vividly remembered what his father-in-law had shared regarding the military strength of the Dark Temple. Without hesitation, Sunbart slashed his vein open with his long nails, allowing the bright crimson blood to flow into a pre-prepared water skin. In the radiant red fluid, there shone faint streaks of gold. Chapter 81, Tiger Commander. However, Sunbart's self-healing ability was extraordinarily strong. Only 7 or 8 drops of blood flowed out before the wound that had been slashed closed up. Seeing the water skin already dyed pink by those 7 or 8 drops of blood, it bore a layer of gold-like shine, as if it were oil. Smelling close, it was as though the water inside had a faint fragrance, akin to the aroma of wine aged for 100 years. As everyone waited to each take a sip from the water skin, a coarse and joyful voice suddenly came from behind the group. Hey, I've smelled you two old geezers cooking up something special for quite a while now. That aroma. TSK. There's also a pure scent in there. Layer, Gur, you two are really ungenerous. You have wine but don't call me. The person who arrived was a burly man with a thick beard, bare-chested, his explosive muscles brimming with untold strength. However, this person was none other than Lei Hu, the tiger commander of the Dragon Valley whom Layer had told Sunbart about. Indeed, seeing the robustness of the newcomer, just like his name suggested, tiger back, tiger waist, he lived up to his title. But the reason Lei Hu didn't finish his sentence was because he saw a stranger. It was Sunbart, and all around him, people surrounded this stranger looking at the water skin in the stranger's hand. Could this wine be what this young man brought? This is, Lei Hu asked, voicing his inner question. It's the water mixed with my master's blood. Lei Hu brother, could you possibly mistake it for the elder's holy fruit wine? Layer spoke up. Now only Layer referred to Sunbart as master. Oh, yes indeed. I said it. So, it's the dragon descendant, Sunbart. Well met, well met. Lei Hu's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence, showing that he wasn't as straightforward as he looked, but rather very sharp and experienced. Uncle Huar, Sunbart bowed slightly and greeted him politely. TSK, just call it. No need for all those things we don't understand. Straightforward is best. I heard from Hammer King that this is. Huar finished speaking, then turned to look at Layer and Gur. Layer and Gur nodded simultaneously. Oh, then drink first. Leave me some a taste. That old guy's wine isn't so easy to drink. If there's one better than his, even if he gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. Thinking of the stingy golden Saint Dragon always made him angry. Every time he wanted some wine, the old man forced him into sparring sessions. Was it practice? No, it was getting beaten, making Lei Hu tremble when he thought about it. Of course, the suggestive looks in Gur and Layer's eyes were clear to everyone. Lei Hu was good at everything, except he had a greedy mouth and loved alcohol, and his palate was very picky. Ordinary wines would make him vomit. Only the holy fruit wine made by the golden Saint Dragon who guarded the divine dragon holy fruits appealed to him. But every time he asked for some, Lei Hu got beaten half to death before being allowed to drink it, naturally leaving him unhappy. However, Lei Hu was indeed a level higher than Gur and Layer, a state forced upon him by the golden Saint Dragon. Everyone took a sip, and much remained until Lei Hu grabbed the water skin outright, although Layer and Gur had their fair share too. After everyone, including Lei Hu, had drunk, Sunbart suddenly felt as if his whole body was refreshed. His spirit power seemed to resonate, prompting him to sit cross-legged and meditate immediately. Everyone else observed this and followed suit without any words exchanged. Only Lei Hu, after lightly tasting the wine that combined Sunbart's blood and water, muttered strangely, Odd. Is this water? It tastes unbelievably fragrant, even better than that dead old man's wine. Moreover, the power within my body feels restless. Having cultivated to become a 10th level magical beast, he certainly knew this opportunity should not be missed and sat down on the ground to meditate immediately. The moonlight was clear, casting ripples of silver light over the ancient trees of Dragon Valley, with wafts of natural essence visible to the naked eye rising from all around. In this sleeping night, Dragon Valley was not still. By the stream, more than 10 people sitting cross-legged in meditation glowed faintly with streaks of golden light. In the depths of the forest, a pair of energetic eyes watched them, muttering, The blood of a god truly surpasses even our divine dragon holy fruits. The intoxicating aroma almost drove me mad. After finishing, the figure licked their dry lips and disappeared. In the deepest recesses of Dragon Valley, my third brother is really outstanding, far surpassing both me and the second brother in talent. Absorbing 2 dragon scales and 2 drops of divine dragon blood is extraordinary. However, his current strength is still too low. It seems I'll need to train him properly. These were the words of Immortal Hammer King Bolo Ding. Because of this, the Dragon Valley, which was inherently calm, appeared even less tranquil due to Sinbart's arrival. None knew what was about to come. In the early morning, mist swirled in the hazy glow of dawn, enveloping the Dragon Valley in an otherworldly beauty. Wisps of cool breeze carried the white mist in gentle spirals, creating an ethereal sense of arriving and departing through the fog. Everyone had woken up at different times. Even Lei Hu, who cherished his wine, had already disappeared. Of course, only Sunbart remained seated on the ground, bright droplets of water glistening on his dark ponytail, adding a unique charm. However, his clothes dampened by the dew gave him an oddly disheveled appearance, as though he were a soggy chicken. It wasn't that others hadn't thought of moving him inside the cave. They simply feared disturbing his cultivation. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, tirelessly working day after day. Even if it seemed to rise in anger, its heat would shine fiercely upon the land. 3 days. On the night of the 3rd day, Sunbart slowly awakened. After waking, he found no crowd gathered around him, but instead everyone sitting cross-legged in meditation, surrounding him closely. This brought Sunbart a sense of comfort. There was one more person in the area compared to when he arrived. It was Lei Hu, who had taken a portion of his blood-infused water. Lei Hu greeted him with a smile upon seeing him awake. The two exchanged no words, rising together and walking further away so as not to disturb others' cultivation. Are you ready? The question came from Lei Hu. What preparation do I need? Since I've come, it is necessary, for my beloved ones and for the whole continent. This is what I must do, said Sunbart with quiet determination. How could someone as wise as Sunbart fail to understand the meaning behind Lei Hu's words? Good. With such resolve, it's no wonder the divine dragon always chooses successors like you. Proud and dominant, Lei Hu truly admired him. But, Hammer King said that, given your current level, possessing any divine artifact now wouldn't be meaningful. To prove yourself worthy, you must defeat Lair, Guer, and me together before you enter the trial to claim the divine artifact. Lei Hu's words left Sunbart somewhat surprised. You're not yet at the level of Sword Emperor or Magic Emperor. These divine artifacts won't choose you unless your power has reached their expectations. So, you need trials first. Although I don't know what you practiced these past 3 days, I can sense that your spirit power is much stronger than mine. Strong spirit power not only benefits magic and battle chi, but also plays a crucial role in one's domain. You'll understand this later. Truly deserving recognition as a 10th level magical beast, even Lei Hu couldn't miss how Sunbart's spirit power, after simultaneously connecting with over 10 individuals during those 3 days, had been fully exhausted and then expanded even further. Thus, Sunbart seized every moment without delay, practicing immediately. By now, Sunbart's spirit power had increased by about 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%. Previously, Sunbart could cast 17 to 18 spells of a great mage master, but with this 20% boost, it meant he could cast 3 or 4 more spells of the same level. Sunbart nodded lightly, understanding that tomorrow marked a new beginning, the start of his own trials. Indeed, tomorrow will herald a new chapter, a journey of tribulations ahead. Chapter 82, The Golden Holy Fruit. The night passed quietly. When Sinbad opened his eyes again, everyone had already prepared for their respective trials. Although they were different, everything was orderly and silent as they practiced their own abilities. Looking at those children full of vigor, it seemed like no one was willing to lose. Sinbad slowly stood up, and the three, Lair, Guer, and Lei Hu, were already ready. Does Sinbad now want to directly challenge the combined force of 3 magic beasts? That's akin to dreaming. In order to train meaningfully and not harm oneself pointlessly, Sinbad only chose one opponent today. Sinbad had some understanding of these 3. Battling Lei Hu was like fighting a close-range warrior. Battling Lair was akin to confronting a mage in the sky. Battling Guer was also like fighting an agile warrior who could summon wind blades with wind magic. Who are uncle? Today I will choose you as my opponent. Sinbad understood that for warriors, he currently lacked immense strength. His combat energy also needed to reach the level of a sword emperor. Therefore, selecting Lei Hu would be best. First, it could enhance his own combat energy. Second, it could improve his own resistance. Third, by engaging in the savage power of warriors, he would gain better mastery over it. Especially since Lei Hu is a 10th level magic beast, not to be underestimated. Lei Hu didn't have the comprehensive thinking of Sinbad, but he did understand something, and more admiration was reflected in his gaze towards this young man. He even felt closer to him. How couldn't he feel close? After all, he had consumed Sinbad's blood, thus establishing a connection through bloodline. Although Sinbad understood what he thought, Lei Hu did not understand Sinbad's ideas. On top of Dragon Valley, within this vast and lonely plain, was the best place for Sinbad to practice large-scale magic or refine his martial arts. It wasn't impossible to train inside Dragon Valley, but it was to reduce damage. Guer didn't follow from inside Dragon Valley. He stayed behind to watch the children. Lair, on the other hand, came, though standing far away watching. Begin. At Lair's word, Guer immediately transformed into his beast form, unleashing his maximum attack output to suppress the opponent. He knew his spiritual force was less than Sinbad, so he did not waste time exerting useless pressure. Not breaking through to the 10th level of magical beasts, which corresponds to human grade 9, meant his domain was just barely touched. No one in a real battlefield would ask, "Are you ready? Summon your guardian beast." The match will start shortly. This type of dialogue doesn't exist in real battles. Sinbad certainly knew this too. Seeing Guer transform into his beast form rushing towards Sinbad at high speed, Sinbad hurriedly retreated, taking out a spirit-grade long knife from his space ring. Since learning about possessing divine dragon blood, there was no longer any limitation on the tools Sinbad used, and why not use them when cultivating combat energy? After all, one can't fight with bare fists using combat energy, right? Huer, as a thunder tiger, may not be able to fly like a thunder-flying tiger, but each of his shiny white furs carries astonishing electrical currents. If he comes into contact, it would result in extreme paralysis, making anyone slow down. A silver-purple aperture emerged, and out flew the adorable guardian beast. Regarding Sinbad's current choice to use subpar spirit weapons while refining his combat energy, the divine dragon guardian residing in his spiritual sea remained silent. A 10th-level magical beast truly represents formidable strength. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Just when Sinbad was 20 meters away, from Huer's huge mouth emerged lightning balls equivalent in size to Sinbad's dual double thunder fury spell. And each time, 3 were launched. Watching the whistling lightning balls hurtling through the air, Sinbad could only evade. With his guardian beast granting him a 50% speed boost, Sinbad narrowly dodged without relying on wind element magic. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he instantly sensed a dangerous aura from behind. Sinbad knew Huer had reached his back. Feeling smug, Huer suddenly noticed Sinbad accelerating further, dodging his strike with a sidestep, leaving Huer's massive tiger paw hitting empty air. But could Huer simply give up? Even as Sinbad managed to avoid Huer's tiger paw with an 80% speed increase, danger flickered and reappeared abruptly. Upon turning around, he realized the distance between them had expanded to 10 meters, yet Huer closed that gap in a single step. Bang! This time, Sinbad failed to apply that last 10% mobility speed enhancement in time and was sent flying with one powerful tiger slap. Sinbad tumbled like an arc, landing 20 meters away. When he struggled to his feet, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Despite this, Sinbad harbored no resentment toward Huer but immediately sat down cross-legged to meditate. The blow from Huer's massive tiger paw left him feeling as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. The reason Sinbad did not use the absolute barrier provided by his guardian beast was his fear that it might need time to recover or reduce its enhancement on him, which could affect his performance, so he chose not to use it. From today's battle, Sinbad deeply realized his insufficiency in combat energy. He hadn't even mastered how to accelerate using combat energy. Previously, he relied solely on magic, and even when practicing with combat energy, it was just running, not explosive acceleration. Although he wielded a spirit-grade weapon, Sinbad now understood how powerless he truly was. Unable to even land a single hit before being slapped away by Huer. A bitter smile surfaced on his face. Lord, take it. Layer held out a golden fruit resembling an apple, offering it to Sinbad. What is this? Sinbad asked, confused. It's the divine dragon holy fruit. Though it may not enhance your power, it shares the same origin as the blood in your veins. It can repair your body faster and strengthen it. Though you could do it yourself, this is quicker. This was given to me by that old man yesterday. There are many more. From now on, eat one each time you're injured. Hearing Layer's words, Huer's eyes gleamed green with interest. But knowing he couldn't distill any holy fruit wine from it, he could only sigh inwardly in resignation. Sinbad lightly bit into the holy fruit, instantly feeling a cool sensation coursing through his meridians. As he prepared to take another bite, the fruit had already shriveled into a dry peel. Seeing Layer nod approvingly, Sinbad understood that this was the nature of the holy fruit. This cooling sensation greatly alleviated his pain, making him feel completely at ease, even noticing all 6,000 pores on his body opening up. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Sinbad's originally calm expression turned intensely red as the coolness inside him gradually became scorching heat, akin to plunging into a sea of fire. After another cup of tea duration, his fiery red face turned pale with frost, and despite the blazing sunlight, a thin layer of ice formed on his hair, making it feel as though he'd fallen into an icy cave. This was the special effect of the holy fruit, fire and ice duality. Regardless of who ate it, they must endure 7 cycles of fire and ice transformation. Those with low strength would be unable to bear the power of the holy fruit. After the 7th cycle, Sinbad's breathing gradually steadied. Huer and Layer naturally knew that Sinbad could withstand the small holy fruit, yet Layer's face still showed concern akin to familial worry. As Sinbad entered meditation, reflecting on the dual extremes of fire and ice he had just endured, though unaware of its name, he distinctly felt that his bones and skin, having been subjected to the 2 extreme forces, had significantly improved and transformed. Chapter 83, 7 months to defeat Lei Hu. Huff, huff. In the first month, every time Sinbad was slammed away, he would eat a xuanhuan holy fruit to temper his skin and bones with the dual forces of ice and fire. Of course, each time, Huer always slammed Sinbad away without causing serious injury. In the second month, Sinbad clearly felt that his body, including his outer skin, did not improve as much as before. However, the meridians inside were expanding infinitely. Just like in the first month, Sinbad continued cultivating through being battered. This usage of fighting energy is released too gently. For the experts, my energy seems completely powerless. No. I must find a way suitable for myself to cultivate by differentiating it well. By the 3rd month, Sinbad could barely dodge Huer's attacks and was less prone to getting injured. This was because Sinbad had managed to use fighting energy in the same way magic was used, applying it to output combat techniques. Each time, Sinbad would make the fighting energy burst forth suddenly underfoot, forming a large spherical mass. It looked like Sinbart was stepping on a golden sphere, which, when fiercely assaulted by Huer, expelled fighting energy akin to fireworks that propelled Sinbart swiftly past Huer's attacks. But this method wasn't highly efficient either because Sinbart's fighting energy usage was insufficiently skillful, allowing him only a few hours of dodging before it was all spent. Though it was already impressive, it wasn't satisfactory to Sinbart, who knew he still couldn't retaliate against Huer's assault. He thought over his slightly darkened fighting energy with a touch of relief. In the 4th month, Sinbart became more proficient in dodging but still hadn't discovered a way to counterattack Huer effectively. Occasionally releasing streams of fighting energy onto Huer, seeing the latter's disdainful look, Sinbart felt disheartened. Zoom. Lei again increased his speed, chasing down Sinbart, when suddenly Sinbart's foot fighting energy erupted. Swish. This kid's progress is fast, alas. Now he can escape my attacks by using his fighting energy. Given time, I suppose I will be his target again. For now, though, let me pummel him back later. Watching Sinbart's surprising ability, Huer marveled deeply. Stop! Sinbart shouted loudly. Huer always understood this signal. Sinbart had run out of fighting energy. So Huer had no choice but to stop his hand regretfully. If all the fighting energy was concentrated into the long sword like its eruption from my feet, perhaps it might produce some effect. Tomorrow, I will give it a try. Though, using fighting energy in 2 parts of the body, I wonder how long I can endure this pressure. Every day Sinbart contemplated how to use and apply the technique until he developed methods suited to himself through countless trials, so Sinbart's power rose rapidly. Aimless cultivation does not compare with growth in battle. Each significant release, or extreme deployment of energy, left his internal reservoirs empty, and then they would recover, thus each recovery making the meridians in his body broader and wider than before, accommodating ever-increasing amounts of fighting energy or magical elements. The next day, roar. Huer roared, for today's Sinbart made it genuinely feel threatened. The danger came from the spiritual artifact longsword in Sinbart's hands, normally glowing with green light, yet at this moment it shone gold, also appearing significantly larger than usual. This was what Sinbart imagined the principle of a fighting energy explosion would be, injecting all his golden fighting energy into the sword, dyeing it entirely golden. It was his first attempt, but Sinbart's heart felt elated despite being uncertain if he could hurt Huer. Even sensing the imminent peril since Huer was a 10th level magical beast, still, Huer leaped forward as it always did. However, this time Huer actually reduced its size drastically, likely fearing the force of the attacking fighting energy. Zoom, zoom, zoom. With every approach of these thunderous glowing spheres, Sinbart realized that Huer had been growing stronger too. The lightning balls were emitted faster and seemed to be much larger than before. Of course, the strength gained by Huer wouldn't be as fearsome as Sinbart's. The light balls were slower than Huer's own speed, meaning that when they arrived, Huer was typically right behind them. Having been beaten many times before, Sinbart now easily evaded the attacks. At this moment, as Huer's massive tiger paw descended upon him, Sinbart advanced rather than retreated. The golden longsword swung at the tiger's paw. In an instant, the air slashed by the golden light seemed to crack, and a piercing golden light burst forth from the sword heading straight towards Huer's tiger paw. Immediately thereafter, another surge of golden light exploded under Sinbart's feet, stabilizing his forward momentum so that he could instantly retreat like a rocket flying backwards. Seeing the fierce golden fighting energy rushing toward its tiger paw, Huer also sensed the imminent danger. For the first time, Huer unleashed its full strength to evade this terrifying blow. Huer suddenly spun around in a jump, narrowly avoiding the attack, but seeing the bald spot near its tiger paw where the fur had been completely stripped away made it break out in a cold sweat. Huer realized that if the golden fighting energy had struck its paw, the cooked tiger paw would have been served for dinner tonight. However, Sinbart didn't look well either. After such a violent release of fighting energy, his face turned pale. Sinbart was astonished. Just with this one strike and retreat, half of his fighting energy had been consumed. And considering that Sinbart was nearing the power level of a sword emperor, it took only one slash to deplete half of his energy. Boom. Even though Huer dodged, the golden fighting energy surged forward like a crazed golden dragon. Upon colliding with the ground, it carved a trench 50 meters long, 4 meters wide, and over 2 meters deep, truly splitting mountains and dividing earth. Now neither Huer paid attention to its tiger paw nor did Sinbart contemplate his fighting energy any longer. Instead, Lei watched the fighting energy fly forward like a golden dragon. All three were astounded by this devastating attack. However, as the opponent, Huer trembled even more. If that slash had landed on itself, it wouldn't have died, but it surely would have lost a layer of skin. Huer muttered, "Freak." In the 7th month of using fighting energy, Sinbart had already mastered its application. After vigorous use of fighting energy, Sinbart faintly felt the breakthrough to the Sword Emperor level could happen at any moment. Of course, at this point, Sinbart's fighting energy usage wasn't like before when one attack would consume half. Although his overall fighting energy had increased, Sinbart now divided all of his energy into 10 portions to use, executing one attack followed by one retreat 10 times consecutively. 3 days ago, Cunning Huer became a caretaker after being gravely injured by Sinbart. It asked Lei for xuanhuan holy fruits and mixed Sinbart's blood into fine wine, enjoying life immensely. Of course, Sinbart knew it hadn't been badly hurt, but as the training partner for 7 months, Sinbart didn't care too much about it. Giving xuanhuan holy fruit was easy, but drawing Sinbart's blood was quite difficult. No matter how hard he tried with his spirit weapon longsword, He couldn't break his own skin. In the end, he had to use his long fingernails to cut himself. Even more frighteningly, once a drop of blood flowed out, it visibly healed right before everyone's eyes. Although this one drop of blood thrilled Huer beyond measure. Starting tomorrow, Simbart required Huer and Gur to practice together against him, not in a three-person group practice. Simbart had planned that only when his fighting energy truly reached the Sword Emperor level would he formally challenge their joint efforts. Chapter 84, The Sword Emperor. Night. The moonlight was bright, and Simbart stood on the broken cliff, his thoughts connecting with Lacey and Ivy who were thousands of miles away. Are they okay? Without my company, would Ivy cry? She sleeps curled up in my arms, sometimes with crystalline saliva at the corner of her mouth. Each time she smiles foolishly at me. Hee, I really miss her. Brother, don't spank me often, otherwise it won't look good later. I remember her pouting little mouth saying this to me, and at that time, I did love her dearly. Simbart thoughtfully recalled. I am the Empress, though the ruler of a nation, I am still a woman. Do you know that? Don't you truly detest me so much that you wouldn't even bother to support me? Recalling Lacey's tearful face back then, Simbart now felt an implicit pang in his heart. What are they doing now? Simbart let out a sigh looking up to the sky. In Lacey's palace in Timmel, Lacey sat before the vanity, dragging her alluring face as she gazed at the full moon in the clear night sky. Dragon, are you also looking at the moon in the sky like me? Dragon, do you know that I'm thinking about you? You're the Empress. You can get up yourself if you fall, or others could help you up. Recalling Simbart's first iciness, every time Lacey thought of this, two clear tears would slide down her face. Dragon, I love you. I will always wait for you here. Just remember, there is still a woman waiting for you in Timmel. Since entrusting the state to her uncle's assistance, her greatest mission has been missing Simbart, the man she cannot forget. In the princess quarters of the Dark Temple of the Luo Yun Empire. Brother, do you know? Our baby will be born in 2 months. Do you know whether it's a boy or a girl? Like you or me. Ivy's beautiful face remained as serene as ever, exuding the most magnificent maternal love in the world. Every time she thought that Simbart had left without bidding farewell, Ivy's tears would fall uncontrollably, and countless grievances crept into her heart. Brother, you must be thinking of me, right? Even though you don't know that you're about to become a father, but you definitely have some kind of sixth sense to think of me. Ivy comforted herself with mocking laughter. Watching his daughter from the shadows, Yinliang also harbored much hesitation in his heart. Time passed quickly, and under Simbart's unawareness, he had already become a father. However, this was already 5 months ago. At the beginning, Simbart was completely overpowered by his 2 uncles with no means of retaliation. Then gradually, he learned not to get beaten, yet winning was not as easy. Gol's heart was filled with frustration. Just as he was about to cross Simbart from behind, suddenly, Simbart jumped aside and crossed his legs into a meditative position. Gol knew immediately that Simbart was going to break through to the rank of the Sword Emperor. He saw the dark energy surrounding him thickening instantly. But when his powerful, high-speed claw struck down, it ended up striking empty space due to its own inertia, only to accidentally hit Huer, who was confusedly watching Simbart as well. Of course, Huer didn't fare well either. With Gol's neck colliding into Huer's chest, despite the speed being too fast to cause serious damage, it still caused some penetration and immense pain. Both magical beasts felt immensely frustrated, but there was nothing they could do about it. Actually, Simbart also realized that when Gol suddenly attacked, he felt his entire body's combat chi fiercely fluctuating, a sensation akin to breaking through barriers. Knowing this, Simbart understood. Each time he was about to break through, he felt similarly. And naturally, he was very certain. Instantaneously, Simbart's whole body was enveloped by black golden battle chi. Like a protective bubble around him, those energies were rotating at high speed, preventing anyone from seeing inside. Huer and Gol both transformed into their human forms, sitting cross-legged and healing the wounds inflicted earlier while assisting in protecting Simbart. Simbart currently felt every vein in his body in excruciating pain. There was no magic element within his meridians. They were filled solely with combat chi. The golden battle chi clashed continuously against the black battle chi, just like 2 teams constantly fighting against one another within his veins. Simbart's meridians had become a battlefield. Even by evening, Simbart did not awaken. Gol and Lei alternated positions, with Lei now beside Simbart. Suddenly, the golden light surged intensely throughout Simbart's body, shooting violently towards the sky in a bamboo-breaking momentum that reached new heights, ascending directly toward the horizon. The present situation clearly foretold Simbart becoming the Sword Emperor. Deep in the Dragon Valley, it seems my third brother's talent surpasses what I imagined. He became a Sword Emperor so quickly. The gold holy dragon, who had been squinting his eyes, suddenly stood up. Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times in succession, and it was clear from his face that he was also extremely pleased. At this moment, Huer and Lei, who were sitting cross-legged beside Simbart, were startled back numerous steps by his overwhelming momentum. They stared in awe at Simbart in the middle of the scene. Simbart's body was now devoid of any trace of golden battle chi. Under the bright moonlit sky, he was entirely enveloped by a layer of black battle chi, obscuring him from view. However, Huer and Lei could still see the spherical energy shield around him. Suddenly, within the shield, Simbart opened his eyes. The distinctive glint of gold in his eyes flashed momentarily before disappearing. Simbart could feel that the battle chi in his body had grown to an incredibly terrifying amount. If previously his battle chi was like a barrel of water, Then now it had become like a pool of water, multiplied many times over in geometric progression. His body was stretched taut as if on the verge of explosion by the battle chi coursing through his veins. His meridians would burst under the strain only to be repaired again by the divine dragon blood. Such pain had already numbed Sinbart, yet his meridians continued to expand astonishingly. Gradually, the battle chi inside Sinbart's body began to settle down. It was no longer as violent as before. Instead, a glossy jet-black battle chi now circulated quietly through his blood. Just like before, the battle chi slowly absorbed all types of magical elements from the surroundings. Though his meridians, which now acted as reservoirs for the battle chi, hadn't increased in their capacity to store magical elements, the volume of battle chi was indeed astounding. Even Sword Emperor Deslion would be surprised, because Sinbart's battle chi was exceedingly pure and vastly massive, a level most people couldn't fathom. Yet, with divine dragon blood coursing through his veins, Sinbart understood perfectly well. All of this owed to the reconstruction capability of divine dragon blood, revealing just how terrifying the essence of a divine creature truly was. Gradually, the battle chi around Sinbart dissipated, and his presence became soft, elegant, and subdued, without a trace of the ferocious aura. As though returning to simplicity, this was Sinbart after being remodeled by divine dragon blood. At this moment, he seemed as pure as a common person who knew nothing of martial arts or magic, embodying utter innocence. Chapter 85, Revisiting Magic. For 3 days, Sinbart's mood had been exceptionally high. His Do Chi, martial essence, had reached the Sword Emperor level, which meant he was one step closer to his goal. Moreover, he felt one step closer to reuniting with his beloved ones. Of course, ever since his Do Chi reached the Sword Emperor level, Sinbart could feel that his connection with the earth and sky seemed much stronger. What Sinbart didn't realize was that, in terms of cultivation, he had only just reached the Shantian, innate, realm. However, reaching this innate stage meant his own strength had become terrifyingly powerful. And with the breakthrough into the innate realm, Sinbart became even more formidable, with his affinity for magic advancing to another level. It could be said that Sinbart would find it even easier to cultivate magic. Of course, throughout the Divine Dragon continent, there were basically no individuals like him, so those who understood these things were few and far between. Though one might say that Beast God Sanglong and Hammer King Buelo Ding could comprehend some aspects, they understood far less, because Hammer King Buelo Ding focused primarily on strength, while Beast God Sanglong combined physical prowess with magic. Thus, what Layer saw in Sinbart, the elegant demeanor of a Rogudash, lithe martial cultivator, as well as other noble qualities, was due to his not yet having broken through the bottleneck of the innate stage. Furthermore, thanks to possessing divine dragon blood, Sinbart was far more refined than someone like Huer. Having reached the Sword Emperor level, Sinbart did not rush into further cultivation. He focused on consolidating his new powers. Without proper consolidation, the backlash from unsteady forces could cause great harm. Another reason was to quietly miss the two loves hidden in his heart. The next day, Sinbart embarked on his journey of trial once more. However, today, Sinbart did not practice with anyone but instead sat cross-legged, calmly reviewing the magic he learned at the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. There were many spells that Sinbart hadn't used before, and now, he intended to develop his own style by combining his most effective spells into a personalized fighting approach. There were many kinds of magic, but not all could be applied. So, Sinbart carefully picked them. In wind magic, we have Wind's Soaring, Wind's Whisper, Wind's Binding, Wild Wind Dance. These are essential skills to use. Wind's Soaring is good for casting other elemental spells while airborne. Wind's Whisper serves for communication. Wind's Binding is an extremely useful binding magic, and Wild Wind Dance is a large-scale group attack magic. These four are necessary. In water magic, Water Curtain Heaven Grace functions similarly to Earth Wall Guard in soil magic, except Water Curtain Heaven Grace defends individually before using absolute barriers. The Source of Life saves lives and heals wounds. It is a necessary healing magic. Oh, and let's not forget Shadow Clone and Mirror Source, both of which are quite useful. Mirror Source uses water elements to create a mirror-like duplicate of myself. Shadow Clone, on the other hand, creates a false image of me out of water elements, although the false image cannot move. In Earth magic, we have Earth Wall Guard, Gravity Spike, Hellcrack. These three are excellent. In fire magic, we have Magus Fiery Blaze, Burning Dragon, Night Rainbow, Meteor Fire Rain, all very good. In thunder magic, Dual Thunder Fury, Hell Lightning, 10-Directional Thunder Group, Black Thunder Web. These can also be employed. Sinbart lightly organized the contents of his mind and realized he still had several usable spells that he had previously overlooked, such as the Shadow Clone, a spell of great quality he never got around to using. Preparation, contemplation, rehearsal, none of these steps could be skipped. If your mastery of magical skills isn't accurate down to the second, you may very well die within the next second. From initiation, focus, and build-up, Sinbart sat by the stream, slowly practicing each spell. Larger-scale magics he tested in the plains above the Dragon Valley. Only with such precision could he create a better set of combat techniques suited to himself. Because tomorrow, he would utilize Fuju, assistance, from his Uchi and lead the magic in battle against Huer, Layer, and Guer's combined forces, or else he would suffer. After a full day of fine-tuning and practice, Sinbart gradually found the right methods and developed an improved combination of spells. Through his own trials, Sinbart felt it was working pretty well, though the only thing missing was a decent weapon. It wasn't that Sinbart hadn't rummaged through his spatial ring. The best he could find was merely a faintly yellow light-emitting ghost artifact, which was essentially useless for his current abilities. Perhaps not using it at all would reduce discomfort when casting spells. At night, everyone sat around the campfire. No one had seen Sinbart's cultivation, and Sunbart hadn't seen anyone else's either. But every evening, people occasionally gathered to discuss matters to enhance their progress in cultivation. After dinner, Sunbart informed the three uncles about his cultivation plan for the next day. In fact, Sunbart had been setting a schedule for himself all along. When to cultivate what, and when to do what were all part of the curriculum Sunbart set for himself, preparing for his future growth and strength. Clearly, Layer and the other two nodded in agreement. Sunbart's growth made Layer particularly happy, since he was her master. When the master grows stronger, how could the servant not be pleased? The night passed without incident. In the early morning, as the mist swirled around Dragon Valley, Sunbart gradually got used to it. This was a daily feature, neither disliking nor tiring of it, because Sunbart was constantly striving to enhance his abilities. After breakfast, Sunbart and Layer, one human, three beasts, ran towards the top of Dragon Valley. The side of Dragon Valley would be watched over by Saruda. Saruda always felt immense joy at Sunbart's growth, for they were brothers. Sunbart stood ready as Layer and the others transformed into their beast forms, surrounding him in a triangular pattern. Sunbart couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, this was his first time battling three magic beasts, two of which were level 9, one being level 10. Though Layer was level 9, she also possessed a divine artifact horseshoe ring, making her equivalent to a level 10 beast. Even so, the two level 9 magic beasts were both mutant variants. For this reason, Sunbart summoned his guardian beast since it was his first attempt, and Layer and the others didn't have anything to say about it. Instantly, lightning balls spun around Sunbart, for no smaller than dual Thunder Fury spheres revolving around him, forming a protective shield of electricity. As soon as Sunbart formed his first Thunderball, everyone moved at once. Layer flew high into the air, Huer emitted her Thunder Sphere and simultaneously pounced towards Sunbart, while Guer served as the distractor. Though Guer's wind blades posed little threat to Sunbart, the occasional claw strike disrupted his focus and slowed down his spellcasting. Seeing Huer and Guer coming together without even flinching at the Thunderballs, light circles erupted from under Sunbart's feet, lifting him into the air with winds soaring, a wind magic that let him evade two enemies at once. Then, the flame on Sunbart's left hand blazed fiercely, coalescing into a massive fireball. Transforming into a dragon, it shot toward Layer in the sky. This was none other than the fire magic skill Burning Dragon. After launching the fire dragon with his left hand, Sunbart did not stop there, as white light also illuminated his right hand. Chapter 86. Overcoming Three Magic Beasts, Part 1. Sunbart's right hand was completely surrounded by lightning elements, and the sphere of thunderlight on his fist slowly grew larger. Originally two spheres gradually merged into one, this being Sunbart's dual Thunder Fury executed with a single hand. But even though the two spheres combined into one, it was still quite large, at least reaching half the height of Sunbart's body. The crackling sound continued, as Sunbart seemed to be playing around, Burning Dragon in his left hand, and dual Thunder Fury in his right. However, such divided attention was still managed under Sunbart's own pressure. Whoosh. After expanding to a certain degree, the dual Thunder Fury roared towards Hor. Such a dual Thunder Fury would still be ineffective against Gore because of his great speed. So, the Thunderlight Sphere was more useful against Hor. What attacked Sunbart was just Gore's Windblade, while Hor's Thunderlight Sphere merely flew horizontally across the ground. Lei, however, hadn't yet made an attack. The only one who was free to do so was Gore. Gore had not intended for his Windblades to cause any destruction to Sunbart. He just wanted to slow down Sunbart's release speed. However, seeing that the Thunderlight Sphere gradually expanded and darted toward Hor, Gore underestimated Sunbart's release speed after his year of cultivation. The Burning Dragon roared out, and Lei, who had been alert, naturally found it easy to dodge. Yet the fiery heat emanating from the fire dragon flying past his side almost scorched his fur. Roar! Lei roared in anger, a Thunderlight Sphere forming on his mouth, which was also enveloped in a fireball. This fire-encased electric sphere was large. All Sunbart could do was use wind flight, which allowed him to only fly straight up and down, making dodging this massive thunder sphere rather difficult. Hor sidestepped. Then he used his own Thunderlight Sphere on Sunbart similarly, since being on the ground meant that even with his jump height, he could not reach Sunbart's towering body over 20 meters tall, thus reducing himself to the role of a caster. Meanwhile, Gore was strategizing on the ground, knowing how hard it was for earthbound warriors to injure a flying wizard. As Sunbart observed Lei releasing the Thunderlight Sphere, a powerful burst of wind elements surged again, lifting him higher. Moving downward wasn't an option, as there were two advanced magic beasts below, ready to seize the opportunity to block his path. With a rugged shout, Sunbart managed to elevate his position once more, but only slightly, before realizing he couldn't ascend further. Seeing those thunder spheres could possibly harm his lower body area, Sunbart took a bold test, using wind blade magic from his legs. Just when Lei noticed his small master unable to resist, Sunbart started delivering several wind blades by kicking with his legs, surprising Lei greatly. Then, Sunbart's wind blades split Lei's thunder sphere in half, sending them flying past Sunbart's sides. Gore, who had been contemplating strategies below all along, upon seeing Sunbart's unexpected move, felt that his plan might actually work. He quickly sprinted to Hor and explained his idea, which Hor approved with a nod. As soon as Sunbart evaded, looking down and expecting to mock Hor's jump, he saw Gore, using his greater leap compared to Hor, stepping onto Hore's back midair. Not good. An aerial leap. Although Gore originally couldn't gain more lift in the air, thanks to Hore giving him a boost, Gore managed to leap even higher from over 10 meters, targeting Simbart airborne above. When Simbart attempted to stop him with magic, behind him, he distinctly sensed Lei unleashing his thunder sphere, as well as Hore casting a sphere from the ground aimed at him. At that moment, Simbart felt flustered, realizing that beating 3 high-level magic beasts together wouldn't be easy. Still, Simbart absolutely couldn't let Gore claw him. Using his body to resist Hore's sphere from below, and lowering his flight altitude by 3 meters to narrowly evade Lei's light sphere, he faced Gore's claws approaching. Simbart then used double Thunder Fury with both hands. Though these spheres didn't inflict too much damage on Gore, they did have side effects, paralysis, and slowing. Immediately after Simbart finished releasing his technique, Hore's Thunder Sphere slammed into him. A numbness instantly swept through his entire body. Gore fell downwards, but when he reached a certain point, Hore jumped again, allowing Gore another boost towards Simbart, filling Simbart with urgency. Bang! Simbart didn't block Lei's Thunderlight Sphere and unleashed another dual Thunder Fury towards Gore, getting hit again. By now, Simbart had already felt that his body was starting to disobey him, numbed in many parts. Seeing no better option, Simbart abandoned the plan for aerial combat, jumped down to the ground, and fully released the wind elements within his body. With a sudden burst of Black Do Chi, martial, energy, he sprang forward as if he were a rocket launching skyward. Spotting Simbart on the ground, Gore happily grinned. Hore too did not give up, rushing forward abruptly in hopes that even if he couldn't injure Simbart, he could at least provide some obstruction. Lei, on the other hand, stood directly in Simbart's sprinting path, hurling one after another fiery thunder spheres towards Simbart. Although Gore did not have any divine weapon, for Simbart, who had already increased his speed by 50% through the aid of summoned beasts, it seemed as if Gore's pace never got left behind, but instead, slowly closed the gap. After all, Gore was an exceptional agility class magical beast. Half an hour later, Simbart's long robe was torn apart and tattered, his breathing heavy. Sweat, which hadn't appeared on his face for a very long time, now covered his whole face. Using his utmost support magic to hold off the combined forces of the 3 high-level magic beasts, within this hour, Simbart had exceeded Lei, Gore, and Hore's expectations. If not for Simbart's splendidly varied spells, he would have fallen a long time ago. As for Lei, Gore, and Hore, Simbart's endlessly creative and brilliant magics were driving them mad. None of them had ever faced such a troublesome opponent before, though they also admired him greatly. If each of them had fought Simbart alone, none would have been able to defeat him. In the over a year since, Simbart had grown from 20 years old to now 22. Under the intense training regimen, his spiritual force recovery rate became frightening. However, because his uncles also needed rest, they could only spar once a day. The rest of the time, Simbart practiced by himself, releasing spells and recovering. These two simplest things, Simbart continued to repeat endlessly. Chapter 87. Overcoming 3 Demon Beasts, Part 2. In the midst of his training, time seemed to flow like water, and before they knew it, a year was almost up. During the first month, Sunbat always struggled hard, but showed growth that shocked Layer and the other two. Every time, it seemed like Sunbat had something new or modified combat techniques. In the second month, facing Sinbat's endless array of combat magic, Layer and the others felt more headaches, but they managed to counter all of them. However, Sinbat's ability to endure seemed to last longer. From the 3rd to the 6th month, with a dramatic increase in spirit energy, Sinbat surprisingly managed to use his wind restriction to immobilize Gur, who was both the most agile and weakest among them for some time. This made Sinbat extremely delighted, but Layer and the others began to feel uneasy. From the 7th month until today, Sinbat terrifyingly could hold against their combined attacks, even though he appeared disoriented like the first time. This time, it was Layer and the others who were struggling. Today, Sinbat took an oath. Right here, he would overcome the combined powers of the 3 demon beast uncles, even though Layer and the others weren't too happy about it. But how could they argue when Sinbat's strength grew so rapidly? Just as they did in the past, the 4 had already taken on the same formation they had used a year ago, forming a pin-shaped encirclement around Sinbat. But this time, instead of flying upward, Sinbat leapt explosively into the air, using his explosive fighting spirit, breaking out of their encirclement for the first time ever. Then, with movement increased by 50%, he linked this with high-power wind magic outputs. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Now, only one person remained behind Sinbat, Gur. Only Gur's speed was barely comparable to Sinbat. Sinbat continued his charge without turning back, and then hurled several double thunder rages. Under Gur's evasive side steps, Huer and Layer also charged toward him with a roar. Naturally, Huer was on the ground, while Layer hovered in the sky. The 2 beasts hurled lightning balls towards Sinbat one after another. However, at this moment, something astonishing happened. Sinbat ran in an S-shaped route, dodging these lightning balls effortlessly. Even Gur became sluggish trying to follow Sinbat's S-path. If Layer and Gur carefully reflected, they might remember Sinbat's running technique when he fought the 3-headed dog entering the Dragon Valley. But now, none of them remembered it. Boom. Again, lifted by a blast of fighting spirit, Sinbat cast the winds of soaring, making himself seem suspended in midair. Facing the charging Layer, he unleashed the Burning Dragon. With Layer's rapid strike and Sinbat's dexterous moves, Layer immediately realized that he couldn't dodge the Burning Dragon. Pang! Even with Layer spinning sharply around and shielding himself with fire magic, his bright and gorgeous fur still turned scorched and smoky. Throughout the previous year of practice between the four, the cooperation between Layer and the other two wasn't just normal, it was exceptional. They expected today to make their young master feel some discomfort, yet they never thought their young master would be the one giving them trouble. Layer could only feel powerless. Seeing such nimble actions from Sunbat, even Gur, who was known for agility, was astonished. Gur muttered inwardly, "At least it's not me being hit, otherwise my fur." Under such unexpected maneuvers by Sunbat, they were momentarily stunned. In a battle between masters, even a slight lapse in focus could cause enormous errors. Instantly, Sunbat used his legs to launch multiple wind blades towards Gur, while moving swiftly towards Gur. Sunbat thought he'd defeat them one by one, using wind against wind, lightning against lightning. The number of wind blades Gur could generate was nowhere near Sinbat's quantity, nor were the lightning balls Gur produced close to his. As Layer mourned over his burnt fur, Sunbat decided to eliminate this auxiliary flying demon beast first so that it wouldn't use lightning magic to obstruct him. That way, dealing with Gur and Gur would be much simpler. Gur focused on the wind blades heading his way, Gur concentrated on the incoming lightning balls aimed at him, and Layer lamented his own singed fur. None of them noticed that Sinbat's hands were gathering power for a supersized lightning ball, aimed directly at Layer. Whoosh! A huge, dazzling lightning ball shot directly at Layer. How could Layer, lost in thoughts about his damaged fur, know that a super lightning ball was coming his way? Pang! Layer flew off like a big bird in an arc toward the sky. Right after clearing their respective wind blades and lightning balls, Gur and Gur heard the sound and looked at Layer. Seeing this, both demon beasts opened their giant mouths wide, unable to close them. "We've been tricked," Gur said, clearly upset, while Gur helplessly scratched its head. Though Gur understood what happened, with Sunbat unleashing so many unpredictable spells throughout the year, hadn't they already suffered enough? Because Layer frequently drew Sinbat's blood and sometimes ate divine dragon sacred fruits, his severe injuries could be healed, but participating in group attacks within a short time was impossible. Sunbat secretly rejoiced in his heart. The next moment, Sunbat approached an enraged Gur. Sunbat understood Gur's temper, extremely quick to anger, and once angry, easily irrational. Without hesitation, Sunbat used shadow clones. Normally, when using water element magic shadow clones, only 2 would appear, but with the boost from his guardian beast, magic doubled. Thus, at this moment, there were 4 Sunbats around him. In his rage, Gur believed all 4 were real. Of course, there was bound to be one real one, but 3 of them were false. When Sunbat attacked Gur, Gur also moved, swiftly darting toward him. Gur's tiger paw fiercely slammed down, only for him to realize instantly that what he hit was not a person but a soft, empty void followed by a layer of hard gas-like substance. As Gur made his move, Sunbat naturally knew. When Gur's tiger paw struck down, Sunbat used his water magic mirror image source. However, he didn't retreat afterward and immediately followed up with water magic water curtain celestial elegance to block Gur's power attack. He knew that after Gur had finished striking once, he would surely feel he hadn't hit anything, and thus many of his forces would be pulled back. This meant when it came in contact with the water curtain celestial elegance, much of Gur's strength would dissipate. Sunbat thought through this perfectly. The connections in his magic flow were precise, without a single gap. Thus, all aspects of the battle were firmly under Sinbat's control. When Gur retracted his tiger paw, both of Sinbat's hands thrust forward suddenly, each releasing a burning dragon directly toward Gur. These dragons were prepared while Gur was attacking the 3 fake versions of himself. Before, Sunbat would use lightning magic with one hand and fire magic with the other. Now, with both hands wielding dual fire dragons. As the twin fire dragons rapidly darted toward Gur from behind, they surprisingly mutated, merging into one larger fire dragon, crashing into Gur. Just like Layer before, Gur howled as he flew off. At this point, Gur's eyes no longer carried a look of fury because he knew they had lost this battle. Seeing Gur flying away again, just like Layer, Gur's fighting spirit dissipated quietly. With a swift leap to the side, Gur smiled cheerfully at Sunbat. He certainly didn't want his pristine white fur to gain some extra coloring. Sunbat looked at these 3 uncles who trained with him and felt deeply indebted, since their defeats under his hands weren't few due to sparring. Nevertheless, Sunbat still rejoiced over his perfect control over this combat sequence. Finally, in just 1 year's time, he had broken the combined efforts of these 3 advanced magical beasts. With a long cry, Sunbat laughed and said, "Let's go, uncles. Today, we drink until we're drunk." Gur then snorted, "Your blood? Even 5 gene leaders wouldn't make me tipsy." This elicited a roar of laughter from 1 man and 2 beasts. Chapter 88. The Golden Holy Dragon. Dragon Valley. The fragrance of wines spread wantonly, mingling with the savory aroma of meat. More than 10 people sat around a bonfire, their soft laughter echoing continuously. It was as if even the full moon in the vast sky above had been painted vividly, and the starlight shone for miles. But Sunbat did not know that far away, 1,000 miles distant. "Mommy, does Daddy not like baby? You said Daddy would come see us soon, so why hasn't he come yet?" A child, barely over 2 years old, struggled to climb onto the lap of an elegant and refined noblewoman. The woman looked at her son, her face full of affection, extending her arm like a lotus stem to cradle the chubby-cheeked child into her embrace. Every time she heard her child talk this way, her thoughts drifted to someone 1,000 miles away. "Brother, are you doing all right? Our son is already 2 years old now, but he has never seen his own father. Do you even know you have such a lovely child? 2 streams of clear tears silently slid down her sorrowful face. This was Simbat's beloved wife, Evier, and their son whom Simbat had yet to meet. Mommy, why are you crying? Baby will wipe your tears away. Is it because baby wasn't good and made mommy angry? Baby will kiss you better. Evier's tiny child twisted uncomfortably in her arms, reaching little hands to gently wipe away the tears on her exquisite face. Every time she saw her son being so thoughtful, Evier's first instinct was still to cry. The boy reminded her so much of Simbat. Only by looking at her own son could she know her yearning into the tender care of this obedient child. Don't worry, mommy's fine. Mommy misses daddy too, but daddy will be back soon. Daddy will definitely love baby very much. Baby should study well with grandpa, and then grow up to become a hero just like daddy, alright? Evier allowed her son to wipe the tears from her powdered cheeks, lightly kissing the round, chubby face as she spoke with affection. The reason Evier called the child baby was mainly because the baby didn't have a name yet, and she waited for Simbat to return to give their son a name. She believed her man would return safely to reunite with them both. Meanwhile, Simbat, laughing in the wind, only thought of his 2 loves. How could he know that he was already a father? An uneventful night passed. The next day, Simbat couldn't figure out how to practice anymore, so he set off towards the depths of the Dragon Valley. He didn't know why King Bolo Ding insisted that he must transform his martial chi into the level of Sword Emperor or elevate his magic skills to Mage Emperor, but attaining the level of Mage Emperor wasn't easy. Thus, he went deeper into the Dragon Valley. With 3 commanding generals by his side, it seemed that some surrounding beasts wouldn't dare approach. Deep within the Dragon Valley, what met Simbat's eyes startled him completely. Deep inside the Dragon Valley was like an entire small city bustling with life, where vendors called out tirelessly to attract buyers. However, from outside, all these scenes were hidden behind towering trees whose lush branches blocked everything from sight. Simbat was speechless. Master, I felt exactly the same way when I first arrived here, utterly amazed. But this is simply how Dragon Valley is. In Dragon Valley, there are many 8th-grade monsters who live here quite normally, just like people do. If they all retained their true forms, the enormous bodies might not fit inside. Moreover, everyone thinks Dragon Valley has only one entrance, which is false. Otherwise, where would these monsters get their human alcohol and the meat of lower-grade monsters, all of which are brought from outside? Seeing Simbat's astonishment, Real calmly explained to him. These are actually the descendants of Beast God Your Majesty, some general's offspring staying here, serving His Majesty's decree while waiting for the next divine dragon heir. Yes, you. We will spare no effort in fully supporting you to unify the divine dragon continent. These words were spoken by the robust Lei Hu, aka Huer. Most of the monsters here range from 8th grade to 9th grade. Monsters below 8th grade cannot enter this area, as Real said. Those without transformation abilities have overly large true forms, which explains why only those in the outer regions and middle sections remain. Simbat nodded slightly. Beneath the mighty trees, after several turns, they finally reached the territory of Old Man Huer spoke of. The Golden Holy Dragon, the sole existence in Dragon Valley surpassing the 10th level monster. As Simbat looked up, he saw that the currently transformed Golden Holy Dragon was a bald, muscular man sitting in a wooden vine chair, slowly sipping a glass of wine. Looking at the gleaming eyes of Huer, Simbat didn't need to think twice. He knew the cup surely contained sacred fruit wine. Old Sir, this is the person King Hammer ordered us to bring. We've completed our mission, and now we'll hand him over to you. Huer originally wanted to call him Old Geezer, but upon realizing it was to the real person he was speaking, quickly corrected himself and smiled awkwardly. The Golden Holy Dragon appeared as if he hadn't heard. However, his sharp gaze gave a quick once-over to Huer, causing him to tremble slightly under the weight of that one glance. We'll take our leave. You're busy, master. Lei Huer didn't want to displease, preferring to slip away hastily, his feet seemingly greased as he retreated in a hurry. Seeing the 10th level monster Huer react this way, like a rat encountering a cat, Simbat couldn't help but feel amused inside. Lei and Gore also bid their farewells. Hee, I wouldn't have thought that your natural talent is so high, becoming a sword emperor in such a short time, and even defeating the 3 commanding generals combined. Impressive. Very impressive. The Golden Holy Dragon appeared gentle in tone, yet in the final 4 words, Simbat clearly sensed the mingling of an aura. Yes. It was the aura, beyond human 9th grade and the 10th grade beast kingdom. The elder overpraises me. It's mainly due to the favor of the dragon god's blood that grants me this strength. Simbat responded modestly. Young man, there's no need for humility. Even with the dragon god's blood, not everyone can obtain it. It's not by chance, but your innate nature. Hence, the dragon god's blood chose you. Even though it selected you, it merely gave you a better cultivation condition. Without your diligence and hard work, what use would it be? Though the Golden Holy Dragon spoke lightly as usual, the praise within his tone did not diminish. However, you must continue striving. Currently, regarding your magic realm, what you lack isn't spirit force, nor is it elemental affinity. What you lack is insight. Most people experience 1 or at most 2 kinds of magical insights. But for you, 5 kinds of magical insights are necessary to reach the ultimate way. Nonetheless, before that, I still need to test your current strength. If you cannot pass, then King Hammer will remain inaccessible to you. The Golden Holy Dragon's tone remained tranquil. Despite numerous questions brewing in Simbat's heart, he refrained from asking them, as he knew these people were aiding him, not harming him. The look the Golden Holy Dragon cast towards Simbat was undoubtedly appreciative. He had often secretly watched from afar as Sinbad firmly trained himself, growing increasingly impressed with this third inheritor of the dragon god lineage, not only because of his unwavering determination, but also because of his relentless effort. Under the guidance of the Golden Holy Dragon, they arrived at the second exit of the Dragon Valley, quickly ascending to the xuanhuan plains above. Chapter 89. Battle against the Golden Holy Dragon. Upon the Dragon Valley Wilderness. What is the Golden Holy Dragon? The Golden Holy Dragon can be regarded as the embodiment of strength and powerful physicality. An explosion of power and momentum from its entire body pressed down on Sinbad, making him feel as if he were facing an immovable mountain, leaving him breathless. Sinbad knew that, although he might not be as strong as the Dark Pope Aryan, he was certainly much more powerful than the Sand Hydra Lord he had encountered before. Feeling the overwhelming momentum, Sinbad understood. This is interesting. This boy's mental power actually surpasses mine. It seems my domain has little effect on him. Indeed, those chosen by divine dragons should never be underestimated. The Golden Holy Dragon instantly assessed how much mental power Sinbad possessed after probing with its domain. Unable to withstand the Golden Holy Dragon's aura, Sinbad abruptly unleashed his own pressure, hoping to alleviate some of the stress. Just as it was released, Sinbad noticed the Golden Holy Dragon's face darken momentarily, a detail which did not escape Sinbad's sharp eyes. Although they are both dragons, divine dragons and Golden Holy Dragons are different. Sinbad's pressure turned out to counteract the Golden Holy Dragon's domain, a surprise even to the Golden Holy Dragon itself, who didn't expect Sinbad to possess such a capacity. After all, this type of pressure usually belongs only to magical beasts. In reality, this pressure came from the mutation of Sinbad's guardian beast, but carried traces of divine dragon blood within it, thus blending with some characteristics of a divine dragon's pressure. Instantly, Sinbad felt his breathing became more even. Then his earth-grade magical beast erupted from behind him, releasing a bright purple glow. Even though the Golden Holy Dragon's domain was broken, years of cultivation ensured it still held significant power. The Golden Holy Dragon threw an extremely fast punch, and in seeing the air around its fist explode like fireworks, a force resembling a drill was formed. With its full power training, it displayed its formidable strength in just one move. Sinbad naturally knew better than to take it head-on. Doing so would lead to either death or severe injury, a risk he wouldn't dare take. Once again, black combat chi surged, propelling Sinbad high into the sky like a great bird. At this moment, burning dragons of energy had already been gathered in both hands, preparing for a strike against the Golden Holy Dragon. The Golden Holy Dragon seemed to know exactly what Sinbad would do next. In fact, what Sinbad did not realize was that the Golden Holy Dragon had watched him train countless times, and therefore fully understood his tactics. The existence that surpassed level 10 was bound to be terrifying. Allowing himself to be scorched by the burning dragon, the Golden Holy Dragon appeared completely unaffected, merely showing a hint of disdain with a smirk. Suddenly, it began spinning violently on the ground, gathering its entire strength with each punch. Its form disappeared entirely during the spin, indeed becoming invisible. As the Golden Holy Dragon spun ferociously, strong winds swept across the land, carrying rocks and dust up into the air, forming a howling typhoon-like cyclone. While Sinbad was closely observing, he saw a current of energy resembling a dragon's head shoot out from the typhoon toward him. Yet, the Golden Holy Dragon stood afar, watching leisurely as if playing a game. Sinbad, seeing the rapidly approaching torrent of energy, realized there was no way to evade it. Its speed was comparable to that of GOL. At once, the Earth-grade guardian beast behind Sinbad lit up with a brilliant gaze as he activated its absolute barrier. Frightening. The power beyond level 10 is truly like this. I don't even know how much strength the Golden Holy Dragon has exerted. Sinbad was deeply shocked. Keep in mind, at this point, the Golden Holy Dragon wasn't even using its true form, so it couldn't unleash all of its power. Moreover, being a Golden Holy Dragon meant specializing in both strength and defense. Boom. When the energy collided with the absolute barrier of the Earth-grade guardian beast, Sinbad could feel that while the barrier hadn't shattered, it was now trembling slightly. In that instant, Sinbad felt like he had been swallowed by the whole surge of energy, while the Golden Holy Dragon crossed its arms and observed. Its opinion of Sinbad elevated significantly. In the absence of any divine artifacts, this boy has resisted 80% of my strength. Not bad. However, when will his magic break through? The Golden Holy Dragon stroked its hairless chin in approval. Gradually, the torrent of energy dissipated, revealing Sinbad's figure. Just one punch, one charged solely with energy, managed to merge with the absolute barrier, completely exhausting most of Sinbad's combat chi. If Sinbad dared not think about it further, the Dark Pope could break his absolute barrier with one move because of the full-body divine artifacts, but there was no way the Dark Pope could compare to a Golden Holy Dragon, which itself was strength-oriented. And the Golden Holy Dragon had only used 80% of its power, indicating Sinbad's overall improvement was indeed significant. If the opponent were the Dark Pope now, perhaps Sinbad wouldn't be so troubled. This wasn't to say that the Dark Pope, fully equipped with divine artifacts, was inferior to the Golden Holy Dragon, but rather that the inherent power of the Golden Holy Dragon was just too formidable. Every part of the body's divine artifacts augmented different effects: movement speed, casting speed, defense, strength. The effects of the divine artifacts were numerous and not solely focused on augmenting strength. Sinbad sat cross-legged to restore his combat chi and reflected on where he had failed. Good. Your strength is already commendable, but what you lack now is enlightenment. Though you've just become an Emperor Swordmaster, you must understand that even at the same rank of Emperor Swordmaster, there are still vast differences in power or ability without the aid of divine artifacts. What you currently lack is enlightenment. In fact, the 9th level for humans and the 10th level for beasts. These merely signify the innate realm. Beyond the innate realm lies the levels of earthly immortal, demigod, subdeity, and deity. It's incredibly difficult to ascend these 4 levels. The venerable divine dragon of old was already at the deity level. The golden holy dragon spoke calmly, but to Senbait, it sounded like an explosion. He had never heard anyone speak of such things before. A mix of shock, astonishment, and surprise all appeared on Senbait's face at once. Young man, you're far from ready. Once your magic has been fully comprehended and you've reached the innate stage, you'll then realize how hard it is to reach our levels as earthly immortals. Of course, you, little monster, might find it a bit easier. The golden holy dragon said nothing more and directly turned around, flying into the Dragon Valley. Hearing the golden holy dragon's words, Senbait remained dazed. Today's conversation had greatly stirred something within him. Enlightenment? What exactly is enlightenment? How does one achieve enlightenment? And how is it done? Senbait felt truly lost at this point. If not for the golden holy dragon knowing these things, even the Dark Pope likely wouldn't know about them if he had reached the earthly immortal stage. Otherwise, why hadn't he mentioned them to Senbait? Senbait knew pondering this now would be premature, and it was better to inquire again after his combat chi was fully restored. That would make sense. This kid is surely confused right now. Let him think about it himself. When he can't figure it out, naturally, he'll ask me, thought the golden holy dragon as he settled back onto the wooden vines, sipping his holy fruit wine with a smile. Who? After half a day, Senbait had recovered almost completely. Still unable to comprehend, he sprang up and rushed toward the Dragon Valley. He had to ask clearly, how does one achieve enlightenment? And what do earthly immortals, demigods, subdeities, and deities really represent? Chapter 90. The Conspiracy of the Holy Light Temple. Dragon Valley. Simbart stood lightly next to the golden holy dragon, waiting for its reply. After breaking through to the innate level, one needs to perceive other principles in the universe. Strength has its own principles, and each magical element also follows its own laws. Let me give you a simple example. Wind represents freedom. This is the rule of wind. However, this is my personal understanding, which might not necessarily be yours. The golden holy dragon gently sipped on some holy fruit wine and said, wind represents freedom? The embodiment of freedom? Simbart seemed puzzled. Of course, this is my interpretation. Then, after mastering the characteristics of wind, I circulate power and harmony, so I could use that kind of strength just now. These are things I can tell you, but your own enlightenment still depends on yourself. After hearing the words of the golden holy dragon, Simbart seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, he didn't seem to fully grasp it. As for demigods, subgods, lesser gods, and gods, these statuses come from how much you've perceived, enhancing your strength little by little. Most importantly, once you perceive them, a domain follows accordingly, and your domain exists within your own understanding. You should ponder slowly. Simbart immediately crossed his legs and sat down, thinking about the guidance given by the golden holy dragon, wind as the embodiment of freedom. The Holy Light Temple. The Pope of the Holy Light sat upon his highest golden throne. Beneath him stood several elderly men. My lord, regarding the control of the Spartak kingdom, we've almost reached the end. But Barth may continue working with the second elder, though I think the time needed shouldn't be too long, said an old man with a chivalrous demeanor. Elder, you've worked hard, but I heard that the old man from the Dark Temple has grown close to the Dimer kingdom. Do any of our elders know about this? My lord, I might know a little bit. Elder 3, there's no need for modesty. Share whatever you know. It's better than our knowing nothing at all. Despite the apparent gentleness of the Holy Light Pope at this moment, those standing around him knew he was cruel and ruthless. I received reports indicating that it seems the Empress of the Dimer Kingdom chose a husband, meeting a man called Long who emerged victorious. Afterwards, the Kurt Prince was killed. Naturally, this also disrupted the many-year plan of the Dark Pope. That second prince, known as Prince E.T., was actually part of the Dark Temple group. It appears that this man named Long disappeared afterward. But what puzzles me is why the Dark Pope favored this man named Long. Could he also be a talented individual from the Dark Temple? Elder 3 carefully spoke. Elder 3 raises a good point. I've heard from my disciple about a young man named Long who possesses exceptional talent. Unfortunately, he cannot serve our temple. Nonetheless, it reminds me of someone else, Simbart Lons, who has slaughtered numerous priests and knights. Does anyone here remember him? My lord, according to my information, this person must definitely not be Simbart because the lifelong summoning beasts of an individual cannot change. One of my subordinates saw this young man named Long, whose summoned beast towards Dark Priest Dafuge is described as resembling a 7-year-old girl. Elder 3 continued. Oh, is that so? In theory, that's correct, but I always feel an uneasy sensation deep inside. Anyway, elders, you've worked hard. Please go rest now. The Pope of Holy Light gave the order to dismiss the court, and everyone left in turn. If it's not Simbart, then based on what my disciple and Elder 3 have said, something feels off. Where could the problem lie? So Mikoeri Yide, the Holy Light Pope, sat in thought. Servant, my lord, what orders do you have? The person arriving had a large spy symbol on their clothing, clearly cultivated specifically by the Holy Light Pope himself. In these past few years, has the person named Simbart Lons disappeared without a trace? Have you found nothing yet? Well, Today I'll assign you another task. Find out about the news of the son-in-law of the Daimer Kingdom, this long, as soon as possible. Though so, Mikoari Yaed spoke calmly. His tone carried authority, evident by the shaking body of the spy below. This spy also knew well that if useful information couldn't be obtained this time, his life would be in peril. Resolutely, he replied, "Yes, my lord. This servant will take his leave." With a wave of the Holy Light Pope's hand, the spy quickly darted away like a leopard. "Servant," the Holy Light Pope called out again. "Your Majesty, your orders." The one who entered was a man wearing a tall hat. Seeing the big word Lord on his chest, anyone would know that this was the Archbishop, a rank higher than a mere priest, but not as high as an elder. Nonetheless, his position was significant. "Archbishop, go to the Dragon Emperor Kingdom and inform everyone to prepare. The Spartak Kingdom has been dealt with, and we are now waiting for Barth's move. Once that is settled, we will immediately act against the Dragon Emperor Kingdom before the Dark Pope makes his move. Even if they ally with the Daimer Kingdom, we will have control over 3 countries, making it much easier to deal with the Dark Temple." "Yes, your Majesty. I take my leave." After the Archbishop left, so Mikoari Yaed suddenly realized what was amiss. Simbart Lons must be the inheritor of the Holy Dragon, meaning that he could not have been easily defeated or disappeared. Then where was he? At 17 years old, he had the strength to defeat a sword saint and possessed a mutated Earth-level guardian beast. It seemed there was much about this young man that still needed to be uncovered. In the Dragon Valley, Simbart sat cross-legged, meditating on the 5 elements of nature. He had no way of knowing that the Holy Light Temple had already made its great moves across the continent. Even if Simbart were aware of this at the moment, there was nothing he could do because he couldn't stand up even to the Dark Pope, let alone the Pope of the Holy Light Temple whose power matched that of the Dark Pope. Without external interference, Simbart's cultivation could only progress without hindrance. Wind, it is a free thinker, finding its way into every crack and gap, embodying freedom. But then, Simbart silently repeated these words in his mind again and again, but found no trace of insight. Yes, wind symbolizes freedom, but also wildness. It's gentle sometimes and fierce at others, gentle like a mother's touch, yet fierce enough to stir mountains and seas. This is how wind is, a symbol of bravery. In an instant, Simbart seemed to understand much, indeed very much. Suddenly, it felt as though all the wind elements in the world surged into Simbart's body. A green radiance enveloped him entirely. Simbart felt as though he was in the kingdom of wind, sensing all signs within his comprehension. Yes, Simbart comprehended the essence of wind. If he now wielded wind magic at high power output, representing speed, it would grant Simbart more unexpected benefits than ever before. At this point, Simbart finally understood what insight truly meant. An excited feeling gathered in his heart, filling him with inner joy. The golden holy dragon lounged on a wooden swing chair, stunned. He stopped mid-sip, eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Simbart. "It's too shocking, this kid. How can I describe this? I just gave him a little hint less than half an hour ago, and yet he has already comprehended the essence of wind. Good heavens." Chapter 91. Full System Mage Emperor. Simbart was gradually lifted up by the wind elements, slowly rotating in the air like a large absorber. Instantly, fierce winds surged through the Dragon Valley, swirling around Simbart's body. Suddenly, the entire Dragon Valley erupted in commotion. Everyone, not knowing why, began moving towards Simbart's position. However, upon seeing Simbart's current appearance, all were stunned. Regardless of rank, everyone who saw Simbart now appeared encased in a massive green dome was left in awe. Within the dome, Simbart felt as though he had become the wind itself, soaring freely in the blue sky, at times wild and untamed, other times gentle and serene. It was difficult to put into words. After half an hour, the wind elements surrounding Simbart's body gradually dispersed, and the strong winds in the Dragon Valley slowly subsided. At this moment, Simbart's impression on everyone was that of a free-spirited wanderer, or a kind-hearted parent, and at times a mischievous child. These shifting auras left everyone feeling perplexed. Simbart, lost in cultivation, had no idea about the situation outside, his heart filled with joy. Yet Simbart didn't pause, but instead began to comprehend again, this time focusing on lightning magic. Lightning, thunderous resonance echoing to the heavens, like a sudden bolt from the blue sky, breaking clouds and splitting rocks, absolutely destructive. As Simbart grasped the essence of the lightning element, others observed flashes of pap-pap, sounds increasing in frequency and intensity beside Simbart's body, resembling rolling thunder which vibrated their eardrums. That's right, lightning is like a divine blade for punishment, eradicating everything evil, pure and domineering. When Simbart finished contemplating, everyone outside immediately retreated over 100 meters as lightning enveloped him again, pure and flawless without any blemish, weaving in and out of his form, sometimes like white snakes, at other times like enormous dragons. Amazed, shocked, astonished, the golden holy dragon, overcome with surprise, couldn't grasp what constituted genius anymore. It took him a long while to come back to reality, and only when he bit his tongue did the pain tell him that all of this was indeed true. The indestructible Hammer King Poloding said, "Younger brother 3's talent has reached such a monstrous level. I underestimated him." Boom. The tremendous electric currents coursing around Simbart transformed into an enormous electrical dragon that broke free from its final bindings and ascended skyward like a dragon. Just within a little more than an hour, Simbart had managed to successively break through 2 magical elements, water and earth, which was certainly astonishing and commendable. Having comprehended lightning, Sunbart still sat cross-legged, determined to consolidate his newfound strength further by swiftly breaking through the next three elements: water, earth, fire, thereby truly becoming the full-system Mage Emperor. Water, seeping into every crevice like the wind, yet lacking its freedom, carrying the same gentleness as the wind. Water, yes, water, the source of life, colorless and formless, blurring the line between truth and illusion, able to both carry a boat and capsize it. Instantly, as Sunbart contemplated water, similar phenomena emerged as before. This time, however, Sunbart's silhouette became floating, hazy, illusory, and indistinguishably real or false. Having been surprised twice already, the golden holy dragon now exhibited an expression as if Sunbart's failure to make sense would be surprising instead. Everyone else, under the golden holy dragon's orders, returned to whatever they were supposed to be doing, gradually dissipating while comprehending earth. Earth, food for plants, the plain simplicity of the land. Yes, earth, honest, simple, heavy, yet steadfast and hard. Once more, Sunbart found himself entirely encased within an earthen enclosure, feeling the earth's solidity and simplicity within. A bright yellow glow emanated from everywhere as Sunbart absorbed more about the nature of earth, little by little. The earth elements eventually dissipated, returning dust to dust and earth to earth as if nothing had happened before. Fire, consuming, devouring everything unpleasant, bringing light amidst darkness. Yes, fire, akin to passion, roaring fiercely, frequently raging, incinerating every bit of evil. As Sunbart sensed the element of fire, flames engulfed his form as if burning, reaching heights up to 5 meters with scorching heat radiating through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds resonating continuously amid the fierce flames. Boom. Sudden blasts of fire spread outward but quickly vanished without lingering in the air. Had it not been for the lingering heat in the atmosphere, it might have seemed as though nothing happened, just like when he comprehended the element of earth. Through the full comprehension of all elements, Sunbart finally reached the rank of true Mage Emperor, the full system Mage Emperor. Across the entirety of the divine dragon continent, there wasn't another one like him. But today, he truly existed. As soon as Sunbart finished comprehending all the magical elements, his body suddenly lit up brightly. Not a single kind of light, but instead, above his head, red, yellow, white, green, and blue elements swirled around in a spiral, gradually expanding. Sunbart felt occasional insights into the nature of each magical system. Suddenly, the 5 elements violently converged together, with water and fire opposites included, enveloping into one mass. Regardless of the gold holy dragon's astonishment, even Sunbart himself was confused at this point. It was evident that Sunbart was quickly lifted by the 5 elements, flying upwards into the sky at an incredible speed like thunder striking. Before he knew it, Sunbart had surpassed the height of the Dragon Valley and was still ascending until, from his vantage point, the valley looked as small as an insect. His body then stabilized as though standing on nothingness. Yet, strangely, Sunbart wasn't falling down. The 5 elements instantly surged towards Sunbart's body. He only felt as if his body was shattering, despite being previously unbreakable even by spirit weapons. It now broke apart, widening its cracks while divine dragon blood worked fervently to repair the damage. Inside Sunbart's body, it felt like a battlefield. Roar! A colossal dragon cry ripped through the skies as a dragon emerged from Sunbart's body. It was a dragon, but not the golden holy god dragon. Rather, it was a colossal black dragon formed from the union of the 5 elements. At this moment, Sunbart clearly sensed that within his meridians, only 3 things remained: black martial chi, blood, and a new affinity for black magic. This black magic absorbed any element from the outside world, turning them black and transforming them directly into his own power. For example, had Sunbart fallen into a lake before, the rare wind magic wouldn't have been usable there. But now, with this level of magical prowess, he could easily perform in the water. The black dragon encircling Sunbart's body began to swell even larger. Roar! Once again came the deafening dragon cry, piercing the heavens, but this sound resonated throughout the divine dragon continent. Both the Dark Pope and the Holy Pope, these beings surpassing the human 9th tier, could sense it. Another magic emperor had emerged. But they couldn't imagine that this magic emperor was not just a full-system mage emperor, but also Sunbart. Chapter 92: The Requirements of Pineapple Ding, the Hammer King, the Palace of Light. Great Elder, it seems that the Empire of Delone is brimming with talented individuals. I wonder if this person could be recruited for our use. It would be a great asset, the Pope of Light said, his eyes gleaming with eagerness for talent. My Emperor, we do not yet know if this person is an independent cultivator, a student from the Delone Royal Academy, or even someone from the Dark Temple. The Great Elder raised these 3 key issues. That's true. Then go and investigate quietly. If you can recruit them for us, that will be best. If not, the Pope of Light paused, gripping his right fist tightly, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed through the room. To sit in the position of Great Elder is no trivial matter. The meaning of the Pope's words was clear enough. Those who could be used were to be recruited, and those who couldn't were to die. Yes, the Great Elder responded solemnly and left immediately. The Dark Temple. A 2-year-old child sat on the Dark Pope's body, frequently making him burst into hearty laughter. An outsider seeing such a side of the Dark Pope would undoubtedly be shocked. Of course, the playful toddler in the Dark Pope's arms was Aviel's son, and also his own grandson. Aviel stood beside, looking at her adorable child while often drifting off into thoughts of her man. A hurried footsteps approached. A figure dressed in black tight clothing entered, bearing a large chi character across the chest, a scout of the Dark Temple, without a doubt. My Emperor, as you foresaw, the Spartan Empire has already been under the control of the Pope of Light, and the Badr Empire also seems to be in great danger, reported the scout with admiration. If that old fellow didn't do this, I would indeed be curious. Everything follows accordingly. Also, one more thing. Quickly summon the Great Elder here, telling him the Emperor has matters to discuss. Seeing the happy expression of his Pope, which hadn't appeared since Princess had given birth to the child, everyone felt relieved when their master seemed content, and work was no longer conducted in a state of high tension. It was said imperial intention is unpredictable. Guessing correctly was good, but guessing wrong was equivalent to touching the rear hooves of a rhinoceros. A grave mistake. This was something he wouldn't dare say aloud. Comparing the Pope to a rhino wasn't wise, as it might mean shortening his own lifespan unnecessarily. The Great Elder of the Dark Temple stepped into the sacred hall, and seeing the delighted look of the Pope, knew better than to ask why, but formalities must still be observed. My Emperor, what orders are there? Go to the Delong Empire. There was a significant magical emperor appearing today. If my guess isn't wrong, that old coot will have sent his men as well. Be cautious when the time comes. You must try to recruit him for our use. If recruitment fails and the Light Temple tries to absorb him, kill him. As the supreme ruler, the mind should remain calm, cruel, decisive. Hesitancy is not what a ruler possesses. Yes, please let my Emperor rest assured. The Great Elder swiftly left Dragon Valley. As the magic black dragon roared toward the horizon, Sunbart gently floated down into the Dragon Valley. Yes, floated. Like feather lightness. Youngster, your talent is truly astonishing. Even I am somewhat jealous. How could you have acquired such power in so little time? Man compared to man. No, rather, even dragons could become furious upon comparison. Though Golden Holy Dragon's words carried some jest, the admiration in them shone clearly in his features too. Respected senior's praise may be exaggerated. This young man merely got lucky. Pure luck. Sunbart humbly laughed back. He was inwardly happy, but not quite thrilled. I detest this refined manner of yours. Forget it. Come along with me. Hammer King has waited for you for quite a long time now. Finishing his sentence, the Golden Holy Dragon turned away. Sunbart followed behind. In reality, Sunbart didn't realize it all stemmed from his original reasons for practicing magic. The reason Sunbart comprehended magic so quickly was twofold. First, his early practice of magic came directly from beast magic, the most primitive kind, thus allowing him to grasp it faster than others. Secondly, each time was about practicing control, absorption, and release. Thus the fundamental basics of these magics became extremely solid and clear to Sunbart. This set him far apart from ordinary people. After measuring their magic affinity, others proceed directly into practicing magical skills, whether in academies or through private inheritances. None of them took time to deeply sense the essence of magic. However, the higher level of one's sensitivity to magic elements could reveal just how formidable they might eventually become. Precisely because of this, along with Sunbart's relentless efforts and long hours spent every day practicing magic, his improvement exceeded the norm by leaps and bounds. Of course, the most crucial factor was the grafting of Dragon God's blood. Otherwise, Sunbart's magic elements would not have reached such a height. Even so, it wouldn't be too difficult for Sunbart to become a magic emperor. It would just take a bit more time. At the entrance of King Songlong's Palace of Beasts, it was also the current king's relics. Sunbart saw what had long been rumored. The divine dragon's sacred fruit tree guarded by the Golden Holy Dragon. The tree bore fruits that were all uniformly golden in color, and even the leaves were golden, like a money tree. The tree was around 5 meters tall, with over 100 sacred fruits still visible on it, sparkling under the sunlight. Seeing such a tree, Sunbart was somewhat surprised. Yes, this is the divine dragon's sacred fruit. Alas, there are simply too few fruits each year, just over 10. In fact, having over 10 wasn't small, but this old man needed some to make wine, so the production wasn't very high. Stop staring. You could almost say this tree itself belongs to you now. Come along. Hammer King Ding Pineapple is waiting impatiently. The Golden Holy Dragon gently urged, his voice exceptionally warm and respectful. Sunbart nodded slightly and followed behind. In the Great Hall of the Beast God, even though the entire hall was embedded within the mountain wall, the main court was much grander than the one in Lacey. Of course, this was the Beast God's hall. Inside the hall, there were 12 pillars as thick as 5 men's arms supporting the towering structure. Despite being inside a stone cave, they were adorned with gold, making the hall resplendent and magnificent. Currently, the hall was spotlessly clean, indicating it was regularly swept. However, not a single person was present in the entire hall. Kid, see that side door to the right? The Golden Holy Dragon pointed at the Real stone door on the right. There are 7 continuous halls inside. The first is guarded by the Wind Dragon Spirit, the second by the Holy Dragon, the third by the Fire Dragon, the fourth by the Ice Dragon, the fifth by the Thunder Dragon, the sixth by the Silver Dragon, and if you reach the 7th, you will see Hammer King. Passing through these 7 halls is precisely Hammer King's requirement. No one can help you further. You must proceed with caution because there is a divine artifact at each stage, and their spirit weapons are all dragons, every one reaching the 10th level of beast magic strength. So, you need to watch out. After hearing the words from the Golden Holy Dragon, Sunbart naturally took extra care, but couldn't help feeling inexplicably excited. It's been 2 years and 2 months since I came to the Dragon Valley, and finally, I can claim my divine artifact. With excitement, Sunbart walked toward the stone door. Chapter 93, Wine Dragon's Short Boots. 2 years and 2 months. Although Sunbart didn't constantly dwell on it, the two women were always in his thoughts. But, to say he didn't think about them was simply impossible. Now, having already ascended to the Imperial level, the final step remaining was obtaining these divine artifacts. So, Sunbart couldn't help but feel elated. With the emotional entanglement of women weighing on his heart, Sunbart's excitement during this brief trek was even greater than when he became an Imperial-level warrior. Rumbling. As Sunbart approached within 2 meters of the gate, the stone doors opened on their own. A fleeting pause, then Sunbart strode inside confidently. Rumbling. The gates automatically closed again behind him. Inside the hall, no? It should be called a cave. A mountain cave with stalactites visible everywhere. There was nothing in the cave except another stone door and a set of armor. The moment Sunbart glanced at the armor, he felt something was off. The armor seemed as if it were being worn by someone, yet there was nobody visible inside. However, an extremely fierce wind element emanated from inside the armor. Ha ha ha, came a high-pitched voice. Welcome, successor of the Divine Dragon. This is the testing grounds of the Hammer King. Here, neither your guardian beast nor your inner chi can be used. Defeat me, and it will indicate that you have passed, moving on to the second level. I am the Wind Dragon Guardian. After hearing the shrill voice, Sunbart tentatively released his inner chi and summoned his guardian beast, only to be disappointed. It was exactly as the high-pitched voice had stated. Neither his chi nor his guardian beast could be used here. So, are you ready? The trial begins now. As soon as those words faded, the armor indeed moved, leaving a blur standing 20 meters away opposite Sunbart. The agility of the armored figure left Sunbart somewhat startled. Was it you speaking just now? Sunbart asked first, resolving the doubt in his mind. That's right, it was me. I am the guardian of this stage, the Wind Dragon's Short Boots, one part of the artifact suit belonging to Master Hammer King. Sunbart nodded slightly to show understanding. Having come here, Sunbart possessed determination, for he knew he would obtain the divine artifact here. Of course, the Golden Holy Dragon had already informed him of the matter of the Guardians, but he hadn't anticipated it to be a suit of armor. With a sudden shout, raising his morale, bring it on. As soon as those words were spoken, Sunbart immediately understood the formidable strength of the Wind Dragon. In an instant, a shadow darted towards Sunbart. Having undergone countless trials, Sunbart was certainly not a common man anymore. Seeing the shadow approaching, instead of unleashing an explosive burst of his internal chi, he directly acted out his move. Shadow Splitter. Sunbart shouted aloud, activating triple wind acceleration under his feet, stepping swiftly twice to the left, dodging past. Just after dodging, the long sword attached to the armor slashed down where Sunbart had been, and the sharp voice echoed once more. Nice move. Come again, young man. The shadow appeared to do nothing, yet its body was encircled by a frantic whirlwind of wind elements, just like how Sunbart had initially grasped the essence of wind. No, these winds surrounding its body are not wind elements, they're wind blades. My goodness, there are tens of thousands of tiny wind blades rotating around it. Sunbart couldn't help but feel amazed. While Sunbart could perform magic using various parts of his body, such as his head, hands, and feet, the opponent controlled tens of thousands of wind blades. This disparity was too immense. Boy, don't be surprised. I'm the Wind Dragon. This is my ability. Before his words even ended, it charged towards Sunbart. Not good. It's even faster than before. Without hesitation, Sunbart once again stepped swiftly multiple times to the left. But upon noticing his tattered clothes, Sunbart realized how terrifying the tens of thousands of wind blades rotating at high speed could truly be. Good lad. You managed to evade that. Again, the Wind Dragon armor rushed towards Sunbart. Sunbart understood that passivity meant constant attacks, so in a flash, both of Sunbart's legs began an infinite series of kicks. Much larger black wind blades shot forth toward the armor. Hiss 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 dash. Dozens of black wind blades pierced through the ordinary green wind blades, breaking through them like steel swords cleaving iron swords. They surged forward toward the armor. Simultaneously, Sunbart performed a 360-degree mid-air somersault, sending dozens more black wind blades flying. As the Wind Dragon armor flickered briefly, tracing an arc on the ground and dodging aside, it looked effortless. All Sunbart felt was surprise. But Sunbart wasted no time, evading the small wind blades while black light suddenly surged violently from his hands. The dual double thunder fury of Sunbart reformed. However, the armor's speed increased again, turning from a faint shadow into a pale trace. The wind blades attached to the armor's long sword cut downward, instantly shattering the black double thunder fury in Sunbart's hands. Bang! Sunbart was sent flying backwards, colliding with the stone wall. If it weren't for his tough body, he might have been dead by now. The sharp voice from the Wind Dragon armor came again. Take good heed. If you need to pass, just call me. The voice disappeared, and the armor indeed returned to its original position. Sunbart sat cross-legged. In this strange place, I can't use my guardian beast or inner chi, so my own speed is not as fast as his. What should I do then? For speed, only speed can conquer speed. It seems that since it originally had wind element abilities, naturally, its insight would be greater than mine. Now, I also understand why Hammer King asked me to come after becoming a Law Emperor. Without reaching the level of Law Emperor, one could never pass such a test. Gradually, within the first stage of the Wind Dragon Guardian, Sunbart was once again surrounded by wind elements. 2 months later. Bang! Good lad. You actually managed to touch me. In just 2 months, your wind magic has progressed so quickly. Watch out. The armor was pushed away by Sinbart's method of using speed against speed. A large fire dragon collided with it. When fire burns, the wind elements in the air also gather and decrease correspondingly. Similarly, the speed of the wind dragon armor slowed down too. Since there's no air, the fire naturally went out as well. For these 2 months, Sinbart has been thinking about how to break through its wind element control all the time. Although among all kinds of magic, fire worked best on it, Sinbart's speed would similarly slow down accordingly. However, in just 2 short months, Sinbart has managed to advance his long-neglected triple wind speed skill to quintuple, rising 2 levels straight up. These 2 levels provided great assistance to Sinbart, though to the naked eye, Sinbart still didn't match the speed of the wind dragon armor. Relatively speaking, it wasn't much slower either. The wind dragon armor spun at an incredible speed, and the tens of thousands of little wind blades seemed even more fierce and violent. Sinbart was greatly startled. He knew this was likely the armor's final trick. Suddenly, without panicking, Sinbart's body began to spin furiously, just like the armor. What the wind dragon armor rotated were winds, but what Sinbart spun was black flames. 2 immensely strong energies clashed inside this relatively small, deep cavern, making it quite awe-inspiring. The massive black fire dragon spiraling around Sinbart darted towards the wind dragon, as if swallowing it whole. This was the day when Sinbart, inspired by seeing the dragon rotating around him when he ascended to the level of Law Emperor, reinterpreted and refined the burning dragon into the extreme black nether dragon. Under the extreme black nether dragon's devouring, the wind dragon armor burst out laughing. Great, great. You actually managed to defeat me. I underestimated you. However, the subsequent stages will not be easy either. Keep it up. As the voice faded, Sinbart's extreme black nether dragon also dispersed. Then the green battle armor shone brilliantly, as if shrinking right before everyone's eyes. Yes, it was indeed contracting, until it reduced to the size of a pair of short boots, dashing towards Sinbart's body all of a sudden. The sudden arrival of the short boots made Sinbart somewhat stunned. But when the artifact Sinbart had previously absorbed detached itself from his feet, allowing the short boots formed by the armor to fuse with him. With the short boots now attached, Sinbart once again heard the shrill voice in his mind. One part of the Hammer King artifact said, the wind dragon short boots. Sinbart immediately felt that even without using the fusion with his guardian beast, there was a noticeable improvement in his speed. After putting away the original artifact, with a look of fervor at the stone door of the second stage, Sinbart's determination flared up. Chapter 94, Holy Dragon Battle Armor. Carrying a full heart of burning fervor, he immediately sat cross-legged to rest. He was recovering his consumed spiritual energy and magical power from the battle with the wind dragon armor. In fact, Sinbart's actions were undoubtedly very cautious. If not for this, if there was a sneak attack, then Sinbart would definitely be at a disadvantage. Being careful is crucial and utterly necessary. At first glance, it seemed that Sinbart was sitting on the ground restoring himself, with what appeared to be black mist swirling around his body. It was quite unusual. Among the vague swirls, Sinbart's form was somewhat unclear. This was the result of the black magical power within Sinbart's body absorbing all elemental forces from the outside. Huff, huff. After 2 hours of recovery, Sinbart had fully restored himself. He raised his eyes to the heavy black stone door and stepped forward. Ever since being promoted to the rank of Mage Emperor, Sinbart's understanding of the magical elements in the vast heavens and earth had deepened considerably. So, although 2 hours may seem short, it was sufficient enough for Sinbart's spirit force to restore itself. Rumbling sound, just as it was when entering the first door. Sinbart followed confidently with determined strides. Rumble. Each opening and closing of the door produced a thunderous noise that resonated profoundly in Sinbart's heart. The cavern still held nothing but the third stone door and a set of golden armor. Welcome, Inheritor, to the second checkpoint, the Holy Dragon Sanctuary. In this cave, no magic or guardian beasts can be used. Only one's personal combat chi can be utilized. You can choose your weapon. A very gentle voice sounded. Sinbart almost trembled at the ethereal beauty of this voice, but after a fleeting moment, he quickly regained his calm. Only in a state of utmost calmness can one operate their own fighting techniques with precision and control. With a heart steadfast as a rock, one can survive even in perilous situations. Sinbart has always been exceedingly cautious, and this was how he functioned effectively. Sinbart knew that the guardian beast would have some limitations placed upon it, but he didn't understand why the restriction was on magic instead of combat chi. This was far from ideal for him, given the intricate skills of magic. Its varied transformations allow victory through technique. For Sinbart, who commands all types of magic, his advantage clearly lay in its application. As for combat chi, without training in specific knife techniques, Sinbart wasn't nearly as proficient with it as he was with magic. Hence, this would surely put him at a disadvantage. However, it now became clear why Hammer King Palading encouraged Sinbart to reach Sword Emperor status. Of course, if letting Sinbart wield a sword provided him more opportunities, he certainly took full advantage of it. Although later, after 4 months, Sinbart realized just how wrong it was to use the spiritual weapon longsword. So are you ready? But I must remind you, your injuries might come from your own battle knife. The gentle voice reminded again, prompting Sinbart. Though confused, Sinbart nodded slightly to signal readiness. Sinbart knew that the core strength of a holy dragon lies in its robust physicality and sheer power. Given its current form as armor, the challenge would likely focus only on raw strength. However, What Simbart overlooked was the fact that the Holy Dragon symbolized impenetrable defense. It could possibly be among the divine artifacts of the Hammer King. Thus, how could its defensive capabilities be weak? Indeed, this was the issue that Simbart neglected. Whoosh, whoosh. The weapon attached to the golden armor turned out to be a coiling dragon axe, semicircular at the bottom and pointed at the tip. Yes, weapons like axes are common for strength-based magical creatures. However, the next move took Simbart aback. The speed of the golden holy dragon was slower than the wind dragon, but still remarkably swift. Especially when the distance was merely more than 10 meters away, the golden armor surged forward abruptly, akin to thrusting an axe forward. Without hesitation, Simbart summoned up his dark combat chi, rising explosively like a rocket into the sky to evade the blow of the golden armor. Subsequently, Simbart swung his warblade downward with full force, a vertical slash. Always favoring initiative over passivity in battle, Simbart believed relentless attacks served as the best defense. That philosophy guided him constantly. Just as he fought previously against 3 magical beasts, Simbart divided his combat chi into tenths. By channeling 1/10 of it, he brought down his blade furiously. But make no mistake, this 1/10 today cannot compare to his 1/10 before attaining the rank of Mage Emperor. Because this 1/10 now carried significantly more power, and his pitch-black combat chi enveloped his spirit-infused longsword. This pitch-black combat chi transformed into a blade-like aura that fiercely lunged toward the Holy Dragon Protector. Suddenly, that golden battle armor lit up brilliantly. Indeed, there seemed to be flowing light covering the armor. Although Simbart saw it too, as he hesitated, the Holy Dragon Guardian didn't move at all, seemingly waiting for the dark battle chi to collide with its body. Of course, Simbart wouldn't believe that this Holy Dragon armor could withstand his attack. After all, this was the power of an Emperor-level swordsman, even if it was only a tenth of his strength. Boom. The golden armor was blasted flying in a curved trajectory, but judging by its appearance, it seemed that the Holy Dragon Guardian wasn't the one injured. It was Simbart himself. Simbart had actually been repelled by his own attack and also thrown backward until he collided with the mountain wall, which halted his curving flight. Simbart was shaken, stunned. His jaw hung slack, because being repelled like this, Simbart's internal organs were faring rather poorly. His entire body churned with blood and energy. A creeping soreness gradually enveloped his heart. Indeed, I warned you that your own battle knife could injure you. If you wish to continue the challenge, please summon me. The soft voice dissipated as the golden armor returned to its original position. There were too many things Simbart couldn't understand. On the basis of speed, Simbart gained much benefit, so it wasn't due to speed. Therefore, attacking shouldn't possibly be about force either. But, why did he get repelled? Simbart frowned deeply, feeling utterly lost. You see, this was what kind of ability on the armor that made such an effect? Simbart couldn't figure it out, since most armors would only enhance the wearer, and never have witnessed abilities like these. Thinking this, Simbart made an inkling guess. Could this be battle armor? Yes, Simbart guessed correctly. But Simbart didn't know how powerful this armor was, and only then would Simbart realize its strength. Boom. Once again, Simbart was blasted back by his own rebounding force. With steadfast determination, he continued challenging relentlessly. More than a month later, boom. Though once more wounded by his own martial energy, he managed to harm the golden armor this time. However, it wasn't through martial energy. 2 months have passed now, and Simbart still couldn't find the clues no matter how hard he tried. Boom. For 3 months, Simbart kept injuring himself with his own martial energy, and the golden battle armor didn't touch him once. That is why Simbart was very frustrated. Looking at the rock wall, so many dents were made from the times when he was hit by his own rebounding martial energy. However, Simbart seemed to have some leads now. In the past 3 months, except for the first time when the armor was injured without using martial energy, just yesterday, using martial energy indeed hurt the golden armor once. But, the soft voice from the armor informed Simbart, if your attacks hit me completely 3 times, I will concede. Hearing these words from the gentle voice, Simbart's heart surged. Yes, he had already struck once. So how could he not withstand 2 or 3 more strikes? Boom. By the 4th month, Simbart finally understood. Every time he attacked with a weapon, the transformation of the golden armor's invincible body became more frequent. If he chose not to use any weapons, relying merely on fists, the golden armor's invincible state remained stable. Moreover, without martial energy assistance, the Holy Dragon Guardian loses its counterattack abilities against the invincible body. Gradually, Simbart began sensing the truth. Today, in the 5th month, Simbart has certainly found the weakness of the golden armor. Simbart wants to use today as the final test against the Holy Dragon Guardian. Through months of exploration, Simbart has almost mastered all the abilities of the Holy Dragon Guardian. If he doesn't succeed today, tomorrow, he will try to make it his final battle. This is just a trial run today. Boom. For the 2nd time in 5 months, Simbart wielded his long sword and slashed at the golden armor. Why use a long sword? It was because the armor had told Simbart that if he cuts it 3 times with his long sword, it would concede defeat, while with fists, it would take 10 blows. Simbart knew that among those 10 punches, his martial energy might deplete, and there would be no guarantee he could land all 10. Because using martial energy, Simbart divides his energy into 10 portions, and 10 punches would require 100% accuracy, something Simbart dare not gamble on. Thus, he still opted for the longsword. Boom. Since a monster's thought processes are definitely poorer compared to humans, Simbart feigned east and attacked west, unleashing 2 slashes with his blade. but one of them was cast through empty air, making it a false strike. Boom. For the third slash, the tactic of feigning east and attacking west had already lost its effectiveness. At this moment, Sunbart was drenched in sweat, having swung his empty blade 6 times. This meant that this last strike would be the final 10th of Sunbart's full battle chi. Just as Sunbart thought he was about to fail again, this time it was a bold gamble. Of the 10 parts of battle chi, this last 10th, if it missed, the challenge would once again end in failure. However, this time seemed to be blessed by the goddess of luck, for at the very instant the invincible golden body of the armor was about to recover, Sunbart's battle chi struck it. As it made contact, the holy dragon armor suddenly emitted a bright golden light. In an instant, the golden armor transformed into a black battle armor, enveloping Sunbart's entire body. The gentle voice sounded. One of the Hammer King's divine artifacts set, the holy dragon battle armor. Due to the violent depletion of his battle chi, Sunbart could no longer stand, falling back on the ground. His breathing gradually evened out. During these 5 months, Sunbart had focused all his attention on observing the transformation patterns of the golden battle armor, expending great spiritual energy. But now, having succeeded in passing the trial, Sunbart finally got to rest. Gazing at his determined face, a smile of joy spread across the corners of his mouth. Chapter 95, The Fire Dragon's Belt. After an unknown period of sleep, under the fatigue of spiritual energy depletion, Sunbart slowly awakened. Apparently, after this unknowable duration of slumber, he was fully restored. It's been a while since I've slept like this. It feels so refreshing. Sunbart stretched deeply, and immediately, his bones clicked rhythmically with a cracking sound. Sunbart looked himself over. On his feet were a pair of black war boots, and on his body, a black suit of armor. The outfit seemed rather mismatched, but still far better looking than the tattered robe he had discarded before. Though Sunbart owned many clothes, in the midst of constant battle, changing them would be a waste. Although Sunbart wasn't short of money, he also wasn't one to squander it. It was a habit he developed from a young age. Feeling refreshed, his mood soared high. Even though Sunbart knew that the trials for his divine artifact would take a long time, having already obtained 2 of them, there was no longer any dejection in his heart. At this moment, he was very happy. In his steadfast and persistent worldview, it seemed that many problems weren't really problems. People, without belief or persistence, how could they discuss matters meaningfully? Smooth talkers may have their place, but more often than not, actions speak louder. This was exactly who Sunbart was, quiet and few words, but focused on action. He continuously pushed himself to improve under these intense circumstances. As the Golden Holy Dragon once said, if you are given good conditions but don't work hard or strive, what use is that? The implication being that luck doesn't come easily, even if it does, without effort. What difference does it make? With head held high and chest puffed out, Sunbart looked forward and moved towards the 3rd heavy black stone door. Rumble. After the rumbling sounds of twice opening and closing dispersed, what Sunbart saw ahead was much like before, except this armored warrior was red. Of course, Sunbart had already understood that each color of armor corresponded to a dragon guardian and an element. So, the red armor suggested that the dragon guardian here should be fire-based, and likely a fire dragon. There were no excessive greetings, just the same statement. Welcome, successor. This trial is guarded by the fire dragon. In this trial, you may not use your martial chi or guardian beasts. A coarse voice resounded in Sunbart's ears. Yes, it was indeed the fire dragon. But upon hearing that his martial chi couldn't be used, Sunbart felt incredibly delighted. Sunbart naturally understood that if his martial chi couldn't be used, then his magic could, leaving him feeling extremely cheerful. With the versatility and grandeur of magic at his disposal, there were countless effects he could conjure, numerous skills to use. Getting disadvantaged wouldn't be so easy. Evidently, Sunbart had grown accustomed to such dialogues. Without uttering a word, he simply nodded firmly to indicate readiness. Whoosh! The red armor stood 20 meters away from Sunbart. At this point, the red armor faintly glowed with red light, steadily growing stronger. It appeared as if the fire elements in the air were swiftly converging onto the armor. From 20 meters away, facing off against the fiery red armor, Sunbart could already feel its burning heat and the immense volume of fire elements gathering around it. Just as Sunbart was contemplating, the armor moved, wielding a massive fiery red sword and slashing toward him. However, the armor itself didn't move. A great wave of fire elements surged through the air, painting streaks of flames. Sunbart, who initially thought it trivial due to the impracticality of a slash reaching him from 20 meters, suddenly became wary as a stream of fiery elemental energy erupted violently from the sword and shot toward him, splitting the air with searing intensity. The nonchalant expression Sunbart previously wore transformed instantly into cautiousness as he inspected the incoming fiery elemental energy strike. Immediately recognizing its speed and temperature, he activated the 5th tier of wind element acceleration, sidestepping quickly. Clearly, much like his fight with the wind dragon, the explosive fire elements rendered wind elements sparse, preventing Sunbart from achieving even half of the 2nd tier in his acceleration techniques. Swoosh! The brilliant yet scorching blade of fire elemental energy narrowly missed him. In fact, had Sunbart attempted only triple acceleration, it might have been impossible to evade altogether. As the saying goes, even a starving lion attacking a weak rabbit must exert all its strength. Therefore, Sunbart did not dare underestimate or let his guard down even with the distance of 20 meters separating them. Upon evading, Sunbart quickly considered what magic to employ. Even if the first act is merely resisting, this step is crucial. Wind element? Clearly won't work. Water element? Under absolute elemental power, this bit of water is also useless. Remember, water can extinguish fire. Under absolute strength, fire can dry up the water too. Lightning element? I don't know if it would affect this armor with no flesh or body. Obviously not worth a try. Fire element. It does make sense, but as he's the fire dragon with far more precise control than me, the fire element method can be directly ruled out. As Senbait was considering these things, the fire dragon's sword slashed again, and now the distance to Senbait was no more than 10 meters. The next moment, Senbait realized that this fire dragon had more strength than what appeared on the surface. Suddenly, in this scorching cave, Senbait saw an unusual sight surrounding himself. He noticed that around his black armor, there was a strand of black flames circling near his chest. However, this sudden black flame was not very hot, and Senbait could only watch it helplessly. Swoosh! Seeing the fire dragon battle armor's second wave of fire elemental sword energy approaching, Senbait hastily dodged. However, Senbait kept paying attention to the black flame near him. 5 seconds later, another one appeared. During these few seconds, the fire dragon armor merely approached closer without releasing any more fire elemental sword energy. Moreover, Senbait did not notice this issue. What he focused on were the black flames near his own black armor. 5 seconds later again, the third one appeared. It wasn't until there were 5 such black flames around the black armor that Senbait's eyes suddenly widened. He saw yet another unimaginable problem. Boom. Explosion. When Senbait got blasted away, this was the only word that came to his mind. Yes, it was evidently an explosion. Senbait was actually blasted by the condensation of the fire dragon's fire elements. Instantly, the Senbait who got thrown away understood clearly. Feeling an intense pain in his chest, Senbait realized why the Hammer King placed this defensive checkpoint related to the armor as the second trial. Because Senbait could feel that the damage caused by the explosion was more severe than when using just 1/10 of his martial chi rebound. Even Senbait felt a sweetness rising in his throat, as if wanting to spit blood. Senbait sat cross-legged, while the red armor stopped its moves. Call me again for the challenge. The rugged voice disappeared, and the crimson armor returned to its original position. This armor can explode. Indeed, it isn't easy to deal with, Senbait thought to himself secretly. But how do I solve this issue? Senbait, sitting on the ground, looked perplexed. Without much thinking, his current priority was still to recover from the chest pain brought about by the previous flame explosion. 1 month later, Senbait had already figured out the pattern of the Fire Dragon Guardian. If standing more than 10 meters away from the armor, the black fireballs wouldn't appear on his armor. Moreover, even if there were fireballs, as long as he stayed more than 10 meters away, they would vanish every 5 seconds. This was also when Senbait understood why, during their first encounter, the Fire Dragon armor wanted to get close to him. Why didn't I notice this situation back then? So stupid. Senbait slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth. Of course, this discovery did not just bring joy to Senbait. Knowing such loopholes, he had been struck daily by the Fire Dragon armor's explosions. And with the assistance of divine dragon blood, combined with the effect of the divine dragon fruit, even Senbait could feel that his body's strength increased significantly once more. On this day, Fire Dragon Guardian, start the test. Senbait's tone at this point was resolute. Whoosh. The Fire Dragon armor once again stood where Senbait first entered the cave at the opposing position, more than 20 meters away. Senbait nodded, signaling to begin. Whoosh. Whoosh. As the Fire Dragon armor moved, so did Senbait. This time, the Fire Dragon armor unleashed 2 consecutive waves of fire elemental sword energy. With the 5th tier wind element acceleration, Senbait took 5 or 6 steps to the left, easily sidestepping them. Then, the black light in Senbait's hands grew intensely bright, which was the earth wall defense that he frequently used during this month. However, previously, Senbait used the earth wall defense near himself, but now the wall was erected near the Fire Dragon armor, immediately creating some blockage. Subsequently, the black light in Senbait's hands rotated again like 2 threads of dark mist, swirling around his hands. Gravitational chain spike thrust shot towards the Fire Dragon armor, like earthen spears pinning down the Fire Dragon armor and making its movements sluggish. Realizing it was trapped, the Fire Dragon armor desperately tried to cut through the chains near it. But could Senbait let that happen easily? Senbait's hand wielded a thread of black smoke, which promptly regrew a new spike after the Fire Dragon armor severed it, unceasingly. As Senbait's left hand relaxed, black light suddenly flashed. An enormous black light sphere began to rotate in Senbait's hand. With a sudden punch into the ground, the black light sphere followed suit and sank into the earth. The intense tremors of the earth shook the entire palace as if it were about to crumble. Yes, this was indeed the high-level magic of an earth mage, Hellcrack. In an instant, the ground was utterly torn apart by Senbait's Hellcrack, and the Fire Dragon armor plummeted into the abyss below. Just moments later, the cracked earth closed seamlessly again. If it weren't for the missing Fire Dragon armor, no one would ever guess that the surface had been split apart. A black ring emerged from the ground, swirling around Senbait's waist. The rugged voice continued. One of the Hammer King's divine artifacts, the belt of the Fire Dragon. Senbait never expected that it took merely 1 month, just 1 month, to defeat the Fire Dragon armor. Filled with joy, he sat cross-legged to recover. After sitting down, he glanced upward and saw the 4th trial ahead. Chapter 96, The Ice Dragon Leggings. Inside the Fire Dragon armor cave, Senbart sat cross-legged, recovering from the exhaustion of his previous battle, while deep in thought, as if he was beginning to piece things together. Considering King Hammer Pineapple Ding, Overall, all the trials designed for me were meticulously planned. The first one was wind-based. Speed can be improved within these few levels. The second is Holy Dragon's defense. Like before, where defense was definitely the best. So the fourth level's Ice Dragon implies that with 3 levels of Fire Dragons, Ice Dragon damage should be reduced somewhat. It seems magic can be used, but summons and fighting spirit are forbidden. The 5th level will still involve magic, while the 6th level's Silver Dragon, which I've never heard of, remains uncertain. Besides, there's also the 7th level. As clever as Sunbart was, he sat on the ground deep in thought. After several hours, Sunbart had fully recovered, bringing himself back to peak condition. This was the right time. He stood up, straightened his posture, and stepped towards the 4th black heavy stone door. Rumbling. Having heard this door sound many times already, it had become quite normal. Inside the cave, as always, there was just a blue armor. Welcome, Inheritor. I am the guardian of the Frost Giant Dragon. Summoning beasts and using fighting spirit are restricted here. The voice was profound yet calm, but Sunbart listened carefully. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Sunbart laughed happily, as it matched exactly what he had guessed, even down to the last detail. Ice Dragon Guardian, the challenge begins. Sunbart spoke firmly and confidently. Whoosh. It seemed the Ice Dragon was straightforward, not wasting a single word. As soon as Sunbart finished speaking, the Ice Dragon armor charged forward. The armor wielded a crescent-shaped scimitar, glowing green with water elemental light. In this single strike, there wasn't any water elemental blade energy that Sunbart had expected. There was nothing, so simple and unassuming that it made Sunbart furrow his brow. Wind magic 5-fold speed. Despite the raised eyebrows, Sunbart did not dare to let his guard down. These armors each had specific abilities. Thus, Sunbart must use his utmost strength. With Sunbart's shout, rings of cyan wind-enhancing circles appeared beneath his feet. Spinning twice to the right, he took more than 10 steps and dodged away. In truth, Sunbart would rather not have to act this way. If he hadn't endured too many fireballs from the Fire Dragon, he wouldn't have been so cautious either. After Sunbart landed, he froze in horror. A green horn-like object had emerged from the ground, rushing toward him at an alarming speed. Crack! Sunbart was instantly encased in an ice pillar, his expression frozen in shock within the block of ice. Then, without further ado, the Ice Dragon Guardian returned to its original position. As the warmth slowly rose around Sunbart's waist, melting the freezing encasement of ice bit by bit, his body gradually regained sensation. Now covered head to toe in melted water, looking like a drowned rat, Sunbart still couldn't comprehend it. Of course, Sunbart had become more confident in his guess. So the next level, the Ice Dragon Relic, would surely offer much assistance. Sitting cross-legged, he thought deeply. Based on Holy Dragon's tip, the horn-like object on the ground should be the soul of the Ice Dragon. Yet, how could such armor have external aid? It truly boggles the mind. If this were applied to my body, it could possibly be a legging artifact. And if this legging were activated by a summoned creature, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Under clear-headed consideration, there was no doubt that everything Sunbart reasoned through was correct. Indeed, this armor after its transformation was indeed the Ice Dragon leggings. But now, Sunbart faced a very troublesome question: how to dispel the Ice Dragon's soul. Moreover, what kind of magic should he use? A method of combat suitable to my own style must be devised. Looks like this combat style can only be found through sparring with the Frost Giant Dragon Guardian. The only expression on Sunbart's face was one of helplessness. He'd endured too many such strikes already, improving his body's resistance while strengthening both its resilience and hardness. Ice Dragon Guardian, continue the challenge. Naturally, during the ice imprisonment earlier, Sunbart hadn't expended much of his mental energy or magic, so he chose to proceed with the next challenge. Time quietly slipped away as Sunbart repeated and challenged over and over again. 3 months later, no matter how Sunbart changed his control of magic, the Ice Dragon's soul proved difficult to resist. Even using wind magic to restrain it at the start was utterly useless. But now things were undeniably better. Hell's Rift? Against the Ice Dragon's soul that naturally moved across the ground, it was completely ineffective. Water-based elements against an Ice Dragon? That makes no sense. For fire, you don't have as much control over the elements as others. For earth, you can't bring down their soul. As for thunder, under the massive amount of water elements, even you can get paralyzed. Therefore, the only one left will be wind magic, but it still requires a bit of fire element to support. Otherwise, you remain useless. Crack. Sunbart couldn't count how many times he had been frozen. If it weren't for the fire attributes of the Fire Dragon's waistband, Sunbart's body would have cracked from the freezing long ago. Although this kind of consumption didn't affect him too much, the binding ability of the wind system has increased dramatically. Originally, the binding power of the wind system was several cyan light circles bundled together. Now these light circles had become larger with a few more appearing, and in black magic force, that black magic force could swallow some of the 5 elemental energies. Sunbart did not understand. Of course, Lady Luck wouldn't always take care of you. To improve your own ability, solid cultivation is undoubtedly important. Sunbart was always determined, working hard with dedication and effort. The 4th month. Today, Sunbart already had a simulation battle plan in his mind. Yesterday, his wind-based restriction made significant progress, so today, Sunbart would unleash his all-out strength. Yes, hard work does pay off. During these months of practice, Sunbart's wind magic had greatly improved, briefly restraining the spirit of the Frost Giant Dragon, which made Sunbart extremely excited. After all, battles sometimes depend on a matter of seconds. Ice Dragon Guardian, let the challenge begin. The wild arrogance on Sinbart's face showed up again, without any ambiguity. Of course, having found the confidence, Sinbart was very sure of himself, undoubtedly because during the continuous training, Sinbart had found the tricks of finding weaknesses in opponents. In fact, if Sinbart could use summoning beasts for these dragons, it would be easy. The summoned guardians possessed a skillful pressure, bringing Sinbart a lot of advantages when passing through these trials. The pressure brought by the dragon spirit wasn't ordinary, considering it combined with the aura of divine dragons. As a dragon, it had to submit, but the restriction here might be intentional. Otherwise, how could these checkpoints involving level 10 magical beast dragons maintain their fierce fighting spirit? Shush! The blue armor stood 20 meters away from Sinbart, staring at him like a human. When Sinbart suddenly nodded his head, indicating that the challenge had begun, it wasn't the ice dragon armor moving first, but Sinbart. Two palms with black threads violently rotated with strong winds at the elbows. This intense wind element came directly from Sinbart's upgraded wind restriction magic of yesterday. Suddenly, Sinbart wrapped both hands around, forming a dual hammer, merging the two dark-colored wind elements into one. The explosive wind elements at the elbows also merged simultaneously into a single force, a feat achieved after today's intensive training. As the ice dragon armor swiftly rushed towards Sinbart, the icy dragon soul beneath the armor also moved towards Sinbart. Double bind. With a loud shout, Sinbart launched the wind bind created by the dual hammers out of his hands, accurately hitting the ice dragon's soul on the ground, rendering it immobile. However, after Sinbart performed the spell, the crescent blade of the ice dragon armor immediately descended. Using his five-fold wind speed, Sinbart darted like a ghostly shadow, leaving an afterimage while dodging the attack. His hands wasted no time. Without looking behind him, Sinbart conjured two black fiery dragons spinning in the air. Boom, boom. The ice dragon armor was instantly pushed back. Sinbart fiercely spun on the ground, just like he did when dealing with the wind dragon before, invoking an extreme black void dragon. But due to the limited preparation time, its size was relatively smaller. Extreme black void dragon. Roar. With Sinbart's fierce shout, the extreme black void dragon roared as if under a violent wave of black fire elements, charging straight toward the ice dragon armor. The ice dragon's armor quickly faded away upon being engulfed, transforming into a pair of leg guards resembling black shorts, soon fusing with Sinbart's thighs. At the same moment the armor disappeared, the icicle-like dragon soul bound by Sinbart vanished as well. A faint voice then resounded. One part of the Hammer King's divine weapon set, the ice dragon leg guards. Sinbart slowly exhaled a deep breath, succeeding under such powerful strikes. Yes, he succeeded. Looking afar at the fifth black stone-heavy door, Sinbart sat cross-legged to recover from the battle's exhaustion. Naturally, this all-out endeavor today caused Sinbart's emotions to deepen significantly. Why? This is, of course, because the abilities of the Hammer King's divine weapon set are insane. Moreover, it's a divine artifact, with spirits of magical beasts that are all above level 10, and more ferociously, these spirits are all dragons. Who among ordinary people could ever imagine such a thing? The fourth level. I wonder how monstrous the next level will be. However, I am more confident. Sinbart was also deeply moved in his heart. He had already passed the fourth level, so there weren't many levels left. With determination and confidence, Sinbart awaited the fifth level. Chapter 97. The Wrist Guard of the Thunder Dragon. Huff, huff. After restoring the physical and mental exhaustion from the previous battle, Sinbart rose with a light step towards the fifth checkpoint. Yes, it was indeed a light step. Sinbart already realized that reaching this point made him extremely pleased, so his pace was swift and nimble. Rumble rumble. The sound of the stone door brought no further revelation, but rather indicated to Sinbart that the next trial awaited him. Sinbart stood upright as the silver-white armor resonated. Welcome, Inheritor, to the fifth checkpoint trial. You may not use summoned beasts or fighting chi in this level. Your guardian is the Azure Thunder Dragon. The tone was flat and straightforward. Sinbart observed the silver armor, seemingly unchanged since before. However, the weapon now accompanying the armor was a spear. As they say, an inch longer means an inch stronger. Since he had passed the fire, earth, water, and wind trials, this should be the lightning category within magical coefficients. Given that it was a thunder trial combined with a spear, attracting lightning would not be simple. Sinbart understood the principle and thus remained silent, preparing meticulously and cautiously. Indeed, Sinbart inwardly marveled at King Hammer's abilities, how he managed to obtain the spirits of 5 elemental magic beasts to forge divine weapon souls, all dragons too. But Sinbart didn't know that in the 6th checkpoint, the silver dragon represented mastery over all magical elements. What would Sinbart think upon facing that? Without any unnecessary words, Sinbart knew this was the path he must walk. He nodded firmly. Swoosh. At the moment Sinbart nodded, the silver armor's spear came whizzing through the air, fast as lightning. Indeed, the speed of the thunder element was remarkably swift. This speed rivals that of the wind dragon. It cannot be underestimated. With that thought, Sinbart concentrated fully. As he ventured deeper into these challenges, the power grew stronger, inevitably and necessarily. Observing the faint traces of current around the spear tip, Sinbart recognized the control of the thunder dragon. Without such command over the lightning element, it wouldn't deserve its name. A powerful, white electric current crackled at the spear's point. One could imagine that even if this spear did not pierce its target, merely being touched by it would likely leave the opponent paralyzed. Being paralyzed in combat was a formidable effect, potentially fatal. In response, 5 rings of green aura erupted beneath Sinbart's feet, his 5th-tier wind magic speed. Moving sideways, he retreated 5 steps swiftly to evade the attack. But in the next moment, Sinbart felt the paralyzing effect of the current within what seemed like a 5-meter range. Alarmed, he stepped back hastily, knowing full well the dangers of paralysis even though his body had significant resistance against magical attacks. Simultaneously, Sinbart transformed again, conjuring water elemental shadow clones. 2 burning dragons coiled above his head, extreme black abyss dragons. In a brief moment of preparation, 2 high-temperature black fire dragons took shape, roaring forward fiercely. In the following second, Sinbart's jaw dropped open in disbelief. There stood the silver armor, unmoving, holding its spear confidently as though awaiting Sinbart's assault. Seeing this, Sinbart suddenly realized something. Was the holy dragon armor he possessed also endowed with the same capabilities as the thunder dragon? Or could it be that 2 components of the king hammer armor shared similar abilities? Considering the notion of identical abilities between armors filled Sinbart with unease and wonder alike. Boom, boom. Instantaneously, the 2 dark black extreme black abyss dragons engulfed the silver armor. Although still newly formed and not overly large, upon consuming the Thunder Dragon Guardian, the 2 black abyss dragons appeared to merge, completely swallowing the Thunder Dragon Guardian whole. Haha! Resounded the carefree laughter of the Thunder Dragon within the flames. Upon hearing the mocking laughter coming from the armor, Sinbart couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, uncertain of where things had gone awry. Suddenly, a circle of white sigils resembling a pact appeared behind Sinbart on the ground. Wide-eyed, Sinbart observed. From those sigils emerged a silver armor half the size of the previous one, yet identical in every way. Which, while Sinbart was momentarily stunned, the larger silver armor thrust its spear forward furiously. Sinbart leapt into the air, seeing the aggressive advance of the long spear. Whoosh! The spear, carrying intense currents, disappeared right beneath him in an instant. Just when Sinbart believed he'd dodged, another slightly larger sigil appeared beneath his feet. Sensing something amiss, Sinbart prepared to dodge once more. However, rumble! A thunderbolt struck down suddenly, leaving Sinbart somewhat paralyzed. At that very moment, the larger silver armor's long spear attacked once more. With attention focused below on Sinbart, who could notice the pillar of lightning forming above. Bang! Sinbart was hurled back, smashing against the cave's stone wall. The place he was pierced was precisely where the black battle armor had been bestowed by the Holy Dragon during the second checkpoint. Despite his body being partially paralyzed, Sinbart's expression was one of terror. What he observed was this. The smaller distant armor held a long spear, pointed skyward, generating colossal currents of lightning. Needless to say, Sinbart knew immediately that the thunderbolt which struck him earlier came from the smaller silver armor. Is this how all of King Hammer's artifacts behave? Not only do they attack unexpectedly, but every added skill is so terrifying. If I wore it then. Yes, Sinbart was extremely shocked. He had assumed this Thunder Dragon Guardian would possess similar abilities to the Holy Dragon Guardian. But no, this ability was entirely different. It appeared similar to the Frost Giant Dragon, having summoning powers. However, the Frost Giant Dragon's icy soul was constantly attached, whereas the Azure Thunder Dragon needed an attack to manifest its abilities. Sinbart's thought process was indeed correct. Otherwise, how could King Hammer have unified the Divine Dragon Continent with just his own strength? Even though there wasn't much magical energy or spirit force depletion from his body at that point, he still had to think carefully about why this was happening. Within a month, rumble, rumbles, rumble, 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 rumble. Every day, Sinbart endured such thunder strikes, and gradually noticed that the number of Thunder Dragon Guardian armors summoned was 6. After 2 months, through his guerrilla tactics, Sinbart finally comprehended all the moves of the Thunder Dragon armor. During these 2 months, Sinbart relentlessly used his body as an experiment, striving to develop his own fighting style while harmonizing with magic use. Every day for these 2 months, Sinbart bore the repeated strikes of lightning. Gradually, the paralysis lessened until he felt nothing at all. Yes, through persistent effort, not only did Sinbart's capabilities increase inevitably, but also his control over magic certainly improved. Moreover, his physical endurance against strikes and magic resistance significantly heightened. Enduring such hammering, refining himself under trial, Sinbart's skills and abilities grew evidently. Huff, huff. After recuperating, Sinbart resolved to pass the trial today, accumulating strategies and techniques learned over these 2 months for controlling and countering the electric armor. Thunder Dragon Guardian. Challenge commence. Sinbart understood that this Thunder Dragon Guardian could summon up to 6 identical armors to itself. But don't underestimate them because of their small size. Their capabilities were exactly the same as the main Thunder Dragon armor, all imbued with lightning and capable of charging. Over these 2 months, Sinbart slowly figured out methods to deal with the Thunder Dragon armor. As soon as Sinbart made a move, a thin wind blade appeared across his hand. The Thunder Dragon armor instantly summoned forth the first small armor upon being attacked. Sinbart dodged attacks from the large Thunder Dragon armor while using all his magic to assault the small armor. Hundreds of black wind blades later, the first small armor vanished without a trace. Surprisingly, that little armor disappeared without even emitting a single lightning bolt. Yes, small silver dragon armors had limited summoning abilities, so Sinbart adopted the method of engaging them individually. Subsequently, Sinbart unleashed 3 wind blades toward the Thunder Dragon armor. 3 smaller armors appeared in front of Sinbart, the method he'd uncovered after 2 months of experimentation. Despite numerous trials, whenever the Thunder Dragon armor was attacked, it always summoned 3 smaller armors. Regardless if the attack consisted of 1 or 2 hits, it never exceeded 3. That's why Sunbart used 3 wind blades precisely to intercept the lightning bolts from the Thunder Dragon armor. Indeed, the Thunder Dragon armor possessed the same lightning magic as the smaller armors. By attacking with wind blades, he neutralized its techniques, preventing further spells. Boom. The first bolt of lightning approached as Sunbart already took care of one among the 3 smaller armors. Simultaneously, Sunbart utilized wind speed to evade the locking pattern on the ground, thereby avoiding being struck by lightning. Boom. Boom. As Sunbart fired another 100 wind blades, the other 2 small silver armors eventually couldn't withstand it anymore, vanishing within the cave. Throughout his maneuvering and combat, Sunbart remained lighthearted and calm, dispersing 2 more small armors summoned by the Thunder Dragon. In the end, Sunbart faced off against the final Thunder Dragon armor alone. Perhaps due to excessive consumption, the Thunder Dragon armor began moving sluggishly, clearly noticeable to Sunbart. Under the assault of the last enormous black wind blade, the Thunder Dragon armor finally merged into a bracelet, encircling Sunbart's arm. It also pushed down the previous artifact bracelet he shared with Avril. Falling onto the ground, Sunbart quickly retrieved it. Sunbart then heard the voice of the Thunder Dragon armor, one of the King Hammer's artifact sets, the Thunder Dragon bracelet. Throughout his attempts to pass these levels, Sunbart had consumed the most energy within this Thunder Dragon armor cave. If another half an hour passed, Sunbart knew he would be unable to continue enduring. The endless wind blades, mirror source, shadow clones all drained his mental strength at a terrifying rate. After sitting down to recuperate, glancing afar at the 6th checkpoint's heavy black gates, Sunbart was full of confidence. Chapter 98, The Battle Armor of the Silver Dragon. This time, Sunbart actually sat cross-legged for 3 days during his recovery. It wasn't because Sunbart healed slowly. Rather, he felt an itchy sensation in his internal meridians. Though he didn't know why, Sunbart was certain that this sensation must be beneficial. What Sunbart didn't understand, he didn't bother to investigate at all. After standing up, he immediately walked towards the final level of the Hammer King armor. Rumbling, the gate opened and closed. Sunbart looked inside the cave but saw nothing except a white armor. Yes, it was white, not the silver of the Thunder Dragon armor, but pure creamy white. Moreover, the weapon attached to this armor wasn't a blade, spear, or sword, but a staff. Naturally, when Sunbart saw this white staff, he instantly guessed that magic wouldn't be usable in this test. Just as Sunbart had thought, a beautifully melodious voice then came from the armor. Welcome, Challenger of Legacy. In this level, both summoning creatures and magic are completely blocked. You may only use your martial energy. Guardian, Silver Dragon. Upon hearing the beautiful voice, Sunbart froze in place, bombarded by shock. What was the Silver Dragon? Of course, Sunbart had heard his teacher Kechi mention it before. The Silver Dragon is the king of magical beasts and wizards. Its body carries all types of elemental magics, and has achieved 10th level cultivation. Even 3-sword emperors might not be able to match it, unless they were all equipped with artifacts surpassing divine equipment. Hearing that elegant voice announce such a formidable existence, how could Sunbart not be astonished? However, Sunbart had always been the type who refused to yield to adversity. The harder the challenge, the more exhilarating it became. There was no hint of retreat in his heart, only excitement for the trial ahead. Of course, could Sunbart decline this challenge? The answer was clearly no. He nodded, just as firmly and arrogantly as ever. His deep black eyes, sharp and penetrating, focused intently on the movements of the white armor. The next moment, Sunbart was surprised again. The staff held by the white armor began to swirl with the 5 elemental energies. Witnessing this phenomenon, how could Sunbart not be shocked? He had trained himself to handle 4 elements simultaneously before reaching the 4-element harmony level, yet what he faced now was someone, or something, that could handle 5 elements at once. What kind of realm was this? For many years, Sunbart himself had never managed to break through the limit of handling 5 elements. Because of this, the bloodthirsty desire in his heart burned even brighter. Swish, 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 swish. Unfortunately, one small problem was that, while powerful, the magical beast's spells were basic magic, mere fireballs and wind blades. But if Sunbart had relaxed his guard based on that, he would have surely met his downfall. Sunbart carefully watched the 5 large fireballs hurtling toward him. Yes, the small fireballs had grown to the size of big ones. Sunbart swiftly dodged. Martial energy surged violently underfoot, and he leaped quickly, performing a full 360-degree backflip in midair, retreating diagonally to the left. As soon as Sunbart thought he had escaped the collision of magic, he suddenly felt searing heat against his back as he rotated in the air. What? These magic orbs can control direction? Sunbart was stunned. Yes, although the Silver Dragon released large fireballs akin to magical projectiles, being the king of magic among magical beasts, it was certainly not to be underestimated. Sunbart dared not argue against the overwhelming mastery of magic control that the Silver Dragon displayed. Magical beasts had the most primitive touch with magic. They did not create many elaborate skills, so what advantage did their magic have over humans? Control and execution, no doubt about it. Sunbart admitted inferiority in both areas. Boom, 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 boom. None of the 5 massive fireballs missed hitting Sunbart. At that instant, Sunbart's body swayed heavily, almost losing balance when he landed. However, the shock was undeniable. It was immense. From the previous 5 levels, each one was impressively challenging, and by this point, Sunbart was increasingly amazed by the taming abilities and absolute strength of the Hammer King. Without strength, how could anyone subdue these beasts and harness their souls into the weapon spirits? Listening to the praise given by these spirit guardians for the Hammer King revealed a sense of admiration and servitude. Sunbart understood even more clearly at this moment that without elevating himself to the level of a sword emperor or a wizard emperor, passing these trials would be exceedingly difficult. One might say it would be as hard as climbing to the heavens, but Sunbart also understood that his current abilities stemmed from his own hard work. Therefore, he placed even greater importance on his future training. Swish, 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 swish. 5 massive wind blades attacked again. Sunbart had no idea how to disperse these magics that flew freely like birds, yet pursued him relentlessly like ravenous wolves. Sunbart took out his spiritual long knife and swung it dozens of times. The black light of martial energy violently burst forth, like a brilliant sunlit rainbow, cutting through those wind blades with sizzling sounds, enabling Sunbart to evade their attack. After those dozens of black martial energy strikes destroyed the wind blades, Sunbart saw 5 thunderlight balls swiftly coming next. Were they cast effortlessly, just by thought? Without any build-up? Yes, they were cast effortlessly, just by thought. Absolutely without build-up. As with Sunbart, these spells in the hands of the Silver Dragon were equally simple. No wonder, it was the king of mage beasts. In the 6th test of the Hammer King's trials, within the cave guarded by the Silver Dragon, magic erupted as dazzlingly and beautifully as fireworks. Of course, there was nowhere for Sunbart to dodge. Even his protective aura had completely dissipated. Yes, in just 3 hours, Sunbart's martial energy had been entirely depleted. Moreover, do not underestimate the simplicity of these spells. Remember, under the absolute genius that is the Silver Dragon, the consistent magical barrage would seem insurmountable. A few hits might be negligible, but when every single spell struck the same spot, wouldn't that bring pain? Frightening. The seamless control of magic. The sensation was as if the Silver Dragon's magical spirit power was inexhaustible. Sunbart could not withstand this assault since the Silver Dragon's spirit power did not fall short of his own and might even surpass it. Most importantly, although Sunbart still had spirit power, he lacked martial energy. Hence, the white Silver Dragon armor returned to its original position while Sunbart sat cross-legged to recover. Pondering his gains and losses, Sunbart suddenly recalled the scenes from before, realizing something profound. Snap! Sunbart slapped his forehead. Wrong. Wrong. There was a glimmer of joy on Sunbart's face. And a huge mistake. An incorrect use of combat style. Yes, the strategy was flawed from the beginning. How does one fight a mage? It's all about chasing or evading. Can't I have the mage chase me instead? Conserve my own martial energy while retaliating sparingly. Perhaps. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Though Sunbart sustained heavy injuries each time, a smile never left his face. Why? Because Sunbart realized that warriors and mages shared the same principles of combat, not necessarily needing warriors to pursue mages. Mages can also chase warriors. Consuming only small amounts of martial energy during evasion would save a great deal. Though Sunbart had been attacked multiple times by the white armor's spells, Sunbart knew that the one thing he lacked now was martial energy, so there was no need to fear. The Silver Dragon could serve as his sparring partner. After both parties exhausted their energies, a significant enhancement would undoubtedly occur. 2 months later, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sunbart skillfully dodged 5 green wind blades. The 5th wind blade represented the complete division into 5 magical elements controlled at once. Swish, 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 swish. Similarly, Sunbart avoided the 5 thunderlight spheres approaching with a whistle. In 5 hours, though hit a few times, the intervals between the Silver Dragon armor's magical attacks grew longer. Sunbart knew that the Silver Dragon armor's spirit power was significantly consumed and likely wouldn't last much longer. Finally, Sunbart noticed the 5 fireball spells emitted by the Silver Dragon armor had now dwindled to 3, barely larger than fists. Sunbart was overjoyed, knowing well that his martial energy had grown substantially over the past 2 months, but still retained more than a tenth. Sunbart knew he should act now, lest his martial energy deplete too. There, breathless, eyes flashing with brilliance, Sunbart roared. Instantly, the long knife cut through the air, leaving over a dozen residual shadows. All remaining martial energy inside Sunbart surged outwards, appearing like a magnificent long rainbow of black light, fiercely cleaving toward the Silver Dragon armor. At this moment, the Silver Dragon armor made its final stand, glowing bright green as water elemental protective magic naturally activated with the remaining spirit power. Yet under Sunbart's over a dozen black streaks of sword chi, it seemed utterly useless, shattering instantly, then slicing onto the Silver Dragon armor in the last fatal blow. The Silver Dragon armor fused into a black war helmet, adorned with 2 large horns resembling buffalo horns. It encased itself on Sunbart's head. A gentle and melodious voice then echoed, one of the Hammer King's divine artifacts, the Silver Dragon battle helmet. Sunbart had no time to admire his new set of armor, as the earlier depletion left his legs trembling slightly. He quickly sat cross-legged to recover, but before sitting, he glanced at the 7th gate, a heavy black stone door. A smile lingered on the corner of his lips. There was no doubt about Sunbart's joyful mood. After all, these years of trials were finally reaching their final step. Acquiring the full set of divine artifacts would not only be a measure of his growth, but it would also reunite him with the woman he loved. Without overthinking, though tired, he happily focused on recovering, preparing for the last challenge ahead. Chapter 99, The King's Kunlun Hammer. The last level, I wonder what the final challenge of the Hammer King will be. Simbart couldn't help but feel excited. It had already been a year since he came here and passed through the first 6 levels. If it weren't for the fact that he carried the spatial rings of his 3 uncle-level magical beasts, storing plenty of food, Sinbart's mental strength would definitely not be in good shape right now. It's not about whether Sinbart needs to eat or not. At this level, eating is actually not much of an issue. However, one must replenish spiritual energy. This comes from food supplements such as vegetables, poultry, fish, meat, etc. Furthermore, before entering, the Golden Holy Dragon gave Sinbart 20 divine dragon holy fruits, which he consumed whenever he most needed them. At the moment, Sinbart sat cross-legged on the ground resting. After passing each level, Sinbart could truly feel the might of the Hammer King. Who among ordinary people could create these challenges? And how about forbidding the use of guardian beasts and martial chi, or magic? Even the Dark Pope and Light Pope, if they were here, would probably not be able to utilize their abilities. Moreover, regarding the spirit cores within these sacred artifacts, who could absorb the existence of magical beasts of level 10 or above to serve as the cores of sacred artifacts? Sinbart rested cross-legged while recovering the black martial chi within his meridians drop by drop. After a while, Sinbart was fully recovered and stood up. At this moment, Sinbart wore a set of black battle armor. Although it looked like it was encased in steel, with his body moving freely, no one could imagine that such armor could be so flexible. All dressed in black, there was nothing particularly dazzling about it except for the 2 large horns on either side of the helmet. But Sinbart's standing figure exuded an aura of majesty, awe-inspiring power, and royal dignity. A formidable armor complemented his piercing eyes, revealing 2 words, solemnity. And Sinbart also knew at this point that if Wind Dragon short boots enhanced speed, the Divine Dragon battle armor provided defense, Fire Dragon waistband created explosions, Ice Dragon leg wraps caused freezing, and Thunder Dragon wrist guards increased attack power. Then the last Silver Dragon helmet was the best because it restored spiritual energy. Moreover, it featured an automatically adjustable elemental visor that blocked toxins and concealed throwing weapons, making it excellent. Surprisingly, the 2 horns atop his head were designed to absorb more elemental conduits, something that amazed Sinbart. Without overthinking, Sinbart took heavy steps towards the 7th level of the Hammer King, his heart weighed down with unavoidable tension, yet brimming with greater excitement. The rumbling sound of opening doors was something Sinbart had long become accustomed to. Despite having only heard 12 open-close cycles in over a year, he had grown familiar with it. But Sinbart was slightly surprised, as he did not hear the sound of the back stone door closing. Not dwelling on it too much, Sinbart focused entirely on the entire hall around him. Indeed, unlike the previous 6 levels where the caves were filled with stalactites, this one was a grand golden hall. Inside the hall was just a single table, upon which lay a tiny ring. Behind the table stood a massive mound of earth. Upon closer inspection, however, this mound turned out to be a huge hammerhead shaped like a wine barrel, with a pointed tip both at the top and the front aimed at enemies. Its entire body was pitch black yet shone with luster, though its hue differed from the color of the armor Sinbart wore. Nevertheless, this hammer radiated an immense heaviness and oppression. This pressure, the kind that exuded royal supremacy, the kind that made others dare not look directly at it. Suddenly, all the components of Sinbart's armor simultaneously emitted black light. Though black themselves, under normal circumstances, no one could discern any change. Yet Sinbart knew well that the armor he was wearing at the moment emitted a dark sheen similar to that of the enormous hammer. Artifact resonance? Sinbart was astonished. This was something that teacher Kaji Charlie had once explained to him, but he never expected that the sacred artifact set of the Hammer King could resonate like this. Instantly, those pieces of sacred artifacts naturally fell off Sinbart's body, merging into one completely black set of armor. But instead of disappearing, it hovered beside Sinbart, shoulder to shoulder with him as they gazed at the giant hammer like old friends. Suddenly, a coarse and thunderous voice reverberated, loud enough to make ears ring. Like the rolling thunder from the heavens above, it stirred Sinbart's very soul. Hee, younger brother, I have waited for you a long time. This is the last test of my trial. If you can lift the royal Kunlun hammer atop that mound and wield it 5 times in midair, then your training will be over. If not, then you must continue to practice. However, let me tell you, the sooner you pick up the hammer, the more it will fuse with you. The longer it takes, the less it will regard you, as it would an inferior person, thus offering you less help in the future. In this final trial, you may use anything at your disposal, but beware. Remember. The thunderous voice gradually faded away. Sinbart suddenly turned his head because he realized that the voice had come from the black armor beside him. Although the final trial seemed so simple, it left Sinbart feeling somewhat puzzled. Yet, he wouldn't assume such a seemingly easy test would be a breeze. The sound immediately reminded Sinbart of the Hammer King. Only the Hammer King, whose power was trained to its purest form, could possess such a voice. Younger brother? The sharp-minded Sinbart instantly understood what the Hammer King meant by younger brother, for it referred to the 3rd successor of the Divine Dragon legacy. Without further thought, Sinbart slowly approached the mighty hammer radiating an overwhelming aura. Reaching the table's edge, Sinbart didn't even glance at the ring on the table, but focused intently on the massive hammer instead. The royal Kunlun hammer lived up to its name. Its imposing presence exuded a kingly air that grew stronger the closer Sinbart got. Observing its perfect craftsmanship, Sunbart marveled at who could possess such skill to create such an immaculate hammer imbued with majestic power. Sunbart extended both hands, gripping the completely pitch-black hammer handle. But, bang! Sunbart was repelled by a burst of black light emitted from the handle, sent flying along an arc. A disorienting sensation struck Sunbart, and a sudden sweetness surged to his throat, making him want to vomit blood. In just that one moment, Sunbart felt this single impact was more astonishing than the force of the Holy Dragon Backlash or the Thunder Dragon's Guardian Lightning. He clenched his teeth, stopped himself mid-air, and forced himself to stand up again. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, Sunbart still remained puzzled. Of course, Sunbart was already accustomed to these enigmas. Since the very first trial, Sunbart had never fully understood the mysteries ahead. If not for attempting to harness the abilities of that armor, no one would ever have guessed it held such power. Naturally, Sunbart now also understood that this enormous hammer wasn't something easily wielded. And if it were, would it still deserve the title of Royal Kunlun Hammer? Moreover, one thing to know about equipment combinations, what mattered most? Yes, the weapon. Could a weapon considered the core of the Hammer King's battle armor really be something so easily lifted? Otherwise, the Hammer King wouldn't have assigned this task to Sunbart, nor reserved it until the final trial. However, Sunbart didn't know that even Bolo Ding struggled with controlling this hammer when he first faced it. Refusing to admit defeat, Sunbart attempted again to grasp the Kunlun hammer, planning to summon his guardian beast and add martial chi or magic to aid him, ensuring he wouldn't suffer another humiliating failure and give himself the strength to lift the Kunlun hammer. Sunbart hesitated. Didn't the Hammer King say I could use anything? Why can't I summon my beasts or call upon martial chi or magic? Of course, no one answered his question. Pang! At the very touch of his hand, he was once again flung back by the rebound, pressing the blood rising in his throat, which he desperately suppressed. But the streak of bright red on his dry lips unmistakably revealed that Sunbart had spat blood, cross-legged sitting down to recover. Despite the minor consumption of energy, the internal shaking was far from comfortable. With the lingering nausea, doing anything became impossible. Instead of forcing it, Sunbart decided to rest and approach the task gradually. Continuing in defiance, Sunbart kept trying day after day, each attempt resulting in an arc dejection. These tests became inevitable for him. Of course, Sunbart only tested himself once daily. After each attempt caused internal shock, he would take time to recover fully before testing again. During these trials, Sunbart could feel every organ inside his body seem to undergo training. Under the effect of the divine dragon blood, whenever Sunbart's internal organs suffered damage or slight injury, the dragon blood would quickly repair them. Over time, Sunbart's bodily organs developed resilience far beyond that of an ordinary person, exceeding it by hundreds or thousands of times. Only the originally hollow helmet behind him now glowed with two strange lights, like ghostly flames resembling human eyes, softly murmuring, "Younger brother, where is your divine dragon protection?" He, of course, Sunbart, who was fully focused on lifting the hammer, didn't hear it and kept trying, stubbornly attempting to lift that pitch-black, glowing mighty hammer. If only Sunbart could have heard beyond the lookout Ding's hint at this moment, it would have been for the best. However, seeing his third younger brother putting in such effort and determination, Hammer King Bolo Ding felt nothing but admiration for Sunbart. After all, even Hammer King Bolo Ding hadn't anticipated that Sunbart possessed such a bull-like stubborn heart. As Sunbart reached out again to grip the Kunlun hammer, just a slight touch of the royal Kunlun hammer sent his body flying backward in an arc once more. Without a moment's pause, after getting up, he resumed his usual method of recovering. The helmet of the Hammer King's armor swayed side to side, as if shaking its head disapprovingly. Or rather, Hammer King Bolo Ding was helplessly shaking his head. Chapter 100 finally obtained the full set of magic weapons. Bang, bang. Every time, Sunbart was always sent flying like this. For over a month now, Sunbart could not figure out where the problem lay. Neither his martial chi, magic, nor summoned beasts could be used. But why? Why did Hammer King Bulleting say it can be used? If he said it can be used, then it must be possible. It seems I haven't found the right method, Sunbart murmured to himself. No matter how indomitable and determined you are in your perseverance, if you don't find the trick, it's all useless because this is a set checkpoint. During these past few weeks, Sunbart scratched his head countless times, but still had no idea what the problem was. However, he knew the solution methods were wrong. The black armor standing behind him, with its strange eyes flashing continuously, went completely unnoticed by Sunbart. However, since the one who assigned this task couldn't possibly tell Sunbart the issue behind it, this huge hammer carries an overwhelming momentum, bringing me heavy pressure. Now even both hands together can barely grip it. There must be something off somewhere. Lift it. When I can't even hold it properly, I have to think carefully. Sunbart sat cross-legged for several more days, yet not even a single clue emerged. Standing up again, defying disbelief, he walked toward the great hammer. In fact, it's not that Sunbart didn't understand now, but rather that he hadn't fully grasped it. Although Hammer King told him everything could be used, after experimenting with his own abilities, Sunbart found nothing worked. Therefore, Sunbart thought that neither summoning beasts nor martial arts or magical spells could be used, so he placed himself within this misconception. This caused Sunbart to get stuck on a dead end. To know, Sunbart had yet to use the Divine Dragon Guardian granted by the Divine Dragon itself. Overwhelming aura, pressure, all from the giant hammer. You must radiate an even prouder and more convincing aura than the hammers, one that commands respect, to successfully break through. Currently, Sunbart thought that simply possessing immense strength, gripping tightly, and trying hard to lift was enough. What Simbart didn't know was that Force-type Hammer King also discovered the path only under the guidance of the Divine Dragon Guardian, as he too fell into this very same trap back then. Thus, the reason Simbart couldn't grasp the hammer handle at all was simply because Xianxia Hammer sensed no aura or commanding pride coming from him. Hence, it pushed against Simbart. Bang, bang, bang. Not working. 2 months now. If I can't even firmly grip the handle, then it's truly useless. Apparently, I've been approaching the problem incorrectly all along and need to give it some real thought. Otherwise, all my efforts will end up being wasted, Simbart, drenched in sweat, muttered. With each impact, although his body remained as firm as stone, the tremor in his internal organs could still be felt. Of course, given these circumstances, Simbart's physical resilience has already reached astonishing levels. Even the flexibility of his internal organs increased crazily. Aura flows unceasingly, majestic like rainbows. This mighty King Xianxia Hammer carries such arrogantly proud sharp edges. But isn't it just a hammer after all? Who knows how Hammer King ever managed to forge this kind of weapon? Moreover, it's almost impossible for anyone to touch it. It's almost like there's a spirit controlling it inside. That's it. Suddenly, clap, a crisp sound rang out, and there stood Simbart, slapping his forehead with his right hand. Wrong, wrong, completely wrong. Haha, I get it now, I finally get it. Simbart wore a face full of joy. As seen, Simbart stood up again and moved towards the great hammer. All of a sudden, the black armor behind Simbart quivered, because he saw, behind Simbart appeared a golden dragon guardian beast. Without light or a hole, it seemingly materialized out of nowhere. This golden dragon guardian beast was none other than the divine dragon guardian. Its body hovered majestically in the air, exuding overwhelming power. Yes, in a sudden realization, Simbart comprehended as if a spirit indeed controlled the hammer, connecting it to the control of his own divine dragon guardian, generating the aura and commanding presence. Furthermore, what could be more arrogant or powerful than the divine dragon guardian that Simbart had personally encountered? So, Simbart suddenly remembered an important issue, a critical question. Since Hammer King Boloding mentioned the ability to summon his protective animal, and yet Simbart himself only summoned one, while leaving the divine dragon guardian forgotten at the back of his mind. However, in this instant of connection, Simbart also understood. Ho ho, this third younger brother truly is intelligent. Back then, I wasn't as perceptive as he is now. To think he managed to uncover the mystery behind breaking this oppressive energy. Haha. The voice carried a profound and resonant laughter, reaching Simbart's ears. Simbart was entirely focused on the giant hammer and didn't bother to respond to Hammer King's words. Afterward, Hammer King stopped speaking as well, quietly waiting for Simbart's next move. The divine dragon guardian suddenly appeared at Simbart's summons, emitting an absolute aura of pressure, authority, and arrogance that covered the entire palace. It seemed even the enormous black hammer trembled in response to the divine dragon guardian. This divine dragon guardian resembled the whole form of the divine dragon soul that Simbart had encountered before, but was much smaller in size. This was also the first time Simbart had seen it. Without further delay, Simbart firmly gripped the hammer handle. At the moment of contact, Simbart couldn't help but laugh. Yes, this time Simbart truly held the hammer handle without being repelled. The massive hammer quaked in the presence of a power that was vastly superior to its own, its arrogance subdued by the divine dragon guardian's oppressive majesty. The Xianxia hammer struggled violently against the suppression, and seeing this struggle, Simbart naturally understood. It would take time to make this hammer submit completely. Suddenly, Simbart felt his previously sealed internal energies, the martial chi and magic, were released instantly. Like a dam whose gates had opened, they surged freely once more. A deep black martial chi flowed across Simbart's skin. Roar! A flash of black light surrounded Simbart, who then burst forth with a loud shout, concentrating all his martial chi and magic into his hands gripping the hammer handle. Rise! Another explosive shout followed, but the giant hammer merely swayed back and forth, seemingly struggling and resisting against Simbart's might. At this moment, the divine dragon guardian behind Simbart suddenly opened its eyes, releasing golden light infused with a faint trace of black mist. Moved. Under the oppressive force of the divine dragon guardian, the Xianxia hammer no longer resisted. Instead, it began to shake under Simbart's control. However, what Simbart did not know was that the weight of the hammer was 1,400,000 kilograms. 1,400,000. Even though its oppressive aura and seal had dissipated, since the Xianxia hammer had yet to fully recognize Simbart as its master and fuse with him, its sheer individual weight remained at 1,400,000 kilograms, making it extremely challenging for Simbart to lift it. The dark black martial chi and dark black magical energy appeared unified at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there was a subtle gap between these two energies. In the midst of this intense release of black light, Simbart realized both his martial chi and magic were pushed to their limit. Crack! A simple sound of something cracking came from Simbart's mouth. Yes, in his immense effort, the teeth inside his mouth had broken apart. Fiat! The tiger-mouthed part of Simbart's palm tore open, flowing with drops of golden blood. In the very next instant, Simbart's blood, flowing like it was being drawn backward, was absorbed by the Xianxia hammer, absorbed indeed. From the flow, one could see the speed. Not a single drop fell to the ground. As if covering the entire giant hammer, the golden blood spread over it. After the flow of Simbart's golden blood, the battle armor behind him began to tremble fiercely. What? Third brother actually has 2 drops of divine dragon blood. Heaven above, is it predestined? The surprised voice echoed from within the black armor, the Hammer King's spirit astounded. Simbart now appeared even more terrifying, his body entirely radiant in gold. The golden blood continued to be absorbed voraciously by the xuanhuan hammer, causing his 7 orifices to bleed heavily, a horrifying sight. But Simbart clenched his teeth, forcing himself to use his utmost strength to lift the great hammer. It seemed Simbart knew, if he let go of the xuanhuan hammer this time, the next attempt to lift it would become far more difficult. So he persisted. As the blood kept flowing, Simbart gradually felt his vision becoming increasingly blurred, his head growing heavier due to significant blood loss. For a person, excessive blood loss inevitably leads to dizziness. The xuanhuan hammer in Simbart's hand turned pure gold as he raised it halfway, and at this point, the bleeding from Simbart's body stopped abruptly. But, bang, bang. The first bang was the sound of the xuanhuan hammer crashing down again, and the second bang marked Simbart fainting due to blood loss. In the end, Simbart could not hold out, collapsing unconscious after heavy blood loss. If it weren't for his unbending heart, he wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. Remember, the weight of the xuanhuan hammer was a staggering 1,400,000 kilograms. Whoosh. The black armor immediately flashed forward, yes, in the blink of an eye, and caught Simbart's falling body, laying him gently on a table with a ring placed on it. However, at this moment, Hammer King Beluadin said excitedly, "Indeed, your father did not misjudge you. You possess such strength, talent, and more than anything, opportunity. You actually have 2 drops of divine dragon blood. This is truly incredible." Inside the black armor, there was a slow turn of what appeared to be a helmet towards the colossal xuanhuan hammer. At this time, the xuanhuan hammer still radiated with golden light, its entire body glowing gold. But this glow was gradually dissipating, until eventually, a pitch-black sphere emerged from within the xuanhuan hammer, imprinting itself on Simbart's forehead. The phenomenon revealed was rather eerie. Chapter 101, The Divine Dragon Ring. An unknown amount of time passed, and in his unconscious state, Sinbait could feel that after the complete exhaustion of his body and mind, a stream of black energy permeated his whole being, bringing him immense comfort. But shortly thereafter, Sinbait felt the pain emanating from his damaged body. When he slowly came to, he found himself unable to open his eyes. And though unable to see, Sinbait could feel the intense pain throughout his body. His internal meridians and bones were fractured, but the divine dragon's blood was furiously repairing them. Sinbait couldn't understand why, despite his body already being so strong, so resilient that even spirit weapons could not scratch it, it still suffered damage. Without divine dragon's blood's superior restorative abilities, whether Sinbait would still be alive now would indeed be questionable. It was unclear how many days or months had passed. At this moment, Sinbait gently opened his eyes. There wasn't much to see. All that came into view was a set of black armor, and he seemed to be lying on something. Upon careful reflection, there was only one table within the palace. So without doubt, he must currently be lying on that table. The black armor, as if aware that Sinbait had awoken, turned its head and asked, "Awake?" A rough, yet resonant voice came through. Sinbait slowly sat up, for due to the severe injuries, he initially felt some disorientation upon sitting up. Without immediately responding to Buo Ladi, Hammer King Pai Luoding.'s question, Sinbait carefully looked around instead, naturally searching for the Heaven-Earth hammer he had been unable to lift that day. "There's no need to look. You've passed the test because you have 2 drops of divine dragon blood in your body. All those who inherit our divine dragon legacy can feel it." Sinbait paid no heed to the Hammer King's words. He merely remembered that before he fainted, the hammer drank his blood, which appeared golden at that time. However, right now, what Sinbait saw remained as it did the first day he met it, pitch black with a glossy sheen. "This?" Sinbait asked in confusion. "It turned gold back, then as it acknowledged you as its master. This is related to binding the soul of the weapon using blood, called blood oath, similar to a pact with a magical beast." Pai Luoding's words left Sinbait shocked. From childhood up until now, including from his teacher, no one had ever explained to him about these so-called blood oaths involving artifacts. Moreover, given that Sinbait possessed 2 divine instruments himself, such a thing was entirely new to him. But why don't other divine instruments require this? Sinbait again inquired. That's a sharp question. Actually, I don't have a good answer for you either, because the black battle armor you see and that Heaven-Earth hammer are both crafted by our father. According to father, these artifacts were made before the creatures of the divine dragon continent developed souls. Moreover, the materials used for these artifacts surprised even our father. These materials did not originate from his own flesh and blood, but came from outer space when they broke through the heavens during the early formation of this world. Father once told me it was something like meteorite, but I've forgotten the specifics. Hearing Pai Luoding refer to their father, Sinbait felt somewhat awkward. It was well known across the entire divine dragon continent that Pai Luoding called divine dragon father. Of course, Sinbait knew this, but hearing it always made him feel slightly strange. However, the subsequent words stunned Sinbait. Break through the heavens? What exactly did breaking through the heavens mean? Sinbait didn't know. In his understanding, the heavens were an infinite existence, synonymous with divinity itself. Yet, they were just newly transcended xianxian warriors, and how could they possibly understand what heaven truly meant? Additionally, Sinbait had always assumed these divine artifacts were forged by Pai Luoding himself, never realizing they were created by the divine dragon. Of course, knowing these divine artifacts were made by the divine dragon left Sinbait less moved than expected, since across the entirety of Dragon God Continent, Everyone reveres the divine dragon as an omnipotent god. Our father told me that this large stone actually burst into flames as it approached, eventually colliding with the divine dragon continent. This impact formed the Great Lake on Longshan Island, and the island in the lake was later created by our father himself. However, I was unable to pass the trials required to ascend to Longshan Island. Let me get back to the point. These 7 divine artifacts are also the most terrifying divine artifacts on the divine dragon continent. Of course, they cannot compare with father's own 8 divine artifacts. The 7 divine artifacts were cast from a large, fiery hot fireball that brought some metal. At the time, father described it very strangely. Something so massive that could create such a huge crater like Dragon God Island ended up being only as big as an ordinary family's dining table and very heavy, of course, and it took this black appearance. Afterward, father named this metal star iron. Using star iron, father made 2 sets of armor. One is the one you see now, and the other consists of 3 pieces from your second brother's beast god set, because beasts can only wear 3 divine artifacts, so father created 2 sets. But star iron was too hard, so the last piece of star iron was forged into that hammerhead. That's why, in your view, you might think they are one whole object. This is the exact reason. Sinbad listened carefully to what King Hammerpie Luoding had to say. However, when Sinbad heard about the burning stone that caused all this, he was quite surprised. You see, Sinbad had once heard Great Dark Pope Arian speak about how the great crater on Divine Dragon Island was as large as 1/5 of Time Air. And in the end, this stone turned out to be only the size of an ordinary dining table. How could Sinbad not be amazed? Clearly, if Sinbad were to try to figure out the reason himself, he would rack his brains and still come up with nothing. Third brother, your intelligence and talent far surpass mine and your second brother. Moreover, you have acquired 2 drops of divine dragon blood. Big brother, I am truly happy for you. Only, your second brother. Alas, Hammer King Pai Luoding let out a long sigh at the mention of the beast god Sanglong. Sinbad's lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Hammer King Pai Luoding stopped him. You don't need to ask. I'll tell you directly. After your second brother and I ruled the entire continent, unknowingly our strength had both ascended to the level of half-gods. You should have heard this from the gold holy dragon. Sinbad nodded faintly. And like me, we both underwent heavenly tribulations. First of all, our cultivation is actually against nature itself. Also, due to the divine dragon continent established by father, it is a special existence, or else, we would have experienced heavenly tribulations during our xianxia stages already. As for me, I possess the 7 divine artifacts gifted by father. Together with the divine dragon ring, they formed a total of 8. However, your second brother only had 3, plus the divine dragon ring, making 4 in total. Neither your second brother nor I passed the 9 heavenly tribulation. In my case, only my soul remained, leaving me immortal. As for your second brother, his soul shattered completely, and now, only the 4 divine artifacts gifted by father remain. Hammer King Pai Luoding sounded rather desolate after finishing these words. Of course, Sinbad now genuinely understood that these divine artifacts were not forged by Hammer King Pai Luoding, but by the divine dragon. It was no wonder, for in Sinbad's mind, only the divine dragon possessed such capability. Furthermore, that terrifying weight left Sinbad with lingering dread. Moreover, each piece of the armor was not only absurdly powerful, but its various checkpoints were set in ways that startled everyone who faced them. These were absolutely things that beings beyond the 10th tier couldn't achieve. However, Sinbad also realized an issue. If being the descendant of the divine dragon meant failing heavenly tribulations twice, then what kind of heavenly tribulation could wield such tremendous power? What exactly is the heavenly tribulation? Why did elder brother and second brother experience it? Sinbad frankly voiced his doubts. I can't really explain, but I do know one thing. It varies from person to person. I've heard that second brother's heavenly tribulation was different from mine. Initially, there wasn't a single cloud in the sky, but then thunder roared loudly. Moreover, the heavens above were extraordinarily brilliant. Additionally, the colors of each bolt of lightning varied, and so did their respective powers. Therefore, when you undergo heavenly tribulations, you must take notice, and cultivating your body is definitely paramount. Don't rely solely on the protection of divine artifacts because even divine artifacts cannot fully protect you. Well, that's enough talking. Just remember, focus on strengthening your body now, and when you face heavenly tribulations, it will be much easier for you. However, you must be careful. Sinbad certainly knew that King Hammerpie Luoding was concerned for his safety, so he didn't say anything, merely nodding lightly. Initially, the king's heaven-earth hammer had no artifact spirit within it. Now, I am that artifact spirit, so I can't leave the limits here to restore peace to the divine dragon continent again. This task now falls to you. It's because I am the artifact spirit of this divine artifact, and can't leave this shrine for even a step. All these tests and settings are content devised by Father. I simply rearranged the positions of the divine artifacts inside, allowing you to proceed more smoothly. This set of battle armor, together with the heaven-earth hammer, weighs 2 million kilograms, and just the heaven-earth hammer accounts for 1,400,000 kilograms. Your second brother's beast god divine artifacts only weigh more than 70,000 kilograms. Sinbad listened to King Hammerpie Luoding's calm voice, feeling utterly shocked in his heart. 2 million kilograms. What kind of concept is that? Take this ring too. This is the divine dragon ring. There are rumors outside claiming that this ring has a square mileage of 1,000 meters. You take a look. At this point, there was an undertone of teasing laughter in Hammer King Pai Luoding's words. Without being overly polite, Senbei casually took the jet black ring, which looked just like the Heaven-Earth hammer in color, except it had a tiny dragon head on it. After putting it on, he activated the divine dragon blood within him, causing it to interact with the ring. Then, Senbei used his mental power to probe inside. But as soon as his mental power entered the divine dragon ring, his eyes bulged round, and his mouth opened so wide it wouldn't close. Because inside the divine dragon ring. Chapter 102. Mountains of Artifacts? As his mental power seeped in, Sambate was shocked at the sight within the divine dragon ring. Is this a ring? That was Sambate's first thought. The ring's interior was an endless space. How could this not shock Sambate? Not to mention the clutter inside. Just the sheer capacity rendered him speechless. After all, rumors on the outside claimed it to be merely a square kilometer. But no. As Sambate observed, it stretched boundlessly. What did that mean? And in Sambate's eyes, the ring's interior seemed like another dimension. Flowers and plants flourished there, and a magnificent mountain loomed large, complete with a vast waterfall embedded within it. Clearly, that mountain was larger than the one relied upon by the capital of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom, and it housed many species that he had never seen before. Those flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in water were invisible to him at that moment. Keep in mind that Sambate's 5 senses were incredibly sharp, having been remolded by the blood of the divine dragon, and no one could match his vision. So what size and scale of space must Sambate have seen? How terrifying. In fact, the creatures he hadn't seen, birds and beasts, were all creations of divine dragon based on his distant homeland, China. Naturally, Sambate wouldn't recognize them. One breath of fresh air, one sense of moisture in the air, the fragrance of flowers, compelled Sambate to admit that this artifact, no, it should be called a super artifact, was truly astonishing. It is truly a place akin to an earthly paradise. If I could live here with my loved ones and friends, it would be perfect. Sambate indulged in endless reverie. After all, this place was tranquil, picturesque, and harmonious, free from the deceptions of worldly life. Even Sambate craved such existence. However, Sambate also felt greatly astonished and perplexed. Astonished at what kind of being divine dragon must be to create such a super artifact. The freshness of the air within it resembled that of an independent space. But how does air exchange occur within this independent space? This puzzled Sambate. But, regarding creation, though Sambate knew that divine dragon created the dragon god continent, how could there exist a similar space within a tiny ring like this? Sambate was deeply confused. Yet at the same time, he seemed to understand. It was far beyond his ability to guess what kind of powers this person possessed. Soon after, as if understanding something, Sambate turned his head towards the black armor. Can living beings, including humans, be stored inside? A loud but coarse voice didn't respond, yet the battle helmet on the armor nodded, as if confirming Sambate's question. Sambate stood there frozen, as if struck by lightning. Still, it seems it can't hold too many people. I've only managed to store about 500 at most. Though, not counting magical beasts. This was spoken by Baluo Ding. Sigh. Sambate let out a deep breath, perhaps because this super artifact also had its limitations, which made the feeling less overwhelming for him. After all, although Sambate could deduce from observing such a space ring that it could contain living beings, if it could contain entire armies of 10,000 horses, wouldn't every empire collapse instantly? With supreme skill or stealth, releasing a massive army within a city wall would be quite horrifying. Sambate was amazed. This seemingly sesame seed-sized ring harbored a space as vast as Mount Meru, indeed incomprehensible. Subsequently, Sambate took a look at the contents within the ring, but one glance left him stunned again. By the entrance through which his mental probe entered, there were divine artifacts, yes. Those glowing faintly purple were completely dark, and they weren't just one or two, but a pile. One could say the divine artifacts were stacked like mountains. Every piece looked exactly the same, without any distinction, uniform like the boards of a royal guard corps. But these were divine artifacts, cast so as to resemble common armor plating. Despite appearing tattered and piled haphazardly, the sight barely affected Sambate less than when he first saw the divine dragon ring. At this point, Sambate seemed to bite his tongue, unable to speak. After all, even the whole divine dragon continent couldn't produce that many divine artifacts, could it? Even powerful countries like Timil Empire possessed only one artifact, while others might hide unknown items. The only known one belonged to the Grand Sorcerer Deslion. The Hammer King, noticing Sambate's astonishment, teased, "Do you see divine artifacts?" Shocked, Sambate nodded slowly and blankly. "This is the gift our father left us, and as the supreme commander, the warriors under my pen need a cavalry team. Moreover, all these armors were forged by our father. There are 500 sets in total, exactly matching the capacity of this ring for storing living beings. There are also 500 sets of beast armor, collectively known as the Divine Dragon Cavalry Corps. The human armors have no glow, whereas the beast armors shimmer with a faint purple light. These armors are linked to the Divine Dragon Ring, but I do not know how. If either the knights or their mounts die, the armors will be automatically recovered by the Divine Dragon Ring, and even if someone else obtains them, they cannot use them. 500 sets. Sambate's heart roared like an ocean. The immense Timil Principality only possessed one such artifact, yet here were 500 sets. Sambate muttered the number repeatedly in disbelief. One must understand, what is a divine dragon? A being of the divine king level, already possessing the divine dragon ring. How many years had he lived? How many years had he trained on the continent of gods? To him, these artifacts were insignificant. Of course, because of these artifact sets, Sambate felt dizzy now. He truly dared not guess what kind of being the dragon god must be. Not mentioning the divine dragon ring. Just the fact that there were 500 identical sets of human artifact armors and 500 sets of beast armors was breathtaking. With these 500 people, adding myself as the 501st member of the Divine Dragon Cavalry Corps, we could basically sweep through an entire country. Sambate's brain grew flushed with excitement. Yes, this issue was certainly no less shocking than realizing the storage capacity of the Divine Dragon Ring. After standing in stunned silence for a long while, Sambate finally came back to his senses. Seeing that Sambate had regained his composure, Hammer King Baluo Ding continued. Actually, you don't need to be so amazed. When it happened to me, I looked just like you, maybe even more surprised. Sambate knew that this self-proclaimed elder brother, Hammer King Baluo Ding, was comforting him, but inside, he felt immense warmth. Since practicing cultivation, Sambate had received no care from an older brother. Salute was merely a brother, not an elder brother. So at this moment, Sambate's heart was warm and fuzzy, as if basking under a fierce winter sun. However, there is still another issue. Your magical beast problem should not be big. It's probably just your second elder brother's old subordinates, who likely have the proper mounts. But you yourself need to recruit many knights. Why don't I just recruit some? Moreover, I've noticed a great advantage. Our divine dragon blood acts like a contract. It allows those people to sincerely worship and can even enhance their own strength. Sambate spoke calmly. No, there's still one thing you haven't fully understood yet. The cultivation level must reach at least Sword Saint for warriors, and at least Archmage for mages. Only then can they be acknowledged by these armors. Yes, you don't have to look at me. These armors select their masters actively. They're not something everyone can use. However, the method you mentioned earlier about using divine dragon blood should work well. You can give it a try. Before Sambate could say anything, Hammer King Baluo Ding finished speaking in one breath. Upon hearing this, Sambate recalled what his teacher Kaiki once said. Little Sambate, generally speaking, artifacts have major distinctions. One type does not choose its master, while the other does. For an artifact that chooses its master, it qualifies as an upper-class artifact, and its power starts unfolding at maximum capacity. Such cases are very rare indeed. Recalling this, Sambate thought about the time when he parted ways with his teacher, his face dimmed, feeling somewhat heartbroken. Of course, Sambate became somewhat distracted again, pondering just how powerful the divine dragon really was. Just casting the Hammer King's artifact set was enough to shock, let alone 500 upper-class artifacts. By now, Sambate also realized that the Hammer King's artifact set should be considered a supreme-class artifact, and the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword within his space ring was actually an ultra-class artifact. However, the Divine Dragon having such capabilities greatly astonished Sambate. Yes, everything Sambate had conjectured was correct. The Divine Dragon set was originally used by the Divine Dragon, and as a Divine King-level artifact, it qualified as an ultra-class artifact. What he saw now, however, were upper-class artifacts and supreme-class artifacts cast by the Divine Dragon himself. As for the common people outside, their creations would be called artifacts, which naturally had significant grading differences. Oh, that's right, little brother, if you need to recruit people, go to the Rice family. My real name is Nurlas Rice. I wonder how the Rice family is faring now. Hammer King's voice carried a hint of sadness. Lost in deep thoughts about the greatness and abilities of the Divine Dragon, Sambate did not carefully listen to what Hammer King Baluo Ding had said. He was still thinking about the grandeur and abilities of the Divine Dragon. And the maximum capability of humans, how much could it be? After a long while, Hammer King Baluo Ding saw his third brother still in a daze and coughed to bring him back to reality. Suddenly snapping back from his thoughts, Sambate scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, elder brother, what did you say just now? Hammer King Baluo Ding repeated what he had said earlier without any fuss. Of course, upon hearing that Hammer King Baluo Ding belonged to the Rice family, Sambate was startled and asked in shock, Rice? Nurlas Rice. Sambate suddenly remembered Nurlas Rice, the mechanist he and Evangeline had encountered in the Hammer King Shrine. It has been uploaded for sale, yet I seem somewhat dazed. Here, I would like to thank all the great readers. It is because of your support that I have come this far today, and also to my editor Piao Piao, who has given me strong support, enabling me to continue on this path. Now, I no longer have much to say. I will continue to bring you, my brothers, the best passion and rich content. Brothers, come throw flowers, come give favorites, subscribe. FAD will go crazy with you. Chapter 103, The Rice Family. Upon hearing the tone in Zambart's words, King Hammer Polodin was also very surprised. After all, his younger brother's era was completely different from Zambart's current era. What? Younger brother? Have you heard of my real younger brother? Although King Hammer Polodin's expression couldn't be seen, there was a note of surprise in his voice. This is a long story. It was by sheer coincidence that I encountered him, though not the person, but his voice. The situation went like this. Zambart carefully explained to Polodin how he fought against the Sand Hydra Lord, and then how he accidentally fell into the King Hammer Palace. Then there was King Hammer's younger brother, Nubapur. Even though King Hammer had no face at the moment, one could imagine his great shock. After all, before the age of 20, Zambart's cultivation had already reached such a high level, and he could even take on the Sand Hydra Lord, a being beyond the 9th rank of humans. Then Zambart mentioned that he possessed Father's ultimate divine weapon, the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword, which caused Polodin to feel deep emotion. Despite Zambart being so young, he had endured such hardships and strived with immense effort, something that Polodin hadn't anticipated. Of course, this made Polodin appreciate this younger brother even more. Yes, it wasn't just because of Zambart's talent or wisdom. It was more importantly due to Zambart's efforts and arduous cultivation that set him apart. Yes, a person should be this way. If without talent, one must work hard and never become proud. And those who have both talent and wisdom should work even harder. After listening to Zambart's words, Polodin appreciated this younger brother even more. Polodin seemed to recall something and hastily said to Zambart, "Search for any flags or clothing adorned with the image of a divine dragon. They should belong to the rice family." A simple sentence from Polodin jolted Zambart awake. What? So the Imperial Dragon Kingdom belongs to the rice family? But somehow it doesn't seem right. That Emperor of the Imperial Dragon, isn't he called Leon News? Zambart murmured, deep in thought. So, what's the flag like for the kingdom you're referring to? There was a trace of urgency in Polodin's tone. Indeed, it's a divine dragon, but slightly different from our guardian beast. However, their surname isn't Rice, but News. Zambart slowly spoke after considering his thoughts. It shouldn't be wrong, because only I used the divine dragon as the national flag in the past. Alas, I cannot find the block of black star iron left over from the equipment father gave me. It was a token I left specifically for the rice family, pitch black and brick-sized. Unfortunately, Polodin expressed regret deeply. But, since you are wearing the Hammer King battle armor, if they are from the rice family, they should come looking for you, hopefully. As Polodin's silver dragon-adorned war helmet turned toward Zambart, the eerie blue light from its two eyes flickered continuously. It was because Zambart was holding what they once found in the basement of the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy during a trip with Principal Kechi, referred to as 10,000-year-old cold iron. It matched Polodin's description perfectly, pitch black, heavy, and substantial. When Zambart heard Polodin's words, he felt as if he had seen something like this somewhere. Subsequently, he used his mental power to check his space ring and indeed saw this nearly forgotten piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron. Initially, Zambart intended to keep it for some use, but now he was surprised. "Younger brother, where did you get this thing?" "Correct. This is the token I gave to the head of the rice family. How did it end up in your hands?" If one could see Polodin's face, the excitement would be unmistakable, his voice trembling intensely. "Haha, this is something I chose as a prize after winning a competition in the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy long ago. Could it really be that fate has predetermined this? Haha, younger brother, you can take this piece of star iron to the rice family, namely, the Imperial Dragon Principality." Polodin's tone now carried excitement. "However, everything I can say to you has been said. Once you pick up the Chaos Hammer again, it means that I will return to being its spirit, unable to come out anymore unless you die or break through the heavenly tribulation while I await our fourth brother's arrival. But don't lose heart. I can communicate with the divine dragon guardian beast." Seeing Zambart's desolate expression, Polodin added comfortingly, "Older brother, let me call you older brother. Oh, by the way, how long have I been unconscious?" Yes, Zambart called this person, whom he regarded as his older brother for the first time, because throughout the numerous trials, this older brother had been helping him. "Hehe. All right, younger brother, work hard. I'm leaving now. You've been unconscious for 4 months. As Polodin's voice trailed off gradually, a blue light sphere shot out from the black armor and disappeared into the king's chaos hammer not far away. The black armor components, which were no longer supported by a soul, fell apart with a clatter sound and merged entirely into Zambart's body. Zambart looked silently at the hammer on the ground, emotions surging in his heart. After 2 years and 2 months of training, fighting, and another 1 year and 10 months of challenges, he had finally obtained an artifact. Moreover, both his Sword Emperor and Magic Emperor levels had advanced, all this within just 4 years. How many ordinary people could reach the level of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts and achieve the Emperor rank before the age of 25? Moreover, equipped with divine artifacts, Zambart knew that all these achievements were due to his hard work. Zambart felt that the armor on his body was as light as regular clothing, weightless. He walked with heavy steps toward the Chaos Hammer. As he grabbed it with both hands as he used to, he tried lifting it forcefully, almost staggering himself. Initially, Zambart wanted to see how much force would be needed to shake it, but then added more strength. However, the enormous hammer did not weigh 1.4 million kilograms. It felt as if he was carrying nothing at all, perfectly manageable, completely without weight. Of course, such a change made Zambart quite pleased, as he preferred using magic barehanded. Now it felt like not carrying anything, indeed convenient. Actually, Zambart didn't know that the Chaos Hammer adjusted its weight according to its master's inner will, and that was why it was classified as an ultimate artifact. Dressed in full armor, Zambart now appeared majestic and imposing, looking every bit a god of war with unmatched dignity and power. He stepped forward, walking out of the place where he'd spent 1 year and 10 months clearing challenges. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Arriving at the entrance of the Beast God Hall, he looked outside, only to find that the sky was filled with thunder, heavy rain was pouring down, and strong winds were howling. Though such summer weather was common, Zambart's heart felt uneasy, as if something significant was happening. Not seeing the golden holy dragon, Zambart directly wore his armor, unleashed wind soaring, and flew over the trees, heading towards the place where Real and the children lived. When nearly reaching his destination, Zambart noticed a flickering figure near the cave entrance. It was a human. Zambart saw a vague shadow of a person. That shadow, near the cave entrance, flashed in and out under the heavy rainstorm, constantly shifting its position as if searching for something inside the cave. Zambart had no idea what the shadow was up to. Moreover, despite the storm making everything pitch black, Zambart noticed a dark aura surrounding the person, acting like a large umbrella shielding them from the rain. At this moment, Zambart could only stay vigilant about everything around, checking whether any magical beasts were nearby, and cautiously hiding 100 meters away from the shadow so as not to alert the other person to his presence. For some time, during which the shadow hadn't moved from behind a large rock, Zambart used his keen senses to scan the surroundings. In the torrential rainstorm, it seemed that most magical beasts had left the rain-soaked forest, and Zambart found nothing unusual, only calmness. Then, Zambart quietly landed among the trees, his feet glowing with dark magic energy, keeping himself slightly elevated, almost as if floating through the air, moving stealthily toward the shadow. But, after taking 5 steps, the shadow seemed to sense something and turned its head. Although Zambart couldn't see clearly, he could make out a blurry silhouette turning its head towards his general direction. Immediately, Zambart hid behind a tree and froze. How strange. Could there be someone behind me? The shadow muttered softly, unaware that there was indeed someone observing them from behind. After some time, seeing the person still motionless, Zambart also realized that this shadow was definitely not one of the magical beasts from Dragon Valley. Quietly rising, he used the wind element free gliding technique, ascending into the air and moving closer. Passing through several towering trees, when he was approximately 50 meters away from the shadow, the person turned their face again. But Zambart noticed that the person didn't look towards his direction. Rather, they were looking straight ahead, not upward. After that person turned their face, Zambart gave a slight smile and stealthily descended, hiding in the woods as he moved closer to the shadow. It seems like I'm still feeling dazed and confused now that the book has officially gone live. Here, I want to thank all the great readers for your support that's brought me to this point. And of course, to my editor Piao Piao, for providing immense encouragement along the way. Now, I don't have much else to say. I will continue sharing my best passion and rich content with everyone. Brothers, come give me flowers, come to collect, subscribe. The Magic Emperor will go wild together with you all. Chapter 104, Shadows in the Dark Night. Zambart landed softly, hiding his entire body amidst the branches. In the midst of rolling thunder and pouring rain, no sound could be heard. Suppressing his own aura, he felt like he had when he first broke through to become a Law Emperor, as if merging with heaven and earth. Stealthily crouching, he followed the shadow ahead. Why did Zambart pay special attention to this shadow? It was because there were hardly any people in the Dragon Valley, and even if there were, none would brave such harsh weather. Moreover, this was the outer perimeter of Dragon Valley. Above 8th tier monsters wouldn't assume human form to come here. The most important point was that the shadow dared not enter Liar's Stone Cave and moved cautiously, following an extremely strange path. It was due to these uncertainties that Zambart became wary of the shadow, so he wanted to find out who this person was. That person suddenly concealed themselves on a large tree by the clear stream, and Zambart knew, despite their alertness several times, they hadn't detected him yet. Approaching, Zambart walked as if treading air, not touching the ground at all. Before he reached the status of Law Emperor, when he ran, wind elements were highly activated for his feet to stay off the ground. Now, since entering the Law Emperor level, Zambart had far greater insights. At this moment, it was as if he was walking in the air, but only about 30 centimeters above the ground. Higher than that, he couldn't manage. 40 meters, 30 meters. Someone behind me. The person in night clothes suddenly felt someone approaching. In fact, no one knew that this person was searching for the Law Emperor of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom, none other than the Great Elder of the Holy Light Temple, a being beyond the 9th rank of humans. Even though Zambart had hidden his aura, the Great Elder could still sense him at close range. Of course, within short distances. Why can't I feel his aura? Zambart was also surprised, feeling just a shadow amidst the heavy rain, without truly sensing the presence of the person nearby. 20 meters. Whoosh. The black shadow suddenly launched an attack towards Zambart. Its speed was so fast, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Zambart was startled, realizing the person had already sensed his existence. Before this, Zambart thought that the person had no idea he was there. This meant that this person was also a being beyond the 9th rank of humans. Zambart determined this based on their speed. In the next moment, Zambart could feel the block of black lightning-like speed disappearing from his line of sight. Suddenly, Zambart saw a violently rushing long sword, gleaming with a mysterious light under the flash of lightning. Yes, the person's speed was so fast that Zambart only perceived the shadow of the sword. Despite this realization, Zambart showed no panic. He immediately leaped up, flipping backward to evade, but his body swiftly charged forward like a leopard, not retreating but advancing. Simultaneously, the Tai Chi hammer in his right hand made an arc to block the sword's offense. Clang! Upon the intense collision, sparks flew instantly. In the clash between weapons, Zambart felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt somewhat exhilarated. He guessed correctly. This person must definitely be someone he didn't know. Plus, having recently acquired the full set of the Hammer King gear, it was perfect for practicing. Of course, how could Zambart, having just gained a complete set of divine artifacts, not feel excited? Regarding this practice opportunity, Zambart would never miss it, even though the person in front was a level higher than himself at the moment. However, the Great Elder of the Holy Light Temple was astonished. You see, what he held was also a divine artifact, and during the fierce collision, his tiger's mouth went numb. What shocked him even more was, under the illumination of lightning, the man was dressed in black armor, wielding a peculiar hammer. Yet, that hammer could be swung with the same speed as a sword. How much heavier was a hammer compared to a sword? Could their speeds really be the same? And with the hammer's massive head obstructing the wind, its ability to hinder should have been immense, yet it was as flexible as a sword. How could this fail to astonish this great elder of the Holy Light Temple, who was ranked above 9th level? He didn't know that Sunbart now wielded the ruler's Tai Chi hammer, once used by the legendary Hammer King Boloading. Without the aid of summoned beasts, the collision of the sword and the hammer, during this stormy night, didn't attract the attention of the monsters. Even if it did, with the overwhelming power beyond 10th rank monsters from both Sunbart and the great elder of the Holy Light Temple, none would dare to approach and seek death. Because he was afraid of drawing attention, the great elder still did not summon his guardian beast. Moreover, he could not release his domain because it brought light, and in Dragon Valley, though he was in existence surpassing 10th level monsters, he dared not act openly. At least there was one creature here that made him cautious, the Gold Holy Dragon, in existence also surpassing 10th level monsters, and a genuine dragon. He knew this Gold Holy Dragon had lived far longer than himself, so the depth of its power would not be trivial. Hence, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Besides, this Gold Holy Dragon guarded the divine dragon fruit. Surely the dragon didn't go hungry? Therefore, considering its strength and defenses, it was an entity he was unwilling to provoke. On the other hand, Sunbart was exhilarated due to his newly acquired divine artifact set, so he hadn't summoned his guardian beast either. As seen, the black shadow leaped up high into the air, with a long sword carrying dark battle chi, slicing down forcefully. An instant spark of fierce determination ignited in Sunbart's eyes as he roared. Perfect timing. Boom. Once again, they were evenly matched, yet Sunbart's bloodlust for battle surged like a flame. After all, with dragon blood coursing through him, he was naturally proud and domineering. His desire for combat was strong. The black shadow felt somewhat helpless. Being a being beyond 9th level humans, it should have been dominant, yet against this person, the battle was almost neck and neck. Moreover, the shadow clearly sensed that this man obviously hadn't understood much compared to them, which meant he likely wasn't in existence surpassing 9th level. Therefore, the only possible explanation was that this weapon was better than their own. Yes, the great elder from the Holy Light Temple guessed correctly. If he knew that the hammer held by the opponent belonged to the legendary Hammer King Boloading, it would leave him speechless. Having experimented enough with battle chi, suddenly, in this pitch-black night, even darker black light gathered at the tip of the Tai Chi hammer that Sunbart held. Suddenly, Sunbart slammed it on the ground, sending out a thin streak of black lightning toward the shadow. However, such a strike didn't produce any sound when it hit the ground. What followed was merely a dark electric line. Seeing the dark glow on the ground, the great elder of the Holy Light Temple, although unaware of what it truly was, he even thought it might be battle chi, still immediately leapt aside to dodge. After all, the great elder of the Holy Light Temple had never seen black lightning before. If it were a black streak, people might easily assume it was just battle chi. Boom. Not even using 1,000th of his magical power, Sunbart directly sent that black energy force smashing into a tree that needed 5 men to encircle it with arms stretched out. From bottom to top, the tree split in two instantly. Sunbart couldn't help but mutter in amazement. My goodness, if that struck a person. He didn't even dare to imagine. It turned out the attack enhancement ability of the Tai Chi hammer was incredibly potent. Note that at this moment, Sunbart hadn't used his summoned beast, and thus lacked double magic output. The tree was cleanly split rather than blasted into fragments. Imagine someone with immense strength throwing a punch at a massive boulder. Generally, the rock would shatter under such force. But if control and speed were optimized, the boulder might instead only bear a fist-shaped imprint. This level of skill is what marks superior abilities. Thus, a single spell from Sunbart cleanly sliced through a huge tree. This left both Sunbart and the great elder of the Holy Light Temple astonished. The great elder descending through the air also showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Even if I were to fully split the tree, it would require me to unleash all my battle chi and do it extremely quickly. But just now, I saw nothing more than a fine black line on the ground. Of course, at this moment, the great elder realized that perhaps the person he sought stood right before him. If talents like this could be recruited for the temple, their Holy Light Temple would undoubtedly gain another tiger-like warrior. However, the thunderous boom from earlier carried into the valley. Because the explosive noise fell perfectly between gaps in the thunder in the sky, multiple roars resonated throughout the horizon, making the great elder of the Holy Light Temple understand that it was time to first leave the Dragon Valley and wait on the plain. Should the man before him choose to flee, the elder would still be able to track him. If he stayed, then he'd return in his true form and earnestly invite him. With this thought, the great elder's black battle chi surged explosively, disappearing in the blink of an eye from Sunbart's sight. Sunbart looked at his previous display of strength, slightly dazed. Of course, he also realized that his earlier opponent was probably evenly matched with him. Whether or not he could have detained him was debatable. Staring at the lingering silhouette that had vanished, Sunbart rushed back toward Liar's cave. I don't know, it's been almost 2 years since I last saw them. The uncles might be surprised by their current situations, Sunbart said excitedly as he flew toward the cave. But just behind Sunbart, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared. It is actually King Boloading's hammer of heaven and earth. At this moment, the person was extremely surprised. Seeing the huge tree, which required 5 men to encircle, split cleanly in half like that, he felt a chill down his spine. Good thing the great elder of the Holy Light Temple didn't fare well either. This matter should definitely be reported to His Majesty. The one speaking was the great elder of the Dark Hall, who had also been searching for the Law Emperor for nearly 2 years. We're now on the subscription model. I feel somewhat dazed about it. Here, I want to thank all the readers greatly. Because of your support, I've made it to where I am today. Of course, I also need to thank my editor Piao Piao for giving me great support throughout my journey so far. Now, I have no more sighs to give. I will continue delivering the best passion and full-bodied content to all the brothers. Come and throw flowers. Come and collect. Subscribe. The Law Emperor will accompany you all in going crazy. Chapter 105 The Might of One Hammer Strike. 1. Inside the Lair Cave. What was that sound just now? It didn't feel like thunder, did it? Asked the Musho named Gur. Lair was about to respond when he suddenly sensed some movement outside. Before he could shout to stop whoever it was, Leihao's voice preempted him. Who's there? Simbart hadn't even gotten within 50 meters when a familiar loud shout rang out. Upon hearing the voice, Simbart immediately knew it was Leihao who were. It's me, Simbart. Uncles, I've missed you all. Haha. Simbart laughed excitedly. At the sound of Simbart's voice from outside, everyone inside the cave stood up and looked towards the entrance. In a hurried tone, Lair shouted first. Young master, is that you? However, there was no response from outside. Instead, swish. With a brief teleportation, Simbart appeared drenched in water, giving Lair a bear hug. The three Buaso instantly surrounded Simbart, who was clad in black battle armor. However, due to Simbart's height, his head still protruded above theirs. Subsequently, everyone burst into laughter. How could they not be overjoyed? These people all held familial bonds towards Simbart, thicker than blood ties. Simbart then gave each person in the cave a bear hug. When finally hugging Mina, perhaps due to the red firelight, Mina, who had grown into a beautiful young woman, turned bright red in the face. Everyone in the cave gazed at Simbart's black battle armor and the massive Kunlun hammer on his side. Envy and admiration shone in their eyes. Through Simbart's heartfelt feelings, one could sense none of these people felt jealousy. Rather, they were genuinely happy for Simbart. The campfire blazed. Lair knew that his young master had been famished for quite a while. He was thus roasting a huge Nullo beast for Simbart at that moment. They all laughed and chatted together. To Simbart, these people were family, and he recounted his experiences from the nearly 2 years he had been away. Hearing Simbart's stories, their faces alternated between expressions of shock, relaxation, and amazement, filled with rich emotion. Then Huer informed Simbart of their conditions as well. Thanks to their connection with the divine dragon fruit and Simbart's blood, everyone had surpassed to the level of Sword Saint or Mage Master. Sarat and Mia had even advanced further to Great Sword Saints, a cause for great celebration indeed. Simbart listened with much delight. Oh, by the way, when I came from the Dragon Valley earlier, I saw someone's silhouette near the cave entrance, and we even exchanged blows. With this statement, Simbart drew everyone's attention onto himself. That wasn't thunder just now? Huer questioned, glancing at the other two Musho as well. It wasn't thunder. That was the sound of my lightning element magic severing a tree large enough to require 5 people to encircle its trunk. Simbart shook his head, speaking nonchalantly. Oh, someone actually dared to enter the Dragon Valley? Could it be for the divine dragon fruit inside? This question came from Sarat. Upon hearing Sarat's inquiry, everyone nodded their heads. After all, by most people's logic, anyone venturing into the Dragon Valley from the outside world would surely aim for the prized divine dragon fruit located deep within. Otherwise, entering the Dragon Valley meant certain death. One had to be incredibly reckless and desperate. I don't think so. From what I can sense, that person seemed to be searching for someone. They observed the area from outside the cave, and I'm confident they're here looking for someone, not because of the fruit, analyzed Simbart. He added confidently, if they were seeking the divine dragon fruit, such an individual wouldn't choose to come under the cover of a stormy night, when visibility was poor. They'd more likely come during clear weather. That's strange then, said Sarat once again. Upon hearing Simbart's words, not only Sarat, but everyone else fell into deep contemplation. Could someone truly come to the Dragon Valley looking for another person? Everyone who heard it thought it sounded absurd, something akin to a joke. Unless spoken by Simbart, others might have scoffed at the idea outright. After all, who would idly waste time searching for people in the Dragon Valley, a place brimming with dangerous magical beasts? Because of this very consideration, everyone found themselves lost in thought. Simbart patted Sarat, his brother figure, on the shoulder and said resoundingly, all right, if he's looking for someone, he'll definitely come back next time. Then we can sit down and talk to him properly. After all, he must be beyond a level 9 human existence. This simple statement left everyone speechless. No one failed to grasp the implications of a being surpassing the 9th level of human capabilities. Nevertheless, it made sense to them now that such a superior entity might indeed visit the Dragon Valley to find someone. But who exactly could they possibly seek out here? However, Lair discerned an implication from the words. That is, his young master had let a being surpassing the 9th level of human existence leave, without lifting a finger himself. Then what was Simbart's strength at this moment? Regardless, Lair knew it was high, though he wasn't sure how high. Yet he looked at Simbart with an expectant gaze. Of course, Simbart's next sentence made everyone excited. There's one more thing. I got the Divine Dragon Ring from Hammer King Boloding. The Divine Dragon equipped me with 500 sets of human artifacts and magical beast armor artifacts. Tomorrow, Uncles Huer and Gur can start choosing people. All must be at least level 8 or above. You all meet the requirements, so tomorrow I'll distribute them uniformly. Upon hearing these words, everyone became excited. After all, what Simbart distributed wasn't just any artifact, it was a set of divine artifacts. This meant that everyone would have a set of divine artifacts. Could this not excite someone? If one didn't get excited, they must be a god. Sunbart stood up, clapped his hands together, and announced loudly, "All right, everyone rest now. I'll eat a little, and then rest soon too." As soon as Sunbart finished speaking, everyone crossed their legs to meditate. Seeing this scene, Sunbart felt immense comfort. Taking off the Hammer King suit, he put on a long magic robe and sat down beside Layer. The two exchanged a glance and smiled, but said nothing. Layer handed Sunbart a roasted cow leg, and Sunbart happily chewed it while devouring. Sunbart seeing others' contentment brought him great solace, and Layer seeing Sunbart felt immense comfort as well. Nothing happened throughout the night. That night, Sunbart slept on Layer's bed, while Layer stayed awake all night patrolling around due to the mention of outsiders by his young master. Morning came. Warm winds swept in, and the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Summer days were like this, cool and comfortable. Only in summer did the entire Dragon Valley not have fog swirling around, looking like a beautiful fairyland. For over a year, Sunbart hadn't had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he found his body to be exceptionally comfortable, and he hadn't seen such weather for nearly 2 years, feeling deeply moved within his heart. After breakfast, everyone waited for Sunbart to distribute the divine artifacts. Each face displayed excitement, joyous anticipation indeed. Sunbart dressed as a mage, his majestic figure standing out rather unusually. This was only because Sunbart had never worn a magic robe before. Just as Sunbart was about to speak, he sensed the might of the person he encountered last night. Turning his head, he smiled and watched the person descending from the plain of the Dragon Valley. This person wasn't wearing the dark clothing from last night, but a white attire. With snow-white hair floating in the wind, he exuded the demeanor of a night philosopher with ethereal grace. "Senior, could it be that you were the one I met last night?" With Sunbart's words, everyone stopped their excitement and turned to look. "Yes, young man, you possess remarkable power despite your youth. Forgive my poor eyesight, but may I inquire about your real age?" The Grand Elder of the Light Hall, at this point simply dressed in white, was unrecognizable as someone from the Light Hall. The Elder's question seemed somewhat meaningful. "Please disclose its purpose, allowing me, your junior, to understand," Sunbart said softly, his voice faint, without even a trace of fear in his gaze. "Good. You boy are quite impressive. I like talented people like you. To be honest, I'm the Grand Elder of the Light Hall and greatly admire your capabilities, intending to recruit you. You may consider it." The Grand Elder of the Light Hall stroked his silver-gray beard with a smile. Upon hearing it was the Light Hall, Sunbart immediately stiffened, his voice turning cold as he asked, "Is that the bloodthirsty Light Hall?" There was much disdain in his words, and his haughty aura burst forth momentarily. Instantly, that smiling Grand Elder of the Light Hall grew pale upon hearing Sunbart's words, pausing in his actions, full of rage, only to hear the Grand Elder's eyes flare with a sharp light, muttering icily, "Young man, don't be overly arrogant. Do you realize that your previous words amount to sentencing yourself to death?" Hearing the Grand Elder's words from the Light Hall, those beside Sunbart all glared angrily at the representative of the Light Hall, especially Sarat, whose blood-red eyes seemed eager to consume him. Although Sunbart didn't look at Sarat, he could still sense the towering killing intent emanating from Sarat's body. "Huh." Suddenly, Sunbart erupted in loud laughter, leaving even the Grand Elder of the Light Hall dumbfounded, as the people nearby looked at him in puzzlement. Do you have the ability?" Sunbart's overwhelming momentum suddenly burst forth, even causing his mage robe to swell with his imposing energy. The first character you was drawn out with utter disdain. "You? Then let's see if you can back up your arrogance." The Grand Elder of the Light Hall grew red-faced with fury, his voice laced with menace. "Fine. I didn't enjoy yesterday's battle enough, so let's go again." As soon as Sunbart finished speaking, his armor fused together instantly, and he held in his hand the Cosmos Hammer that glowed with blackish light. He stood there drenched in heroism, radiating defiance and majestic overbearingness. Everyone knew that the old man opposite was a being beyond the 9th level of human existence, so they stepped aside quickly and observed from a distance. Sunbart let out an abrupt shout. "Come on then. It's going to be released now, and I still feel lost somehow. Here, I want to thank all my readers who have supported me until today because of you guys. Also, my editor Piao has given me tremendous support throughout this journey. Now, I have nothing else to say but that I will continue to bring you the best passion and the richest content. Brothers, throw me flowers, collect me, and subscribe to me. The Supreme Mage will stay crazy with you all." Chapter 106, The Might of a Single Hammer Strike, Part 2. Sambat had long been aware of the evil deeds of the Brightness Temple and certainly harbored no good feelings towards it. Moreover, they had harmed the woman of his brother Salute, so it wasn't just for the women of the continent, but also for his brother's woman that Sambat wanted to exact some small revenge. "Come on." Sambat's shout was brimming with dominance, arrogance, confidence, and a faint trace of disdain. Disdain for the Brightness Temple. "Good lad, don't be too arrogant. It's a pity that those who cannot serve our emperor must die. You should think this through carefully." The great elder of the Brightness Temple, having experienced countless changes in life and many hardships, could be said to have eaten more salt than Sambat had eaten rice. Clearly, he believed that Sambat, at such a young age, must have only recently become a law emperor. In terms of strength, how could he compare? All he had was a good suit of armor. Though the great elder of the Brightness Temple couldn't quite describe the armor, he thought Sambat's combat skills were far inferior to his own, and his foundational power was surely not as profound. "Good lad, it's been a long time since there has been a battle like this. Let me help you too." These words came from Sombat, revealing the excitement of the divine dragon guardian within his spirit consciousness sea. When Sombat summoned the guardian beast, under the illumination of the silver halo and purple portal, the adorable guardian creature flew out. At the same time, unnoticed by others, Sombat's right hand shone with a brilliant golden light, darting forward directly. Like a golden dragon coiled around Sombat's entire body and the heaven and earth hammer. Of course, this was the divine dragon guardian, and all of Sombat's divine equipment had fully merged with it. This inevitably indicated that Sombat's entire body emitted a complete purplish glow, even the giant hammer emitting some dim orange color. Shocking. Astonishing. It's entirely made of divine artifacts, exclaimed the great elder of the brightness temple in undeniable surprise. It seems my guess was correct. This is truly the descendant of the divine dragon. Fortunately, I reported it to our emperor last night, whispered the hidden great elder of the darkness temple, equally surprised. The fact that all of Sombat's equipment was divine was more shocking than even the rank 9 guardian behind him. Irrespective of whether it was frightening or surprising, it was astonishing. Everyone was shaken by it. Of course, Sombat's friends behind him were relatively less shocked. The great elder of the brightness temple, indeed worthy of his title, quickly regained his composure after a brief pause. He knew today's battle would be tough, but he still had a 60% chance of subduing the arrogant young man before him. If he knew that the young man opposite wore the full Hammer King set, he wouldn't be so confident. Not daring to underestimate the situation, the great elder of the brightness temple did not release his guardian beast, instead directly merging with his divine artifact. Instantly, his outfit turned into 5 pieces of purple divine attire with 2 green ones, clearly signaling to Sombat that he possessed 5 divine artifacts and 2 spiritual weapons. However, Sombat's eyes caused the great elder to almost spew blood. It was clear that Sombat half closed his eyes as if in deep sleep, treating the great elder as a pig about to be slaughtered, ignoring the threat of the tiger. Although Sombat feigned this demeanor, his vigilance remained unbroken, indeed more cautious than ever. After all, this was Sombat's first ever challenge against a human over rank 9 powerhouse. The previous encounter with the Dark Pope didn't count as a true challenge. As his black energy surged forth, the great elder of the brightness temple created an intense dark energy shield akin to the dark god's black essence, while simultaneously enveloping the sacred weapon sword in the same energy. First teleport, Sombat held high the heaven and earth hammer in a charging stance. Second teleport, the enormous hammer struck downward, half raised. Third teleport, the great elder of the brightness temple realized something was wrong and, with confidence in his profound strength, advanced to meet Sombat. Looking at the enormous hammer head wrapped in black light, its diameter already exceeding 2 meters, the great elder of the brightness temple stepped forward to counteract some of Sombat's charging momentum. One must know, during battles, standing still to endure an opponent's charge has far worse results compared to moving forward oneself and then blocking the charge. It's more effective. Feeling his own reserves far exceeded that of the young man in black armor, the great elder of the brightness temple smiled faintly as he awaited the young armored man's embarrassing situation, so he could subsequently persuade him to serve their brightness temple. Although the great elder didn't fully understand why this young man hated their temple so much, he could guess a bit. Pure-hearted women. Just as the great elder was excitedly thinking about persuading this armored young man to join their temple after compensating him, he also believed that his strength would be something the young man clad in black armor couldn't withstand. But, boom, under the roaring strike, the great elder of the brightness temple flew out in an arc, crashing into the mountain wall under Sombat's attack. His entire person embedded in the mountain wall, rocks falling off in pieces, and the whole wall cracked, forming a nearly 10-meter pit. The great elder of the brightness temple stuck inside this large indentation, his figure shaped like a man. If you inspected carefully, between the chest of the great elder of the brightness temple, there was now a dent, and multiple broken bones all over his body. Blood streamed from the 7 orifices of his face. More terrifyingly, the divine weapon sword on the hand of the great elder of the brightness temple had been split in half. At the same time, there was a point no one else noticed. When Sombat's heaven and earth hammer attacked the elder of light, a black line shot from the hammer towards the hidden shadow in the dark corner. Boom. Another deafening explosion occurred, and a 10-meter thick slab of rock was shattered by Sombat's single blow, revealing another shadow behind it. Finally, you've shown yourself. Due to the aid of his 2 guardian beasts just now, Sombat resolutely broke through to master the long-expected 5 hearts and 1 mind. But at this moment, Sombat showed no excitement. Instead, he locked down the shadow hidden behind the boulder using his mental power. Right as Sombat's words trailed off, whoosh, that great elder of the brightness temple, who was embedded in the mountain wall, dragged his battered body toward the outside of the Dragon Valley. Terrified by the impossible strike moments ago, though unclear how, the great elder of the brightness temple understood he'd lost. He couldn't allow this black-armored youth to kill him. Seizing the distraction, he used his teleportation technique to escape toward the outside of the Dragon Valley. Everyone was about to chase after him, but Sombat waved a hand, stopping all movement. Sombat said calmly, "Let him go back and report. It's our time, as divine dragon descendants, to make our presence known." After hearing Sombat speak thus, everyone stopped, all except Saruda, whose expression remained somewhat unpleasant. Then, all eyes focused on the shadow that darted out from behind the massive rock. Esteemed ones, old as I am, my intentions were purely to observe. Myself and the individual earlier were both seeking someone. He is the great elder of the Brightness Temple, while I am the great elder of the Darkness Temple. This man, like the great elder of the Brightness Temple, had snow-white hair. Naturally, he clarified his identity. One must understand, in the Divine Dragon Continent, the Darkness Temple surpasses the Brightness Temple by far. Still, the great elder of the Darkness Temple feared that these individuals might be unaware of the status of the Darkness Temple. Shaken by the wild and dominant strike of that man in full black divine equipment, one mere hammer blow had injured the great elder of the Brightness Temple. How many blows could he himself withstand? Of course, in the battle just now, the Elder of Darkness also realized that the great Elder of Brightness Temple harbored too much contempt for the man before him. He could feel that the great Elder of Brightness Temple hadn't unleashed his full combat chi at all. Therefore, suffering an injury was inevitable. Naturally, this man's strength was indeed exceedingly formidable. However, when Sambat heard that he was the great Elder of Darkness Temple, memories immediately flooded his mind. Of the woman who constantly clung to him, the woman whose backside he frequently patted as a habit, the woman who entrusted everything to him. Evile? Evile, how are you doing? Instantly, Sambat fell into deep thought. It's live now, but I still seem a little dazed. I would like to take a moment here to thank our great readers. Because of your support, I have reached this day. Also, my editor Piao Piao, who has given me tremendous support throughout this journey. Nowadays, I don't have much to reflect upon. I will continue to bring you brothers the best passion and rich content. Brothers, show your support with flowers, collections, subscriptions. Lord of Magic will go crazy with you. Chapter 107, Realm. Ouch. Who is it? Why place a pillar on the road? Annoying. During their first meeting, her puffed-up appearance and her beautiful face moved Sinbart's heart. Is appearance really that important? Can it be used as food or drink? The first spat was due to the kindness in her heart. The first silent, yet proactive embrace of him was filled with shyness. She walked shyly to his side, her face red, and she looked incredibly adorable. The first time she called him brother, the first time she leaned on his back, and even the first time he granted her the rights of womanhood. At this moment, Simbart did not notice that everyone was looking at him. And then, Layer suddenly coughed violently. Although he didn't dislike the people of the Dark Shrine, he actually liked them because of his young master and the kind Aweir. Among all these people, after hearing the words of the Grand Elder of the Dark Shrine, none of them had any aversion, except for Huer, who knew nothing and continued to remain on high alert. The rest either knew Aweir's kindness or had received help from the Dark Shrine. Simbart was awakened, and once he realized what he had been doing, he only shook his head awkwardly and helplessly. Then Sunbart loudly said, "Oh, the Grand Elder of the Dark Shrine, right? You can go now." Sinbart's words were very calm. What? The Grand Elder of the Dark Shrine was slightly, somewhat surprised. He thought that the least these people could do was not let him go so easily, but the reality was less than satisfactory. Sunbart helplessly waved his hand, and then took off his black battle armor, revealing his magical robe. It was undoubtedly telling the Grand Elder of the Dark Shrine, "If I let you go, it's definitely real. Haven't you seen me put away my equipment?" The Elder of the Dark Shrine didn't argue further, gathered his spirit energy, disappeared from the line of sight. Saruta stepped forward with some bewilderment and asked, "He is from the Dark Shrine? Why don't you consult Aweir? Don't you miss her?" Simbart looked at him, then shifted his eyes towards everyone. All nodded slightly. They didn't understand. Simbart smiled and said, "All right, let me tell you all. I am going to establish the Divine Dragon Core, which will take some more time. If you want me to meet Aweir sooner, you should work hard and practice some team tactics. Uncle here, starting today, you will be in charge of the Thunder Tiger Squad. All tiger beasts will be managed by you. Uncle Gur, like Uncle Hure, you will manage wolves. Uncle Liar will manage lions. The captain of the Divine Dragon Corps is Saruta. Below that, Saruta will arrange the other dozen or so people." Simbart didn't tell them another reason, because he knew Aweir's temperament. If Aweir knew he had already prepared everything, she might come from the Dark Shrine to find him. Of course, establishing the Divine Dragon Cavalry was also an important matter. Saruta, appointed as the Corps commander, opened his mouth in shock. He murmured, "Simbart, can I really do it?" Simbart turned his head, suddenly staring sharply at Saruta. His eyes flashed with brilliance and authority, and he confidently said, "I say you can do it, then you can, whether you feel so or not. I say you cannot, then you cannot, no matter how you try. Can you understand? You are my brother, work hard, alright? Do you know the Light Shrine?" After speaking, Simbart immediately turned and walked away. People around were also awestruck by Sinbart's authority. Who had ever seen such a powerful side of Simbart? Saruta originally wasn't feeling much, but after Simbart intentionally mentioned the Light Shrine, his body's blood cells exploded. Thinking about Sinbart's words, he shouted loudly, "Good, I'll do it." Simbart didn't turn his face, but a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Simbart quickly returned inside the cave and sat cross-legged. This was because earlier when he dealt a blow to the Grand Elder of the Light Shrine, the two guardian beasts left him with a peculiar sensation. Simbart wanted to rediscover the sense of mental power, which seemed to probe through the entire Dragon Valley. He knew that this kind of pressure-like phenomenon filled him with an inexplicable excitement. Due to Sinbart's sudden actions, the entire Dragon Valley seemed to stir like a huge dragon rolling over. Any level 8+ beasts, upon hearing the news that the heir of the Divine Dragon was recruiting troops, rushed forward without hesitation. Each clan's elder had told them stories of the Divine Dragon Cavalry during the reign of the Beast King, so all these beasts were quite cooperative. However, despite their cooperation, there was still insufficiency. The Golden Holy Dragon, returning after shopping outside, had already informed the three generals that this Dragon Valley would certainly need some high-level beasts guarding it, thus making it impossible for these three armies to form fully complete units. Of course, Lair did think of a place where the monsters could be recruited and were willing to surrender. They were also his old subordinates. In any case, if he asked his master for some divine dragon blood, it would ensure that each monster would remain loyal. Therefore, under circumstances Sunbart was unaware of, Lair, Saruda, and Gur went to the monster forest. Gur was going to visit Lair's home, while Saruda returned to offer incense to honor his grandparents. It was during such a situation that the mounts for the Divine Dragon Corps had already been assembled within this brief month or so. If not for Sanglong's old subordinates from the Beast God's time, no one would know when Sinbart's mounts would have been prepared. In this month, Sunbart tried many methods and encountered many situations, but never managed to gain an understanding as on that day. Sunbart, to possess a realm isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Once you have a realm, you will have become a base god. You need to calm down and gradually comprehend. This was the voice of the Divine Dragon Guardian in Sinbart's mental sea. No wonder Sinbart couldn't calm his mind. First, he had completed all the tasks given by the Dark Pope, and this inexplicable excitement was bound to come. Moreover, there were the gifts of the Divine Dragon, the Divine Dragon Cavalry, and the constant thoughts of Awir. So, Sinbart could not settle down his heart. Especially, as he was eager to find that feeling again, he kept thinking about it, which led to the imbalance. Therefore, Sinbart's heart couldn't stay calm. Thank you. I'll slowly experiment. Upon hearing the guidance from the Divine Dragon Guardian, Sinbart focused much more mentally. He slowly released his spirit energy, and without form, Sinbart felt as though he was leaving his body. Gradually, the sounds of training outside, the movements of people, the gurgle of the distant stream, and the sway of the nearby trees came to him. Further inside, he sensed the roars and fights of the beasts. Sinbart suddenly became aware of everything. But Sinbart continued to slowly comprehend and feel. Good. That's right, take your time. The Divine Dragon Guardian instructed again. Slowly. Without others noticing, Sinbart's body seemed to be covered by a large black aura shield, even with a tinge of golden light, and it spread continuously from inside the cave outward. With the diffusion of this aura, Sinbart realized everything within this black force field like the back of his hand, almost like he could go anywhere with just a thought. Yes, Sinbart's overwhelming presence finally broke through and became a realm. He surpassed the level 9 existence of humans. Simultaneously, Sinbart could feel himself becoming lighter, almost like a feather. Instantly, everyone looked at the black aura coming out of the cave. Some people and monsters were engulfed by the aura, instantly sensing themselves locked by something. That fear arose deep in their hearts. Tiger, who were standing outside, immediately opened his mouth wide in shock. Who would have thought that Sinbart, 2 years later, once again broke through from the human level 9 to become superhuman? This realm was the best proof. 2 months later, after 3 months, Sinbart had fully mastered his current realm. Manifesting it and contracting it now happened instantaneously, just a mere intention away. The realm carrying the Divine Dragon's pressure made Sinbart realize its power wasn't much worse compared to anyone else's, although he didn't know how powerful it was against others. Relying on his own wisdom and unmatched talent, none of the group surrounding Sinbart harbored any jealousy, only admiration and happiness for Sinbart's progress. A month ago, Lair had led all the 8 level and above monsters near the monster forest to the Dragon Valley, beginning the training for the Corps' formation. Under the name of the Divine Dragon, the monsters from the monster forest vied to get into the Corps. Even those proud monsters who wouldn't allow themselves to be ridden by humans gave up their arrogance upon hearing it was the Divine Dragon Cavalry. Because no matter how arrogant, none could compare to the Divine Dragon Cavalry's reputation. And since these were Lair's old subordinates, many were easy to manage. Only those monsters below 8 levels watched these ones follow Lair with envy, sighing lightly. Sinbart even mentioned needing some substitutes, but there were no divine artifacts for them. These monsters below 8 levels started to cultivate furiously, some even directly following Sinbart's army. One could imagine how many monsters there were in the Dragon Valley now. When Lair brought the monsters back, according to Lair's request, Sinbart held a ceremony with the monsters where they all raised their cups to the sky in an oath of absolute loyalty. When the black rings of light fell onto the heads of these monsters, they weren't dazzling, but they were definitely beautiful. In the end, Sinbart had no choice. Counting the substitutes, around 700 monsters were selected, including the 3 commanders, making a total of 702. Lair, being extra, Sinbart planned to give Lair the set of battle armor belonging to the Beast King. Lair was extremely excited. Today, early in the morning, Sinbart did not arrange for them to continue rehearsing. Instead, within the Divine Dragon Ring, there were substantial amounts of food and water accumulated during the past month. Sinbart wanted to put all these magical beasts, as well as the children led by Saruda, into the Divine Dragon Ring so they could cultivate inside while he completed the task given by the Dark Pope. Those who hadn't reached level 8 would remain cultivating in the Dragon Valley. Of course, all the magical beasts in Saruda would also absorb the divine artifacts within the ring. They planned to set out today. In the end, Lair was the only one left besides Sinbart. Lair offered himself to be ridden by Sinbart, but Sinbart declined because Lair needed to absorb the divine artifact. So at this moment, Sinbart left alone, departing once more from the Dragon Valley where he had trained for over 4 years. Standing on the plains, overlooking the ravine of the Dragon Valley, Sinbart suppressed his reluctance and headed southwest. Under the impetus of his full-body black magical power, Sinbart's entire body, surrounded by a green wind element protective barrier, streaked across, leaving a trail behind before disappearing from the plains of the Dragon Valley. We're going live now, and I feel kind of dazed. I'd like to thank all the great readers here. Because of your support, I've made it to today. And of course, my editor Piao Piao, who gave me tremendous support and has helped me through everything. Now, I don't have much to say. I will continue to give you all my best passion and rich content. Brothers, come on, give me flowers, come collect, subscribe. Emperor of Magic will go crazy with you all. Chapter 108. You deserve to die. A trail of greenish remnants was left intentionally by Sinbait, who chose this way to avoid drawing attention. It couldn't be helped. After all, black magical power is the condensation of the 5 magical elements and truly daunting. However, just being green does not seem too dreadful at all. At this speed of Sinbait's, it took less than 2 days to reach the westernmost point of the Dilong Principality. Crossing the border ahead would mean reaching the Luoyun Empire. Naturally, thinking about the lovely people in the Luoyun Empire filled Sinbait with excitement. But no matter how excited he was, rest was still necessary. At the border, one couldn't expect a decent inn. Sinbait found any dilapidated place and stayed there for the night. Looking at the unstable door panel, Sinbait had no choice but to reluctantly choose it. Otherwise, where could one find an inn on this war-torn Shenlong continent, especially at the border? What Sinbait did not know was that this time, his defeat of the Great Elder of the Light Temple seemed to have stirred up a craze across the entire Dragon God continent once again. Light Temple, report to my lord, said a light scout kneeling down in the central hall to report to the seated Pope of the Light Church on the royal throne. Seeing the frantic look of the scout, this Pope vaguely felt an unease within his heart, as if something unpleasant were happening. Speak. His dignified authority radiated through just a single word. The Great Elder has been searching for the Law Emperor for 2 years in the Dilong Principality. In recent times, the Great Elder contacted me and said he was going to visit One Line Sky. Yesterday, the Great Elder returned but severely wounded. Upon saying this, the scout glanced up briefly, seeing the Pope's body tremble slightly. Go on. The Pope's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. He knew the Great Elder's capabilities well. Possessing 5 divine artifacts, yet suffering severe injuries? This situation certainly went against what he expected. The Great Elder said the person he faced wore a set of black armor and held a large hammer in his hand. He didn't know this person's name or any relevant information about him. Observing the grim expression on the Pope's face, the scout dared not breathe loudly, speaking carefully. What? The Pope suddenly stood up. Could it be pink gloating? That shouldn't happen. The heir of the divine dragon appears again. Possible. Very possible. The Pope was pondering over the implications. You may retreat first. Urgently summon Elder 2, and let the Great Elder visit me once he recovers. The Pope lazily waved his hand, though the fierce look in his eyes increased. Darkness Temple. Report to my lord. A letter from the Great Elder. A man dressed in black clothing reported to the Darkness Pope playing with children. Seeing that her father had business to attend to, Iwayur took her son and left. Speak. The Pope's mood remained excellent. The Great Elder followed the Great Elder of the Light Temple on a trip to One Line Sky. The Great Elder of the Light Temple was injured by a man clad in a set of War King pin gloating armor, hit by his large hammer. Our Great Elder is unscathed and returning safely. Seeing the Pope's good mood, the scout confidently relayed the message aloud. Dark Pope Arian's eyes shone with a flash of keenness, a hint of laughter at the corner of his lips. Good. You may retreat now. Tell the Great Elder to come see me upon his return. Seeing the Pope's excitement, even though unsure why, the scout respectfully withdrew. If the Pope of the Light Temple didn't know who this person was, then Darkness Pope Arian definitely did, and he also arranged for this person to go to One Line Sky, this person being none other than Sinbait. Sinbait, you bring me surprise after surprise. In 4 years, just 4 years, you've reached such accomplishments. One hammer strike severely injures the Great Elder of the Light Temple. Haha, it seems we old folks can't deny our age. I wonder what the old geezer will think when he finds out about this. Arian laughed heartily. This matter, don't tell Wayer yet. Let Sinbait give his precious daughter a surprise. Hee. A mischievous glimmer appeared at the corner of the Darkness Pope's mouth. If others saw it, they wouldn't believe it at all. The first time, 6 years ago, Sinbait harmed the subordinate Mac family of the Light Temple. Everyone pursued him, causing upheaval throughout the continent. The second time, one hammer struck down the Great Elder of the Light Temple, forcing the Light Temple's plan for the Divine Dragon continent to be implemented early. Of course, the Darkness Temple would do something as well, which caused another disturbance on the Divine Dragon continent. It's all because of one person. This unknown person was resting in a tattered inn. Nothing unusual happened throughout the night. After recovery overnight, of course, Sinbait's spirit was full of energy. With his lover on his mind, Sinbait set off again towards the west. Noon. The border between the Luoyun Empire and Dilong Principality. Brothers, let's have some fun with these women from the Dilong Principality, huh? A soldier who looked like an officer led dozens of troops dragging more than 10 dirty and disheveled prisoners. These prisoners were, of course, women. It's great to have such a good leader. Yes. Looking at these soft-skinned women makes me want to shoot my rifle. Seeing these tear-streaked women, it was obvious to anyone that they were captives, and captives taken by ambush. Certainly, as the Dragon God continent was too vast, there could not be people stationed everywhere. So, these scattered soldiers would infiltrate another country without warning. And such soldiers, all deserters, had no discipline whatsoever. They feared death and deserted during real battles. but every country had soldiers like these. Good. Drag these women into the forest ahead, and we'll enjoy ourselves. Damn, risking our lives doesn't compare to the pleasure of this moment, said the man who looked like an officer. With just one word, he incited excitement among the soldiers. Laughing wildly, the soldiers dragged the women, some in pairs, or even threes. The women cried out loudly, but did it help? Help! Just then, bang, bang, bang. Dozens of soldiers were thrown back instantly. Standing amidst the women was a man draped in a commanding magical long robe. Shocked, everyone was stunned. No one saw this man come, as if he dropped down from the sky. No one even saw him make a move. It was as though he were a ghost. On every soldier's chest was a burnt black mark. This man was none other than Senbait. On his way, he heard the women's cries, so he decided to investigate. But after seeing this scene, anger surged within Senbait. Senbait said, "Whoever moves, I will kill." An aura of fierce dominance burst forth, causing all the soldiers to shiver uncontrollably. Keep in mind, under circumstances where no one saw this man arrive, he simply came. And also, without any visible action, everyone received a fireball shot right onto their chests. Only a fireball could burn through their clothes this way. Even the mouth of the officer remained agape, silently regretting that he hadn't checked the day for good fortune. He should have picked a lucky day for celebration instead. But it was already too late. No amount of crying out for father or mother could save them now. Although the women couldn't see Senbait's face, they were filled with joy, each praying for the protection of the divine dragon. Of course, Senbait knew these were nothing but foot soldiers and deserters. Killing them wasn't necessary, but letting them go was unacceptable either. So, there was only one choice left, setting an example by punishing a few. Who is your leader? Senbait asked, yet the place became eerily quiet. No one answered. Seeing this man, no older than 30, none of the soldiers dared to stir. No one is answering him? Humph. Suddenly, Senbait stomped his foot, and immediately 5 streaks of white light like lightning bolts zipped toward 5 soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. Instantly, 5 soldiers were thrown flying away. Upon seeing this situation, everyone was gripped with fear. No one dared to sacrifice their life to protect their former military commander. Every finger pointed at him. As Senbait turned to look, the officer pointed out on the ground revealed a patch of dampness. Senbait shook his head helplessly. This man was frightened so much that he wet his pants. How someone like him ever became an officer was beyond comprehension. Before Senbait could speak, the officer dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Master, spare my life. You are generous. Don't soil your hands with mine. I have parents above and children below." Senbait extended his right forefinger, gathering a sphere of lightning between his fingers, which shot lines straight toward that man. A graceful movement, yet the officer was paralyzed completely, unable to move an inch. These men didn't dare to show the slightest resistance, and Senbait merely held disdain. "The rest can leave, but if I ever see you again, all of you will die. And him." At this point, Senbait formed his hands into claws, coalescing storm elements violently. Indeed, it was dual thunder fury. There were 2 thunderballs in one hand, merging together. Because Senbait had just performed a technique using 5 mental focuses simultaneously, he was still unaccustomed to this new skill and resorted to 4-fold integration of dual thunder fury. "My lord, please spare me. I'll never dare again." The officer pleaded desperately. You don't deserve to die. Understand." Senbait's calm tone made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. Senbait clenched his hands into fists, each hand holding a single thunderball, merging both into one again. A huge figure, even taller than Senbait, formed the quadruple integration dual thunder fury. Whoosh! As Senbait thrust forward, the thunderball devoured the officer without hesitation and continued to soar ahead, transforming into a bright spot before vanishing into the woods. Wherever the thunderball flew, not even ash remained. Witnessing such an event, all the soldiers were gripped with even greater fear. As one soldier ran off, the rest disappeared from Senbait's sight in an instant. Taking out some water and food, clothes Senbait did not have, he realized he only had 1 ring left on him. He had returned real Engalar's rings to them and given his old one to Salute. So now he only possessed a single space ring. Of course, when the women saw this, they were astonished. A space ring. What did that signify? The status of an emperor. Subsequently, Senbait left some money, urging them to quickly move away from the border area, find decent families, and live their lives. However, these women, wishing to thank their savior, wanted to know Senbait's name. "Ho ho, it's nothing. My name is Senbait Longs." Then Senbait once again turned into a fleeting shadow and vanished into the woods. Nevertheless, just after Senbait left, another figure appeared. It was a woman. Had Senbait not left too swiftly, he would have been astonished. For this person was none other than Lena Ballas, who since childhood had always enjoyed xuanhuan. "Senbait Longs, Senbait, is that you?" Lena knew she could never catch up, so she could only gaze at the fading trace of that fleeting shadow. "It's time for release, and yet I still feel a little dazed. Here, I'd like to thank my great readers. Because of your support, I've reached where I am today. Of course, also thank my editor Piao Piao for her strong backing, which has guided me throughout this journey. Now, I have no profound reflections to make. I shall continue to bring my best passion and richest content to all of you. Brothers, come give me flowers, come add me to your collections, come subscribe. FAD will go crazy with you all." Chapter 109, finally arriving at Luoyun City. In fact, ever since the Muaso dense forest suddenly attacked the village, everyone scattered. Those who survived separated. But years later, a piece of shocking news spread across the continent, stunning many people. Of course, it also shocked Lena's ears, who had been sad for years. It must be known that Lena spent her youth all these years just for Simbart, though Simbart definitely did not know. Since Simbart had killed the number 3 gold hunter, this news naturally reached Lena's ears as well. Despite Clint's attempts to stop her, she embarked on the path of the gold hunter herself. Of course, it was mainly in order to find Simbart. However, over the years, Lena never met Simbart, filled with many regrets. But she did not give up and continued to search. Since the unrest of the continent began, Lena actively headed to the border between the Empire and Long Kingdom, killing some bad people. Gradually, Lena also gained fame, replacing the top 3 positions that Simbart previously held. Today, as she arrived here, she just happened to hear Simbart's unique, dominant voice, so she quickly ran towards it. However, Simbart's speed was far beyond what Lena could achieve. All she could see were only fleeting shadows of Simbart. With this one encounter, Lena became even more convinced that she would meet Simbart. In truth, Lena had grown into a tall, graceful beauty with a voluptuous figure, causing countless men to fall in love with her. But they were all rejected by Lena, the main reason being that there was someone else in her heart, Simbart. After leaving the borders of the Dylan Kingdom, Simbart rushed forward, avoiding areas close to the war zone, and instead took small roads. He sped straight toward the west, his destination, Luoyun City. A trail of swift movement flashed madly across the land. Subsequently, Simbart encountered no bad things or obstacles. It was because of Simbart's speed, his shadow streaked past too fast. Even if someone noticed such a figure, Simbart had already disappeared from their sight before they could react. Even before reaching Luoyun City, Simbart had already spied the majestic flag of the strength-type magical beast. The Titan ape waved boldly in the wind, looking vibrant and lifelike. Luoyun City was of course the capital city of the Luoyun Empire, which also housed the main hall of the Dark Cathedral. According to the instructions of the Dark Pope, Arion, Simbart came to find the Dark Pope. He intended not only to defeat Arion, but also to reunite with his lover. As he saw Luoyun City surrounded by golden sand forming a scenic line, with cacti everywhere and venomous beasts hiding threats, Simbart knew these could no longer pose any threat to him. The closer Simbart got to his beloved, the more intense his excitement grew. Once again accelerating, Simbart was now no longer a fleeting shadow, but a streak of green rushing ahead like a thread. Simbart pushed himself forward, driven by the excitement of soon meeting his lover. However, upon reaching the gates of Luoyun City, Simbart gradually slowed down his pace. "Hand over 10 copper coins," said a guard at the gate. Respectfully and orderly, that was Simbart's impression of Luoyun Empire's guards. They did not curse him because of his ragged clothing. They did not kowtow to him because of his noble appearance. Simbart casually tossed a silver coin, since he lacked copper coins and his smallest denomination was silver. The guard was momentarily stunned, then began to return Simbart's change. Simbart waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Brother, keep the money as your hard-earned tip. Go drink some alcohol." That guard was about to speak, but Simbart had already vanished. The gate guard stood back at his post without showing any sign of smugness due to Simbart giving extra money. Luoyun City was not as bustling as Dilong City, mostly because of the sands and dust, but precisely because of this, it offered a different kind of appreciation. Yes, it was admiration, a sense of lonely desert pride and melancholy. Where could Simbart have the leisure to stroll around? He casually found a decent-looking inn and freshened up. While washing up, his face continuously showed smiles, full of inner excitement. Simbart could feel the strong beats of his excited heart. When Simbart walked out of the inn again, he had changed out of his magical robe and into a warrior-like outfit. Simbart thought it was more comfortable to wear such clothes. After all, Simbart was accustomed to wearing them, and warrior's clothing fits snugly on the body. With excitement, he stepped lightly, heading towards the iconic building. Without asking anyone, he made his way directly towards the Dark Cathedral. If you wonder how Simbart knew, it's because beside the main city's royal palace stood the Dark Pope's palace, and it seemed bigger than the Luoyun Empire's own imperial palace. Such a prominent structure clearly demonstrated the wealth and grandeur of the Dark Church. As Simbart drew closer, he spotted 6 gate guards standing at the entrance of the Dark Cathedral. Judging by Simbart's perception, these guards were all at least great swordsman level. It must be noted that a great swordsman is already the 6th rank in human cultivation. In any nation's army, they could easily command as captains or even colonels. Yet, here they were merely used to guard the entrance of the Dark Cathedral. Any ordinary person would surely be shocked. But Simbart understood. This was what made the Dark Cathedral so representative, demonstrating their outstanding strength. It also imposed an air of pressure on commoners, and a sense of suppression on experts. The feeling naturally differed for people from different backgrounds. This, exactly, was the effect the Dark Cathedral aimed for. Simbart took steady steps forward. Uninvited persons are forbidden to enter where the Dark Pope resides. Please leave immediately. Although just gatekeepers, they displayed no arrogance. Simbart found this quite satisfying. "I've come to see the Pope," Simbart said calmly, surprising the 6 sword masters acting as guards. To seek out the Pope? Dressed in rather plain warrior garb, not extravagant by any measure. Simbart actually claimed to visit the Pope? Despite wanting to laugh at his audacity upon hearing such a claim, the guard still answered respectfully due to the rules handed down by their superiors. "Sir, please leave immediately. Without an invitation or warrant, we cannot let you in. Furthermore, seeking an audience with the Pope is not child's play. Please respect the process," one of the swordsmen patiently warned him. Of course, under normal circumstances, how could one just meet the Pope? The Pope was far more prestigious than any emperor across the continent. Not even meeting an emperor was something you could do at will, let alone the Pope. After all, the Pope wasn't part of your family. It seemed as if Simbart didn't hear the guard's words at all. He stood tall and firm at the cathedral gates, his imposing figure exuding a certain commanding presence that brought about some pressure on the sword masters. Seeing Simbart stubbornly standing still at the entrance, the swordsman grew slightly anxious. If someone inside were to find out that he couldn't handle such a situation himself, he'd surely lose face. Just as this speaking swordsman was about to angrily reprimand Simbart, a startling event unfolded right before the eyes of the 6 gate guards, leaving them all stunned and astonished. From Simbart's body emanated a deep, dark energy barrier. Yes, a black energy barrier, the likes of which everyone recognized as the mark of a sword emperor. Then, Simbart's martial energy gradually enveloped them, continuing to flow smoothly inward into the dark cathedral. The sword master guards were further startled. The dark barrier expanded steadily around them, without causing panic. What was this? Right. It was a domain, the realm surpassing 9th-level human capability. Yet they felt no fear within this black energy field. There was neither murderous intent nor oppressive might, but instead warmth and affection. Because Simbart was yearning for Ivana, such feelings naturally radiated from his own domain. At the moment Ivana was playing with her child, she abruptly shuddered, sensing something yet unsure of what it was. Then she looked at her son again. Dark Pope Arion, who was busy dealing with matters, suddenly stiffened. How was it possible? An expert beyond the domain level was outside the cathedral, but the emotion conveyed within this domain. Arion, too, sensed the warmth and love emanating from it. Without hesitation, he teleported instantly, transporting himself toward the main hall's entrance. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Pope was already standing outside the grand hall of the Dark Cathedral. The Great Elder, having returned earlier, along with some other elders, had also arrived. Since there was no killing aura or overwhelming dominance present, no one made a move and awaited the Pope's arrival. However, upon seeing the visitor, the Great Elder recognized this young man as the one he'd encountered in Dragon Valley while carrying the artifact set. Although somewhat surprised, out of curiosity, he greeted first. "Oh, young man, I wonder why you've come to our Dark Cathedral. Is it because of me?" The Great Elder spoke modestly. Of course, the other elders observing this became increasingly perplexed. Just when the Dark Pope appeared, Simbart summoned a streak of black light in his hand, hurling it directly toward Arion. None expected such a turn of events. Even the Great Elder appeared slightly shocked. If the purpose was provocation, then Simbart alone seemed excessively arrogant, ignoring the Elder's existence and going straight for the Pope. Everyone was greatly astonished and filled with anger. Upon seeing the black streak charging towards him, the Dark Pope blocked it effortlessly with his holy weapon sword, causing the black streak to vanish. Excellent. Excellent. Arion said nothing else but repeated the word excellent. Just as the elders were about to act, hearing such words from the Pope left them all confused. Challenge. Simbart didn't utter another word. Everyone was astonished. As the Dark Pope, Arion naturally understood what Simbart meant. Let's go outside the city. Otherwise, you could demolish the whole place, said the Dark Pope, well aware of the power of Simbart's King's Chaos Hammer. Elders, feel free to follow along. The prospect of a worthy battle excited the Dark Pope too. All of them rushed toward the outskirts of Luoyuan City. It's live now, and I seem to still be in a daze. Here, I'd like to thank all my great readers. It's because of your support that I've made it this far. Of course, I can't forget my editor Piao Piao, who has given me tremendous support along the way. Now, I have no regrets or feelings left unspoken. I will continue to bring you all the best passion and rich content. Brothers, show your support with flowers, collections, and subscriptions. Lord Fa will go wild with you. Chapter 110. Father-in-law, you're not capable. 10 miles outside of Luoyuan City. All the elders from the Dark Shrine stood 300 meters away from the Pope and Simbart. Even standing 300 meters away, these people could still see everything clearly. After all, they were all at least 9th level human strength. This level of observation distance was crystal clear to them. At this moment, Simbart and Arion did not wear their divine artifact suits, but stared at each other intently. 100 meters apart, both could see excitement in each other's eyes. Instantly, an invisible energy shield emanated from their bodies, colliding with one another. The yellow sand and dust swirled up violently, vividly visible. Simbart, I didn't expect that in just 4 years, you have caused me immense surprise and admiration. I must admit, among the younger generation, you are the strongest, even surpassing many of the older ones. The Dark Pope reflected deeply, his words a genuine commendation of Simbart, without any trace of flattery. Of course, only now do I realize that having all the divine artifacts significantly boosted my power, and unexpectedly, I quickly grasped the essence of my domain. However, I hope you tread carefully. As always, Simbart's arrogance reigns supreme. Good lad. But one should not be too arrogant. It will harm your cultivation process. The Pope laughed heartily and said, Enough talk. Let me see your true strength. The Pope was indeed thrilled to find Simbart capable of challenging him, as he well understood the meaning behind loneliness of the master. If it wasn't for the frequent spars with the Pope of the Holy Shrine acting as Arion Da's rival, he would lack real combat opportunities. Now, his son-in-law appeared. How could he not feel excited and joyful? All right, here I come. With those defiant words, Simbart's body emitted an intense light. Behind Simbart emerged his Tier D guardian beast. Simultaneously, the King Hammer armor glowed black and enveloped Simbart, forming into shape instantly. rendering his whole figure uniformly dark. In his hands was a colossal hammer. There was no doubt in Aryan Da's mind about its authenticity. The mere presence of the aura radiating from the hammer filled Aryan Da with trepidation, but also exhilaration. As Sinbart donned the king hammer armor, so too did Aryan Da wear his own divine artifact suit. Unlike Sinbart, whose black armor showed no signs of integration with the guardian beast, hence, no purple glow, it was evident that Aryan Da's armor shimmered with purple lights. Despite being clad in armor, differences in helmets and colors gave off two completely different impressions. Will you not fuse? Just as Aryan Da was about to speak, Sinbart again illuminated brightly. Only this time, instead of the black glow of the armor, a golden light surged forth. A golden energy dragon sprang out from Sinbart's right arm, rotating around his body, including the Kunlun hammer in his hand. Indeed, this radiant glow symbolized the fusion with the divine dragon guardian. From afar, "What is that?" an elder beside the great elder inquired. "That's right. This youth is none other than the successor of the divine dragon. Though why does his holiness know him? It seems that this young man knows his holiness as well." The great elder furrowed his brow, as if in deep thought. What he failed to notice was that upon saying this, the elders around him were gaping open-mouthed in shock. This time, the fusion manifested on Sinbart's body akin to a tattoo or engraving. The entire divine dragon coiled around Sinbart's black armor, vivid and lifelike. Its head, dominant and fierce, was imprinted on the head of the Kunlun hammer itself. The already formidable hammer, now carrying the proud spirit of the divine dragon, left Aryan Da feeling an overwhelming pressure that seemed to grow exponentially. After the brilliant light subsided, Sinbart's appearance was awe-inspiring yet unbearable to gaze upon directly. The resplendent golden dragon brought such dominance and charisma that even the elders 300 meters away felt the piercing intensity, characterized by its ferociousness, overbearing pride. If the elders observed closely, they would discover that within 10 miles of Sinbart's surroundings, the venomous beasts, under the pressure of the divine dragon's authority, either crouched submissively or chose to retreat. This realization would leave them even more astonished. The clash of these intangible energy barriers merely signaled the beginning of the probing between Sinbart and the Dark Pope. Amidst this intangible energy barrier, astonishment was etched all over the Pope's face. To his visible eye, Sinbart's energy field was evidently advancing towards the Dark Pope's, which indicated that the Pope's field was weaker than Sinbart's. Suddenly, the Dark Pope retreated dozens of meters. While retreating, he swung his purple artifact in midair, releasing waves of dark chi from his body. Dozens of invisible sword shadows, infused with dark chi, roared towards Sinbart. On the ground, wherever the sword shadows slashed, trails of air marks remained. "Well done!" Sinbart let out a loud shout to the sky, and a ball of dark lightning suddenly coalesced in his right hand on the Kunlun hammer. However, this time the lightning sphere was not gathering at the front end of the Kunlun hammer, but rather on the corner of its face. Sinbart seemed to apply no protective martial chi or magic whatsoever, as he intended to confront the Dark Pope head-on. Such a move naturally left the Dark Pope, along with the many elders, astonished and horrified. As the martial chi whistling toward him rapidly approached, Sinbart's hands moved even faster. The lightning sphere atop the hammer's pointed edge turned pitch black, and under the fierce condensation, instantly swelled to the size of the hammerhead itself. The pointed edge of the hammer, suddenly spinning downward as Sinbart twirled abruptly, struck the ground instead of using the smooth surface. Boom! An invisible wave of air exploded outward from around Sinbart, and simultaneously, the black thunderball on the pointed end of the hammer reversed its path, smashing down into the ground. Dozens of threads of black lightning streaked outwards, meeting the rushing martial chi heading towards Sinbart. Boom! At the same time, each black thread matched up perfectly to intercept all the martial chi directed at him without any deviation. Ever since acquiring the ability to multitask fivefold, Sinbart's control over magic had reached its peak. With the violent collision, a greater surge of wind and sand swept toward the elders who were more than 300 meters away. The elders quickly shielded their faces from the flying sand and dust, while at the place of the impact, particles of sand were flying everywhere. Gradually, the dust settled to reveal a crater where the clash occurred, over 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. This was just the result of their initial probing strike. "Grand Elder, do you see that young man? His control over magic has already surpassed both of us. No, he has gone beyond us. It is too terrifying. Look at the state of the Pope." The words trailed off, but none of the elders needed further explanation. In the second attack, Sinbart transformed from passivity to initiative. With both hands on the hammer, wielding a fire-based black magic spell, a burning dragon emerged with an awe-inspiring heat, racing towards the Dark Pope. Simultaneously, Sinbart's figure flickered in a brief teleportation. Despite covering only 30 meters, this allowed him to reach the target distance of 100 meters in just 3 flashes. After breaking through the 9th level of human power, Sinbart hadn't spent enough time training his instantaneous teleportation skills. Thus, although the distance of the teleport didn't increase, its speed certainly improved significantly. The roaring burning dragon surged ahead, while Sinbart gripped the hammer tightly, and upon the Kunlun hammer, a much larger black thunderball began to gather. Without hesitation at seeing this ferocious burning dragon coming towards him, the Dark Pope immediately activated his domain, releasing a terrifying aura filled with a sense of slaughter. The activation of the Pope's domain was merely meant to slow down Sinbart's speed. There are several channels for cultivating a domain. One is gravitational cultivation, another for improving one's own speed, and still another enhances personal strength. As Sinbad himself had only recently acquired a domain, he wasn't yet aware of these nuances. Sinbad immediately felt his body becoming much heavier. His movement speed slowed considerably, indicating that the Dark Pope's domain had been focused on gravity cultivation. Moreover, Sinbad knew that within someone else's domain, unless your own spirit force far exceeds theirs, or unless your domain surpasses theirs in dominance, you remain locked within the opponent's field. Once locked, every countermeasure becomes predictable by the opponent. But don't forget, even though Sinbad's domain was newly acquired, it was better to have one than none. Sinbad's spirit force was never weaker than the Dark Pope's, and now it had grown even stronger. Although it did not exceed the Pope's by multiples, his domain carried the might of the Divine Dragon. Hence, when comparing domination, Sinbad's domain, despite being relatively new, could definitely dispel the effects of others' domains and prevent them from locking onto him. Realizing this, a black and golden domain roared forth from Sinbad's body. This decision proved correct because after deploying his own domain, Sinbad felt much lighter and faster. Similarly, Yalianda as the Dark Pope was also greatly shocked. Knowing he could no longer lock onto Sinbad meant his own domain was utterly useless against Sinbad. Being a pope, how could this realization fail to shock him? Even with the old masters from the Light Holy Palace, their spirit forces were equally locked, mutually unable to escape. Just as he was feeling gloomy, Sinbad's burning dragon had already closed within 10 meters of him. Moreover, within his own domain, the Dark Pope of the Dark Cathedral clearly felt that Sinbad's burning dragon was merely slightly sluggish and hadn't made any errors targeting him because of the domain. Of course, the Dark Pope was once again shocked. This indicated that Sinbad's spirit force could lock onto him, but his own spirit force couldn't lock onto Sinbad. Lifting his hammer from the bottom upwards in a motion akin to raising fire to the sky, Sinbad used his black martial chi to elevate the roaring black burning dragon into the air. However, Sinbad's massive Kunlun hammer, with an even larger black thunderball, also surged forward to his face. As Sinbad watched his burning dragon rise into the air, Sinbad smiled. This deception had worked on the Dark Pope. The black thunderball, seemingly much larger than Sinbad himself, emitted an ear-piercing shriek as it collided with the Dark Pope. Boom! With his incredible strength bolstered by the divine artifact set, the Dark Pope obviously hadn't suffered too great a loss. But with an additional guardian beast at his command, Sinbad once again swung the Kunlun hammer down. Boom! The Dark Pope was directly thrown off his feet. It should be noted that with the power of the divine dragon-protected divine artifact fusion, and with his own Earth-grade guardian beast, Sinbad's strength doubled, plus the 1.4 million kilogram weight of the Kunlun hammer. The Dark Pope could only grit his teeth and endure, but was still flung away. At this moment, the Dark Pope's blood surged through his veins, and the sweetness on his throat reminded him that he had nearly spat blood. Seeing their Pope in such a state, all the elders were astounded. It must be known that the first move was exploratory, yet with the true strike having come like this, how could anyone not be stunned? Of course, part of Sinbad's successful attack came from the Dark Pope underestimating him, since despite knowing that Sinbad had just gained a domain, he believed Sinbad wouldn't have much depth. How was he to know that Sinbad's mutated guardian beast would provide such abnormal assistance? Gritting his teeth and holding firm, the Dark Pope's body slid across the dunes. Even under Sinbad's 8/10 power strike, the ground carved a groove 5 meters wide, 3 meters deep, and more than 100 meters long. Such a force, Sinbad himself had not anticipated. At this point, the Dark Pope swallowed the blood rising in his throat, and the look of disregard was gone from his eyes, replaced by caution. To become the Dark Pope, he certainly possessed a formidable side, and after many discussions and duels with the popes of the Holy Light Cathedral, his combat experience surely wasn't lacking. The Dark Pope's body swelled with black martial chi once again, as if the black flames were leaping upward. This terrifying momentum caused Sinbad's heart to flip slightly, but as the descendant of the Divine Dragon, and carrying the blood of the Divine Dragon, his arrogance and longing for battle made him even more excited. Sinbad knew that now the real fight was beginning, so he roared towards the sky, and even the Kunlun hammer in his hands issued dragon-like cries. For the first time, purple light emanated from Sinbad's darkened battle armor, marking the first true fusion of the Divine Dragon Guardian with the King's war armor, a fusion no different from when he defeated the Elder of the Holy Light. Exuding killing intent, overwhelming aura, and wild pride. Even the elders standing 300 meters away felt a bit breathless, each harboring the same thought. This was truly too overbearing. The Kunlun hammer in Sinbad's hand flowed with golden light, and the black fire magic flickered with scorching flames. This was the first time Sinbad would use the ultimate secret of the kingly Kunlun hammer. Like Sinbad's completely black battle armor, apart from the wind dragon boots which hadn't changed much, but had sharper blades, the golden holy dragon offered backlash resistance. The fire dragon had explosive properties, the ice dragon held the dragon's soul, the thunder dragon summoned creatures, and the silver dragon restored spiritual energy. As the most important piece of this armor, the Kunlun hammer naturally had its unique power. Moreover, the greatest secret of the Kunlun hammer was undoubtedly also the most advantageous form of bizarre attributes in battle. And that was stunning, an absolute stun effect. Knowing his spirit force couldn't lock onto Sinbad, the Dark Pope understood that victory in this fight would be nearly impossible for him, as Sinbad had a high chance of dodging his sword techniques, whereas avoiding Sinbad's magic wouldn't be as easy. Thinking about this, the Dark Pope employed his most proficient sword skill, starting a sword formation with a triple strike technique. The triple strike technique is the most common among the Pope's sword skills, a single slash split into 3 strikes. Seeing a colossal stream of black martial chi rushing towards him, Sinbad had completed his preparations. Looking at Sinbad's carefree attitude, something felt off to the Dark Pope. Of course, Sinbad, with the Holy Dragon's backlash resistance, was not afraid at all. But as he saw the martial chi rushing towards him, just when Sinbad was about to dodge, the dark martial chi suddenly split into 3 swords. Although Sinbad thought there wasn't much to worry about, he was still slightly startled. Being able to control martial chi to such an effect impressed Sinbad immensely. He developed a profound respect for Yalianda, his future father-in-law. One must know that splitting an already unleashed martial chi stream mid-flight into 3 parts is a feat few could accomplish. However, Sinbad didn't unleash the magic he had stored, but stood firm gripping his hammer. The head of the hammer gleamed with golden light, exuding a dominant aura. Sinbad knew he couldn't avoid the strike and decided to endure it, testing how well this armor could withstand the full attack power of the Dark Pope, who possessed supreme dark artifacts. When the martial chi was about to hit his body, Sinbad naturally activated his Earth-grade Guardian Beast's absolute barrier. He also used a water element skill, Water Curtain Sky Beauty. One must understand that even if Sinbad was confident, the Dark Pope was above human level 9 and even wielded a complete set of divine artifacts. While exercising caution, Sinbad couldn't afford to be negligent and had to be increasingly vigilant. The next moment confirmed just how correct Sinbad's decision was. As the first layer of Water Curtain Sky Beauty was cut like tofu by the black martial chi, it collided with the absolute barrier formed by the Earth-grade Guardian Beast. Meanwhile, the other 2 streams of martial chi narrowly passed beside Sinbad. Staring intently at the black martial chi, Sinbad watched as the absolute barrier gradually cracked under its pressure. What remained was less than 3/10 of the original martial chi strength. Boom. Though the collision struck against Sinbad, when the black martial chi crashed against his divine dragon armor, it emitted a sudden golden flash visible to everyone present. The suppressed blood spurt from the Dark Pope gushed out in a few, splashing out immediately. Even the elders were unsure what exactly had happened. Naturally, while enduring this blow, Sinbad felt extremely uncomfortable in his chest, as if during his trial in the Divine Dragon Challenge, experiencing the turmoil within his internal organs causing excruciating discomfort. If not for the immense weight of the Kunlun hammer, Sinbad believed that this single strike would have blasted him away. After all, the Dark Pope wielded a complete set of divine artifacts and was beyond level 9 of human capabilities. Although suffering no damage, Sinbad still experienced considerable discomfort. But, one must know that if the powerful attack of a fully equipped Dark Pope only made Sinbad feel uneasy, even the Dark Pope himself might be so frustrated that he'd wish to bash his head against a wall. Certainly, all these events took place in mere tens of seconds. Moreover, even Yalianda, being the Pope himself, failed to comprehend why things turned out this way and ended up spitting blood. Could it be that the armor emitting the golden flash has a counter effect? Yalianda speculated quietly. Despite this merely being a guess, the speculation was spot on. The Dark Pope had correctly guessed. However, if Yalianda realized that his guess was correct, it would undoubtedly lead to more than just a minor headache. Who wants to battle someone who constantly counterattacks? Sinbad's golden chi-filled Kunlun hammer soared upward, bearing a massive black fireball toward the sky directly above the Dark Pope's head. All the elders and popes were left dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a magical spell? In the realm of thunder, there were certainly the 10 directions cluster thunder spells, but in the fire element? Indeed, this very fire magic was adapted by Sinbad from the 10 directions cluster thunder into a meteor fire rain. As all eyes watched the fiery cloud above the Dark Pope's head, Sinbad wildly swung the Kunlun hammer. With a streak of glowing light, the hammer slammed against the ground, releasing a tremendous flow of golden energy that spread for miles around. The Dark Pope, standing just 10 meters away, instantly felt dazed as a sudden tremor shook the earth, knocking him to the ground. Even the elders stationed 300 meters away fell, stunned. Both Sinbad and the Dark Pope were filled with astonishment. What kind of skill, what kind of magic could cause people to topple over? All of them, including humans ranked level 9 and those even surpassing this rank. Particularly the Dark Pope, draped in a set of supreme divine artifacts. As the Dark Pope was still in shock, from above the heavens, a red fireball blazing fiercely with tinges of black plunged downward, plunging, rather than descending, making all the difference. Accurately striking the utterly shocked Dark Pope with perfect precision. In the manner of a torrential downpour, these pitch-black fireballs bombarded him. Even with a martial chi shield, the defense crumbled instantly. Bam! 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 Numerous fireballs battered the Dark Pope. The place where he stood now became indiscernible amid flying dirt and sand, making the inside situation unclear. All the elders watched in stunned silence. At that instant, Sinbad burst into laughter, his rough voice echoing loudly. Father-in-law, you're not doing well. Sinbad then swung the Kunlun hammer again, smashing it towards the ground. It was the same Kunlun hammer carrying streaks of glowing light. We're going live. It seems I'm still in a daze. Here, I would like to thank all the great readers. Because of your support, I have come this far today. Of course, there's also my editor Piao Piao, who has given me strong support, helping me along the way. Now, I don't have much to reflect upon. I will continue to bring my best passion and rich content to everyone. Brothers, come give flowers, come to collect, and subscribe. The Emperor of Laws will go crazy with you. Chapter 111, The Use of a Domain. Another 8/10 force concussion followed, not mentioning what damage it might have inflicted on the unseen Dark Pope. From afar, the elders, who hadn't even had the chance to crawl back up, were once again violently shaken by the trembling earth and subsequently plunged into heavy dizziness again. In the dust, the great Dark Pope Arian could only bitterly laugh, helplessly. He felt he was in no way weaker than his son-in-law, but it seemed as though all his strength had nowhere to be unleashed, preventing him from exploding into full power. This truly confirmed the legend that King Hammer Pineapple Ding's war hammer possessed the ability to shake heaven and earth, which was not at all exaggerated. To sum it up, it wasn't that great Arian wasn't up to the challenge. First, compared to himself, Sambart, whose strength increased much later, harbored too much contempt within his heart, causing the failure of the Dark Pope. Second, being his son-in-law, there was inevitably some affection within his heart, and thus he didn't truly unleash all his warrior spirit against his own son-in-law. However, these two instances of underestimation led to his pitiful state, and this Pope's fighting spirit was truly ignited by Sambart. Boom. Amidst swirling dust, an explosive black aura erupted, lifting a person enveloped in purple light into the air, flying before falling backwards. Sambart knew that with his current strength, if he could bring about severe wounds to his father-in-law, then his father-in-law would directly be dead. Seeing this, the dazed elders quickly retreated further away. When the dust settled, Sambart truly saw the flames in his father-in-law's eyes, revealing true combat fervor. Yes, merely after a few exchanges, the Dark Pope Arian, who had been made very disheveled, finally decided not to hold back any longer. Even for sparring, he was going to fight with all his might. And as a warrior battling a mage, he undoubtedly needed to close the distance. But, against his son-in-law, he still hadn't managed to approach closely, believing deep down that using magic would never be as easy as a warrior swinging a sword. Thus, the Dark Pope was prepared to show his true warrior skills, closing the distance. However, he seemed to have forgotten why his earlier slash of energy against Sambart had resulted in self-inflicted harm. An enraged person often loses their reason. Certainly, if Arian could maintain a clear mind against others, facing his own son-in-law, overwhelmed by mysterious abilities, conditions, magic, and uncontrollable anger, he had indeed lost his rationality. The black battle chi surged once more, surpassing all previous levels, its profound darkness igniting Sambart's own fighting spirit anew. Battle! Sambart roared out a single word. Arian also used his short-distance teleportation, but Sambart had something that couldn't lock onto Arian's mental energy, his domain. When Arian rushed into Sambart's domain, suddenly, he was bewildered. Sambart had seemingly withdrawn his domain. You? An unprepared Dark Pope questioned aloud. Fair fight, neither will use it. Come on, father-in-law, don't let me down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sambart began a violent rotation with his whole body. Seeing this, the Dark Pope was perplexed. Was there such a skill in magic? Subsequent events shocked the Pope again. Countless wind blades erupted from Sambart's entire body, fiercely rotating around him, forming a roaring twister-like storm. The Dark Pope instantly activated his protective battle chi shield, yet he still failed to comprehend fully. Of course, ordinary people absolutely wouldn't be able to understand this skill. It belonged to the wind dragon shortboots and was unseen by most. How could anyone possibly know of it? A massive black wind blade tornado howled toward the Dark Pope. Its speed was certainly far more terrifying than that of ordinary wind blades. Closing in, this gave Arian a substantial conundrum this time. Stepping back several steps, Arian attacked the black tornado with his battle chi, creating dozens of angry streams charging toward the tornado where Sambart resided. Even though it was impossible to see Sambart within the tornado from the outside, it didn't mean Sambart couldn't see the external situation inside it. Hold the five-fold acceleration of wind, came Sambart's explosive shout from within the tornado. Before anyone understood what happened, Sambart's transformed tornado suddenly appeared 5 times bigger, exceeding 30 meters momentarily and swallowing the Dark Pope. However, because of the tornado's acceleration, Sambart stood exactly 30 meters away. Still, due to the rapid increase in speed, remaining stationary made Sambart an easy target for the gathered energies. Sambart dared not neglect caution, so he promptly invoked the Grade D Guardian Beast's final absolute barrier for the day. Just like the first time, Water Curtain Heaven emerged along with Earth Magic's wall of protection. Instantly, dozens of streams of battle chi broke through with overwhelming force. As they struck Sambart, the defensive property of his Saint Dragon armor was once again activated. Its black surface flickered with golden light. However, unseen by outsiders who could not see inside the tornado, Dark Pope Arian was far more disheveled at this moment, as he had again suffered from the backlash of his own battle chi. Blood immediately spewed from his mouth. Sambart, however, was not faring much better either. Had it not been for the weight of the Hammer of Chaos, Sambart would have been hurled away. The Grade D Guardian Beast behind him, after displaying today's final absolute barrier, a combination of Water Curtain Heaven and Earth Protection Wall, retreated into Sambart's spiritual mind to rest. At this point, Sambart felt extremely pleased. What was the characteristic of the Thunder Dragon Wrist Guard? Summoning. It summoned more small warriors wearing armor similar to the Thunder Dragons. 6 in total appeared. The first attack had involved no fusion with the Divine Dragon's protection, but now after the Divine Dragon Guard had merged with the other powers, Sambart was struck for the first time. Immediately, 6 golden patterns lit up around the tornado, and from them emerged 6 warriors in silver armor. From a distance, the group of elders observed this, none of them without surprise, none without alarm. Great Elder. Can you tell me what those silver warriors around the Pope are? An elder beside the great elder asked. You asked me? If I knew, would I be surprised? Anyway, let's keep watching. Since Sambart says that the Pope is his father-in-law, our princess's chosen one surely won't harm the Pope. Originally, the princess has a child with this youth. This might even be better, bringing us greater aid to the Dark Pope. But momentarily shrewd, the great elder had misinterpreted the situation. He didn't realize that the Dark Temple was aiding Sambart. Suppressing a mouthful of blood stirred up by internal unrest, Sambart's face soon wore an even wider smile. Suddenly, the binding on Sambart's leg emitted a flash of light, revealing a horn-like form on the ground, which began crawling toward the Dark Pope. Of course, this was precisely the Ice Dragon's soul spirit contained within the Ice Dragon bindings. Watching the glowing horn, Sambart doubted not that the freezing ability of this icebound desert would weaken slightly. In the hot grains of sand, every place the dragon's soul passed over was covered with a layer of frost, truly worthy of being called the Frost Giant Dragon. As the dragon's soul crawled towards the Dark Pope surrounded by the tornado, that black whirlwind tried its best to shrink, binding him. One must understand that ordinary constraints can never bind a person wielding a divine artifact, but Sambart's current strategy aimed to break just such a limitation, and this skill was certainly no small matter. Being the Dark Pope, Arian obviously knew Sambart merely sought to restrict him. What Arian didn't guess, though, was that Sambart also aimed to obscure his view, with a powerful burst of black battle chi. Pum. Using the expansion of battle chi, the confinement of Sambart's dragon tornado was shattered. Meanwhile, fearing that Sambart might have another devastating spell waiting for him, Arian whistled sharply and used the explosion of battle chi to launch himself skyward like a skyrocketing cannonball. But while airborne, unaware to him, there lay under his feet a golden light even brighter than sand grains, and a concentrated, thick golden pattern. Suddenly, though the sky was cloudless, thunder erupted without rain. Listening closely, boom, from above, as the Pope thought he had escaped, the briefest smile on his face turned instantly into horror. The terrifying sensation of numbness surged throughout his entire body, even dulling his brain. A lightning bolt 2 meters in diameter swallowed the great Dark Pope Arian whole. What? These 6 silver armors combining into a single lightning magic spell is too terrifying. If King Hammer Pineapple's war armor wasn't so terrifying, could it still be called the King's armor? The great elder of the Dark Temple conversed with another stunned elder. Bang! The entire body of the Dark Pope fell directly to the ground. Sambart, from afar, watched silently as the dragon's soul approached the Dark Pope. Although Pope Arian's body was paralyzed, he remained very sharp and noticed all movements on the ground. He helplessly smiled and muttered, "That stubborn old man didn't force me this way, but my own son-in-law did." Just as the dragon's soul was about to reach Arian, the Dark Pope suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. Even Sambart was astonished by the sudden development and realized instantly why this happened. Guardian beasts. Yes, only a guardian beast possessed such skills or capabilities. While Sambart cautiously kept an eye on his surroundings, the helpless words of the Dark Pope echoed over. Sambart, stop it. Your father-in-law admits defeat. You know, even that stubborn old coot from the Light God's temple hasn't forced me into such a situation. In just 4 years, you've amazed me greatly. Truly, as the heir of the divine dragon, your growth has completely exceeded my expectations. And this skill was the one used by Sambart's guardian beast during their first encounter when he met the Dark Pope in a match. Of course, Sambart did not know back then that Arian had such an ability. Naturally, as the Pope, Arian would never admit to it. How embarrassing it would be. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Sambart immediately retracted all the artifacts and revealed his warrior attire. Once Sambart had everything gathered, the elders hurried over. Your Holiness, is this young man really? The great elder asked, voicing his doubts. Yes, great elder, do you think I would mistake my own son-in-law? Amid chuckles, Arian's figure appeared dressed in a full-length black robe. His hair tie was somewhat disheveled, revealing the earlier clumsiness. But there was no sign of defeat or bitterness on his face. Rather, there was much delight. Sambart, reflect on our battle just now, and consider carefully if there are any shortcomings in your performance. Despite being pleased with Sambart's strength, there were indeed many gaps in his fighting experience. Though Sambart had engaged in numerous battles over the past 4 years, none were with truly dangerous opponents. Those who had been defeated by him were mostly taken aback by his sudden magic or skills, leading to their failure. Precisely because of this, the Dark Pope Arian recognized Sambart's deficiencies and, as his father-in-law, naturally felt it his duty to point them out. I humbly request guidance from father-in-law. Sambart was always someone who corrected mistakes without putting on airs. In fact, whoever pointed out his flaws would be considered a close friend. Seeing the humility of his son-in-law and hearing words from one whose abilities surpassed his own, a sense of vanity arose, satisfying him greatly. Nodding earnestly, he said, your current fighting flow is indeed quite excellent. Your only flaw is your impulsiveness in battle, which sometimes makes you rash and proud. As a descendant of the dragon god, it's understandable, but you're too hasty in weaving your magic spells and using your magic without pause. This is a significant taboo. Your strength can easily become your weakness. If someone more powerful interrupts your strategy suddenly, suddenly disrupted your plan, you'd likely be at a loss. Think about it. It's a significant problem. Though Arian's tone was calm, the implications were grave. Sambart quietly listened to his father-in-law's advice, and upon reflection, realized how critical these insights were. If such a scenario were to occur, Sambart truly wouldn't know what to do, for all his previous battles followed his own strategies. Any unexpected change would leave him flustered, possibly fatal. The key points resonated deeply with Sambart, urging him to remember them well. This was telling him to adapt and seize opportunities quickly. Otherwise, there's another thing. Tell me, Sambart, what's your understanding of realms? Or what is a realm? Arian asked with interest, having noticed during their fight that although Sambart possessed a formidable realm, he was still ignorant about its nuances. Isn't a realm about locking people down with spirit force or breaking through others' locks, while allowing instant movement and amplifying one's power? Sambart questioned curiously. Upon hearing this answer, all the elders nodded, acknowledging that Sambart's understanding was correct. Indeed, but what you've described is only the outline of a realm. You haven't focused on its single aspect yet, the Dark Pope stated, shocking all the elders. At this moment, they realized that Sambart's realm was merely in its rudimentary stage, its true potential unexplored. They didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if Sambart fully utilized his domain. Upon hearing this from his father-in-law, Sambart momentarily hesitated and softly inquired. Then, realms require focus on singular training as well. Essentially, a realm trains in either gravity, speed, or strength. Choosing one is enough. Since you're the successor of the divine dragon, between strength and gravity, I suggest you choose gravity because the dragon's pressure is overwhelming. Focus on gravity alone. Can you understand that now? At this point, Sambart finally comprehended, nodding firmly. Of course, with the end of the battle, Sambart instantly thought of Weyer. Sambart then said with a hearty tone, Father-in-law, what about Weyer? I think. Dark Pope Arian, who was pondering a question, immediately responded upon hearing Sambart's words. In the Imperial Garden. Whoosh. Without waiting any longer, a streak of shadow vanished in front of everyone as Sambart rushed towards the Imperial Garden with all his might. Of course, a burst of laughter soon followed. Hearing the laughter, the Pope slightly paused, then remembered his own words and hastily exclaimed, Oh no, that's not good. As soon as he finished speaking, he too transformed into a streak of light and chased after Sambart. The elders looked confused. If the Pope had already informed Sambart, why would he call it not good? Nevertheless, they followed behind the Pope toward the Dark Temple. It seems that I'm still in a daze even now that it's on sale. I want to thank all the great readers here. Because of your support, I've come this far. And naturally, my editor Piao Piao, who has given me tremendous support, enabling me to continue my journey until today. As for now, I have no more regrets. I will bring you, my brothers, the best passion and fullest content. Brothers, come show some love, come give your collections, your subscriptions. Lord Fadi will go crazy with you all. Chapter 112. A family reunion. Am I a father now? Traces of shadows formed lines as a figure darted to 100 meters, followed swiftly by a wave of air. At this moment, Sambart was thinking about his lover and had reached his utmost speed. Seeing the grand doors of the Dark Temple, he instantly teleported. He performed 3 rapid teleportations. It wasn't that Sambart didn't want more. At this time, the simulated teleportation connections he could generate were only 3. Yet, with this alone, the 6 Grand Sword Masters guarding the entrance felt absolutely nothing as Sambart directly rushed past them. Much later after Sambart had already moved far ahead, the Dark Pope arrived behind him, muttering softly. This little rabbit runs so fast, it seems my girl is safe with him. Pope Garun. All the guards at the gate bowed deeply. Waving casually, the Pope walked in large strides. But then, he saw Sambart moving frantically from the left door to the right one, searching everywhere. Apparently, Sambart still hadn't found the correct door leading to the Imperial Garden. Enter through the left door, turn right, enter again, and you'll arrive. Yes. The Pope's words were cut off before finishing. Sambart just turned back momentarily to thank him before disappearing once again using the teleportation technique. This child, how could he not wait for me to finish speaking? Black Pope Yalian sighed helplessly. Subsequently, a group of elders stepped inside rapidly. Yalian waved and let them deal with their own business. Everyone retreated. Turning towards the door of the Imperial Garden, he chased after Sambart once more. Following the instruction, Sambart indeed met Iwayer inside the Imperial Garden. But there was a cute child playing joyfully, picking flowers and attracting butterflies. It seemed like he tripped himself due to walking too fast. However, Iwayer suddenly said tenderly, Son, be careful. The fallen child didn't cry but jumped into Iwayer's embrace instead, laughing foolishly. Iwayer, full of tenderness, gently stroked the child's knee where he fell and brushed the dirt away. All Sambart saw until now were Iwayer's backside, her pale golden long hair, her curvaceous figure, her soft voice. All these belonged unmistakably to his beloved Iwayer, who constantly lingered in his mind. But did she have a son? How could she betray me? Could it be my illusion? No, that's impossible. Sambart stared at the child, whose adorable face resembled a pink baby peach. Right now, Sambart's mind seemed to lose control. A massive heartache surged straight to his chest. Since Sambart could see the child could certainly see him as well. Suddenly, a soft childish voice echoed, Mommy, there's someone behind us. Then the child stuck out his tongue toward Sambart. However, at that very moment, Sambart stood rigidly like being struck by lightning, staring fixedly at Iwayer's silhouette from behind. Hearing her son speaking, Iwayer turned her head towards the person behind. In an instant, Iwayer froze. Tears of surprise and joy streamed silently down her beautiful eyes. Yes, she had seen her ever thought of lover, her man, Sambart. Excited tears continued to fall, even bringing some difficulty to her breathing. She quietly stood up, gripping her puzzled son. Indeed, the boy looked at his mother's unusual behavior, unaware of what happened to her. Seeing Sinbart's intense gaze on her son, Iwayer stumbled slightly, as if understanding that Sinbart was questioning silently about the existence of this child. Overjoyed, Iwayer wiped the tears from her pretty face and squatted down abruptly. Stretching her white and delicate fingers, she pointed at Sinbart and spoke to the child on the ground. Baby, look, that's your dad. Go call him dad. After Iwayer's speech, Sinbart was shocked as if struck by lightning when he first donned the Thunder Dragon armor, frozen in place. Son? Is this my son? No. This. Sinbart's brain went into chaos after hearing Iwayer's words. Iwayer, seeing Sinbart's expression, realized precisely as expected and repeated patiently to her son. Baby, that is dad. He won't abandon us. Look, isn't that dad? You wanted dad so much, go quickly. Upon hearing his mother stating that the towering and awe-inspiring man standing over there was his father, although young, the boy didn't immediately comprehend. As Sinbart remained dumbfounded looking at his son, Iwayer was encouraging her son to take steps, while the confused little fellow kept gazing at the man indicated by his mother. Dark Pope Yaliandao arrived at this moment. Sinbart struggled to turn his neck and glanced at his father-in-law. Yalian shrugged helplessly and raised his hand saying, You should blame yourself. Kid, you didn't listen to me completely, and ran away. But yes, he really is your son, also my grandson. After which, he nodded firmly. When Sinbart turned back around, by his leg's side, the adorable child had unknowingly come closer already, only to hear him ask tenderly, Are you dad? Looking up with his pink little face, he gazed at his towering father, tears of rage welling up in his eyes. Sinbart couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. Yes, he had wronged Iwayer, and even more so his own child. When Iwayer gave birth to their son, he wasn't even aware, nor was he present. Even worse, he had doubted before. Sinbart bent down gently stroking his son's rosy cheeks, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, Yes, I'm your father. Father is sorry to the baby, sorry to your mother. Sinbart didn't know what his son's name was. Only following Iwayer's call for baby, did he refer to him like that. Wah! Sinbart hadn't expected that his son could cry so easily. In the cries, there was a sense of desolation and deep sorrow. I thought daddy didn't want the baby anymore, didn't want mommy anymore. Mommy said daddy would come. Mommy said daddy still needs us. Mommy said daddy is a hero. Mommy said daddy will be here soon. Yet for a long time the baby saw no one. Doesn't daddy like the baby? The breathless crying brought tears silently streaming down Iwayer's face. Even Yalian standing behind them couldn't resist wiping his eyes. Hearing the sorrow of his son, Sinbart remained speechless. For the first time, he cried. As a man watching his own son weep, it was not something Sinbart, who had never been discouraged throughout his life, could bear, leading to his second time in tears. The first time was when he met Iwayer and those pitiful children, and now this. This was the second time, because of his child. Iwayer could no longer hold herself together. She swiftly threw herself into Sinbart's embrace, crying uncontrollably while leaning on Sinbart. If her son had grievances, then Iwayer's must have been greater. Thinking of the man she could not see, constantly missing and worrying about him, she lived merely by relying on her son. Her bitterness was just as profound. Sinbart straightened his body. Around his neck clung his son, and at his waist held his woman. Seeing such a warm scene, Pope Yalian simply informed Sinbart of Iwayer's chambers before quietly leaving. Sinbart stood motionless. His family of three cried and embraced together. No one knew how much time passed. Sinbart felt a cool, sticky sensation on his neck. Upon looking down, he found that his son had fallen asleep without him knowing, with a content smile on his lips, drooling quite a bit. In his arms, after a long outpouring of yearning, Iwayer now breathed evenly. Watching his wife and child slumber, love filled Sinbart's heart. He briefly recalled Iwayer's bedroom. With one arm draped around his wife's slim waist, he stepped lightly towards the bed. By the bedside, Sinbart tried to gently remove the small wrist clinging tightly to his neck. However, he failed helplessly. Finally, it was the awakened Iwayer who carefully laid her sleeping son down, though the little hands stubbornly gripped Sinbart's big hand and refused to let go. Subsequently, Iwayer snuggled into the warmth of her beloved's embrace. There were no words needed, silence spoke volumes. Immersed in the warm embrace, Iwayer fell asleep once again. The night passed uneventfully. Even Sinbart didn't move a bit, solely to avoid waking his woman and son. Naturally, overwhelmed by joy, Sinbart's brain stayed active all night. Became a father, huh? Helpless chuckles frequently appeared on his face. Sinbart even thought getting a son was far more joyful than acquiring the complete set of Warhammer armor. Gazing at his plump little son, Sinbart was startled. Immersed in joy all along, he hadn't realized his son's hair was black. Moreover, perhaps his irises might also be black. Sinbart was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that some dragon blood had cleansed his son? Of course, for his son, this would be highly beneficial. For the moment, it should be left unsaid that this very son would someday become a formidable presence. Outside the room, the warm sunlight peeked through the curtains. Falling on Iwayer's face in his embrace, her arched eyebrows twitched, signaling to Sinbart that his lover had awoken. Her mesmerizing eyes fixed intensely on Sinbart, and from those eyes, Sinbart understood. Iwayer was confirming, verifying whether his existence wasn't just a dream. Sinbart leaned down and kissed those lips he hadn't kissed for 4 years. Iwayer's beautiful face lit up with laughter, and she hugged Sinbart's neck, passionately kissing him. However, neither lovers knew. At that moment, A pair of black eyes turned mischievously, watching them. Dad kisses mom, and baby wants a kiss too. A tender voice rang out. The sound immediately made the two of them blushingly separate, with Iwayer's shy cheeks blushing red. Subsequently, Iwayer also kissed her baby. Sinbart felt something amiss and inquired of his love. Vi, does the baby not have a name? I still don't know his name. Iwayer gave Sinbart an aggrieved glance and softly said, Isn't it because we've been waiting for you to name our son? That's why I call him baby. But our child truly has no name. From Iwayer's words, Sinbart could only feel warmth and emotion. He gently hugged Iwayer and placed a kiss on her bashful face. He laughed loudly as he held his son and exclaimed, I'll give my son a name. Baby wants a name, daddy will give one. Saying this, the little guy climbed into Sinbart's embrace, hugging Sinbart's neck. White lunges, does this name sound good? After a quick turn of his thoughts, Sinbart promptly asked, White. Iwayer repeated gently, Daddy, I like white, sounds nice. Without waiting for Iwayer's agreement, the little one clapped his hands in approval. The white in white carries the meaning of valor, but it subtly implies the outer pronunciation of way. Your name Vi. What do you think about it? Hearing Sinbart's explanation, Iwayer raised her brow slightly. She knew all of these were filled with affection for her from her man, and it signified that their child was the crystallization of Sinbart and herself. Iwayer nodded warmly. I like any name you come up with, but such a name makes me even happier. Afterward, she leaned against Sinbart's chest. Princess, Prince Consort, His Holiness has ordered breakfast for you too, a maid rushed over and announced. They smiled at each other as Iwayer readjusted her charming appearance. Sinbart, holding White, wrapped his arm around Iwayer and they walked toward the dining hall. In the dining hall, little White quickly scrambled down, then hurriedly climbed onto his grandfather's lap. Holding Yalian Da's neck, he called out loud, Grandpa? Dad named me. I have a name now. Startled by White's sudden exclamation, Yalian Da was somewhat taken aback. You mischievous boy, Grandpa isn't deaf. Lower your voice a bit. So, what name did your father give you? Tell Grandpa so he can be happy too. Though pretending to be slightly irritated, the tenderness in his words showed clearly. Suddenly, White whispered the name close to his grandpa's ear. Seeing this kind of interaction between his son and his father-in-law, Sinbart couldn't help but smile wryly. Iwayer's face also beamed with happiness, a happiness of contentment. White lungs? White. Nice. My little White, what a nice sounding name. As the Dark Pope, Yalian Da instantly understood the meaning behind Sinbart naming his son this way. Baby also thinks so, said the little one with the air of an adult mimicking adults, which caused everyone to burst out laughing. After breakfast, unable to resist his stubborn son's desire to explore, Sinbart had no choice but to share some time with White rather than spend it with Iwayer. He had to take his son to stroll around the city. Actually, Sinbart already knew through Iwayer that his son hadn't even stepped out of the gates of the Dark Temple. It was with a sense of guilt that he took his son and wife out for a walk. As soon as they went outside, the several swordsmen guarding at the gate instantly recognized Sinbart and his strength. Bowing deeply, Sinbart hurriedly helped them up. With no exchange of words, Sinbart took his love and son and wandered on the bustling streets. At 3 years old, children are undoubtedly curious about everything. Little White in Sinbart's arms occasionally twisted his chubby body, looking left and right, touching things he saw, wanting to grab whatever he spotted. Naturally, Sinbart would fulfill any wishes his son White expressed. Seeing the playful father and son pair often laughing together, Iwayer's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Just as they were happily shopping, a cold voice came from behind Sinbart. Are you Iwayer's man? Hearing this unfriendly tone, Sinbart frowned while all three of them turned to look behind him. Chapter 113. What are you? Coming into view were three individuals, one of whom happened to be someone Sinbart knew. This person was Dafuge Gisli, the grand disciple of the Dark Pope. However, in Dafuge's eyes, what Sinbart saw was puzzlement. Though the figure looked like the man called Long he had challenged in the Timil Principality, this face. Because Sinbart had not shown his true features back then, Dafuge only recognized Long and not the present-day Sinbart. Second grandfather. Uncle, second uncle. Xiao White's crisp voice sounded first. Of course, adorable Xiao White was actually well-liked by everyone in the Dark Temple. Not just because he was the grandson of the Dark Pope, but also because little White was truly endearing. Apart from Dafuge still wearing that same outfit, a fully snow-white-haired individual wearing a black robe must have been the second grandfather Xiao White referred to. Thus, the other magician with the magical robe must be Wei's second uncle. While thinking about it, Evier told Sinbart the identity of the aged elder behind her. This elderly elder was the second elder of the Dark Temple, who had only returned recently after going to investigate some things. In fact, even without Evier explaining, Sinbart could vaguely guess something, given that he never judged people by their appearances. Being Evier's husband, the father of her child, and the Dark Pope's son-in-law, Sinbart showed no pretense at all as he respectfully bowed to greet the elder behind. Regardless of anything else, Sinbart was the junior among them, so such behavior was definitely appropriate. Yet, Sinbart noticed contempt and aversion in the second elder's eyes. Sinbart didn't know why. Oh, our little baby, come let uncle hold you. Dafuge spoke up when noticing the somber atmosphere, breaking the tension with those words. As Dafuge took his son from Sinbart's arms and pulled Evier aside for a chat, Sinbart, of course, understood that Dafuge would certainly ask what was happening. Evier wasn't eager to leave. She clearly knew her second master always cherished her greatly. Although their relationship wasn't perfect, far from being bad, Evier firmly believed that her second master Carlo, Xianxia, absolutely didn't mean harm. That's exactly why Evier feared they might end up fighting. Moreover, she'd already seen disdain and contempt in the second elder's eyes. Princess, don't you think it's time to introduce this man? The elder's tone was somewhat cold, his indifference laced with more contempt towards Simbart. Especially on the word adult, he bit down hard, openly showing his disappointment in Evier. He is my lover, and also Wei's father. Does this answer satisfy you, second elder? Seeing the elder's expression filled with disgust and disdain for her man, Evier felt angry too. Oh, our baby is named Wei, isn't it? Wei, good name. When noticing an increasingly stiff atmosphere in the room, Dafuge again broke the silence, pointing out the baby's name. But naturally, little Wei wasn't particularly thrilled by this development and proudly puffed out his chest, saying, "Of course, father named me. Isn't it awesome, uncle?" Looking at little Wei's proud expression praising his father, Dafuge couldn't help but affectionately pinch his soft cheeks. Little did he know, however, this display struck Carlo differently. Suddenly, Carlo angrily cried out, "Are you the irresponsible man who abandoned Evier for years ago?" Hearing these words, Simbart turned guiltily toward Evier standing behind him, and then answered, "Yes. I admit I feel guilty towards Evier, but shouldn't this be none of your business?" Simbart had no idea that Carlo harbored feelings for Evier, nor did he realize that even before entering the door of the Dark Temple, Carlo had inquired the guards about Evier, and learning that she and the long-absent prince consort were shopping together, his anger surged. He wanted to see the kind of man Evier favored now. The second elder obviously knew his son liked Evier, so he tried to ensure his son's union by preventing him from getting hurt, and thus joined him in checking out this new situation. Meanwhile, Dafuge, hearing about Evier's man, remembered long from that time and decided to follow along to check it out himself. What gives you the right to call yourself Evier's man? Where do you belong if you've abandoned Evier for 4 years and weren't even there when she gave birth? I even thought that kid was illegitimate. In his fury, Carlo failed to realize the implication of the last 2 words he had spoken. All expressions darkened in the crowd. Uncle is a bad person. Why doesn't want to talk to you anymore? Xiaowei tearfully shouted. The second elder wanted to remind his son that his words had gone too far. However, the look in his eyes revealed that he didn't truly consider Simbart important enough to rebuke his own son. Evier was even more shocked. She had never imagined that her second brother-like figure would turn out to be this kind of person. Just as she was about to argue with him in anger, Simbart reached out and embraced her, saying her son was a bastard. Simbart chuckled coldly at this remark, a laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. All right, tell me what you intend to do. From your tone, it seems you want to challenge me? Of course, if you can repeat those words, I'd be glad to make you disappear from this world. Instantly, the pride of a dragon surged through Sinbart's body, his eyes even taking on a shade of blood red. Seeing Sinbart's killing aura, the second elder didn't take it seriously. After all, Simbart was only 20-something years old. How could he compare to his nearly 40-year-old son, who was also a great magic master? Therefore, he remained silent, intending to let his son teach this member of the Long family a lesson. Likewise, although feeling Sinbart's danger, Carlo thought just like his father. Simbart surely lacked the ability to challenge him. Evier stayed quiet. Even 4 years ago, not to mention now, her second master might not have been a match for her man. Right now, she thought it best to give this conceited man a good lesson. This man who had insulted her son. How about this? I said you're trash, and you don't qualify as Evier's man. Are you upset about it? Thinking that Simbart wasn't his rival, Carlo became even more arrogant. Good. Nice, you've got guts. Simbart smiled at him, giving him a thumbs up. Subsequently, Simbart turned to his son and said, Wei, remember, anyone who insults your loved ones, once you can teach them a lesson, twice you kill them, no matter if they're gods. Overwhelming arrogance and overbearing power erupted entirely from Simbart. Seeing such a man of hers, Evier felt immense joy in her heart. Others may not know, but she knew what her man had been doing these past 4 years. So, she wasn't the least bit worried about Simbart. Hearing her father's unrestrained voice, little Wei clenched his small fists and bravely declared, Yes, Daddy beat him. Of course, seeing Evier's expression, the second elder was somewhat puzzled. Every woman harbored some concern for her man deep inside, a thread of worry, yet Evier showed none of it. However, this fleeting doubt soon passed without much thought. My son, you're mistaken. This is the second time. Therefore, he must die, understand? Seeing his son's half-understanding gaze, Simbart burst into hearty laughter. Throughout this, the one most worried was Dafuge. Arrogance. The second elder exploded in fury upon hearing that Simbart intended to let his son die. Simbart completely ignored the second elder's existence, directly telling Carlo, Choose the place. Select the spot for your own grave. All right, I'd like to see how you plan to make me die. Follow me. Dafuge saw the situation and immediately handed little Wei over to Evier, then rushed back to the Dark Temple to notify the Pope. The outskirts of the city were chosen again. After hearing Dafuge's recounting, Carlo learned Simbart was a mage, and an extremely troublesome one at that. Thus, he picked a vast space, not merely for Simbart to have room, but also for his own advantage. If Simbart had known Carlo's thoughts at this moment, he would have certainly laughed happily. The two stood dozens of meters apart, not exceeding 100 meters. This distance was due to Carlo feeling confident his magic could quickly reach Simbart, so he positioned himself quite near. However, it was very unfortunate. If Simbart and the Pope had been there earlier when they fought, and knowing the Pope was beaten so miserably by Simbart, they would definitely have wondered what their impressions would be now. Suddenly, behind Carlo appeared the silver, purple cave, and the fire cloud lion guardian beast. Yes, it was also a rank-to-rain level guardian beast. He thought, you Simbart, aren't you claiming to have a rank-to-rain level guardian beast too? Well, I have one as well. This was both a provocation and an intimidation towards Simbart. Of course, Simbart didn't even spare a glance, a look of disdain that could make someone spit blood. Summon your guardian beast. I know yours is also a rank-to-rain level guardian beast. Carlo gave him a friendly reminder out of courtesy. All Simbart did was wave his hand and say, to defeat you, I don't need it. Evier, you take way and retreat a mile. In fact, his guardian beast was also resting, but Simbart didn't intend to use its support to beat Carlo either. Witnessing Simbart's nonchalant manner, his gentle tone, Carlo's anger swelled even more. Since I've given you face, and you refuse it, don't blame me for being polite. After finishing his sentence, the terrain-grade guardian beast leapt up behind Carlo. Naturally, this was an attacking guardian beast. At the same time, 3 colorless and 4 green glowing spirit weapons appeared on Carlo's body. If, under normal circumstances, the combination of Carlo's tools would have been quite terrifying, but today his luck wasn't very good because he encountered Simbart. Subsequently, from that colorless wand, a fiery red dragon rapidly formed. In this scorching weather, the air distorted slightly as the burning dragon roared towards Simbart. Seeing his son's spellcasting speed, the second elder's lips curved into a smile. Even Simbart was very impressed by Carlo's spellcasting speed. However, this was the person who had insulted him twice, and Simbart harbored no mercy. Staring at the roaring combustion dragon, Simbart didn't move. Just when Carlo was arrogantly satisfied with his own spellcasting speed, he saw Simbart make his move, surprising him to the point where his jaw dropped in shock. Because he saw that face, so close, smiling. Yes, Simbart only performed 2 short-range teleports, something effortless for him. He easily evaded both the magic and the pursuit of the fire cloud lion. What? Has he already reached the level of a divine mage? There's actually short-distance, instantaneous movement. Similarly, the second elder from the Dark Temple was also shocked. Seeing how his father somehow appeared right before his uncle, Little Wei asked his mother innocently, Mommy, how did Daddy do that? I didn't see it. In fact, Evier was somewhat surprised by Simbart's capabilities too. While she had seen such short-range teleportation before, when they were in Gold Sand City, dealing with the son of the city lord, this time, there were 2 consecutive teleportations covering much greater distances. As she prepared to answer her son, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, a man in black robes. Her father, grandfather of Little Wei, the Dark Pope. Your father has naturally achieved this by surpassing the level of a divine mage. Chuckle. Keep watching Wei. Upon hearing Dafuge's report and Carlo's words, being the Dark Pope and knowing his grandson was called a bastard made him extraordinarily angry. Nevertheless, he rushed here quickly. His decision not to stop the fight was also meant as a trial for Carlo. But what he didn't know was that Simbart intended not just to teach Carlo a lesson, but to kill him. When the second elder saw the Pope arrive, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, Your Holiness. Of course, he hadn't heard that the person fighting his son was a transcendent existence beyond human level 9. The Dark Pope didn't say much. He nodded slightly and fixed his gaze on Simbart. As Simbart instantly appeared before him, at the same moment of his horror, the Pope witnessed Simbart kick violently with a leg, and frail Carlo was immediately kicked flying. Then Simbart gathered white light in his hands, forming 4 converging thunderous rage spheres. Meanwhile, another larger thunderball floated above Simbart's chest. It was all due to Simbart's ability to multitask, 1 large sphere with 4 smaller lightning balls merging into it. An eerie grimness swept across Simbart's face, unseen by others. Killing isn't sparring. Simbart held nothing back. Right at the moment Carlo hit the ground, Simbart hurled the combined quadruple thunderous wrath towards Carlo, the dazzling white light accompanied by the snap-snap sound of dry thunder warning everyone around of Simbart's fury, the anger of the thunder god. Whoosh. Just as the thunderball was unleashed, Carlo's terrain-grade guardian beast arrived, and Simbart instantly teleported again, nimbly dodging. With the super thunderball rushing toward him, Carlo, besides feeling astonished, calculated frantically in his mind how to escape. As Carlo cast his wind magic, he suddenly felt a huge hand pressed against his back. It was Simbart arriving through teleportation, effortlessly releasing a small, but relatively bigger-sized thunderball than usual. Although simple for Simbart, it caused tremendous trouble for Carlo. Even a small thunderball could slow someone down, numbing their body. After using the small thunderball, Simbart teleported once more, stepping aside, and watched as the super thunderball completely swallowed Carlo. At that precise moment, the fire cloud lion chasing Simbart disappeared. Within the super thunderball, purple light could be faintly seen. Yes, everyone knew this, the fusion of Carlo and the divine artifact. Thinking he could still help his son if he saw him at a disadvantage. But with the Pope's arrival, the second elder was rendered powerless, left with only anxiousness as he watched his son being beaten. Among the several elders who came with the Dark Pope and Dafuge, no one except Dafuge was surprised. They all knew that the current super thunderball was much larger than the one Simbart had used during his other identity as the dragon. Of course, upon seeing the Pope's indication, everyone remained silent. The only thought on the elders' minds was for the second elder to watch his son suffer. Whoosh. The super thunderball that had swallowed Carlo directly soared into the sky. But looking at Carlo's state, everyone couldn't help but gasp. His black long robe had turned into dust, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As a mage, his body was extremely frail. Even with the protection of an artifact armor and a spirit device, Carlo appeared utterly disheveled. With bloodshot eyes and a grotesque face, this was exactly how Carlo looked right now. But Simbart would absolutely not give him any chance. Again, he unleashed his true abilities as a law emperor, summoning a long black dragon formed of black flames. Seeing the pitch-black flames, the dark second elder and Carlo were greatly astonished. Comparing it to Carlo's red flames, this dragon burned more ferociously and radiated greater heat. Little Wei excitedly watched in his mother's arms, his determined gaze causing Arian to smile uncontrollably. Whiz. Another teleportation instantly made Sunbart vanish from Carlo's sight, the air distorting as Carlo realized Sunbart had appeared behind him. A blue light shimmered, prompting Carlo's immediate thought, escape, run fast. Even with the boost from wind magic, could he possibly compete with instant teleportation? Seeing Carlo turn into a blur, Sunbart grinned as the close distance between them allowed him no mercy. Boom. Under the attack of the teleporting mage, Carlo, wearing artifacts, became a living target. Power does have its uses after all. Many skills are far beyond the reach of Earthgrade Guardian Beasts or Divine Artifacts. Carlo immediately arced through the air, flying forward, spraying a streak of brilliant blood mist into the air. Had it not been for the protective artifact armor, Carlo would already be reduced to ashes. Landing on the ground, Carlo quickly attempted to create distance between himself and Sunbart. Escape. Sunbart gazed at the ragged figure, and a smirk crossed his lips. Though appearing to run, Carlo swayed like a drunkard. Just as the Dark Pope was about to call out to stop everything, Sunbart raised both hands skyward, a dense surge of black magical power bursting forth, forming an enormous black fireball. Its diameter soon exceeded 5 meters, pitch black and ominous. Everyone felt the danger of this fireball, and the Dark Pope finally understood what Sunbart intended to do. Sunbart, stop! The Pope's booming voice echoed. However, as if on cue, the moment the sound faded, Sunbart's fireball instantly spiraled toward Carlo's head. Boom! A 2-meter diameter column of black fire penetrated Carlo's body, and subsequently, all the flames converged into a fiery pillar that crashed down onto Carlo. At the same time, the heart-wrenching screams of the second elder of the Dark Temple resounded. Carlo! As the black fire column around Carlo instantly reversed and shot skyward, the yellow sand particles on the ground glowed bright red. Under the burning intensity of Sunbart's extreme black dragon flames, all that remained on the ground were spirit devices and divine artifacts, the latter slightly twisted, and Carlo? He had vanished completely. Just as Sunbart took a breath to recover, an overwhelming killing intent surged towards him. Turning his head, he saw the second elder's monstrous face, spitting venomous words. Give my son back. I will kill you. I'll tear you apart into pieces. Unmoved, Sunbart roared. What thing are you? Get lost. The book has gone on sale, yet I'm still somewhat dazed. Here, I thank all the readers sincerely. Because of your support, I've come this far. Also, to my editor Popo, whose great support helped me continue this journey. Now, I don't have much else to say, but I will continue bringing my best passion and full content to all my brothers. Brothers, come on, show support, collect, subscribe. Law Emperor will go crazy with you. Chapter 114, Kill Without Mercy. Seeing the might of his father, Little Wit's eyes were filled with stars. However, as he watched the second elder rushing towards Sunbart, Ariando felt troubled in his heart. Yes, Ariando admitted that the second elder was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. This was all due to the reputation of the Dark Pope. Of course, the second elder was not a thoroughly wicked or ferocious person. After seeing Sunbart kill his beloved son, anyone could guess why the second elder had gone berserk at this moment. Even Evilier couldn't believe that Sunbart, with his carefree laugh, actually followed through on his threat to kill Caro, which left Evilier's mind somewhat slow. Of course, the most shocked one was Daft. As they say, even a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The second elder may not have been good, but within the Dark Temple, there were still a few elders who were close friends. Although not too many, they weren't none either. The fourth elder and the ninth elder were very close to the second elder. Seeing the frenzied state of the second elder and thinking about Caro, who often called them uncle, the fourth elder and the ninth elder believed, despite having witnessed Sunbart's arrogance, that he had become too haughty and overly prideful. Arianda, on the other hand, lamented inwardly, not quite knowing what to do. Black battle energy suddenly surged towards Sunbart's body, leaving Sunbart no time to even don the Hammer King armor. After several flashes of teleportation, he was struck. Boom. Under the oppressive battle energy, Sunbart was also hit, flying away. Seeing himself knock Sunbart down, the second elder's eyes shone with pleasure. He knew that with his power surpassing the human level 9, the man before him would certainly be no match. In the Dark Temple, there were 13 elders in total. All elders were ranked by strength. The first 5 were being surpassing level 9 humans, while the last 8 were above sword emperors or mage emperors. However, when Sunbart got up, a profound smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Even though 2 more elders appeared beside the second elder, Sunbart continued to laugh cheerfully. This was because Sunbart learned that this second elder was Caro's father, and he had always been watching from the side as his own son was killed by himself. Even more so, Sunbart finally understood why the second elder always looked at him with disdain. Huh? Sunbart burst out laughing, triumphantly. Everyone present froze momentarily. Then Sunbart's words completely altered the expressions on everyone's faces. Father-in-law, am I allowed to kill them? Once again, the dragon blood inside Sunbart awakened, releasing an unstoppable combat spirit. Alas, as everyone knows, this second elder has always failed to discipline properly. Don't you all know? His son insulted my grandson, calling him a bastard, though you may not yet know it. The Dark Pope's words caused shock even among the 4th elder and the 9th elder who stood next to the 2nd elder. I hope elders 4 and 9 will return and not interfere in their affairs. Though I don't want things to escalate this way, surely the 2nd elder will not let my son-in-law off either. Let them fight well. Though it seemed like Arianda was dodging responsibility, he said it in a tactful manner. Actually, Simbart picked up the undertone in these words. The meaning conveyed was, I've done all I can for you. You are permitted to kill the 2nd elder. Upon hearing the Pope's approval, the 2nd elder was extremely delighted. He had feared that the Pope would show favoritism toward his son-in-law. Evelier, on the other hand, was utterly tense, her face reflecting entirely different emotions. Father, how can you possibly? Evelier whispered softly to her father with a sideways glance. You should not underestimate your man. Understand this. Not even I can contend against him now. Rest assured, how could I harm my own son-in-law? At this moment, there was a hint of laughter on Arianda's face. If others couldn't hear the Dark Pope's words, then Daft, standing on his right, experienced a huge shock. Though Evelier found it hard to believe her father spoke of Sunbart in such a way, Daft was thunderstruck. His mouth gaped open in astonishment. Just as the 2nd elder was rejoicing profusely, the 4th elder tilted his head and delivered a sentence that made him regret it deeply. Brother 2, may you seek your own blessings. Upon seeing his 4th brother's melancholy expression, the 2nd elder smiled faintly and asked, What's wrong? He's the heir of Divine Dragon. Initially, both me and Elder 9 wanted to help you, but now we cannot. And even the Pope isn't a match for him. The final words left the 2nd elder frozen like a goose. No, Elder 4. If we leave, 2nd brother won't stand a chance against that arrogant young man. Don't you see the strength of that young man? Although the Pope had given instructions, he hadn't explicitly said yes or no. So, they could still unite under one banner. At most, it would mean dying by his hands, but he didn't think they would lose with 2 Super 9 level beings and himself, a Sword Emperor. But, before he could hesitate further, the 4th elder's voice came again. What's this but? 2nd brother is our brother. Losing a head just leaves a bowl-sized scar. Influenced by Elder 9's words, the 4th elder nodded heavily and said, All right, with the 3 of us together, how can this young man overturn heaven? Seeing the righteousness of these 2 brothers, the 2nd elder felt a warm current in his heart, yet the pain of losing a son lingered deeply. This was like burying the younger generation before the older one. Their conversation naturally fell into Sinbart's ears, but at this moment, Sunbart had already changed into the mighty Hammer King outfit. All in dark black, wielding an enormous cosmos hammer, with a war helmet resembling ox horns, exuding too much arrogance to count. It clearly represented the existence of power. Of course, Arianda saw that the 4th elder and 9th elder were unwilling to leave the side of the 2nd elder, slightly frowning, wanting to defeat the joint forces of 2 Super 9 level individuals and 1 9 level individual. Even he questioned if he could win. Naturally, this slight furrowing of brows was also noticed by Evelier. Seeing her father's worried expression, the tension in her heart tightened immediately. Yet this did not stop her trust in her man, the inevitable descendant of the Divine Dragon. Mommy, Daddy looks so handsome. That hammer is so big. The only one without any worry was Little Wit, who was over 3 years old. Little Wit's unwavering confidence seemed to give Evelier boundless strength, as if melting all concerns for Simbart. While the elders were discussing, Simbart was urgently asking the Divine Dragon Guardian, within his mental consciousness about this battle, whether the Guardian Beast could be used. The answer from the Divine Dragon Guardian was simple. We can fight, but the Guardian Beast will only have half its usual strength. Since it could fight, Simbart no longer hesitated. Instantly, the golden light from Sinbart's right arm surged dramatically. The Divine Dragon Guardian coiled around Sinbart's pitch-black armor and instantly became an imprint-like presence. Yes, even before the battle began, the Divine Dragon Guardian had already fused. The requirement from the Divine Dragon Guardian was clear to Sunbart. Decisive victory was required due to the drained combat power. Of course, today's battle, Sunbart understood well. Simply killing the 2nd elder would suffice. There wasn't an intention yet to clash with other elders. Similarly, Sunbart was also aiming to eliminate potential dangers at their roots. Allowing them to develop could potentially pose harm, though Sunbart couldn't be sure whether the 2nd elder might take revenge on his loved ones or his child. Be it the rumors of Sinbart's strength heard by the 2nd elder, or seeing Sinbart's true prowess directly experienced by the 4th elder and 9th elder, it was always accompanied by the fusion of a guardian beast and artifact. The 2nd elder matched 5 purple and 2 green levels, as did the 4th elder, while the 9th elder possessed 4 purple and 3 green levels. Such a combination of artifacts in the entire Divine Dragon continent was quite rare. Yet, Sunbart was challenging the joint strength of these 3 men. An ordinary outsider could only feel shocked. Without delay, Sunbart burst forth his field, full of arrogance and authority, pitch black, yet carrying a trace of gold. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the 3 elders. Inside Sunbart's field, the 3 immediately felt its terrifying power, because they couldn't locate the exact position of Sunbart anymore. In this black field streaked with gold, Sunbart appeared somewhat illusory. Even after releasing their fields, the 4th elder and 2nd elder found it completely useless. In the depths of the 9th elder's mind arose the thought of escape. However, simultaneously as the field activated, behind Sunbart appeared the partially restored Tier E Guardian Beast, flying slowly behind him. Just as the 3 elders were searching for the precise location of Sunbart, Flashes of golden light erupted on Sinbart's immense cosmic hammer. But outside the field, other elders could actually see Sinbart. At this very moment, Arianda realized first. Trouble. Fly up quickly. As soon as the Dark Pope's voice faded, he hastily carried Little Wit and his daughter and flew into the air. At his current level, flight was not difficult at all. Of course, all the elders followed suit. But they neglected one person, Daphne. Possessing the power of a great sword saint, he couldn't fly. Seeing the elders and Pope ascend, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. The Dark Pope had just realized what was happening and urgently said to Daphne, Daphne, jump, use your highest strength. As the Pope's disciple, he didn't have any hesitation but directly followed the Pope's order. But it was still too late. Boom. Just when Daphne had barely jumped off the ground to a height of less than 2 meters, a power that shook heaven and earth surged over. That formless wave struck right against Daphne's body, making his head instantly dizzy as he fell back down. Of course, the 3 elders who couldn't locate Sinbart's exact position were also in the same state. The ground violently trembled as if releasing some immense force. The 3 elders found themselves prostrated on the ground. Sinbart's right hand held the cosmic hammer with golden light swirling around it. Naturally, the elders up in the sky understood. Sinbart's second strike was already prepared. And, with his left hand, Sinbart lifted towards the sky, gathering some energy. Instantly, only to see a 2.5-meter diameter black fireball was being condensed. Everyone knew this spell was the very one that killed Karo earlier, except now the single-handed fireball seemed smaller in size. However, even from a distance of 300 meters, they could all feel its compressed power. Yes, although Sinbart's fireball now measured merely 2.5 meters in diameter, remember that besides the assistance of a divine artifact, there were 2 guardian additions. Its might would undoubtedly be several times fiercer than before. Little Wit's face turned red watching this scene, whether it was due to excitement over his father's overwhelming dominance or because of the heat of the fireball on his father's hand was unknown. Swish! Sinbart's fireball suddenly darted to the top of Elder 2's head. If others couldn't tell which among the 3 elders was Elder 2, Sinbart, with his spiritual locking ability, knew the exact position of Elder 2. Gradually recovering from their dizziness, Elder 2 distinctly sensed the danger in the air, just about to flash step out of the way. But within Sinbart's field, even a movement would be detected by him. This was the terrifying aspect of the field. Right at the moment Daphne had barely stood up again. Boom. Once more, the ground violently shook, with that familiar shockwave coming again. Naturally, along came the dizzying sensation that numbed his entire body, causing him to fall once more. Just when Elder 2 became dizzy, the fireball above his head turned into a pillar shape, instantly pouring down while gradually growing larger. The fiery pillar swallowed Elder 2 instantaneously. Witnessing the scorching fire column, Elders 4 and 9 were shocked beyond measure. This was how powerful the capabilities were. Even combining their powers, they could not launch a single attack on Sinbart. Only now did they understand how horrifying the powers of the Dark Pope truly were, for he had retaliated multiple times already. At this point, they weren't even able to release their own guardian beast skills, leaving them in a sense of complete helplessness. When the burning fire column reversed and shot toward the sky, Sinbart's second fireball was also formed and landed once more on Elder 2's head. Elder 2 looked incredibly weakened, his complexion white as he panted heavily. Even under the strength surpassing level 9, sweat still appeared on his face. All this was due to his strenuous usage of his internal energies to protect himself. Certainly, under the second fire column that pushed black dragon magic to its limits, Elder 2 clearly struggled to hold on any longer. Even the group of other elders outside were extremely shocked. Arianda, who had been observing Sinbart throughout, finally understood. During the challenge with him, his son-in-law had not used his full strength. Had such magic been unleashed from the start, Arianda probably would have met the same condition as Elder 2 at that moment. That feeling of being unable to exert one's strength fully was something the Dark Pope himself thoroughly understood. Boom. The second pitch-black fire column illuminated Elder 2's body again, the burning far more intense than the first time. Instantly, within the fire column, Elder 2 emitted pitiful cries echoing for miles. At the moment Elders 4 and 9 wished to utilize their energies to split apart the fire column, so Elder 2 would suffer less severe wounds. However, boom. Sinbart unleashed his thrice-a-day stunning hammer technique once again, striking against the ground. Daft was more startled than ever. He wasn't sure how many times Sinbart could unleash this hammer technique, so he simply remained on the ground, never standing back up. As a warrior, he was just dazed from the concussion and didn't receive any harm. Actually, the skill of this cosmic hammer was only meant to stun, but this stunning effect was something no one could break free from. After the dazzling black light pillar had dissipated into the sky, Elder 2's entire body, save for the purple divine artifact remaining unchanged, resembled burnt charcoal. Under the unstable shaking, cracks appeared on the blackened scorched flesh, and slowly, fresh blood oozed out. Upon seeing Elder 2's state at this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, of course, except for the clueless little wit and Daft who was still dizzy. While Elders 4 and 9 were in disbelief looking at Elder 2, a massive hammer flew up and pierced through the broken remains of Elder 2's body. Yes, Sinbart had used the cosmic hammer as if it were a spear, throwing it with all force onto Elder 2's body. Others might not know, but Sinbart did. That cosmic hammer weighed 1,400,000 units. Puff! With the hammer's blow, Elder 2's body shattered completely, the flesh and intestines scattered across the ground. Little Wit's eyes were blocked by Evela, who turned her head, unable to bear watching. All the elders could only helplessly shake their heads. As the second elder of the Dark Temple, he met such an end. Elder 2 gave a few final convulsions on the ground, and then lay still. Without doubt, Elder 2 was dead. Whoosh. Just before the cosmic hammer hit the ground, Sunbart teleported next to it and nudged it up with his toe, preventing it from touching the filth on the ground. He stood there calmly. The coarse and thunderous voice of Sunbart echoed. Executed in the same manner. Just these 4 words carried immense authority, showcasing his overbearing, proud, and powerful demeanor. Among the Dark Elder crowd, everyone's expressions grew grave, and many bowed their heads in deep thought. Even Arianda, who let Sunbart kill Elder 2, was unsettled inside. After all, he was also the second elder of the temple, having contributed much despite his stubborn temperament. However, who would let Sunbart be anything other than Arianda's son-in-law? And it was true that Elder 2 hadn't disciplined his subordinates well, calling his grandson a bastard. Even if Sunbart didn't punish Karo for it, Arianda would have. He just hadn't expected Sunbart's punishment to be so severe. Sunbart respected Elder 2 as a good father, and subsequently created another black fireball to gradually burn the corpse into ashes, leaving only the artifacts and spiritual tools on the ground. At this point, no one dared to boast, as they were thoroughly impressed by Sunbart's strength. Despite some dissatisfaction among Elders 4 and 9, there was nothing they could do given Sunbart's overwhelming power. Besides, no one knew how many more times Sunbart could use the hammer technique that caused dizziness. They had already witnessed him unleash it 3 times without hesitation and dared not risk their lives. Once the remains of Elder 2 disappeared, Evela's expression relaxed significantly. She instantly released her hand which had been covering her son. Little Wit, seeing his majestic father and witnessing such tremendous power, found greater motivation. His shining eyes displayed his resolve to take his father as a role model. Of course, that was all for the future. Just as Sunbart slowly walked towards Evela and the rest of the elders, Elder 9 suddenly came to his senses, remembering his earlier statement about losing just being a bowl-sized scar. There he came, his face contorted in rage, screaming while charging towards Sunbart. I'll kill you. We've reached publication, yet I seem to still be somewhat hazy. Here, I thank my dear readers for your support, which has brought me to this day. And also, my editor Piao, for the strong support that has enabled me to keep moving forward. Now, I have nothing left to say in terms of gratitude. I will continue to bring the best passion and rich content to my fellow brothers. Brothers, come show support, come collect, subscribe. FAD joins you in madness. Chapter 115, The Magic Forbidden Curse. Sunbart, who was about to put away the Guardian Beast and the Hammer King armor, turned around upon hearing the roar from behind. He saw Elder 9, with his purple divine weapon sword glowing with a pitch-black aura so powerful that it even overshadowed the original purple color of the artifact. It was rushing straight toward him. At this moment, the Dark Pope, Arian the Great, roared furiously, "Stop!" Elder 9, who was just an instant away from Sunbart, looked at the Pope with fierce yet puzzled eyes. Elder 9, do you still not understand? Do not let blind recklessness control you. Your actions now are those of a fool, and the temple has already lost 1 elder. Would you also like to sacrifice yourself? Seeing Arian's fury, Elder 9 seemed to be struck dumb, speechless for a long time. But Elder 9 wanted to say more. Pope is right. Have you forgotten how his son humiliated Sunbart's son, my grandson? And tell me, do you really think you can win against Sunbart with your current strength? As the 4th elder, even in a joint attack by you 3 elders, Sunbart easily killed the 2nd elder. Do you believe you have any remaining power? Yes. Even though criticized by the Pope, he could not help but feel discontent. 9th brother, His Majesty speaks the truth. The fault does not lie solely with Sunbart. Although brother 2, let's accept our loss and move on. At once, the 4th elder who had just retrieved the artifact of the 2nd elder, patted Elder 9 on the shoulder and said, from start to finish, Sunbart only held up the hammer of heaven and earth. In his heart, he was prepared. If they wanted to fight, then let them fight. All right, all of you return to your duties. There's nothing left to see. Wayer, take Xiao White. I am leaving too. The Dark Pope waved his hand and took all the elders with him as they departed. Of course, Dafki, who truly wished to have a word with Sunbart, could only glance and turn away, postponing their conversation till next time. Seeing the crowd leave, Sunbart returned to his ordinary warrior attire and smiled as he walked toward Awayer. Little White, seeing his father approach while in Awayer's arms, reached out excitedly, wanting his father to hold him. On the street, Awayer had remained silent during the previous battle because she understood it was for her and her child. Dad, I want that candy shaped like a little man. Dad, I also want that one that makes sounds. Perhaps, only this carefree child had managed to forget the intense atmosphere of the recent great battle. The heart of a child is pure and simple. As long as his parents are there, he cares about nothing else. But a child's memory isn't so easily erased. Indeed, even 10 or 100 years later, he would still remember his father's bravest moment. A few days later, inside the Dark Temple, although there was some solemnity and weight in the air, Sunbart and his family of 3 were ignoring everything else, leading their own small lives happily. Today, under Awayer's request, Little White finally followed Arian the Great to sleep over for one night. Otherwise, Awayer could barely imagine if her son would allow them even one passionate honeymoon moment. In Awayer's chamber, ever since Sunbart came, he had always slept in her bed following her lead, despite being unmarried. This was natural. Leaning against the chest she used to embrace when alone, Awayer felt extremely secure in her heart. Yet she felt that as Sinbart's power grew, somehow they seemed slightly distanced. She tilted her head, looking at Sinbart's face, softly saying, "Brother, your power is so great now, I'm afraid." Before she finished, Sinbart cut off Awire's words with his broad lips, swallowing her sentence whole. Unprepared, Awire trembled softly with a nasal sound. This was also Sinbart using action to respond to her, that no matter what her strength might become, she would forever be his beloved, his most cherished one. For 4 years, there had been no such close contact with each other's familiar bodies. Their mutual yearning and love transformed into this tight embrace, pulling them closer together, indivisible. They were no longer aware whether their reasons still existed. All that remained in each other's eyes were, you and me. The two, hidden under soft blankets, concealed in a world belonging only to them. The bright, clear moon above the heavens seemed shy, pulling a thick layer of clouds to cover itself. Their love had transcended long ago. In this moment, in their world, they saw only each other. That morning, Aryan the Great was already seated at the dining table with his grandson, waiting for the arrival of both Sinbart and Awire. Upon seeing Awire come and leaning on Sinbart, Little White's one sentence made Awire wish instantly to find a hole to hide. "Mom, are you not feeling well?" Unaware of what his mother was doing, he asked loudly. Upon hearing her son's question, Awire was momentarily stunned. Then her face flushed with embarrassment as she cast a glance at Sinbart, whose hand encircled her waist. Sinbart helplessly scratched his head, seeing the teasing look in his father-in-law's eyes, which seemed to say, "After 4 years apart, you two don't have to be like this," made Awire even more flustered. She softly complained, "Father." This one word carried a hint of coquetry and caused Great Yalian to involuntarily shudder. Great Yalian subsequently burst into laughter and teased further, "Vi, if only you would give that boy over there the same kind of expression." Awire quickly stepped forward, feigning anger. "Father, you are being disrespectful." She snatched her son from her father's arms. Great Yalian grinned sheepishly. "Mom, you haven't told me yet. Where is your body uncomfortable? Let me check it for you," Little White said, moving closer as if he were about to conduct an examination on his mother. "That naughty kid, Mom doesn't need a doctor now, no checkup needed. I'm fine now, let's eat," she said, brushing aside her son's playful hand and slowly sitting down. Sinbart took big strides forward. After the meal, "Sinbart, come to my study later. There are some things I want to discuss with you," Great Yalian said after finishing eating and seeing his happy daughter, then left alone. Sinbart, holding his son, though unsure, nodded anyway. Awire gently took her son back and said to Sinbart, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you." Sinbart kissed his son's rosy cheeks and followed Great Yalian. In the study, "Sinbad, sit down, I have something to tell you." Great Yalian wore a serious expression. Seeing his father-in-law's gravity, Sinbart also became attentive. "Father-in-law, go ahead. This divine dragon continent, you already know its nature. The current issue is, during your 4-year training, the Holy Light Temple has started to take action. This action will bring misfortune to the entire divine dragon continent. They aim to dominate divine dragon. Currently, Spartacus has fallen under the control of the Holy Light Pope. Spartacus is likely near the end. Of course, for us in the Dark Temple, we are making many arrangements to counteract their move. You should understand what fate awaits the divine dragon continent if the Holy Light Temple unifies it. The people across the continent would live in a terrible world." These words undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for Sinbart, explaining why he felt unsettled when he left the Beast God Temple. "The reason I called you today is this. Both our temple and the Holy Light Temple possess sets of forbidden magic curses. Originally, we had 2, while they had 3. However, the Holy Light Pope used 3 of theirs that we don't have to exchange for 2 that they lacked." "Father-in-law, what?" Sinbart was confused because, in his mind, exchanging 3 curses for 2 seemed like a losing deal for the Holy Light Temple. "Good question. Because the Holy Light Pope is a magician, do you understand now? If I didn't know you were the successor of the Divine Dragon, I wouldn't have traded even one of mine for 3 of theirs. Missing a single forbidden curse means missing an ability." "What?" Sinbart suddenly sat upright, understanding what his father-in-law meant. The meaning was clear. The Pope of the Holy Light Temple was a master of all elemental magics. This concept of mastering all elements, even Sinbart dared not think about it. On the Divine Dragon continent, aside from himself, could someone else be doing the same? Seeing his son-in-law deduce the truth from his words, Great Yalian was quite pleased. "Yes, your talent does not mean there aren't extraordinary individuals on the Divine Dragon continent. The Pope of the Holy Light Temple is one such individual." Though somewhat shocked, Sinbart, being the successor of the Divine Dragon, quickly recovered. He then calmly asked, "Father-in-law, do you mean for me to also learn these forbidden curses?" Great Yalian nodded. Subsequently, he took out a plain-looking book from the drawer and handed it to Sinbart. There was no title on the cover. Even looking at such a simple book, Sinbart felt puzzled. To outsiders, if this seemingly ordinary book contained all the forbidden spells, how incredible would that seem? The kind of spell capable of causing earth-shaking devastation, able to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people with just one cast, and yet it was merely contained within a common-looking book. Any commoner would surely laugh at this idea as absurd. But that is the reality. Sinbart accepted the book without flipping it open yet. Great Yalian's voice continued afterward. "All right, hurry up and master these forbidden curses, or the consequences will be severe. There's another matter. Your family, Sloane, you remember? After you finish learning these forbidden spells, I'll take you to visit your family. Also, these magics are too powerful. If you want to cast them, you should go further west to the desert. There are no people there, so there won't be any impact, and it won't draw as much attention. After saying this, Great Yalian departed alone. Simbart naturally understood that these were terrifying magics, and it would definitely be best to cultivate them in a desolate place where few people ventured. With a surging heart full of fervor, he opened the book of forbidden spells that had shocked the entire continent. Chapter 116. The terrifying power of the forbidden spells. Slowly lifting, this was not a precious book, but Simbart felt an immense weight. Gently opening the first page, it was the table of contents. Very straightforward, only 5 magics. 5 forbidden spells of all magical elements. Wind forbidden spell, Roar of the Wind God, cast with varying levels of mental power. Water forbidden spell, Roar of the xianxia, same as above. Earth forbidden spell, Mountain Collapse and Earth Fissure, same as above. Fire forbidden spell, 10 deadly dragon phoenix attacks, same as above. Thunder forbidden spell, Great Dark Sky, same as above. Just seeing these names of the forbidden spells made Simbart's blood boil even more. The casting of each forbidden spell does not depend on one's rank. It is enough to have sufficient mental power. This is indeed a good book. Looking at this table of contents, the pages were very thick, apparently containing extensive records of how to apply or teach the usage of these spells, showing the intricacy of the forbidden spells to Simbart. Simbart also knew that at this moment, he couldn't start practicing yet. He could only return first and inform Evil, then proceed with practice. Evil's palace chamber. Simbart recounted every word of what his father-in-law had told him to his beloved. I will go with you. 5 firm words were spoken without hesitation by Evil. But what about wit? Simbart voiced his concern. Yes, what about wit? Who knows how much time it would take to practice these 5 forbidden spells? And who knows when these poisoned beasts in the desert will attack? Remember, though Simbart has great abilities, this would still involve suffering. Furthermore, he did not want his child to suffer along with him. Even if he left his child at the Dark Temple, without parents around, Simbart did not wish for such a situation. With the bond of the child, Evil also hesitated somewhat. Since Simbart could think of it, so could Evil. But she did not want to leave her lover's side, for years of yearning had already tormented her enough. However, as her lover had said, what about the child? Simbart gently embraced Evil, looking at their sleeping son, and softly persuaded. Dear, I am going through hardship. You don't need to come. I promise I will return as soon as possible, and I will be fine being alone outside. If you come with me, what about our child? Hearing Simbart speak this way, Evil certainly understood, and looked at Simbart with sorrow. Seeing the sorrow in his lover's eyes, Simbart could say nothing more. For a long time. All right, I support you. But once you have mastered them, return as soon as possible. Rationality triumphed over love, and Evil helplessly agreed. Simbart affectionately kissed Evil's fair face. Thank you, Evil. I will make up for it well. To speed things up, I will set out tomorrow. Evil didn't say anything more, quietly leaning against Simbart's chest. The next day, after the passionate farewell last night, Evil's fair face was still flushed. Outside the city, having eaten breakfast, they were to separate again. Though they had met after months apart, this separation should not be long. Outside the city, there was hardly anyone around. Only Pope Ariane and Evil came to see him off. Not even the little wit, who was still asleep, was awakened. There is no need to send me off. I will return as soon as possible. Simbart, with no lingering feelings, kissed Evil lightly, and summoned his blue wind magic, turning into a fleeting shadow and running westward. Evil, after not seeing Simbart's figure for a long time, finally turned back. Ariane sighed. This child has boundless potential. Walking slowly back with Evil. Far from the city, with black magic unleashed, Simbart's speed increased several times. He also wanted to quickly become proficient in these powerful forbidden spells. There was no official road on the desert, nor any small path. But wherever there seemed to be more dunes, Simbart ran towards there. One day, after a day of mad running, Simbart didn't know how far he had run. Certainly, in this desert, there are no landmarks to guide him. But if Simbart were to return, even if the footprints had been covered, Simbart would absolutely be able to accurately find the way back. Releasing that arrogant, dominant aura, Simbart sat on the spot and slowly recovered. Under the dominance of the divine dragon aura, none of the poisonous beasts dared to approach. After tonight's recovery, Simbart could cast the forbidden spells tomorrow. However, during his run, Simbart considered an issue. In the endless golden desert, how could he test the water forbidden spell, the roar of the xianxia? Not thinking further, quickly recovering was the primary task. Morning, eating some food casually, Simbart was now ready. Taking out the book, The Forbidden Spells of Magic. Carefully reading. Release the elemental force that belongs to the wind god. Feel the power of nature. Gather, wild and fierce ones. Let them aid you in destroying all obstructions before your eyes. Simbart carefully savored every word and sentence from the book. Putting the book away, Simbart closed his eyes gently and slowly. The dark magical power began to emanate from him. Yes, this dark magic was absorbing the wind elements from the air. The wind elements in the air rushed towards Simbart, like meeting a dear relative, gathering fiercely. If there were outsiders watching, they would definitely be terrified by what they saw. Because at this moment, Simbart wrapped inside the dark aura could not be seen. What the human eye could clearly see was the faint bluish-green color merging with the increasingly expanding black magical power. A protective barrier extended for 1 li, a traditional Chinese unit of distance. 2 li, 3 li, with Simbart as the center, sand and soil churned on the ground. Indeed, gradually, everything within these few li became invisible. It was all merging with the dark magical power emitted by Simbart himself. But this merging protective shield kept growing larger and absorbed more intensely. After a few minutes, the air around Simbart started to warp. The blue-green wind element magic around him kept converging, astonishingly forming what looked like a tornado while gathering. Yes, Simbart's shield began to rotate. And, the faster it spun, whoosh, whoosh. In the center of this, Simbart heard none of the raging winds roaring outside. Slowly, Simbart was lifted up by the swirling tornado. Strangely, in the middle of this spinning tornado, it was surprisingly peaceful. Simbart didn't know why. Perhaps this was the eye of the wind. The tornado spiraled upward rapidly. It was already dozens of li tall, which would terrify anyone who witnessed it. It was even bigger than the tornado Simbart had previously encountered in the desert. This gray-black tornado continued to spin ferociously. Nothing could be seen outside anymore. Simbart instantly understood. This tornado stood where it was, awaiting only his commands. This wasn't natural wind. It was formed by his magic power, so Simbart slapped his forehead suddenly. How could I forget about this? Go! Simbart pointed to a random target. Visibly to Simbart's naked eye, the tornado transformed into a streak of a shadow, moving faster than thunderous anger and darting tens of miles straight to a high dune. The intense suction appeared immediately upon Simbart's command. At once, both Simbart and his armor were clad. Even without the fusion of divine dragon protection, all Simbart needed was the weight. Under such a powerful attraction, Simbart felt he was almost being pulled into the air. The tornado stopped like a fierce beast atop the large dune. Whistling winds roared. Dust and sand on the ground were instantly drawn into the sky, looking like an earth dragon. Simbart, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but marvel. But the time required for its use is a bit too long. Simbart shook his head, regretfully said. He was truly unaware of his blessings. If not for the overwhelming power of the divine dragon bloodline, making those elements willingly serve him, how could he have cast such a perfect roar of the wind god on his first try? As the large dune was quickly sucked into the sky by the tornado like an earth dragon. Gradually, the tornado dissipated. A large patch of dark clouds high in the sky several dozen li away was descending. Simbart instantly knew something was amiss. Quick, run. Using teleportation plus the wind element acceleration, covering 2 kilometers only took Simbart a dozen seconds. Boom. Where the sand dune had been, the sands hurled skyward now rained back down. Dust soared high again. Yes, these grains of sand without the sucking power once more fell from the sky. Seeing such a scene, Simbart grew somewhat puzzled. Even though this is the case, against a skilled opponent, I seem powerless. Where's the killing power? How could he know that under such speed, a person's breathing capacity is no match for the intensity of a tornado? Thus, suffocation when being sucked into it is also very frightening. Additionally, inside the swirling tornado, the things being sucked in collide and bump each other violently, causing harm far greater than arrows. Moreover, with a forbidden spell like this, you cannot really use it against a high-level combatant. Simbart sat cross-legged and meditated on every detail of what had just happened. Upon inspection, he was startled. My mental energy has been used up by 1/3. What does this mean? After all, even the spells of a great magic master, Simbart could cast over 30 of them. But a forbidden spell, Simbart calculated in this way, realizing that he could only use it 3 times. Terrifying. However, Simbart also knew that this was probably due to his poor control. If he knew that the first time the Holy Light Pope used a forbidden spell, it consumed nearly 70% of his mental energy, Simbart would surely have felt proud. For dozens of days, Simbart became increasingly proficient in using the roar of the wind god, and the required preparation time gradually decreased. However, for one forbidden spell, Simbart needed at least 10 minutes to prepare. Any less time, and he couldn't accomplish it. Of course, compared to his uneven first attempt, Simbart could now release 5 wind elemental forbidden spells under all his remaining mental energy. A small remainder wouldn't suffice to cast another. As for water elemental forbidden spells, they were completely untrainable here, so Simbart skipped over them but meticulously memorized how to use them, without any negligence. Earth elemental forbidden spells. Mountain collapse and ground fissures everywhere. Except where were the mountains? What to do with these endless sand dunes? Without mountains, let's treat the sand dunes as trial practice. Closing his eyes gently, slowly feeling the surging, yet explosive magical power from within his body. This time, the magical power wasn't gathering in the air, but rather beneath his feet on the ground. In an instant, Simbart felt as though he had become one with the earth. The shaking of the earth beneath his feet seemed to be responding to Simbart's summoning. Suddenly, the sand dune coalesced into a large platform that lifted Simbart high up into the air, about 10 meters above the ground. The sandy hills before Simbart undulated like ocean waves, beginning to flow and roll. The sandy platform beneath him crazily transformed into blackness. The deep black hue indicated only the massive influx of magic flowing downward into the ground. A massive tremor followed, akin to the roar of the earth god. Even tens of miles away, the earth's trembling could still be felt. Sands. Sands. At the moment Simbart suddenly opened his eyes, the dark magical power of the sand platform rushed entirely into the ground. Cracks spread across the ground, creating dozens of horrifying rifts, causing the sands to pour down furiously. Yes, dozens of horrifying rifts appeared, resembling the fractured crust of the earth. Like water, the sands poured downward madly, while the surface continued to twist and roll. This violent tremor caused the towering sand dunes to slowly flatten as the sands flowed into the cracks of the earth. Seeing these 3-meter-wide rifts, bottomless pits swallowing countless grains of sand, Sunbart could imagine what might happen if a person were swallowed instead. The madness of the earth. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. After lasting 3 to 5 minutes, Sunbart shockingly discovered that the ground's cracks had already returned to their original form. Had it not been for the fact that the towering sand dunes had vanished, an ordinary person might think nothing extraordinary had just occurred. During this first attempt at the earth elemental forbidden spell, though it saved much more magical power than the wind elemental spell did during its first try, it didn't save much either. In the following days, Sunbart repeatedly performed the mountain collapse earth fracture, practicing the earth elemental forbidden spell again and again. Certainly, once it was as familiar to him as the roar of the wind god, Sunbart moved on to the next forbidden spell. However, in a place where Sunbart couldn't see, a sand hydra was observing quietly from afar, merely because Sunbart hadn't paid attention. Upon seeing the sand hydra's eerie blue eyes filled with joy and cruelty, who knows what it might have been thinking. Fire forbidden spell, Dragon Phoenix, 10 deadly kills. Using vast fire elements, condense them into a dragon and a phoenix intertwined, spiraling majestically upon the earth, burning everything to ashes. Though forming fire into a dragon was something Sunbart had seen, the phoenix? Not pondering further, he stretched out his hands, gradually raising them skyward. Simultaneously, 2 pitch-black fireballs detached from his palms and floated upward. Inside one fireball, there seemed to be a shadowy black dragon swimming around. In the other, a bird-like shape coiled within. As Sunbart's fireballs grew larger, so did the dragon and the phoenix inside them. Hiss hiss. The 2 overly dazzling fireballs strangely merged into one. Like long-lost lovers reuniting, the dragon and phoenix entwined together. A fireball several meters in diameter rose steadily towards Sunbart's head. In the beautiful fusion of the dragon and the phoenix, the black fireball expanded even faster in midair. After a few minutes, the originally 5-meter diameter fireball expanded wildly by 10-fold. Yes, it was 10-fold larger, and instantly the dragon and phoenix split apart, no longer swirling around each other. Roar. Scream. An immense roar accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek sounded. These 2 powerful elemental forms, a dragon and a phoenix, formed a large circle, starting to rotate several miles away like a vortex. Gradually shrinking, they began descending towards the ground. After 3 minutes of circling, the dragon and phoenix once again intertwined. Standing a mile away, Sunbart could clearly feel the terrifying heat radiating from them. In the distance, the grains of sand appeared fiery red, like glowing embers. Above the sky, the scorching fire elements dyed half the heavens crimson red. Boom. Dozens of meters away, the dragon and phoenix suddenly plunged their heads explosively towards the ground. It was an explosion, not just a crash. The ground exploded into a 50-meter-wide pit of fire. Suddenly, before it extinguished, though now smaller in size, the dragon and phoenix turned around again and flew upward, exploding once more toward the ground dozens of meters away after their ascent. After 2 consecutive explosions, the dragon and phoenix still did not dissipate. Just as Sunbart wondered if they would explode again. Yes, they did. A third explosive burst, and then the dragon and phoenix vanished. But the fire pit on the ground, unchanged in width, had deepened by nearly 70 meters. The horrifying heat scorched the sand inside until it glowed like burning charcoal. Seeing this sight, Sunbart crossed his legs and began to recover. In that instant, Sunbart was shocked. The fire forbidden spell, Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly kills, consumed an alarming half of Sunbart's mental energy. This was even more terrifying than when he used the roar of the wind god. Moreover, this was Sunbart's 3rd forbidden spell. After many days of practice, while his mental power may have increased, merely controlling it shouldn't be so difficult. After being startled, Sunbart realized that the destructive force of such a forbidden spell would surely be extraordinarily terrifying. This time, with the fire forbidden spell, Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly kills, Sunbart took an entire month to familiarize himself thoroughly. Even with full mental energy, he could only perform the spell 3 times before stopping his training to move on to the last forbidden spell. The Thunder Forbidden Spell, Great Dark Sky. With all his focus, Sunbart prepared for the most terrifying Thunder Forbidden spell of them all. During this month of practice, Sunbart learned something critical. The stronger the attack of a forbidden spell, the more fiercely it drained mental energy. Though Sunbart believed he had substantial mental power, he did not dare to underestimate this danger. Remember, if a forbidden spell is interrupted or abandoned mid-cast, the caster might suffer backlash. This self-inflicted damage could range from brain injury to death. Silently standing there, his lips continuously moved. Sunbart was reciting the most horrifying forbidden spell. Great Dark Sky, aptly named. As Sunbart quietly incanted, currents of magical power from his body surged upward into the sky like faint, shadowy black streaks of electricity. The faster he chanted, the more dark lightning streaks emerged from his body. Every inch of him seemed to emit these dark currents without pause. At this moment, Sunbart looked like a massive black ball of lightning entirely covered in black electric currents rushing toward the sky. As the swirling currents intensified, the sky grew darker with roiling clouds. Boom, boom. The dark clouds gathered, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Snap! A flash of azure lightning illuminated within the dark clouds. Gradually accumulating, the darkness spread across tens of miles, turning the area pitch black. Standing at the center, Sunbart suddenly felt his vision blur. The howling winds carried sand particles stinging his face painfully. Suddenly, Sunbart's lips tightly clenched. Yes, at the end of the recitation, All the black currents surrounding his body thunderously surged upward into the sky. No raindrops fell, just dry thunder. Hundredfold bolts of thunder fused with all of Sinbart's black currents and transformed into a terrifying pitch-black lightning. Amidst this pitch-black weather where visibility was almost zero, the black lightning became startlingly vivid, darker than the invisible darkness itself. Roar, roar. Each preceding sound marked hundreds of thick black lightning streaks splitting down violently towards the ground. Continuously absorbing power, the black lightning grew thicker. After over 10 minutes of condensation, under this pitch-black weather, Sinbart couldn't see the edges of the vast expanse of the black clouds. From the initial solitary bang of the wild thunder striking the earth, it soon evolved into a chorus of bang, bang, bang sounds. Through Sinbart's eyes, the black lightning came down dense as rain, fast as rain. In this pitch-black sky, those bang, bang, bang sounds transformed into eerie screams, until the jet-black current in the sky exploded furiously into light pillars 2 meters in diameter. For 3 to 5 minutes, the endless bang, bang, bang sounded, as if trying to take human lives. There was only one place untouched by the thunderbolts, the very center where Sinbart stood. Gradually, the black clouds dispersed, the thunder subsided, and the number of black lightning flashes decreased. When the storm settled, the scene revealed left Sinbart speechless. For tens of miles, the ground was dotted with craters, varying in depth. However, upon close inspection, even the shallowest pit reached a depth of 5 meters. If this were on a battlefield, Sinbart didn't dare to think further. What Sinbart failed to notice, and was basically unable to pay attention to, was that within those craters located miles away, countless sand hydras had turned into charcoal, some so unrecognizable, you couldn't tell what they once were. Only a pair of ferocious eyes remained buried at the edge of one crater, their terrifying dark blue hue as if they wanted to swallow Sinbart whole. Naturally, these belonged to the Hydra Lord. The first time, Sinbart had stolen his dragon scale, and now after hearing reports from his subordinates, he planned an ambush. But instead, Sinbart slaughtered them all with just one attack. Thus, as the leader of the Sand Hydras, the Hydra Lord harbored even more hatred for Sinbart. Although the previous lightning hadn't inflicted severe injuries, it wasn't minor either. With no other choice but to regroup, the Hydra Lord retreated, hidden among the sands, vanishing into the distance. Of course, Sinbart had no knowledge of this. Cross-legged, Sinbart began restoring the mental energy he had just expended. With a light probe, Sinbart confirmed his suspicion. The massive and horrifying thunder-forbidden spell had consumed nearly 9/10 of his mental power. Without hesitation, he focused entirely on recovering his strength. Chapter 117, Slaughter. For 5 days, Sinbart had almost unleashed a daily thunder-based forbidden curse. With his formidable restorative abilities, his mental energy was restored completely within merely 1 day, even if fully depleted. Of course, he had to wear the silver dragon war helmet on his head. Of course, Sinbart did not know that an exceptionally frenzied slaughter was also quietly approaching. However, yesterday, Sinbart finally received some good news. That is, Sinbart summoned Lei from the Divine Dragon Ring. Through Lei's information, he learned that all the people and beasts of the Divine Dragon Knights had fully absorbed the Divine Dragon Knight armor. Of course, the slowest one finished a week ago, and now these knights were in training. But Lei also pointed out the main issue. Without real battlefield experience, the true integration of the Knight Core would not be ideal. These words naturally struck a chord deep in Sinbart's heart. Of course, such matters can only be resolved through actual combat on the final battlefield. Moreover, most of these knights are magical beasts without riders, which Sinbart has been pondering about. Apparently, Lei, who serves as Sinbart's mount, could only stare in amazement at Sinbart's explosive thunder-based forbidden curse. The reason Lei became a mount was mainly because Sinbart feared Lei would get injured by lightning. Now, Lei accompanies Sinbart in his trials. Of course, the Sand Hydra Lord does not know these matters. If the Sand Hydra Lord knew. Moreover, Sinbart does not know that the Sand Hydra Lord is coming for revenge. If he did know, Sinbart might laugh in his dreams because the Divine Dragon Knights need a great battle to refine their teamwork. Sinbart continued to restore his mental energy. Today, after casting one thunder-based forbidden curse, it felt relatively better, but Sinbart could only roughly control 80% of its use. As for further compression, Sinbart simply couldn't manage it. 20 miles away. My lord, the magic he cast this time is too terrifying. Even though we're still far away, we will still suffer heavy losses, said a 10th level Sand Hydra to the Sand Hydra Lord. The Sand Hydra Lord knew that at 20 miles, his own speed was extremely fast, but his subordinates weren't as capable. He knew that the kid he wanted to kill had a terrifying sword, and carried the aura of the Divine Dragon. Thus, going alone might not give him any advantage. Only an army assault would work, but the powerful taboo curse could easily wipe out his children before they even got close. Alright then, go and inform everyone. We'll sneak in tonight, and when he casts tomorrow, we'll immediately strike and slay him. The Sand Hydra Lord commanded after thinking up a plan. Yes. The Sand Hydra bowed and retreated. In fact, what the Sand Hydra Lord thought was undeniably correct. They could only attack en masse when Sinbart wasn't casting. It wasn't that the Sand Hydra Lord didn't consider waiting until Sinbart finished casting to strike. However, if Sinbart sensed them, he could choose to flee. Being an over 10th level monster, the Sand Hydra Lord could already sense that Sinbart was no less than an Emperor-grade spellcaster. He also knew that Sinbart possessed fighting skills with martial chi. So this was his only option. There was silence throughout the night. Sinbart had no idea that just a few miles away, underground, There were countless sand hydras waiting to swarm him. Without hesitation, he leaped onto Lei's broad back. Since Lei was always ready to be ridden by his young master, he hadn't transformed into human form. Looking at the now desolate sandy ground, Sinbart murmured lightly, just as Sinbart's mental energy was being integrated. Shoo, shoo. The sand quaked, accompanied by a massive flowing sound. Sinbart turned his face sharply toward his right side. An endless sea of black sand hydras stretched for miles. Yes, it was sand hydras. Seeing those sand hydras, Sinbart instantly thought of the sand hydra lord. At that moment, the terrifying sand hydra domain surged forth. A much larger sand mound erupted. Sinbart looked up, and sure enough, it was the sand hydra lord himself. Boy, I thought you'd have the sense to stay far away from this desert. But look here. Good. Let me see if killing you doesn't relieve my hatred. The sand hydra lord laughed loudly. You see, even though Sinbart had now fused with the divine dragon blood, his blood was extremely precious. Thus, the sand hydra lord intended to kill him and consume it. Seeing the numerous sand hydras, Sinbart smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth and let out a loud laugh. Being Sinbart's contracted magical beast, Lei, of course, knew why his young master was laughing. But the sand hydra lord was stunned. What? Do you realize you're going to die? Are you surrendering? The sand hydra lord coldly asked. You? Not worthy. Sinbart disdainfully replied. Instantly, from Sinbart's body began to spread the dark golden divine dragon aura. It was unleashed. The sand hydra lord was speechless. It had never imagined that, after 4 or 5 years, the boy who had once shocked it was now also a being beyond level 9 of human existence. Even more astonishing was what came next. At the same moment, an all-black set of armor instantly materialized on Sinbart's body. Beneath him, the mount he had been riding vanished. The disappearance of Lei? That was because Sinbart had just finished instructing Lei to return to the divine dragon ring to gather troops. A torrent of fierce energy immediately emanated from Sinbart. A flash of golden light burst forth from his left arm, and instantly a mark resembling a golden dragon appeared imprinted onto his armor. After the fusion, everyone could see that Sinbart reluctantly summoned the xianxia hammer despite not wanting to use it initially. No guardian beasts were summoned, yet the overwhelming might made the sand hydra lord's pupils shrink reflexively. Although unfamiliar with this particular armor, its familiarity struck the sand hydra lord with force. Roar, roar. The shocks continued without pause. The line connecting to its own spiritual senses seemed to have been severed, as though cut by the sand hydra lord itself. 500, 8th level and above magical beasts. And over 10 humans, all armed with divine artifacts. It didn't know where they had come from. Eyes narrowing into slits, it recognized the armor etched into its memory forever. Beast god armor. Yes, exactly like the beast god armor worn by Lei. Sinbart then mounted Lei again, seated majestically on its broad back. Lei, in a black battle suit, wearing hoof rings beneath its hooves, fully armored, with a war helmet similar to the single horn atop a rhinoceros head, emitted purple light faintly tinged with orange hues. Behind him, the 500 magical beasts wore complete purple divine artifact sets. My heavens! Exclaimed a 10th level sand hydra from afar. No, this is impossible. Impossible. At this moment, the sand hydra lord also forgot that it could no longer feel the presence of the young man within its domain and that it could sense the young man's locked mental focus. But this was no longer important. It knew that today could be its unlucky day. Therefore, it could only go wild, relying solely on its powerful army to kill these divine dragon knights. Sinbart suddenly roared loudly. Fight! Over 10 individuals simultaneously raised their purple long spears or staves. Fight! The 500 magical beasts shouted in unison. Roar! Sky-reaching fighting spirit surged towards the dense sand hydra crowd. Just like sky-reaching fighting spirit, battle was imminent. Many inferior sand hydras began to become restless. The morale of the crazed knights heavily suppressed the black mass of sand hydras, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Sinbart sat cross-legged atop Lei's broad spine. Suddenly standing up, he lifted a single hand toward the heavens, powerfully gathering the black flames. Fire elements in the air twisted the space as if they were converging intensely, forming a 2-meter-5 size entity, directly falling from Sinbart's head straight onto the head of the sand hydra lord. This was the battle's call. Behind Sinbart, Mina and others rode their magical beasts forward at full charge, in a formation shaped like the Chinese character 4-person. First row was for attack, second row for magic. At the same time, the sand hydra lord, seeing the large fireball above its head, quickly dodged. But, within Sinbart's domain, once locked onto, could it easily escape? In the instant the sand hydra lord fled, the thumb-sized black focused fire beam landed on its body. Though its gray scales provided decent defense, even the sand hydra lord could feel the burning sensation. Boom. An entire pillar of light completely engulfed the sand hydra lord's body. However, what Sinbart saw was a sandy yellow protective dome resisting his ultimate black infernal dragon spell. Yes, for the first time, Sinbart's ultimate black infernal dragon had been resisted. As a magical beast, although the sand hydra lord didn't possess any great divine artifacts, its natural scale armor surpassed divine artifacts, and its powerful self could not be underestimated, after all. Without divine artifacts, it could still fight evenly with the beast god Xuanhuan. What did that mean? Master, let me destroy him. Lei spoke. You? Sinbart was somewhat surprised. Lei was a 10th level magical beast, but it couldn't compare to the sand hydra lord who was beyond the 10th level. Remember, The Sand Hydra Lord has a domain. Yes, I am confident. Hearing Lei's firmness, Sinbart leaped down. Sinbart feared Lei getting injured. Thus, the pressure was continuously locked onto the Sand Hydra Lord. At this moment, the Sand Hydra Lord was panting heavily, but when it noticed that instead of the human boy, there came a magical beast. Being a creature beyond the 10th level, it also felt the variant magical cloud lion to merely be at the 10th level. Coldly sniffed and charged forward. But this kid's domain is extremely troublesome. Try to shake it off, lead out the magic cloud lion from the domain, and then I'll kill it. But could Sinbart not consider Lei's well-being just as the Sand Hydra Lord did? The Xianxia hammer in his hand emitted flowing golden light. If the elder from the Dark Temple were standing here, they would know this is the stunning skill of the king's Xianxia hammer. Sinbart had been storing his strength and didn't use it, waiting for Lei to be in danger before acting. On the other side, the entire battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre. All the Sand Hydras became lambs awaiting slaughter. Each magical beast, or magic spell, or spear thrust from the knights caused sprays of green blood. Too many Sand Hydras were trying to escape, fleeing from these death godlike divine dragon knights. Yes, that black armor with purple luster was indeed terrifying. The knights' spears pierced through Sand Hydras like threading them on a string. Mina's fire magic brought more scorched stench. The Sand Hydra's cries of agony sounded like ghostly howls. Meanwhile, Sinbart was observing Lei's every move against the Sand Hydra Lord. At the moment Lei charged forward, Sinbart suddenly felt as if his vision blurred. He saw Lei create 6 illusions, and even the Sand Hydra Lord was slightly stunned by Lei's appearance at that moment. Roar! The originally blue-scaled Sand Hydra Lord transformed into its true form. Its true form was nearly 10 times larger than the other Sand Hydras. The blue scales shimmered faintly with an indigo hue. Of course, the Sand Hydra Lord had already realized that although Lei was a level 10 magical beast, the armor Lei wore made it extremely wary. This was also the first time Sinbart had seen Lei in the beast god armor. However, Sinbart could confirm, Lei's cloning skill was absolutely the result of a divine artifact. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sharp spikes emerged beneath Lei's feet on the sandy dunes. Earth element continuous spikes. Just as they pierced through the surface, Lei powerfully kicked off the ground with its hooves, causing its massive body to spin and fly in the air. Yes, it froze in midair. With one divine artifact already, Lei was capable of flight. But what Sinbart hadn't expected was that this beast god hoof rings allowed Lei to fly as well. Of course, if the beast god armor couldn't fly, wouldn't that mean the armor crafted by the dragon god out of star iron was utterly worthless? However, it was all due to Sinbart's domain. If Sinbart didn't have the ability to counteract the Sand Hydra Lord's domain, Lei wouldn't have fought so easily. The only thing Lei lacked compared to the Sand Hydra Lord was years of accumulated strength. But still, Lei held the upper hand thanks to the beast god armor. 6 Leis simultaneously flew in the air, performing the same motion before releasing the same attack. Lightning balls condensed on their helmet horns, each approximately 2 meters in diameter. One couldn't see the original Lei behind these glowing spheres. Only the 4 hooves were exposed. Seeing the 6 enormous lightning balls whistling toward him, the Sand Hydra Lord immediately wanted to teleport. But at this moment, boom, the earth violently trembled beneath Sinbart's surge of energy radiating outward. Of course, this was the stun effect brought by Sinbart's Xianxia hammer. However, the knights of the Divine Dragon Cavalry several miles away were not affected, but merely felt the slight quake, without becoming stunned. When Sinbart swung his hammer and struck the ground, the Sand Hydra Lord became directly stunned. Focusing on battling Lei, the Sand Hydra Lord certainly hadn't expected the young human to cause trouble at this moment. In fact, Sinbart delivered this strike under Lei's urgent request within Sinbart's domain. He knew, having the ability to teleport, the Sand Hydra Lord could never be correctly locked onto without the support of Sinbart's domain. But despite this, the Sand Hydra Lord's years of accumulated strength made Lei recognize their disparity. So, boom, 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 boom. The 6 lightning balls accurately landed entirely on the Sand Hydra Lord. Such an attack could not inflict much damage on the Sand Hydra Lord, but paralysis mustn't be lacking. The 6 huge lightning balls enveloped the Sand Hydra Lord, and neither dissipated nor scattered. Afterward, each of the 6 Leis had a deep blue lightning ball atop their helmets. Dozens of seconds of gathering force. Just when those 6 lightning balls dispersed, they converged into 6 beams of lightning striking onto the Sand Hydra Lord's body. Zoom, zoom, clearly visible. These beams pierced right through the Sand Hydra Lord's body. The Sand Hydra Lord's body remained frozen, unmoving. Bang! That enormous Sand Hydra Lord, spanning 10 meters, collapsed thunderously to the ground. The places illuminated by the 6 lightning beams were completely pitch black. Cracks appeared, revealing that the Sand Hydra Lord's internal organs had already been burned to cinders. Instantly, as the Sand Hydra Lord died, those low-level Sand Hydras could only try to escape if they had the chance. They burrowed into the sand, vanishing instantly. After all, no matter how powerful the Divine Dragon Knights were, it was impossible for them to kill all of these Sand Hydras. These Sand Hydras lived in the desert, and the sand was their home. Miles away, littered limbs and blue blood stained the ground, but none of them belonged to the Divine Dragon Knights. They were all from the Sand Hydras. The Hydras were completely terrified. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sinbart used his Dragon Phoenix tenfold death strike, leaving not a trace of any Sand Hydra on the ground. Looking at this complete victory, Sinbart couldn't help but feel very pleased. Then, He summoned the Divine Dragon Knights into the Divine Dragon Ring so that they could reflect on today's battle and identify their weaknesses. He only left Lei behind as his mount. Yes, after we return, it's time to visit the Ron's family. Over the past 3 months, even while training, Sinbad often thought about the Ron's family his father-in-law told him about. He decided to go there and see if he could meet his father. Mounting Lei, he turned back toward the original path. Ron's city. What would a drunken Lutz think if he knew his son was coming to see him? After all, he had always believed that Sinbad was dead. Chapter 118, A Fatal Palm Strike. On the way, just as Sinbad had expected, everything was as he imagined. Lael recounted all of his skills from earlier to his young master sitting atop his broad back. True body technique. It actually manifests 6 true bodies. The Thunderlight Pulse Cannon released afterward can only be used 3 times a day. This is indeed a very practical skill. Of course, it's capable of killing the Sand Hydra Lord, so its power shouldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, it can only be used 3 times a day. Sinbad murmured to himself thoughtfully. That's right. Although there's a limit on the number of uses, it's still terrifying if not used regularly. If this pulse cannon were only for me to use alone, who knows how strong that ability could become. At this moment, Sinbad and Lael were chatting idly in the air. Lael hadn't put away his beast god set, or else they wouldn't have been able to fly through the skies. Naturally, flying through the air was far faster than running on the ground. 1.5 days. Certainly, even if Lael's speed was incredibly fast, it couldn't match Sinbad's full sprint at its fastest. However, because they didn't need to go around sand dunes, a considerable amount of time was saved. Luoyan City. In front of the entrance to the Dark Temple. Son-in-law. The guards at the gate already knew Sinbad well. Of course, Laer, who had transformed into human form outside the city, followed behind Sinbad without causing too much questioning. Dad is here. Little Wit, cradled in Aviel's arms, spotted them with sharp eyes. It was certainly true. Everyone turned around. Sure enough, it was Sinbad. However, the majority did not recognize Lael standing behind Sinbad. Aviel recognized him though. Young mistress. Lael naturally knew that his young master had a child now, so he immediately called Aviel, young mistress. Father-in-law. With Sinbad's arrival, all the elders went away, leaving just Sinbad's immediate family in the entire hall, no outsiders present. A nod was given to acknowledge Sinbad's greeting. Of course, being someone beyond level 9 as a human, he instantly saw that Lael wasn't human, but rather a magical beast. Is it? Alandari was quite surprised. Sinbad then picked up his son, casually saying, "It's my contracted magical beast, but more importantly, it's also family." He didn't conceal this information and elevated Lael's status accordingly. Lael slightly bowed to greet the Dark Pope, and Alandari smiled back graciously. "Uncle Lael." Aviel's sweet voice came, bowing politely as per court etiquette. "Young mistress. No need for such formalities. I'm a crude fellow. Haven't seen you in years, young mistress. Have you become so stiff?" Hastily supporting Aviel, there was some blame in his tone. "Son, call grandfather. Grandfather Lael." Sinbad looked warmly at the scene before him and spoke casually to his son. "Grandfather, my dad is amazing, and so is grandfather, right?" Little Wit's cute demeanor pleased Lael immensely. "Grandfather can't match your father's prowess, Little Wit. You must strive hard like your father," Lael said affectionately as he picked up Little Wit. "You're really funny. Even Grandpa can't match Dad's abilities, nor can Uncle Lael. But I will definitely take Dad as my goal." First pouting his little mouth and later loudly declared with determination. Seeing Little Wit's mature appearance, everyone burst out laughing. "Dinner time. Father-in-law, only water-based curses haven't been tested by me yet. The others are fine." There were only 3 grown men present. Seeing that they had matters to discuss, Aviel took Little Wit and left. Very good. By the way, what about the Longxi family I told you about? Do you want to go?" Alandari liked this son-in-law very much, joy exceeding surprise. "Yes, definitely yes. I wonder if I can meet my own father." When Sinbad said this, his face immediately became filled with sorrow. "Little master." Seeing the gloominess on Sinbad's face, Lael felt nothing but guilt. "Uncle Lael, don't worry, we'll go tomorrow together. I don't blame you, so I haven't accused you of anything." Sinbad forced a smile. The melancholy brought on by nostalgia remained unchanged. Lael could only helplessly nod in agreement. The night passed without incident. Early in the morning, Little Wit woke up Sinbad and Aviel early because he heard his father say yesterday that they would see his biological grandfather today, so he was excited. Of course, since reuniting with Aviel, Sinbad slept every night. During breakfast, Little Wit got up early, making the whole back palace of the Dark Temple restless, loudly calling for his grandfather and Uncle Lael. At nearly 4 years old, after running around all morning, he didn't show a hint of shortness of breath. That busy little guy was currently sitting in Alandari's arms. Sinbad and Aviel arrived last. Little Wit wrinkled his nose, dissatisfied, and said, "Big lazybones and small lazybones, your bums are getting sunburnt." Everyone's sweat dropped. Of course, Aviel knew this was the classic sentence she often said about her son. However, today it was turned around and said by her son. Giggling and laughing heartily, ever since Sinbad's return, Little Wit seemed even more energetic. He would ask his father and grandfather questions one moment, then ask Laer where the fun places were the next. However, everyone was indeed very happy. Outside the city, Sinbad summoned several magical beasts, along with Mina, Mia, and more than 10 others. Summoning these magical beasts was simply for everyone's convenience to ride. Of course, Sinbad always thought about the problem of lacking members in the Divine Dragon Knights. He mentioned this issue to his father-in-law, who quickly agreed that upon returning from the Lungxi family, he would surely recruit carefully. One of the most suitable candidates included Dafuch. Senbeit readily accepted the offer. Of course, seeing all the magnificent, perfectly united Firecloud lions as mounts, Little Wit shouted and hollered, behaving extremely mischievously. Clearly, everyone also adored Senbeit's child, even the magical beasts. None disliked him. However, after seeing Grandpa Layer transform into a handsome lion, Little Wit hugged one of his sturdy front legs even tighter. Senbeit, AVL, and their son rode Layer. The rest distributed themselves among the other mounts. As Senbeit watched his son laugh and play, AVL embraced Mina and the others warmly, exchanging greetings. All magical beasts followed Layer once the artifacts were summoned. The purple hoof rings glowed brightly, and under the magical beast's feet, purple light flashed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. All magical beasts soared into the air. If an outsider saw this, not only would they find it difficult to believe that a single person could tame so many magical beasts, but also how amazing it would be to see such a multitude flying through the sky. To avoid causing too much astonishment, Senbeit and his companions were thousands of meters high in the sky. Cold. Although no one had any issues, it was quite cold at this altitude. Gazing at the clouds drifting aimlessly, Little Wit cutely reached out with his hands to grab them. But, in the protective aura created by his father, he didn't feel the cold at all. All magical beasts were above level 8, and the knights were certainly no lower. Thus, after 2 days of continuous flight, there was no problem whatsoever. 2 days later, Lungxi City. Senbeit had already recalled everyone into the Divine Dragon Ring early, leaving only Layer behind. Accompanying Senbeit on his journey were his family of 3, his father-in-law, and Layer. Non-city residents must pay 10 copper coins each to enter, a guard stated, only to see Senbeit casually take out a black token. Yes, this was given to him by Dark Pope Alandari before his departure, the Luoyuan Empire's Dark Temple Elder token. Elder, please enter. Instantly, several guards at the gate bowed deeply. Senbeit didn't want to make such a show, but in order to secure status within the Lungxi family, he had to display his absolute identity. This was exactly how Alandari had planned it. Naturally, all the guards looked on enviously. Even those inside the city who noticed this situation cast curious glances. They proceeded slowly forward. Lungxi City was indeed a few grades lower than Luoyuan City. Merchants calling out, occasionally could be heard, hardly seen. Lungxi Manor. No irrelevant individuals may enter this residence. A door guard reiterated the restriction. Once again, showing the elder's insignia did the trick. The guard stepped back. Esteemed elder, should we announce your arrival? Asked the guard respectfully and quietly. Since this was the first time Senbeit had come here, and whether or not it was his family wasn't clear yet, plus he himself didn't know which door led where. Similar to when he entered the Dark Temple for the first time, without knowing where the royal garden was located. Moreover, just looking at the entrance, with its 2 imposing stone titans and a gold-edged signboard, it was easy to imagine that the Lungxi Manor was enormous. For Senbeit, who wasn't familiar with the layout, it wouldn't be wise to wander or explore randomly. Please lead us, Lord. Hearing that the elder of the Dark Temple needed guidance, the person became excited and hurried along enthusiastically. Yes, just as Senbeit had imagined, going left and right through gates big and small, it took only a short while for Little Wit in his arms to become impatient. Listening to him pout and complain unhappily. Grandfather lives here? It's like a maze, my eyes are spinning. Senbeit smiled slightly, stroking Little Wit's cheeks, and continued following along. The inner compound. Ever since entering the Lungxi Manor, Senbeit had already heard someone yelling. After stepping into the inner compound, what he saw stunned him. In the garden area, there was a person kneeling prostrate on the ground, being punched and kicked by another who appeared to be about Dafuch's age. Originally, Senbeit was not concerned about it, but when he saw the pose of the person lying on the ground, he froze. Senbeit was stunned. The hair on the ground was messy like grass, and the clothing was utterly tattered. Meanwhile, the person doing the beating looked dignified and wore silk robes. Seeing the guards rushing to report, Senbeit pulled them back. Even the man doing the beating didn't notice that a group of people were standing at the entrance. I'll ask you, and you answer. Senbeit's face turned pale, but with extreme agitation. What's wrong? AVL asked gently upon seeing her lover's agitated expression. Nothing. Let me question him. Tell me, is the person on the ground called Rooters? And who is the one doing the beating? Although the person prostrate on the ground reminded Senbeit so much of his father, he didn't act rashly. He had to confirm if it was correct first. Report to the elder. The person on the ground is indeed the 3rd young master of the Lungxi family, the younger son of the clan leader, whose name is indeed Rooters. But we do not know how the elder knew this. The one doing the beating is the son of the leader's younger brother. The guard softly reported as he noticed Senbeit's grim expression. Ho ho, excellent. You may go now. No one understood why Senbeit's behavior was so fierce and abnormal. Of course, Yalianton had caught a whiff of the problem, but not as well as Layer. Layer directly spoke out. Young master, is the person on the ground the old master? Senbeit nodded lightly, stunning everyone. Upon seeing Senbeit's expression, Yalianton knew that the nephew of the family head would be in serious trouble soon. Certainly, even the pompous man far away had heard Senbeit's cold snort. Full of anger already, upon hearing Senbeit's snort, he arrogantly demanded, Who are you? Why have you come to my Lungxi family without any servant reporting? Another cold snort from Senbeit. That pompously dressed man instantly felt his heart quivering. Shoo! Senbeit immediately teleported, landing right in front of that person. In the eyes of sheer horror, The mirror-like reflection revealed Senbait's arm appearing as a blurred shadow moving toward that person's cheek. Slap. Crack. Bang. The first sound was the palm of Senbait's right hand slapping that person's face. The second sound was that of the neck breaking due to the overwhelming force of Senbait's right palm. The third sound was the thud as the body fell to the ground, dead. Yes, a simple palm strike. The fragile body of a wizard couldn't withstand Senbait's attack. Just this single strike claimed someone's life. AVL hurriedly carried Little Wit over and squatted beside Reuters, her father-in-law. Since it was their first meeting, AVL, as a daughter-in-law, still hesitated slightly before calling out. But, thinking of the child she held in her arms, AVL simply decided to call out. Dad, Father, are you alright? Then she put Little Wit down and helped Reuters up. Not bothering to glance at the person he'd killed with one slap, Senbait quickly checked on his own father. Of course, after being called Dad, the drunken Reuters turned his head, emitting strong alcohol fumes, making AVL wrinkle her nose slightly. However, Little Wit wasn't affected in the same way. How come Grandpa smells so bad? So smelly. Though at that moment, Little Wit also seemed rather cute. But, Wit, don't talk about your grandpa like that. AVL's reprimand nearly made Little Wit cry. After all, from birth to now, AVL had never scolded or gotten angry with her son, not once. Little Wit pouted, tears welling up in his red-rimmed eyes, remaining silent. Father? Are you calling me? Who are you? Reuters mumbled in confusion. I am your daughter-in-law, Senbait's wife. Look at this little one, he's your grandson. Seeing what her father-in-law was like, AVL's inherent kindness stirred, and her voice wavered slightly with emotion. Is it possible to get married in this world? Unless I was beaten to death by that guy. But if I could meet my son's wife in the afterlife, it wouldn't be too bad. Ho ho. That laugh sounded unbearably desolate. Senbait, I've wronged you. I couldn't protect Liza. How am I supposed to face you, Senbait? As a father, I don't have the face to see you. Bitter tears streamed down. Propping himself up with his hands, shaking shoulders indicated suppressed emotions as tears quietly fell. Watching each drop of those tears falling onto his hand, Reuters raised his tear-streaked right hand sorrowfully saying, We all have two hands, yet I can't protect my own beloved and my son. I'm trash. Yes, they say I'm trash, and I deserve it. I've drowned myself in alcohol every day, what should I? Everyone's eyes grew slightly moistened. Such a father, who could say he isn't a good father? However, as Reuters continued speaking, he suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Ho ho. Reuters burst into wild laughter. The crowd was puzzled by his behavior. Tears. Tears. Aren't dead souls supposed to have no tears? Suddenly, Reuters became lucid for the first time in over a decade. Yes, he became lucid. Raising his head abruptly, he saw a burly man standing nearby. The outline, the face shape hasn't changed. Only the height, skin, and hair color, along with the eye color differ. Ho ho. As he spoke, Reuters burst into tears again. Bang. Father. Unable to suppress his own tears, Senbait fell to his knees. The father and son embraced and wept. Good. Good. It's good you're not dead. It's good you're not dead. Wiping away his tears so they wouldn't blur his vision, Reuters gazed at his son. Rooting turned his head and looked at AVL. Just now, was it you calling me dad? That's my grandson. Senbait nodded slightly. How many years has it been? How many years since I've been this happy? The gods are merciful. They've returned my son, my daughter-in-law, and my grandson. Reuters reached out to embrace his grandson, Little Wit. AVL helped Little Wit forward, but the child squirmed and cried out. I don't want Grandpa to hold me. Grandpa smells bad. Grandpa stinks. Little Wit's red face showed that he was about to burst into tears, leaving Senbait feeling helpless. Reuters awkwardly retracted his extended hand and laughed loudly. Right. Grandpa is dirty. Grandpa will go wash up. You all wait for me. Yali Anton, as a father himself, also highly respected Reuters' character. Everyone surrounded Reuters. Reuters, excited, said, Go wait for me in the hall. I'll be right there. No sooner had he finished speaking than he hurriedly left. Suddenly, Letizia, an elderly man, noticed his son lying on the ground. Being a sword emperor, even though he stood at the entrance, he could sense the warmth dissipating from his son's body. In other words, his son was dead. Indeed, this man was none other than Naiwuzi Longxi, the second head of the Longxi family. His eyes bloodshot, he coldly demanded, Who are you? What happened to my son? An aura of killing intent spread around him, detectable by anyone. Of course, being a sword emperor, Naiwuzi noticed Reuters but didn't take him seriously. Even though Reuters seemed more lucid than usual, Naiwuzi didn't believe his son could have died at Reuters' hands. So, he remained indifferent and watched Senbait's group. Senbait gestured for his father to freshen up while stepping forward himself. I killed him. Senbait similarly looked down upon this sword emperor who was his great uncle. After all, if his son could behave so arrogantly, the father wouldn't be much better. Who are you? Why did you kill my son? Zing. While speaking, Naiwuzi summoned his artifact weapon, which had already fused with him. Black battle energy emanated, signaling Senbait. Whoever you are, you're going to die today. Ho ho. Another one, another one. Senbait roared with arrogance. Looking at Naiwuzi dressed in 3 purple and 4 green garments, Senbait didn't give them any importance. Of course, everyone understood Senbait's meaning. After all, they all knew about the Dark Elder's battle, and Layer had heard Senbait tell the story. Young man, your arrogance makes me laugh, but you will die too. With that, Naiwuzi rushed towards Senbait with his sword. Chapter 119. Could it be that you also wish to die? Seeing his second grandfather charging towards him, Sunbart remained composed, with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Of course, with his wife, children, and father-in-law behind him, Sunbart had no way to evade. Even if Sunbart were wearing the Hammer King set now, he could not have finished putting it on entirely. But it didn't mean that one piece couldn't be worn. Instantly, the black on Sunbart's chest flashed, though it disappeared quickly. Yet, the black Holy Dragon battle armor had already bonded with him. At the same time, behind Sunbart, his Earth-class guardian beast appeared. Yes, a silver halo, and out of the purple void flew a winged girl. The Earth-class guardian beast burst forth suddenly, its eyes immediately glowing with intense light. As Sunbart's second grandfather's black fighting energy collided with him, Sunbart's Earth-class guardian beast released an absolute barrier twice per day. In a moment, it wasn't coincidence. Everything was calculated by Sunbart. Still, the hurried absolute screen conjured by the Earth-class guardian beast could not withstand the black fighting energy struck upon Sunbart using a divine weapon. Crack! Sunbart's absolute barrier tore apart. In this split second, the dark holy dragon armor on Sunbart's chest flashed in a dark gold color, and he just happened to grip the huge, terrifying xuanhuan hammer in his hand. Yes, under the backlash of the holy dragon armor, Sunbart's body still leaned back slightly. If he hadn't been gripping the xuanhuan hammer, he would have been thrown back. Fush! Sunbart's second grandfather, unaware of the backlash from the holy dragon armor, immediately spewed blood profusely. You see, Sunbart's second grandfather had attacked with all his strength and anger. That angry slash was countered by Sunbart, meaning his second grandfather undoubtedly took the brunt of it. As a sword emperor, even enduring the backlash of his full force strike was too much for him. Boom! Sunbart's second grandfather collapsed on the ground. In this fleeting moment, a full set of Black Hammer King battle armor had covered Sunbart. As Sunbart was about to gather his magic. Hold it! A rough, explosive shout echoed. Everyone looked toward the entrance. Indeed, there stood an old man with flowing snow-white hair, clad in a full black long robe, barking commands. Of course, at this moment, Roots, who couldn't completely settle down for grooming due to urgency, hurried over. Seeing his second uncle lying on the ground, spurting blood, and glancing at his son's imposing battle armor, he was momentarily speechless. What? Firion Lance, the father of clan leader Roots, and certainly someone aware of these people's relation to his youngest son. As the leader of the Long's family, Firion Lance might not have met Arian before, but the name was familiar. So, he had informed Sunbart beforehand. Roots, what's going on here? Firion sounded somewhat angered. He knew that his youngest son, whom he once loved the most, ever since falling in love with that woman, failed to protect his grandson properly, and returned home without anything, drinking heavily every day. Thus, he often harbored resentment toward his youngest son and felt as if steel wouldn't become iron. But today his youngest son somehow teamed up with some strangers he didn't know and hurt his brother, so it was necessary to investigate the reasons. Of course, his youngest son must be well disciplined. The visitor was Firion, the clan leader of the Long's family. Upon hearing from the guards' report about an elder from the Dark Temple coming to their family named Long's City, though not knowing who the elder was or what the purpose was, yet understanding it was directed toward his own family, he rushed over from the Lord's palace without hesitation. Just seeing his brother being beaten to serious injury by some unknown group, he did not forget who among them was the elder, so he questioned his own son first. Of course, forgive me for not knowing which one is the elder. Firion loudly shouted towards the battle-armored Sunbart. After Firion's loud shout, Roots also regained his senses from shock. He hastily pulled Sunbart and said, Father, I do not know about any elders, but this person is my son, also your grandson. Roots still carried excitement until this point. Looking at the dead brothers on the ground, he only showed disdain. Of course, Roots knew that his second uncle's son, Letitia, was someone who used power to bully others, arrogant and lawless, a complete villain. So there was no significant concern about it. What? Firion could not help but be somewhat surprised. Out of respect as a junior, though Sunbart hated this place when he first came to the Long's family, seeing his grandfather, he still felt obliged to greet him. Grandfather. Certainly, this call of grandfather by Sunbart was somewhat forced. After all, this was the first time Sunbart had seen his grandfather since he grew up. As a child, he never felt cared for by his grandfather but instead lived solely with his father. So, Sunbart would have to see if this grandfather was worth acknowledging or not. Niwas, who was lying on the ground, also got up, showing nothing but cold sneers and bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. Let's talk first what happened. And who killed Letitia? As the head of the family, there was still some authority present in his voice. Just as Roots was about to speak, Sunbart, neither humble nor proud, said, It was me who killed him. State your reasons. Even if you are my grandson, until it's confirmed, you're an outsider too. You'll be punished for bullying my clansmen. As soon as Firion entered, he knew that the grandson mentioned by Roots must be the one who injured his younger brother, considering the only sign was the armor and large hammer. So, there was no need for much thought. Seeing his grandson could injure his own younger brother gave Firion great pleasure internally. However, this grandson whom he hadn't seen before had undoubtedly taken someone's life. Therefore, he wanted to give Sunbart a way out while still including a subtle punishment. But seeing his grandson not only failing to appreciate his kindness, but even contradicting him, Firion's anger erupted naturally. Of course, Sunbart also understood what his unseen grandfather meant. As a descendant of the divine dragon with a proud lineage, Sunbart's unwavering arrogance arose instantly. After all, Letitia didn't deserve any respect. As soon as Firion spoke, full of anger, he immediately realized his mistake. But it was too late to rectify. Fine, I'll tell you. I am the elder. Whether or not I belong to Yurlan's family. So what? Has Yurlan's family ever taken care of me or given me any favors? I don't have such obligation. I've never thought of myself as part of Yurlan's family, Sunbart declared with an air of invincibility. Upon hearing Sunbart's words, everyone frowned. But of course those who had come along with Sunbart didn't find it surprising. The situation was clear enough. You? Upon hearing Sunbart's reply, Firion found himself speechless. Just the identity of Sunbart as an elder from the Dark Temple wasn't something Firion could easily argue with, let alone the fact that Firion had indeed provided no help to Sunbart. Upon hearing these words from his son, Roots found himself at a loss for what to say. Yes, he believed he owed Sunbart an apology. Even if you're an elder from the Dark Temple, I will avenge my son's death. Niwas had already been blinded by hatred. The echo of this sentence had barely subsided. The Dark Pope Arian was dressed in artifacts all over his body, silver flashes and red holes. His great earth guardian beast appeared, a very strange fox-like entity. An awe-inspiring moment. Even Sunbart saw a guardian beast of the heaven class for the first time. Arian angrily said, "Such a small Long's family. Dare you attempt to kill an elder from my Dark Temple? Do you wish to die?" Understanding people heard this sentence and realized that my Dark Temple was an announcement to others that Arian was indeed the Pope. Sunbart also knew that his father-in-law was supporting him. Certainly, their reaction to the Dark Pope was different. With the inherent majesty, the grandeur of being a Pope erupted, not something the leader of the Long's family, Firion, could withstand. Firion immediately understood and humbly greeted, "Your Majesty," hastily pulling his shocked second brother aside. It was I who personally witnessed Sunbart striking Letitia. This person was attacking Sunbart's father. Thus, as a son, Sunbart unintentionally slapped and killed him. I believe there's nothing wrong with that. What do you think? Arian did not bid them rise but fiercely defended his son-in-law, emphasizing the word unintentional heavily. After listening to the Dark Pope's words, Firion cast a sharp look at his second brother. Of course, Niwas trembled violently. He had never imagined that his son beating Root's son, Lutz, would be witnessed by Lutz's son, Sunbart. Niwas obviously understood that taking revenge on Sunbart now was absolutely impossible. Having cleared the facts after becoming the head of the Long's family, his mind became clearer. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm sorry, Roots. I didn't know my rebellious son could act this way. It was my rashness, and he deserved to die." Niwas' transformation was too swift. Everyone thought that Niwas truly admitted his mistake. However, Lei, who had been staring at Niwas all along, caught a gleam of cunning in Niwas' eyes. Subsequently, Firion let Niwas carry his son off to bury him. Afterward, as the head of the clan, Firion invited everyone to go inside the main hall. Once inside the main hall, the atmosphere remained strangely tense, and no one knew what to say. Firion somewhat regretted his earlier words privately since Sunbart only acknowledged his father. To avoid further awkwardness, Firion stood up to take his leave, allowing Sunbart's family time to reunite. After seeing Firion leave, people in the room began chatting and laughing. Little Wit no longer complained about his grandfather's smell of alcohol and started playing joyfully. Lei then voiced his question to Sunbart, who was watching his father and son playing happily nearby, precisely because Lei had seen that fierce glint in Niwa's eyes. Chapter 120, Divine Dragon Set, Dragon Cape. Master, be careful of Newts. I feel that this man might be a fake ally. The shift in enmity is too fast. I can sense he is dangerous to us. Lair didn't hold back and spoke his mind in front of everyone. Yes, Sunbart, you need to pay attention. Although I don't have Lair's level of accuracy, I still have some feelings. This was said by Arian Da. Uncle Lair, father-in-law, I will be cautious. But, Sunbart said this while looking at his father. Of course, Lutz, who overheard their conversation, also glanced at Sunbart. All right, Lair seemed to remember something and suddenly realized it. What? Arian Da asked. The young master's blood can enhance other strength. If everyone improves, that would be good. Of course, Lair didn't mention another function of Sunbart's blood. What do you mean? Arian Da became more confused. If everyone becomes stronger, we'll be better able to guard against hidden threats. This was Sunbart speaking. He wasn't hiding anything from his father-in-law willingly, but there were ears on the walls, and Sunbart was afraid of that. That makes sense. Arian Da understood the glance from his son-in-law. Dinner. Without mentioning that his own grandson came to visit, even as a Dark Elder, the Longxi family should entertain properly. Naturally, with the double happiness concerning his grandson, they must entertain even better, his grandson being far more important than the Dark Elder. However, Firion followed Arian Da's meaning and didn't make it overly extravagant. Just one table of food arranged neatly in the living room of the Longxi family. At the feast, Sunbart revealed to everyone the power of his own blood. When Sunbart mentioned that he was the inheritor of the Divine Dragon, everyone was very shocked. Still, Lutz had already been amazed in the afternoon, so nothing struck him particularly anymore. Firion and Newts were different. Especially Newts, Lair stared at him, unable to comprehend the gleam in his eyes. Of course, hearing that his grandson's blood could strengthen others, Firion was very excited. And when he heard that Sunbart's Divine Dragon Knights lacked many members, Firion clearly volunteered to gather some worthy people from the Longxi family to join. After dinner, in Sunbart's bedroom, Arian Da and Lair were discussing something with 3 other people. Naturally, Sunbart told Arian Da about the issue concerning this blood. Master, we must beware of those who might be Newts' confidants. Then tomorrow, will we kill or keep them? Yes. What Lair said was indeed crucial. If the Divine Dragon Knights had confidants of newts, it wouldn't be appropriate to kill them on the spot. Let's proceed this way. Tomorrow, first let my grandfather and second grandfather drink the blood wine. Afterward, we'll let the subordinates have it. I'll probe into what they're thinking and then place problematic individuals into your forces. We are bound by our contract, which helps with coordination. Does that work? After deep reflection, Sambart looked up at Layer and then directed his next words toward his father-in-law. Not bad. Sambart's plan works. But, also note that eventually, if they prove untrustworthy, handle them discreetly during battles. Given that Arian Da was the Pope of the Dark Temple, certain harsh matters must be carried out when necessary. To rule, decisiveness is key. Is there anything else we need to consider? Sambart feared there might be things he hadn't thought of, so he sought their help. 3 commoners' wits can exceed a wise one. This saying holds true. As night fell, the moon always hung high in Luo Yun Empire's sky, and the weather was extremely cold at night. Desert weather was like this. Hot in the day, cold at night. When everyone had mostly fallen asleep, Ivy emerged holding Wit from Lute's room, heading towards Sambart's room. After entering the room, Sambart was already sitting cross-legged in meditation, while Arian Da and Layer had long retired to rest. Upon hearing the door open, Sambart noticed his lover enter. He smiled lovingly at her, took their already sleeping son gently, and whispered softly, "Wash up, then let's rest." "Okay," Ivy responded tenderly. No words were exchanged for the rest of the night. Outside Long City, dozens of people stood in neat ranks. Up front were a few people, Sambart, Layer, Arian Da, and the head and deputy head of the Long clan. In front of Sambart stood a large wooden barrel, filled with blood drawn from the night. It was soaked to create blood wine. Then Fei Yang's bold voice declared loudly, "Children of the Long family, listen to me. This child beside me, this is also our family's child, Sambart Long. I think many of you may not know yet, but he truly is the descendant of the dragon god." There was not a hint of disorder below at the patriarch's words, showing how disciplined these warriors of the Longxi family were. Of course, the reason I've gathered you all here today is for a good cause. Since our Longxi family has actually produced a divine dragon heir, in the name of the divine dragon, we need to form a divine dragon knights corps that requires your participation. This was already announced to you yesterday, and those who are unwilling now should know the consequences. Naturally, these were all internal members of the Longxi family. When Fei Yang had spoken yesterday, all of them swore an oath in the name of the divine dragon not to disclose what they had heard. Otherwise, their punishment would be death. However, when the clan leader spoke yesterday about Sambart being the successor of the divine dragon, the commotion was immense. How could there be no reaction now? Even if some had anticipated it, while their bodies remained still, wasn't the fiery brilliance in every warrior's eyes genuine? The fiery brilliance, it was evident. It was the longing to become one of the divine dragon knights. The blood wine before you is for enhancing strength. I'll drink first to set an example. Everyone naturally had no objections. Fei Yang took the lead and drank the blood wine. Since it could enhance strength, as the old patriarch, he certainly wouldn't miss out on it. Of course, Sambart also ensured his grandfather drank some. Next was Newts, followed by all the warriors. Gradually, the blood wine in the wooden barrel grew less and less. With one last scoop, everyone finished drinking. As Sambart closed his eyes gently, Arian Da tipped the last scoop of blood wine into his mouth facing the sky. Arian Da did this for 2 reasons. First, to reassure his son-in-law, and second, because who wouldn't want to boost their power? Naturally, when Sambart saw his father-in-law do this, he felt deeply moved inside. After Sambart observed, he immediately sat cross-legged. Yes, the spirit energy surged like a flood tide again, overwhelming him too quickly and dominatingly rushing into Sambart's spiritual sea. But Sambart knew that this abrupt surge in spirit energy was undoubtedly beneficial, so he gritted his teeth and endured. After everyone drank the blood wine, they all sat cross-legged. Of course, only Layer remained watching. Lutz and Ivy stayed home because Lutz not only drank his own son's blood wine, but also consumed a divine dragon holy fruit. In the vast white spiritual energy within the spiritual sea, Sambart harbored a slight doubt. Such occurrences weren't new. When I gave the blood wine to Mia and others, my spirit energy skyrocketed significantly. But when giving it to hundreds of beasts later, I barely felt anything. Yet, now with dozens of people drinking the blood wine, the surge in spirit energy returned to be so intense. Could it be that humans and beasts differ? While enduring the pain and withstanding the crazy assault of the spirit energy, Sambart was pondering this question. Yes, what Sambart didn't know was that as the king of all beasts, the divine dragon could overlook the submission of beasts. However, in the case of human submission, the blood contained an immense pride that forcibly absorbed human spirit energy. Bear in mind, the divine dragon's aura alone could make beasts submit willingly, yet its pressure couldn't compel the same from humans. For this reason, after drinking the blood wine, humans boosted Sambart's spirit energy much more intensely. Of course, there was a limit to such surges. 50 or so people drinking the blood wine this time generated nearly the same effect as the first dozen or so individuals. In just one day, many had significantly increased their abilities through the influence of the divine dragon's blood, bringing the process to an end. Most of these concluded cases involved people whose strengths couldn't be further enhanced. People like Arian Da, Fei Yang, and Newt were already highly skilled individuals. Even though their gains were relatively small, in merely one day, they achieved the equivalent of years of hard cultivation. How terrifying was this? Arian Da and Fei Yang looked at their son-in-law or grandson with even more affection in their eyes. Though Fei Yang realized he had angered his little grandson, His immense fondness was undiminished. Without such deep affection, how could anyone govern a family? Moreover, since he originally loved Lutz, how could he dislike Lutz's son, his own grandson? Naturally, he cherished a strong, talented grandson from the heart. Only Nutz's eyes flickered with chaotic brilliance, revealing unclear thoughts unknown to anyone. It was either coincidence or due to the same blood connection that Sambart and his father, Lutz, both woke up simultaneously 5 days later. During this period, Ivy and Layer were the busiest. After all, a father-in-law's strength couldn't compare with that of a lover. So, Arianda's heart was tightly bound to Sambart, causing her to rush back and forth inside and outside the city, or even sit beside Sambart, staring vacantly at her meditating lover. Layer had to attend to the old master occasionally, and also look after the young master, Wit. If not for Leanda taking Wit out shopping from time to time, Layer would have been busier still. Children were harder to take care of than adults. Opening his eyes, Sambart saw his beloved Arianda holding an oiled cloth umbrella sitting opposite him and looking at him. Stretching a little, he gently pulled Arianda, who had already stood up, walking toward Lungxi City. Inquiring mutually, Sambart learned that nothing important had happened these few days. The important matter, of course, referred to whether his mischievous second grandfather hadn't done anything harmful to Sambart's family. However, upon hearing Arianda's words, it seemed there weren't any problems. Lungxi Manor. Roars kept echoing on the outermost training ground. Just beyond several walls, Sambart clearly felt a blood-and-flesh bond with those present. Moreover, when his spiritual force probed, understanding the thoughts of others wasn't difficult. Stepping through the gates, these gate guards all bowed deeply. Seeing the envy in their eyes, Sambart knew they must have gained some understanding of his own power, and the identity of being an elder of the Dark Shrine made these guards admire him even more. Inner courtyard. There was hardly anyone in the house, though Layer and his recently awakened father, Lutz, were at home. His son had long been out sightseeing with Arianda. Sambart came into his father's room and saw that his father looked radiant with joy. Of course, Sambart slightly probed with his spiritual force and found that his father's strength had increased remarkably, not just by a small margin. The original Great Swordmaster had now leaped past both the Swordmage and Great Swordmaster levels to achieve Sword Saint status. This improvement in strength was indeed astonishing. Even his long-realm guardian beast seemed to hint at a breakthrough. Lutz, barely 50 years old, was currently showing very optimistic potential. Subsequently, without saying anything, Sambart directly summoned some artifacts and spirit weapons from his spatial ring to equip his father. 3 divine items for spirit weapons. Of course, these things had existed before in Sambart's divine dragon ring. He didn't fully outfit his father with divine items, nor let him join the divine dragon knights. Sambart hoped his father could live the rest of his life peacefully and not be caught in endless battles. Without a word, seeing his son's capabilities, Lutz was also extremely delighted. To have such a capable son made him proud and self-assured. Since his son had grown up and was the heir of the divine dragon, then whatever arrangement his son made, the father had every right to support wholeheartedly. With affectionate eyes but without words, he immediately began absorbing the divine and spirit weapons. Asking Layer to guard once again, Sambart took Arianda out for a walk around the city and, of course, to enjoy a good meal. Having not eaten for many days, this spiritual essence needed replenishment as well. In the afternoon, after eating a meal at the restaurant with Arianda, they unexpectedly encountered their son and father-in-law. Knowing how small Sulong City was, it wasn't surprising that under his father-in-law's impressive speed, touring the entire city happened quickly. What puzzled Leanda greatly was that no matter how many times they retraced the same route with his grandson, little Wit never got tired of it. Later that afternoon, Sambart carried his son while holding his wife, starting another round of exploration. Of course, this time they entered stores and selected items carefully. Arianda, citing extreme fatigue, returned to the Lungxi Manor. Sambart, of course, knew that his father-in-law wanted the 3 of them to get closer together. After dinner, when everyone else withdrew, Sambart sat alone at the table, with one other person still there, his grandfather. He didn't know why his grandfather had kept him behind. However, Sambart just probed his second grandfather earlier using his spiritual force and confirmed Layer's suspicions. This second grandfather hadn't given up his hatred, but was amassing it. On the contrary, what shocked Sambart was that his first grandfather was wholly devoted to him. Even in selecting candidates for the Divine Dragon Knights, none of Inner Wust's recommendations were chosen, giving Sambart great relief. Even now, probing his grandfather's thoughts, all Sambart could discern was the notion of, the family secret must be told to my grandson. He obtained no further details. Of course, Sambart wouldn't ask something like, Grandpa, what secret are you going to tell your grandson? Even though Sambart could already guess the secret, revealing it this way would also disclose his own. After much deliberation, Felion was actually waiting for his grandson to inquire about what the matter was. But he never expected that his grandson would remain so composed, not uttering a single word. This undoubtedly increased Felion's appraisal of his grandson. His composure and calmness were undoubtedly essential qualities for someone wielding power. But how could Felion know that Sambart was inwardly probing his thoughts? Good grandson, follow me. It's time to tell you the family's secret. Unable to contain himself, Felion spoke up first. All right, Grandpa, go on. Of course, upon realizing that the grandpa in front of him truly had his best interest at heart, what had once been forced respect transformed into sincere reverence. Felion saw it in his eyes, heard it in his ears, and felt joy within his heart. He turned around and walked away, with Sambart following closely behind. The inside layers involved passing through countless doors, but all Sambart knew was that after following his grandpa into an enormous study, they entered a hidden compartment, descending diagonally underground. This, of course, was the basement of the Longxi family's library. Only successive family patriarchs were permitted entry here. Others were strictly forbidden, not even aware of its existence. The basement. A magnificent scene shocked Sambart. Here, spanning hundreds of mu, Chinese acre, it could be called the underground city of Longxi City. However, compared to a proper city, it was certainly smaller. Inside were hundreds of people. Yes, hundreds of people researching something. An imposing giant, upon seeing Felion arrive with a man only slightly shorter than himself, though somewhat puzzled, didn't ask too many questions. Head of the clan. The towering giant finished speaking and glanced at Sambart. Sambart, upon seeing such a giant, was slightly astonished. After all, Sambart's height rivaled that of most on the divine dragon continent. Yet this muscular man stood taller by a head, causing Sambart to marvel. Moreover, the rugged arms and explosive muscles radiated immense strength. In the furthest reaches of this underground city, there stood a massive furnace, burning something unknown. Although these individuals researched something, Sambart wasn't aware of what it was. However, everyone here, bearing their upper torsos, exhibited bulging muscles indicating tremendous latent power, absolutely not to be underestimated. In this subterranean city, the clinking and clanging sounds were incessant, as if they were constructing some grand project. Yet within Sambart's spiritual mind, the divine dragon guardian spoke a sentence. Sambart, this place absolutely has the divine dragon king's cape. You should ask your grandpa. Hearing the words from the divine dragon guardian within his spiritual mind, Sambart hesitated briefly but quickly recovered. At this moment, it was his grandpa Felion who spoke, saying to the giant, Alexander, go ahead with your work. This is my grandson, the successor of the divine dragon, Sambart Longxi, who has long been out training. Now he has returned to take charge of the family matters. No need to be nervous. Carry on with your duties. Upon hearing that the person beside the clan head was the successor of the divine dragon and belonged to the Longxi family, Alexander's mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist, and his pupils clearly contracted. Yes, who wouldn't be surprised to hear that the successor of the divine dragon was standing right before them? Anyone would likely react this way, though those with preparation might differ. Sambart, this is our Longxi family's chief mechanical designer, Alexander Longxi. What you see now is the design of colossal machines. However, our family's progress has been slow. Felion spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Listen carefully. Let me tell you about the history of our Longxi family. Felion's words left Sambart quite puzzled and eager to learn more about his family. Haven't you heard of the Pineapple Dynasty's chief mechanical designer, Nupa Borles? Felion saw the gleam of keen interest in his grandson's eyes and knew his grandson must have heard of him, yet he still waved his hand and continued. If you have, then it makes things easier to explain. In fact, our Longxi family existed during the days of the Pineapple Dynasty. Back then, our Longxi family was just a minor clan, learning miscellaneous skills under chief mechanic Nupa Boru. At that time, our family wasn't held in high regard by Nupa Boru or others. Even though he was Master Pineapple's younger brother, everyone thought we were neglecting our duties and recklessly conducting research, so we were not taken seriously. But, in the final unification of the continent, our achievements were finally revealed to the world. Alas, before Nupa Boru Les passed away, he burned all the records, leaving our family with only parts that could never be assembled into a whole. His genius truly remains unmatched. If we could find some of the original designs from Master Nupa Boru Les, perhaps our Longxi family can regain its former glory. Later, Master Nupa Boru Les gave us a cloak, saying it must be well protected. This cloak even Master Pineapple couldn't use. Of course, Master Pineapple handed it over to Master Nupa Boru before breaking through his final boundary. The last words of advice were for the ancestors of our Longxi family to protect this cloak well and wait until the divine dragon descendant arrives to gift it to him. After listening to his grandfather's account, Sambart had roughly grasped the past of their Longxi family. Still, Sambart hadn't yet managed to tell his grandfather that he himself had met Nupa Boru Les and already knew where these mechanisms were located. Once again, his grandfather said, "Follow me. I will give you the cloak first, then show you around here." Sambart followed his grandfather to a small room. There was nothing inside the room except a table and a golden large chest. Felion took out a key, unlocked it, and Sambart saw the cloak. There was only one cloak in the entire huge box, with no other objects, highlighting the rarity of this cloak as well as Felion's meticulous preservation. Sambart reached out and picked up the cloak, and a formidable and domineering aura instantly washed over him. Yes, the cloak exuded an overpowering arrogance. The cloak was black and adorned with a dragon imprint, much like the one on the Hammer King armor in the Shrine Palace. Upon touching it, Sambart felt a deep kinship. Yes, it was as if he and the cloak were one entity. With the cloak's overwhelming arrogance and mightiness, even Felion didn't dare to look directly at it. He had never realized this cloak possessed such power. In the past, it seemed to be just a lifeless object in Felion's hands, but now in his grandson's possession, it came alive, as if the lifelike dragon imprint could leap off it and soar right before them. Sambart didn't admire it long. He directly stored the cloak into his divine dragon ring and excitedly told his grandfather, "Yes, Grandpa, this is the divine dragon cape. Since Grandpa has given me a surprise, let your grandson also give you a surprise." Felion looked at his grandson in bewilderment, completely unaware what kind of surprise his grandson could possibly offer him. I fell into a palace near Golden Sand City in the Luoyun Empire. The designer of the palace was none other than Master Nupaboru. There should be some perfect specimens within, Sambart explained, aiming first to genuinely strengthen his Lungxi family, and second, being deeply impressed by Master Nupaboru's ingenious design, believing these could prove useful in future battlefields. As the patriarch, Firion, upon hearing his grandson's revelation, immediately lit up with bright eyes. This secret undeniably offered the greatest advantage to their Lungxi family. This meant the Lungxi family's mechanical design would surge to a higher level drastically. And Firion firmly believed that when his grandson eventually unified the divine dragon continent, this help would absolutely provide invaluable strength. Despite being over 100 years old, Firion couldn't suppress his excitement and trembled while asking his grandson, "In the Luoyun Empire? How come I don't know about it? Where exactly?" Seeing his grandfather's anxiousness, Sambart smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa, calm down. We'll discuss it carefully later. Actually, this place lies within the dark marshes of Daimer Kingdom. Don't worry. Yes, some things required patience." Firion's previous eagerness left him somewhat embarrassed, chuckling inwardly and wondering how he could lose composure in front of his grandson. Later, Sambart accompanied his grandfather as they strolled around the underground city beneath Lungxi City. Indeed, Sambart noticed that his family only produced simple mechanical locks, meaning connectors, but extremely complex designs were absent. Some larger materials required multiple people to stabilize them, which made Sambart think back to the pulling sound in the underground palace, something that hoisted those heavy stone doors. Perhaps this device could better assist his clansmen. Of course, there was also the Hammer King armor door in the Beast God Palace, where Sambart underwent 6 challenges. Those should have been similar devices as well. However, Sambart did not know that even these simple things were difficult for his family to produce. After a brief stroll, they emerged to see a full moon hanging high in the night sky. When Sambart returned to his quarters, he found a crowd gathered there. Moreover, his father-in-law's expression was unusually grim, and Sambart couldn't figure out the reason. As everyone saw Sambart arrive, Arian abruptly delivered the bad news. "Son-in-law, I have some unfortunate news for you." Observing his father-in-law's solemn face, Sambart quietly waited to hear what this unfortunate news might be. Chapter 121, The Fall of the Timil Principality. Seeing his father-in-law's serious face, Sambart immediately felt unease in his heart, as if something bad had already happened, and it seemed to be close to his own loved ones. But all his loved ones were basically here. Could there be someone else? Dragon Valley. That was impossible. Could it be Lacey? The expressions on everyone's faces seemed to know what had happened, so they all didn't look good. But watching Sinbart's ever-changing expression, unexpectedly, Sinbart actually guessed correctly. Even Yalianda, who wanted to tell Sinbart, after hearing Sinbart's words, slightly paused and said in surprise, "Do you already know?" "Know what? Did something really happen to Lacey?" Sinbart thought his guess was correct and became more anxious inside. Although he hadn't done anything with Lacey, the feelings weren't fake. Seeing that Sinbart did not yet know, Yalianda let out a slow breath. If such matters could still be guessed by Sinbart, then that would be terrifying. He quietly said to Sinbart, "It isn't Lacey that has something wrong, though we don't even know whether Lacey is safe or not. However, the current situation is even more shocking. The Timil Principality has fallen." Despite Yalianda's soft voice, once these heavy words were spoken, Sinbart instantly froze. He mumbled, "The Timil Principality fell? Fell? How could that be? When did this happen?" Sinbart knew that at this point, he could only remain more composed. Otherwise, if their leader couldn't keep calm, how could the warriors following him do any better? Seeing Sinbart's composure, Yalianda was extremely pleased. He softly said, "It happened yesterday, but upon hearing that after the Brightness Temple occupied it, the Empress of Timil has already disappeared. Nobody knows where she went. Of course, there is also no way to say if Lacey is safe or not. Moreover, now the Brightness Temple has officially declared that the Spartacus Principality and the Bartata Principality are fully merged, which means the current Brightness Temple is the combined temple of 2 countries. After occupying Timil, now 3 countries have been assimilated, and the next target is undoubtedly the Emperor Dragon Principality. Sinbart, should we start some countermeasures?" Sinbart listened to his father-in-law's words and began calculating in his mind. On major issues, Sinbart never took things lightly, nor allowed small details to be overlooked. Otherwise, casualties on this critical juncture would not only be immense, but also greatly detrimental to the unification of the Xuanhuan continent. Everyone looked at Sinbart pacing back and forth in the room, their eyes moving along with his body. Then Sinbart turned and spoke just one sentence. "All of you go rest for now. We will consider this over time. Right now, I can't suddenly think of a very good strategy. Therefore, I need to filter out the best decision in my mind. Tomorrow, everyone waits in my grandfather's hall, and we'll hold a meeting." Seeing Sinbart's calmness and his effortless guiding ability, Yalianda nodded in relief. In response to such sudden news, if Sinbart hadn't carefully considered before providing a solution, even if there was a method, it wouldn't necessarily be the best. Maintaining a clear mind is absolutely necessary for the head of a group. One by one, the crowd left, leaving behind only his lover and his son. Dear Lacey, Awire was still immensely worried, but seeing Sinbart's wave of the hand, she stopped herself from speaking. All she heard was Sinbart's domineering voice saying, "No one can harm my family. Even if he is a god, Wayer, you can rest assured. Once the Great War begins, I'll place you within the Divine Dragon Ring. As for Lacey, I can only hope nothing happens to her. If something does, I will make the Brightness Temple understand what it truly means to wish you were dead." That arrogance, that audacity, that dominance. Awire had never seen Sunbart this angry before, not even when killing his second uncle. Seeing her beloved like this, Awire could only console him and ease the gloom in her husband's heart. There was silence throughout the night. Sunbart sat in meditation for the whole night, pondering numerous questions. Even Awire, lying down on the bed, woke up multiple times during the night because of him. Although only side on, looking at her man's distant gaze, she felt uncertain. Is he worried about the entire continent? Or is he worried about Lacey? Though Awire did not dislike Lacey, the natural trait of a woman is to secure her man's exclusive love, so at this moment, Awire felt a little jealousy too. Ordinarily, with his sharp senses, Sunbart would definitely notice that his beloved had awakened, but right now, his mind was elsewhere. Xiaowei teetered awake with a slight sound. Naturally, this young and tender did interrupt the two's deep thoughts. Are you awake? Sunbart asked affectionately while looking at the pair of mother and child. Daddy Carrie. Little Xiaowei, bare-bottomed, seeing his father standing by the bedside, reached out his hands to be picked up. Awire merely nodded slightly. As Awire passed Xiaowei over to Sunbart's arms, she began dressing herself quietly and softly inquired, Have you thought of any methods yet? Sunbart slightly nodded. Though he didn't want to worry his wife, he was uncertain if the ideas in his mind would even work. After freshening up, everyone gathered around the dining table. Even Grandpa too, who wasn't usually close, was present. Of course, Sunbart also paid close attention to his second grandfather's thoughts. After breakfast, it might have been Farian's intentional or unintentional action, knowing his grandson disliked Naiwuzi, so he had Naiwuzi sent away first. Everyone waited for Sunbart's instructions. There's no need for me to say more. Time is urgent now. The Temple of Light has already started their moves, which means we can't sit back and wait to die, Sunbart announced with a rough and resonant voice, his face stern. First, I will gather all those chosen from the Divine Dragon Knights into the Divine Dragon Ring, where they'll absorb divine artifacts and harmonize. Secondly, father-in-law must return to the temple and ensure there are backup candidates. Strict training must also be carried out. Part of that training should include more mages since the Divine Dragon Knight Order currently lacks sufficient mage members. Another important matter. Emperor Dragon Principality needs to conduct thorough reconnaissance to determine whether the Emperor Dragon Principality also has ties with the Brightness Temple. Yalianda smiled appreciatively, admiring his son-in-law's leadership skills. Grandpa, continue with your own business. There's nothing for you to do at the moment, Sunbart said to his grandfather. Wei'er and Xiaowei enter the Divine Dragon Ring. I cannot bear to let either of you leave my side. Sunbart spoke lovingly toward his beloved. Lastly, I'll head to Lacey Empire first. Don't worry, I won't act rashly on my own. Noticing everyone's gestures attempting to dissuade him, Sunbart quickly reassured them. What else needs to be discussed? Let's bring up any other suggestions before we finalize plans, Sunbart stated, fearing he may overlook something vital. Seeing how reasonably Sunbart arranged everything, everyone agreed unanimously without hesitation. Very well, I'll set off immediately. Everyone prepare accordingly as the great battle is about to begin. At this point, Sunbart remembered his father was still absorbing the divine artifact. Hold on to take care of my father well, don't let him worry about me. I'll go ahead. No one added any further words, only urging Sunbart to stay safe. Outside the city gates, Yalianda, a man of action, had already left ahead, driven by the urgency of the Temple of Light's movements. This was undoubtedly a major event. Instead of instantly bringing his beloved and son into the Divine Dragon Ring, Sunbart sat atop Lair to savor these final moments together. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Sunbart commanded Lair to fly south. Dark Bog. Lacey had fainted outside a marshy area. By her side, Yunyul, with his severed arm, watched over her carefully. He held a green glowing spirit tool stained with blood, while his black sword had turned crimson red after being soaked in blood. In the distance, an intense battle raged on. Lacey's imperial mentor, Deus Lion, was alone fighting dozens of enemies. Though several bodies lay lifelessly on the ground, Deus Lion was also drenched in blood, both his enemies and his own. Even though Deus Lion had reached the rank of Sword Emperor and wielded a divine weapon, he had engaged in the pursuit and slaughter of more than 100 people along with Yunyul, which led to their current dire situation. Because among the escapees from the Brightness Temple's pursuit, only 3 remained. Crown Prince Et had already been captured by the Brightness Temple and made into a hostage. After days of continuous battles, no matter how strong their abilities were, they had been forced into such straits, cornered near the perilous dark marsh between Dragon Valley and the Gold Desert. Being a girl, Lacey had endured immense tension for days without rest, thus eventually fainting today. You old man, hand over Empress Timer to us, and I promise we won't kill you. A leading knight smirked, contempt already showing in his eyes because he knew Deus Lion wouldn't last much longer. Moreover, dozens of others surrounded them, indicating the battle was nearly ending. Arrogant bastards. You'll step over my corpse before getting my granddaughter. Despite his old age, Daislian's gaze remained cold and resolute. His eyes showed both unwillingness and a stubborn determination to fight on. He knew that Yunyul behind him had little strength left, and worse still, his own granddaughter possessed no combat capabilities. Even more infuriating was the fact that the Divine Dragon hadn't provided a guardian beast for Lacey. The deeper the resentment, the more hatred grew within. At this moment, Deus Lion only thought that even in death, he would die fighting. You old man. Giving you a face, and yet you don't want it, the knight said with a smirk as he swung his long sword coated with golden do chi toward Deus Lion. His expression had become very hideous from Daislian's resolute determination. Good. Very good. Lion unleashed the remnants of his black dough cheese stored within him. Yes. Now Daislian's appearance was also very grotesque, the wrinkles on his face even more terrifying than the knight's. Boom. Even though Lion was powerful as a sword emperor with a divine weapon, the remaining dark dough chi shield could not withstand the golden dough chi of a great sword saint. Seeing that the sword emperor's black dough chi had been broken through by himself, the knight secretly rejoiced, but still maintained a look of disdain on his face. Because this leading knight hadn't participated in any battles, having commanded his subordinates to do all the fighting for him. However, Daislian's dough chi was nearly exhausted. Pang! Lion was sent flying back, his divine greatsword falling aside, blood spewing out wildly. Those crimson eyes were filled with nothing but unwillingness to give up. Where are you, son-in-law? I can no longer protect Lacey. Crimson tears rolled down, but instead of being clear, they were fresh red blood tears. Witnessing a single strike wounding the sword emperor, the Knights of Light roared with wild laughter. There the knight was, golden dough chi bursting forth as he leaped 5 meters into the air, wielding his green spirit weapon charged with golden dough chi towards Lion. No! Yunil screamed with an anguished roar, but it was completely useless. Lying there on the ground, Lion looked like he was simply waiting for death. As the golden dough chi slashed down towards his body, Lion mustered his final reserves of dough chi, grabbed his divine weapon, and swung a hazy black dough chi at it. But, even so, the spirit weapon of the Knight of Light easily cut through his armor like tofu, entering his body through the seams of his armor. Yet, Lian's great divine sword managed to strike the knight's shoulder. Yes, everyone present was shocked, for the divine giant sword of Lion split downward diagonally from the knight's shoulder. The yellow ghost class armor offered absolutely no resistance. This leading knight was cleanly split into 2 halves. Of course, Lion was also pierced by a fatal blow and crashed heavily to the ground. Although Lion died with his eyes open, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Everyone was astonished by this sudden development. Yunil silently shed tears. His close friend who accompanied him for many years, one who surpassed even family bonds, had now died. How could Yunil not feel deep sorrow and pain? At the very moment Yunil shouted, Lacey slowly regained consciousness. Although she didn't see the exact moment Lion died, seeing her grandfather lying motionless on the ground let her know what had happened. Tears flowed silently down her cheeks. Nevertheless, some of the members of the Brightness Temple regained their composure despite the shock. Brothers, if we capture Empress Timer, we'll all be credited with great accomplishments. Charge forward, brothers. A nameless knight shouted. Everyone awakened by his call and slowly advanced towards Lacey. No one rushed to grab the divine artifact dropped by Lion, for whoever contributed most at the end could claim it. Capturing people was more important now, and grabbing the divine artifact afterward wouldn't matter much. Seeing his brother's death, Yunil could only think of protecting his granddaughter better. However, under this severe wound, sadness, and days of consumed spiritual power, he suddenly pushed himself further beyond his limits, barely enduring the exhaustion of his spirit, and stood up. Observing Yunil's unstable swaying figure, anyone could see how fragile he appeared. Just a breeze could knock him down. Seeing her grandfather in such condition, Lacey wept harder. But Lacey also knew those people wouldn't let her go. She closed her eyes gently and murmured softly, Sunbart, Sunbart. But Sunbart was far away and couldn't hear her. Sitting on Layer, Sunbart felt inexplicably restless and uneasy. Just as Lacey prayed. Roar. A massive roar reverberated through the air, shaking trees, leaves violently. In this late autumn season, the thick, fine leaves fell like whispers, scattering everywhere. All were momentarily stunned and turned their gazes toward the source. Even Lacey, who had lightly closed her eyes, opened them again. When, upon seeing the enormous beast that entered their vision, Lacey's small cute mouth shaped into an O, as everyone else did, unable to close their mouths. Because this colossal beast was none other than the same depicted on the national flag of Luo Yin Empire. Titan gigantic ape. Its height was approximately 20 meters, its rugged arms and robust legs solid and strong, and its whole body covered in explosive muscles with cracks all over them. Moreover, its entire body was enveloped in a silver-white armor, with purple light gleaming brilliantly on all 4 limbs. Its terrifying silver-white battle helmet covered its head. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the colossal Titan gigantic ape had already arrived beside Lacey. Everyone was stunned once again. A teleporting magical beast. It must be at least equivalent to a level 9 human existence. But what they didn't know was that this Titan gigantic ape was the Lord of the Dark Swamp, just like the Golden Holy Dragon from the Dragon Valley, or the Sand Hydra Lord of the Gold Desert. However, this Titan gigantic ape could match the Golden Holy Dragon of Dragon Valley. The Sand Hydra Lord definitely lacked an artifact weapon, so it was slightly weaker in power. But, even so, both were still above level 9 human beings, powerful magical beasts with immense strength. Its next action froze everyone in place. The massive body extended its wild arm and gently placed the dazed Lacey on its broad shoulder. Yes, placed right on its shoulder, the savage beast used such a gentle motion. It caused eyeballs to drop everywhere. Even Lacey herself was confused. Then it swiftly grabbed Yunil and leaped into the air. Without any flashy moves, one vertical jump sent it soaring over 10 meters high. Its giant feet slammed down heavily, just like Sinbart's enormous heaven-earth hammer. Boom. Indeed, this was the unique skill of the Titan gigantic ape, Stomp. In an instant, invisible waves of energy spread out in a circular pattern. Within a mile radius, every single tree fell. Even the Knights of Light were shaken so violently that blood flowed from their 7 orifices, killing them all. No one knew this Titan giant was the Lord of the Dark Swamp. It was just shy of reaching semi-god status, and it possessed 3 divine artifacts on its body. This strike had a similar stunning effect as Sinbart's Heaven-Earth Hammer, but differed in that the Titan gigantic ape stomp could kill, whereas Sinbart's only stunned. Looking down at the humans in its hand with full disdain, the Titan gigantic ape gently placed Xuanhuan back onto the ground. Xuanhuan now felt utterly lost. Just as the Titan giant was about to carry Lacey away, Xuanhuan came back to his senses. Wait, what? Of course, Xuanhuan was asking why the Titan giant would rescue them and take Lacey away. With such immense power, Xuanhuan certainly knew that this magical beast had extremely high intelligence and could speak human language, because any magical beast surpassing level 8 can transform into human form. Given how this beast instantly slaughtered so many people, who could claim it wasn't at least level 8? There's no reason. If you want to know, bring Sinbart to see me. The overwhelming aura swept through, and Xuanhuan's frail body immediately collapsed on the ground. But I don't even know this person. Xuanhuan, of course, had no idea that the man known as Long was actually Sinbart. Find her lover, and you'll find Sinbart. Then come and see me. After finishing his words, the Titan giant didn't even glance at Xuanhuan and disappeared into the jungle with a few leaps. What was even more astonishing was that, when the enormous body landed again, not a sound was heard. Considering the fierce stomp earlier, this was almost impossible to believe for anyone. Seeing Lacey being carried away by the Titan giant, Xuanhuan could only look on helplessly. He certainly knew that, even if he and Daisleon were at their peak strength together, they might not necessarily defeat this huge and terrifying beast. Sinbart, uttering these last 3 words softly, Xuanhuan couldn't support himself anymore and lay back unconscious. Meanwhile, sitting atop Layer, Sinbart's uneasy heart finally faded gently. However, none of this escaped Avi's keen eyes. She asked tenderly, "What's wrong? Are you unwell anywhere?" Lifting his head to see Avi's ever-loving gaze, Sinbart shook his head lightly to avoid worrying her. Nothing. Of course, Avi wouldn't easily believe such dismissive words. Naturally, Avi also knew her lover did not wish her to worry. "Uncle Lay, faster," urged Sinbart, recalling the unease he'd felt moments ago. Upon hearing Sinbart's call, Layer immediately roared toward the sky, accelerating its already rapid speed to its absolute limit. Certainly, due to the contract connection between Layer and Sinbart, Layer too had sensed Sinbart's anxiety. Now I've published, yet my mind still feels somewhat unclear. Here, I'd like to thank all our dear readers. Thanks to your support, I've been able to come this far. Also, I deeply thank my editor Piao Piao, who has strongly supported me along the way. As for now, I have little to lament about. I will continue to bring you, my fellow brothers, the best passion and rich content. Brothers, show me some love, add me to favorites, and subscribe. Emperor of Magic will go crazy with you. Chapter 122, The Broken Duchy of Timmel. A few days later, in the dark swamp, Xuanhuan, his body in tatters, awakened from a deep unconsciousness. But, strangely enough, for several days, Xuanhuan had not been attacked by any beast, even sneaky ones. Keep in mind, in this dark swamp filled with monsters, it is usually fraught with dangers everywhere. Of course, Xuanhuan faintly guessed that it might be because of the giant creature, Titan Gorilla, who took the princess those few days ago. Looking around in a 1-mile radius, all the trees and weeds were unrecognizable. Just a few meters away from him were 2 enormous footprints. One could imagine how terrifying the trampling of Titan Gorilla's feet must have been. Naturally, despite the devastation, there were still numerous ghost artifacts and spirit weapons scattered around, glowing yellow and green, and countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. The reason Xuanhuan examined the surroundings was to find the divine weapon, a large black sword, once wielded by his deceased brother. Although his limbs were broken, during the past few days of recovery, his severed arm had already formed a scar. And now, Xuanhuan was energized. Though his brother was dead, he was slightly saddened, but knowing his granddaughter, Empress Timmel, was still alive gave him solace. If he could find a son-in-law, Long, and then locate Sinbart through Long, his princess could be saved. This would indeed be good news. Xuanhuan could tell that the Titan Gorilla had no intention of killing, or else both he and Lacey would have been dead already. Taking uncertain steps, Xuanhuan approached Daisleon's body. Picking up the black divine longsword, he dug a grave with his bare hands. Of course, Xuanhuan wouldn't allow his brother's body to be left unburied and consumed by fierce beasts, leaving his remains incomplete. After a few hours, because of some internal injuries and being single-handed, it took several more hours to dig the tomb. After burying Daisleon, Xuanhuan sat by the grave, quietly conversing. His eyes were brimming with tears. Wiping away the sorrowful tears, he turned and left. Upon departure, he naturally took all the artifacts and weaponry along with him. These would certainly prove useful for the future army. Of course, during these few days, Sinbart had already arrived at Timmel's duchy, though currently, Sinbart was very close to Timmel City. He no longer rode on Real but absorbed Real, along with his beloved wife and child, into his divine dragon ring. On his own, he sprinted on foot mainly to avoid drawing attention from the Holy Light Temple. Moreover, while sprinting, he used only his own strength, refraining from using battle chi or magic. Because at this time, the Duchy of Timmel was terrifying. Not to say that the duchy itself was terrifying, but the vast numbers of famine-stricken refugees were. Wherever you looked, whether in the jungle or official roads or small paths, there were families dragging children, old and young alike. It formed a tragic symphony. Cries and shouts echoed without end. Originally, the Duchy of Timmel boasted fertile lands, encircled by lush mountains and clear waters. So, it was not a lie when people said Timmel was the most populous among all duchies, yet the poorest. Being poor simply meant being suppressed by other countries, lacking the strength to protect against treasury losses, so heavy taxation was imposed, but it made no difference. Some knew about internal secrets, like national splits, which wouldn't have been resolved if it hadn't been for a son-in-law called Long, uniting things afterward, or the duchy would have fared worse. When everyone thought they could live peacefully for a few good years, this greater calamity struck unexpectedly. Their country fell, occupied by the Holy Light Temple. When the news spread, many refused to believe that the Holy Light Temple would dare annex land so aggressively. But, even if you didn't want to believe it, this situation announced that everything was real. With the nation's fall, the Holy Light Temple acted with absolute impunity, capturing young and pure girls. Even if their daughters and granddaughters were captured right in front of them, what could these farmers do? With no strength even to kill a chicken, how could they possibly fight off an entire pack of wolves? Fighting would change nothing. To the common people, the Holy Light Temple had become a monstrous wolf, a ravenous wolf that had starved for hundreds of years. They sparked hatred, vengeance. In such circumstances, another kind of person also arose. Bandits. People more hated than the Holy Light Temple. These men seized women just as ruthlessly, taking even wealth and food. Sembart, on his journey, had already cleared out quite a number of these scoundrels. For anyone of this kind, Sembart held a zero-tolerance policy. There was no bravery in confronting the Holy Light Temple and reclaiming their homeland. Instead, they preyed upon the weak, abusing the powerless, the commoners' daughters. These men were more deserving of death than the Holy Light Temple. They deserved 10,000 deaths. Witnessing all this, as he killed and watched, the concern in Sembart's heart for Lacey grew heavier. In most cities, there were sparse signs of human life, a vast desolation occasionally interrupted by fleeting shadows, mostly elderly too feeble to escape this chaotic era. And then there were those wretched, aimlessly wandering children. Every time Sembart witnessed the broken state of Timmel Duchy, he couldn't help but let out long sighs skyward. Of course, this further reinforced his resolve to obliterate the Holy Light Temple. The Holy Light Temple would bring nothing but continuous disaster, if not eradicated. Sembart strolled leisurely through an unnamed city. Why unnamed? The signboard of the city was made of gold. The governor had already removed it, melted it into gold bars, and fled this place of troubles, absconding with his riches. Thus, in the eyes of strangers, this became a city without a name. With the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered. As they watched their country's imminent collapse, all these corrupt officials thought only of themselves and money. After all, money holds value in any nation. Such officials, who behaved as blood-sucking parasites within the nation, wouldn't even hesitate at treason for personal gain. Walking lightly in such a city, Sembart stepped briskly, glancing around, attentive to anyone in need of help. Since entering Timmel Duchy, Sembart had always been doing just that. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Sembart heard a loud shout emanating from one shop front. Sembart cautiously approached and peeked carefully inside. What he saw was this. "Miss, don't scorn my offer. I see you have some charm. Follow me, and survival in this tumultuous world will be no issue. Moreover, I'm the leader of Wolfgang," spoke an extremely arrogant and unsightly big fat man. His face drooped with fat folds, his lips barely moved while speaking, and his heavy muscles trembled intensely. Rolling on the ground, he would resemble a cartwheel. "Yes, listen to my big brother, and you'll surely live well. Heh. Although currently, the Wolfgang consists of only a few brothers," said a thin man with pointed ears and monkey-like cheeks, whose fawning demeanor instantly repulsed Sembart. Slap. Motherfucker. What nonsense. Only a few people. That obese figure, dissatisfied, struck his follower across the forehead. "Yes, big brother, I've learned my lesson," quivered that pointed-ear man, trembling softly with fear. Sembart chuckled inwardly. A few guys trying to act like robbers? On the ground lay a girl whom Sembart could not yet discern by age. However, judging by her slender back, the fragile figure shook continuously, her shoulders trembling as she cried, "Master, please have mercy. My father is seriously ill at home. Let me go, show mercy." From this voice alone, Sembart deduced the woman must be around 17 or 18 years old. Zzz's Yesh, that self-proclaimed gang leader, the fat man, drew out a green longsword and bragged arrogantly. "Do you see? Follow me, and you'll never lose out. Otherwise, I'll slice you in two if you keep being unreasonable." Upon hearing this, the girl's cries intensified, pleading repeatedly. Just as the fat man realized the girl really wasn't compliant enough, he lifted his thick hand to slap her face. As the girl closed her eyes, preparing to take the blow across her delicate features. Shush. SSSHH. SSSHH. Boom. Boom. The first sound indicated Sembart teleporting directly beside the fat man. The second was when Sembart grabbed the fat man's wrist behind him, pressing the spiritual weapon against the throat of the thin, pointed-ear fellow before looping back to press it against the fat man's own neck. The third were the thuds of two corpses falling to the ground. To such pitiful bandits, Sembart's current strength was godlike. Ending both lives took him merely a single move. Not a drop of blood stained Sembart's body, though the girl waiting with closed eyes for the slap to hit felt as if warm water had splashed all over her face. This so-called warm water turned out to be quite bloody indeed. Slowly opening her eyes, what she saw was a towering hulking man, the two thieving brigands lying dead on the ground, unmistakably deceased. Upon seeing the blood streaming from the bandits' necks, she realized what had covered her face. Not warm water, it was blood. The girl's stomach immediately churned. A surge of nausea rose up her throat, which she couldn't suppress, vomiting all over. After a brief moment, the girl finally stopped throwing up, having cleaned the blood off her face. Through Simbart's perspective, this girl did indeed possess a certain pretty charm. Inwardly, he noted that the bandit had good eyes. Moreover, despite looking weak and pale due to fatigue, she carried a refined, demure air, one that inspired compassion. Of course, Simbart wouldn't entertain any thoughts about her. Yet, the girl continued to stare at Simbart, making him somewhat uneasy. Just as Simbart prepared to inquire aloud, suddenly the girl collapsed with a bang. Kneeling down on both knees, Simbart hurried forward, helping her up. In a gentle tone, he spoke with a slight reproach. "Miss, what do you mean? Don't make me feel awkward." Tears continuously streamed down the woman's face as she gently shook her head, obviously unable to resist Simbart's strength, and still stood up from the ground. However, she said excitedly and gratefully, "My savior, I see you again. This is the second time you have saved me." Simbart was confused, asking in bewilderment, "Miss, what are you talking about? I don't remember meeting you or having done any favor for you." Upon hearing that Simbart did not remember her, her face dimmed instantly, yet she still choked out words. After several minutes, Simbart finally had a vague impression. It was quite a coincidence. This girl happened to be one of the people rescued when, after his first escape from the dark swamp with Avril, he met an old man whose daughter had been taken by the Holy Light Temple. Then while carrying Avril frantically on horseback, Simbart unleashed his remodeled magic, meteor fire rain outside Timel City, rescuing dozens of girls including this very one, who indeed was the old man's daughter. At that time, however, due to too many people, how could Simbart have paid attention closely? Moreover, he didn't know which among the old man's daughters it was. Thus, this fortuitous meeting had brought him to rescue the woman again. Without further ado, Simbart was led by this girl to see the seriously ill old man, but of course, at Simbart's request. Outside the city, between two huge rocks, there was a gap with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Inside it was long enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people lying down. The girl's father lay within that space. The cave entrance was blocked by branches and leaves. Her meticulousness must have been meant to prevent her father from being discovered. When Simbart squatted down intending to check the old man, his hand hesitated, unable to continue, because the old man was dead. Seeing that her benefactor wasn't moving, the girl quickly asked, "My savior, can my father still be saved? Why aren't you checking?" Helplessly shaking his head, Simbart sorrowfully said, "He's already passed away." Upon hearing that her father had died, the girl suddenly froze there. She then violently pushed Simbart away, crazily shouting, "You're deceiving me, right? My father isn't dead. Please save him, save my father. Save, save." Seeing her current state, Simbart could do nothing since he lacked the ability to bring back the dead. If it were severe injuries, he originally planned to use his divine dragon blood. Maybe it would have helped. But since he'd already died, all efforts would be in vain. Simbart consoled her, saying, "The dead cannot return. Please try to grieve properly. Do not be overly heartbroken. Your appearance like this wouldn't bring peace to your father." Walking aside, Simbart channeled his black magic power, and instantly with a powerful stomp, the black magical energy infused into the earth. In the midst of the ground trembling, a 2-meter deep, 3-meter wide elliptical pit appeared. Simbart sat on nearby loose stones, waiting for the girl to regain her composure. For the entire day, the girl never requested to bury her father, crying herself unconscious, falling to the ground. When she woke up, she cried more. Watching her condition, it deeply tugged at Simbart's heartstrings until finally, with 2 smacks from Simbart and harsh words, the girl came back to her senses. "You need to understand, your father hoped for you to live better, not harm yourself like this. If your father beneath knows you now, would he find solace? Would he die peacefully?" These words heavily struck the girl's heart. Only by the next day did the girl personally bury her father. Simbart didn't help because he wanted this girl to handle her father's final affairs, showing her last filial piety. After the burial, Simbart gave this girl some food and water. As the girl was eating, Simbart summoned Rel. Seeing that her savior possessed such capabilities, the girl merely flinched slightly, quickly passing over since her father's death was the hardest blow. Subsequently, Simbart told Rel the story about this girl. Rel listened solemnly, and finally Simbart decided to admit this homeless girl into the divine dragon ring. She could then serve as a maid beside Avril, helping care for his young son. Of course, it was necessary to give this girl some divine dragon blood. It wasn't because of potential betrayal, but because the girl's current physical condition was far too weak, making it necessary. After handling these matters simply, once Rel and the girl were completely admitted into the divine dragon ring, Simbart resumed his forward march. Before this, Simbart had completely changed his identity, discarding the identity of the prince consort of the Timel kingdom, Long. But Simbart did not know that at this moment Uniel was in the city where Simbart had been 2 days ago. Of course, Uniel also did not know that the prince consort Long was so close to him. However, Uniel was indeed moving faster than Simbart, swiftly heading towards Timel City. Chapter 123, The Whereabouts of Lazy. In the next 2 days, Sinbat didn't dare to rest for a moment, because he had already delayed 2 days looking for the nameless girl. He knew well that any delay could jeopardize Lazy's safety. Of course, under those circumstances, Sinbat didn't regret taking such actions. Gazing into the distance, the blurry outline of Timur City began to come into view. It was dawn in late autumn, and the leaves of trees on the road occasionally swayed and fell. Through the morning mist, the dimly visible Timur City looked like a slumbering giant beast lying coiled there. The closer to Timur City, the fewer refugees there were. After many days of fleeing, they had dispersed and run away long ago. Just as Sunbat wanted to sit by the roadside to eat some dry rations. Suddenly, several miles away, a loud explosion resounded. In the early morning, with no cries from birds or beasts, the sound carried very far. Perhaps others might only think it was just an explosion, but Sunbat could sense that it was a person of Sword Emperor level using black battle chi, which erupted with such a deafening bang. A magician's magic power simply couldn't make such a thunderous noise. Of course, unless it was a forbidden curse. There wasn't time to satiate his hunger. Sunbat hastened his pace towards the source of the sound. In this turbulent world, when people of power are battling not far outside Timur City, without doubt, one side must be the Holy Light Palace. Therefore, whoever the Holy Light Palace people were fighting against, Sunbat knew he must lend a hand. As he drew closer, Sunbat saw more clearly now. Up ahead, dozens of individuals surrounded and fought with a Sword Emperor who had lost an arm. This Sword Emperor wielded a purple artifact longsword. Yes, purple. And indeed, it was a divine weapon. But the closer Sunbat got, the more excited he became. Because this artifact sword was unmistakably a great sword, and Sunbat recognized it. Such a great sword existed in the possession of Lion. In fact, Sunbat now believed that the figure far off with the missing arm had to be Lion. He did not think someone with Sword Emperor level strength like him would have already died. However, the one-armed figure was none other than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan harbored deep hatred for the Holy Light Palace. Throughout the journey, whenever he encountered them, he slaughtered them all. But he hadn't intended to cause bloodshed near Timur City, for fear it would affect his search for the prince consort long. Yet human plans cannot rival heaven's will. Bear in mind, at present, everyone is escaping disaster. There's no one heading toward Timur City as their goal. And that was exactly what happened to Xuanhuan. As a result, he was scrutinized by a group of Holy Light Palace knights and priests, thus igniting the hatred in Xuanhuan's heart. This led to what Sunbat witnessed. Although Xuanhuan possessed the strength of a Sword Emperor and also wielded a divine greatsword, the numbers of the Holy Light Palace were too many. Despite the deaths he caused, their overwhelming numbers gradually forced him into retreat. Without much deliberation, considering the thunderclap heard during the clear morning sky, the explosive sound could even reach Timur City's defensive forces. Therefore, Sunbat had no time to think much. He needed to immediately assist Lion in eliminating these people, though he still didn't know that the man was actually Xuanhuan. The War King armor had already manifested during his advance, gripping the massive Chaos Hammer with its radiant golden glow. Yes, Sunbat was already prepared to use the Chaos Hammer's skill, Stun. Behind him still appeared that adorable great Earth Guardian beast. Lion, leap into the air. As the distance closed, Sunbat roared loudly. Everyone was stunned by Sinbat's sudden roar. Xuanhuan turned around and saw a man dressed in full armor, but his mind failed to quickly identify who he was. After all, at that moment, the man wore a complete set of purplish divine armor. A whole set. A complete suit of divine armor covering the entire body. But as a Sword Emperor, Xuanhuan quickly realized that since this man called out Lion's name, this man should certainly come to aid him, so there was nothing else to be said. Sunbat understood that under his sudden roar, nobody would react instantly, especially if they hadn't seen his own full set of armor worn by Lion yet. When the one-armed man turned his face, Sunbat was momentarily surprised. This man was not Lion, but instead Lazy's teacher, Xuanhuan. But Sunbat remained very calm. No matter what, he had to finish this fight first before anything else. Right as he saw Xuanhuan leaping up, Sinbat's enormous Chaos Hammer crashed down onto the ground. Boom. Of course, at the moment it landed, Sunbat swiftly executed 3 teleportation steps, putting him within 100 meters of these holy knights. An invisible, colossal, savage energy wave spread outward. All holy knights, mages alike, were completely stunned. With this situation, waiting to act was meaningless. Attack! Sunbat bellowed aloud. Upon hearing the instruction from the man in armor, Xuanhuan swung his greatsword once again. The Holy Light Palace knights and priests, still reeling from the stun effect, were like tofu, easily sliced apart by Xuanhuan's blade. It was as if a meat grinder had gone berserk, tearing them to shreds. Sunbat wasn't idle either. Dozens of enormous twin thunder rages surged forth like bees swarming from a hive. Not necessarily lethal on their own, these spells could cause prolonged paralysis, giving Xuanhuan better opportunities to strike. This kind of team coordination showcased Sinbat's cleverness. Xuanhuan knew that this person was incredibly intelligent. Within less than 2 minutes, all the Holy Light Palace knights and mages met their demise under Xuanhuan's sword. With every smooth swing of his greatsword, Xuanhuan cut down another life. Sunbat maintained control with his paralyzing twin thunder rages, keeping the opponents restrained. But in those 2 minutes, from afar, they could already see a large group emerging from Timur City. Sunbat quickly removed his helmet so that Xuanhuan could recognize his face. There was no time for words. Of course, Sunbat wouldn't let these originally intended targets, holy knights and priests, go unchallenged. Summoning Lion, Sunbat leaped up onto the massive width of Lion's spine with Xuanhuan. Sunbat sat cross-legged, resting the Chaos Hammer on his legs, raising his hands above his head as if bearing the heavens. Yes, for the first time ever, Sunbat was about to display a magic forbidden curse that had been absent for many years. And this wasn't just any ban. It was the fire-based forbidden curse just below the Thunder series' grandest one, the Great Dark Heaven. Dragon Phoenix 10 Absolute Annihilations. Wild black magical energy immediately formed into two black fireballs in Sinbad's hands. They were swelling ferociously. Inside one was an indistinct dragon silhouette, and in the other, a blurred phoenix outline. Fierce energy radiated outward. Circling above Sinbad's head, the spheres continued ascending slowly. Meanwhile, Deslion gathered immense strength, awaiting its leap skyward. After several minutes of building power, the dragon and phoenix in the sky merged into one pitch-black fiery orb. And its diameter? 50 meters. The knights and priests of the Holy Light Palace could sense the disturbance, standing at a distance with trepidation, not daring to approach. But, was this useless? Impossible. If it were, it wouldn't be called a forbidden curse. As if reuniting lovers long separated, the dragon and phoenix spun around each other, radiating in absolute brilliance. Under that frenzied absorption, the 50-meter diameter dragon and phoenix split apart. Roar! A loud and colossal dragon roar erupted. Chirp! An ear-splitting phoenix cry pierced the air. These two massive elemental forms, a dragon and a phoenix, formed a vast circle rotating over a few miles like the swirling pattern of a vortex, gradually contracting. Around the area, the trees and flowers began burning. It was destruction spanning several miles. Not even the knights and priests of the Holy Light Palace who stood 2 miles away could escape the terror. From far away, in the Timur city itself, even the city's knights and priests stared in shock at the spectacle. Gradually, the dragon and phoenix began descending towards the ground. As they circled lower and closer to impact, Sinbad ordered Deslion to fly sky-high. For 3 minutes, while the dragon and phoenix circled high above, even Unir, hundreds of meters above, could feel the intense heat of their black flames. Below, the knights and priests of the Holy Light Palace, seeing the dragon and phoenix heading straight toward them, scattered in all directions to flee. But the speed of the dragon and phoenix in their final descent wasn't something ordinary people could escape. As the dragon and phoenix swept across the ground, screams and cries of anguish filled the air, but then abruptly stopped, as all who screamed had already burned to death. All they saw now was the fate of the 1,000-strong army unable to escape annihilation. Because the instant the dragon and phoenix struck, boom, when only 10 or more meters from the ground, the dragon and phoenix dove fiercely into the crowd of people. Colliding violently with the ground, they exploded, releasing destructive force. Without dimming, the dragon and phoenix shifted direction and flew upward. Once they rose higher than 10 meters, the dragon and phoenix exploded again into the mass of people below, shifting their position dozens of meters away. Again they exploded. Sunbat and Unir couldn't see through the immense clouds of dust. The third explosion soon followed, shifting their position again, dozens of meters farther. When the dust settled, 3 large craters connected in sequence appeared on the ground. Moreover, not a single Holy Light Palace knight or priest remained visible. Even the bodies left behind were charred black coals. In fact, most of the bodies had simply vanished entirely. Terrifying. So terrifying was this sight. Even Sunbat was astonished despite having witnessed such displays a few times before. Yet this was his first time truly unleashing such power on a battlefield. A single technique had massacred thousands. How frightening it was. Of course, as a being beyond the human 9th level, Sinbad's substantial mental energy had been drained by a third. Unir, sitting beside Sinbad, couldn't believe that a single spell had killed more people than he had in several days, and in such a terrifying manner. At this sight, Sinbad let out a cold snort in his heart, and immediately ordered Reel to head toward the west, where there were fewer Holy Light Palace personnel. However, this western direction was also toward the dark swamp. Of course, Sinbad had no idea that Laxi was also in that area at the moment. After dozens of minutes, Unir came back to his senses. Naturally, Sunbat and Unir exchanged words, as they had too many questions for each other. When Sunbat heard about Deslion's death while protecting his beloved, he was deeply shocked and sorrowful. Yes, it was all because he hadn't been by Deslion's side. However, Unir was also stunned when he discovered that the dragon before him was actually Sunbat. That titan Gigantopithecus had specifically sought out Sunbat. But, soon after, Unir learned that Sunbat was the descendant of the divine dragon. In addition to shock, amazement, and awe, Unir was left utterly terrified. Subsequently, Unir informed Sunbat about Laxi's whereabouts. Sunbat couldn't make sense of it no matter how much he thought about it, but he knew one thing for certain. He had to find Laxi now. Then Sunbat explained the situation with his divine dragon knights to Unir. Unir clearly agreed. Next, Sunbat took a drop of his blood, mixed it with some water, and gave it to Unir to consume. After Unir entered deep meditation, as Reel raced forward, Sunbat reflected on something else. Titan Gigantopithecus, what kind of being are you? Why help Laxi, yet insist on seeing me? Chapter 124, Titan Ape. In 2 days, at layer speed, he indeed did not reach the dark swamp. However, it was very close. During these 2 days, Unil drank Sinbat's blood, and the power enhancement had already come to an end. Sinbat naturally knew that the divine artifact giant sword in Unil's hands had not been absorbed by Unil, as he lacked the divine dragon blood and the divine dragon sacred fruit. Therefore, the glow emitted by the divine artifact only came from the artifact itself. This meant that this divine artifact was a lower quality divine artifact. However, after this, when Unil attempted to absorb it, Sinbat actually stopped him. Because within the divine dragon ring, there were better divine artifacts, the divine dragon knight set. Thus, after hearing what Sinbat said, Unil gave up absorbing his old brother's divine artifact, and entered Sinbad's divine dragon ring to absorb the divine dragon knight set. Uniel's urgency in absorbing the divine artifact, Sinbad naturally understood, was due to the deep resentment against the Temple of Light. Sinbad didn't stop him, but directly pulled Uniel into the divine dragon ring. The weather turned autumnal. Of course, besides the refreshing autumn air, this coolness carried the heavy scent of gunpowder and war. For how long will the fire burn? No one could answer this question, so Sinbad could only act quickly, defend, and unify. Without overthinking, he continued training. Sinbad did not know the intention behind the Titan ape's actions, but preparing for battle was something Sinbad never neglected. A day later, high up in the sky, Sinbad already spotted the vast, dense jungle full of trees. Of course, this was the dark swamp. However, Sinbad could also see a clearing about a mile in diameter within the deep forest. Sinbad naturally knew that this was caused by the Titan ape's ability, Stomp, as described by Uniel. One could imagine how terrifying this stomp was. Without much thought, he ordered Lair to descend. The reason Sinbad did this was to pay respects to Dai's lion, who sacrificed himself to protect the woman he loved. Such a person elicited great admiration and sorrow from Sinbad. Listening to Uniel's description, Sinbad found the exact location of the tomb. Everything was simple, nothing extravagant, just a mound of earth. Even when inspected closely, it hardly seemed like a grave at all. However, the bodies of those dead light knights or mages around here were nowhere to be found. Needless to say, they had been devoured by savage beasts, reverently kneeling in respect. For Sinbad, anyone insulting his family deserved death. But those protecting his family deserved veneration. Murmuring softly, no one knew what Sinbad whispered. Subsequently, Sinbad instructed Lair to hunt a small magic beast. After roasting it, it was offered as tribute. Without wine, Sinbad mixed his own blood with water. Having done all this, Sinbad stayed a whole day to guard the tomb spirit. Since Lexi was unharmed, Sinbad wasn't in too much haste. These acts of loyalty and filial piety, Sinbad needed to fulfill. After a day, everything was over. Sinbad stood up, looking around aimlessly for the Titan ape. Of course, Sinbad wouldn't do anything as foolish as searching aimlessly. What Sinbad would do is, tilting his head back and deeply inhaling. He used wind magic, wind whispers. Oh, a thunderous roar erupted. Not even the collective cries of dozens or hundreds of magic beasts would have such a momentum. Deafening, spreading tens of miles. After such overwhelming aura dissipated, no magic beasts followed with roaring sounds. Since their roars couldn't match Sinbad's loud voice, proud magic beasts wouldn't perform any embarrassing action. Naturally, at a deep cave dozens of miles away, a bald giant heard this roar. His appearance bore remarkable resemblance to the gold holy dragon. Of course, this person was the Titan ape. By his side sat a slender woman, munching on some fruits. But upon hearing this roar, this woman made no reaction, for she believed the sound of magic beasts roaring in this dense forest was far too common. However, the bald man's eyes glinted with sharp intelligence. He naturally knew that this highly capable individual was more likely than not Sinbad, and that this roar was a sign indicating his arrival. A knowing smile creased his lips. He told Lexi to stay put while he briskly walked away. Exiting the cave, his massive body revealed itself once again. Each leap extended 100 meters distance. Reaching dozens of miles took merely a few minutes. Of course, the Titan ape didn't use his teleportation ability. After roaring, Sinbad sat directly where he was, silently recovering, practicing, and waiting for the arrival of the Titan ape. However, just minutes later, Sinbad detected a violent aura approaching him quickly under his own spiritual power. Of course, Sinbad knew that this should be the Titan ape. Boom. What came into sight was an ape 20 meters tall. Its wild muscles were constantly heaving, showing off its brutal strength. Naturally, the giant feet produced massive airwaves and carried dust when they hit the ground, spreading all around. Sinbad could feel that it leapt several hundred meters at least with every jump. A single leap of 300 meters was indeed terrifying. There was no disdain or arrogance in Sinbad's heart. He spoke lightly. Is it you who called me? The Titan ape, upon seeing Sinbad's calmness in face of danger, regarded the third heir of the divine dragon even more highly. Yes, it is I who called you. The thunderous voice resounded from the huge body as though it seemed calm, but still vibrated people's eardrums. Sinbad was now confused, silently thinking that since he didn't know the Titan ape, why did it call him? If it hadn't saved his woman, he wouldn't be standing here chatting pointlessly. Many things awaited him after all. However, Sinbad would not say this. Instead, he continued to ask, reason? Moreover, I don't even know you. Why would you save my woman? Even this requires a reason. Now you're not worthy to know the reason. Defeat me. Only by defeating me will you know the reason. The Titan ape released a torrent of warlike intentions. At this moment, Sinbad was even more perplexed. However, Sinbad shook his head and said, I won't fight. Since you've shown me favor, I can't fight you. Unless you tell me the reason. The Titan ape didn't expect that Sinbad would be so uncooperative. Subsequently, the Titan ape tried to provoke Sinbad. Is the heir of the divine dragon such a coward? Hearing these words, Sinbad immediately stiffened, with a glimmer of keen light flashing in his eyes. But gratitude overpowered the trace of arrogance within him. Seeing Sinbad shaking his head again, the Titan ape's lungs nearly exploded with anger. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, leading him to form a better plan. All that could be heard was his rough and sonorous voice, tinged with mockery. If you don't fight with me, then I won't return your woman. Fight me for your woman. Will you fight or not? Clearly, this provided Sinbad a valid reason. Certainly, Sinbad not wanting to fight wasn't out of fear. Instead, Sinbad also understood that sensing the level of the Titan ape, equaling the gold holy dragon transcending human grade 9 existence, meant such a battle would absolutely benefit his growth. But without a reasonable cause from the Titan ape, there was simply no way Sinbad would engage in battle. After all, merely due to the act of saving the one he loved, Sinbad could not lay a hand on the Titan ape. Upon hearing this logical reason, Sinbad inwardly rejoiced but pretended to reluctantly shake his head. Why must we always resort to fighting? The joy stemmed from the imminent great battle, while the reluctant shaking of his head expressed his concern about harming the Titan ape. In the next instant, Sinbad's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and the Titan ape's words made him utterly cautious. The gigantic Titan ape roared. Take note. Defeating me isn't easy, and I intend to kill you. Simultaneously speaking, a dazzling purple light emitted from 3 points on the massive Titan ape's body. Yes, 3 artifacts, silver-white in color, a battle armor, a helmet, and a hoof ring, merged simultaneously onto its colossal frame. At this moment, the ferocious aura became even more intense, resembling a towering war god, instilling awe in anyone who gazed upon it. Of course, the meaning behind the Titan ape's latter statement was to hint to Sinbad that in battling with him, he must exert all his efforts, or else the Titan ape himself wouldn't find it interesting. How could Sinbad fail to understand his implication? And certainly, upon seeing the set of divine artifacts on the Titan ape, Sinbad realized his earlier mistake of having harbored contemptuous thoughts in his heart during their initial meeting. In battle, there's nothing more perilous than underestimating your opponent. From various parts of Sinbad's body emanated a dark, glossy black light, instantly fusing together into an equally imposing Hammer King battle armor adorning Sinbad's figure. Following this, in the gleaming eyes of the Titan ape, golden light burst forth from Sinbad's right arm. An awe-inspiring golden dragon coiled majestically around the Hammer King battle armor before eventually imprinting itself onto it, as if carved permanently. That lifelike dragon's head, mouth wide open, was imprinted upon the obsidian hammerhead of the colossal Kunlun hammer held by Sinbad. In that very instant, as the divine dragon protective imprint was formed, a shimmering silver portal emerged behind Sinbad along with a flash of purple light. Out flew an Earth-class guardian beast, the dragon sprite. Each time the Titan ape observed this spectacle, the glow of sharp intelligence in his eyes deepened further. Of course, all of this fell into Sinbad's gaze, yet he did not know why. The ruthless and overbearing aura emanated from Sinbad's body. Equally fierce, the Titan ape also released its savage energy. The one man and one beast stood as 2 great warriors, though their size difference made them look somewhat mismatched. But the collision of their 2 auras formed an enormous shockwave explosion. Leaves fluttered about, and dust filled the air. Neither the man nor the beast moved first. Their eyes silently locked on each other, searching for the other's weaknesses. Among experts, even a half move can put one at a disadvantage, or worse. While both were seeking each other's vulnerabilities, they were simultaneously gathering their strength to unleash that ultimate attack. Seeing the golden glow streaming on Sinbad's Kunlun hammer, a slight smile crept onto the Titan ape's mouth. Chapter 125, Battle the Titan Ape. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 126. A man and a beast stood there like this. The clash of human dignity and animal ferocity caused the air to churn with yellow leaves swirling, forming a fierce wind that spun violently. Naturally, just as Titan Gibbon's mouth curved into a smile. This subtle movement certainly didn't escape Sinbad's keen gaze. After all, such a smile led Sinbad to determine that in that brief moment, Titan Gibbon wasn't fully focused. Of course, Sinbad had no way of knowing that Titan Gibbon's smile was mocking the dizziness skill of the xianxuan hammer in his hand. Sinbad naturally wouldn't know. Whoosh. A pitch-black field laced with gold suddenly unleashed itself. Whoever released their field first would have an earlier chance to grasp the opponent's movements. Keep in mind, the distance between them was only dozens of meters. Perhaps even a single blink of teleportation could bridge it. So, during their battle, neither of them initially dared to release their fields, because while doing so, the opponent might already land a fatal blow before the field was fully manifested. Thus, they both had to seize opportunities when they arose, and at that moment, Sinbad had done it perfectly. The regretful Titan Gibbon, after surviving for many years and accumulating rich combat experience and tricks, was without a doubt an old hand. How ancient? Perhaps only one person truly knows. Upon seeing Sinbad's fighting skills, it couldn't help but make Titan Gibbon appreciate him greatly. As for being considered a veteran fighter, such a minor slip-up couldn't lead to fatal mistakes. For a novice like Sinbad, he did indeed find a moment like this to seize the opportunity, thus Titan Gibbon held quite a bit of admiration for him. At the very instant Sinbad unleashed his field, Titan Gibbon also let loose his own furious golden field, the Titan Field. Simultaneously, it knew exactly what Sinbad's next move would be. Seeing the huge xianxuan hammer crash towards the ground, Titan Gibbon leaped high into the air. Bang! Massive, violent, tyrannical invisible waves of energy radiated out in a circular pattern. Naturally, the area around them was already strewn with broken limbs and splintered wood. There was nothing left to destroy except for the sensation akin to the earth shaking violently. Sinbad's heart quivered slightly as he saw Titan Gibbon leap. Could it know the ability of my xianxuan hammer? Or is it just a coincidence? He found himself doubting. In the next moment, the 2 great fields, one pitch black, the other golden, belonging to the man and the beast clashed together. Boom. Once again, violence met violence. The ground trembled as if struck by Sinbad's xianxuan hammer just moments ago. Intangible yet ferocious waves of energy dispersed in every direction, and the only thing that suffered was the earth. Yes, fields also divide into yin and yang types. When two hard fields collide, an explosive burst occurs. But for example, if it were a black and white type of field, then they fuse together. This is why during Sinbart's massive battle with Urian, the field never exploded as fiercely as it did now. Naturally, upon seeing Titan Gibbon soar several meters high into the sky, Sinbart immediately darted out. Simultaneously, he unleashed his black chi energy, exploding upward like a firework, propelling him into the air. Because he noticed the intense and brilliant purple light gathering under Titan Gibbon's feet, reminding him of what Uniel had told him about Titan Gibbon's unique skill, Stomp. And based on Uniel's detailed description, Sinbart understood that this Stomp skill of Titan Gibbon, much like his xianxuan hammer, induced dizziness and internal injury. Therefore, the only option for Sinbart was to evade. Yes, and as Sinbart thought, Titan Gibbon was indeed releasing its signature skill, Stomp. Because it figured that within the field explosion, Sinbart would be momentarily stunned, but it didn't know that Arian had revealed to Sinbart the true function of the field. Because Arian and the Pope of the Light Temple, Somakoli Yaxide, actually possessed dark attributes within their fields, through multiple trials, Arian came to know. However, Arian still couldn't understand how Somakoli managed to possess such a dark field. Hence, at this moment, Titan Gibbon underestimated Sinbart. Boom. The violent legs of Titan Gibbon, similar to Sinbart's xianxuan hammer, rang out for the third time with a thunderous sound. Similarly, an intangible wave of energy once again scattered outward in a circular shape. Once the dust settled, two deep footprints appeared. Anyone who saw those enormous footprints would shiver in awe. Certainly, Sinbart soaring in the sky above didn't remain idle. At the same time that Titan Gibbon touched down after its violent leap, Sinbart directly cast Wind Dance, a magic master-grade wind magic. After the first strike of his xianxuan hammer, the explosion from the clash of fields, and this Titan Gibbon stomp, dust flew everywhere, along with scattered limbs and yellow leaves wildly dancing in the air. Thus, Sinbart used a wind magic he hadn't relied on much before, chaotic wind dance, to further blur the vision. Keep in mind, without the mental lock inside a field, perceiving the direction of the opponent fully depends on one's sight and intuition. Therefore, under such circumstances, Sinbart's move was undoubtedly correct and perfect. Of course, Sinbart's field still spread. Without another collision, Sinbart saw a rough arm carrying an enormous fist about a meter tall coming towards him. Clearly, Sinbart immediately dodged, though his heart quivered in terror. Why was Sinbart terrified? Because within his own field, this Titan Gibbon managed to locate him. Moreover, Sinbart could also feel the field of that Titan Gibbon. That is to say, after the mutual clash of their fields, they had truly locked onto each other. Yes, it was mutual locking. How could Sinbart not be horrified? Of course, what Sinbart didn't know was that the field released by this Titan Gibbon was absolutely incomparable to Sinbart's. Furthermore, although Sinbart's field wasn't the genuine divine dragon field, it came from that powerful guardian spirit, the spirit dragon of Earth rank. However, it was something the Titan Gibbon had been barely enduring. Necessarily, the power of this Titan Gibbon was just below the semi-god level, separated by only a thin line. Being at a rank beyond the human 9th level, Sinbart's foundation indeed couldn't match this Titan Gibbon, and Sinbart's own field hadn't been refined to perfection. Thus, he clearly appeared weaker in this kind of combat. So, while the Titan Gibbon might fear the divine dragon field, because it wasn't authentic, it could hold up. Whoosh whoosh. The robust arms of the Titan Gibbon swung again. The air in the sky exploded with snap snap, sounds due to the ferocious force. This illustrated how violent the Titan Gibbon's strength was. Certainly, Sinbart wouldn't sit idly by. Seeing the approaching massive arms of the Titan Gibbon once again, Sinbart could only dodge. But, what happened next made Sinbart more horrified. Because within these roughly equal rank fields, neither had any particular advantage over the other in the field, as both were mutually locked. At this point, what did mages and warriors fear most? Of course, it was close-range combat. The fierce Titan Gibbon continuously swung its double arms, its fists getting faster and faster, gradually becoming shadows, leaving Sinbart with no time to cast spells. In such a passive situation, Sinbart was incredibly anxious, for his entire fighting style was based on offense. Moreover, the best defense is attack. He had always adhered to this concept. But now, Sinbart's battle responded to Dark Pope Arian's words. If someone relatively skilled interrupted his fighting mindset during battle, then, Sinbart would certainly lose composure. And now, Sinbart wasn't unaware of such a situation. However, habits are hard to break, so at this moment, Sinbart silently regretted. Of course, Sinbart kept his mind clear, simulating multiple hypotheses for virtual battles in his head. Using water magic's mirror source or shadow clones would have no effect, as the locked aura within the same field rendered magic useless. Unless it was something like the unique skills possessed by Arian's heavenly grade guardian beast, then maybe it would work. At least, Sinbart had encountered something like that once. Looking at the constantly flying arms, Sinbart found it increasingly difficult to evade. Amidst those partially visible punches, this Titan Gibbon somehow turned its boxing into a sort of dome, trapping Sinbart who wanted to either rise higher or land but couldn't do either. Sinbart felt secretly anxious as his clear-headed thoughts sought a better solution to get out of this predicament. Of course, Sinbart had no courage to deploy his guardian beast's absolute barrier, using the holy dragon armor's retaliation to forcefully withstand such huge punches. Punches densely filled the air, leaving Sinbart's figure faint. Moreover, these dense punch shadows were slowly shrinking, compressing that horrifying dome. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Instantaneously, 5 extremely large black lightning spheres flashed around Sinbart's body, spinning outside him. Sinbart did this to slow down the speed of the Titan Gibbon. But the mocking voice of the Titan Gibbon echoed. It's useless. Haha, let you see what a xuanhuan body really is. Yes. In the next moment, Sinbart's eyeballs were violently contracting. Instantly, those 5 extremely large dark lightning spheres were scattered by the Titan Gibbon's giant fist, as if there was no resistance at all, leaving not a trace behind. This outcome was something Sinbart hadn't anticipated. Just as Sinbart's body was about to be struck by the Titan Gibbon's giant fist, the Titan Gibbon even roared in madness. Let me see how you'll evade. Bear my savagery. Chapter 127, Heavenly Ranked Guardian Beast. Of course, despite the urgency, Sinbart's mind was extremely clear. Is it really unsolvable? No, of course not. It's just that Sinbart hasn't thought of it yet. Such a wildly violent giant fist, magic can't be used, and even the combat energy cannot be deployed smoothly. What should I do? As he watched the massive fist inching closer, only an instant away from his body, Sinbart suddenly remembered something. Yes, armor. That's it. The wind blades of the wind dragon boots, with tens of thousands of wind blades. At this moment, Sinbart was filled with excitement, thinking slowly but acting swiftly. Just as the dark magical force surrounding Sinbart's body formed into rotating wind blades around him. Bang, 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 bang. The dark wind blades, rapidly spinning like sharp blades, hit against the giant fist of the Titan gorilla. They sounded like continuous drum beats. Yes, these wind blades struck the Titan gorilla's divine artifact, hoof ring, as well. Although they didn't cause much harm to the Titan gorilla, they did slow its speed down significantly. Nevertheless, in sight of delivering the last punch to Sinbart's body, the final blow was immensely powerful. And that was the full tenfold strength the Titan gorilla had unleashed using its body. Though somewhat resisted by the dark wind blades Sinbart had released, there was still a momentary pause in Sinbart's movements. Pang! Sinbart flew backward like a broken kite, spraying out copious amounts of blood. Indeed, even the absolute barrier of the Earth-rank guardian beast couldn't protect Sinbart completely. But, just as the Titan gorilla struck Sinbart, the counterflow golden light from the holy dragon armor on Sinbart's body flashed momentarily. TSHH, TSHH, TSHH. Counteracted by its own power, the Titan gorilla was faring no better. Though it didn't spit out blood like Sinbart, its chest felt as if pounded by a huge hammer, hollow and dull. While spitting out blood, Sinbart immediately directed the dragon soul of the frost dragon towards the Titan gorilla. At the same time, although gravely injured, there wasn't too many issues since these collisions were forces Sinbart was already accustomed to. When obtaining the Hammer King armor, such impacts were quite frequent already. Though he spat out some blood, it was not a significant problem. Watching the wandering dragon soul, Sinbart recharged the energy of the heaven and earth hammer once again. The golden flowlight flickered once more, and Sinbart aimed to confirm whether the Titan gorilla knew the abilities of his armor or if the previous incident was just a coincidence. Looking at the dragon's soul on the ground, the Titan gorilla was full of disdain and disappeared instantly. Whoosh. Indeed, the Titan gorilla used its teleportation ability to once again close in tightly on Sinbart, because for warriors fighting against mages, being close range is the most advantageous. Seeing the Titan gorilla teleported toward himself, Sinbart, of course, understood and instantly teleported away several dozen meters behind. Simultaneously, while retreating in flight, the heaven and earth hammer shimmering with the gold flowlight smashed onto the ground with a thunderous sound. Boom. Indeed, another surge of airwaves swept through. But it happened just as Sinbart had anticipated. Since Sinbart was within the field of the Titan gorilla had a clear understanding of Sinbart's actions. When Sinbart swung the heaven and earth hammer and struck the ground, the Titan gorilla leaped up again. Indeed, the Titan gorilla understood the capabilities of Sinbart's Hammer King armor. This made Sinbart feel rather disheartened. Of course, Sinbart came to realize through this single point that the Titan gorilla must be someone of the same age as the gold holy dragon of Dragon Valley. Moreover, given how the Titan gorilla was protective of its woman, it certainly had good relations with the holy dragon. Yes, how incredibly clever Sinbart was, deducing almost everything correctly from just this one point. However, no matter what, Sinbart would never know the true identity of the Titan gorilla, whose real status was far more formidable than even the gold holy dragon. Since you're afraid of something, let's make that very thing happen. Although Sinbart saw his attack failed, he didn't lose heart. Instead, he directly employed the skill of the wind dragon short boots, sending tens of thousands of tiny black wind blades once again assaulting the Titan gorilla. However, the Titan gorilla scoffed. Humph. If I've fallen for it once, do you think I won't have learned from my mistake? Yet right after the Titan gorilla dodged, and its immense figure reappeared next to Sinbart, 2 huge dark burning dragons shot towards the Titan gorilla. Boom. This time, the Titan gorilla indeed got itself into trouble. And it was simply due to underestimating Sinbart before. This setback was somewhat unworthy. Naturally, burns and severe injuries were impossible, but those dazzling golden fur patches exposed between the silver armors turned pitch black. As it looked at its own charred fur, the Titan gorilla's eyes flashed with sharp light multiple times, and with a big shout, it almost scared Sinbart to death. You nasty guy? You actually burned my beautiful fur. What should I do when I go home? How will I face my wife? Crack. That was the sound in Sinbart's head. With one sentence from the Titan gorilla, Simbart was slightly shocked, even standing still. Of course, it was just a fleeting moment. Lifting his eyes and looking towards the Titan gorilla, Simbart saw that it was even more violent than before. At this point, the Titan gorilla's eyes were blood red. Simbart could even feel that the Titan gorilla's violent aura had doubled compared to before. Simbart dared not let his guard down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simbart performed 3 instant teleports consecutively, jumping 100 meters away, putting some distance between him and the Titan gorilla. Of course, with one hand holding up the sky, he stored black magic power, summoning the utmost black dragon, while in his right hand, the Kunlun hammer's upper hammer horn stored a large, pitch-black fiery ball. Yes, in Simbart's left hand was the ultimate black dragon, and in his right hand was the meteor fire rain he had modified from the Thunder series Magic 10 Directions lightning group. Around Simbart's body, there also spiraled the dragon soul of the frost giant dragon. The Thunder series magic was useless for the Titan gorilla, but fire was different because fire was the natural enemy of magical beasts. Of course, high-ranked magical beasts didn't fear fire, but there was a gap between levels of fire, especially the pitch-black flames in Simbart's hands. However, Simbart also noticed the differences in the Titan gorilla. Yes, the silver-white battle armor, flashing with purple light, was absorbing white light? Papa papa. Hearing this sound, Simbart knew why. The Titan gorilla's armor was absorbing lightning elements, which explained why it could ignore lightning attacks. Of course, he also understood why the Titan gorilla referred to itself as thunder-edged. Gradually, its reddish-golden fur was gradually enveloped by dazzling white lightning. Even in the Titan gorilla's wild, blood-red eyes, flickering bolts of lightning danced faintly. At this point, Simbart was greatly surprised because Simbart had already felt that the violent force released by the Titan gorilla was no longer on par with himself, but rather quite a bit higher. Without any hesitation, Simbart did not attack first either. After a few minutes, it was the Titan gorilla that moved first. Its already very robust arms became even crazier under the current, frighteningly so. The Titan gorilla moved, but not towards Simbart chasing it down. Instead, its robust arm directly stomped the ground. Boom. This punch was no weaker than the Titan gorilla's own trampling, if anything stronger. The wild currents immediately coalesced into a meter-wide white electric beam that madly surged towards Simbart. The speed was so fast, second only to teleportation. If teleportation directly arrived at a target, then this current would arrive immediately thereafter, at most slower by just a thread. Simbart immediately cast all the magic spells he had prepared at the Titan gorilla. Of course, the distance between the current and him was equal to 3 teleports. It was quick, very quick. As soon as Simbart finished casting his spells, he instantly teleported again and leaped into the air. Under this savage blow, the bright white light on the Titan gorilla's body diminished by half. However, seeing Simbart's magic approaching, it instantly teleported to dodge. Still, under the mental lock, the Titan gorilla also knew it couldn't escape far. Because of its massive body, it certainly wasn't an advantage. Although it moved quickly, its size made it a larger target. Knowing it couldn't escape, the enraged Titan gorilla used the remaining half of its electric current to form a shield-like structure, withstanding the 2 spells from Simbart. Initially, Simbart thought that the meteor fire rain was to obstruct the Titan gorilla's speed and escape area, while the utmost black dragon was to be the main offensive spell. But, under these circumstances, Simbart's meteor fire rain had no effect on the frenzied Titan. However, that utmost black dragon was different. Thumb-sized, pitch-black fire lines immediately pierced through the electric shield and struck the Titan gorilla's helmet. Then the entire 5-meter diameter utmost black dragon instantly fell down. Due to using just one hand for the spell, the utmost black dragon was too small and couldn't entirely engulf the frenzied Titan. But, it incorporated all the enhancements Simbart could apply from his body. The damage was certainly significant. In an instant, roar. The frenzied Titan screamed in pain. Hearing this roar, Simbart also knew that his utmost black dragon had indeed caused harm to the Titan gorilla. But at this moment, Simbart could not afford to have any other thoughts. Because, after jumping into the sky, the lightning on the ground suddenly surged toward the sky, still targeting Simbart. Boom! In an instant, he was swallowed by the lightning. Although Simbart had been struck by lightning many times and his body was incredibly strong, comparable to a divine artifact, the powerful current still made him feel paralyzed, with his brain going blank. The Kunlun hammer in his hand slipped out of his grasp and fell down. At this moment, Simbart realized that the immense current was even stronger than the 6 white silver armors of the Thunder Dragon wrist guard combined. Bang! Simbart plummeted to the ground heavily. In his last bit of consciousness, all Simbart could think was that magical beasts were indeed the most primitive cultivators of magical elements. The wild Titan, scorched by the flames of the utmost black dragon, had smashed craters all over the ground with its massive fists. During this time, Simbart gradually regained his senses from the paralysis, the electric currents inside his body slowly dissipating through the earth. However, at this moment, the Titan gorilla stopped shouting in pain and instead stared intently at Simbart. Its golden fur, silver-white battle armor, and helmet gleamed under the sunlight. But, its shoulders, neck, and front face were pitch black. Such a look was certainly laughable. Yet, Simbart could not muster a smile, because the eyes of the Titan gorilla were blood red, filled with savage and wild energy, and Simbart's entire body was still paralyzed, unable to move as though it did not belong to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive teleports. Simbart saw. The wild Titan gorilla was right beside him. Moreover, Its robust arms, both hands clenched into fists, merged together as one. A fierce howl formed in the air as it swung down towards Sunbart, who could not budge from the ground. One must know that at this moment, the Titan gorilla was extremely enraged and ferociously wild. Thus, its strength was definitely doubled. I've decided to release my novel for subscription, yet I seem to be somewhat confused. Here, I would like to thank all the readers for supporting me and helping me reach this point today. Of course, there is also my editor, Piao Piao, who has given me tremendous support throughout this journey. Now, I have no regrets or longings. I will continue bringing you, my brothers, the best passion and full content. Brothers, come give flowers, come collect and subscribe. Empire of Magic will accompany you in our shared madness. Chapter 128, Heaven-Level Guardian Beast. At this moment, the Titan gigantic ape was completely berserk, even to the point of losing its mind. The towering body, with hands forming a hammer and raised above its head, was already 30 meters from the ground. How powerful were those hands in the form of a hammer? No one dared to imagine. Above the double-handed hammer, an insane convergence of white electrical currents from the air occurred, as if drawing them in like the sea absorbing all rivers. Senbei could visibly see these white currents gathering intensely, almost reaching the point of explosion, with some currents beginning to slowly leak out. Clearly, at this moment, the power of the Titan gigantic ape's hammer was immense. Senbei watched as the hand hammer slowly descended. Yes, it moved slowly, without any flourish, a simple but full-powered strike that emitted all its underlying strength. Meanwhile, the fully berserk Titan gigantic ape, having lost its reason, unleashed 200% of its power. At this moment, Senbei felt his eardrums being blasted by the violent force, a thunderous roar that seemed about to tear apart his ears. Moreover, the wild energy struck his chest, causing him to feel his heart violently tremble. This instant, Senbei's heart was overwhelmed with anxiety. Furthermore, his entire body was paralyzed, as if it wasn't his own body, unresponsive, unable to move even an inch. Clearly, not even instantaneous teleportation was possible. Although the falling xuanhuan hammer was too heavy, embedded in the ground, the handle was still exposed. Just 1 meter away from Senbei's arm lay the xuanhuan hammer. Senbei tried to pick it up for defense, but despite being within reach, the xuanhuan hammer felt as distant as miles away. Senbei couldn't grasp it. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he noticed a small crack appearing, glancing toward the double-handed hammer in the sky. As he looked at the wildly powerful hammer distorting the air around it, Senbei felt despair. Limitless despair. Looking at the slowly descending double-handed hammer, Senbei could sense death drawing near. There was also overwhelming pressure. Knowing that death was creeping closer and he was powerless to stop it, Senbei felt himself starting to back away. Any person, upon seeing their impending death, yet unable to change it, would be just like this. Senbei was no exception. Just as Senbei was overwhelmed with despair and hopelessness, suddenly, the xuanhuan hammer that he could never reach, regardless of how hard he tried, flew up on its own. Yes, and it was being controlled by his Earth-level guardian beast. Although, Senbei didn't know why the Earth-level guardian beast possessed such capability. But, at this moment, Senbei felt an unparalleled sense of escape. Holding onto the xuanhuan hammer that gently fell onto him, Senbei felt immeasurably relieved, as if struggling to survive in a desperate situation at sea and then, suddenly, finding a piece of wood to float on provided by fate. At this moment, Senbei also realized that while he might not avoid severe injury, at least he wouldn't die. With this realization, Senbei immediately felt much better mentally. The very moment the giant hand hammer landed on his body, another transformation swept through Senbei's body. Roar. A loud and majestic dragon roar sounded, filled with pride and arrogance. Moreover, the eyes of Senbei's ever-present Earth-level guardian beast behind him shone brightly. Indeed, the divine dragon guardian imprinted on the Hammer King armor suddenly glittered with golden light, detaching itself from the armor. The emitted golden light fully merged into the Earth-level guardian beast's body. Under the radiant gold light of the divine dragon guardian, the spirit-like glow in the dragon's eyes turned golden. At the same time, Senbei instantly felt more awareness return to his body. Of course, just as Senbei regained consciousness, the mighty Titan hand hammer slammed down. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted, far surpassing the previous 3 times in intensity and ferocity. What was originally a mile-long stretch of broken trees expanded chaotically under the impact of this invisible wave of energy, extending for several more miles. Yes, the grip of the Titan gigantic ape's fist was not merely the sum of their combined powers. It was greater during the Titan gigantic ape's berserker rage and anger, making the force even more terrifying. The chaotic energy and unseen wave caused the earth to shake violently, prompting both low and high-grade monsters across several miles to rush outward in panic. Even Lexi, located in a deep cave miles away, heard this thunderous sound. Her heart stirred uneasily. At the exact moment the hand hammer hit Senbei's body, Senbei thought he would be crushed into meat paste. However, as he felt his bodily sensations returning, he instantly teleported and dodged, managing to evade by over 10 meters. Still, the wild power from the blow threw Senbei back, causing him to spew blood furiously. Of course, if it weren't for the Earth-level guardian beast absorbing the power of the divine dragon guardian and unleashing that one-of-a-kind absolute barrier, Senbei might have even died. Moreover, during the Earth-level guardian beast's exertion, the purple glow had transformed into red. Yes, under such fierce combat, under Senbei's dire predicament, and after absorbing the divine dragon guardian's power, Sinbait's earth-level guardian beast evolved. It ascended to a heaven-level guardian beast. Otherwise, had Sinbait not resisted with the absolute barrier of the heaven-level guardian beast, at this point, his condition wouldn't be as simple as just spitting blood. Clearly, this further demonstrates that the heaven-level guardian beast possesses greater capabilities than the earth-level guardian beast. Naturally, after the 2 daily uses of the absolute barrier, Sinbait's dragon spirit guardian returned to his spiritual consciousness C. Having just ascended to the heaven level in strength, and releasing that once-in-a-lifetime absolute barrier, itself consumed immense amounts of mental energy. With the guardian beast having expended all its spiritual force and magical power in this full display, nothing remained. In the wild consumption of this powerful force, the Titan gigantic ape's mind gradually became clear. Rationality slowly returned. Recalling its irrational move from before, the Titan gigantic ape felt extremely remorseful, deeply scolding itself. But Sinbait was filled with righteous anger. The non-fused Hammer King armor didn't matter because at this moment, the Divine Dragon Guardian indeed coiled around him protectively. The Divine Dragon Guardian is an absolutely heaven-level guardian beast. Moreover, it's a guardian beast surpassing the heaven level. The boost it provided to Sinbait would undoubtedly not be trivial. So, even though Sinbait wasn't fused with any divine artifacts at the moment, the armor's defense sufficed. At this time, enraged Sinbait sought only to attack. To him, the armor was irrelevant. With the Divine Dragon Guardian providing better augmentation abilities than the Dragon Spirit, Sinbait was satisfied enough. Therefore, what Sinbait wanted now was to unleash his greatest offensive to punish the Titan gigantic ape. Immediately afterward, Sinbait gripped the xianxuan hammer, furiously swung it twice, and his face twisted, seemingly ferocious. Seeing the stunned Titan gigantic ape, Sinbait raised the xianxuan hammer high and instantly teleported over toward the Titan gigantic ape. Boom! Sinbait used teleportation after leaping up, and the massive xianxuan hammer struck down on the back of the Titan gigantic ape. Moreover, this blow was delivered with all the remaining fighting spirit Sinbait could muster in his rage. Whoosh! The huge body of the Titan gigantic ape slid forward like a sky rocket, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Lying on the ground gasping heavily, the Titan gigantic ape had indeed used 200% of its bodily strength. At this moment, it was somewhat exhausted. Sinbait inserted the xianxuan hammer upright into the ground. With his hands lifted heavenward, he gathered his strength for the utmost manifestation of his black infernal dragon technique. A massive pitch-black fireball spun above Sinbait's head, brewing and swelling violently. Under the enhancement of the Divine Dragon Guardian, the violent pitch-black fireball rapidly expanded to a diameter of 20 meters. The sky turned a fiery red due to the intense heat of the colossal fireball, like a fiery cloud. Lying on the ground panting heavily, the Titan gigantic ape's black face held sharp eyes with clearly contracting pupils. Yes, the Titan gigantic ape could feel that the pitch-black fireball in the sky, with a diameter of 20 meters, possessed the ability to consume it entirely. Furthermore, locked by Sinbait's domain's mental power, it felt there was no escape. Previously, it was Sinbait facing the fear of death. Now it was the Titan gigantic ape. Such a dramatic reversal happened so quickly, no one could have foreseen it. But battles between experts are often like this. As Sinbait's enormous black fireball continued to build power and expand wildly, the Titan gigantic ape made a shocking gesture that stunned Sinbait. The Titan gigantic ape lying on the ground dragged its huge, heavily breathing body, knelt down on both legs, and sincerely bowed down. "My lord, I willingly submit." Upon hearing these words, Sinbait couldn't help but feel surprised. He couldn't understand why the proud Titan gigantic ape would do such a thing. Caught off guard for a moment, the black fireball had already finished charging. Looking at the terrifyingly hot large fireball above his head, Sinbait helplessly shook his head and had to choose another target. He looked around. 3 li away in the distance, a majestic and towering mountain stood lush and verdant, its peak piercing the clouds. Instantly, the pitch-black fireball hovering about 30 meters above Sinbait's head shot toward the mountaintop of the great mountain. Whoosh! Terrifying heat, distorting the air, enveloped the summit within the blink of an eye. With the naked eye, one could see that from the very center of the pitch-black fireball, a beam of light, a quarter of its size, crashed down. In an instant, the entire massive dark fireball condensed into the beam, which then struck the majestic mountain peak with a tremendous impact. Boom! The sound was even more powerful than the Titan gigantic ape's handhammer. The momentum to crush mountains was undoubtedly fully displayed. Subsequently, the black beam reversed and shot straight up into the sky. An extraordinarily brilliant beam of light shook the entire dark swamp. Upon witnessing this scene, the Titan gigantic ape felt nothing but shock and terror. Slowly regaining composure, its gaze met Sinbait's eyes. Seeing Sinbait's resolute and overbearing demeanor, full of dragon-like arrogance and pride. Instantly, above the Titan gigantic ape's head, a strange pattern appeared, moving towards Sinbait's forehead. Chapter 129. Farewell, Lexi. Upon seeing this pattern, Simbart was only slightly shocked. Of course, Simbart knew what it was because he had seen it once before. It was none other than the slave contract between a human and a magical beast. Yes, it was a contract, one that made the magical beast willingly sign as a slave. Bear in mind, this Titan ape magical beast surpassed human level 9 existence. If outsiders knew about this, how terrified they would be of such a scene. After everything was done, Simbart returned to his original warrior attire and sat cross-legged to rest. He did not inquire about any words from the Titan ape, because at this moment, Simbart was also extremely exhausted, and he himself bore serious injuries. The Titan ape saw its newly recognized master sitting cross-legged to recover without asking any questions, and was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, transforming into human form, it sat next to Simbart and began to recover as well. In this great battle, Simbart never thought that his long unupgraded Earth-class guardian beast would make its final breakthrough, let alone even imagine that the divine dragon guardian beast could appear in its true form to help him at the last moment. One must know, this was the first time the divine dragon guardian beast had shown itself in its true form. Of course, for miles around the one man and one beast, the terrain was unrecognizable, clearly showing how intense this great battle was. And it wasn't until this moment that Lexi, who was hidden within a cave at a distance, finally calmed her uneasy heart. Naturally, these sounds and explosions were something Lexi would no longer mistakenly believe to be the roar of some magical beasts or common magical beast fighting. She knew that the one battling must surely be the Titan ape that saved her, yet she didn't know if the uneasiness in her heart was due to the Titan ape or the man she loved. For Simbart, with his robust recovery ability, spirit force regeneration was nothing. His body was not broken beyond repair either, so there wasn't much need for restoration. His fighting energy was easier to restore as well. Even so, Simbart sat cross-legged for a full 2 days. During these 2 days of sitting cross-legged, all Simbart thought about was what he had gained and lost in this great battle, continuously reviewing those experiences from combat. Therefore, Simbart truly understood that even when pitted against his father-in-law in their struggle, the latter absolutely did not use his full strength and was disadvantaged due to unforeseen fighting strategies. If he ever fought his father-in-law again, Simbart knew he might not come out on top. Why? Because of the depth of combat experience, and more due to the many years as an above-human level 9 existence that accumulated profound essence. What Simbart imagined was right. Although Arland enjoyed sparring with this favorite son-in-law, he certainly didn't fight with all his might, rather wanting to observe Sinbart's battle armor capabilities. Of course, during this time, the Titan ape always remained guarding by Sinbart's side without speaking a word. However, the Titan ape now felt deep regret in its heart. Initially, it only wanted to practice with Simbart. After becoming the Lord of the Dark Swamp for many years, it was unbearable not using its hands. This practice would allow it to better serve Simbart. The proud magical beast acknowledged its superior purely through respect of power. But it never expected that Simbart would scorch its fur, leading to fury. It treasured its fur so dearly because its beloved wife, now long deceased, liked it. Therefore, it cherished its fur very much. This easily triggered its rage. Of course, as Simbart suspected, the Titan ape is a good friend of the Golden Holy Dragon. A very good friend indeed. Simbart opened his eyes, stood up lightly, and glanced at the nearby Titan ape. When the Titan ape met Simbart's gaze, somewhat shamefully lowering its head, resembling a bashful child. Were an outsider to witness this, they would drop their jaws, wondering if this was the same raging Titan ape from just before. Speak. For saving his lover, though the Titan ape almost killed him in battle earlier, Simbart knew accidents happen, thus harboring no resentment, instead gently addressing the Titan ape. Upon hearing his master's first inquiry, the Titan ape slightly hesitated before immediately understanding what his master was asking. Being an overhuman level 9 entity owning a set of divine tools, and having lived for such a long time, its wisdom was absolutely unmatched by ordinary people. Yes, my master. Given someone surpassing its abilities, the Titan ape showed great respect, which can be said universally among magical beasts. Whoever surpasses them in strength gains their respect. This is the food chain law of the weak being eaten by the strong in the world of magical beasts. I am brothers with the gold holy dragon of Dragon Valley. Neither of us has a name. I, along with him, served under King Hammer Boading, Pinion, Ball-eating. Back then, the magical beasts were divided into 3 groups, and I was the leader of the first group. King Hammer Boading, Pinion, Ball-eating, called me Tai, and that old guy Baldy because he was born without a single hair on his head. When speaking to this point, Tai seemed to recall Baldy's baldness and a smile crept onto his lips. This expression naturally didn't escape Sinbart's eyes, allowing Simbart to understand how extraordinary the relationship between Titan Ape and the Golden Holy Dragon truly was. Having experienced so much, Simbart had long been able to see through the rights and wrongs of the world. Thus, with just a subtle expression, Simbart already grasped what was unsaid. The talking Titan Ape naturally hadn't noticed its new master's deep thoughts and continued loudly. The reason for helping the mistress is because, according to Baldy's intelligence, I learned that the current inheritor of the Divine Dragon is none other than you, Master. Of course, we magical beasts are also constantly observing the continent's fluctuations. So, our observations on trends are very meticulous, especially when it comes to the successor of the Divine Dragon. Listening to Tai's words, Simbart nodded slightly. Magical beasts are far more trustworthy than humans. Simbart silently sighed upon hearing Tai's words. But, just a few days ago, some humans suddenly appeared in my dark swamp territory. Among them were members of the Light Temple. As magical beasts, we could not easily get involved since we hadn't formally contacted with you yet. We couldn't act against the Light Temple without proper justification. If they acted alone, it wouldn't matter much, but because they acted as a group, we couldn't intervene directly. However, when I heard the lady mentioning your name, I decided to eliminate them. There aren't many people called Sunbard on the continent, and when the Empress of Dimmer calls, I knew who she was referring to. Tai meticulously analyzed and explained. Of course, there is another important reason. The master went to participate in the Empress of Timur's husband selection. Thinking about this, Tai leered at Sunbart, assuming his master was someone who favored women. Of course, Tai had misunderstood Sunbart. Seeing Tai's gaze, Sunbart helplessly smiled and casually said, "Do you really not understand why I participated in the Empress husband selection?" Tai honestly shook his head, thinking to himself, how could the mistress not be beautiful? Could the master not be doing this for her beauty? Sunbart seemed to have read Tai's mind and sternly stated, "Don't think so poorly of me. Before this, how would I have known about your assistance? Therefore, everything I did was to ensure better control over the divine dragon continent in the future. Don't you know, having one less country as an enemy is far better than having one more? Moreover, you must know that merging countries isn't a simple matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Hearing these words from his master, Tai finally understood and became even more respectful of Sunbart. After all, considering Sunbart's age at the time, he was already preparing for the unification of the divine dragon continent, which couldn't help but earn Tai's respect. Sunbart, still puzzled, ignored Tai's contemplation and asked abruptly, "Then, how do you know I am pretending to be a dragon?" Yes, Sunbart found this rather mysterious. Upon hearing his master's doubt, Tai naively replied, "Isn't it because you came out from King Hammer Palace? We've set up many spies. How could 2 humans entering my domain go unnoticed by me?" Regarding this, Sunbart wasn't surprised. For a magical beast ruler, any human appearing in its territory should naturally be known to its leader. From Tai's response, Sunbart realized that he had been tracked all along. Moreover, he didn't even know how he was being tracked. This was something Sunbart needed to carefully consider. But Sunbart didn't ask further. Why did they recognize him as the inheritor of the divine dragon? Sunbart lightly nodded after listening to Tai's explanation. Certainly, Sunbart confirmed that his guess about Tai and the Golden Holy Dragon's relationship was correct to an extent, though, finding out Tai was the captain of the first magical beast group left him momentarily stunned. "But, the reason for sparring with you was because I was itching to fight, and it was too boring. I only intended to test the master's strength, and I never expected." At this moment, Tai's voice carried a tinge of regret, tears flashing in his eyes. "My late lover, she really liked my fur, so..." Seeing Tai's tears rolling down uncontrollably, Sunbart knew that Tai was also a magic beast that valued emotions and justice. "Since you are my senior, I will call you Uncle Tai. You don't have to stop me. You deserve this address, and moreover, I attach great importance to age." Seeing Tai's heartache, Sunbart gently consoled him, but upon noticing Tai's disapproving expression, he intervened. "Yes, I will surely help my master unify the land." Upon hearing his master's words, Tai felt much warmth in his heart. "Oh, that's right. Master, let me take you to meet the lady now." Tai wiped away the tears in his eyes, remembering his master's important task, and promptly spoke up. Sunbart lightly nodded at Tai's words without uttering a sound, following Tai as he dashed away quickly. Of course, Sunbart didn't know that Tai had prepared a grand gift for him. Chapter 130, Reuniting with Laxi. Having earned his master's approval and forgiveness, Atai felt extraordinarily refreshed. He proudly and swiftly led his master to his lair. Of course, Laxi was there too, but she had no idea her beloved was also coming. The entire journey, they did not encounter a single magical beast. This was mainly due to Atai's fierce aura, which made all magical beasts within a mile stay clear. Such was the presence of a lord, the authority of a ruler. However, these magical beasts didn't know that their lord, their king, had already become someone else's contracted magical beast, and willingly at that. Dozens of miles passed in just a few minutes. Indeed, it seemed like a blink of an eye. Dense jungles and muddy swamps were no obstacle for this man and beast. With 2 consecutive leaps, Atai stopped in the distance. Senbei immediately slowed down his pace and stood beside Atai. This place was not a particularly tall mountain peak. Instead, it resembled a bun-like, unassuming mound of earth. In the center was only a deep hole several meters in diameter, and amidst the thick, lush jungle, it was extremely difficult to spot. Of course, this was Atai's den. Inside, it was rather simple. Although larger, it wasn't as luxurious as the cave Senbei had seen where Lei lived. Of course, Senbei did not know that Atai kept everything unchanged in memory of his late wife. Within the cave, there was only a wide stone table and an immense stone bed. Some vivid animal furs covered the bed, making it stand out somewhat awkwardly against the otherwise simple surroundings. Of course, Atai had deliberately prepared this bed for his master's lady. For Laxi, inside the cave, Senbei saw the silhouette of a slender yet alluring woman from behind. Certainly, Senbei would not be foolish enough to fail to recognize his own beloved. Laxi, lost in thought, had no idea what was going through her mind. Her whole being seemed absent. She did not hear any footsteps approaching. Atai, upon seeing his master reunite with his mistress, looked somber and wisely left the cave, leaving it to his master. Senbei did not stop Atai's retreat, but instead quietly approached the daydreaming Laxi. Of course, Laxi, immersed in reverie, noticed none of this. Senbei silently came alongside Laxi, able to glimpse just a sliver of her expression. From that fragment, Senbei could see joy, sadness, and melancholy in Laxi's eyes. Yes, Senbei could feel that Laxi was thinking of him. Seeing his love like this, Senbei felt a warmth well up inside him. Moreover, Senbei felt that he might have wronged his women. Both Laxi and Avier deeply loved him. He certainly loved them just as much, but he never found time to properly give them all the affection they deserved. A soft sigh escaped Senbei involuntarily, but this sound jolted Laxi back to reality. Laxi looked towards the source of the sigh. She even thought it might be the Titan ape returning, so she did not look with excitement. But when Laxi turned around and saw the one who haunted her every thought, whom she yearned for day and night and cherished beyond measure, Laxi froze. Her eyes instantly reddened, moisture began to gather, and then tears streamed down her delicate and lovely cheeks, forming droplets on her pointed chin, glistening under the light reflected from the cave entrance as they continuously fell. Seeing Laxi in such a state, Senbait's heart clenched in pain. There were no words, and at this moment, any words would have been superfluous. Taking 2 steps forward, Senbait fiercely pulled Laxi into his broad embrace. Laxi, in turn, tightly hugged that robust body. Though her arms were short and couldn't encircle him entirely, she gripped his clothes tightly, as if letting go meant losing him forever. Holding onto the trembling form of his weeping Laxi, Senbait only felt guilt. Had it not been for Attai's help, perhaps he would never have been able to see Laxi again. Hugging her closely, he wanted nothing more than to give her all his love and warmth right now. Extreme sorrow, extreme excitement, extreme longing. Laxi's cries gradually subsided. In its place came steady breathing. Yes, for a very long time, she hadn't had such a peaceful, happy, and content sleep. Even though the great Titan ape protected her, Laxi had not once slept soundly. Now, in the presence of her beloved, all her grievances had finally been released. All that remained was fatigue. With weary eyes, she gently closed them, peacefully sleeping in Senbait's embrace. Her tender arms clung tightly to Senbait's clothes, refusing to let go. As Laxi slept soundly, there was no trace of joy on her face. Rather, her brows were slightly furrowed. Senbait did not know what kind of dream Laxi was having under these circumstances. He could only gently pat Laxi's back to soothe her tension. Seeing such an endearing and pitiful person, all Senbait thought was that he would absolutely never separate from any of his lovers again, even if it meant taking them into the divine dragon ring, for only that way could he feel completely at ease. He didn't want another moment like this, where he almost lost Laxi. Such a blow, Senbait did not wish to experience again. Quietly holding Laxi and sitting on the stone floor, watching the lovable figure in his arms, Senbait knew that Laxi had suffered more than Avier. Love, my love, save me, I don't want to die, Senbait, Senbait. Laxi seemed to be having some sort of nightmare, her hands letting go of Senbait's clothes as she reached out for something unseen in the air. I'm here. Here, Laxi, sleep well. I'm here. Perhaps hearing the urgency in Senbait's voice, Laxi stirred softly and woke up. But, seeing that Senbait was truly by her side, she hugged his neck again and wept. Do you know? I just had a nightmare. I felt that I was about to be killed by the knights of the Holy Light Shrine. Death doesn't scare me, but I was afraid I wouldn't see you again. Silent tears flowed silently, tugging painfully at the heartstrings. It's okay. From now on, I won't let either of you leave my side. I will protect you well and not allow any harm to come to you. Hearing Laxi's grievance, Senbait's tone carried both heartache and comfort. I believe you. After saying this, Laxi could no longer contain her longing day and night, wrapping her arms around Senbait's neck and fiercely kissing his full lips. The depth of underlying passion was profound, and their burning desire flared higher. Not until Laxi ran out of breath did she reluctantly break away from those thick lips, her eyes filled with a faint mist, and her cheeks red as ever. Senbait knew that spring had come and gone for Laxi. Seemingly shy, Laxi buried herself deeply in Senbait's arms, unwilling to raise her head. Seeing Laxi's coy demeanor, Senbait could only chuckle awkwardly twice. Don't laugh. You're so bad. Laxi pouted coquettishly and complained. All right, I'll stop laughing, huh? But contrary to his promise, Senbait laughed even more upon seeing Laxi's bashful expression. You just bully me. Suddenly reminded of how she nearly died and couldn't see Senbait again, Laxi's springtime emotions faded instantly, replaced by fresh tears streaming anew. Seeing Laxi's sudden change, Senbait hesitated for a moment. However, Senbait naturally knew that Laxi was remembering her past grievances. Adjusting Laxi in his embrace, Senbait said apologetically, yet tenderly, Laxi, I'm sorry, Before he could finish, Senbait's full lips were kissed again by Laxi's thin lips. For a long time. You don't have to say sorry, I know everything. As long as you love me and think of me, I am satisfied. Laxi's words were filled with boundless resentment. Senbait still tried to say something. Wiping away her tears, Laxi looked up and said, That's enough. You don't need to explain. I know that you love me is all I need to know. Let me tell you what happened after you left. Hearing Laxi's soft voice, Senbait could only helplessly nod. But his resolve to cherish his beloved once became stronger. From 4 years ago when Senbait left without saying goodbye, through Laxi's daily life and the country's peace, to being suddenly occupied by the Holy Light Shrine overnight, then fleeing, and eventually being rescued, Laxi recounted everything gently while leaning against Senbait's chest. Time passed silently this way. She spoke continuously until the early hours of the next morning before Senbait finished listening. What shocked Senbait most was not all these events. Rather, Senbait learned that Laxi's meridians had been blocked in the past, preventing her from practicing martial arts. But what Senbait had never imagined was that Laxi did not even have a guardian beast. Such an astronomically rare 1 in a million chance had fallen onto his woman, a woman so gentle and fragile. Even Senbait himself felt injustice from the divine dragon at this point. Yet, in this world, how many things are fair? Life itself is unfair. Understanding that Laxi lacked a guardian beast, and thus lacked self-defense abilities, Senbait's love for Laxi deepened even further. In the morning, Eating nothing meant nothing much to Senbeit. But physical vitality must be replenished by food, and Laxi needed it more than anyone else. Thus, when Laxi begged Senbeit to tell her about his experiences over the past 4 years, Senbeit did not start immediately, but instead first prepared some food for Laxi. Of course, I'd have been waiting outside all along. Senbeit did not know that I'd, after hearing Laxi's words and learning about their romance, also shed tears all night. Breakfast only required something light, so I'd had brought fruits for Senbeit. Senbeit took out some dry rations, fetched water, and found a stone cup. Using fire magic, he gently roasted it with a fireball until the water was warm. Eating what her beloved had prepared, Laxi's face showed nothing but a happy smile. Unable to resist Laxi's persistence, Senbeit recounted everything that happened during the 4 years he was gone. Hearing how her beloved bravely fought off 3 great demon beasts in a group battle, inherited the Hammer King armor, and each component's skill of the armor, Laxi's delicate face shifted, sometimes tense, sometimes relaxed, sometimes furrowing her brows, sometimes enlightened. When she heard how her beloved, with just one blow of the hammer, injured the Grand Elder of the Light God Shrine, Laxi felt admiration, pride, and joy. From this, Laxi learned that her beloved worked harder and endured more suffering than even she did during those 4 years away from her. Then Laxi suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly asked, "Sister Wire, have you seen her?" Upon hearing these words, Senbeit slightly froze. He didn't know how to respond. He feared that if he admitted seeing Avier first instead of Laxi herself, how Laxi would react. But as honesty to his beloved required, Senbeit gently nodded. And just as Senbeit had predicted, upon hearing that her beloved saw Avier first after returning instead of her, though Avier was her eldest sister, Laxi's expression darkened. Yet, Senbeit's following words made Laxi even more anxious internally. "Laxi, I've become a father." Senbeit said it very calmly, very lightly, staring at Laxi intently to gauge her reaction. At first, Laxi was still hurt that Senbeit hadn't come to see her first, and she didn't initially respond to his statement. But, in an instant, Laxi snapped back to reality, surprisingly exclaiming, "What? Yes, I've become a father," without even knowing when it happened. "It was Wire who bore me a son named Whiter," Senbeit stated firmly, looking straight into Laxi's eyes as if confirming that he wasn't lying. Upon hearing this, Laxi's expression grew even darker, and her heart felt even more distressed. She naturally knew that her eldest sister shouldn't be envied, yet her heart was deeply uneasy. "What's wrong? Do you want to see them? I can let them out." Of course, when Senbeit had told Laxi about his experiences over the 4 years, he had already explained the abilities of the Divine Dragon Ring. "No, not yet, all right." Laxi hastily interrupted Senbeit. "Why?" Senbeit was somewhat puzzled. They were all family, so what was the problem? "Dear, Laxi wanted to say that she also wanted a baby, but as a virgin, such bashful words were extremely hard for her to utter. You? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look at you." Senbeit assumed there was some illness affecting Laxi, so he hurriedly offered. "No, I don't feel unwell. Laxi inwardly thought. "Dummy, why can't you figure out what I want? I want a little baby. How could someone like me express such embarrassing things?" Senbeit still felt something was off, examining Laxi up and down as if trying to find something on her. Finally, when Senbeit's eyes met Laxi's gaze, he understood exactly what Laxi desired. Because in Laxi's eyes, Senbeit saw that spring had returned once again, a hazy and tender look, her cheeks beginning to redden. Senbeit felt somewhat awkward inside. Laxi wants this. Truly, how could she bring herself to say it? I'm really dumb. Looking at Laxi full of allure, Senbeit's throat began to move noticeably. He even felt that his mouth and tongue were incredibly dry. Piece by piece, silk-like thin clothing slid off Laxi's body, revealing. Chapter 131, Demon Beast Army. Laxi's alluring figure was revealed. Laxi was already very charming, and with the accentuation of her body, she became even more alluring and fascinating. Timul Principality, located in the temperate zone, so Laxi's skin was like lard and leek white, soft enough to burst. However, at this moment, Laxi's delicate skin was subtly glowing pink, becoming even more enchanting and pure. Seeing Sunbart, she felt dry mouth and throat constantly moving. After all, Sunbart was a descendant of the Divine Dragon, and his body had undergone transformation and integration through Divine Dragon blood. Therefore, Sinbart's eyes began to turn red at this time. Seeing Sinbart's bloody red eyes, Laxi was both afraid but more full of anticipation. She had no doubt what her beloved would do next, just from his crimson gaze. Upon seeing her lover staring at her tender body with bloodshot eyes, any trace of shyness that Laxi might have had was gone. As a woman, she knew they had to take this step, and she very much wanted things to progress between herself and her beloved today. So, such bashfulness had long been forgotten. Unable to resist Laxi's allure, Sunbart suddenly pulled Laxi into his arms, pressing her against himself and passionately kissing her. Though startled by Sinbart's abrupt action, Laxi wasn't surprised, but the warmth of those large hands still made her cry out before being sealed by Sinbart's firm lips. Similarly, Laxi's hands tightly clutched around her lover's neck. At this point, Laxi's body wasn't just blushing slightly, it had turned deep red. If Sinbart still had a bit of reason left at this time, he would certainly marvel at how frail Laxi appeared, yet possessed such an ethereal figure. But there wasn't a shred of reason left for either of them. The stone cave was filled with their words of love and affection. How could Tai, who was guarding outside, not know? With such formidable power, how could he guess wrongly? However, since Sunbart and Laxi were able to behave this way in its lair, Itai showed only happiness on his face. Shaking his head, he stopped listening and turned away. Of course, this was also his way of giving a great gift to his master. The crisp autumn air refreshed as yellow leaves fluttered about. Even though it was daytime and not habitual for Simbart, events unfolded regardless. Perhaps Simbart's body, under the influence of divine dragon blood, had significantly improved. Laxi couldn't compare to the experienced Simbart. The burning rationality gradually returned to Laxi, prompting her to plead for mercy. Only when Simbart heard Laxi pleading did the battle finally cease. Of course, Simbart regained his sanity due to Laxi's plea. Otherwise, Laxi wouldn't have endured. Regaining her sanity, Laxi saw the remorse on her deeply loved man's face. Smiling gently, Laxi said, "Husband, I'm fine." Shy Laxi hesitated to continue. But how could Simbart not understand? Gently lifting Laxi, he kissed the water droplets on her upturned nose. Raising his right hand, a green light flashed. Seeing this scene, Laxi grabbed Simbart's hand, plaintively begging, "No, I want to feel it myself. This pain reminds me that it's real. If you use healing magic now, it would lose meaning. Women are like this, aren't they?" Seeing Laxi's playful demeanor, Simbart helplessly shook his head. Leaning on Simbart's chest, Laxi softly said, "You know, these past years, I have waited eagerly, missing you, loving you, longing to be your woman. Today, having become your woman, I am truly happy, incredibly happy. I have no other wishes. I only wish to forever stay by your side. Watching you will be satisfying enough. Of course we should also have our own children." Simbart, hearing Laxi's tender words, how could his heart remain calm? His love for Laxi grew more precious, cherished, and revered. Of course, when Laxi noticed the brightness of Simbart's right hand, how could she not know what her man intended to do? But Simbart thought of something. Neither Awir nor Laxi had let him heal with water magic. Simbart paused, his arm hovering in midair, and instead slowly focused the green light into a small water ball. Seeing this water ball, Laxi didn't stop him, for she knew this water ball was for cleansing. Confused, Simbart looked up at Laxi. Blushing, Laxi said, "It's cool, but it's fine. Could you stop looking at me like that?" The last part of her sentence wasn't audible even to the close-by Simbart. Nevertheless, Simbart, understanding Laxi's shyness, turned his face away. Seeing her lover's concern for her well-being, Laxi could only smile happily within herself. Evening fell. Inside Itai's cave, the two people and one beast were there, naturally with Itai in human form. Laxi was happily nestled in Simbart's arms. The two men were talking, and naturally Laxi did not speak. What did you say you prepared for me?" Simbart wasn't unclear. He asked again to confirm. "Yes, master. I've prepared a whole 1,000-strong demon beast army. Various demon beasts have been organized." Seeing Simbart's surprised look, Itai reaffirmed. "In fact, many of these are also the descendants of my old subordinates. But without reaching my level of power, their lifespans are rather short. Of course, there are still a few old subordinates left." Itai mentioned only a few old subordinates, but they were of the 10th rank among demon beasts, which Simbart understood. Not bad. Do you know how many of those demon beasts can control artifacts?" Simbart, of course, had to ask clearly, as having control over artifacts would significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of the demon beast army. "Master, there is something you do not know. The dark marshes we guard in Dragon Valley serve similar purposes. Naturally, Dragon Valley guards the King of Beasts' palace, whereas we guard the King of Hammers' palace. Therefore, why many subordinates in Dragon Valley are under the King of Beasts, while ours are under the King of Hammers." Itai revealed what he thought Simbart didn't know, the existence of the King of Hammers' palace. "Wait, is that palace under your guardianship?" Simbart was somewhat surprised. He was familiar with the Hammer King's shrine and had even visited it once before. Naturally, hearing his master's inquiry this way, how could Itai fail to understand what his master meant? His master knew about the existence of the shrine. Itai was somewhat shocked. "Master, how do you know about this?" Clearly, this was quite surprising to Itai. It's a stroke of luck. It was when Simbart recounted how he accidentally fought against the Lord of Death Desert at a time when he didn't have the Hammer King armor or reach the Emperor level, yet managed to fight a creature beyond the Emperor class. Clearly, hearing that his master fought an overwhelming beast back then, Itai felt more at peace. After all, at that time, Simbart had nothing, was less capable, and still escaped from a creature above level 10, something absolutely impossible for ordinary people. Evidently, this reflected not only Simbart's luck and perseverance, but also his intelligence, magical synergy, and battle experience. How could such accomplishments fail to make this Titan ape bow in submission? Of course, Simbart wouldn't want another experience like dodging the knife's edge. That survival was akin to placing one's head on the blade's edge. However, this Sand Hydra Lord was killed by him. Itai, of course, knew this Sand Hydra Lord well. Though the Sand Hydra Lord didn't live as long or possess the depth that Itai did, nor carried numerous divine artifacts, its scale armor comparable to divine artifacts offered remarkable defense. Back then, Itai witnessed the Sand Hydra Lord battling the beast god Xuanhuan. So, hearing that Simbart and Rear together managed to easily kill the Sand Hydra Lord, Itai dreaded Rear's magical skills. Understandably, the absorption process of divine artifacts varies, affecting both skill set and usability accordingly. It is because we guard the Hammer King Palace. The old master warned us, only upon encountering a true descendant of the divine dragon may we follow them inside to retrieve the artifacts. Until such time, entering without permission is strictly forbidden due to the ingenious traps designed within, which might be lethal. Itai cautiously explained, revealing terror through his eyes. Yes, terror towards the mechanical genius, Nupa Boru, who designed the traps within the Hammer King Shrine. Still, Simbart was puzzled why he hadn't encountered anything terrifying during his visit. Of course, Simbart couldn't possibly know if he wasn't the true successor of the Divine Dragon or lacked the ability to connect the 3 ultra-divine artifacts of the Divine Dragon into a cohesive system. He too would have met his end. Nonetheless, Itai's words reminded Simbart of what Nupa Boru told him upon departure, that the Hammer King Palace housed vast wealth and battle supplies. Recalling this, Simbart smiled. Yes, Simbart clearly understood that with these as backup, coupled with his own massive storage capacity Divine Dragon Ring, battle equipment was sufficient, and food reserves weren't a concern either. With this war secured, Simbart became more confident. In battle, besides manpower and equipment, strategic resources mattered most. Food and drink were necessary. These basic necessities must be provided for lower-ranked demon beasts or humans involved. Therefore, if during the Great Battle, someone played dirty tricks or the strategic supplies were seized or burned, then the entire rear reserve would be cut off. In this case, after a long time without fighting, one's own side would also collapse. On the other hand, this also clearly shows that every descendant of the Divine Dragon made more preparations for the next one, allowing the next Divine Dragon descendant to unify better. What is the implicit rule for selecting the Divine Dragon successor? The first rule is to have a kind heart, with protective feelings towards people and magical beasts, keeping the Divine Dragon continent in a peaceful era. Otherwise, how could the Divine Dragon scales choose autonomously? Of course, Sinbart's Divine Dragon scale was consumed by a low-level magical beast, which was later killed by humans and retrieved. If it weren't for the autonomous selection of the Divine Dragon scale, wouldn't that low-level magical beast have become the second beast god? After pondering these things, Simbart asked Itai, "Can you tell me exactly, in the magical beast army, how many magical beasts lack artifacts? What is the gap in their strength? And what level are they at? Besides me, there are 5 10th rank magical beasts. Of course, there is also one who recently broke through to the 10th rank, Amon, the silver great ape. The rest 4 are Ahua, the fiery cloud lion, 10th rank magical beast, Yuan, the mountain wall ape, 10th rank magical beast, Xiaowu, the 5-colored spider, 10th rank magical beast, Jiao, the green jade serpent, 10th rank magical beast. All of them have artifacts, and as they have always been my old subordinates, they all possess parts of divine artifacts. The rest of the magical beasts, 159th rank, 358th rank, and 507th rank, these are new generations, descendants of my old subordinates, so they don't have artifacts. Itai introduced one by one. When Simbart heard that there was another existence beyond the 10th rank magical beast, he was somewhat surprised. Then, he thought, it seems there are quite a few powerful magical beasts practicing alone in these remote mountains. Not bad. Tomorrow, I can use my divine dragon blood, which has the effect of enhancing strength. You gather everyone, and I will give a warm welcome, then let everyone take it. While all the magical beasts are improving their strength, you lead me to fetch the items. Bring out all the artifacts, and we need to make preparations as soon as possible. After all, the Holy Light Temple has already taken action. Simbart spoke unhurriedly, orderly. Yes. Itai didn't ask more, just nodded in agreement, and left immediately. Itai himself also knew that he had reached the last line. Therefore, some medicines, sacred fruits, and treasures could no longer increase his strength. The final breakthrough now completely depended on his understanding. These things Itai understood well, so he did not say much, but left directly. Next, after getting everything back, we should start reserving strategic supplies. Everything came so suddenly. Holy Light Temple, you've put a lot of pressure on me. Simbart reflected, as if speaking to Laxi or muttering to himself. Seeing her beloved carrying such a heavy burden, Laxi, nestled in Simbart's arms, wanted to help but couldn't. Of course, she also had something she needed to tell him. Husband, my country is in shambles, and there are many treacherous individuals. Those generals and ministers, you need to help me manage them well. Now, Dimmer is gone, but I have you. Of course, if you take Dimmer back, just change the country name. Although Laxi knew that the family business was ruined under her, there was some sadness in her eyes. But having her beloved partner made her feel like she hadn't lost anything, and seemed to have gained even more. Rest assured about this. You don't want to be king, I don't want you to be empress. Isn't being my wife good enough? After seizing the country, I won't take over either, find someone to replace me. Let's live our lives peacefully, spend time with our children. How wonderful. Marrying you two has been an immense blessing for me, Simbart. Simbart's words were extremely gentle. Hearing her beloved's words, Laxi immediately drifted into dreams of future happiness. The whole day and night were filled with sweet talk, but Simbart could not forget his mission. In the morning, the light wind penetrated human bodies, giving a sense of winter approaching. Originally, the dark marshes didn't have any large open spaces, nor were there good places. To gather so many magical beasts in one place was impossible. So, Itai took the initiative to lead all these numerous magical beasts directly to the site where he fought his master before. Of course, many magical beasts also knew that several days before Simbart entered the dark marshes, Lord Titan Ape had informed all the magical beasts, including his friends, about the person he was going to fight. Even though many magical beasts did not witness it with their own eyes, Itai's few old friends knew that Itai lost. Therefore, at this moment, Simbart stood before thousands of magical beasts and a few terrifying existences that had reached the 10th rank, remaining calm and composed under pressure. Looking at those beings with half-human, half-beast forms was quite chaotic, especially the chaos caused by the 7th-rank magical beasts in their beast forms. Of course, these magical beasts were meaningless compared to the individuals standing before them, because they knew who this person was, and more importantly, this person had defeated the lord of their territory. Whether or not he was truly the successor of the divine dragon, it was already something that made them all proud. Sunbart didn't say much. At a massive stone pit prepared beforehand, filled with clear water, he used his fingernails to cut his arterial veins, making 3 cuts at once. Blood began to flow out. If Sunbart didn't do this, it wouldn't have been enough due to his incredibly strong healing ability. Even with 3 cuts, only a little blood flowed out before healing immediately. Thus, after making numerous cuts repeatedly, a light layer of gold finally appeared on the surface of the enormous stone pit's water, its fragrance spreading far and wide. From high to low ranks, all the magical beasts lined up one by one to drink from it. However, there was still one magical beast that hadn't drunk from it yet, the same being beyond the 10th rank, Amon, the silver great ape. With a rugged face and explosively muscular body covered in scars, and flowing silver hair, his eyes gleamed with sharp precision. The reason why Amon didn't drink was because he wanted to protect these magical beasts. Not until Sunbart saw the last magical beast finish drinking, licking the entire stone pit clean, did he shout out loudly with 2 words, meditate. Then, without turning his head, he followed Itai towards the Hammer King Palace. This time, Sunbart was here for the artifacts and supplies of these magical beasts. Chapter 132, Vast Wealth. Following Itai's swift run, Senbait even felt that they seemed to be heading toward the outer edge of the dark swamp. After all, Senbait had only been to the dark swamp once before. At that time, there was no chance to admire it, and in the dense forest, could you find a way to identify directions? So, Senbait could only follow behind Itai. Even though they were running outward at great speed, it didn't take much time. After all, with their current strength, covering dozens of miles was just a matter of a few minutes' travel. Huff, huff, huff. In the dense forest, 2 figures moved at an extreme speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surrounding trees and flowers remained completely still, without any wind caused by them passing through. This was the mark of their power. Yes, right there. Senbait had sharp eyes, and he quickly spotted the huge stone he first saw after leaving that palace. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 immediately leaped up at incredible speed and landed on that huge stone. Yes. Years later, Senbait looked again but found not a single crack on the mountain wall or any sign of a stone door. How could outsiders possibly know? Of course, this precisely demonstrated the design capability of mechanical engineer Nubaba, as well as its critical importance. Master, shall I do it, or will you? Itai, seeing his master standing still, hurriedly reminded him. What do you mean? Hearing Itai's question, Senbait was somewhat confused. Itai broke out in a cold sweat, but then said, hasn't my master studied the map carefully? Senbait had told Itai about receiving a map, so Itai certainly knew there must be instructions on the map for opening the door, though Itai himself already knew. Soon after, Senbait took the yellowed animal skin map from inside his divine dragon ring. Sure enough, upon close inspection, below the yellowed animal skin map were some small words. Indeed, the method to open the door. Senbait was a bit embarrassed because ever since obtaining the map, he hadn't researched it thoroughly. So, on top of the huge stone, release your 5-element magic in pitch blackness, and then unleash the unique domain of the Dragon God Guardian to activate the door mechanism, which will then open naturally. Huge stone? Which huge stone? All around here are huge stones. Senbait muttered quietly. Master, in my opinion, this huge stone should be the one we're standing on now. Although there are others elsewhere, the one closest to the stone door is surely beneath our feet. Hearing his master's muttering, Itai speculated and explained. All right, I'll give it a try. It should be somewhere nearby, won't be too far. If the ground doesn't react, then I'll try it against the stone wall. There's no way it could be fake. Of course, Senbait had already visited the Hammer King's palace once, and if this map turned out to be fake, it would be utterly absurd. After a long while, sigh, let me try the wall. Looks like this won't work. Senbait shook his head in disappointment. Yes, on the ground, Senbait followed the instructions on the map, testing it, but nothing happened. Understood, master. Itai seemed not particularly interested in helping, considering that his master, being the heir of the divine dragon, shouldn't have trouble figuring out how to use or open the palace. Moreover, if Itai tried to open it himself, that wouldn't be good since the Hammer King had warned him that without the divine dragon heir leading the way, if any beast rushed into the palace, they would face catastrophic consequences. Though Itai wasn't aware of specifics, he knew the destructive power of a few select mechanisms was terrifying. With both hands, Senbait released dark black magical elements, swinging them back and forth against the stone wall. Suddenly, boom boom, to Senbait's right side, the concealed stone gate pushed open. Both Senbait and Itai turned their faces towards it, and Senbait's lips curved into a faint smile. Go! Without another word, Senbait flashed forward and entered. Itai closely followed. Boom boom. Once Senbait and Itai were inside, the stone gate closed again. Inside the hall, everything was just as it was before. On the stone table, only a few items were missing. No longer lingering, Senbait knew why he came back here, to search for something. He flipped open the animal skin drawing and re-examined the intricate mechanisms depicted within. Tightly packed, every detail interlocking, truly no simple feat. Seeing such intricate drawings, Senbait felt nothing but admiration. Master, have you noticed one thing? Here, given years of isolation, Air should absolutely not circulate, yet it remains cool and fresh, Itai exclaimed, standing beside him. Hearing Itai's words, Senbeit suddenly realized. Yes, Senbeit hadn't noticed this situation during his first visit, but now, he did. In this place that had been sealed for many years, the air was still fresh, which could only make Senbeit more shocked. Upon hearing Itai's words, Senbeit glanced around at every corner of the palace. Suddenly, in places extremely hard to notice, Senbeit discovered fist-sized holes in each area, and fresh air all came from these openings. Remarkable, truly worthy of being the top mechanical designer of his time. Itai said respectfully, Master, take a close look at the map. We should immediately retrieve those strategic supplies. That's what's important. Hearing Itai's words, Senbeit looked down at the map, searching. Soon after reviewing the map with its clear markings, Senbeit and Itai headed toward the Golden Hall where they had first fallen into the cave. Of course, during this journey, Senbeit did not encounter any mechanisms. After several hours, rumble rumble, the sound of chains being pulled opened once again beneath the throne. The Golden Hall remained unchanged. Following the blueprint markings, Senbeit pointed at the armor-like warrior mechanisms, and he and Itai began rotating them one by one. Yes, the blueprint indicated that all 24 armored warriors must be rotated in single numbers. Then based on the vibrations from the ground, a mechanism would appear. In the blink of an eye, following all the instructions, both Senbeit and Itai, man and beast alike, twisted all the armor warriors correctly. Hiss, hiss. Instantly, as if gas escaping, Senbeit saw it. The thick golden gates, where he had fallen before, now slowly automatically opened on their own toward both sides. Once fully open, Senbeit and Itai both stood dumbfounded. Before their eyes stretched an enormous expansive hall, seemingly about the size of the underground city Senbeit had seen under Lan City. But, at this moment, this place was entirely filled with gold and silver treasures, piled up like mountains. One knew that Senbeit and Itai had never seen so much treasure. Red diamonds, gold coins, silver coins, jewelry, gems, countless quantities. Anything valuable, it was all here. Seeing such a situation, Senbeit didn't doubt for a second that the wealth here absolutely exceeded the treasury of every country, and was extraordinarily vast. Truly worthy of Master Hammer King. Itai marveled endlessly in his heart. Only someone like the Hammer King could have amassed so much. Senbeit lowered his head again to check the map, knowing that in the earlier part of the map, he clearly noticed 3 such large areas. Thus, what was presented before them now was the middle area, also the first one. And within this door, there were 2 more doors leading to the other 2 spaces. Suppressing his excitement, Senbeit moved forward. Itai followed behind him, seeing his master's movements. If seeing these treasures from outside the door was already surprising, then being surrounded by them inside made it truly astonishing. Because, at the entrance, one could only see a portion, but when you saw it all inside, it was a completely different feeling. Certainly, as Senbeit moved, Itai closely followed behind. When Senbeit reached the right side of this mountain of gold and silver, another golden gate appeared, and Itai was shocked anew. Is it like this inside too? What Itai said now seemed to stumble over his tongue. Senbeit did not affirm it, because he himself did not know what was beyond this door. Following the map's instructions, Senbeit slowly released his dark black magic at a colorless magic crystal stone beside the door, injecting it into the stone. Rumble rumble. The sound of the door opening resonated once more. What caught their eyes was not as eye-catching as the gold and silver treasures, yet it still caused Senbeit a bit of awe. This enormous palace, about the same size as the area of gold and silver treasures. But, in the middle stood 12 giant glowing columns. 10 men could barely wrap their arms around them. Yes, they emitted bright light, though Senbeit didn't know what they were. Yet this palace was lit up like a beacon by these columns. Moreover, within this palace were various block-like items. They should be called materials. Close to Senbeit were several huge furnaces, though these furnaces had long since gone out. According to the prompts from these objects, Senbeit realized that this hall should be the workshop for crafting warriors' armor. Itai took the first step inside. Senbeit followed closely behind. Following the map's indication, there were no traps in this space, so Senbeit and Itai casually touched and looked around. Here, there were finished armors as well as ones that hadn't been cast yet. There was refined steel already extracted. Of course, the raw materials were even more plentiful. No matter what kind of material, in this place, Senbeit could see it all. It was clear that during the Hammer King's reign, he had accumulated an incredible amount of resources. 10,000-year cold iron, siegene, white glowing steel. These are all materials for forging divine artifacts. Seeing the materials here, Itai was nearly driven mad with excitement. Even though Itai was the leader of the demon beast army back then, it had no knowledge of how vast the true divine dragon ring truly was. Moreover, there was no way for it to know how many materials were left behind by the divine dragon within the ring. Of course, Senbeit knew all these things. Come on, let's go take a look at the door over there, Senbeit said casually, leaving Itai stunned once again. Itai murmured in disbelief. What? There's another door like this over there. The book is now available for purchase, yet I still feel somewhat dazed. Here, I would like to thank all the great readers who have supported me and allowed me to reach this point today. Of course, I must also thank my editor Piao Piao, who has provided me with strong support throughout this journey. Now, I have little else to say but express my gratitude. I will continue to share my passion and enriching content with all my brothers. Brothers, come give support, come to collect, and subscribe. Emperor FA will go crazy with you all. Chapter 133. a terrifying weapon. Sombat ignored Atai's astonishment and strode toward the final space. Atai quickly put down the red gold in his hands and followed behind Sombat. Just as before, Sombat released his dark black battle chi, infusing it into the colorless magic crystal stone. A loud rumbling ensued, and the golden doors opened accordingly. After the door opened, both Sombat and Atai were stunned. A chilling aura of slaughter immediately enveloped them. Yes, it was the aura of slaughter. What they saw were warrior figures akin to mechanical armor, numbering in the thousands. Despite being lifeless, their copper hands and iron walls radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter within such a formation. Sombat and Atai were chilled to their bones despite themselves. The layout inside the palace was like the grand hall from before. In the center stood 12 luminous pillars that illuminated the entire grand hall clearly. Along with these menacing iron-armored warriors dressed in black, the hall exuded a unique ambience. In a moment of hesitation, Sombat and Atai took large steps forward. Although the overwhelming aura made them uneasy, these were undoubtedly inert objects, so Sombat could still set his mind at ease. TSK. These armored warriors are unfamiliar to me. Moreover, Master, look, these warriors' armors and their weapons are all forged from white-hot steel. As for defense, it is absolutely horrifying. But how do these mechanical armors move? And how do they manage to flexibly sway? Just as Atai was perplexed, the vast hall echoed with a rough voice. Has the divine dragon heir arrived? Huh. Upon hearing this voice, Sombat immediately recalled the sound of the mechanic Nu Papa. My voice is still relayed through a machine. I cannot hear your voices anymore. I hope the divine dragon heir listens carefully to what I have to say. Nu Papo's voice was somewhat rigid. Hearing the stiff tone, both Sombat and Atai listened attentively. I wonder if the divine dragon heir is satisfied with the things I've placed within this hall. However, I understand that you may not know how to use these armors. This needs recounting from long ago. In the era of King Hammer, we mechanics had the participation of a tribespeople known as the Long Sea family. If, divine dragon heir, you find the reincarnation of the Long Sea family, then they will definitely know how to operate these mechanisms. Moreover, there are parts on the casting platforms behind these warriors, along with some documentation, which they can comprehend clearly. Of course, if you can't find any members of the Long Sea family, you may try looking yourself, though I'm unsure if you'll be able to fully understand. There was a trace of sorrow in the rigid speech. Also, those pulse cannons behind the armored warriors, you might take a look. These mechanical pulse cannons have only been used twice in the past, and thus remain imperfect. Nevertheless, they are extremely terrifying. They utilize demon beast magic crystal cores, consuming the energy within a single grade magic crystal core per use. I remember back then that the pulse cannon could penetrate even a low-grade divine artifact armor. There was a hint of pride in the otherwise stiff voice. That tone of pride clearly conveyed how magnificent the weapons he created were. Of course, upon hearing that the pulse cannon could pierce low-grade divine artifacts, Sombat was greatly astonished. But when Sombat turned to glance at Atai didn't just show astonishment, but fear. Suddenly, Sombat understood. Given that Atai was the leader of the demon beast core, he must have witnessed the power of the pulse cannon. Yes, without a doubt. Atai, you, Sombat asked for confirmation. Atai firmly nodded his head and spoke with trepidation. Yes, Master, I have witnessed the capabilities of the pulse cannon. Indeed, just as Senior Nu Papa said, it truly has such power. Hearing Atai's confirmation, Sombat felt immense curiosity towards this pulse cannon. But suddenly, Nu Papo's voice came again. Hee. O heir of the divine dragon, there's no need to rush or become overly excited. I hope that before finding members of the Long Sea family or fully understanding the blueprints of these machines, you refrain from rash actions concerning the mechanisms within this hall. Of course, that's all I have to say. Remember, don't let curiosity get the better of you unless you fully understand everything. It might cause you to vanish here. Gradually, Nu Papo's rigid voice faded away. Hearing Nu Papo's warning, Sombat dismissed his own thoughts of curiosity. After all, curiosity can indeed kill. Sombat understood this. Moreover, given that his family itself belonged to the Long Sea family, along with the lineage of his grandfather currently working on forging machinery, it would be better to wait until they brought everyone here before discussing matters further. Don't touch. Can't we at least take a look? Sombat smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and walked towards the hall. Of course, Atai followed closely behind him. Each piece of machinery, like an axe carved by supernatural forces, was lifelike just as those armored warriors. It was as if someone were wearing them. Every spear and sword was razor-sharp, emitting an icy cold gleam. After walking for several minutes, Sombat finally arrived at the rear of the armor-clad warriors. And, naturally, he saw that weapon which had terrified Atai so much, the one Nu Papa had described as terrifying. It was shaped like a barrel, as thick as a pipe, and entirely black in color. Forged from white-hot steel, its base consisted of extremely thick precision steel. The firing mechanism was accompanied by an immense fiery red magic crystal core. Judging it with the naked eye, Sombat could estimate that this magic crystal core belonged to an 8th-grade magical beast. Seeing such a device, Sombat was somewhat baffled. Is this the weapon? Sombat asked Atai with a puzzled expression. Yes, it is, and it can unleash all the energy stored within the crystal core at once, producing a terrifying attack. Atai said while shuddering slightly. Seeing Atai's trembling, Sombat no longer doubted the capabilities of the pulse cannon. After all, even back then, Atai had definitely been at the 10th rank among magical beasts. Moreover, he possessed 3 divine artifacts. The weapon that frightened him must be extraordinary indeed. As Atai continued explaining, Sambat merely touched the warm gun barrel of the launch system, but refrained from touching the operational controls, because he too was afraid, not knowing what kind of trigger might set off the pulse cannon. Bear in mind, the current pulse cannon was armed with an 8th grade fire elemental magical beast crystal core. Subsequently, Sambat led Atai to inspect the surroundings. These types of pulse cannons numbered about 100 or so, although many were still incomplete. But they left Atai utterly stunned. Without lingering on further observations, Sambat took Atai out of the inner palace. Upon arriving at the chamber filled with treasures, Sambat concentrated his spirit and began absorbing the massive piles of gold and silver jewelry. Hours later, Sambat stopped absorbing. Even after spending hours absorbing, only less than 1/3 of the mountainous piles of gold and silver were consumed. Remember, when it came to strategic resources, buying food was where Sambat would need the funds since he didn't need to purchase equipment or similar items. Thus, Sambat did not plan to take all the gold and silver. Even taking 1/3 of the wealth, in the entire continent's perspective, the amount could purchase an enormous quantity of provisions. Sambat nodded satisfactorily and started heading back with Atai along the same route. After a while, a loud rumbling sound, boom, was heard again. At this moment, the stone door on the mountain wall closed once more. Sambat and Atai, one man and one beast, stood atop the giant rock. Using magic, they headed toward the depths of the dark marshes. When Sambat and Atai returned, the magical beasts absorbing Sambat's blood were yet to finish. Seeing the well-organized formation of these magical beasts, Sambat secretly rejoiced. Atai uncle, use the money I gave you earlier to purchase grain supplies. We don't have much time left. Begin your task immediately. Sambat said with a determined gaze toward the distance. Understood. Master, you may rest assured. This task will not pose any difficulty. As a lord, Atai certainly knew merchants well. Moreover, who says magical beasts do not eat grains? Since gold holy dragons procure necessities, Atai must have done so too. So, entrusting this task to Atai, Sambat felt completely at ease. Sambat looked afar, nodding gently. Oh, there's one more thing. Gather personnel right away and send them to the Timel Kingdom. Collect detailed information thoroughly, and send someone to inform the Dark Temple that our side is ready. Have them head directly to Tamel's main city and rendezvous with us. Once these magical beasts are fully absorbed into our forces, we will retake the Timel fortress. In saying this, flames of determination flickered in Sambat's eyes. Understood. Atai turned and departed. Once Atai left, Sambat again surveyed the magical beasts below who were in their absorption state. With little spare time, Sambat resumed his cross-legged posture, continuing to train and transcending the limits of his powers after surpassing human grade 9. Because in terms of controlling his personal domain, Sambat still hadn't achieved full command over it. At the Light Temple, my emperor, here comes the report. Most of the forces from the Timel Kingdom have withdrawn, preparing for battle against the Julong Kingdom. A scout dressed in white cautiously reported. And how about the situation with the Dark Temple? At this moment, the Pope of the Light Church's mood was surprisingly good. As our emperor anticipated, the majority of the forces from the Dark Temple have also begun to gather suddenly, heading to Timel for support. However, the scout looked up at the Pope, leaving his words unfinished. Speak. Don't hem and haw. The Pope of the Light Church waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Again, according to reports from our subordinates, 2 days ago, a law emperor appeared in the Timel Principality. At that time, he used an immense magic spell, undoubtedly a forbidden curse-level spell, and beneath the Timel city walls, nearly 10,000 of our priests and knights were killed. The scout's voice faded almost entirely by the end of his report. What? Good. I understand. You may step down now. Upon hearing this news from the scout, there was actually a trace of smile on the corner of the Light Pope's mouth. Although the scout did not understand why, he still strictly followed the holy command and retreated backwards before leaving. The old fellows at the Dark Temple surely wouldn't dare use magic. Thus, this person who deployed the forbidden curse is undoubtedly the descendant of the divine dragon. Hence, everything becomes quite clear. This dragon that showed up in the announcement for the Empress's quest for a husband in Timel Principality must be Sambat. And it makes perfect sense why Sambat has been missing for so many years. Of course, it's likely that both Yalianda and Sambat, those pesky inheritors of the divine dragon lineage, won't possibly know my strategy of deception right now. Since neither of them is in the Imperial Dragon Principality, the upcoming battle in the Imperial Dragon Principality will be absolutely smooth sailing for my church. The eyes of the Light Pope narrowed into slits, and there was a smirk on his lips. How could Sambat and Yalianda ever know that the Light Pope had always kept his focus solely on the Imperial Dragon Principality? Chapter 134, Action. A few days later. During these few days, Simbart had been deep in contemplation. In the areas he didn't understand before, Simbart gradually explored and discovered them. Slowly, based on his experience from his training in the Dragon Valley, using the pressure given by Rel, he managed to touch upon a realm that he was not very skilled in, the Gravity Realm. The Gravity Realm, when released by the body, makes enemies within it feel as if Mount Tai is pressing down on them, causing their body weight to increase exponentially. But the one who releases it can move freely within their own realm. Although Simbart didn't explore much of his realm yet, the smile on his face at this moment clearly showed how excited he was. It should be known that Simbart's mutant heavenly level guardian beast also has a domain, the false divine dragon realm, while the domain Simbart himself possesses is the true divine dragon realm. Without discussing the power of these two realms, it's important to know that Sunbart personally wields two domains. These two domains are akin to Sunbart having another set of artifacts compared to ordinary people. Excitement aside, but the upcoming war was something Sunbart had to face regardless. Rising up, Sunbart patted the dirt off his clothes, glanced up, and noticed that many beasts were already gone. Beside him now stood only Amon, the beast surpassing level 10, guarding Sunbart. Upon noticing Sunbart's awakening, Amon loudly called out respectfully, "My lord." Sunbart nodded faintly and said, "You've worked hard as well. Go rest. Prepare, we're setting out soon." Feeling Sunbart's warmth, Amon nodded and said, "Yes, I'll take my leave." As Amon left, Sunbart channeled magic and sprinted towards Lexi's direction. Atal's den. Husband. Hearing a slight sound, Lexi turned toward the entrance quickly. Seeing her beloved return, she chirped with joy and rushed forward. Sunbart opened his arms wide, letting Lexi leap into them even before reaching him completely. He held her tightly. "Did you rest well?" Sunbart gently asked, pinching Lexi's firm arm. Lexi could sense Sunbart's tenderness, but still slowly shook her head and complained, "I haven't seen you for days. I just missed you. Although, I know you are busy and have many things to handle. And Atal also told me many stories. I just miss you." Before she finished her words, Sunbart used his thick lips to seal Lexi's fragrant lips with a kiss. The two lost themselves in passionate kisses. In the following days, the dark marsh seemed like a 1,000-year-old giant beast waking up from hibernation. Everywhere there were bustling figures, especially where Atal and Sunbart had battled. This place was already trampled like a training ground by many beasts. Now, Sunbart stood at a distance. Seeing sacks and sacks of grain brought in by the beasts, Sunbart stored them one by one into the divine dragon ring. "Master, as far as I know, in such a vast empire like Dimir, the price of purchasing grain has soared wildly now. Also, astute merchants are stockpiling large amounts in order to gain huge profits. And it seems that the Light Temple's people are watching us closely," Atal reported after hearing from the beasts below and promptly informed Sunbart. Then let's keep purchasing temporarily, but it's unnecessary to attract too much attention from others." "Yes. By the way, immediately organize the group. We'll set out tonight." Sunbart had previously discussed with Atal and the other beasts the optimal time to travel from the Dark Marsh to Dimir City. After all, what's the best battle time between humans and beasts? It's definitely at night, when human eyesight cannot compare to that of beasts. Most beasts usually hunt at night. Human vision during the dark will be greatly impaired. It's known that traveling at an average speed from the Dark Marsh to Dimir City would take 3 days. If they set out tonight, they would arrive precisely on the evening 3 days later. Therefore, Sunbart timed it perfectly. However, during Sunbart's investigation in this period, Dimir wasn't merely devastated to this extent. Ever since Dimir truly fell, many generals had each led their troops, claiming territory as kings, all wishing to greedily seize some advantages in these times of chaos. Certainly, among these, there is someone whom Sunbart remembers, an unwaveringly loyal colonel, named Xiongli. So, according to investigations, Sunbart became more certain of Xiongli's simplicity, sincerity, and loyalty. Dimir, once a mighty nation with over 1 million soldiers, was however divided by many generals, a situation that Sunbart never would have thought possible. Precisely because of this, after ruling over Timmel, Sunbart's first task was to reorganize the state. Only by purging the pests and traitors within the nation's pillars can a country endure and flourish without decline. Sunbart did not tell Lexi about these matters. He feared that upon learning of them, Lexi would drown in tears. It was something Sunbart didn't wish to see. The night had grown cool. Sunbart embraced the naked Lexi, sleeping under furs. Since an unknown time, Lexi had liked sleeping naked whenever she shared the bed with Sunbart. Listening to Lexi's steady breathing, Sunbart felt utterly content. His thoughts also drifted to Wei and his son inside the divine dragon ring. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, sparrows chirped and beast roars echoed. After enjoying breakfast with his beloved, Sunbart took Lexi to the leveled parade ground. Here, countless magical beasts gathered. Occasionally forming ranks and columns, they all followed the tall Atal's commands. Upon seeing such a large number of magical beasts for the first time, Lexi's mouth formed a cute O shape. When their master arrived, the massive Atal gave a single-fisted salute. Instantly, a uniform, resounding voice rang out. "My lord, lady." Indeed, this multitude of more than 1,000 magical beasts called out in unison, and every one of them kneeled on their front legs. This display of awe inspired a slight astonishment in Sunbart. He hadn't expected Atal to organize such a welcome ceremony for him. Naturally, startled by the sudden roar, Lexi instantly leaned into Sunbart's embrace. Only there could she feel completely safe. "Please continue. No need for formalities," Sunbart said, also experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time, unsure how to react. After a casual remark, Sunbart left quietly with Lexi. The various magical beasts resumed their activities. Of course, when Atal caught the look his master gave him as they departed, Atal quickly followed behind. Miles away, "Master, what are your orders?" Upon seeing his master stop, Atal quickly inquired. "At this moment, have you clearly investigated the number of people at the Brightness Temple in Timmel?" Sunbart asked casually. Master, the investigation is complete, but I don't understand some things. You must know, there aren't many invaders from the Brightness Temple this time, and they're all high level, so the number is small. But all their actions are focused on occupying Timmel City. Moreover, seeing Atal about to continue, Sunbart quickly stopped him because Lexi was by his side. He didn't want Lexi to know how weak their nation had become. Because what Atal was saying was that the people of the Brightness Temple only occupied Timel City, while the millions of soldiers in Timel did nothing. If Lexi heard this, she would surely be saddened. Of course, Lexi wasn't an entirely clueless girl. She understood some of what Atal said, though not fully knowing the condition of her nation at that time. Yet Lexi realized that her countrymen and generals were certainly incompetent. But she didn't say anything, because as long as she had her beloved, it was enough. And having her beloved meant the nation would naturally belong to her love, since her beloved aimed to unify the continent anyway. Why shouldn't she be a happy and content woman? Seeing Lexi act as if indifferent, Sunbart inwardly sighed with relief. After lunch, we will prepare. As night falls, we set out. Sunbart confidently issued his final decree. He, of course, understood from Atal's words that if the city of Timel was full of experts and in small numbers, then the sneak attack 3 nights later, Sunbart anticipated greatly. However, Sunbart didn't know that several days prior, most of the forces of the Brightness Temple in Timel City had already moved toward the Empire of Dilong. By now, Timel City was basically deserted. Nighttime. Set out. After waiting a long time, Atal, upon receiving Sunbart's instruction, roared. The entire army of magical beasts, in the dark of night, moved swiftly towards Timel City like a dark dragon. Sunbart summoned Rel, galloping side by side with Lexi. The rank of magical beasts was extremely high, their speed of travel unmatched. In the depth of the night, the entire magical beast legion sped off like phantoms. Beasts seeking food at night fled from their path, while sleeping humans remained unaware. The reason why Sunbart didn't put all the magical beasts back into the divine dragon ring was Atal's suggestion. Because the formation of this group of magical beasts had not been long, much coordination still needed to happen. Moreover, many of the magical beasts were once solitary and proud. In this journey ahead, in the dark, from running in formation to gradually blending together, they slowly integrated. After waiting until the daytime, Sunbart would shrew all the magical beasts into the divine dragon ring to continue practicing. Lexi, using the excuse of not having much time to be with Sunbart, wanted to spend her last few days with her beloved because she knew once the great battle began, Sunbart would have no time for her, and she might even become a burden to him. Sunbart, of course, understood this and did not stop her, allowing Lexi to remain by his side. 3 days later, Sunbart watched these magical beast teams, from initially chaotic running to later orderly swift running, with much joy on his face. In the midst of this night, it seemed as if the moon was aware of Sunbart's mission and did not appear, so at this moment, the sky was pitch black. As if one couldn't see their fingers right in front of them. A fleeting gleam of gold flashed in Sunbart's eyes as he gazed at Timel City, several miles away in the distance, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This night, I will let you witness a beautiful dance of magic. Chapter 135. The city is full of magic rain, Part 1. The sky has no moon. The night is pitch black like charcoal. At this time, when visibility is so low that one cannot see their hand in front of their face, the only light comes from some fireflies within the Timel City. Sinbat shook his hand subtly, and the demon beast army once again entered the divine dragon ring of Sinbat. Only Atai and Aming were left behind. These 3 beings who surpassed the 9th level of human power probed and fought better in this dark night. After a long discussion, all issues were resolved. In this ink-black night, 1 man and 2 beasts scattered, heading towards their designated targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With no wind under the moon, it's the perfect night for arson and murder. 1 man and 2 beasts raced at extreme speed without making any sound, quietly carrying out their mission. Sinbat went to the east gate, Aming to the west gate, and Atai ran to the south gate. Although they weren't entering at the same time, they would definitely crawl inside and assess the number of people. Moreover, Sinbat was familiar with the roads in this city, so he chose to enter the farthest place and then gather at the entrance of the royal city. Remember, after capturing Timel, all these followers of the Light Temple gathered in the royal palace. This was something Sinbat had Atai investigate beforehand. Below the eastern gate of Timel City, Sinbat looked up at the majestic watchtower and the city wall. Instantly, he channeled his power, and dark magic began to emanate from beneath him. The dark magic in this pitch-black night was nearly invisible. Rather than leaping directly onto the tower, he used both hands to cast black earth element magic. His body clung to the wall like a gecko, slowly climbing upwards. It wasn't that Sinbat hadn't considered entering the city riding on Rier's back. However, since Sinbat was here to seize the city, he had to eliminate all the knights and priests of the Light Temple. So, that was why he acted this way. In this pitch-dark night, Sinbat slowly released his black domain. A circularly spreading black domain enveloped the area. Sinbat didn't use any auxiliary means, but lightly used his own spiritual force to probe the patrolling guards on the watchtower. There are a total of 12 people, 6 in the middle, and 3 others on the side. But why are there so few people on this city wall? Of course, Sinbat didn't linger too much on this thought. He teleported instantly onto the watchtower. The gravity in the black domain was suddenly intensified. The 12 patrolling soldiers on the tower merely felt their bodies becoming inexplicably heavier, and they didn't have time to shout. In Sinbat's hands was an utterly colorless ball of dark lightning. Sinbat teleported swiftly, placing both balls of black lightning firmly against the heads of the 12 patrolling soldiers. There was no sound, no shouting, and the soldiers didn't even know how they died so suddenly. They could never have imagined that their enemy was someone beyond the 9th level of human existence. Not bad. It worked well. Sinbat was very satisfied with his perfect execution. It was the first time he had used the gravitational field obtained by surpassing the 9th level of human power, combined with the simultaneous discharge of dual thunderbolts from his intention, resulting in a flawless strike. He retracted the domain and walked toward the corpses on the ground, gently pulling all the bodies into the tower of the watchtower. He then easily leapt down from the watchtower and stealthily dashed toward the royal palace of Timmel. Now speeding through the rooftops of merchant houses along the streets, he observed that the road below was desolate, not a single person in sight. Even after passing countless houses, Sinbad could only see one person holding a lantern. Alas, Timmel City has declined to such a state. I must kill all those from the Light Temple. Sinbad silently vowed in his heart. In this desolate great city, there were hardly any patrols. Indeed, on the commercial streets of the city, there was not a soul to be seen. Yes, at this moment, the main capital city resembled a ghost town, eerily silent. Soon, Sinbad arrived at the gate of the imperial palace. At this time, Sinbad abruptly released his own domain, sensing Atai and Aming. This was their signal. Naturally, no matter how many members the Light Temple had, it was impossible to leave a man with a domain guarding the door. Thus, without speaking or hiding discreetly, releasing his domain to sense the others sufficed. However, neither Atai nor Aming needed to release their domains because Atai's domain countered Sinbad's. Hence, Sinbad alone releasing his domain and teleporting slightly to check was enough. After some time, everyone responded without much delay. Sinbad simply waited a little longer for Aming. Although Aming was closest to this place, he was the least familiar with the city. Without further ado, after final instructions were given, all three utilized their abilities, flipping over towards the gilded roof of the golden walls. Crouched on the wall, they looked inward. When they opened their eyes, Sinbad and the others were shocked. Inside the royal city, large and small tents were everywhere. Patrol teams crisscrossed each other in a tight network. Illuminated by firelight, the area was as bright as day. It seems like the people of the Light Temple have turned this Timmel royal city into an army camp. Atai communicated telepathically with Sinbad through their mental link. But, is there something odd here? Why are there so many soldiers here? Just looking at them, there must be no fewer than 5 to 600,000. Although for a nation, 5 to 600,000 soldiers aren't that many. But how did this many get inside? Moreover, observe carefully, their clothing isn't from the Light Temple. What does this mean? Before Sinbad finished speaking, Aming whispered on the side. Master, look at that flag over there. It bears our beastman's likeness. Following Aming's words, Sinbad looked up and indeed saw at the entrance of Timmel's main hall, a red flag with a golden beastman emblem printed on it. Trouble. Something feels off. And haven't you noticed, there are too few patrols on the city walls. Also, where are the members of the Light Temple? Sinbad's words woke the two beasts from their daze. Lord, what do you think? Atai leaned closer and whispered. Never mind whether it's Batta's army or the Light Temples. Regardless of how they got into Timmel City, the point now is, they've allied with the Light Temple, making them our enemies. For enemies. Sinbad's eyes flashed sharply. Although the statement was not fully completed, both of the beasts clearly understood it. Just at this moment. Shriek, boom. Sinbad and the two beasts turned their heads toward the sound. Beautiful sparks exploded in the pitch-black sky. Bad. Skyrocket signals, Sinbad said urgently. It seems they've discovered us. Aming followed. What's there to fear? After all, we came here to kill. This isn't even better. Atai didn't take these ordinary humans seriously. After all, Sinbad wasn't alone. He had not only himself and the two beasts but also a large army of beast creatures in his divine dragon ring. In an instant, kill. The chilling sounds of battle filled the skies. Even in those dark civilian houses, fires lit up instantly, and countless black ant-like people surged out in chaos from within the rooms. Only the civilian houses near the edge of the royal city, where Sinbad was located, remained empty, while everywhere else warriors flooded out rapidly. At this moment, soldiers within the royal city also emerged wildly from their tents. All were fully armored with spears, swords, axes, and shields ready. Sinbad scanned the scene around him, muttering under his breath, trapping fish in a jar. Huge waves of soldiers surged out rapidly. Soon, like well-coordinated beats, they gathered near the gate of the royal city. Torch flames blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings instantly. Neither Sinbad nor Aming and Atai moved. They observed the development of the situation. Atai sat carelessly atop the wall, smirking disdainfully. What did Atai fear most? Of course, it was masses of incompetent humans. One stomp from his unique ability would crush a crowd easily, especially amidst such dense multitudes. Aming felt the same. Being a berserk beast man, even a silver beast man, but still holding an over 10th level rank for beast creatures, it exuded a natural pride. Sinbad admired the brilliant strategist's idea of luring them in and then depleting their magical energy before killing them. However, much as he respected the man's abilities, regretfully, the latter wasn't on Sinbad's side. Sinbad along with Aming and Atai remained seated on top of the wall overlooking the throng below when suddenly an old man stepped forth from the ranks. Looking at the person, it was hard to tell if he was from the Light Temple, yet he carried a glowing purple weapon fused with a guardian beast. His streaks of white hair highlighted extraordinary strength. The vigorous old man declared loudly, "Who dares to intrude? State your name. An elder will not harm the nameless." The radiant purple glow flickered under the firelight, showing the confidence gleaming in his eyes. Yes, that elder was confident he could capture Sinbad and his companions. Huh, what child comes from who knows where calling himself elder? Before Sinbad could answer, Atai spoke proudly and arrogantly. Of course, Atai had the right to say that. If calculated by Attai's age, how could any human live longer than this Titan war ape? Moreover, Sinbad could tell that the old man hadn't realized Attai was a magical beast yet. This was largely thanks to Attai surpassing human level 9. To identify him as such, one would need strength exceeding the level of a magical beast or possess an anti-magic guardian beast. Hence, Sinbad understood that the person in front absolutely wouldn't have greater power than Attai. But even across the whole divine dragon continent, who could rival Attai's prowess, having surpassed level 9 full capacity? At that moment, the old man's face twisted dramatically. After crossing 100 years in age, to be called kid, his expression darkened, and his voice trembled angrily. State your name. For someone so young to call me a child. Well, I see you're asking for death. Anger often makes people lose their reason. Brother 4. A figure flashed instantly. Judging from the position, Sinbad knew the newcomer appeared from inside the royal city. Hearing the person calling the old man fourth brother, though indeed gray-haired, still, with just that roar, Sinbad could sense the explosive rage in the tone. The person here must certainly have a much deeper foundation than the elder before. Sinbad silently assessed in his heart. The newer arrival drifted smoothly like a shadow in front of the elder, whispering something into his ear. Seeing those steps, Sinbad could feel that this new main presence must truly possess real power. Even with his keen hearing and sharp eyes, Sinbad couldn't catch a single word whispered there. Unaware of what the later elder whispered to the earlier elder, suddenly the once arrogant elder's eyes bulged round like oxen pupils, his mouth gaping wide. It is. The elder pointed at Attai, stuttering repeatedly. We've launched. Still, I'm feeling dazed and confused. Here, I'd like to thank all the great readers for your support which has brought me to where I am today. Of course, I must also thank my editor Piao Piao for her strong backing, enabling me to walk this long road until now. Now, I don't have much to reflect on. I will continue to offer my best passion and rich content to all brothers. Brothers, come give flowers, come collect, come subscribe. Fady will go crazy together with you. Chapter 136, the city filled with magic rain too. The sky was moonless, as black as charcoal. However, under the capital city of the Timil Principality, it was illuminated thoroughly by the flickering flames of countless torches. If viewed from high above, one would surely see that the city resembled a city of fire at this moment. A sea of people surged, heads moving like waves, and the oppressive darkness of battle armor pressed down on everyone's hearts. Although Sambat saw an old man in white floating over to the elderly man, he didn't know what they said. But from the words that came out of the old man's mouth, with his eyes wide open like oxen, Sambat understood that the old man had initially been unaware that Attai was a magical beast, but now realized it. Could it be? Is his strength higher than Attai's? No. My father-in-law has fought against the Pope of Light many times, yet there's no mention of such a person existing, nor does anyone say their power could surpass the peak of level 9 human power. If this person can recognize that Attai is a magical beast, there is only one possibility. It's due to his guardian creature. Sambat secretly speculated about the newcomer's strength. Just as Sambat guessed, on the divine dragon continent, if there were someone stronger than Attai, it wouldn't mean much. Or, at least, their levels would match Attai's. After all, Attai's power had already reached the peak of level 10 super magical beasts. Since the newcomer was able to identify the true form of the magical beast, and not just any magical beast, but Attai's body, this person must have a magic beast with a penetrating transformation ability, and the grade of this magic beast was not low. You should be Long, or perhaps respectfully called Sambat Rose. After addressing the elder, the man turned to speak to the pensive Sambat. Upon hearing this, Sambat determined immediately that the entire plan before him had definitely been designed by this person. Well, your guess is correct, elder. But may I ask who you are? Though I admire your strategy greatly for trapping us like fish in a barrel, Sambat deliberately emphasized the word you, clearly implying, we don't know each other well, so don't be too familiar when greeting me. We're enemies, so there's no need for respect. Oh, young man, how do you know this was planned by me and not by someone else? Seeing the cunning look on the old man's face, feigning the manners of a scholar while stroking his white beard, Sambat felt repulsed. But, you're wrong about one point. It's not just fish in a barrel. In fact, it's more like waiting by a stump for game. I knew you would come. The elder softly smiled, brimming with confidence. Sambat paid no attention to his confidence or his confession and responded similarly. Oh, how do you know for sure I will come? Isn't that overconfidence, elder? Do you really think you can stop me? And why do you assume I'll run? Seeing Sambat's overwhelming confidence and composure, the bearded elder inwardly admired him, knowing that Sambat was actually only 25 years old. Of course, the elder didn't understand why Sambat exuded such confidence. After all, nearly 100,000 troops stood before him. Attai and Amant had long been dizzy and confused from the conversation between Sambat and the old man and had grown impatient. If it weren't for Sambat being his master, Attai would have charged forward by now. Still, Sambat refrained from attacking, trying to assess if there were any other hidden experts present. Could it be? This isn't good. He might be waiting for reinforcements from the Dark Temple, nearly falling for this kid's trick. The elder in white silently speculated. At this realization, without hesitation, if the forces of the Dark Temple were indeed encircling the Timil city, then they'd have trapped their prey like dumplings. Surrender peacefully, young man, to avoid unnecessary punishment. The elder in white said solemnly. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need for idle chatter. Sambat's pride soared sky high, his arrogance echoing fiercely. As soon as Sombat spoke, Atai's wild energy erupted from his body, transforming into his towering and majestic form. At the same time, Amant, standing to Sombat's right, followed in perfect harmony with Atai, revealing his true form simultaneously. One tall and one short. Although Amant wasn't as physically imposing as Atai, the savage force emanating from his body seemed even greater. That's a titan gigantic ape. Could the one next to it be the Baiming from our flag? It's even a silver Baiming. I feel like I can't breathe anymore. In an instant, after the two magical beasts transformed into their true forms, their ferocious energy surged, almost resisting hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The crowd began to grow restless, even filled with terror. Hearing the soldiers whisper among themselves, both the elder in white and the old man grew grim-faced. At the same time, Sombat's Hammer King armor appeared instantly, and without a moment's delay amidst tens of thousands of soldiers, he fused with his divine dragon guardian. Behind him floated his celestial-class guardian spirit, the dragon spirit. As soon as Atai and Amant saw Sombat's movements, they also did not hesitate, and each fused with their respective divine artifacts. Sombat had not anticipated that Amant's entire body would also be clad in a set of divine artifacts. With this revelation, an even greater fear and unrest surged through the army ranks. The common soldiers felt a chilling dread in their hearts. Upon seeing the two super magical beasts, as well as Sombat being fully equipped in divine artifacts, both elders' expressions darkened. Internally, they were shaken. The elder in white still held up better because Sombat noticed that he too was wearing a complete set of divine artifacts. Without any words exchanged, Amant, known for his ferocity, seemed more stable than Atai, but on this battlefield or in life and death battles, he proved to be highly restless. The moment the elder in white completed his fusion, Atai lifted his right foot, stomped hard on the ground, and instantly fiery red magic force erupted, propelling him forward into the crowd. His colossal figure appeared all the more terrifying. Seeing Amant's movements, Atai raised his head high to take a deep breath. Roar! A roar that tore through eardrums echoed thunderously. Sombat, who was closest, immediately experienced a ringing sensation in his ears. Tens of thousands of troops, mostly ordinary soldiers, might have fared well on the battlefield against regular soldiers, but upon seeing these two giants adorned in divine artifacts, many were stricken with fear. Even more alarming was the sound of Atai's savage roar, which left most soldiers stunned and dizzy. Only a few managed to remain unaffected, their guardian creatures seamlessly merging with their armor. In an instant, dazzling lights emerged slowly. Yellow, green, different colors revealed varying grades of equipment. Upon seeing the silver Baiming charge furiously, the elder who had been loudly challenging earlier immediately roared back, releasing black battle chi and dashing towards the Baiming. The elder in white gracefully soared into the sky and hovered above. Upon observing the elder in white's movement, a smirk crept across Sombat's lips. Want to compare magic? I'll show you what real magic is. Next, Sombat's body floated upwards gently. However, unlike the elder in white who used blue magic, Sombat displayed his own pitch-black magic force. This caused a noticeable change in the elder's expression. Under the cover of the dark night sky, unless someone paid close attention, anyone would think that Sombat was flying through thin air. As Sombat ascended into the sky, simultaneously, Atai's massive body leapt upward as well. Hearing it roar, "Boy, your opponent is me." This enormous body speaking in human language was truly frightening. At the same time, golden white energy fields radiated circularly from Atai's body, gathering white lightning under his huge feet. However, against the backdrop of the dark night, the light was extremely striking. Upon seeing Atai activate his field, Amant also released his own. It shone fiery red, the color of bloodlust. Sombat, seeing the activation of the two magical beast fields, smiled further, becoming more certain that in this battle, there was no need to deploy the magical beast army or the divine dragon knights, because the city was too small and there were too many soldiers. If amidst such dense crowds they unleashed their fields indiscriminately targeting enemies, then they would not only hit foes, but potentially allies too. Given that some lower-tier members of their own forces might suffer harm from the magical energy fields. Once a magical field is activated, it cannot selectively target individuals. Either friend or foe will be affected. Thus, the reason why the elder floating in the air hadn't released his own field was due to the same consideration. Sombat was closely watching the elder in white, who was intently observing him as well. Whoever moved first would expose their weakness. Boom. Just at this moment, Atai, falling from the sky, combined the blinding white lightning on his feet with his unique skill, stomp, and landed on the ground with a tremor that shook the earth itself. Neighboring houses collapsed instantly, crushing some warriors huddled near the buildings. Ordinary soldiers immediately fell flat on the ground. Those nearby were completely obliterated. Those farther away suffered from the shockwaves, resulting in broken legs and arms. In this densely populated area, Atai's skills were overwhelmingly powerful. Seeing the use of this skill, the old man jumped high into the air to evade. Amant continued leaping about, his large fists like blades in a meat grinder, mercilessly reaping lives. Right at that moment, the Timil royal city blazed with light, hundreds of green lights emerging in unison, incredibly bright. A glance from Sombat filled him with sudden alarm. An army of wizards. As Sombat finished speaking, the gate of Timil royal city opened. From the main gate flowed out 100 elite soldiers, all wearing equipment radiating green light. This is the real elite force. Sombat thought secretly to himself. Just as Sombat slightly dispersed his spiritual force, a massive fire dragon of combustion lunged straight toward him. Upon seeing this magic, Sombat did not hesitate to use the guardian creature's skill and soared freely into the air. The black magical force surged forward, and Sombat's body danced gracefully in the sky. Following that, with one sweep of his hand, two pitch-black, burning dragons darted out toward the Elder in white. In an instant, his figure momentarily paused, then Sombat immediately teleported, moving among the elites who had surged out from the royal city. Seeing this situation, the Elder in white was slightly startled. Even for him, it would be difficult to perform such a feat of magic. But Sombat paid no heed to niceties. His pre-prepared royal chaos hammer was glowing brilliantly with golden light. He shouted upward, accompanied by the whisper of the wind, "Rise." As he yelled out this single word, everyone else didn't know what it meant, but Atai and Amant understood clearly. As the two beasts leapt swiftly, Sombat's chaos hammer crashed down to the ground. Boom! An intangible wave of energy spread out slowly, causing all soldiers within miles around the city walls to fall prostrate. Before Sombat could lift his chaos hammer, a corner of it started gathering pitch-black magical force. Simultaneously, Sombat raised his left hand, as if supporting the heavens. After a few seconds of concentration, the Elder in white teleported, linking two quick teleportations to land 5 meters behind Sombat. Since all the soldiers were already on their knees, there was no problem releasing magic horizontally towards Sombat. It might just destroy part of the wall. Seeing the giant fireball combined with the combustion dragon approaching, Sombat smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, showing no concern. He teleported again immediately. While teleporting away, the magical force accumulated on the Chaos Hammer's tip was already ready. Moreover, the destination of Sombat's teleportation was inside the royal palace. The moment the second link of his teleportation ended, Sombat forcefully drove the Chaos Hammer back into the ground. Boom! A seismic tremor shook the earth itself, initiating movements across the land. Yes, this magic was the high-level earth magician's spell, Abyssal Rift. Simultaneously, Sombat showed no interest in observing the effects. Instead, the dark magical power in his left hand instantly coalesced above the royal palace courtyard sky. An intense heat emanated from it, leaving no one capable of knowing precisely which magic Sombat was about to cast. Under the torchlight illumination, visible to the naked eye were hundreds of transforming pitch-black fiery spheres, indeed fire system magical spheres. These instantly multiplied across the sky. Indeed, this was Sombat's fire magic, Meteor Fire Ring. Once finished with this, he smoothly linked into his third teleportation. Just as Sombat completed his third teleportation, the Elder in white appeared through another teleport directly after him. Yet, Sombat took no notice, leaving the Elder in white extremely infuriated. If this continued, anyone could see who would bear the losses and who wouldn't when fighting 3 against many. Still, the Elder in white truly felt powerless, because he did not realize that the Chaos Hammer on Sombat's King Warrior armor actually possessed a stunning capability. Sombat executed such moves purely to disrupt the Elder in white's strategy. If the elites interfered, their joint release of energy followed by reliance on sheer numbers would leave how much spirit or magic power for Sombat and his companions. Also, simultaneously, the mages inside the royal palace were preparing magic, waiting to add more fuel to the fire. The consequences of that would be disastrous. Thus, clever Sombat noticed that the royal city was furiously concentrating magical energy, hence executing this countermeasure. Who in the divine dragon continent could match Sombat's ability to perceive magical elements? After stunning them once, the searing hot, pitch-black fireballs rained down like rain. Throughout the city, cries of agony sounded continuously. After all, even if magicians possessed fine spiritual instruments, their physical bodies could never compare to warriors in terms of toughness. Of course, Sombat wouldn't let them off easily. Suddenly, one could see that Sombat's entire body was encircling 5 colossal dark thunderbolts. With thought magic at his fingertips, he activated his wind system 5-fold acceleration beneath his feet, weaving in and out of the crowd, alternating between S and Z paths, causing the Elder in white to secretly regret this predicament. With each continuous swing of his hands, Sombat unleashed the dual lightning fury and the burning dragon spells without needing to store power, casting wildly, as if he were dancing amidst a torrent of magic. Though city soldiers cried out in agony, Sombat continued relentlessly, his magical prowess turning night into day. However, among the mages and ordinary soldiers with extremely poor physical resistance, that dance-like movement was reaping people's lives. At this moment, Sombat was absolutely more ferocious than Atai's trampling. Sombat, like a grim reaper in his king warrior armor, wandered through the crowd. The soldiers were all panicked and surged toward the royal city gate. No one knew who would be the next to die, but, in the very last second of dying, everyone thought of living. The cries of agony continued, quite pitiful. Although the Elder in white fiercely chased after Sombat, that shadow-like figure was something Sombat could not touch. Moreover, even if there was teleportation, no one knew where Sombat would be at the next moment. At this time, the Elder in white was also secretly praying, "I hope this kid runs out of magic power quickly." Although the Elder in white occasionally released some magic, it undoubtedly hit their own troops, and the number of those killed had already been significant. The Elder in white was incredibly troubled by Sombat. Just as the Elder in white raised his head and roared in anger, intending to provoke Sombat into battle. A loud cry of anguish rang out, like a spring thunderclap. Hearing this sound, the Elder in white immediately changed his expression. "It's bad." Before he finished speaking, He teleported away because this shout belonged to the belligerent old man. Of course, hearing this scream, Sombat smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's almost over. He then teleported away. Outside the imperial city, on the street, a shocking scene appeared before Sombat's eyes, making him just want to laugh. An overwhelming army, completely hundreds of meters away from Atai and Amant, trembled anxiously, fearing that the two giant beasts would come to reap their lives. Fear must have stunned them with the two demons' fighting abilities. Sombat did not think much about it, turning his gaze to the battlefield while continuously casting spells with his hands, continuing to harvest the lives of these warriors. On the battlefield, Atai and Amant's fight indeed shocked Sombat once again, for the two demons were teaming up against the belligerent old man. Meanwhile, Amant stood to the side with crossed arms, his terrifying beast face showing jagged teeth in a smile that looked worse than crying. It was even more grotesque, appearing ghastly. Atai, however, was unleashing his unique boxing techniques more wildly, fists wrapped in white current similar to the first time he fought Sombat, enveloping the old man in a huge fist-shaped dome. Nevertheless, what Atai said afterward made Sombat laugh uncontrollably. Calling you dog mad, calling you old man, I will beat you to death. However, when Atai was about to retract his giant fist dome, the elder in white who earlier darted out of the royal city, instantly unleashed an unknown amount of strength into a massive burning dragon that howled and flew toward Atai. Seeing this combustion dragon at this moment, Sombat inwardly marveled because Sombat realized that the stored energy of the combustion dragon was no less than double the size of his own magic. As the scorching hot combustion dragon howled towards them, Amant certainly would not take the risk of letting it hit his body, since he could dodge it. And Atai himself, being quite particular about his fur, would rather abandon the punch to evade it. After dodging, Sombat hadn't had time to teleport and follow. The elder in white immediately grabbed the old man who came out from the Titan monkey's giant fist, only to see the old man spitting blood from his mouth. Subsequently, the elder in white activated his own teleportation multiple times, fleeing towards the edge of Timmel's city. Not good. They're trying to escape. Seeing this situation, Sombat's face drastically changed. Simultaneously, Sombat teleported beside the Titan monkey, the dragon ring's golden light flashing as hordes of magical beasts and divine dragon knights surged out wildly. Sombat paid no attention to the astonishment of the warriors. He roared loudly. The magical beast army follows Atai's orders. The divine dragon knight army follows Lut's orders. Lay down your weapons, and you won't be killed. Resist, and death will be upon you without mercy. His voice boomed, as if the entire Timmel city could hear it. Before the words faded, Sombat instantly turned into a shadow and pursued the elder in white. Chapter 137. Where to run? As soon as Sunbart finished speaking, his figure transformed into a black streak, rushing towards the two elders. Due to Sinbart's brief hesitation, the two elders appeared in Sinbart's eyes falling outside of Timber City. Bad. If they get outside the city, with such an expansive ground, it will be difficult for me to catch them. Sinbart muttered to himself mentally. Good. This is what we'll do. Suddenly, behind Sinbart's body, the heavenly grade guardian beast dragon spirit's domain was unleashed. It seemed as though a golden hue was faintly surrounding Sinbart's rapidly dashing body, slowly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, the golden hue domain expanded to approximately 1 mile. With Sinbart sprinting, it was furiously moving forward. It was like a super golden dome being dragged along by Sinbart's movements. The initially black pressure, after Sinbart's and Atai's final battle, had also shifted from black to golden from the presence of the heavenly grade guardian beast. Whoosh, whoosh. Sinbart did not smoothly chain 3 teleportations in succession, but with the second teleportation alone, Sinbart was already on top of the city tower. Looking down, the elder clad in white had almost completely vanished into the distance, just a tiny dot remaining visible. Had it not been for Sinbart's keen senses, even this small white dot would have faded away. After the 200-meter teleports, the golden aura domain barely reached there. But within this sprint combined with teleportation, though the heavenly guardian beast was formidable, even it experienced tremendous expenditure over this distance. This wasn't about immobilizing something continuously, but unleashing its power temporarily. And besides, the white-robed elder had yet to be locked onto. Seeing this situation, Sinbart immediately ceased the guardian beast's domain, once more transforming into a fleeting shadow, leaping from the city tower, rushing forward with great speed in pursuit. Second brother, run faster yourself. Don't worry about me. Their abilities are too overwhelming. If it were only me, then none of us would need to be so pitiful. However, they are 3 top-tier experts. Lying in the arms of the elder in white, the old man who was previously boastful now looked pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Anyone could tell that he was grievously injured. Of course, Atai was a pinnacle existence beyond level 10 of the magical beasts, and at that time Sunbart nearly lost or died. As for him, merely a level 9 human. How could he possibly be a match for the Titan ape? Before the old man could finish his words, the elder in white exploded with anger and roared. Nonsense. You're my 4th brother. I can't let you die. We live together. No more talking. Let me focus on getting away. Seeing the ferocious face of his second brother, the old man sensibly stopped talking, though worries quietly brewed in his heart. He seemed to understand that if his second brother didn't leave him behind, neither of them would survive today. Repenting instantly, he said, Brother, the Pope was right. I shouldn't have acted without thinking, staying behind to clean up the disciple of the divine dragon, thus dragging you into this mess. Heaven really isn't fair. That heir of the divine dragon is only 25 years old. And yet yes, the once arrogant old man now wore an expression of utter unwillingness. Alas, don't I feel exactly the same way? The elder in white, running swiftly, also gave a quiet sigh. In the infinite night, it felt like an abyss without a bottom. The old man in the elder's arms felt like he was heading towards no return. In the deep, quiet night, soft voices could travel over 100 meters, especially under such swift movements. Though sound waves hadn't spread much due to their rapid speeds, Simbart had already disappeared and reappeared elsewhere in flashes. Hearing the conversation between the two elders, a thought arose in Simbart's mind. After all, who was Simbart searching for? Hearing the word, hope, how could Simbart not realize that these two ahead belonged to the Holy Light Temple? Without a doubt, Simbart's full-speed dash far exceeded the speed of the elder in white carrying another person. When excitement surged within him, Simbart lifted his head to the sky and took a deep breath, using the wind magic whisper technique. His voice thundered forth like the spring thunder, roaring, "You cowards, how do you plan to escape?" The uproar of the voice startled sleeping birds which flapped loudly and rose into the air, presenting a scene strangely magnificent. Of course, the two elders also heard it. Hearing the urgency, the wounded old man quickly urged, "Second brother, leave me here. Let me guard the rear. Since I'm close to death anyway, I will block them. Hurry and escape. As long as there's green mountains around, we won't lack firewood. In the future, take revenge for me." "No, absolutely not." The elder in white, in tone and demeanor, seemed aware that those pursuing were in fact three people. But he couldn't have imagined that only Simbart himself was chasing them. Within this dense forest, both parties pursued each other, one in front, one behind. And the one from behind was soon catching up. Whoosh. With successive teleportations, Simbart was already almost on par with the elder in white and the others. If an outsider were to carefully observe, they would notice that Simbart was currently slightly out of breath. After all, the mental energy Simbart used to release magic had already been quite substantial in Timel. Moreover, he had been running at such a rapid pace. However, the elder in white, though not using as much magic as Simbart, was also breathing heavily. Still not stopping, Simbart roared, and instantly a dark burning dragon from his left hand surged toward the elder in white. Seeing this, the elder in white showed no intention of retaliating, but instead leapt away and continued his frantic flight. Simbart then let loose a constant stream of dark magical attacks from his hands, sending them toward the elder in white. But the old man only evaded repeatedly. "We cannot fall for his trick, we must not stop. If I halt now, the two great beasts will surely catch up, leaving me no place to bury my corpse." Of course, Simbart did not know that the elder in white was precisely considering this issue. Both parties continued their mad sprint forward. Although Simbart's spirit force was exceedingly powerful, it consumed a tremendous amount, especially since the elder in white merely evaded, even mimicking Simbart by zigzagging through the streets of the Timel royal city, creating S and Z patterns in his route. This prevented Simbart from using instant teleportation. He could also not unleash his domain powers, as using such an ability while running would consume too much energy, something not only Simbart, but even a heavenly grey guardian beast could not sustain. An unknown amount of time passed, yet Simbart could already hear the pounding of his own heart. Yes, Simbart was panting wildly. Likewise, the elder in white panted equally hard. Seeing this situation, the injured old man grew desperate, blood-red streaks appearing in his eyes. "No, elder brother, we need to make a stand. If we keep running, we'll die anyway. Besides, those two huge beasts haven't caught up. Perhaps they aren't coming after all." Hearing these words, the elder in white faltered in his stride. "All right, younger brother, let's take a stand." He realized that if they kept running, death was inevitable. In an instant, another dual thunder wrath erupted from Simbart's fingertips, rapidly approaching. In this state without preparation, there were just 5 bursts, but these 5 thunderous bolts carried paralyzing currents, perfect for intercepting fugitives. Simbart was increasingly relying on lightning-based magic. The elder in white hesitated not a moment and instantly teleported away. He placed the injured man on the ground and stopped to face Simbart directly. Upon noticing the stance of the elder in white, Simbart reversed the airflow with a wind elemental technique, allowing him to come to a perfect stop despite his high-speed movement. One needed to know how incredibly fast Simbart was moving. "Insolent brat, give me your life." The elder in white suddenly coiled his body, releasing a wave of green magic underfoot as he shot skyward. Such arrogance is futile desperation. Simbart scoffed coldly. A pitch-black surge of fighting spirit exploded beneath him, shooting upward like a rocket. Then, using the unique skill of his heavenly guardian beast, free flight, he remained steady in the air. During this exchange, the elder in white unleashed wind blades, a burning dragon, and fireballs one after another. The pitch-black night was illuminated spectacularly. Simbart didn't evade. His abundant magic was undeniably more robust than the elder's. A massive black burning dragon emerged swiftly from Simbart's spells. Indeed, under this prolonged chase, the elder in white's magic had begun to show signs of decline. On the other hand, Simbart's magic seemed inexhaustible. While spiritual power was being consumed, Simbart was confident that his spiritual strength far exceeded that of the elder in white. After all, he couldn't believe that the elder in white could unleash a grand pentagram spell across 5 systems, nor could he possess the madness for practice Simbart possessed. If that burning dragon could spin once, perhaps it would clear some of those wind blades. Simbart made a strenuous effort to control the magic. Just below, instantaneously devouring all the Elder in White's magic, the dark burning dragon quivered unexpectedly, bringing Sunbart immense joy. Behold, the dragon spun a full circle in the air, consuming its dark energy while also swallowing the surrounding green-colored wind blades. What did this mean? Of course, Sunbart knew. It signified his magical control had advanced another step. Witnessing this scene, the Elder in White was utterly astonished. Though amidst this astonishment, his momentary freeze became crystal clear in Sunbart's eyes. Good. Now's the time to seize your life when you're down. Subsequently, Sunbart grasped the heavenly ring hammer, causing the corners to immediately charge with dark magical energy. Just after the Elder in White believed he'd narrowly avoided danger, Sunbart swung the hammer ferociously. The magical energy at the tip of the hammer ahead flew out first, exploding mid-air like fireworks. The dark magical force, accompanied by the pop-pop sound, coalesced into dozens of black lightning orbs. Trouble. The Elder in White, upon seeing Sunbart's spell, instantly recalled the Thunder Mages and their notorious 10 directions clustered thunder magic. Just as the clustered thunder was being cast, it spread out to form an encircling pattern, slowly converging on the Elder in White. Sunbart's heavenly ring hammer released the stored magical energy from its edge all at once. A searing darkness condensed directly above the Elder in White. This move of Sunbart's could be described as ruthless. Using the encircling effect of the 10 directions clustered thunder, if one moved downward, the clustered thunder would follow, and upward meant facing his own fire magic. Nighttime hues. In the span of a few seconds thought, this nearly caused the Elder in White fatal injuries. Realizing there was almost no way to evade the incoming attack, the Elder in White took a bold gamble and immediately teleported away. Moreover, he deliberately collided with one of the large black thunder orbs. Paralysis immediately surged through his entire body, giving him a narrow escape, while the nighttime hues exploded on the ground at his original position. Boom. An immense collision resounded, rumbling throughout the vicinity. But in that exact moment when the Elder in White had teleported out, Sunbart, wearing a slight smile, instantly followed suit and teleported again. He reappeared precisely 5 meters behind the Elder in White. Chapter 138, Another Great Battle. Just as Sinbait was battling the Elder in White, within the Timel city, there was also blood flying everywhere. Though some soldiers had surrendered, they were very few. This sight caused Lutz to secretly admire them. It was evident that these soldiers, although ordinary, could be considered elites within their nation. Their indomitable spirit in the face of death was astonishing. Without a word, the current massacre was absolutely one-sided. The soldiers, seeing more than 1,000 ferocious beasts and hundreds of magic armor-clad creatures, had already lost their souls in fear. Under such circumstances without surrender, any who still held their weapons were met with the beasts' magical attacks and bites, disappearing like wheat stalks cut down. The earlier elite members of the Light God Temple had already been almost entirely wiped out by Sinbait, leaving only a few survivors. In this one-sided battle, despite some resistance, it was utterly futile. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, rivers of blood flowed through the land, and broken limbs were strewn about, creating an air of solemn heroism. This is war. This is battle. This is slaughter. This is the victor becoming king and the loser becoming a corpse. The tragic battle for Xiaoga left nothing but desolation. The counterattack now was simply a matter of time. Dozens of miles outside Timel City, with Sinbait's instantaneous teleportation, he stood only 5 meters away from the Elder in White, whose body had gone numb. Sinbait, with a single hand, condensed 2 pitch-black dual thunder rages into one. Formed in mere seconds, it reached up to half the size of Sinbait's own frame. SSSS. As the dual thunder rages formed, just as the old man in white sensed danger behind him, stopping his wind magic flow and descending to the ground, it whistled through the air heading straight toward him. Boom. It hit the back of the Elder in White perfectly. Pooh. A sound of spitting blood entered Sinbait's ears. The Elder continued to fall faster. How is this possible? The speed of casting. It wasn't until now that the Elder truly realized how terrifyingly fast Sinbait's spellcasting speed was. Seeing his second brother grievously injured by Sinbait's colossal dual thunder rage, the Elder with the blood-red eyes roared, "Second brother." While the Elder in White fell, Sinbait made no move because he felt it unnecessary. Their lives seemed completely within his grasp. Shoo! The Elder suddenly unleashed black combat energy, rushing to where the Elder in White was falling. Cradling him, he cried out, "Second brother, how are you? I have failed you. You must run quickly. Even if I die, you cannot." No. Before the Elder in White finished speaking, the old man knew his second brother would surely stop him. As Sinbait landed on the ground, black energy gathered again around his broken body, using the scarce amount of energy left in his battered state to desperately slash at Sinbait with his purple greatsword. Seeing the recklessness of his fourth brother, the Elder closed his eyes softly, a drop of crystal-clear tear trickling down his wrinkled cheeks. "Fourth brother, why do you insist?" Sinbait, of course, knew well that when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must use all its strength. Moreover, the person charging towards him was clearly seeking death, recklessly burning his life force in combat. Sinbait would never underestimate such determination. As the saying goes, the soft fears the hard fears the fierce fears those who seek death. Looking into the Elder's eyes at this moment, Sinbait understood, this was someone who would not hesitate to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black energy, carrying the purple longsword, appeared like multiple residual images, dozens of sword strikes flashing toward Sinbait. Seeing such sword chi, Senbeit couldn't help but admire him internally. Although this elder often appeared arrogant, his singular dedication, which had cultivated such a mad sword technique, showed that he too was an exceedingly detail-oriented person. Because an arrogant man wielding such dense sword chi, making the divine weapon shimmer with afterimages in the air, this was not just an attack, but also a defense. You come admirably. Senbeit roared as magical power erupted wildly from his whole body again, the surge impacting the fallen leaves and dust on the ground, forming a huge wave that spread around. Then, Senbeit wielded the heaven-earth hammer, lightly swinging it in midair. Although the elder saw this technique used by Senbeit and was shocked, the desire to fight recklessly remained unchanged. He marveled that the heaven-earth hammer in Senbeit's hands was so large, certainly powerful in obstructing wind flows. Yet under Senbeit's control, the massive hammerhead, despite roaring winds, moved as effortlessly as if he were wielding a long sword, gracefully flickering. SSS, 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 SSS. As Senbeit swung his heaven-earth hammer like a magic wand, scores of dark thunderlight orbs shot toward the old man's dark combat energy, colliding one by one. Moreover, there were still numerous thunderlight orbs rushing toward the old man. However, at such a close distance, Senbeit could see that the old man didn't dodge and even had a smile on the corner of his lips. Something's wrong. A sense of danger suddenly rose from the bottom of Senbeit's heart. Fourth brother, no. The elder in white, upon seeing the old man's movements, immediately realized what the old man was about to do and shouted out in sorrow. Just as the thunderlight orbs were about to hit the old man's body, all of a sudden, the old man gripped the knife with both hands, and the dark combat energy quickly gathered from both arms into the long knife. He fiercely slashed downward with incredible speed. Such combat energy wants to harm me? You underestimate me too much. Seeing this kind of combat energy and such a skill used, Senbeit was very confident in dodging it. Even an instantaneous teleportation would suffice. But, the next moment, Senbeit was shocked. Even the phrase, "you underestimate me too much," was not fully spoken. In the old man's slash, the dark combat energy rushed swiftly towards Senbeit. At the moment when Senbeit thought it was nothing, the combat energy transformed into a net-like existence, making Senbeit unable to teleport away. With this slash roaring out, dozens of thunderlight orbs exploded onto the old man's body. Instantly forming arcs, he was propelled backward. During this process, the old man screamed desperately, "Second brother, think of revenge for the fourth brother in the future, hurry and go." Upon hearing these words from the old man, the elder in white wiped away his tears and decided not to stay anymore. He knew that his fourth brother had risked his life to give him time to escape. He must not let his fourth brother down. In the blink of an eye, he teleported away, disappearing from Senbeit's sight. But at this point, Senbeit had no time to care about the elder in white. Seeing such a blade chi, Senbeit summoned all his combat energy, added all magical protections, focused his entire body, and countered the blow with brute force. But just then, the scattered blade chi condensed once again while Senbeit concentrated all defenses to resist. At the sight of this situation, Senbeit's mouth opened wide in shock, unable to close. Just as he thought of teleporting away, boom, the thick dark combat energy smashed violently onto Senbeit's body. Instantly, the ground trembled. Within 2 meters in front of Senbeit, the ground was torn apart by the combat energy. Behind Senbeit, the dragon's spirit, the heavenly guardian beast, instantly glowed with bright golden light in its eyes. The exclusive skill of the heavenly guardian beast, Absolute Barrier, was deployed. In an instant, the water magic water curtain heaven grace, earth magic guardian wall were all torn apart. In this instant, Senbeit held the heaven-earth hammer with both hands and placed it horizontally before his chest. But the visible tearing of the absolute barrier occurred again, like throwing a small stone into a tranquil lake, causing circular ripples to tear open. Shock. Astonishment. On the verge of death, the strength of desperation was truly terrifying. Before Senbeit could think more, pung. Senbeit flew back like a broken kite. However, in this moment of collision, the holy dragon armor of Senbeit's Hammer King battle armor shone with gold, flashing and fading instantly. His chest was hit by the thick dark combat energy. Blood churned within his chest. Unable to hold back, Senbeit felt a sweetness at the throat, spitting out blood and mist. As Senbeit fell back, the dark combat energy did not stop at all, but continued to tear through the land. 30 meters behind where Senbeit landed, the dark combat energy attacked him once more. Although in excruciating pain, this time Senbeit wouldn't be caught off guard. Biting his teeth and enduring, though lying on the ground, he also connected a teleportation. Merely shifting 10-odd meters away, he managed to evade. When the combat energy finally stopped, Senbeit slowly got up. Looking at the magnificent earth beneath, with nearly 50-meter grooves embedded in it, Senbeit was astonished. After all, the old man was already severely injured, yet his power during this desperate fight was so immense. Despite being only a human level 9 sword emperor, how could Senbeit not be astonished? But this brief move taught Senbeit a deep lesson. It's my fault that I didn't use my domain earlier. Senbeit was slightly regretful at this moment. In the tremendous consumption, Senbeit hadn't intended to add extra load by using his own domain or even the Heavenly Guardian Beast's domain, causing him to silently regret it. After thinking this over, Senbeit released his pitch black domain. Because of the immense consumption it required, and the addition of the Heavenly Guardian Beast skill Absolute Barrier, Senbeit didn't want to further exhaust his Guardian Beast and decided to use his own domain instead. Due to the empowerment from the heavenly guardian beast, Sinbad could use his own domain and recovered much faster than the heavenly guardian beast, so it didn't matter. Now was also the time to find that old man who had delivered such a desperate slash. After releasing his domain, Sinbad wasted no time in seeking out that old man responsible for such a powerful move. When his domain extended to 100 meters, Sinbad immediately found the old man. Rushing forward, the sight of the old man confirmed to Sinbad that the old man was dead, truly dead. He used all his life force to release his most powerful technique. His blood vessels exploded in the process. And with the backlash ability of Sinbad's Saint Dragon armor acting on his body, the old man couldn't possibly survive. Gathering the old man's divine artifact long knife, along with several other divine artifacts and spiritual artifacts, Sinbad took his ring as well, then rushed forward. Sinbad believed that in such a brief fight, though the elder in white wasn't severely injured, he had expended too much energy and wouldn't have been able to escape far. Releasing his own domain, he quickly sped ahead. However, behind a large rock in the shadows, indeed confirming Sinbad's guess, even the elder in white hadn't strayed too far from the battlefield, only hundreds of meters away. It wasn't that Sinbad couldn't detect him. Rather, the elder's own heavenly guardian beast had given him a life-saving skill. Moreover, this elder wanted to recover his fourth brother's body and didn't want his younger brother left out in the wilderness. Therefore, he boldly used the unique skill of his guardian beast, concealment. The reason he dared to try was because he didn't know if Sinbad, the successor of the divine dragon, had the ability to break through illusions, or if Sinbad's guardian beast could dispel such skills. He just had to take the risk. However, seeing Sinbad race away, the elder let out a relieved sigh in his heart. Amidst the fierce battle, the sky gradually began to pale, signaling the dawn after a night of fighting. Dozens of miles away from Sinbad, another intense battle raged on fiercely. On this rare open plain of Timir, hundreds of thousands of soldiers encircled the tens of thousands of remaining soldiers, many with severed limbs. At the front of the army, two figures seemed to be conversing. A muscular man, riding a tall rhinoceros, laughed maniacally. Xianxia, why don't you surrender? Would you let your soldiers die for your honor? Humph. Hu Biao, a general of Timir Kingdom's 1st Army Corps, selling your country for glory, bringing tens of thousands of soldiers from the Holy Light Shrine into our territory, becoming their lapdog. I, Xianxia, despise people like you. At this moment, Xianxia's left sleeve flapped emptily, clearly showing that his left arm was gone. But despite that, his spirit remained high, wielding a spiritual weapon sword. Yet, his body was covered in blood stains that had turned black. Not just me, but also the 3rd Army Corps commander, Adam Kit. My 2nd Corps soldiers are not ones who lie down and die. Come on, we'll give you a good bite. Now, Xianxia was laughing loudly, completely disdainful. The bloodstains on his face and his red eyes made him appear particularly terrifying. Brothers of the 2nd Corps, what should we do with these bastards before us? Xianxia roared. Kill, kill, kill. An overwhelming war spirit rose among those soldiers, fewer than 10,000, many with broken bodies and limbs. Their morale soared higher. Hu Biao's soldiers behind him heard these words and saw such unyielding wills. Some secretly felt guilty. They knew these were once their brothers, from the same nation, yet they now faced each other in combat. Xianxia, why do you insist on this? I know you're righteous, a hero of great integrity, but haven't you considered the lives of these soldiers? Do you truly intend for all of them to die here? Let me repeat my offer. I won't forget your past actions. Although tens of thousands of soldiers have been killed, if you submit to me, you will become my vice commander. Don't you realize how treacherous the cooperation with the Holy Light Shrine is? However, my goal is, after the empire is taken down, to carve out my own dominion. Hearing Hu Biao's arrogant words, Xianxia retorted furiously, Spit. What has our country done wrong to deserve your betrayal? And aren't you aware that even without you, they easily got rid of Prince Kate? So what are you really? Enough talking nonsense, my stance remains the same. If you want war, so be it. Don't you care for the lives of your nearly 10,000 warriors? These words indeed weighed heavily on Xianxia's mind. Tens of thousands of brothers had already perished, and he didn't want the few remaining ones to be lost as well. But, General, we fear no death in battle. If it's war, so be it. Yes, General, if it's war, then let it come. War, war, war. The soldiers' overwhelming will for battle surged again, incited by their own leader. Seeing these determined men under Xianxia who were prepared to die, Hu Biao reflected inwardly. He knew Adam Kit from the 3rd Army Corps was still behind him. The losses at this place had already been too great, and if they continued further, the next person to meet a fate similar to Xianxia would be none other than himself, absolutely swallowed up by Adam Kit. Of course, those capable of achieving the rank of general were not ordinary individuals. After deep contemplation, at this moment Hu Biao suddenly lit with inspiration and bellowed loudly. Xianxia, you're a man of integrity. I'll give you a chance. Let us two generals challenge each other. If you can defeat me, or there is someone within your army who can defeat me, I'll give you all a way out. If you fail, you'll have to submit to me. Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing Hu Biao's words, Xianxia froze. Numerous brothers in arms fighting alongside him turned their gaze toward this commander to see what decision he would make. After a long pause, Xianxia roared, Damn it, how wicked. Nonetheless, I accept. Yes. Why was Hu Biao so confident? It wasn't because he was vastly superior to Xianxia or possessed some amazing artifact. Rather, Hu Biao had not participated in a single fight, merely watching smugly from behind the lines, while Xianxia had spent the entire night battling. This disparity in consumption, Spirit force and battle chi could not compare. Therefore, Hu Biao believed that no one among Xiong Li's second army corps could possibly triumph over him. General, why are you wasting your time with this treacherous villain? Kill him. Losing one's head just leaves a scar the size of a bowl, and in 20 years, we'll still be men of valor. Yes, General, you mustn't go. General, let us fight together. General, we're willing to die with you. Hearing the heartfelt words from his brothers in arms, Xiong Li welled up with tears. In one's life, to have such comrades who shared life and death with him, Xiong Li held no regrets. All one could hear was Xiong Li shout, "Damn it, sons of mine, live well. Even if I lose, I won't wish to survive. Live well for me and avenge my death. Don't forget our homeland or our roots. A man must live with sentiment and righteousness. I, Xiong Li, am fortunate to have all of you as my brothers throughout my life. Even if I die, I shall hold no regrets. However, you must avenge my death, so please stay alive." Upon hearing Xiong Li's words, Hu Biao softly shook his head in denial and muttered disdainfully, "Humph, once everyone has wealth, living better lives, who will still remember you, Xiong Li?" But those brothers who heard Xiong Li's heartfelt words all knelt down on one knee. Nearly 10,000 men bowing simultaneously presented an absolutely grand sight. And as if prearranged, they shouted in unison, "General." Just these two words resounded thunderously, echoing through heaven and earth. Everyone stared at Xiong Li, eyes brimming with hot tears. They all knew the general made such decisions solely for them. But which soldier following Xiong Li wasn't a person of sentiment and righteousness? As for Xiong Li, upon hearing those two words, he bore no more regret. Turning around, he strode towards the battlefield. "Excellent Xiong Li, truly worthy of being the commander of the 2nd Regiment. This day's battle, I shall ensure your loss leaves you completely convinced." Leaping off the back of his rhinoceros, he gripped his spiritual weapon broadsword and headed towards Xiong Li. Yet, all these events occurred tens of miles away from where Sinbad stood. Chapter 139, Is that you? In the dense and lush forest, Sunbart sat to recover his spiritual power. After 2 hours of rapid pursuit, he was unable to find the old man in white robes. Thus, he had no choice but to sit down and restore his energy. But it had been only about half an hour. He thought deeply about the battle earlier, while secretly regretting not using his realm power. If I hadn't worried about my spiritual power consumption, I should have unleashed my realm power back then. Alas, it seems the old guy got away. However, controlling that burning dragon has truly transformed my mastery over magic, achieving something new. Recalling how the burning dragon spun through the sky, Sunbart couldn't help but feel elated. After all, being able to manipulate one's magic so freely and alter its direction wasn't something humans could do. Only the wizard king of the silver dragons, the magical beast, could manage such a feat. Sitting upright, he reflected on what just happened. After some time, a sudden realization struck Sunbart. No, I'm wrong. It's too late, too late. Since I know the old man in white had the ability to break magic and could see through Atai's body, naturally his guardian beast would possess the ability to create illusions. Unfortunately, after rushing around for 2 hours, it seems I couldn't possibly catch up with him. Sunbart looked sorrowful, regretting having overlooked such a crucial point. After resting for half an hour, Sunbart had recovered a little more than half of his original spirit force, which had dropped significantly during the chase. While Sunbart was contemplating absolute control over his magic, "Marshal," a wailing voice cut through the air, piercing into Sunbart's ears. From the sound of the word "Marshal," Sunbart could tell this call was full of sorrow, not the joyous cry of victory. Moreover, it wasn't just one person shouting at their loudest capacity, it was tens of thousands speaking in unison. What is going on? Sunbart stood up immediately and looked towards the north, though even with his sharp hearing and eyesight, the dense trees prevented any view. But by listening carefully, Sunbart could pinpoint the direction. 10 miles to the north. Anyway, I can't catch up with the old man in white. Might as well take a look. Of course, Sunbart knew that this mournful shout represented something far from simple. Although his spiritual power wasn't fully restored, the mad use of magic allowed Sunbart to still move quite fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lifting his hammer of heaven and earth, Sunbart darted through the woods like an agile monkey, rushing towards where Xiong Li was stationed. In fact, in the Timil Principality, there were millions of troops at the least, but due to temptation and commands from higher-ups, originally evenly matched armies now showed disparity. On the battlefield, Xiong Li led his soldiers bravely, spilling blood for land, suffering great losses. However, Hu Biao and Adam Keter preserved their strength. So as days passed, the number of soldiers diminished rapidly. With the allure of money, some soldiers deserted, reducing the second army from hundreds of thousands to barely 10,000. As a division commander, Xiong Li saw this, hurting deeply inside. Every time he witnessed a brother's death, it felt like a steel blade pierced his heart, bleeding internally. For someone moving as swiftly as Sunbart, covering 10+ miles took mere minutes. Once in sight, a sea of tens of thousands of dark figures filled the landscape. With wind elemental magic released, Sunbart ascended into the sky under wind soaring's effect, observing everything from dozens of meters high. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers encircled tens of thousands of soldiers. On the rolling grassland, amidst waves of heads between the opposing forces, a gap spanned about a mile in diameter separated the two sides. Within this space, two individuals faced off, only 100 meters apart. Sunbart landed lightly and quickly approached, teleported instantly at a distance of several hundred meters, standing at the rear of the army without any soldier noticing. The moment he settled his figure, Due to his height, he caught glimpses of the two combatants through gaps in swaying heads. Upon seeing them, his body trembled violently, because he recognized Xianli's grimacing face. The person confronting Xianli was tall and sturdy, brimming with an intimidating aura, declaring loudly, "Xianli, you refusing to retreat unto death certainly marks you as a fearless hero, but your actions are nothing short of foolishness. Why not surrender to me? Must we go down this desperate path?" Xianli laughed haughtily. "What words can I exchange with your petty nature? You traitors selling your country for personal gain. Xianli may not kill you, Hu Biao, today, but I'll give you a taste. Cease talking nonsense. If we're to fight, let's fight." The person addressed by Xianli's words turned red and pale intermittently. Upon hearing these words, Sunbart became more certain in his mind, and was even more impressed by Xianli's indomitable spirit. However, the words of the person called Hu Biao by Xianli brought a delighted smile to Sunbart's face. "Xianli, I'll remind you again. If anyone in your army can defeat me, my offer still stands. I will let all of you leave alive. My brothers in the army are all injured. There is no need to talk about it. I shall fight you." Before Xianli finished speaking, a loud roar came from behind the tens of thousands of soldiers, shaking the heavens and reverberating deafeningly. Roar. This voice came from Sinbart's prolonged shout, as he knew that if he didn't help Xianli now, Xianli would be killed. Everyone who heard this roar turned around to look, especially the warriors near Sinbart, whose eardrums were torn apart by this fierce howl, causing them to roll on the ground in pain. Whoosh! Sinbart unleashed his dark wind elemental magic, stepping on several heads in the army, rushing toward where Xianli stood. At the same time as Sinbart's long shout, he had already put on a mask and transformed into the Prince Consort Long of Timil Principality. Leaping repeatedly, one big jump landed him securely. Seeing the flying figure, Xianli gave a comforting smile, as he recognized this person who had even helped his brothers heal wounds. When the Empress of Timil recognized her prince consort, portraits were spread across the nation. Therefore, many people knew Long. He nodded gently towards Xianli, who responded with gratitude. The soldiers behind Xianli, upon seeing the legendary Long, and recalling how Long had treated their wounds, tears fell joyfully from their eyes. Everyone adored this prince consort Long immensely because Long once killed Duke Kute. But only seeing the back of the newcomer and not recognizing his face, Hu Biao shouted loudly, "Who comes here to assist Xianli?" Sinbart made an appreciative expression towards Xianli's soldiers and then bowed deeply in respect, leaving no doubt among all present as to the meaning of this gesture. Afterwards, Sinbart slowly turned around, smiling at Hu Biao as he said, "Yes, I am here to help Xianli." Recognizing the face turned towards him as that of the prince consort Long, Hu Biao's complexion drastically changed as he exclaimed in shock, "It's you?" Chapter 140, Strange Occurrence. At the moment Sinbait turned around, the warriors behind Hubo began to become restless. "Who is this guy? Idiot, you new recruit. This is the man who defeated Prince Kur, our general superior, and he is also the empress' son-in-law, Long." This old soldier was trembling all over as he spoke to the new recruit. "Hey, why are you trembling? What's there to be afraid of? I've heard you talk about him, always thinking he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Look, he's just a normal person." The new recruit calmly mocked. "You damn fool. Shut up, kid. Do you know that the magic of Dimer City back then was created by him?" The old soldier looked at the new recruit with a "you're dead" expression. "Magic Emperor? Ah, the name of the Magic Emperor indeed shocked this rookie." The crowd's murmurs were everywhere, reaching Hubei's ears, making Hubei even more worried. So what if that happened in court where he fought alone against Prince Kur and took advantage? But we have hundreds of thousands of troops now. What's there to fear? Hubei secretly encouraged himself inwardly. Ah, so it's Master Long. Now Demir has fallen, and the royal city has been occupied by the Light Temple. Do you have any intention of cooperating with me? I'll make you second only to me, above 10,000 others. Moreover, Lacey has already disappeared. No one knows where she went. In the future, wealth and beautiful women can be freely embraced by Master Long. Thinking about this, Hu Biao tried to tempt and pull Long into his camp. Hearing Hu Biao's attempt at persuasion, Xianli's initially relaxed heart once again became tense as he worriedly looked at the figure of Long in the background. Wow, that's quite an allure. I need to think about it carefully. Second to one, above 10,000? Not bad, not bad. Upon hearing these words from Long, Xianli's heart tightened immensely. He even started looking down on Long silently, but since he would die anyway, he remained silent because ideally, if the prince consort helps, great. If not, death was inevitable. Upon hearing Long's response, a trace of joy appeared on Hu Biao's face. He thought secretly, you're still just someone who sees money and opens his eyes, am I right? After luring Xianli over, I will plan your demise. But, immediately after, Sinbait's words caused both joy and worry among those present. Frogs wishing to eat swans, how audacious you are. Do you think you're already an emperor? As long as I live, will you dare to be arrogant? I will take on your challenge for General Xiong. Don't ask me why. I was once the captain of General Xiong's guard team, so I can also be considered as General Xiong's soldier. I hope you're a real man and honor your word before the presence of tens of thousands of soldiers. His arrogance, his overbearing manner, all these qualities erupted from him in a single burst. Clutching the massive heaven-earth hammer, wearing entirely black armor adorned with the emblem of the golden dragon. At this point, Sinbait's words made all the soldiers under Xianli's 2 battalions feel a surge of fervent excitement. A real man should aim far beyond worldly pleasures like a mere beauty obstructing his aspirations. Your Highness, I lament for you. Naturally, my words remain valid, but whether or not you'll survive today is questionable. Before that, I didn't commit myself. With a wave of my hand, you'll turn to dust instantly. Seeing Hu Biao's face turning green out of rage, how could Sinbei not understand that he was trying to pressure him? Enough chatter, take this. With less than 60% of his mental strength, Sinbei did not activate his own realm. After all, how could he fully trust this traitorous Hu Biao? If they would engage in a battle to the death soon, then Sinbei must ensure that both Xiong Li and himself stayed alive. Blackish energy surged out concurrently. At the distance of more than 200 meters, instead of utilizing instant teleportation, Sinbei rushed forward with tremendous speed. The dark magical power on the Heaven-Earth hammer gradually swelled and concentrated. Seeing this spectacle, Hu Biao instantly unleashed golden martial energy while wildly swinging his green longsword. So you have the strength of a great sword saint. No wonder you dared to taunt Xiong Li. Sinbei pondered silently in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the golden martial energy came flying towards him, Sinbei effortlessly evaded. Isn't the prince consort supposed to be a magic emperor? How come his energy is martial-based? That's right, exactly. I don't know either. Don't assume that because I'm an old soldier, I know everything. I simply lack the ability. Due to Sinbei's demonstration of deep, pitch-black magical energy, many confused soldiers couldn't help but question, for who had ever seen such dark-colored magical energy? Even Hu Biao, his opponent, was thinking similarly. Seeing the simple evasion of his golden martial energy by the prince consort, Hu Biao thought, worthy indeed of being the prince consort. But is he adept in both magic and martial arts? However, that enormous hammer clearly exudes magical power. Still, after briefly flashing away, Sinbei covered the distance of 200 meters within just seconds. Clang! Sinbei swung his mighty Heaven-Earth hammer straight toward Hu Biao's massive blade. Attached with a weight equivalent to 1,400,000 kilograms, the sheer force was unimaginable. Pang! Not a single trace of the dark magic from the Heaven-Earth hammer had been unleashed, and only its sheer weight caused Hu Biao to be sent flying backward. Shock! Astonishment! In everyone's eyes, the prince consort possessed merely the strength of a magic emperor. Therefore, when facing Hu Biao, instead of using the strategy of warriors chasing mages during battles where fighters run while wizards chase, this was the exact opposite. Moreover, without employing even a hint of magic, but instead channeling that pitch-black martial force, with just one swing of the hammer, Hu Biao was already defeated. Clearly, the black martial energy emanating from the prince consort's enormous hammer wasn't used at all. With a single blow, it immediately made Hu Biao spew blood profusely. Taking several steps forward, under the enhancement of the pitch-black magical power, Sinbei left faint afterimages with each step. The Heaven-Earth hammer continued to descend, causing Hu Biao to roll away on the ground like a donkey. Seeing this scene, Sinbei burst into loud laughter. Actually, my huge hammer is a staff. Without changing direction, he swung the Heaven-Earth hammer, smashing it down directly with immense force. Bang! The head of the hammer embedded itself in the soil. Subsequently, the pitch-black magic of the hammerhead erupted as twin thunder roared out, transforming into filaments of electricity, streaking towards Hu Biao. With an unsteady figure, Hu Biao just glimpsed these black electric filaments rushing toward him. He propped himself up with his hands, hoping the electrical filaments would pass beneath his chest and abdomen. But, with a humph, came Sinbei's cold snort. He suddenly raised his left foot and swiftly dropped it again, recondensing another black electric filament. The speed of the filament was astonishingly fast. Just as Hu Biao narrowly dodged the previous black filament, another one appeared unexpectedly. Boom! Instant numbness surged through Hu Biao's entire body, causing him to collapse abruptly on the ground. Just at this moment, Sinbei teleported beside him. With his left hand gripping Hu Biao's neck, the pitch-black magical force on his hand back continuously flashed. Yes, there was lightning element on his back too. Affected by the lightning element, Hu Biao shuddered uncontrollably. At this moment, Hu Biao felt as though his own strength had been completely drained. For minutes, Sinbei lifted Hu Biao with one hand, pinching his neck and hoisting the man off the ground. Do you have any last words? His domineering tone radiated arrogance. This brief scene shocked all the soldiers profoundly. As for Xiong Li's side, everyone was overjoyed, their smiles proving the point perfectly. With what seemed like every ounce of his might, Hu Biao slowly nodded. Sinbei tossed Hu Biao to the ground and declared grandiosely, "Tell this army that you lost. You know what to do next." While prone on the ground, Hu Biao's eyes glinted fiercely. Yet, he feared the prince consort could slay him among tens of thousands of soldiers. Reluctantly nodding, Hu Biao weakly proclaimed, "The army retreats 10 miles and clears the way." Satisfied, Sinbei nodded. Xiong Li's soldiers cheered aloud. But, right at this moment, a sudden shout interrupted them. Hold it! Furrowing his brows slightly, Sinbei turned to look at the speaker. This person, about the same height as Hu Biao, revealed his identity at a glance by his armor. Instantly, Sinbei understood that this individual was likely only slightly weaker than Hu Biao. "Younger brother, what are you doing?" Confused, Hu Biao responded to his younger brother. Yes, this was Hu Biao's younger brother who had long harbored dissatisfaction with his elder brother, having not been born to the same mother. He had already promised both Xiong Li and this mysterious prince consort to be second only to one person, but above 10,000 others. But where did this leave him in the elder brother's plans? For years, the younger brother had handled most of the army management, yet how much interference had come from his older sibling? "Fellow brothers behind me, do you know who that person in black armor is?" The younger brother shouted loudly to the more than 100,000 troops behind him. Upon hearing this, Sinbad didn't budge, seemingly crossing his arms. He calmly observed the development of events. No one responded to Hu Biao's younger brother's call. I will tell you, he is the Empress's son-in-law, her lover, and the murderer of Prince Kerr. Since we have rebelled and attempted to overthrow the throne, do you think such a ruthless person will let us go? The roar from hundreds of thousands of troops resonated throughout the sky. Never. Long Qi, what are you doing? Do you still recognize me as your elder brother? Lying on the ground, Hu Biao angrily roared upon hearing his younger brother's speech. Long Qi utterly ignored his elder brother's words, continuing to stir up the morale of the army, shouting again. Then what shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers' cries echoed brilliantly in the air. Everyone gripped their weapons, raising them high above their heads, moving up and down rhythmically. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before Sinbad's eyes. At this time, an astonishing scene emerged involving Hu Biao. Long Qi instantly unleashed his pitch-black martial aura. Even more shockingly, he held a purple glowing longsword in his hand as he descended amidst the army. Brothers, kill these people, and we will all live. If we don't kill, we will all die today. Seeing Long Qi escape, Sinbad secretly regretted it. However, looking at the situation, he realized that a real power struggle was taking place right in front of him. The vast army slowly surrounded them like dark floodwaters compressing the battlefield. Sinbad stopped caring about Hu Biao and swiftly dashed forward, dragging Xianli into the midst of the crowd. Xianli shouted loudly, "Protect the prince consort, everyone charge with me." Just as Xianli was about to turn his body and rush out, Sinbad held him back. Chapter 141, The Dragon Battles in the Wilderness. A vast army, like a flowing river, quickly squeezed into this tiny space. As it pressed closer, even Sinbad could feel the overwhelming momentum. Just as Xianli was about to swing his blade and turn back for another fierce battle, Sinbad held him back. Xianli, puzzled, asked, "Son-in-law, what are you doing?" "General Xianli, do not be hasty. I am no match for you in leading troops, so you must not charge ahead. Moreover, you are the soul of the entire army. Should anything happen to you, the morale of the entire army would surely collapse." After hearing Sinbad's analysis, Xianli slowly nodded. "I won't hide it from you. My strength has surpassed that of a 9th-level human." Upon hearing Sinbad's words, Xianli was greatly astonished. "But, I have been chasing them all the way from Timel City, and I've already taken back the Imperial City. Thus, I'm here chasing the 2nd and 4th elders of the Holy Light Temple. The meaning behind your words is clear to me, son-in-law. You're saying that you're now extremely exhausted. So tell me, how much time do you need to recover? We brothers will hold on with our lives." In his heart, Sinbad admired the simplicity of speaking with someone intelligent. Quickly calculating in his mind, he had only restored 40% of his spiritual power, half an hour. At most, half an hour. The reason for Sinbad needing to fully restore his spirit energy was to cast the forbidden spell, so it was essential. The slaughter began instantly, and the first one to die was Hu Biao. Because there were so many warriors from the second group who despised Hu Biao, they even brought so many followers. During Hu Biao's moment of hesitation, the soldiers of the second group targeted him first. Sinbad, upon witnessing this scene, felt no sorrow and immediately sat cross-legged to recover his spirit force. Amidst the clash of metal and war rhinoceros drums resounding thunderously, the battlefield was filled with cries of struggle and raging fires. Although many of Xianli's troops lost limbs or arms in the battle, those who remained after multiple great battles were nothing but the elites among the elite. Yet even though they were elites, their consumption was too extensive, resulting in their fighting abilities dropping to their lowest point. Following Xianli's commands, the army formed a circle, now merely waiting for Sinbad's spirit force to recover. But how many people could the recovery of Sinbad's spirit force save? Time passed slowly, and Xianli's comrades dwindled. Bodies accumulated around the soldiers of the second unit in heaps, while this circle gradually shrank. Surprisingly, more of Hu Biao's soldiers perished than those from Xianli's forces with broken limbs. It was quite an impressive achievement. Yet, no one paid any attention to this matter. Soldiers from the second unit were all red-eyed in their fury, slashing at enemies with knives, swords, and spears. Even when wounded and slashed several times, they still fought to their last breath, seeking to kill more enemies. Long Qi sat at the rear, smiling broadly. He thought that such battles were simply a matter of time. No matter how strong the enemy was, this involved hundreds of thousands of troops. Xianli stood amidst the diminishing number of warriors, eyes filled with pain, tears streaming down his face as his heart bled. Each death of a soldier was like losing a brother, closer even than blood relations. At this very moment, roar! Another long howl echoed through the heavens. The battle seemed momentarily halted by the sound. Upon hearing this roar, Xianli's eyes filled with joy. Turning to look at the son-in-law, within just over 10 minutes, Sinbad had risen to his feet. "Son-in-law, are you fully recovered?" Xianli asked softly, his heart overflowing with grateful tears. Who says men don't cry easily? They just haven't reached that breaking point yet. Standing upright, Sinbad glanced around. What started with nearly 10,000 soldiers had, within mere minutes, dwindled down drastically. Without further delay, he pulled out his heaven and earth hammer, his hands rising as if to support the heavens. A dark magic force, carrying terrifying heat, dispersed wildly. Two enormous black spheres absorbed magical elements from the earth and sky, inflating crazily. Indeed, this was Sinbad's fire elemental forbidden curse, the tenfold deadly kill with dragon and phoenix. One dragon and one phoenix rotated and soared majestically inside these two pitch-black fireballs. As they continued to inflate, the two black fireballs merged into one. Entwined intimately, the dragon and phoenix kept expanding this terrifying heat. Suddenly, the dragon-phoenix fireball ascended 50 meters into the air. The masses in the army looked up in astonishment at this astonishing sight. Even Long Qi at the rear felt uneasy. Instantaneously, a mighty dragon roar accompanied by a phoenix cry resounded. Then, the dragon and phoenix split apart, creating a 5-li radius spinning vortex in the sky. Slowly contracting, they finally descended to the ground, enveloping the enemy soldiers with this horrifying heat. Soldiers trapped within this forbidden curse wailed in despair and cried out in agony. Burnt alive, they turned into fiery beings, visible everywhere. Under Senbait's utmost control, and with his own domain unleashed, even the remaining soldiers of Xianxia had just been enveloped. Therefore, with Senbait's presence, the dragon and phoenix magical elements would cause no harm to everyone within this domain. The dragon and phoenix's target was precisely Long Qi's position. After manifesting the terrifying dragon and phoenix, they brought along a horrifying heat that claimed countless lives. It was visible how the dragon and phoenix lying prostrate on the ground suddenly flipped their bodies and soared toward the sky, rising less than 20 meters before plunging back down into the crowd. This movement repeated 3 times. In the midst of such a dense army, the death toll reached tens of thousands from this terrifying magic banishment. The ring-shaped encirclement of the large army seemed like it had broken through an opening. Witnessing this, Xiong Li's soldiers let out loud shouts, their fighting spirit reaching new heights. But Long Qi had already sensed the power of this magic performed by the son-in-law, so he avoided it early. Although not fatally harmed, the scorching heat of the dragon and phoenix still consumed him greatly. Kill! 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 Long Qi shouted furiously, his face distorted. Seeing so many of their comrades killed, the stunned masses once again gradually advanced. Seeing this scene, Senbait frowned slightly. Capture the bandits first by capturing their king. Thinking of this, Senbait instantly withdrew his domain and released his dark battle aura, directing it toward Long Qi's location based on sound alone. Upon landing, 5 black burning dragons instantly emanated from Senbait's limbs and chest, swirling around him. His hands continuously fired off double thunderous blasts that were unmatched by ordinary soldiers. Even protected by guardian beasts, underdeveloped cultivators could not possibly withstand Senbait's double thunderous rage. At this moment, Senbait was a god of death incarnate. Wherever Senbait went, either struck by the dual thunderous rage or the 5 burning dragons, all were hurled away. However, Senbait's mental energy was depleting rapidly. One fire elemental banishment spell earlier had already cost him 1/3 of his spirit energy. At this point, continuously casting magic at this rate was putting quite a strain on him, even though his spirit force was high. Using battle chi also drained spiritual energy. Thus, despite having used very little battle chi, without sufficient spirit force, he could not employ it any further. Long Qi seemed to have figured out how massive the consumption must be for Senbait when unleashing these spells. Once he saw the son-in-law dragon performing such a powerful spell, he immediately realized that he was no match against him. Therefore, while Senbait was frantically hunting for Long Qi, the latter kept dodging him every time Senbait approached. When will this slaughter end? Senbait calculated mentally. Yes, this is it. Considering the waste of spirit energy, there was no way Senbait could kill off all these troops, so he came up with a bold strategy instead. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, it seemed that Senbait pulled back all his magic, standing motionless in the middle of the soldiers. Everyone present was bewildered as to what this meant. But, in a sea of soldiers, if you don't move, does it mean the soldiers won't act? Numerous spears and long knives hacked on Senbait's body. During this period, the skill of stunning prepared with his Heaven and Earth hammer was promptly unleashed. With that, Senbait smashed his Heaven and Earth hammer downwards fiercely. Boom. The earth shook violently as an intangible wave radiated outward in a circular pattern, knocking the mass of soldiers off balance, sprawling onto the ground. All at once, within a radius of 1 mile around Senbait, there was nothing but open space. Following this, golden light surged from behind Senbait, revealing a dark spherical light around his waist, as well as something resembling dragon horns on the ground. What was stranger yet, to everyone's eyes, son-in-law dragon was spinning wildly. Moreover, the dark aura surrounding him wasn't merely magical power. Rather, it was wind blade shaped and sharpened by concentrated magical power. Yes, it was a bold trial by Senbait, who chose to unleash the skills endowed by the King Hammer armor summoned to his body. This allowed him precious time to recover some of his spirit energy amid his swift depletion. Witnessing this spectacle, although more enemies still surrounded them, the numbers began dwindling, some bypassing the son-in-law entirely. These regular soldiers had long been petrified by the massacre committed by the killing demon known as the son-in-law, thus none dared approach. But they soon realized just how terrible were the things emanating from the son-in-law's body. After summoning these skills through the Hammer King armor covering his body, Senbait stepped deliberately among the crowd, progressing slowly, seeking Long Qi. The oppressive atmosphere of death brought by the army lingered in everyone's hearts, and all they could think of was escape. From the tens of thousands of wind blades formed by the black energy dome, a hazy golden aura immediately radiated outward. It extended for miles. Yes, this was the domain of the dragon spirit. As soon as the domain appeared, Senbait instantly sensed Long Qi's presence. Wish. The tornado made of tens of thousands of wind blades rushed forward, leaving Sinbad standing in place. These tens of thousands of wind blades acted like machines clearing a path, tearing apart every ordinary soldier who stood in their way. Seeing an opening, Sinbad moved like a shadow, dashing swiftly behind the tornado composed of tens of thousands of sewing wind blades. With his movement, the dragon soul that roamed the ground and the silver armor were both retracted. Only the dark fireball around his waist exploded outward, when there was only 1 mile left. As the tens of thousands of wind blades turned transparent, Sinbad activated instant teleportation and darted toward Long Qi. Long Qi's formerly arrogant face now filled with terror as he saw this black-like tornado actually fling so many soldiers into the air. The moment he noticed Sinbad, his instinctive reaction was to turn and flee. Another pitch-black aura enveloped him. Then, he felt his body becoming heavy, as if his feet were stuck and couldn't move. Looking down at his feet, he struggled to take a step. In that brief moment, Long Qi saw a jet-black battle armor imprinted with the mark of a snake coiled around it. Lifting his head slowly, he met the face of someone who wore a faint, mocking smile. That faint, mocking smile struck pure fear into Long Qi's heart. All right, play your part and make everyone stop fighting. Long Qi's heart sank. He knew that everything he had done, even under the guidance of the Light Temple, was ultimately on him. Hearing these words from the son-in-law, he also understood what role he was supposed to play, and once he did so, the son-in-law would certainly not spare him. His heart fell deeper. He nodded slightly at Sinbad, seemingly resigning himself to fate. Sinbad said nothing. All that followed was Long Qi lifting his head high, his hair bristling with combat energy as he shouted loudly. Everyone, kill with all your might. Even if I die, you must live on. If we don't finish them, then it's only you who will die. Upon hearing Long Qi's defiant words, Sinbad was astonished. He never expected Long Qi to be this resolute. Already inflamed by the heat of battle, the massive army became even more frenzied after hearing Long Qi's proclamation. As for Xiangli's troops, what had once been thousands now numbered just over 1,000 men. Sinbad's face was full of hesitation, his heart anxious. Chapter 142, Worship. Seeing this situation, Sunbart lamented in his heart. Although he could escape immediately and casually, the battlefield would result in the annihilation of Xiangli's 2nd Regiment. Many people dared not approach him, but they dared to kill Xiangli. Sunbart knew that among such a large army, he couldn't accomplish much. Just as Xiangli's soldiers were about to be annihilated. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds, thousands of roars were heard. Yes, thousands of ear-splitting beast roars. Even among the ruthless armies surrounding them, those roars sounded particularly thunderous. Looking in the direction of the roar, Atai's massive body appeared before everyone's eyes. Behind him, over 1,000 demon beast army members leaped out from the dense forest one by one. The ferocious demon beast army varied in form, but was exceptionally well ordered. How did they find me? Just as Sunbart was puzzled, Atai looked in his direction. Upon arriving at the grasslands, Atai accurately sensed Sunbart's position through the demon beast pact. Seeing this, Atai assumed that his master was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Kill! A roar that shook the heavens came from Atai's gigantic body. The demon beast group, upon hearing the order, charged in like wolves among sheep. Tens of thousands of soldiers froze upon hearing the roar. Seeing hundreds of large demon beasts rushing to fight, they were all horrified. Their bloodshot eyes gradually realized what was happening, but it was too late. Sunbart made a decisive decision and with one hand picked up Long Qi, who was already petrified with fear. Sunbart twisted both hands. Crack! This sound indicated that Long Qi's neck had been snapped by Sunbart. Long Qi was dead. Afterward, Sunbart shouted loudly. If you lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, you will not be killed. If you do not surrender, you will be killed without mercy. Although they had heard the words of Long, the crown prince, many were still bloodthirsty and ignored the command, continuing the slaughter. Sunbart rushed towards Atai. During the flight, Sunbart used mental whispers to inform Atai that the circle of soldiers being surrounded must not be killed, but saved. Who? Atai roared again. Sunbart knew that Atai was using the language of beasts to tell the demon beast army which ones could be killed and which ones could not. Among acted most directly. Upon hearing Atai's orders, he rushed straight to Xiangli's regiment and began protecting them. Among's massive body arrived, and his hands waved frantically like a huge meat grinder, continuously reaping the lives of the warriors. After Atai's long howl, he used his own abilities to bring his massive body to the area where the crowd was most concentrated. He leapt high again, gathering white electrical currents on his feet. Boom. Atai's exclusive skill, Stomp, landed heavily on the ground. An invisible shockwave spread out, causing every soldier swept by the wave to bleed from 7 orifices. Those closer even lost their entire bodies. This strike instantly turned every person within a mile radius into dead bodies near Atai. After this strike, many bloodthirsty individuals also regained their senses. In the next moment, the army scattered like ants. Whether live or die, living now is life. This was everyone's thought. Looking at the fleeing army, Sunbart once again roared to the heavens. Surrenderers will not be killed. No surrender, no mercy will be shown. This roar actually had some effect. Even soldiers still fleeing paused. Sunbart slowly released his dark magic, Wind of Soaring, lifting him 20 meters into the air. At this point, Sunbart seemed like a divine presence, each person looking at him filled with fear and admiration. Pang! Seeing this scene, Xiangli, dragging his exhausted body, fell to his knees and performed the great 5-point prostration, speaking with a crying tone. Crown Prince forevermore, forevermore, 10,000 years. Following this action, this cry, multiple soldiers behind Xiongli also kneeled, following suit. Titanic ape, a Tai, didn't understand at this moment the grandeur given to his master's prestige. His enormous frame knelt to the ground, shouting powerfully, "My lord, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 upon 10,000 years." Following a Tai's shouts, thousands of demon beast troops knelt down to worship. Uniformly synchronized actions left tens of thousands of soldiers stunned, not knowing what else to do. Suddenly, the veteran who had spoken the most, sincerely knelt down in worship. Subsequently, one after another, until the last person, all knelt before Sunbart. Who is he? He is the prince consort of Dimmel, and possesses terrifying strength, seemingly like a bloodthirsty madman. For whatever reason, everyone knelt in worship. Sunbart stood in the air and announced loudly, "All soldiers and warriors, I do not hold against you for your previous actions. As long as you follow me and continue to fight for our homeland, I will treat each of you with trust and without suspicion, rewarding you truly. Do not think my words are empty promises. It won't hurt to show you this now." Following this, a Tai, upon understanding his master's intentions, instructed the demon beasts to form a circle, leaving one side open so that everyone could see. On Sinbart's hand was the divine dragon ring, glowing brilliantly. From within the Hammer King Bolo Ding's temple, he had taken out treasures left and used, presenting them before everyone. Mountains of gold and silver, akin to a small hill. Gasps were heard repeatedly among the vast army, astonished not only by the fact that the prince consort could present treasures more abundant than the national treasury, but also by Sinbart's ring capable of holding such an entire small mountain. Subsequently, he reabsorbed the treasure back into the divine dragon ring, leaving not a single golden nail. He then tore off his mask and said, "Let me tell you all, I am the descendant of the divine dragon, and my true name is Sunbart Longs. Additionally, all enemies of Dimmel's palace have been defeated and subjugated under me. Following me will mean defending our homeland. Remember, I will ensure everlasting peace for you all." The two words peace echoed powerfully across the sky. Long live the prince consort. 10,000 years. Everyone stood there dumbfounded for who knows how long. Led again by Xiongli, even the army that had suffered crushing defeat genuflected sincerely at this moment, shouting those words they had failed to articulate earlier. Not to mention, Sinbart's riches were not just meant for conquering the world alongside him. Following him ensured they wouldn't die. Moreover, Sunbart bore the title of the divine dragon descendant. Hammer King, Beast King, each had once unified the divine dragon continent. Could people or soldiers really think about nothing but slaughter day in and day out? No, they yearned to live peacefully with their wives and children. Hence, at this point, everyone worshipped with genuine devotion. Noon. This morning, Sunbart used his own dark magical powers to release the source of life, applying it to each wounded warrior. Many warriors, upon seeing this divine dragon descendant, the prince consort who became a mad killer when necessary, yet gentle while rescuing lives, could not comprehend. Could all descendants of the divine dragon be like this? Just like this, the expenditure of Sinbart's power was also extremely terrifying. His mental energy was already significantly drained. Hence, during the final casting of the life source spell, the magic seemed to falter intermittently, prompting him to sit down and recover. Just as Sunbart sat cross-legged in meditation. Roar! Another long roar split through the heavens. Everyone, including Sunbart, looked toward the direction from where the sound came. Chapter 143, Conspiracy. Just as Sunbart was recovering, a long howl was heard. Looking up, Sunbart immediately revealed a long-lost joy on his face. Yes, it was because Sunbart saw his father-in-law, the Dark Pope. To prevent the monsters that didn't know his father-in-law from obstructing, Sunbart responded with a long howl. From hearing the first howl, just as Sunbart had guessed, the monsters began to move restlessly and prepared to stop. But after hearing Sunbart's responding howl, which carried no hostility, the monsters calmed down again and returned to recuperating. As Sunbart was about to rise to pay respects, the Dark Pope teleported next to him, standing by his side, and gently supported him, saying happily, "Why are we being so formal, son-in-law? You should recover first. You can tell me what happened later." Sunbart nodded. With the support and protection of his father-in-law, it was only now that Sunbart could retract his Hammer King war armor, leaving only the Silver Dragon war helmet for restoring his mental strength. After a long while, Sunbart stood up. Seeing Sunbart stand up, Yalianda walked over. "Father-in-law, why have you come?" Sunbart asked his question. "You little brat," causing everyone to be in an uproar. "After you captured Timere Palace's city at dawn, we arrived shortly thereafter. It wasn't long before a Tai came looking for you. Lei told me that you went after 2 old men yourself. I thought such a task shouldn't be difficult for you, but a Tai felt uneasy. After discussing with Lei, a Tai went to look for you. Then after half a day, seeing a Tai go to find you and not return himself, here I am to check on you. However, this deed of yours has indeed earned my admiration, you old devil." Upon hearing these words, all the doubts in Sinbart's mind were resolved. He then accompanied his father-in-law and recounted in great detail everything that had happened over the past few days. Yalianda merely nodded slightly. Although he did not offer much praise, the smile on his face was proof enough. "Son-in-law, General Da." Just as Sunbart was casually chatting with Yalianda, a warrior came forward to report. Sunbart looked at this warrior, very puzzled. But when he saw the 2-circle emblem on the chest armor, he immediately knew which general the warrior referred to. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with General Xiongli?" "We don't know, son-in-law, but General's condition is very poor now. Let's go and see." Having heard how Sunbart talked about Xiongli, Yalianda secretly admired this general. Upon witnessing the current situation, always being someone who valued talent, Yalianda wanted to urgently find out what was happening. Take us there, said Sunbart briefly. Inside a tent, the image of Xiongli appeared before Sunbart and Yalianda. At present, Xiongli's spirit seemed extremely weakened. His face was pale, and even in his sleep, he mumbled something indistinguishable, large sweat beads soaking the entire bedding. At one glance, Yalianda understood what was going on and calmly said, "This is caused by heart wounds, physical wounds, and spiritual trauma. It seems like a period of good rest, and walking out of the shadow mentally is needed." Watching Xiongli in such a state, respect also showed on Yalianda's face. Sunbart nodded, and the attending guards beside him also agreed silently. Subsequently, dark magical power emanated from Sunbart's left hand, forming the water magic life source, and gently treated Xiongli. "Sigh, if only there was a woman here who could carefully take care of him, it would be better," Yalianda said lightly. Hearing these words from his father-in-law, Sunbart paused for a moment. Of course, he knew that his father-in-law was only expressing regret. Where could one find a woman on the battlefield? The implication was also to say that women's attentiveness truly excelled over men's. Women. While thinking about women, Sunbart recalled a woman inside the divine dragon ring, a woman whom he saved twice. Instantly, golden light flashed in Sunbart's hand, and a woman appeared in the tent. When she emerged, she looked around in confusion and said, "Where? I was just playing with young master." Seeing this scene, Yalianda grinned with a somewhat mischievous expression. "You little rascal, confess properly." Sunbart, upon hearing what his father-in-law said, didn't understand right away. But when he saw the mischievous look on his father-in-law's face, he realized instantly, shaking his head wryly and said, "Father-in-law, where do you get these ideas? Didn't you hear her mention she was taking care of the young master earlier? Actually, she is." After a long pause, Sunbart explained everything about this woman in great detail to his father-in-law Yalianda. "Oh," I said, "little rascal, you must not have done anything to betray Weyer, right?" Good, that reassures me." The sudden shift from lewdness to seriousness made Sunbart feel as if his father-in-law had transformed into a completely different person, leaving him shaking his head speechlessly. When the woman saw Sunbart, she softly spoke. "My benefactor." Sunbart nodded slightly and pointed at Xiongli, saying, "This is Timur's most loyal general, Xiongli. For the next few days, you'll take care of his daily needs. On this battlefield, it's all men, none are as meticulous as women. So, please look after him well." "All right. Yes, my benefactor." Having been saved twice by Sunbart, when asked to take care of someone now, the woman didn't hesitate much and agreed directly. Then Sunbart and Yalianda walked out of the tent. Outside, fires were blazing, and many soldiers were bustling about cheerfully. However, looking at the gloomy weather, Sunbart sighed lowly. "There's still the third core under Adam Ket to deal with. We must exterminate these pests thoroughly." Yalianda just patted Sunbart's shoulder without replying. The next day, the sun shone brightly, no longer appearing as heavy as it did the day before. After resting for an entire night, Xiongli's spirit was much better. Yet during the middle of the night, upon waking up, he found a girl taking care of him, shocking him greatly. He started yelling immediately. Thinking something serious happened, Sunbart rushed to Xiongli's tent. Sunbart looked curiously at the woman who seemed melancholy, but shook her head innocently. Seeing Sunbart come in, Xiongli tried to get up to greet him, but was held back by Sunbart. Only then did Sunbart ask, "What's wrong?" At this point, what astonished Sunbart was this. On the tall and robust face of Xiongli, there appeared a kind of shyness that usually belonged to young girls. He muttered and babbled awkwardly. "I woke up and realized there was a girl taking care of me. Hearing this, how could Sunbart not understand? Laughing, Sunbart teased, "Look at you, big guy. On the battlefield, you're supposed to show bravery and strength. Is the girl more fierce than a tiger?" Hearing Sunbart's words, Xiongli scratched his head shyly while the girl rolled her eyes at Sunbart, as if scolding. "How dare you speak of women like that?" Sunbart chose to ignore this, calmly stating, "Don't be afraid. A real man wouldn't fear anyone. Moreover, I believe men lack the delicacy that women possess. That's why I arranged this special treatment for you. She's a good person. I've saved her life twice already. You two rest well, and I'll leave." Just as Sunbart was about to leave, Xiongli suddenly called out, "Son-in-law." Sunbart paused, confused and asked, "What is it?" Tears surged into Xiongali's eyes as he cried out passionately, "All my brothers." On the side, the girl who had previously seen this general being simple and bashful, was now moved by his tears, feeling curious and compassionate toward this commander. Sunbart sat beside the bed, patting Xiongali's shoulders and said gently, "Rest assured, your brothers are also my brothers. Even if they can no longer fight, I will support them for life and ensure they marry and have children living well. Those who continue to fight alongside me, I'll treat them even better. If any have passed away but still have families or wives and children, I absolutely promise to offer them substantial pensions or even raise their families." Xiongli was greatly consoled by Sunbart's words and kept repeating "Thank you, thank you, thank you," through his mouth. Perhaps it was long-buried sorrow bursting forth, after which Xiongli felt an immense relief as his mind eased. Gradually, he fell asleep. A childlike smile lingered on his lips, murmuring "Thank you" occasionally. Looking at such a scene, Sunbart turned his gaze toward the girl. By now, the girl was deeply lost in thought, looking at the sleeping Xiongli with doubt. Sunbart gave a slight smile, disappearing silently. Several days later, the army had already been relocated by Sunbart. At this moment, outside Timur City, tents were set up everywhere. Simply judging from the number of troops around Timere City, Sunbart estimated there were about 4 or 50,000. Because word spread that the son-in-law had returned and that he was the descendant of the divine dragon, even those petty leaders who had scattered earlier began returning, submitting themselves to Sunbart. Of course, the third corps of Timere showed no sign of movement at all. In the recent days of reorganization and inquiry, Sunbart had gradually restored the basic framework of governance that had nearly disintegrated. Even his beloved wife, who hadn't been released from the divine dragon ring for quite some time, had recently allowed both Ai Weier and Lai Shi, along with his own son, to emerge and enjoy some fresh air. Today, in the royal court of Timere, though few in number, 20 or more people were present. Most of them were Sunbart's closest family members, like Sarat and Lei. Sunbart did not sit on the throne symbolizing supreme authority, instead standing below together with everyone else. Sunbart said in an orderly manner, starting from today, General Timere the Great King, Xiongli. The 300 soldiers selected from under Xiongli will all be absorbed into my divine dragon's blood, then compete to become divine dragon knights. As for the remaining over 100 divine dragon knights, they'll rely on the assistance of my father-in-law. The words spoken by Sunbart left no room for objection among the crowd. Even the Dark Pope Yalian looked at his son-in-law with satisfaction and slightly nodded. Marshal Sarat, continue training your divine dragon knight squad. Ai Tai, you will continue gathering food over the next few days. Amon, try your best to map out every single army unit under Adam Ket. In a few days, we'll march out again. The rest of the generals proceed to manage the tasks at hand. Sunbart clearly instructed one by one, intending to swiftly unify the Timere Duchy to officially counter the Holy Light Temple. Just when everyone was about to withdraw without any further questions, a man dressed in black, with a slim figure, rushed inside. Seeing the large, Chi Scout character emblazoned on his body, none doubted who he was. The scout arrived, looking around without speaking. Dark Pope Yalian nodded and said, "There's no outsider here. Speak freely." The scout nodded and reported, "Report to your majesty, Prince Consort. According to reports received today, several days ago, the Holy Light Temple has already gathered a massive army, now preparing to confront the Divine Dragon Duchy. Judging by their marching speed, it's expected that in 2 days, starting from the Spartan Duchy, they will definitely reach the border of the Divine Dragon Duchy. Also, many members of the Holy Light Temple have departed from Timere." The scout relayed all the information he knew. Upon hearing this, Sunbart's heart sank heavily as he urgently asked, "What? Chapter 144, is it her?" Hearing Sambat's surprise, everyone looked at him. Arian the Great said to the scout, "Is there anything else? Report all at once." "The Emperor is not here." Lion Yander waved his hand, and the scout left. "Sambat, what's wrong?" Arian the Great asked in confusion, speaking for everyone. I remembered. Let's analyze this. The Light Temple lures us into Timel, then redeploys troops to attack the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. This move is enticing the enemy into a trap. By attacking the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, they achieve 2 goals at once. In my opinion, the waiting game played by the second elder and the fourth elder of the Light Temple must be something that the Pope of Light does not know about. After hearing Sambat's words, everyone nodded. You mean the real purpose of the Light Temple isn't to seize Timel, but the powerful Dragon Emperor Kingdom? After listening to Sambat's words, Arian the Great immediately understood. Exactly. The Dragon Emperor Kingdom is definitely harder to conquer than Timel, and has far richer reserves than Timel's wealth. There's nothing worth taking from Timel. If we focus our strength on Timel, after they occupy the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, they will immediately turn to Luo Yun, occupy multiple large countries, and then swallow us up. We would be incredibly passive in such a situation. Upon hearing Sambat's meticulous analysis, everyone suddenly understood. What now? Artha, being a magical beast, is rather arrogant and impatient, so he directly asked, "Let me think for a moment." Everyone watched Sambat pacing back and forth in the Great Hall with a worried expression. No one interrupted Sambat's thoughts. For a long time. All right. These 3 words from Sambat raised everyone's attention, as they all looked at him intently. "Father-in-law, how are the soldier reserves of the Luo Yun Empire? And its defenses?" The Luo Yun Empire has millions defending its border with the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. Since the problem of Timel doesn't exist, the main forces have gathered there. Sambat nodded. He then spoke to Artha. "Artha, you have some work cut out for you. Not only do you need to prepare more food supplies, but also after preparing them, according to Ammon's reconnaissance, eliminate the 3rd Army Corps of Timel first. We cannot have a wolf at our back. Salute. Gather all members of the Divine Dragon Knights without drinking blood, and immediately have them drink blood, then enter the Divine Dragon Ring afterward. General Wang, handle, arrange, and train the soldiers outside the city, ensuring strong military defense at the border with Barteda. The rest of you, follow the above orders precisely, while I take the Divine Dragon Knights straight to the Dragon Emperor Kingdom and discuss matters with Emperor Dragon." No one among them had any objections, and the court dispersed. In the afternoon, Sambat prepared 2 barrels of clear water, released his own blood into them, then sat quietly beside the barrel. All former members of the 2 regiments drank the blood one by one, along with Dafuge and a group of people brought by his father-in-law. With over 400 people drinking blood simultaneously, Sambat's mental power surged nearly uncontrollably. Even though mental power growth decreases later on, this was with 400 people at once. The increase almost caused Sambat to faint. One recruit followed another, drinking until their transformation was complete. Although this took place within the Divine Dragon Ring, the enhancement in mental strength didn't affect Sambat adversely. The two women who were unable to get much personal time with Sambat observed their man silently. Subsequently, Sambat nodded, absorbing his two wives and son into the divine dragon ring. They climbed aboard Lyre's broad back. Leaving all Timel-related affairs in the hands of his father-in-law, Arian the Great, Sambat sat astride Lyre's broad spine, flying toward the north. This action undoubtedly saved him a great deal of time. For days passed as Lyre flew. Huff, huff. Sambat took deep breaths twice, signifying that all spiritual energy had been fully absorbed. At this moment, high in the vast sky, looking down below, they were already approaching the borders of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. By evening, Sambat and Lyre reached the borders of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. They rested in a small town closest to the Dragon City. Without many words, Sambat stored Lyre into the divine dragon ring and settled down to rest nearby. Silent night. On the morning of the next day, Sambat unleashed an unremarkable light green wind magic spell and proceeded toward Dragon City. Looking around during the journey, it seemed that the war orchestrated by the Light Temple had cast a somber shadow over the entire Dragon Emperor Kingdom. But it wasn't to the extent that it caused panic and mass exodus like in Timel. This was the difference between a major country and a minor one: the citizens' trust in their nation. Midday, Sambat arrived at Dragon City. As expected, he paid the entrance fee upon entering the city. At this moment, Dragon City remained bustling as if the imminent war had no psychological impact on the residents. Seeing this situation, Sambat couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But it was mealtime, so Sambat didn't rush to the Imperial Dragon Royal City right away. Instead, he went toward the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. He wanted to see his teacher who had taught him for a year, Kitch Charles. With Kitch coming to the Imperial Dragon Principality, Sambat felt he could not leave without meeting his teacher. Perhaps the years-old warrant had long caused everyone to forget about Sambat. So Sambat ran openly through the Imperial Dragon City without attracting any strange looks. Imperial Dragon Royal Academy. Just as Sambat was about to enter, the gatekeeper saw him and interjected, "This is the Royal Academy. Random people and parents are not allowed to enter." Sambat nodded and smiled at the gatekeeper, softly saying, "Big brother, I'm here to find Vice Principal Kitch Charles." Hearing the words of this stranger, after carefully looking him over, the gatekeeper found nothing special about Sambat, nor did he recognize anyone like him from memory. Seeing the gatekeeper's inspection, Sambat simply smiled and thought, "My appearance has changed so much, can you still recognize me?" "That, please wait a moment while I send word," the gatekeeper said without too much consideration. Of course, he knew the capabilities of Vice Principal Kitch. What kind of important matters such a young man might have with Kitch, it wasn't easy to say. "Yes, thank you, I'll wait." Then, crossing his arms, Sambat looked afar at the academy where he used to study, observing that the flowers and grasses seemed the same, but with the passage of time, the students from before were no longer there. Not long after, who appeared wasn't the gatekeeper but Sambat's teacher, Kitch. Seeing Kitch's snowy white ponytail, all Sambat felt was sorrow. The teachings from past years remained fresh in his mind. When Kitch heard the report from the gatekeeper, a towering giant was looking for him. After deep thought, there was no one particularly tall that came to mind, but upon thinking of that student from a few years ago, he was overwhelmed with excitement. When he arrived at the door and took a good look, there was a slight pause. After further examination, he finally confirmed, it was indeed his student. Yes, it was the eyes never change. After the Royal Academy gates opened, Kitch immediately stepped forward. His face filled with wrinkles was also covered in tears of sorrow. Then Sambat once again knelt deeply, performing 3 bows to Kitch, and Kitch let him proceed without interference. Seeing such a scene, the gatekeeper who had been following behind froze. But hearing Vice Principal Kitch's words, the gatekeeper's face showed only astonishment. "Sambat, is it really you? Is it really you? Good, good, just being alive is good enough." An excited Kitch was now speaking nonsensically. "Sambat, could it be that person from back then?" The gatekeeper's shocked face muttered aloud. The two, lost in the joy of their reunion, paid no attention to the mutterings of the gatekeeper. Sambat was helped up by Kitch, respectfully saying, "Yes, teacher, I've come back to see you." Kitch had always been keeping track of Sambat's movements over the years. After hearing Sambat's words, Kitch glanced behind Sambat, wondering if someone else was there, but Sambat just gave a faint smile without replying. Kitch happily said, "Let's go to my office. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm out, not here." Clearly, the last sentence was meant for the gatekeeper. Neither of the two cared about the dazed gatekeeper as they walked towards the vice principal's office. After being stunned for quite some time, the gatekeeper regained consciousness and said, "Yes, Principal." But when he turned to look at Principal Kitch, there was already no one left at the entrance. In Kitch's office, the long-separated master and apprentice chatted passionately. Even though Kitch hadn't asked questions directly, Sambat already understood from his expression. Bit by bit, he disclosed every detail of his life over the years to his teacher without missing a single thing. Kitch's expressions were richly vivid, which stemmed from his profound concern for Sambat's safety. While listening, Kitch felt somewhat disoriented. "Good child. You're actually the heir of the Divine Dragon. I don't blame you for not telling me back then, as long as you are safe." Upon hearing the heartfelt care and affection in his teacher's words, moisture involuntarily gathered at the corners of Sambat's eyes. Before they realized it, an afternoon passed in this way. From the teacher, Sambat learned that his previous 3 brothers had already joined the army to defend their homeland. "All right, today since you came to visit your teacher, I'm very pleased. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal today. To be honest, from the day I met you until now, I've never treated my student to a meal. Teacher, how could I let you pay? I'll invite you." "What? Do you look down on me? Or must you ruin my mood? Sambat was instantly speechless, said no more, and gently nodded, walking towards the Imperial Dragon City. In a restaurant in the Imperial Dragon City, watching his teacher bustling about, asking what he would like to eat, Sambat only felt the sense of home. Seated at his table, he gazed toward the entrance. Suddenly, a vision of a curvaceous girl passed by the door, fleeting as it came. But in Sambat's mind, an image of a girl flashed, an image that was Lena Ballas. As Sambat was about to rise and take a closer look, doubting if he had made a mistake, Kitch slapped his large hand on Sambat's shoulder, cheerfully saying, "The food is ordered. Soon we'll have some drinks. It's been years since I've been this happy." Seeing his teacher's excitement, Sambat nodded slightly, but consoled himself internally. Maybe it was an illusion, or maybe after all these years, there are just people who resemble Lena. He slowly sat back down, happily filling his teacher's glass with wine. And at this moment, outside the inn, Lena aimlessly wandered around. Amidst the turmoil of war, her heart drifted towards Sambat. She walked like a soulless body. Chapter 145. What a coincidence. Lena was wandering aimlessly on the street, her mind constantly preoccupied with Simbart. It had been like this for years. But what Lena didn't know was that at this very moment, Simbart was in a tavern just behind her, so close yet unaware. Just as Lena turned the corner, a group of people came walking towards her with grins on their faces. To be precise, it was a young master accompanied by many bodyguards. And if Simbart were to see this young master, he would definitely recognize him. This was Frank Mark, the man whom Simbart once beat at the Dylan Royal Academy. His brother, Franka, was reduced to a vegetable by Simbart. Since Lena joined the Golden Hunters of the Dylan Kingdom, her fame skyrocketed. Many powerful families within the Dylan Kingdom wanted to bring the beautiful Lena into their households, either as a wife or a daughter-in-law. Frank, a womanizer, became captivated by Lena after merely one glance, and thus, he found himself among those who pursued her. Yet, just like everyone else, he was rejected by Lena. No one knew why Lena refused them all. After all, Lena was already 25. Not only in the Dylan Kingdom, but even across the Divine Dragon continent. Women her age were mostly married and raising children. However, if Frank knew that Simbart held a special place in Lena's heart, one could only imagine how this playboy would react. Lena viewed such rich, flirtatious men with utter disdain in her eyes. "Hey, isn't that Miss Lena? What are you doing alone on the streets at this hour? Would Miss honor me by accompanying me for a light drink?" His face was filled with frivolous charm, yet he tried to appear cultured and elegant. The more Lena looked at him, the more she felt nauseated and repulsed. "Save it, Mr. Playboy, I wouldn't dare to keep you company. A mere woman like me cannot drink your fine wine." After saying this, Lena gently sidestepped and prepared to leave. How could Frank fail to notice the sarcasm in Lena's tone? Upon hearing Lena's words, he inwardly thought to himself, "Once I get you into bed, I'll show you my power." But on the surface, his face remained ingratiating as he said, "Miss, why do you think I'm frivolous? You shouldn't believe gossip and slander me. As the young master of the prestigious Mark family, although I am a wealthy heir, my indulgence in women is quite limited." "Huh, quite limited is it? Aren't you already drowning in pleasures day after day? Do you have to immerse yourself in lust every single moment?" Upon hearing Lena's words, Frank's face changed from green to pale. Luckily, it was dark night. Otherwise, Frank might have wanted to die from shame. However, Lena's words had managed to anger him, someone who was usually arrogant. You refuse my invitations, but demand my respect? Just because you're ranked third among the Golden Hunters doesn't make you special. In front of the Mark family, you're nothing. Killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant." As Frank finished speaking with arrogance, his voice echoed loudly across the street, attracting disapproving glances from passersby. The unique looks made Frank seem proud despite being hated secretly. He failed to notice the universal disgust directed his way. Inside the tavern, Simbart was joyfully drinking with his teacher, basking in the happiness of their reunion. The presence of food and drink helped Simbart forget about seeing Lena earlier. All that filled his heart now was the happiness of reuniting with his mentor. Outside the tavern, at the corner, "Don't block my way with your superior airs. Get out of sight." Seeing Lena attempting to walk away, Frank immediately grabbed her arm. Suddenly, anger surged through Lena as she turned sharply. Slap. A crisp sound reverberated as Lena slapped Frank hard across the cheek, her anger manifesting fully in the strength behind the blow. In the faint lamplight, it was clearly visible, a pale cheek bearing the mark of 5 fingers. Initially, Frank only intended to scold Lena for challenging the authority of his family. However, he never expected her sudden retaliation with a slap. Not only was Frank shocked, but so were all the others present. Even Lena herself was taken aback. Urgency took over me. I didn't mean to slap him. How did it happen? Lena had never hit any of the men who pursued her, so now she regretted it slightly. She feared she had overstepped, given Frank's standing as one of the 4 major families in the Dylan Kingdom and the public nature of the incident. You. Fury overwhelmed Frank's ability to articulate coherently. With his left hand nursing his bruised cheek, he pointed accusingly at Lena with his right. At that moment, all the bodyguards Frank brought with him instantly surrounded Lena. On the street, spectators quickly gave way, creating a clear space for the drama unfolding before their eyes. Although Lena regretted it secretly, she soon thought that since the slap had been delivered, there was nothing to be done about it. What do you mean?" Lena said with a dark face, her freezing voice filled with killing intent, as if the slightest provocation would lead her to unleash bloodshed. But at this moment, Frank was no longer the same person he had been in the past. Relying on his current status as a great magician, he harbored no fear towards Lena, especially with so many bodyguards around him. You insulted my Mark family and slapped me. Do you think you can just let this go? Frank's face contorted viciously. So what do you want? Though Lena's eyes were filled with killing intent, her mind remained clear. If possible, she didn't wish to kill unnecessarily. Lena knew that Frank definitely came from one of the 4 great families of the Dilong Kingdom, and she herself only relied on distant relatives living in the country. Thanks to her earnings over the last 2 years, their lives had improved. Thus, considering her father, she didn't want to destroy their current stability. Unless you become my woman, I will never leave this matter alone. A pipe dream. Lena naturally understood that Frank was demanding too much. But even if she could agree to all other terms, this one was impossible for her because someone else had long occupied her heart. It seems that I must resort to force. You'd better prepare yourself. As Frank finished speaking, his spirit artifact staff appeared and green light shone, which indicated that it had already merged with his guardian beast. Moreover, at the moment Frank prepared, several bodyguards beside Lena also initiated their fusion processes. Such actions could only happen within the scope of the 4 great families who dared not care about circumstances when fighting. But, as one of the top 3 golden hunters, how could Lena's strength be weak? Without hesitation, she completely fused with all her spirit artifacts. When they merged with her guardian beast, onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Even Frank, as her opponent, felt intimidated. Regardless of how proud her full-body spirit weapons were, everyone noticed the purple glowing armor that enveloped Lena's body, turning silvery white. The tight silver armor accentuated Lena's voluptuous figure like that of a goddess, leaving all men unable to stop drooling. Slap. Old man, your eyeballs have fallen out. Haven't you heard? She is one of the top 3 golden hunters. She collected your emerald eye, commented an elderly couple nearby, amused by the scene. After being slapped on the back of the head by his wife, though the old man was reluctant, he still kept sneaking glances at Lena's charming figure. Hold it. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed across the crowd. All turned to look at the speaker, recognizing the distinctive uniform and armor of the city management patrol team. Everyone knew the situation. While the beautiful girl caused the captain to hesitate momentarily, her possession of a divine weapon made this power-hungry officer understand the importance of the proper solution. If the patrol team hadn't arrived, then after the fight, compensating with some money would have settled everything easily. However, with the arrival of the patrol team, Frank couldn't insist on stubbornness any further because even the powerful Mark family wouldn't dare challenge the entire Dilong Kingdom. Yet, Frank feared Lena might refuse to attend, so he provoked her, saying, "Have the guts to meet me at the training grounds." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd, especially Lena, whose natural allure enhanced her beauty even more under such smiles, making her seem alluring and enchantingly seductive. This made everyone look at her in awe, mouths agape, and some even nosebleeds. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Realizing her indiscretion, Lena recomposed her expression into a colder gaze and declared, "Let's go then. Who's afraid of who?" She chose these words knowing that refusing would result in Frank continuing to harass her anyway. Therefore, it would be best to resolve the issue directly now. When Lena voiced this, Frank became ecstatic, laughing loudly and saying, "A gentleman's word, once spoken, should be chased even by galloping wolves." Ugh. Of course, if Frank and Lena were going to fight at the training grounds, those fights were not open to the public. Thus, people scattered gradually. Inside the tavern, Simbart and his teacher were happily drinking strong liquor together, laughter filling the air. Then, 2 figures walked in, talking animatedly. "Hey, I bet Master Frank from the Mark family will surely win Miss Lena's favor. Although Miss Lena is ranked 3rd among the Golden Hunters, right now Master Frank has many bodyguards around him. That's uncertain. You know, as the 3rd-ranked Golden Hunter, Miss Lena surely excels in escape skills, so she wouldn't be easily defeated. However, Miss Lena's figure just now, sizzle. If I could get a kiss from her, it would be worth dying for today. Haha, who can say otherwise, brother? But let's not think about it. Hey, waiter, bring dishes and wine, the usual. Frank, Mark family, Lena." Upon hearing these names, Simbart paused with his wine glass halfway to his mouth, murmuring softly, "Yeah, this Frank is the younger brother of that Franca who was turned into an idiot by you at our academy. Oh right, you've met him too. As for the 3rd-ranked Golden Hunter, I've heard she's a beauty. Her full name is Lena Balu, something like that." After several cups of strong liquor, Kechi had already entered a tipsy state. "Teacher, is it Lena Ballas?" Simbart suddenly became alert, asking his teacher. Yes, it's her." Immediately after speaking, Kechi collapsed drunkenly. Simbart hurriedly approached the 2 newly arrived men talking. "Hey, brothers, what did you say earlier? Do you know where?" "Oh, right, I'll treat you to drinks today." Saying this, Simbart threw out a silver coin. Although only 1 silver coin, it was more than enough for ordinary people drinking. Seeing the silver coin, both of them were filled with joy, thinking money should fall this way. Subsequently, they told Simbart everything they saw earlier, confirming Simbart's deduction that the person who just walked by the door was indeed Lena. Without hesitation, he paid the bill immediately, carrying his sleeping teacher on his back, rushing toward the training grounds. On the dark narrow road, Simbart placed Kechi inside the spirit dragon ring because if someone got hurt during the upcoming fight, his teacher might also get injured, especially since Frank recognized his teacher. Simbart didn't enter the training ground through the gate, as not everyone could just walk in freely. With a burst of battle energy, a single leap allowed him to quietly jump over the wall. At the training ground, multiple bonfires blazed. Even many soldiers who were training stopped and gathered in a circle, watching a spectacle unfold, a one-against-many match. 6 men versus 1 woman. Many felt sorry for Lena, but her stubborn nature remained unchanged. Even fighting alone against a group seemed advantageous in her eyes. Simbart stood far away, unseen by anyone, and made no move to help. He wanted to see how capable Lena had become after all these years. Unfortunately, Simbart couldn't discern the level of Lena's guardian beast since it had already merged completely. Just as Simbart thought about it, the combat began. Frank retreated first, typical behavior for a mage. Among the remaining 5 individuals, all were warriors. As Frank moved, the 5 warriors sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lena jumped backward. She reversed the grip on her spiritual weapon longsword, generating large golden battle chi flowers instantaneously. Seeing Lena's speed, the 5 warriors were all taken aback. The incoming golden sword blooms left them no choice but to dodge swiftly. At this moment, utilizing the pathway opened by the sword blooms, Lena followed closely, advancing towards Frank from behind. A green glow appeared on Frank's staff, indicating he hadn't expected Lena to penetrate through 5 blockers so quickly and approach his vicinity. His Grandmaster-level spell, Whirlwind Chaos, was merely in preparation when he observed Lena rapidly charging at him. Even as Frank quickly sidestepped, the accumulated magic transformed into dozens of wind blades heading straight towards Lena. Humph! After a clear cold snort, Lena employed her battle chi, creating a burst on the ground to soar into the sky, avoiding the wind blades. None of the 5 pursuing swordsmen caught up, instead retreating upon seeing the incoming wind blades. The moment Lena landed, regret surfaced within her. These 5 warriors simultaneously released their silvery battle chi, which ranked 1 tier lower than hers. Yet, their perfect coordination made up for any difference, resembling a natural unity that gave off an overwhelming aura akin to mountains pressing down. If a sword emperor faced them without short-distance teleportation, even handling their combined assault would be immensely difficult. It seems that Lena's victory or defeat is merely a matter of time, Simbart silently pondered. Seeing Lena being locked down by the 5 bodyguards that were handpicked by her father, Frank casually retrieved all his spiritual weapons and laughed loudly with crossed arms. If you admit to becoming my woman, then I will immediately let them release you. Otherwise, you'll be dead today. Upon hearing Frank's words, everyone silently cursed his despicable behavior, including all the warriors below. But knowing that Frank was from one of the 4 great families, no one dared to speak. Still such garbage, Simbart thought to himself. Just as Simbart had finished thinking, Lena's clear voice came. Dream on, I'd rather die. Hearing these words, all that remained on Frank's face was a sinister grimace, and he roared, I'll count to 3, and then you will die unless you see reason. 1, 2. By the time he said 2, Frank intentionally dragged it out for quite some time, but Lena didn't make a sound, and everyone began to pray for the enchanting goddess. Witnessing Lena's stubbornness, Frank gritted his teeth and shouted, 3. But the sound of 3 only just began before stopping abruptly. It wasn't because Frank stopped shouting. Instead, he was being held aloft in the air by someone gripping his neck. When everyone, including the 5 bodyguards who noticed something amiss and quickly jumped away, was shocked, they stared at this astonishing scene. Even Lena, with her bosom rising and falling, looked at the broad back that gave her a sense of familiarity despite not recognizing him. While lost in thought, she heard the towering man say, What a coincidence. It's you again. Chapter 146, Emperor Dragon. Everyone was shocked by the actions of this tall and muscular man. Even more, no one understood what had happened. Master, sir, please release our master. If there is any offense, we will certainly accept the punishment, said the tallest of the 5 warriors. Frank, struggling to breathe, looked at the man before him. His pupils started with confusion but then widened. Simbart sneered with a carefree expression. Don't you recognize me? Frank wanted to say something but couldn't. He could only shake his head in acknowledgement. Humph. Bang. For such a trashy person, Simbart felt no fighting spirit at all, and subsequently threw Frank away. This simple throw contained all of Simbart's strength, causing Frank to fall in an arc over 100 meters away. The 5 warriors rushed to where Frank landed. This seemingly casual toss left everyone even more stunned. Expert. These 2 words were the thoughts of everyone present. Simbart slowly turned his majestic body around. Lena saw that familiar back, those familiar eyes. Although the color of the irises had changed, those eyes made Lena's delicate body tremble as if struck by lightning. Countless fantasies and speculations had not prepared her for meeting the man she loved in this way. Simbart did not move, but carefully scrutinized Lena instead. Not much has changed, just like when she was 12 years old, but her body has become increasingly mature. Everyone, except for those few warriors observing Frank, whispered among themselves. Who is this guy? Don't know, but you should consider him an expert. Still, I've never heard of this person. Damn it, do you think I don't know? Of course I know, from the fact that none of us noticed how he came here, and yet he casually caught Master Magician Frank and threw him far away. We know he's an expert. Lena's chest, already breathing heavily, heaved even more violently as tears flowed down her blushed cheeks. Instinctively, Lena ran towards Simbart. Seeing the girl who used to enjoy clinging to him as a child, Simbart thought to himself. She has grown up now. Every frown and smile, every gesture, are captivating. But I already have 2 lovers. What should I do when she runs toward me like this? Simbart sighed deeply, as if helpless, but smiled and extended his arms. Just out of childhood memories, Simbart ought to give a long unseen embrace to her. Everyone watched this scene with regret. Another flower has been trampled. Lower your voice. You know, experts are generally aloof. Be careful, or he might kill you. What's there to fear? Can't I vent my frustration? Neither Sambart nor Lena paid attention to others' whispers. Now that you've come, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Frank seemed to forget how he flew out earlier. Perhaps because he was no longer in Sambart's hands, and with his bodyguards nearby, he shouted loudly at Sambart. Sambart gently patted Lena, who was still crying, and didn't say a word, pulling Lena aside. You short-sighted fool, if you want to die, just speak up. I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. Sambart's words carried an audacious, arrogant, and domineering tone. Frank was rendered speechless by Sambart's words. Leave. Next time I encounter you doing something bad, remember, you will die. Although said in a calm tone, everyone felt terrified. After all, this unknown man was talking about Frank, the son of one of the 4 major families of the Dragon Empire. Don't forget, this is the Dragon Empire. Based on you, can you challenge my family? We don't yet know whose neck the deer will end up on. Frank, seemingly understanding something, responded arrogantly. Sambart said nothing, for he considered it pure waste of saliva to talk to him at this moment. Subsequently, he turned around, holding on to the excited Lena, and walked slowly toward the gate of the training field. Seeing that Sambart said nothing, Frank became reckless again. He had forgotten the last time Sambart beat him up so thoroughly. Still thinking Sambart was scared of him. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Attack. My brother was beaten like that by him. Frank yelled uncontrollably. The 5 bodyguards nearby were very troubled. Who among them did not estimate the bottom line of Sambart's strength? Remembering the past event when he beat Franka into such a state, they all knew better than to provoke this man further. But, as the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you'll be at their mercy. If you take someone's money, you'll have to follow their orders. Since they were taking money from the Mark family to protect this young master, they had no choice but to comply. Although they all knew that Frank was nothing more than scum. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yes, the moment the 5 bodyguards moved, 6 faint sounds could be heard. While Frank was speaking, Sambart had already stood still, gently holding onto the agitated Lena, who in turn leaned softly against Sambart's chest. At the very instant those 5 warriors began rushing toward them, Sambart teleported directly. What? Teleportation? Where did he go? No, look over there. Everyone was once again stunned by Sambart's action. At this point, Sambart held Lena with his right hand and, with his left, lifted Frank high into the air. All they could feel was shock. Even Lena, who was still overwhelmed with emotion. Everyone understood what it meant for someone to possess teleportation skills. I see. You really like courting death. Or is it that? As Sambart spoke lightly, as though Frank were an ant beneath his finger, a flick of that finger would have been enough to kill him. The tallest among the 5 bodyguards kneeled on one leg and pleaded with Sambart. Sir, we hope you will spare our young master. If he dies. Why? Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. I prefer to eliminate all threats at their source. Sambart's tone was calm, deliberate, and clear. Bang, 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 bang. Upon hearing these words, the remaining 4 also knelt on one leg, and the big man continued. If you kill him, then we. Sambart caught their meaning, and the dark electricity in his hands surged violently. Frank immediately passed out, and Sambart dropped him to the ground. Speak. Sambart made this motion as though it were nothing. The families of us 5 brothers are all under the control of the head of the Mark family. When we signed up to work for them, we didn't know why the chief kindly brought our relatives in. Later, we realized he wanted us to be more loyal in protecting Frank. If you kill him, the families of us 5 brothers will die. The large man said with a tinge of sadness. Would you rather join me? Sambart's words sent another wave of shock through everyone present. Sambart said this because he could sense their loyalty. Moreover, the fact that they asked him not to harm their master showed character that Sambart admired greatly. But, the large man hesitated. Don't worry. For now, I won't kill him. Take him away. Wait for me in the Mark family estate for the next 2 days. After saying this, Sambart pulled Lena, who was still surprised, and walked toward the gate. Is that the power of a magic emperor? Bullshit. I'm sure that's even stronger than a magic emperor. Sword emperor? Shit, that was magic earlier. It can't be a sword emperor. But why was the magic black? All these remarks were long familiar to Sambart. Arriving at a tavern, perhaps due to the long years without seeing each other, Lena seemed at a loss for words. There were so many things she had wanted to say to Sambart all these years, yet upon meeting him, she couldn't find her voice. Only crying and tears filled this moment. Sambart felt quite helpless. In the eyes of others, it seemed as though Sambart was bullying his own lover. Leaning against Sambart's chest brought a deep sense of security. Though she did not understand how or why Sambart possessed magic or such great strength, Lena only wanted to remain close to Sambart at this moment. Sambart ate and drank alone, uncertain what he should do. After a long time, Lena was like that too, overwhelmed with missing him so deeply. In this burst of uncontrollable crying, she fell asleep in Sambart's arms. How does it always end this way? Sambart was confused. He was no longer the unknowing child he used to be, and he understood his feelings for Lena, yet he didn't know what to do. Subsequently, they decided to stay overnight at the inn. Concerned about any issues with Lena, Sambart meditated while sitting cross-legged in the single room. The night passed quietly. Lena slept peacefully. Then, he left a message for the waiter to pass along to Lena, saying he would return by noon before heading toward the Dragon Emperor Palace. Having waited for a long time, Sambart finally stepped inside the Dragon Emperor city. Not glancing around even once, he followed the eunuch forward. The Grand Dragon Emperor Hall. In the court, deliberations were underway. The noisy voices reached Sambart from far away. Sambart Longs has arrived. With an announcement, Sambart stepped into the court. Truly befitting a great nation, with so many ministers and generals. Sambart silently thought to himself. The first to speak was not Sambart, but Emperor Leon News of the Dragoni Empire. Are you Sambart Longs? The Dragoni Emperor looked at Sambart with an amiable expression because he believed Sambart had come to pledge allegiance to him. Moreover, at this moment, the Dragoni Empire was preparing for a major battle against the Holy Light Temple, so Leon saw no reason to distrust Sambart's offer to help. Right then, who dares enter here without kneeling before His Majesty? Sambart paid no attention to the man and simply muttered 4 words. Race family. Everyone was only left perplexed, except Emperor Leon News, whose expression changed dramatically. Chapter 147. Urgent. Why don't you kneel when seeing our emperor? The person from earlier continued. With a wave of his hand, Leon said respectfully, how do you know about the Rice family? Just as Leon was startled, Sambart took the xianxia hammer out of the xianxia ring. Bang! The hammer hit the ground, instantly creating an indentation on the marble floor above the imperial court. How dare you? That arrogant man didn't finish speaking. Emperor Delong, Leon shouted. You fool! Who allowed you to speak so much? You have exceeded your bounds multiple times while I am here. That person turned pale, muttering. Yes, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my sin. But Sambart didn't say a word. Present your petitions if you have any. If not, the court is dismissed. Leon impatiently ended the session early. All of you leave. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Leon dismissed all the eunuchs and maids. The eunuch who had escorted Sambart into the court still wanted to say something, but Leon waved his hand irritably. Don't say any more. Even if everyone was there just now, if Sambart wanted to kill me, it would be easy. Persuasion failed, and the eunuch reluctantly withdrew. After everyone left, Leon personally descended from the 9-5 virtue throne and walked slowly forward. Who are you? All right, the Warhammer of the Hammer King. I remember that well. I shouldn't have doubted it. And please explain your true purpose for coming to Delong Empire. But I really regret not protecting you back then when you were in the Empire. And even more so, I didn't know you were the heir of Xianlong. What a miscalculation. I truly admire Kaiki for being able to take you as a disciple. Leon's face showed deep regret. At this moment, Leon didn't even refer to himself as Your Majesty before Sambart, but directly used I. Sambart hadn't spoken at all, looking at Leon's earnest expression. He couldn't be sure what was going through the Emperor's mind. After all, an Emperor's mood could change as quickly as a child's face. However, Sambart had come to handle serious matters, so he cut straight to the point. Who is the current patriarch of the Rice family? Leon immediately froze. In his thoughts, this question seemed like an accusation aiming to remove him from power. It's me, the heir of Xianlong. Leon's words carried a hint of disdain this time. Of course, Sambart heard what he meant. He apologized afterwards. I don't mean that. When I inherited the armor of the Hammer King, he entrusted me with a task. I came here because, thinking of our Delong banner later, the situation in Delong isn't optimistic. Upon hearing these words from Sambart, Leon felt some relief inside. Then, Sambart's next words made the heart of Emperor Delong rise again. But, right now, I hope you won't mind if I take control of the military forces and help you prepare against the Holy Light Temple. Asking for military authority? Isn't that exactly? Leon silently pondered in his heart. Sambart didn't consider what Leon was thinking, focusing only on helping him wholeheartedly. Right. Then Sambart took out the Dark Star Iron token from the Xianlong ring. This is... Leon saw the thing in Sambart's hand, and his pupils contracted sharply. Seeing this token placed years ago by the Hammer King in the clan, Leon stuttered, puzzled. You? Where did you get this? Of course, Sambart explained everything to Emperor Leon after that. Spare no effort. Anything you request, I will assist fully. It wasn't easy, having been emperor for many years, to let go and trust someone else so completely, especially when all authority might shift elsewhere suddenly. It's not that Leon didn't know that whoever became the successor of Xianlong would eventually unite the Xianlong continent, but he just couldn't accept it momentarily. But, seeing Sambart once again produce the clan leader's token, he had no choice but to tacitly approve. Hearing these words, Sambart actually held some respect for Leon. Given how short their interaction had been, it was admirable that Leon could utter such words. No, Emperor Leon, you don't need to talk like this. I don't seek your power or anything. Even if I unify the Xianlong continent, I will still let you be the king of Delong Principality. Upon hearing these words from Sambart, they were more powerful than any ordinary promise. What is the heir of Xianlong? Could his word ever be taken lightly? Certainly, Leon's face also showed great joy. What is the Rice family doing now? Can you tell me? Regarding the matters of the Rice family, Bolo Ding has only asked me to take care of them and hasn't mentioned any relevant information. I would like to know more. Actually, the Rice family mainly focuses on forging. Oh, that's right. When you were studying at the Delong Royal Academy, did you meet a teacher named Kelly? She also belongs to the Rice family. Teacher Kelly? Are you saying? Sambart looked at Emperor Leon with confusion. Yes, that's right. However, her case could be considered a misfortune for the upper family. As you know, good equipment always contains a spirit. Do you know this? After hearing this, Sambart nodded. But his father, who could even be called the best forger in the family, fell in love with a 10th level magical beast, and from then on, he completely changed. Emperor Leon's face was full of sorrow. Love knows no boundaries, and you can't force this. Yes, our Rice family didn't stop their love, Though we didn't support it, we didn't oppose either. Otherwise, how could there be a Kelly? But because of this, Kelly has always had some kind of psychological problem since she was little, resisting the Rice family quite strongly. You see, she carries the blood of magical beasts, and so she deeply opposes the weapons forged by the Rice family, as they all use the souls of magical beasts. Hearing you say that, I remember something. When I entered the Royal Academy for study and testing, there was pressure coming from her, which should not exist until one reaches the 9th level among humans. It appears then that the pressure she brought was from the magical beast within her. Back then, I wasn't paying much attention due to vague circumstances. You are correct. Because of this character, I, as the leader, let her teach. And perhaps seeing many children will help her feel more peace in her heart. Hearing that Leon did this, Sunbart nodded in agreement, showing approval. But it really has been tough for that child. After all, as both the head of the clan and the highest commander of the empire, Leon certainly loved his people and citizens. Because of this, over the years, our Rice family has cast many dead weapons, meaning those without spirits. Now that you're back as the chief, we hope you can continue to develop the legacy of the Rice family. Leon pleaded earnestly. I'm not yet ready to be the chief, said Sunbart firmly. However, before he finished, Leon interrupted him, shaking his head. You don't need to be modest. For this matter, you don't need to bother too much. Just let the hidden Rice family know that you are the chief. Sunbart, unable to refuse Leon's request, finally nodded and agreed. Just as Leon continued to think about what to say, a man rushed in from outside the hall. Of course, Leon knew who this person was. Still, Leon angrily said, "What urgent business requires you to burst in right now? Your Majesty, it's an extremely urgent matter. I couldn't but report it." The man glanced at Sunbart beside Leon after speaking. Leon understood and resumed his usual tone. Anything can be said. He's not an outsider. Yes, Your Majesty, the frontline situation is critical. We lost the first battle. Moreover, we've lost 3 generals. The man spoke cautiously, looking at Emperor Leon. Since the eruption began with 130,000 words online, I have no backlog stored. These days, I upload whatever I manage to write daily, so please forgive me, brothers. When I have time, I'll compensate with an explosive output. Chapter 148, Lena captured? Upon hearing these words, Leon's face changed dramatically as he was struck with disbelief. What? He exclaimed in shock. As for Simbat, he wasn't particularly shocked after hearing this because he knew a little about the elite composition of the Dark Temple. You go down first. Hearing that they lost 3 generals in the first battle, this was indeed a great defeat. At this moment, Leon's face looked like a deflated eggplant. Head of the clan, do you have any solutions? But then, realizing that Simbat would certainly be close by, Simbat being the heir of the Divine Dragon and appointed leader of the clan, while he himself didn't have anyone of exceptionally high ability, could the successor of the Divine Dragon not come up with something? Thinking of this, Leon asked spiritedly. The Holy Light Temple in this great battle fought one based on time. They must surely use their top powerful figures within this battle. The death of these 3 generals is regrettable, but the Emperor must put it to rest. Nevertheless, even though such an argument can be made, the armies of the Holy Light Temple are prepared without fault and planned far in advance. Clearly, we are at a disadvantage in such a large battle, led by other strings, which is absolutely not good. After hearing Simbat's precise analysis, Leon felt secretly respectful in his heart. After all, Simbat was only 25 years old at this point. However, Emperor Leon kept nodding continuously. As the situation is urgent, I also have certain reserves ready. Here's what I propose. Focus on your own personal safety. In such a great battle, when our rear guard is sparse, if skilled assassins come, anything happening to you will result in the complete collapse of our army's morale. I understand, head of the clan. Please don't worry. I will prioritize caution. Leon answered respectfully. If outsiders were to know that Emperor Leon, who just an hour ago was above tens of millions of people, is now beneath someone, many wouldn't believe it. Clan leader. Within the Imperial Dragon Principality, under the name of the Emperor, shall I grant you the title of Grand General King? If so, among the common chatter of the people, and for concealment, it will prove effective. Simbat, of course, understood this and nodded, replying, good. Subsequently, the inheritor of the Divine Dragon and the Emperor of the Imperial Dragon Principality discussed many matters, some of which were unknown even to the Rice family. Time flew swiftly, and the morning passed in the blink of an eye. Clan leader, please accept my hospitality here, Leon thought inwardly. It's the first time you've come, so I should entertain you well. Simbat shook his head. No need. I have urgent matters to attend to, more questions to handle. I may leave tonight. Priorities mattered most, and Leon did not try to stop him further, agreeing with a nod. Exiting the palace, Simbat headed straight to the tavern. As Simbat was about to enter the tavern, he indeed heard a man's voice coming from his room. Hearing this voice, Simbat was very excited and quickly pushed the door open. Yes, hearing this voice, Simbat knew immediately. It was his childhood teacher, Clint. So, even before entering, Simbat had already become quite agitated outside the door. Just as Clint was discussing Simbat with his daughter, they suddenly saw Simbat pushing the door open. Words are words, but when Simbat stood right in front of them, Clint slowly stood up, moved by emotion. On the side, Lena did not smile because she remembered how worse off than her father she had been the first time she met Simbat. Simbat, is that really you? Truly you, child. On the Dragon God continent, the average lifespan is around 200 years. Having only been apart for a decade or so, there was no hint of old age in Clint's tone. Common sense states that once you're a teacher, you're a lifelong father. Seeing Clint standing right beside him, memories of those days vividly surfaced in his mind. Just as Simbat was about to kneel and bow, Clint held him back. Child, there's no need for such formalities. We were just glad you're alive. All of us saw the bloodstain on the ground back then and assumed you were dead. Even your father believed it. Only Lena refused to believe that you were gone. She insisted that you were blessed and couldn't die. For years, she has. Perhaps remembering the fresh blood on the ground from Simbat's past, Clint's face displayed only regret. Lena even began sobbing again. But Clint's words were cut off by Lena's interruption. Father. She interrupted her father precisely because she didn't want to disclose all her feelings to Simbat so soon. Someone as astute as Simbat naturally understood the emotions behind Lena's actions. It wasn't just years of experience with people that had sharpened his insight. Even having two women he deeply loved allowed Simbat to fully comprehend Lena's feelings. Yet all Simbat could do was pretend ignorance, softly speaking to Lena. You've suffered too much. A simple sentence caused Lena's tears to once again silently fall down her beautiful face. Seeing Lena cry like this, even though Simbat was a rugged man, his eyes also glistened with moisture. All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. Our reunion should be joyous. Why cry so much? Clint interjected, sensing the inappropriate mood. Yes, Simbat is here now. I won't cry anymore. Despite these words, Lena's tears continued unabated. Clint wiped away a tear from his eye and then asked Simbat curiously, I wonder what you've endured over the years. When Lena heard that you killed the third brother of the Gold Hunters, I tried to convince her that it might not have been you, but someone else with extraordinary skills. But it turned out she was right. Tell me, back then, didn't you lack a guardian beast? How could you have had such strength? Simbat knew he could tell everyone now that he was the descendant of the divine dragon, especially since Clint and Lena were like family to him. He needed to confide openly. The situation was like this. As it turns out, I am the descendant of the divine dragon. Back then, I didn't know this myself. Simbat reflected on his past and explained slowly. What? Do you mean that during that merchant caravan incident, when you revealed something, it was actually the scale of the divine dragon? Clint couldn't help but be astonished. Now I understand why, when my father used to tell us stories, they seemed so familiar. It must have been because of the heart-protecting mirror in Simbat's possession, Lena said, equally shocked. Back then, I didn't know either. Simbat sighed in helpless explanation. It seems it was all fate. Clint expressed surprise and delight. Later, time passed without notice as Simbat kept recounting. Everyone listening to Simbat's experiences had expressions that changed rapidly. First astonishment, then shock, and then awe. It was as if while Simbat was narrating his story, they were watching right behind him. Thank goodness. You've survived major calamities and earned future blessings. By the way, according to your conversation today with Emperor Leon, does that mean you're heading towards the Holy Light Temple? Clint's words caught the attention of his daughter, Lena, who nodded and looked at Simbat. That's right. There's no other choice. I don't care whether we need unification or not. If peace reigned on the Dragon God continent, I wouldn't bother with it. I'm not someone obsessed with power, but the Holy Light Temple has become far too dark. We must remove them for the welfare of the people. Hearing Simbat's words, both Lena and Clint nodded their heads in agreement. The Holy Light Temple, cloaked in darkness, and the Dark Temple, standing for light. How ironic and yet starkly contrasting. Those poor girls captured by the Holy Light Temple truly suffer, as does Salute. Clint remarked feelingly. Suddenly, Clint seemed to remember something and looked up to ask Simbat. Didn't you capture Salute and incorporate him into the Divine Dragon Ring to form the Divine Dragon Knight's core? Are you still short of people? Look at Lena. Her abilities aren't shabby. And I've known for some time, daughters are hard to keep at home once they grow up. Since we see each other today, surely. Hearing these words from her father, Lena didn't blush coyly but clearly showed her determination despite the rising redness on her face. She knew her father loved her and had her best interests at heart. Upon hearing that Simbat already had two women, and knowing that Simbat was now a father, Lena felt a piercing pain in her heart as if struck by lightning in a white void. But hearing her father's intentions, Lena realized they were efforts made for her happiness. So, when Clint finished, Simbat's gaze swept toward Lena, seeing nothing but resolve in her eyes. Simbat calmly replied, all right, more hands would indeed be useful, if you believe you can endure it. Seeing Simbat directly agree, Clint gave a meaningful smile, while Lena beamed happily. When you find time, let me meet your father. Two old friends haven't seen each other for ages. It's just a matter of living long enough together. Haha. Lena heard her father's deep meaning in his words, which made her feel as though she was already married to Simbat, and her father was officially Simbat's father-in-law. Nonetheless, she was genuinely delighted. Phew, time really flies. It's already nighttime. Since I'm the elder here, let me treat you to dinner. Clint's face lit up with satisfaction. This is not appropriate. Simbat left his words unfinished. Clint interrupted. Hey, are you looking down on me or dampening my mood? It's rare that I've been this happy in years. Simbat helplessly nodded, but he felt as if these words reminded him of something familiar. Outside the hotel, on top of a roof, two men dressed in black, tightly clung clothes under the black night were watching the inn where Simbat was staying. Big brother, do you know what the Pope means by having us watch Simbat and capture someone close to him? I just don't understand. One black-clothed man asked the one beside him, who he called Big Brother. Third brother, you needn't worry too much. Whatever the Pope instructs us to do, surely it serves some grand purpose. The will of saints is hard to fathom. How can we dare speculate recklessly? Just do your job. But I'm really angry with Simbat. That hammer blow, that hammer. Hearing the word hammer, The third brother realized his big brother had recalled the force of Simbat's hammer blow. No one knew that these two were the great elder and third elder of the Holy Light Temple. Inside the tavern, since Lina will also enter the Divine Dragon Ring, then this drop of my blood cannot be refused. Simbat casually slashed his wrist, allowing a drop of blood to drip into the wine pot. Why? Lina asked curiously like a child, her face, once frozen for many years, now filled with nothing but joy and smiles since she met Simbat again. Forgotten? Didn't I just say, my blood can enhance a person's strength? Upon hearing Simbat's words, Clint and Lina both nodded, without objection. After understanding the effect of Simbat's blood wine, instead of drinking it before eating, they waited until after the meal to enjoy the drink. Simbat insisted on keeping Clint and Lina here for cultivation, but Clint stubbornly declined. While Lina wanted to stay, feeling awkward about being alone with a man, so after finishing the drink with her father, she returned home to practice cultivation. Thereby, Simbat had nothing more to persuade them with. When Lina and Clint walked out of the inn, unseen by them, the great elder and third elder of the Holy Light Temple tailed behind. Just as Lina hugged her father and approached their house entrance. Bang! Lina was struck at the back of her head and instantly fell unconscious due to the joyous reunion, making her, even as the third-ranked gold hunter, forget any defense measures or vigilance. Seeing her daughter knocked unconscious, Clint immediately snapped into action. But right away, Clint felt Lina disappear from his arms abruptly. Clint angrily bellowed, "Who's there? Release my daughter." As Clint prepared to rush after, both the dark figure and his daughter vanished. Teleportation? A person with teleportation abilities. Why would they abduct my daughter? Clint, experienced as an educator over the years, had his clear-headedness tell him the only one he could turn to was Simbat. So, Clint urgently dashed towards Simbat again. Simbat was preparing to undress, intending to sit on the bed waiting for Clint and Lina's spirit forces to join in cultivation. Outside the corridor, thump, thump, thump. The urgent footsteps made Simbat feel somewhat uneasy. Bang! The door was violently flung open. Simbat saw the panting Clint, and, noticing Clint's appearance, Simbat realized something must have happened. Upon closer inspection, he didn't see Lina either. In a hurry, he asked, "What's wrong? Where's Lina?" Breathing heavily and gasping for breath, Clint said, "Quick, quick, Lina was kidnapped." Upon hearing this, Simbat's mind erupted like a spring thunderclap, quickly putting on his outer robe as he urgently asked, "Which direction?" "East side of the city." As Clint finished speaking, whoosh, Simbat teleported out the window instantly, leaving behind his parting words in the room. "Teacher, please continue practicing. I'll go check it out and bring Lina back." Chapter 149, Tale. As he was speaking, Sinbart instantly teleported away, for he needed to save time. However, in Sinbart's haste, Clint had no chance to mention that the person who abducted Lina had the ability to teleport. If Sinbart knew this, one can only imagine his reaction. In the night, Sinbart darted across rooftops like a mountain wall monkey, so fast that he passed by in the blink of an eye. Up ahead is the East Gate. Why would the person who took Lina choose the East Gate? Could it be from the Holy Light Temple? Sinbart pondered silently in his heart. Shoo! Anxious, Sinbart spread his wings like an eagle and soared over the towering city tower, rushing toward the outskirts. The patrolling soldiers atop the city tower did not notice a single one. Outskirts. Sinbart had just steadied himself when he immediately dashed towards the east once again. If the person who kidnapped Lina were to use a ploy of deception, making it seem as though they're heading east, then west, south, or north, how could I ever find them? Sinbart was troubled in heart. Though thinking this, Sinbart didn't pause his steps, maintaining high speed. Half an hour later. No, my current speed is already fast. Even if Lina was captured, Clint wouldn't have taken much longer traveling from the road. So why haven't I seen even a trace of them yet? Sinbart slowed down and stood amidst the pitch-black forest, where a silent forest had no sound at all. Subsequently, he thought quietly about what he should do. Yes. Suddenly, an idea struck Sinbart, causing him to sit cross-legged on the spot. Lina's mental power is incredibly weak. That's understandable. She just consumed the divine dragon blood, and our fusion isn't perfect yet. Good thing I can still feel her presence. Their location. After standing for a while, Sinbart recalled the same crucial problem that Atai faced when he came from Timmel to find him. The divine dragon blood within Sinbart allowed him unilateral insight into the whereabouts of those who drank his blood. Although it wasn't the same as a magical creature contract with Atai, this ability was more than enough. Shoo! Having located Lina's position, Sinbart's face was undoubtedly filled with joy as he quickly ran towards it. They're really cunning, moving southeast all along. Now I understand why heading straight east would have been fruitless. Sinbart happily thought. Southeast direction. Big brother, your plan is truly excellent. We left through the east gate, headed southeast. No matter how divine Sinbart might be, he couldn't possibly guess our route. The third elder of the Holy Light Temple spoke cheerfully to the first elder. But the first elder gave no response, continuing his high-speed run without slowing down. Seeing his older brother didn't reply, the third elder hastily added, "Big brother, look. Sinbart cannot track us now. So why are we still running so fast? We haven't eaten anything this evening, and my craving for alcohol is killing me. Rubbish. Hurry up and finish the task the Pope assigned us first. Who knows what abilities Sinbart has? If he catches up to us, none of us will survive well." The first elder snapped sharply at his younger brother's words. But the third elder persisted in his effort to persuade. Think about what your second brother said upon returning a few days ago. What about your fourth brother? How he met his end? Back then, in the battle between Sinbart and me, It was merely a display of Law Emperor-level strength. I might have been careless, but considering how little time has passed since then, he's already surpassed human level 9. Do you think he can be underestimated? Hurry and run. The first elder remembered the hammer blow from Sunbart and inwardly felt furious. Oh, responded the third elder, following dejectedly behind the first elder of the Holy Light Temple. If Sunbart were to see such a scene, he would surely be surprised. Watching the first elder harshly rebuke the third elder didn't show dissatisfaction, but rather felt aggrieved. Furthermore, during the previous encounter, Sunbart had witnessed the affection between the second elder and the fourth elder. Had he seen this again, he might question within his own heart, the Pope of the Holy Light Temple, who possesses such black-hearted intentions, actually commands underlings whose bonds of sentiment are also genuine? The darkened expanse above showed no moon. But, regardless of whether it was Sunbart or the two elders of the Holy Light Temple, their speed through this dark and thick forest was rapid, akin to daylight running, which showcased the strength of all three individuals. Big brother, up ahead is the army. Let's go around it. But why doesn't the Pope let us deliver the captive to the military camp instead of having us race back to the temple? Seeing his elder brother glance back briefly, he already knew that his brother was glaring angrily at him, so he shut his mouth promptly and stopped speaking. Behind, Sunbart. Almost there. Just a bit faster. But, I can definitely feel Lena's mental connection with me becoming increasingly clear. I don't know why. Sunbart had no way of knowing that Lena had been knocked unconscious, and sleeping was also a form of natural cultivation. In other words, Lena was continuously absorbing Sunbart's divine dragon blood. Although this process was slower than normal cultivation, it was still better than not cultivating at all. In the distance, the sound of military patrols could be heard, orderly, and in unison. Up ahead is the army. Could it be they are truly people from the Bright Light Temple? If things go badly and they take Lena into the military camp, it will become problematic. Sunbart remembered his own proposed plan concerning the timeline, understanding well that when it came to battles of time, many experts gathered to destroy the defenses at the border swiftly. Among so many capable individuals, for Sunbart to try and rescue someone would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. Haha, heaven aids me, they've bypassed the army without stopping, but now their route has shifted directly south. Overjoyed, Sunbart once again sprinted at top speed toward Lena's position. However, neither side, both running and chasing, knew about an underlying issue. To say, from the moment Sunbart passed over the army, another individual followed closely behind him. This person was none other than the Bright Light Pope, on par with the Dark Emperor. Hee Sunbart, let's see how skilled you really are, considering you've harmed my subordinates twice already. In this pitch-black night, the Bright Light Pope's speed was such that he maintained an exact distance from Sunbart, not an inch more or less. Clearly, the true strength of the Bright Light Pope was terrifying. Of course, Sunbart had no idea about this. Big brother, 2 days from now we will reach the temple. Do we not rest at all? The third elder of the Bright Light Temple pleaded repeatedly. Unable to resist his younger brother's begging, the first elder thought, with such a long journey, perhaps even the successor of the divine dragon wouldn't be able to catch up. After glancing at his younger brother, he sighed helplessly and then said, "All right, I don't know where your insatiable thirst for alcohol comes from. Given our current power level, eating or not makes little difference. Yet why can't you quit drinking?" The third elder didn't reply but cheerfully stopped and pulled out some roasted meat and alcohol from his space ring, offering them to his elder brother. The first elder ignored the wine in his brother's hand and only took the roasted meat, tearing off a bite before saying, "Don't drink too much, it may cause trouble." Yes, big brother, don't worry, I'll drink less." After replying, he tore off a large chunk of meat while guzzling down mouthfuls of wine. Even though there were no lights, with their skills, eating something certainly wasn't going to end up stuck in their nostrils. Still speeding forward, Sunbart suddenly felt surprised. Why have they stopped? Could reinforcements be arriving? Of course, Sunbart did not believe that the two elders of the Bright Light Temple would actually sit around drinking and eating. As the two elders consumed food and drink, Sunbart quietly approached with great haste. Carefully suppressing any excessive magical energy output, Sunbart managed to keep himself aloft. Similarly, the Bright Light Pope remained unseen by Sunbart as he shadowed him closely. What Sunbart saw made him want to laugh. So they really do have leisurely pursuits, feasting and drinking. Sunbart silently mused. But what the Bright Light Pope saw made his expression rather unpleasant. Having the leisure now doesn't suit you too. If I weren't right here watching Sunbart, I'd deal with both of you now, and then wait till we return to settle matters properly. Suddenly, Sunbart spotted a familiar face. It was the first elder of the Bright Light Temple, and beside him lay Lena, who was asleep. It's him. Clearly last time's lesson wasn't enough. However, with Lena asleep, it helps me explain her surging spiritual energy. As soon as Sunbart finished thinking, his own gravitational domain erupted suddenly, and despite not wearing his Black Hammer King war armor, within this field, he instantly teleported away. The two elders, just indulging in their meal and drink, immediately sensed an overwhelming force pressing down upon them, inwardly cursing as they did. However, Sunbart's gravitational field slowed down the movements of the two elders drastically, whereas Sunbart himself launched abruptly toward Lena to carry her away. At the same time Sunbart moved far away, his gravitational field expanded in a circular wave encompassing the Bright Light Pope. Not good. There's another person, and I never detected him. Just as Sunbart was contemplating this, a twin thunder fury, larger than the one Sunbart usually unleashed, rushed fiercely toward him. Chapter 150, The Battle of the Pope of Light. Seeing the huge twin Thunder Fury, Sunbart didn't think twice and instantly teleported to dodge. At the same time as he dodged, he quickly stored Lina into the Xuanhuan ring. Only by keeping Lina safe in the Xuanhuan ring could Sunbart feel at ease. The teleportation activated, and Sunbart was immediately surrounded by a great amount of purple light. In this dark night, it was impossible to see the pitch-black Hammer King battle armor, so all that could be seen was the purple glow of divine artifacts emitted from the armor after combining with its wielder. Bang! In an instant, as the Black Hammer King battle armor fused with him, Sunbart was struck by the dual Thunder Fury. Apparently, under this blow, Sunbart's black pupils contracted intensely. Control over magic. How is it possible to be like this? Sunbart was naturally shocked. He couldn't immediately think of anyone who had such terrifying control over magic as he did. Moreover, the magic moved within his domain without any delay. Even more incredibly, the magic somehow knew his precise location. This is my own domain after all. Regardless of any aspect, Sunbart was greatly astonished. A tingling sensation surged through his entire body. But just at that moment, Sunbart's complete Hammer King battle armor merged with his body, and he raised the bold sky hammer in his hand. Who? Show yourself. Sunbart roared furiously. Don't you run away fast? Are you waiting to die here? That person didn't respond to Sunbart's words, but instead reminded the two elders of the light sect, who were moving slowly inside the realm. In the next moment, Sunbart still felt shocked, and then he truly realized that there was indeed a scent of slaughter within his own realm. Yes, someone else's realm had blended with Sunbart's. And the two elders of the light palace within this realm suddenly seemed to regain their flexibility and sprinted off toward the distance. Seeing the two elders remain silent, Sunbart understood that they appeared to know who this person was. Just like that. After seeing this scene, Sunbart naturally realized that the only one capable of speaking to the great elder of the light palace in such a manner, possessing such magical control, according to the clue given by his father-in-law, Ariane the Great, was none other than the Pope of the Light Sect, Samakali Yakside. The Pope of the Light Sect turns out to be such a despicable person, even resorting to sneaky tricks like this. Sunbart's expression turned cold and severe. For the descendant of a divine dragon, such actions are justified. Moreover, a man of great deeds doesn't care about trivial matters. If I'm not ruthless, failure will only belong to myself. I simply use every means necessary and reasonably employ them. As the Pope of the Light Sect Samakali Yakside spoke, amidst the pitch-black night, his purple light shone brightly, revealing the full set of purple divine equipment. Sunbart wasn't surprised. As Samakali Yakside, the Pope of the Light Sect, continued speaking, he slowly stepped forward, revealing his figure. Sunbart remained motionless, watching as the Pope of the Light appeared. The Pope of the Light currently wore a blood-red battle armor that didn't match the gentle silver beams of the God of Light in any way. As Sunbart slowly fixed his gaze on Samakali Yakside's eyes, what he saw were not normal eyes, but eyes that resembled bright blood blisters. In this pitch-black forest, they emitted a sinister and horrifying aura. There's a sense of bloodthirstiness in his eyes. Is this really the Pope of the Light Sect? Sunbart felt somewhat alarmed in his heart. I never expected your strength to have increased so rapidly. If you had waited a few more years. The entire divine dragon continent would already be prostrate beneath me. The abnormally bright and eerie blood-red eyes grew brighter under the Pope of the Light Sect's loud laughter. Idle fantasies. A harmful element like the Light Temple must be removed immediately. Sunbart's demeanor was audacious, but he was careful in his heart. You're right. So what can you do? In a world where power reigns supreme, the weak have no right to voice opinions. Besides, you don't fully understand. Even if you are now at the 9th level of human existence, so what? Can your foundation compare with mine? Furthermore, what you possess, I may not lack. After saying this, the sound was drawn out. And when these words finished, the body of the bizarre Pope of the Light Sect slowly rose into the air amidst the pitch-black night. Upon witnessing this form, Sunbart performed the same action, releasing his dark magical power to hover in the air. Before Sunbart could stabilize his stance, a massive fire-red dragon engulfed in flames charged towards Sunbart. Of course, Sunbart knew this was a manifestation of intent, and Sunbart could feel that although it was fire-red, the intense heat was no less than his own dark magical force. Without hesitation, Sunbart summoned the instant teleportation ability of his celestial-grade guardian beast, the dragon spirit, which allowed him to soar freely into the sky and instantly move through the air. As Sunbart teleported into a shadow, the searing burning dragon surged through the position where Sunbart had originally been standing. Teleporting away, Sunbart wildly swung the Kunlun hammer in his hand. From it emerged balls of lightning that sparkled like countless stars, quickly heading straight toward the Pope of the Light Sect. The howling sound of the lightning balls did not pause Sunbart's actions. Of course, Sunbart knew that in mage-on-mage combat, it wasn't just about the strength of spirit energy, but also the technique of casting speed and control over magic. Bang! After Sunbart cast the lightning balls, the burning dragon previously conjured by the Pope of the Light Sect darted towards Sunbart's back. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunbart turned around and unleashed another burning dragon, this time from the front end of the Kunlun hammer. Seeing the rain-like density of the lightning balls, the Pope of the Light Sect promptly vanished with the teleportation technique. However, Sunbart's mastery of magic could not compare with the profound foundation of the Pope of the Light Sect. Therefore, the lightning balls that Sunbart summoned were unable to track the target and continue attacking effectively. Bang! All one could see was the pitch-black burning dragon conjured by Sunbart colliding fiercely with the Pope of the Light sect's fiery red dragon counterpart. The explosive collision of these two fire elemental magics lit up the area in vibrant sparks, spectacularly radiant. Amidst their battle, neither of the combatants had any time to focus on such scenery. After dodging the lightning balls, complex, colorful magic spells burst forth like fireworks, whistling towards Sunbart. My control over magic isn't as deeply rooted as his, meaning I must attack and defend against each of his spells. Meanwhile, my own spells only need to be evaded by him. This undoubtedly doubles my spiritual energy expenditure. It seems decisive action is required. Sunbart calculated within himself as he pondered the battle dynamics. Numerous and dazzling spells of all colors approached in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing these spells, Sunbart immediately released a dark water-based magic. This spell was none other than the water element mirror source spell. After using it, Sunbart swiftly moved out of its range. Bang! An even greater explosion followed, bursting with intensity. The dark mirroring clone that Sunbart created instantly dissipated, leaving behind only an array of dazzling displays akin to fireworks. In our shared domains, while we both know each other's positions, your magic drains your spirit energy much faster than mine. Although Sunbart realized this point, Samakali Yakside naturally thought of it as well. Upon hearing these words, Sunbart burst into laughter. What? Is what I said incorrect? Samakali was puzzled by Sunbart's laugh. Absolutely. You haven't spoken incorrectly, but I possess an advantage you lack. Sunbart's eyes glimmered with fierce light as he sent yet another burning dragon from his left hand, lunging at the Pope of the Light sect. Chapter 151. You can't do it either. Yes, Sunbart also has his absolute advantages. What are the advantages? Of course, Sunbart is supported by infinite magical elements. Although Sunbart's mental power consumption is too large, with infinite magical elements, Sunbart surpasses the Pope of Light. And by a lot. I don't believe you have any advantage over me. While the Pope of Light coldly chuckled and said this, he skillfully wielded the dual-headed burning dragon. Behind the burning dragon, there was an immense double thunder wrath. I won't tell him. Let's see what he does next. I'll carefully dodge and minimize spell casting to conserve my spirit power. I will wait for the right moment to charge up the magical attacks, Sunbart calculated in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, huff, huff. The scorching burning dragon narrowly missed Sunbart as it swept past. Subsequently, the double thunder wrath caused Sunbart to leap back quite far, as the lightning element could still paralyze one's body even at several meters distance through the air. After evasive maneuvering, Sunbart charged towards the Pope of Light. This unexpected move left the Pope momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Sunbart swung the hammer of chaos roaringly towards the Pope of Light's body. The whooshing wind sound was as if the hammer of chaos had torn the air apart. Being a magician, the Pope of Light certainly couldn't withstand the hammer of chaos of Sunbart directly. Most importantly, considering how no one would dare face head-on a strike from the hammer of chaos used by the King of Hammers. Whoosh! The Pope of Light immediately leapt away. Huff! Huff! Sunbart hearing the whooshing sound of the burning dragon spell behind him. A smirk appeared on the corner of his lips as he swung down the hammer of chaos again toward the Pope of Light. In response, the Pope of Light naturally dodged. Moreover, under Sunbart's dancing form, the Pope of Light also noticed the presence of his own dual-headed burning dragon lurking behind Sunbart's back. With mild interest, the Pope of Light smiled faintly, looking at Sunbart as though he were sure Sunbart was bound to be injured by the dual-headed burning dragon. The next instant, the Pope of Light's pupils contracted. Just as Sunbart was about to get hit by the burning dragon, Sunbart's figure instantly became a blur, clearly visible even against the pitch-black night sky, leaving just a shadow behind. Indeed, just as the dual-headed burning dragon was about to collide with his back, Sunbart moved, performing a teleportation technique. But, after Sunbart moved aside, who stood before the burning dragon? It was none other than the Pope of Light. The sudden reversal left the Pope momentarily off guard. However, being a veteran of numerous battles, the Pope swiftly displayed his rich combat experience and teleported away the very moment Sunbart did. Huff! Huff! The dual-headed burning dragon passed closely by Macaulay Acid, the body of the Pope of Light. Though it barely missed, Sunbart saw clearly that the burning dragon struck the Pope of Light's left arm. But Sunbart didn't pause. He immediately swung the hammer of chaos once more to attack the Pope of Light. What Sunbart was doing here could indeed demonstrate the reasonable application of combinations in such a battle. Firstly, this could deceive the Pope of Light into thinking Sunbart was about to be injured, confusing his thought process. Secondly, Sunbart used Do Chi when swinging the hammer of chaos, sparing much use of magic. And compared to casting magic, the spirit power required for using the hammer was less as well. Thirdly, getting struck by one's own magic, Macaulay Acid, the Pope of Light, would definitely consume a significant amount of energy. Thus, the way Sunbart evolved his combat style was rather perfect. If that's what you think, then I'll turn your trick against you, the Pope of Light angrily thought. Following this swing of the hammer of chaos, Sunbart employed the same tactic again, causing the dual thunder wrath following the burning dragon to also attack the Pope of Light. But given his deep reserves, and being exceptionally intelligent, a person like the Pope of Light would not commit the same mistake twice. It was obvious. During the second attempt to guide the situation, Sunbart did not succeed. The intense battle continued colliding. Vivid spells swirled about, tens of miles away. Brother, do you think the Pope can defeat Sunbart? The third elder of the Holy Light Temple asked the Grand Elder. What's all this chatter for? Let's hurry and go. Anyway, we will return to the temple and wait for our punishment. After glancing at the magnificent magical spectacle briefly, the Grand Elder quickly sped off to the south. The third elder followed in a bad mood, racing alongside his brother. How could the Grand Elder of the Bright Light Shrine not be angry? Just because he was drinking and eating meat with his third brother, issues arose. How could he not secretly regret this? Keep in mind, his third brother is surely the third elder, and the right to speak still lies in his own hands. So, if he had insisted on not agreeing to his third brother's requests, then how could he have been caught up by Simbart? Moreover, the Pope would certainly punish him much more severely. The third elder, as if knowing what was on his older brother's mind, spoke. Big brother, don't be upset. Once we get to the shrine, I'll take full responsibility for the mistake. It's not your fault but mine. I'll explain everything clearly to the Pope, and the punishment will only apply to me. Nonsense. Hurry up on our journey. If we don't handle this matter well, watch out for your life. Hearing his third brother's words, they who were closely related, made the Grand Elder of the Bright Light Temple even angrier. Relax, big brother. I won't let you face difficulties. Even if I die. The third elder's determined eyes showed his resolve. The Grand Elder helplessly shook his head. Of course, he knew that his brother, aside from enjoying a drink, was very righteous. Also, once he decided something, even nine-headed dragons couldn't change his mind. Behind the Grand Elder, time was passing, yet the battle persisted. Simbart's clever tricks, though useful, were only temporary. Therefore, Pope Somikoli Ashid absolutely would not make the same mistake twice. However, in terms of relative consumption and the dispersion of spirit energy, both their faces turned pale at that moment. Even though Simbart, with his robust body, hadn't sweated for many years, it now covered his cheeks. The Pope didn't look much better either. Moreover, the appearance of the Pope seemed to reveal even more rapid breathing compared to Simbart's. After a long battle, Simbart discovered a pattern, just like when Simbart practiced multitasking spells in the past. Around him, above his head, below his feet, magical elements were being deployed. And every time the Pope cast a magic spell with certain elemental properties, Simbart unleashed large-scale multitasking techniques like these. Thus, Simbart managed to conserve more of his spiritual power. As for why the Pope panted heavily while Simbart remained calm, it was because the Pope's body was originally a magician's body. Seeing the Pope panting, Simbart smirked and said, "You can't do it either." Then, when Simbart focused intently on the Pope of Light, suddenly, the Pope's blood-red eyes flared red. An orange glow emanated from the Pope's hands. Simbart's pupils contracted violently. Startled, he exclaimed, "It's actually an ultra-spiritual artifact. Today I must finish all the chapters." Chapter 152, The Plague's Poison. Seeing the Pope of Light draw what appeared to be a bizarre longsword, one that glowed with an orange hue, Simbart immediately exclaimed in shock, "It's actually an ultra-artifact." "You're correct. Since you know, then allow me to show you the power of an ultra-artifact," said the Pope of Light with a cold gaze, and under his eerie red eyes, he looked extremely fiendish. In fact, it wasn't surprising, because the Pope of Light had been subjected to a tremendous consumption of mental energy and magical elements during Simbart's guerrilla warfare. Previously, when Simbart mentioned that he had one advantage, the Pope of Light, Samikeli, now understood, Simbart's advantage was his more robust reservoir of magical elements, which seemed entirely untouched. Thus, Samikeli Yashide knew that unless he employed his ultimate trump card, he might very well die here. "Of course, this is all you're doing. Endure the punishment of the wrath of the ultra-artifact," growled the Pope of Light Samikeli with a menacing face. Just as Simbart was about to speak, wanting to say, "All right, come on," Samikeli Yashide firmly grasped the bizarre ultra-artifact longsword with both hands, while five-color light violently converged upon the strange longsword. Of course, Simbart recognized this five-color glow as the 5 types of magic the Pope of Light was proficient in. However, seeing how the magical elements were flowing like water into the ultra-artifact sword, Simbart became deeply shocked. Clearly, the strange ultra-artifact longsword revealed by its orange light surged brilliantly, appearing extraordinarily dazzling. With just a single ordinary slash, Simbart instantly felt as if space itself were being torn apart. Not air, but space. Simbart could feel himself standing on the brink of death. The strange ultra-artifact longsword radiating orange light felt as though it pressed directly against the large artery of his neck. Terrifying pressure overwhelmed Simbart, making it impossible for him to breathe. At that moment, in Simbart's pupils contracting sharply, what was reflected were streaks of colorful sword chi roaring towards his body. As Simbart attempted to teleport away, he realized that no matter how he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. It was as if the bizarre ultra-artifact had fixed his body in place. "No!" Simbart screamed at the top of his lungs. In this instant before death, Simbart thought endlessly about those he loved, his beloved, family, father, teacher, their faces vividly floating in his mind. Even Lena, whom he felt he wronged, came to his thoughts. If I get another chance to live in my next life, I will marry every person who loves me, bringing them all home. In the Timel Principality, an encounter during a fierce battle. It was Atai leading the Beast Army, alongside Xiongli heading the troop, who had utterly defeated Adamkit's third army of Timel, leaving them in complete disarray. A victory so perfect in execution. Every element of the strategy from surprise attacks to Adamkit's assassination attempt, all unfolded perfectly. But even in this moment of success, Atai harbored an unsettling sense of anxiety, looking towards the distant north. A mysterious unease gripped him, as if foreshadowing his own demise. It can't be. Could something have happened to the master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The master is the descendant of the divine dragon. With that realization, Atai transformed into his beast form and shouted frantically. All the beasts in Xiongli watched as Atai went mad. Roar. Atai unleashed a loud roar. Brothers, quickly follow me to the Dilong Principality. General Wang Xiongli, I leave Taimel in your care. Please guard it well, and fulfill the tasks the master has entrusted to you. In the blink of an eye, Atai disappeared into the dense jungle. The entire army of magical beasts followed closely behind Atai, shifting into their true forms. Within the Long's family of the Luo Yin Empire, Luotez also felt an unsettling uneasiness deep within his heart, though unwilling to entertain the possibility of anything amiss. Knowing well that only the safety of his son could ever trouble his mind, Luotez prayed silently to the divine dragon and the heavens, seeking blessings for his son. Inside the divine dragon ring, sitting cross-legged were three women, Avier, Lexi, and Lena. Though Lena entered last, and quite late, communication between women often came easily. Despite Lena never openly declaring her love for Sunbart, perceptive Avier noticed it nonetheless, while the only one completely unaware remained Lexi. Still, Avier simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying. And Wit spent his time among various creatures of the plains, learning much. Young Wit especially enjoyed Lair, and they got along well, grandpa and grandson alike. Yet in an instant, as the three women sat cross-legged and chatted with cheerful laughter, at the same moment, all three suddenly felt a violent tremor in their bodies. Even Lair far away shivered slightly. That inexplicable unease, that inexplicable sadness, that inexplicable worry, it simultaneously appeared on the faces of the three women. In the next instant, the three women exclaimed in unison, Sunbart. Mysteriously strange, yet connecting many, the three women shared an invisible bond that only they could feel. Following a flood of suspicions, the three women knelt down to the ground together, praying for the divine dragon's protection. This prayer was directed toward Sunbart. Seeing this state of Lair, the beast also knelt down on its forelegs. Every magical beast seeing Lair like this, as well as the three women's demeanor, didn't know what had happened, but could associate it. Surely something must have befallen the divine dragon's successor, Sunbart. Subsequently, all the magical beasts knelt down, silently praying for Sunbart in their hearts. Even Kachi of the Dilong Principality did the same. Sunbart. Staring at the slowly descending five-colored sword, Sunbart found it even more terrifying than the first time he fought against Atai's enormous double-handed hammer. And this time, Sunbart realized that death was certain. At that very instant, roar. A massive golden dragon spiraled out from Sunbart's Hammer King battle armor, now thrice as large as before. Moments later, a sword hilt flew out from Sunbart's spatial ring and instantly landed in Sunbart's hand. Sunbart knew exactly what this was, the Divine Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, part of the Divine Dragon's artifact set. Simultaneously, the Divine Dragon Magic Shadow Sword emitted a dazzling white light, extending 2 meters long. Suddenly, both the eyes of the dragon spirit guarding behind Sunbart and the twin eyes of the Divine Dragon Guardian flashed brilliantly. On the edge of the white light surrounding the Divine Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, there was a thick layer of golden light forming a protective aura. Sunbart's mind flickered, and with his desire to survive, he put forth his greatest effort. Without hesitation, he utilized Earth Element Protective Walls and Water Element Curtain Glory, channeling both into his skill of focusing on 5 tasks at once, deploying them in 5 layers. The absolute barrier of the heaven grade level from the Dragon Spirit was also manifested. All preparations were just complete. Boom. The colossal 5-colored sword Chi struck Sunbart's body. All protections shattered with just one sound. SSS. Then, Sunbart was sent flying backward, spraying blood towards the sky. After striking Sunbart, the Pope of Light also spat blood but did not fly back. As Sunbart flew backward, the dragon spirit returned into his body, while the Divine Dragon Guardian continued spinning above Sunbart's head. Upon witnessing this scene, the Pope of Light wasted no thought and immediately flew towards the dense forest to the south. Watching the fleeing Pope of Light, Sunbart could only muster weak strength. Piercing pain caused him to faint. And, behind Sunbart, the Divine Dragon Guardian, after examining Sunbart's body, cried out in alarm. What? The plague's poison. Chapter 153, The Beginning of the Great Battle. After the devastating strike ended, the Divine Dragon Guardian conducted a thorough examination of Sunbart's body and surprisingly discovered that there was a plague poison within him. The Divine Dragon Guardian secretly worried. Could heaven really doom my final efforts? No. This matter must not be revealed to Sunbart. If he knows too early, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. But how should I deal with this? The Divine Dragon Guardian was anxiously thinking of solutions. Yet what could make the Divine Dragon Guardian so anxious? The Pope of Light's strike was indeed earth-shattering. An ultra artifact is surely an ultra artifact, just like when Sunbart, at the level of a Grand Sword Saint, could injure a super level 10 magical beast, the Hydra Lord. But, if it weren't for the excessive consumption of the overall power and magical force by the Pope of Light, perhaps Sunbart might have died. Of course, the autonomous defense initiated by the Divine Dragon Guardian, along with the defense provided by the Divine Dragon Phantom Sword, was quite astonishing as well. This fact meant that, regarding Sunbart, the parity between ultra artifacts ensured that he remained alive. Sunbart, lying unconscious, could never have imagined that such an ultra artifact could rival the ultra artifact wielded by the divine dragon. Under this blow, one of the Hammer King wore armor components on Sinbart's body, the Sacred Dragon War armor, had sustained heavy damage and many cracks. Furthermore, there was a large wound on his left shoulder. Evidently, due to Sinbart's powerful recovery ability, there were no longer any wounds on his left shoulder. Yet, Lady Luck still seemed to favor Sinbart, because using 2 drops of divine dragon blood, Sinbart utilized the divine dragon phantom sword without suffering any backlash from the divine artifact after its use. The reason why the Pope of Light was spitting blood certainly wasn't due to backlash from the ultra artifact, but rather because when the 5-Hua light sword energy struck Sinbart's body, the retaliation from the Sacred Dragon War armor inflicted serious damage upon the Pope of Light, who had little defense and was a mage. As this was the backlash of an ultra artifact, he ended up coughing blood. Thus, while it appeared that the Pope of Light could escape, in reality, the severe injuries he suffered were not much less than those of Sinbart. Time passed. Sinbart lay unconscious. Atai, relying on the connection of the magical beast contract with Sinbart, continued to rush towards Sinbart's location. After days of rapid travel, Atai accurately found Sinbart's position. Seeing Sinbart lying on the ground with severe injuries, and his body completely bare, Atai immediately placed Sinbart on the back of a magical beast and covered him with a long robe. They headed towards the Julong Empire, the encampment of the Light God Temple army. The Pope of Light did not choose to head to the temple. With his powerful attack, he believed that the damage Sinbart suffered was not low. Thus, at this moment, without the entanglement of the divine dragon heir, this was absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Julong Empire. Moreover, within the Great Army, the Pope of Light recovering in the general's tent posed no significant issues. Upon arriving at the main camp, the Pope of Light gave the first order: attack the Julong Empire. A ruthless battle began with these words from the Pope of Light. In the Julong Empire's camp, Atai had just reached the outer camp. The sounds of battle reached Atai's ears. Atai originally wanted to bypass several continuous steep cliffs directly heading to the Julong Empire, but hearing this situation, Atai hesitated. Without much thought, he rushed toward the border city. Stop! Who dares interrupt? This is restricted military territory. Unauthorized entrance means death. A patrol team stopped Atai, the big human figure, and Aming. On Atai's shoulder was Sinbart. For this trio, the patrol team obviously needed clarification. It was precisely due to these detailed issues that Atai didn't allow other magical beasts to follow, but instead personally took his master and the 2 beasts, including Aming, to come here. Atai believed that at least his master should meet the Emperor of Julong. Regarding the great army stationed near the borders, and considering his master's injury outside this army, there must be some familiar connections, but only a small number of troops came. Indeed, as Atai suspected, the Julong Emperor had already issued a military decree, appointing Sinbart as the Grand General King of the Julong Empire. However, Atai didn't know that Sinbart had never been to the main camp of this great army. Emperor Julong Leon deeply feared that many of the older generals would not comply with Sinbart's orders and thus personally traveled to the great army's midst. However, after waiting for several days and seeing no sign of Sinbart, Emperor Julong grew increasingly anxious, especially with the great army of the Light God Temple advancing to the city gates. This loud shout was clearly heard by Emperor Julong within the commander's tent. Accompanied by several senior generals for inspection, Leon was concerned that others might not recognize Sinbart if he arrived. Moreover, coming out to greet the patriarch of his own family was also appropriate. What came into view were 2 burly men, carrying a severely injured man on their backs. Just as Emperor Julong was about to furrow his brows and speak, Atai's voice rang out. "Excuse me, does anyone here know my master, Sinbart Longs?" Atai's tone was respectful toward those who had helped them. "Who are you?" one of the soldiers beside Emperor Julong asked on behalf of the emperor. And, right at this moment, Sinbart, who had been unconscious for days, Tui, spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Uncle Atai, lay me down flat on the ground quickly," Sinbart's weak voice called out. Hearing the instruction, Atai immediately laid his master flat on the ground. Upon hearing Sinbart's weak voice, Emperor Julong already knew that the newcomer was Sinbart. Seeing how this big man laid his family patriarch on the ground, and looking at his face, the emperor could hardly believe that Sinbart was so badly wounded. "General King, what is this about?" Emperor Julong did not shout out that Sinbart was the clan leader, but instead referred to him by the military title granted to him. After speaking, Leon then looked toward Atai and Aming. Atai and Aming shook their heads. Just then, Sinbart spoke weakly. "It's nothing. I just had a fight with the Pope of the Light God Temple, and we were evenly matched. I suppose the sound of the siege outside right now must be the Holy Pope himself. Great Emperor, you don't need to worry. Just go ahead and kill him." After Sinbart's words, suddenly, a brilliant golden light shone from the Divine Dragon Ring, and all the members of the Divine Dragon Knights emerged. And out came Aviel and Rassi, along with their son. This happened precisely because Sinbart had inquired through telepathic communication why Atai had come to find him, and Atai responded due to the issue of contract perception, sensing that he was about to die, an extremely terrifying feeling. So, Sinbart released his wife and son, fearing that lay within the Divine Dragon Ring would tell Aviel about his situation. Certainly, out of love for his wives, especially during his impending death, Sinbart deeply remembered what he had said. He must not deceive the women he loves. Seeing Sinbart's condition, the women felt like their hearts were being pierced by needles, yet they didn't know what to say. Shaking his head, Sinbart said, "Divine Dragon Knights, listen up. Follow the direct command to annihilate the light god temple forces. Uncle Atai, bring all the magical beast legions here to assist. Also, Uncle Aming, hurry to Timmel and bring my father-in-law. Gather all the troops of the Luoyuan Empire and the Dark God Temple here. This will be a battle for life and death. Great Emperor, please arrange a quiet place for me to recuperate. Don't worry, even without 3 or 5 months, the Light Pope won't be able to do anything. Upon hearing Sinbart's arrangements, everyone followed his orders without question. Though the women deeply loved Sinbart, seeing his injuries all over his body, Rassi wanted to rush into Sinbart's embrace. But Aviel knew that it was important for Sinbart to heal, so she stopped Rassi's action. Lena wanted to stay with Sinbart, but as a member of the Divine Dragon Knights, she remembered Sinbart's words and her own promises, so she could only follow Lutz and move on to the next action. In a tent, Sinbart sat cross-legged, recovering. 2 women and his son stood by his side. As Sinbart carefully used his mental power to investigate within his own body, he was stunned. He couldn't have imagined how severe his injuries were. The next moment, Sinbart was even more shocked because there were black clumps within his blood. Of course, Sinbart wouldn't think these black clumps were magical force or pitch-black martial arts energy, because they were inside the blood. Chapter 154, 10,000 Bones Wither. Following Sinbait's rest and recovery, the fierce battle commenced. As for the Pope of Light, he was in no better condition than Sinbait. There was also something resembling a golden light orb within the Pope's body and bloodline. However, at this moment, neither of them knew the reason behind what was occurring within their bloodlines. On the city walls, boiling hot oil poured down relentlessly. The more capable soldiers of the Light Temple, after leaping over the moat, unleashed their greatest abilities toward the gates, pounding on the thick steel city doors with all their might. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Dilong Kingdom kept pushing boulders and pouring hot oil. On this roughly 10-mile-long and 30-meter-wide wall, boiling oil and huge stones were continuously transported. Hearing the wails of anguish from the Light Temple warriors below, the soldiers of the Dilong Kingdom felt an accumulation of excitement that boosted their morale. The boiling oil flowed over the warriors wearing armor, penetrating every crevice without exception. Then, magical fireballs from the mages were shot down one by one. The frontline soldiers of the Light Temple who were charging forward quickly turned into a sea of blazing fire. The acrid, unbearable smell spread across the entire battlefield. Something's wrong. Uncle Atai, look beyond the flames ahead at what lies behind those iron-armored figures of the Light Temple. Lutz asked urgently. A mage corps. We're doomed if they gather their magic. They could destroy our entire wall. Upon a single glance, fear swept through Atai's mind. How about this? Since the gate cannot be opened, let us, the Divine Dragon Cavalry, charge forth to deliver a heavy blow against their mage corps. Lutz had great confidence in his Divine Dragon Cavalry. But can we even deal significant damage to them with only hundreds of us amidst their army of 1,000,000? Atai not only felt perplexed, but deeply worried. Relax, Uncle Atai. It's a pity Master's skills aren't here. If only we had a way to stun them, it would have made things much easier. Lutz did not realize Atai possessed a trample skill. A gleam appeared in Atai's eyes. What do you need this skill for? My plan is like this. Lutz whispered his plan into Atai's ear. Alright, that's a good idea. The Master's mount is Rao, right? Then let Rao carry me once. My skill isn't as powerful as Master's stunning blow, but mine is even more terrifying. Let us boost the combat spirit of all Dilong Kingdom fighters. Seeing Atai possessed a similar ability to their master, the solution seemed simple. Afterward, all Divine Dragon Cavalry, prepare and organize, set your lances. Mount up, Lutz shouted amid the somber cries and death moans on the battlefield. Their synchronized actions impressed many officers and soldiers of the Dilong Kingdom. Yet, this admiration wasn't as intense as when they had first seen the Divine Dragon Cavalry and Beast Corps arrive. Upon the arrival of Atai leading the Beast Army and the Divine Dragon Cavalry, the entirety of the kingdom's troops numbering in the millions roared into action. Who would have thought there could be such a large number of beasts aiding them? Such legends were only ever heard during the tales of Hammer King and Beast King unifying the Divine Dragon continent. When they learned that the descendant of the Divine Dragons had come to help defeat the Light Temple, Dilong Kingdom's warriors watched the Divine Dragon Knights with envy and admiration, viewing them as warriors akin to gods. After displaying their uniform movements, the shining luster that emerged even caused terror among the tens of thousands of soldiers below the city walls belonging to the Light Temple. All purple, monotonously purple, it wasn't overly radiant or grandiose. However, this monotone purple signaled the color of divine artifacts. Although numbering just a few hundred, every piece of equipment these individuals possessed was a divine artifact, causing awe and dread among those who saw them. Rao carried Atai, flying at the head of the formation, followed orderly by 4 squads behind him. They soared toward the Light Temple's 1,000,000-strong force. Within the ranks of the Light Temple's army, my Emperor, look, one of the Light Temple elders spoke to the Pope of Light. Don't panic. These aren't our main Light Temple forces. Rather, they are hired hands from the 2 kingdoms. Just try to locate some highly skilled individuals and destroy what should likely be the Divine Dragon Cavalry. With our superior numbers, surely we will prevail. When will the 5th and 6th elders return? The 6th elder should almost be back. This is the 7th day we've been camped out here. He left 4 days ago. Based on timing, he should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Excellent. Let all the elders take heed. Against the Divine Dragon Knights flying in the sky, we have no perfect strategy at the moment. However, if they intend to annihilate our mage corps, we must defend them with all our might. Among these mages, we should mix in some elders. How could every knight of the Divine Dragon Cavalry possibly be beyond human level 9? This battle was supposed to be a quick one, but our reserves aren't that advantageous now. Right now, this battle can be considered experimental. Haven't you noticed? The old man from the Dark Temple hasn't arrived yet. So, as for those warriors from the two kingdoms, let them fiercely attack and drain the Dilong Kingdom's forces. Yes, only respecting the commands of our emperor. The fifth elder of the Light Temple then stepped back. Subsequently, the Pope of Light tilted his head upward, muttering, "Humph, I never expected that you, Senbait, would still keep such backup for me." After the Pope's orders were passed down, dozens of elders of the Light Temple were mixed among the mages. But as the Divine Dragon Cavalry flew towards the Light Temple's mage group, not only did thunderous rumbles echo through the skies, but also there was intense heat. 5 meters above the surging crowd below, thick green light halos appeared terrifyingly bright. The mages slowly accumulating their magic certainly noticed the enemy warriors approaching in the sky. They hurriedly channeled their powers, just as Lutz urgently led his men flying fast, covering over 10 miles in merely minutes. It wasn't long before the mages completed their magic storage. From hundreds of meters high, Atai leapt down from Rao's body. His massive true form manifested with a deafening roar. Already fused with the divine artifact set, the purple light halo on the hoof rings intensely absorbed white lightning elements from nature. As Atai descended with force, the prepared mages launched their spells towards Dilong City from 10 miles away. Whoosh! A vast wave of magical energy scraped across the ground. Soldiers of the Light Temple staggered and fell, unable to steady themselves. Boom! Only a few hundred mages' spells collided directly with Dilong Kingdom's border wall. A round wave of pressure dispersed widely. The entire wall shook violently, splitting and cracking radially outwards. Broken stones sprayed into the air and scattered downward. It seemed like this single blow could destroy the city wall completely. But in the next moment, all Dilong soldiers smiled. On the other hand, the Pope of the Light Temple frowned deeply, because within 5 meters deep into the damaged wall, something black appeared inside it. What is that? All the Light Temple soldiers wondered this. Haha, worth the effort. There's a 20-meter thick iron wall cast inside this wall. The outer 5-meter layer of boulders was nothing but a decoy. Even very few of Dilong Kingdom's own soldiers knew about it. All these things were secretly constructed by the previous generations, laughed Leon, Emperor of Dilong. The construction of these defenses was all the work of the Rice family. Long ago, the ancestors of the Rice family had already considered this matter. For a family specializing in forging and casting, such engineering was not overly complex. But for siege battles, this was crucial. With the wall beginning to crack and rock shards scattering everywhere, Dilong Kingdom lost very few soldiers, mainly those stationed closest to the edge of the city wall. Conversely, the situation was quite different for the large army of the Light Temple. The destruction caused by this spell was much more devastating than the heavy rocks dropped from the city walls earlier, both faster and more lethal. In a blink, just under this 100-meter stretch of the wall, countless lives were crushed. Moreover, losing lives was only part of the problem. This steel-cast wall, though not beautiful in its dark color, lacked the gaps typical of stone walls where weapons could wedge in, enabling skilled warriors to climb the wall. Now, that option was rendered impossible. Elsewhere, boom, the large army of the Light Temple, preoccupied with concerns about the wall, failed to notice Atai's descent from the heavens. That leap, from such an elevated distance, far surpassing what anyone could reach simply by jumping themselves, gave Atai enough time and space to absorb even more lightning elemental power. Besides, Atai himself was one of the rare top-tier experts on the Divine Dragon continent. One could see that each foot absorbed an enormous amount of lightning energy, roughly 5 meters in size, which smashed down onto the ground. The effect of the trample immediately became evident. A tremendous wave of pressure dispersed outward. Instead of screams of pain, only crimson blood mist remained instantly enveloping the area. Broken limbs and rivers of blood could no longer describe the effect of Atai's skill. When Lutz saw Atai leap down, he ordered all members of the Divine Dragon Knights to descend to the ground. As Lutz led 500 Divine Dragon Knights down, there were already very few survivors within Atai's circular range. The mages who had just cast their spells basically left no living openings. However, those able to catch their breath were the dozens of elders of the Light Temple mixed among the mages. After Atai finished his stomp, he leapt again, transforming into his true form mid-air. Layer, who had been watching closely, caught Atai in mid-air, flying high once more. The reason they flew away from the original location instead of engaging in battle was because Atai was preparing his second trample skill. When Rao's Divine Dragon Cavalry landed on the ground, it was like a hungry tiger encountering the soldiers of the Light Temple, resulting only in brutal slaughter. This massacre worked like a meat grinder, absolutely one-sided butchery. The Pope of the Light Temple, seeing that there were almost no survivors among the mages' positions, immediately stood up in a rage. Chapter 155, First Victory. Seeing more than a dozen of his light elders fall within an instant, how could the Pope of the Light Church not be astonished and horrified? It seems that the descendant of the Divine Dragon will bring me quite a bit of trouble. How many more abilities do I not yet know about? The Light Pope slowly sat down, and suddenly seemed even more powerless. Turning his head weakly to the guards behind him, he said, "Convey my command. The army shall retreat. Pull back 100 miles. Yes." The war continued on regardless, the slaughter never ending. The fierce Divine Dragon Knights charged forward like tigers among sheep, picking their prey at will. The numerous injured elders of the Light Temple who had been severely wounded by Itai's unique skill stomp were now being systematically wiped out by the Divine Dragon Knights. Though the knights did not necessarily recognize who were the elders of the Light Temple, anyone still breathing became their target. However, inevitably, with the great army brought by the Light Temple numbering in the hundreds of thousands, despite their unrestrained massacre, they suffered no small amount of casualties themselves. It's like 500 people waiting for you to behead them. Could you possibly finish the job? The answer is no. Thus, amidst this brutal battle, the entire Divine Dragon Knights began showing signs of fatigue. Nonetheless, such fierce combat left all the soldiers behind of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom awestruck, some envying and admiring while others were eager to try themselves. On the other hand, the massed forces of the Light Temple, upon encountering such a ferocious team, mostly scattered, fearing to come near. This was because their courage had failed them. They were struck with fear and panic. And so, during this real battlefield chaos which also included trampling from their own troops, the Light Temple faced its first perfect defeat. At that moment, loud trumpet sounds echoed from the rear of the Light Temple's army. Everyone knew, it signaled the retreat. Originally, Lutz was prepared to issue orders for all the Divine Dragon Knights to ascend into the air and return for defense. However, hearing the sound of the trumpet, Lutz changed his mind. With the entire Divine Dragon Knights continuing their fierce battle charge, they moved closer toward the gates of the city belonging to the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. Upon hearing the trumpet signaling retreat, the soldiers of the Light Temple were overjoyed. They were already full of terror and immediately scattered, each trying to save himself. The great Emperor Leon of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, witnessing this scene, pointed up towards the sky and shouted loudly, "Open the gates, welcome our heroes, let's kill our way out. Kill, kill." The soldiers of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom raised their morale once again. Immediately, the solid iron gate opened wide, and thousands of warriors surged outward as if a collapsed dam suddenly released a vast torrent. An enormous tide of humanity surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Itai discussed with his mount rear. They understood that this battle was perfectly won, so Itai decided not to use his second prepared stomp skill. Thus, they flew towards the direction of the advancing Dragon Emperor Kingdom's main force. For a long time, after such a desolate battle, what remained was nothing but sorrow. As the saying goes, one general's success results in countless deaths, which conveys exactly this meaning. Underneath the city walls, the army of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom gathered all the bodies, stacking both their sides fallen soldiers and those of the enemy. By the color of the armor, anyone could tell, the losses of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom paled in comparison to the Light Temple Army's losses. Moreover, these were just the casualties after the final gates were opened, as well as the deaths of soldiers caused by the explosion from the Mage Legion when the city walls split apart. Still, despite all this, Leon was very pleased with this battle. On top of the city wall, Itai General, Lutz General, should we celebrate this evening with a grand victory banquet? Asked Leon, smiling broadly, happy and excited over the minimal losses incurred in this battle. No, Your Majesty, the real war has not yet begun, because the true elite forces of the Light Temple have yet to appear. Therefore, we cannot let our guard down. We can give the soldiers additional meals, but alcohol must be prohibited, and vigilance must be maintained at all times. With such heavy losses incurred under these circumstances, the Light Pope will not rest until he takes his revenge. So, Your Majesty, please prepare, Lutz replied, remembering the talk from Sambade about the life and death battle ahead. Thus, he gave his prudent reminder. Yes, you are right. I was too caught up in joy. Of course, just as General Lutz suggests, the entire army shall enjoy additional meals. We'll wait for the true victory before celebrating properly. Leon responded without any anger since he was wise enough to understand Lutz's good intentions. Therefore, for this matter, he knew exactly what needed to be done. Of course, upon hearing Leon speak in such a manner, Lutz felt a deep respect for Leon in his heart. Clearly, the officers and soldiers below, upon hearing the Emperor's generous reward, were delighted and roared loudly, their voices thundering. It wasn't just because of the extra meal. More importantly, it was due to the main reason for this victorious battle. At the headquarters of the great army of the Light Shrine, 5 elders report on our losses. At this moment, the voice of the Light Pope was quite powerless. Yes, Your Majesty. Among the 40+ temple elders lost, there are more than a dozen human level 9 warriors. Only one surpassing human level 9 remains unharmed. The combined mage corps of the 2 duchies have been completely wiped out, and nearly 200,000 soldiers have been lost. 5 elders replied carefully. Just one battle like this, and we've suffered so many losses. Look at these soldiers. Where's their morale? Now we can only wait for Elder 6 to bring our elite force here. Furthermore, please expedite notifications to quickly gather troops from the 2 duchies. This should be our life and death battle. Who will win or lose depends on this situation within the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. Sai, descendant of the divine dragon Sambade. How much trouble are you bringing me? The Light Pope gazed upward to the sky, seemingly lost in thought about something. Yes. If Yalian were to hear such words, he might be greatly shocked. How many elders does the Dark Shrine even have? Just 13. Yet the Light Shrine boasts an astonishing 40+ elders. Granted, most are merely human level 9, but the sheer number of level 9 warriors is quite intimidating. In a tent camp within the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, Sambade's body emitted a dark black glow as he practiced. The 2 women and his son by his side stayed silent in harmony, only leaving one person to watch outside during meals. Other than that, all 3 remained indoors. What exactly is this black mass inside my body? My physical wounds have healed, but I still feel something amiss with them. Sanbate wondered. Although his body's impressive recovery ability had repaired all injuries, this mysterious thing made him uneasy, feeling that whatever resided in his blood wasn't simple at all. On Divine Dragon Island. In the center of the Divine Dragon Island stood a magnificent large palace, towering high. Golden glazed tiles were bathed in the red glow of the setting sun, radiant and beautiful, yet also carrying an eerie blood-red hue. Below the Grand Hall, a peculiar figure resembling a statue stood inside a vast pool of blood. The blood within this pool bubbled, releasing a stench of decay and had turned pitch black, thick and viscous. The statue-like body appeared iron blue, crowned with bull horns, its hair bun and eyes blazing bright red. This stone-like sculpture emanated powerful sinister energy and an aura of massacre. However, at this very moment, the grotesque face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. And with that smile, Sanbate in the border city of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom abruptly stood up. Seeing this sudden movement, the two women were bewildered, unsure what Sanbate was about to do. But as Sanbate rose, his eyes were instantly covered by a bloody red hue, terrifying to behold. Just as Itai was about to question what Sanbate was doing, shoo! Sanbate immediately teleported away, vanishing from the great army encampment of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. Chapter 156, Divine Dragon Island. Originally, Sanbate was deep in thought about the black mass within his blood. He even thought that it might dissipate naturally after a while. However, just as Sanbate relaxed and prepared to stand up to inquire about the battle conditions, the black mass in his blood carried an eerie energy that forced its way into his soul, causing him to faint. Sanbate didn't even realize that his body started running on its own. Seeing Sanbate act so strangely, Aviel said nothing and hurriedly ran to find Lair. Outside the camp, Lair was happily chopping up food and chatting with the soldiers. He was listening to the warriors talk in admiration about the Divine Dragon Knights when someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Aviel's anxious face, which made Lair think, could something have happened to my master? But I don't feel anything. Puzzled, he asked, what's wrong, Wire? Aviel quickly said, hurry, use your perception to locate Sanbate. Just now, he teleported away with blood-red eyes without saying a word. I think something is not right. You can go alone. Uncle Atai will take care of things here. Hearing this, Lair immediately put down his chopsticks and utensils, jumped into the air, transformed into his original form, and located Sanbate's position before rushing off. All the warriors looked astonished at this scene, not knowing why. What's wrong with my master? Why does it feel like the distance between me and him is widening? What's the rush? Lair was also very confused about the sudden event. Even though his flight was faster than Sanbate's running, he couldn't keep up. He knew that flying in the sky eliminated many obstructions, and Lair's route was directly linear and locked onto Sanbate. Could it be that my master is running toward a specific destination? Anyway, I'll catch up with him first. Lair stopped thinking further and sprinted frantically forward. Sanbate, wake up. Wake up, Sanbate. However, Sanbate was asleep in his spiritual sea at this moment, while the Divine Dragon Guardian spoke to him and softly called out. What's wrong? I just felt a tearing pain. What is this? As he slowly woke up and massaged his temples, he saw the Divine Dragon Guardian in his spiritual sea and was extremely surprised. Alas, never would have thought this, never thought it. The Divine Dragon Guardian shook his head and sighed continuously. What do you mean never thought? Is something not right? Sanbate was very puzzled upon hearing the Divine Dragon Guardian's words. Boy, whether you are lucky or unlucky, I still cannot tell you these things right now. All you need to know is that your situation is very grim. The Divine Dragon Guardian spoke with melancholy, making Sanbate more bewildered as he listened. Look outside. Suddenly bathed in golden light, the Divine Dragon Guardian allowed Sanbate to see the roaring winds and the swiftly moving dense forest from within his spirit realm. So, could my body be sprinting? Sanbate immediately noticed something wasn't right. Yes, but you shouldn't ask why for now. Perhaps the heavens truly wish to destroy me, hence this. The Divine Dragon Guardian ultimately did not finish his sentence, and neither did Sanbate press any further. Instead, he focused intently on the external view beyond his sightline. Time passed unknowingly. In the vision captured by Sanbate's eyes, a magnificent scene emerged. It was an endless expanse of lake water. In the center of the lake, there was a blurred, vaguely flickering black dot. What is this? Sanbate once again questioned the Divine Dragon Guardian. He's heading toward Divine Dragon Island. At the casual mention of this from the Divine Dragon Guardian, Sanbate felt as if his ears had exploded in surprise. At that exact moment, the Divine Dragon Guardian emitted an intense golden glow and began twisting inside Sanbate's spiritual realm. Terrified, the Divine Dragon Guardian shouted, "He wants to bind me." Before Sanbate could ask who he was, the Divine Dragon Guardian disappeared. Divine Dragon Guardian, are you still there? Divine Dragon Guardian. Seeing such a scene, all Sanbate felt was panic. But then his body stepped through the air and started dashing across the surface of the water. At this point, the lake water surged fiercely, forming a watery vortex, as if something massive was rising beneath it. A colossal python flashed into view. With its 100-meter-long body, it was more properly termed a magical python, Majiao. The Majiao's entire eyes brimmed with death-like stillness, as if it were dead and manipulated. From Sanbate's mouth came the words, "Die, roll." This voice startled Sanbate greatly, because it was very different from his usual one. This voice was much deeper and more domineering than his original tone. After the words "die, roll," Sinbad's body actually took out the universe hammer and smashed it towards the massive head of the magical python, with dark-colored chi howling as it rose. Pang! Clang! Seeing Sinbad's universe hammer, the magical python showed no fear at all. Instead, its enormous body turned with surprising agility, using its tail to lash towards Sinbad's universe hammer. At the same time, a purple sheen appeared on the python's massive body, especially on its tail, which had 4 rings of purple brilliance. The snake scales covering its entire body were instantly overlaid with a layer of black armor, and its tail was equipped with armor resembling a drill. On its head sat a large horned helmet, exposing a cavernous mouth that flicked its long tongue. With purple radiating throughout its form and its tail whipping through the air, the magical python sent Sinbad's body flying away. Even so, Sinbad stopped midair after flipping back only a few times. Sinbad's body spoke again. What a garbage body. Even such a lowly dragon can knock me away. As soon as these words faded, Sinbad's body swung the immense universe hammer. Its foredge emitted bright black light, and a pitch-black burning dragon darted forward. However, in his spiritual sea, Sinbad himself was greatly alarmed. He realized that this wasn't an ordinary fire magic combustion dragon, but the ultimate dark void dragon he had self-created. What shocked him was that his physical form unleashed this ability without the slightest preparation or build-up. As it flew to the top of the magical python's head, it gradually formed into an enormous black, scorching fireball. The intense heat demonstrated that the condensed energy was much greater than what Sinbad himself could gather. But at this moment, the colossal magical python submerged to the lake bottom, evading this devastating magical attack. Humph! Sinbad's physical form coldly snorted again, flying forward. Boom! A huge snake tail, adorned with 4 circles of purple brilliance, emerged from the water once more, lashing fiercely towards Sinbad's physical form. Chapter 157, The 100-Meter Demon Python. When he saw that the demon python's tail sweep alone was enough to send its own body flying, Sinbad was filled with great astonishment. Thus, Sinbad recalled what Aryan the Great had said before. A human 9th-level existence had been swallowed in one gulp by a magic beast inside this divine dragon island. And now, this fact was before Sinbad's eyes. After all, Sinbad was someone who surpassed the 9th level of human existence. Even so, they could still be swept away, which meant that any human 9th-level existence would definitely not stand a chance. Sinbad looked at the situation like this, and, since the divine dragon guardian had not given too many explanations, he could only make guesses on his own. He thought about it, but he simply couldn't figure out what could control a human's body, and moreover, a body surpassing the 9th level of human existence. With such capability, it was truly incomprehensible, leaving him feeling very perplexed. Seeing the whole scene unfold, the main body said again, "I see you're really looking for death." As soon as these words fell, the xianxia hammer brought forth dozens of dark dual thunder rages, howling as they shot toward the demon python. Bang! 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 All the dual thunder rages without exception struck the demon python. However, the demon python seemed unfazed, continuing to toss its huge body towards Sinbad's own entity. Hiss! While whipping Sinbad's entity, the demon python let out a horrifying screech. Only then did they notice that there was a large thunder-electric sphere on the tail, hurtling towards Sinbad's body. Oomph. So you have the ability to attract lightning. Still, you're looking for death. Sinbad's main body immediately leapt through the air, evading that massive thunder sphere and then swiftly dodging the enormous snake's tail. After avoiding the snake's tail, Sinbad's entity, carrying dark combat chi, raised the xuanhuan hammer and smashed it down onto the enormous snake's tail. But Sinbad witnessed a strange scene. That snake's tail, moving at high speed, suddenly dipped into the water, dodging yet another violent blow from the xuanhuan hammer. This monstrous demon python can actually do this, indeed impressive. If I were controlling my own body and fighting in the demon python's favored water environment, I would absolutely stand no chance against it. Terrain is also extremely important during battles. Even if your capabilities are one level lower due to terrain advantages, you might still turn a defeat into victory. Thus, Sinbad was reflecting quite correctly. Pang! Holding the xuanhuan hammer, Sinbad's entity hammered violently onto the lake water, causing splashes everywhere. Soon after, behind Sinbad's entity, the colossal snake head again gathered a tremendous ball of thunder rage, which roared towards Sinbad's entity. And upon the surface of the water, the thunderball approaching with a roar appeared to have stirred up a groove-like movement on the water, causing the lake water to part in two. I don't have time to play with you. This sentence followed directly from Sinbad's entity. As he watched the incoming thunderball, Sinbad's entity teleported instantly. Through 2 successive teleports, Sinbad's entity stood atop the enormous snake's head. In his hands was the colossal xuanhuan hammer, charged with a fierce, fiery element that rapidly converged at the upper tip. The position where it struck downward corresponded precisely with placing the upper corner of the xuanhuan hammer against the gigantic snake's head. The instant the xuanhuan hammer fell, the sharp spines on the snake's head helmet emitted thunder elements, clearly visible as currents of white-blue electricity coursed through the entire snake's head. However, Sinbad's entity lightly floated upward, just as though escaping the attack of the current. Nevertheless, the colossal xuanhuan hammer continued to smash downward. Next moment, however, Sinbad within his spirit once again froze in shock. That demon python, under the impact of the xuanhuan hammer, left only residual images of its body before dispersing right beneath the xuanhuan hammer strike. Teleportation. The massive demon python possessed teleportation abilities, even underwater teleportation. Keep in mind, Water poses far more dense resistance than wind over land does. But that shows the demon python truly excels in manipulating water. You still hold some surprises. Very well, I'll play with you for a bit. The statement from Sinbart's entity carried both amazement and contempt, laced with an obvious tone of mockery. In an instant, the demon python vanished, making the entire lake seem calm. Yet Sinbart's entity stood magnificently in the air, not meticulously searching around. However, Sinbart in the spiritual consciousness was using the peripheral vision of the entity, capable of detecting a huge shadow weaving through the lake. No, there are two. Yes, exactly as Sinbart had surmised. Within this vast lake of Divine Dragon Island, there must certainly not be only one demon python. Furthermore, after such a long fight, with violent lake water agitation and the demon python's roar, it could certainly attract other demon pythons lurking nearby. Never would have thought that the previous hiss was a call for companions. This is good. The standing Sinbart's main body didn't even look down, but already knew the number of magic beasts present, leaving Sinbart within the spiritual consciousness deeply astonished. Two enormous snake heads appeared, their deathly still eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Lake water continuously trickled down from the two snake heads. At this moment, the two demon pythons formed an encircling posture, locking Sinbart's main body between them as they glared at each other from afar. At the same time, the two demon pythons began rotating around Sinbart's main body. The entire lake water started spinning due to the rotation caused by the two demon pythons. It was as if there were a giant bottomless pit below, swallowing the lake water and causing the entire surface of the lake to form a huge whirlpool. Sinbart noticed that at the very bottom of the whirlpool, the tails of the two snakes seemed entwined like knots, ring after ring tightly locked together. And upon these interlocked tails at the lake bottom, a terrifying thunder sphere was rapidly gathering immense power. The diameter of the thunder sphere was nearly 50 meters. With such an electrified sphere, Sinbart could sense it was undoubtedly on par with a forbidden curse-like magic. Meanwhile, Sinbart's main body stood suspended in midair without making a single move, maintaining a proud and mighty stance. However, blood-red energy was radiating throughout his body, enveloping Sinbart's entity, and as howling winds surrounded him, the energy shield also grew larger and denser. The two demon pythons were now spinning like whirling wheels, their speed so fast that they had become mere streaks of blurred shadows, resembling the rapid spin of cartwheels. To the naked eye, it all became a reversed blur. That super thunder sphere slowly rose from the lake bed amidst the intense rotation. As the two demon pythons' pointed helmets ferociously absorbed lightning elements from heaven and earth, even the clouds above began gradually converging into dark, stormy masses. The lightning within those clouds kept pouring down onto the two demon pythons' helmets, thus causing the lake-bottom thunder sphere to inflate ferociously. The two enormous demon pythons suddenly let out a deafening roar towards the heavens. Although Sinbart in the spirit consciousness couldn't hear the roars directly, he vividly imagined how anyone outside hearing them would feel their eardrums tear apart. Moreover, Sinbart had already deduced from the integration of the techniques displayed via the thunder sphere that the strength of the two demon pythons was certainly no less than the peak-era art yin. They might not reach higher levels, but their powers were undoubtedly identical. Peak magical beasts, ranking at level 11. After the twin roars of the demon pythons, the massive thunder sphere in the lake water instantaneously surged skyward. Chapter 158, Magical Combat Resonance. After the dual magical pythons' roars, the super thunder sphere in the lake water instantly rose with a loud bang. At this moment, the physical body of Sinbart, radiating a blood-red aura all over his body, instantly turned into a pitch-black one. In the pitch-black aura, Sinbart's body couldn't be seen at all anymore. Subsequently, seeing the rising of the super thunder sphere, Sinbart's body teleported directly to a height of 100 meters and violently struck down toward the super thunder sphere. Boom. Strength against strength, massive ring-shaped waves appeared on the entire surface of the lake, scattering in all directions. It seemed as though the soft lake water had been immediately pressed into a concave pit by the clash of forces, causing the water to surge toward all sides. Immediately afterward, the suppressed lake water surged upward again, coalescing into an enormous water column. As the water column dissipated, Sinbart's physical body was revealed, cleansed by the lake water, but Sinbart did not look like a drowned chicken at all. In Sinbart's spiritual awareness he could see with his peripheral vision that the pitch-black aura from that powerful strike remained at the bottom of the lake, though it had become significantly smaller. However, that super thunder sphere was as if being restrained by the pitch-black aura, remaining trapped at the bottom of the lake and unable to rise further. And those two magical pythons had disappeared somewhere unknown. Swoosh! The super thunder sphere immediately transformed into an immense white light pillar, having only a circular hole in the middle. Shooting up into the sky, the part held down by the pitch-black aura still remained at the bottom of the lake, while the unrestrained portion soared straight into the heavens. No, how is this pitch-black power? How seemingly like the combination of magic power and combat energy. No, what exactly is this kind of ability? Sinbart instantly began reflecting upon this concept within his mind. In the past, magic and combat energy were two separate entities, two divisions, indeed. But within his attack, I can feel that magic power and combat energy are responding to each other in harmony. In the past, magic was just magic, and combat energy was simply combat energy. Due to the effects of the divine dragon's blood, I have the ability to absorb infinite amounts of magic endlessly. As for combat energy, however, it needs to rely on my own recovery capabilities to restore itself. But under his attacks, I feel that magic and combat energy actually interact and transform into each other. If I could possess this capability, then with my inherently strong magic prowess, I would be able to convert it into combat energy, which would be incredibly powerful. And many skills within combat energy systems are very practical too. Even if I don't use combat energy, having it assist during the usage of magic would undoubtedly elevate my strength greatly. Alas, but I still cannot understand why this person insists on restraining me. Upon witnessing the magical attack, Simbart realized once more how much deeper his understanding of both magic and combat energy had become. As the super thunder sphere ascended into the sky, it instantly affected the dark clouds above. The lightning within these clouds promptly split into hundreds of dazzling streaks, shining brilliantly as they descended. However, Sinbart's physical body remained unmoved. More astonishingly, it seemed as though those bolts of lightning couldn't reach his body at all, merely brushing past him. But at this moment, within Sinbart's spiritual awareness, he immediately felt fatigue and weariness after his physical body had unleashed that violent strike. Could it be that every single ability the physical body manifests still relies on my own mental power? Simbart understood only at this moment. Behold, the two enormous magical pythons reappeared 100 meters away from either side of Sinbart's physical body. You're truly stubborn, aren't you? Sinbart's physical body said disdainfully and arrogantly. His voice resonated like rolling thunder across the vast expanse of the lake. Immediately following his words, Simbart continuously used teleportation, advancing towards the two magical pythons. Sinbart's chaos hammer swung around like a spear, cycling rapidly. The large hammer head carried with it the power of the interwoven magic and combat energies, forming a burning, pitch-black ball of heat. On the surface of the lake, steam sizzled and rose visibly. From this, one could clearly see just how hot the hammerhead had become, as it could instantly evaporate the lake water. The two pythons, with dead-set eyes, showed no sign of fear. Their sharp snake tails forcefully slapped against the lake's surface once more, simultaneously lashing towards Sinbart's physical body. Clang! The sound akin to steel clashing against armor erupted from the two tail ends covered by divine artifacts. The simultaneous sweeping strikes of the two snake tails inevitably sent Sinbart's physical body flying backward along an arc trajectory. Similarly, the two magical pythons were faring no better. Although Simbart didn't know the extent of damage his body inflicted upon them, observing the snakes writhing and churning within the tumultuous lake waters gave him a clear picture. Just how many abilities are still hidden within my body? Such a great battle, and I can still persist. Simbart certainly felt that his spiritual power had dwindled significantly, but his powerful combat strength showed no signs of weakening. This couldn't help but leave him puzzled. After Sinbart's body completed an arc-shaped reversal over tens of meters, it stabilized again in midair. Following only a brief pause, the same move was unleashed once more toward the two magical pythons. This time, however, the display of power was evidently much more intense. And during their previous synchronized attack, one of the magical pythons seemed to have hesitated just for a split second, precisely this minuscule gap being seized by Sinbart's body. Boom! This time, the blow landed with perfect accuracy on the head of the python that had hesitated. At once, it became apparent. Despite not much visible change overall, the area struck by the chaos hammer revealed a distinct imprint of the hammerhead. Moreover, from its blood-red mouth and eye sockets, fresh crimson blood flowed out. In the depths of his spiritual awareness, Simbart could tell whether it would die or not, but serious injuries were unmistakably inflicted. Slowly, the surface of the lake water turned red with snake blood, and gradually, that magical python began sinking into the lake water. The other magical python, upon witnessing its companion's grave injuries, let out two frantic wails before beginning to wildly spin around in the middle of the lake water. No need to rush, you're going to die as well. With icy coldness, Sinbart's physical body spoke these words. The python seemed acutely aware of Sinbart's prowess and instantly teleported away, its enormous body dissolving into a shadow. Yet, its large snake tail continued to lash fiercely at Sinbart's physical body. This kind of attack has been useless against me countless times. But even before Sinbart's physical body finished speaking, the tail of the python did not strike him, because suddenly, the python that had sunk beneath the lake water reemerged, striking Sinbart instead. Phew! Instantly, Sinbart's physical body sprayed forth streams of bright blood as he was slammed back again in a wide arc. Meanwhile, deep within his spiritual awareness, Simbart could distinctly feel that the severely wounded python had exerted its final burst of dying strength for this strike. Meaning, following this one hit, that python had indeed perished. And as for Sinbart's body, which was slapped away, its blood-red eyes now gleamed brighter with an increasingly sinister glow. I will tear you into pieces. Roaring with fury, Sinbart's body charged toward the remaining python. Sinbart's physical form executed 3 consecutive teleportations, wielding the immense chaos hammer and directly smashing down. The magical python, realizing there was no way to evade the hammer strike, hastily teleported away. At the very moment when its body turned into a shadow, Sinbart's physical chaos hammer struck the python's body. Chapter 159, The Song of Death. The spirit soul of Sinbart in the mental consciousness indeed saw the true body raising the heaven and earth hammer and smashing it onto the magic python. After the sound of boom dissipated, the enormous magic python was no longer on the lake water. However, The bright red blood on the surface of the lake water let Sunbart know that it must have been seriously injured. Overestimating oneself. After uttering these words, Sinbart's true body released dark black magical power and rushed towards the center of Dragon Island again. However, just after advancing 100 or so meters, a huge head of the magic python swallowed towards Sinbart's true body. But in the dead, still eyes of the magic python, Sinbart in the mental consciousness felt surprised because on this deathly eye, what remained was actually red tears of blood. Yes, blood tears. Not merely tears, nor that bright red blood, but a pinkish mixture of tears and blood. I originally thought its eyes emitted nothing but deathly chi, but now I can feel its emotions. Could it be weeping for that earlier magic python? Shaking his head with a sigh, he continued watching the scene ahead. Of course, Sinbart still didn't know at this point whether the person controlling him to come to Dragon Island was a good thing or a bad one. A huge head of the magic python instantly swallowed Sinbart's true body. In front of Sinbart's eyes was the mucus inside the python's esophagus, as well as flesh and blood. Break for me. Sinbart's true body roared soon after. On the lake surface, one could see a large bulge below the 7-inch mark of the massive python. Suddenly, bang! The outer skin of the magic python exploded together with divine armor. Raising its head above the water surface, the enormous python howled in pain. Flesh mixed with lake water splashed into the air like a splendid blood mist, which was quite chilling. As the blood mist dispersed, Sinbart's true body appeared outside as well. The real body was breathing heavily. It seemed clear from this strike that Sinbart's true body had suffered greatly, and the Sinbart within the mental consciousness could feel that his spiritual power had reached its limit. If the true body were to cast another spell carelessly, the Sinbart existing in the mental consciousness would pass out. The consumption of spiritual power was simply too great. The python then sank faintly into the lake. Just as Sinbart thought everything was over, an ethereal song suddenly came from the lake surface. The song was low and melancholic, rising and falling unpredictably. The woman's voice was beautiful and moving, though Sinbart in the mental consciousness couldn't understand the words. But Sinbart certainly knew that the tranquility brought by this song exceeded even the deathly gaze of the python. Moreover, it seemed as if the song was narrating a sorrowful love story while also conveying silence and the breath of death more profoundly. Something's wrong. I can only hear my true body's speech, yet none of the sounds from the fight between the true body and the python, nor the splashing of the lake water. Still, I can hear this song. This song has permeated the soul. My heavens, what kind of existence is this? Sinbart realized this with awe, and his face carried even more shock. Being controlled by someone else for the first time was already very surprising, but this time, such power was beyond Sinbart's understanding. What kind of strength allows a mere song to penetrate the human soul? As if even plugging your ears makes no difference, you can still hear it clearly. Gradually, in the mental consciousness Sinbart saw a peculiar sight. His own true body's eyes filled with tears because the vision before him in the mental consciousness became blurry. As a soul himself, he also felt his own vision becoming unclear. This song, imperceptibly, can make one cry, with feelings akin to death washing over the entire body. It feels like a song of death. My heavens, O divine dragon, what exactly am I encountering? Sinbart felt some bewilderment in his heart because although his power had already surpassed the 9th rank of humanity, in the hands of these people, he felt as powerless as an ant, to be trampled upon by anyone. There are levels higher than the ordinary ones, basic gods, half-gods, sub-gods, and true gods. Then the voice of the golden holy dragon echoed in Sinbart's mind. I'm at the basic god realm, so are they half-gods, sub-gods, true gods? This realm should be impossible, right? No. Then why hasn't King Hammerpine Lo Ting mentioned it to me? Besides, doesn't one need to endure the punishment from heaven to become a half-god? At this moment, Sinbart's thoughts were disordered, unable to fully grasp what was going on. But while Sinbart was deep in thought, his own true body started shaking violently. With little spiritual power left to sustain it, Sinbart in the mental consciousness passed out. After Sinbart fell into a deep sleep, his trembling physical body spoke dominantly. Do you still intend to help him at this moment? However, no one replied to Sinbart's true body. From the lake water, a sudden jet of pitch-black energy emerged. The energy within it seemed fluid-like. Right after, that bizarre energy directly shot into the mouth of Sinbart's true body and instantly vanished. And at this very instant, Sinbart's true body uncontrollably plummeted into the lake water, sinking down. At the same time, the death-like song vanished without a trace. However, as Sinbart's body was submerging, beneath the lake water, there lay a large black disc-like object that supported the sinking Sinbart and started to ascend towards the surface with him. Looking at the path traced by this disc-shaped object, it was clearly heading towards the shore 300 meters away. Just as the disc-like object set down Sinbart, Laer, who had been desperately chasing after Sinbart in the sky, had already arrived. Ho! Upon seeing his unconscious master lying beside a monstrous creature, Laer's immediate reaction was that his master had been attacked. So, Laer immediately prepared for an attack on the colossal being. At this moment, a thunderous voice boomed. Stop! Laer was startled and looked around to find the speaker. Stop looking. Come down here. I am the one speaking. Instantly, from the shell of the huge creature, something extended out which startled Laer greatly. For what Laer saw was a head that resembled closely the dragon head protection manifested before the Heaven-Earth Hammer when his master fused with the armor. Senior, what happened to my master? Laer immediately asked anxiously upon remembering his master. He's fine now, but he almost wasn't. I can't tell you what happened yet. We'll just wait patiently until he wakes up. What problem did my master encounter, such that? Do not ask. When your master awakens, if he tells you, then you will naturally know. Young man, don't be hasty. Out of concern for Sunbart, Lair nodded. At least he knew this enormous creature guarding his master carried not an ounce of hostility. By the way, Senior, what kind of magical beast are you? Why haven't I ever seen or even heard of you? You should have never heard of me. I am. Chapter 160, Dragon Turtle. I am the Dragon Turtle. A species you've never even heard of, said the Dragon Turtle with a chuckle. Dragon Turtle? Oh, that's why I always thought you looked so much like the divine dragon guardian that belongs to my master. After saying this, seeing that the Dragon Turtle had transformed into human form, becoming a burly giant of a man, Lair also promptly transformed into human form. Anyway, there are many things I can't tell you now. Once your master wakes up, I'll follow you all and unify the divine dragon continent. Then it's simply a matter of whether this young man will work hard and cultivate himself. Whether or not we can hold on to this divine dragon continent is still up for debate. The Dragon Turtle said this with a look of melancholy on his face. What? What do you mean by holding or not holding on to something? Lair was shocked after hearing this. What could be so serious that it threatens the whole divine dragon continent? Alas, you shouldn't ask anymore. Work hard in cultivation and accompany your master to the continent of the many gods, helping him in his cultivation. Become a higher level being soon. Only then may the divine dragon continent be able to survive. There was a brief pause after the Dragon Turtle mentioned become, but Lair didn't catch it. Continent of the many gods. What place is that? I've never heard of it before. Lair was dumbfounded at everything the Dragon Turtle was saying, having no knowledge of these matters. Afterward, the Dragon Turtle explained in detail to Lair about the levels of beasts beyond 10 tiers, including half-gods, demigods, gods, and the fact that they must undergo celestial tribulations. These were problems he elaborated on completely, while Lair, listening intently, was stunned by every sentence the Dragon Turtle spoke. Time flowed by as the two creatures leisurely chatted, waiting for Sunbart to awaken. And on the battlefield, Popgarun. Aartat saw his master's father-in-law arriving and hurried to greet him. Oh, Aartat. Despite my haste, I arrived just in time, wasn't I? I heard you achieved a great victory. Congratulations. Very well done indeed. Where's that kid? Where's Sunbart? Master. Aartai spoke hesitantly. Pope Alba immediately questioned. What? Is that boy in trouble? In a way, yes, but in another way, no. Pope Alda frowned. You old geezer, what does that mean? Either it counts, or it doesn't. How should I explain it to you? Here's the situation. According to what Princess Vi said, Master left for some reason, and Real followed him. However, because of the Beast Pact, I didn't sense any danger from Master. Oh, this is truly odd. But during such an imminent major battle, what is that kid up to? Your words make me feel like something isn't right here. Who wouldn't think so? I'm puzzled too. There's definitely an issue, but we don't know where the problem lies yet. To be honest, our master usually would take action, but leaving without notice, without a word, it just doesn't make sense. And according to Princess Vi, when he left, his eyes were blood red, and he used instantaneous teleportation. Blood red eyes? Teleportation? Blood red eyes are already abnormal, and as for teleporting, it seems unnecessary. Alright, you're not telling me anything useful. Prepare yourself. I estimate that old guy is going to start the life or death battle soon. I need to talk to Princess Vi first. Even though Sunbart isn't present, we still have to win this battle. After speaking, Pope Alga went to search for Princess Vi. In one camp tent, Pope Alga asked around several times before finding Princess Vi's quarters. He quickly entered the tent upon lifting the curtain. Hearing the noise, Aivil quickly rose and looked up only to see her father entering. Then she slowly sat back down again. Father, there was no tone of longing and urgency in her voice, despite their long separation. Hey, you're still thinking about that guy, aren't you? Why aren't you excited to see your own father? If you don't welcome me properly, I'll just leave. Pope Alda knew his daughter was anxious, so he teased her deliberately. Father, when is a time like this to joke around with your daughter? Of course, I want you here, but I don't want brother out of trouble either. Aivil glanced at her father teasingly. Saying brother, how sappy is that? Pope Alda pinched his throat, imitating his daughter's voice. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Hearing her father's playful remarks, Aivil turned away and sighed, pretending to ignore him. Alright. My dear girl, don't let the fog of the game confuse you. We who observe from the sidelines can often see clearly. Pope Alda changed his tone seriously. How? Aivil turned around, puzzled, and listened attentively to her father's following explanation. You think, what kind of power does your son Bart possess right now? I heard that he already had a major fight with that old man from the Light Shrine. Now if he left, it must be due to some urgent matter. What else could it be? So, you don't need to worry. By the way, where's Wit? Despite knowing well enough the matter was more complex, Arian still consoled his daughter. After offering reassurance, he mentioned his grandson, intending to shift Aivil's focus so she wouldn't dwell too much on her worries. Hearing her father's words, Aivil felt somewhat relieved, but still said resentfully, I hope so. May the divine dragon protect him. Wit went out to play with Lyshi. I can't calm my mind when alone, so I just thought things over. Arianda, upon hearing the first half of his daughter's response, could only helplessly shake his head. Let's go. Father will accompany you, carrying Wit as we stroll around the city. The upcoming great battle isn't far. Alright, the grand camp of the Light Shrine. How about it? Has number 6 arrived yet? Due to the fight with Sunbart, The Light Pope hadn't even had time to recuperate from his physical injuries. Moreover, the golden substances within his blood always seemed off to him, though he couldn't quite express why, and they didn't appear harmful either. He has arrived just now. He is busy at work. However, Your Majesty's minister hopes you can rest a little, said the Light Shrine, seeing the Pope's pale face, his voice laced with concern. As long as he's here, that's good. You may step down first. I'll take a rest, then wait for my order to have the army ready. The Pope weakly waved a hand, dismissing Elder 5. Outside the tent, Elder 5, what do you make of the state of our Pope? Asked the newly arrived 6th Elder. Elder 6, stop speculating and prepare carefully. The intentions of the Pope are hard to predict. Don't you know that? On Elder 5's face was also an expression of helplessness. Although Elder 6 brought along many elites from the Light Shrine, giving some morale boost to the existing army, it was merely by degrees. From Elder 5's perspective, their entire army's morale resembled wilted eggplants. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom were full of high spirit, like the sun at midday. Just from these elements of morale, the outcome of the great army's battles might be decided. Time flowed past, yet Sun Bart remained unconscious. Now 5 days had passed since the beginning, and following the Dragon Turtle's guidance, Lair sat quietly beside his master, cultivating. However, the intense preparations for the life and death battle for their group were progressing swiftly. This fact Lair and Sun Bart remained completely unaware of. As the two empires continuously sent reinforcements to join the Light Shrine's great army, their lost morale gradually started recovering in these few days. Yet as they say, good news doesn't travel fast while bad news spreads thousands of miles, and among the new soldiers who came, those who participated in the first clash spread tales of fear. Hence, this slight revival in morale began to dip once again. But this situation reached the ears of Elder 5 of the Light Shrine. Having learned of it, he gave the final command. Anyone caught spreading rumors would face certain death without pardon. After sleeping for 5 days, as the evening glow began fading, Sun Bart twitched his eyebrows. However, the ever-observant Dragon Turtle noticed the slightest movement from Sun Bart and hurriedly announced, "He's awake, he's awake." Chapter 161, On the Eve of Battle. Slowly regaining consciousness, Sun Bart felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if it were being torn apart. After days of unconsciousness, he checked his body and was astonished to find that not a shred of his spiritual power had been restored. Moreover, the black masses within him had not disappeared. Instead, they had grown much more numerous. However, surrounding the energy of those black masses was a layer of profound white energy that encircled them. "Master, are you awake?" It was Lair who spoke urgently. When Sun Bart tried to speak, he discovered there was no sound coming from his mouth, which only terrified Lair further because she saw the movement but could not hear any words. "Don't worry, how's your body? Ever since that day when Weir noticed something wrong with you, you disappeared. I chased after you for many days now. Don't be anxious, recuperate first. Also, our army just won a great battle." Lair said this victory news mainly to reassure Sun Bart so he could rest and heal. Upon hearing this, Sun Bart gave a light nod and continued lying on the ground recovering. The Dragon Turtle sitting beside him did not utter a word, yet its eyes showed doubt at Sun Bart's current condition. "Something's off. Why does it feel so strange?" The Dragon Turtle was deep in thought, full of doubt. As for Lair, upon seeing her master awaken, all she felt was excitement and happiness. Her drive for cultivation under the guidance of the Dragon Turtle grew stronger. In order to cultivate well, one must focus completely and let go of all distractions. But Lair had been constantly worried about her master's safety, so these past 2 days, she had made little progress in her cultivation. Time flowed continuously. Far away at the defense stronghold of the Dylan Empire's borderlands, Arien the Great was fervently issuing a series of commands. "Lutz, you continue to lead the Divine Dragon Knights and harass from above, resisting the mage corps of elite forces from the Holy Light Temple as much as possible. Tai, you, as the vanguard force, lead the Beast Army to slay relentlessly. If resistance is impossible, retreat immediately. The morale of the troops behind us is high. It cannot be broken. Dafuge, you temporarily leave the Divine Dragon Knights. For our warriors from the Dark Altar, you will take control. Intertwined among the Beast Corps, assist in the massacre. The Magic Corps will be led by Weir. You. Arien the Great was incredibly busy but methodically issued every order in battle. Remember, we fight for peace, for life. What is a man? A man is someone who sacrifices their heads and sheds blood to protect their children, parents, country, and land. Remember, we are men." His voice thundered through the city fortifications of the Dylan Defense Border City. Currently within this border city of Dylan, there were no houses left. Instead, the ground was covered in greenish tints as far as the eye could see. The west gate, leading into Dylan territory, was wide open. Outside the archway stood millions of troops stationed grandly outside the city. Upon hearing Arien the Great's speech, all the soldiers shouted loudly, "Men! Men!" echoing towards the sky. Even 100 miles away, the Pope of the Holy Light Temple could hear the roar. At present, during the days of recuperation, the Pope of the Holy Light Temple also appeared to have recovered very well mentally. He too issued various battle orders similar to Arien the Great. But compared to the high morale of the troops from the Dylan City stronghold, their side lagged behind significantly, looking like defeated roosters, unable to hold their heads high. Despite everything, the battle would still proceed, and the formations needed final preparations. This once lush plain, full of dense greenery, had been cut down into barren wasteland by both armies in tacit agreement. And now on this barren field, a mortal struggle awaited, whose outcome was uncertain. With each passing moment, even the Holy Light Temple's less than high morale troops began gradually building their fighting spirit after hearing the cry "Men" coming from Dylan. Seeing the rising morale of the soldiers, the Holy Light Temple employed Wind Whisper, a wind magic spell, and boosted their spirits by shouting, "We are men too. Why should we lose to them? Bring forth the courage of mighty warriors and mercilessly cut down Dylan's soldiers. Kill one soldier, win 1 silver coin. Kill one knight, win 1 gold coin. Kill one commander, win 100 gold coins. As long as you bring back the head, rewards will follow according to the number of heads brought. Regardless of what you slay, great rewards and glory await. Kill, 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 kill." Whether it was for money or to prove themselves as men, their morale reached a peak. Seeing the warriors behave this way, the Pope of the Holy Light nodded contentedly. "Dylan, open the city gates, assemble outside. Distribute bowls and chopsticks, feast to your heart's content." Emperor Leon of Delong shouted from atop the city wall. Creak. The heavy city gates were pushed open. Millions of troops streamed out one by one from within the city. "Someone," Arian called out loudly. "What does my emperor command?" A scout replied. "Report in detail all the problems we've uncovered these past few days," Arian ordered. For this battle, Arian not only wanted to know the layout of the Pope's army and their formations, but most importantly, he sought to learn the number of elite soldiers within the Holy Light Temple, particularly the Magic Corps. Because with over 10,000 mages on the battlefield, it was possible to effortlessly slaughter hundreds of thousands of men. "Pope, there is no need. Everything has been fully grasped already. Based on the information gathered by the strange beasts under my command, almost everything is known now. The only bad news is that the Pope of Holy Light will use forbidden spells, and at this moment, my master has still not returned. Since we cannot counteract the forbidden spell, we have little leverage against the Pope of the Holy Light." All of Ty's analysis was accurate and precise. But what can be done? It has been many days, yet Sunbart has not returned. And I cannot send you after him now when a great battle is imminent. Losing someone powerful would tilt our chances of victory. Though Arian understood Ty's words well, he was deeply troubled by the power of the forbidden spells. Sunbart, who was recovering, had no idea that the two armies were about to clash that very day. Meanwhile, his entire focus was on the energy in his blood, the white energy encasing the black mass. Sunbart could feel that the white energy desired to merge with his golden blood. His golden blood completely surrounded the white energy. It seemed as if the fusion was ongoing. Between the golden blood and the white energy, the encased dark energy was being absorbed. Chapter 162, The Unification Battle. "What's going on? I don't understand at all," Sunbat asked himself, lost in thought. "Don't overthink it. I can only tell you now that your current fusion is good, but whether it will remain so in the future cannot be known." The speaker was clearly the Divine Dragon Guardian in the Sea of Consciousness. "Divine Dragon Guardian, is that you?" Sunbat asked happily. It's me. Since the emergence of this white energy body, the person's control over me naturally disappeared. But even now, I can't tell you too much. Knowing too much would put pressure on you. However, I can only tell you to train hard. The survival of the Divine Dragon continent truly depends on you alone." With these words spoken by the Divine Dragon Guardian, his voice carried infinite sorrow and helplessness. "I will not betray the Divine Dragon's trust. Rest assured." "So does this mean my body no longer has any problems?" Sunbat confirmed again. "Yes, there are no issues with your body now." As the words faded, Sunbat stood up with joy. Now that his body was fine and the Divine Dragon Guardian had returned, the next thing for him to do was unify the Divine Dragon continent. Only after unification could all his problems be resolved. He could then focus more on cultivation. No matter which way you look at it, cultivation was absolutely necessary. However, Sunbat didn't know just how high the Divine Dragon Guardian's expectations were for him in terms of improving his abilities. "Let's go, Uncle Liar. Are you?" While calling out for Liar to follow him, he noticed another person standing beside him. "Hee. Let's go. We'll talk while we walk." The great battle should have already started. The dragon turtle chuckled and reminded them. Let's go." After Sunbat spoke, Liar transformed into a beast form, and both Sunbat and the dragon turtle climbed aboard. Yes, Sunbat was now hovering high above, as if overlooking all living beings below. Regarding the dragon turtle stepping onto his body, Liar showed no dissatisfaction. Forget about their powers. Just for the guidance over these past few days, treating him like a teacher, he should allow it. Later, the dragon turtle informed Sunbat of all his matters and questions. Sunbat nodded continuously, realizing that after experiencing being manipulated and the terrifying songs over the lake, hearing about the unknowns involving the dragon turtle produced no further astonishment. "Master, tell me your story as well," Liar inquired while flying. Of course, Sunbat recounted all his troubles to Liar. "Wait a moment, let me ask you this. Do you currently feel anything unusual with your body? Is there possibly a presence of 2 drops of divine dragon blood?" The dragon turtle curiously questioned Sunbat. Elder, I seem fine now, but how do you know I have 2 drops of divine dragon blood?" Sunbat also looked confused. "Oh, that makes sense then. Perhaps there's something special waiting for you later. It seems the Divine Dragon continent may indeed survive." After confirming Sunbat had 2 drops of divine dragon blood, the dragon turtle appeared extremely delighted. "Elder, what exactly do you mean? Why does neither you nor the Divine Dragon Guardian explain things properly?" Sunbat sounded somewhat anxious. If I can't say, I won't say. Talking about it would harm your cultivation efforts, so just keep training diligently." Upon hearing these words, Sunbat was surprised, because they mirrored almost word for word what the divine dragon guardian beast had said earlier. Yet when he remembered seeing the 100-meter-long magic serpent in his spirit vision, he couldn't help but ask, "Elder, what about those magic serpents earlier? Are they alright?" Learning that the magic serpents were attacked to stop him from reaching the divine dragon island left Sunbat feeling remorseful. Relax. They're all peak-level magical beasts beyond the 10th rank. None of them died. Moreover, the fatal weakness of magic serpents lies in their middle section, so it's virtually impossible for them to die. Hearing that Sunbat actually worried about those two magic serpents, the dragon turtle secretly grew greatly impressed with him. Worthy indeed of someone chosen by the divine dragon. Oh, then I am relieved. I can tell they're a pair, and reaching such cultivation levels must have been incredibly difficult. Moreover, they risked their lives to save me, so... Alright, young man. Stop worrying needlessly. Nothing bad happened. Instead of fretting, you should focus on your cultivation and prepare yourself mentally. This unification battle is no simple matter, the dragon turtle consoled him. Sunbat understood the meaning behind the dragon turtle's words fully, and without saying another word, he began cultivating. Seeing how perceptive Sunbat was, the dragon turtle felt much calmer inside, yet prayed silently, hoping heaven truly had eyes to see. However, he forgot that both humans and beasts practicing in defiance of natural laws might often bring trouble upon themselves. Delong. Below the city walls, amidst the clatter of pots and pans, a cacophony of sound erupted. Below, shouts never ceased. Watching these warriors, whose movements were agile and who ate incessantly, as if celebrating a victory feast, they showed no regard for the life and death battle ahead. This was because they all knew they stood on the side of the divine dragon and were under its protection. Holding on to her father, Aries' eyes shimmered with a misty, moist glaze. Seeing the unfazed warriors, Aerie realized that this present revelry might be the last thing many would enjoy after the war. Being naturally kind-hearted, she wanted to cry. But what could she do? As long as the Holy Light Temple remained unchallenged, the people of the Divine Dragon Continent would never live in peace. Aerie choked back tears and said to her father, "Father, do your best to slay those from the Holy Light Temple, but please, spare the innocent warriors." Seeing his daughter's tear-streaked face, Arlen wiped away her tears gently and softly replied, "Don't worry, Aerie. We wouldn't have done anything differently. Once the people of the Holy Light Temple are killed, their forces will disband naturally." Hearing her father's words, Aerie could only nod reluctantly, murmuring, "Brother, when will you come back? If you don't return soon, many more people will die." Seeing his daughter's expression, Arlen could only shake his head helplessly. An hour later, "Get ready." Two resounding, booming words echoed across the sky. No matter where the troops originated, by now they had all merged into the Imperial Divine Dragon Army. The entire Divine Dragon Army quickly organized themselves into neat ranks. The massive force stretched tens of miles across the vast barren plains, arranged according to various troop types and battle formations. In front of this formidable army, the opposing force from the Holy Light Temple began edging closer. Like an incoming tide, a dark, ominous wave approached, bringing with it an aura of death. "Advance." Again, a thunderous voice roared out. The mighty force slowly moved forward like a colossal creature awakened from slumber. Each footstep from the soldiers seemed to make the entire Divine Dragon City shudder. Above the army, purple light gleamed. Though dwarfed in comparison to the army, this light was known to everyone. The Airborne Legion was none other than the Divine Dragon Knights, an unparalleled and unmatched force. It was also something the Holy Light Temple's army lacked. "Prepare the Mage Corps." Ares' voice rang out suddenly from within the formation of the Mage Battalion. Roar! Following Ares' shout, a tear completely transformed into his beast form at the forefront of the army. All the war beasts let out deafening roars. Chapter 163, The Unification Battle. The roars of the magical beasts rose and fell. The transformed beastly forms began to appear one by one. Their varying sizes, cacophonous sounds, were bringing endless oppression of death upon the grand army of the Light Temple. It was as if, when these ferocious magical beasts roared, there was a brief but noticeable pause in the movement of the Light Temple's grand army at its forefront, visible to the naked eye. The imposing presence of these magical beasts had struck a significant blow to the morale of the Light Temple's forces. Many knights from both the Divine Dragon Legion and the Light Temple Legion, including their mounted rhinoceros beasts, mostly cowered on the ground, showing fear akin to those facing a true king. But, in the Divine Dragon Army, what no one had noticed, perhaps it was because the Light Temple's main force blocked the view. The elite Knight Corps' rhinoceros beasts of the Light Temple showed no sign of kneeling or even trembling. From an outside perspective, these rhinoceros beasts looked entirely normal, all armored in rhinoceros battle armor, but their eyes were bizarre, glowing blood red. As her AI Wayer prepared for the super magic conjured through the fusion of mages, it seemed the side of the Light Temple was also preparing similarly. Seeing the mages of the Light Temple beginning their magical preparations, the Sky Dragon Knights in the heavens quickly moved closer to them, creating a scene that made Supreme Poping Mikuli Yoshida furrow his brows deeply. "Do any of you have a plan to break through the ranks of these Sky Dragon Knights floating high in the sky?" A dignified yet imposing tone echoed from the mouth of Supreme Pope Mikuli. For a long time, no one answered. Mikuli's gaze coldly swept across everyone's faces. As if slapped hard, they all lowered their heads. Mikuli knew well that even if a few could soar into the air, they'd be no match against such overwhelming numbers. How could anyone hold their own against 500? With divine artifact skills at play, their own mana and martial energy consumption would be minimal. while commoners flying without solid ground beneath their feet would deplete mana or martial energy terrifyingly fast. Naturally, dodging would be almost impossible. Thus, it was clear, it would amount to suicide to stand up to 500. Supreme Pope Mikuli understood this fully. Shaking his head with a sigh, he loudly commanded, regardless of anything else, try your best to slaughter those armies on the ground. Yes. Relieved that the Pope did not blame them, they answered unanimously, their voices thunderous. While retreating several steps, Supreme Pope Mikuli took out a super weapon sword previously held by Senbate, revealing an orange glow. After drawing out this super weapon, Mikuli's eyes turned completely red, and he softly muttered under his breath. While Supreme Pope Mikuli was quietly muttering, in the skies above, vast amounts of intense fiery elemental energies began gathering. Yes, unable to prevent the Sky Dragon Knights, the burden to stop them fell solely on him, and he was about to cast a fire prohibition spell, a high-tiered fire spell. From atop the city walls, Lord Yalian of the Divine Dragon Army saw two extremely dazzling red fireballs forming beside the Light Temple's elite mage core, and immediately shouted in alarm. It's not good. It's a fire banishment spell, Dragon Phoenix, 10 deadly killings. Yet, his warning never reached any ears. On the expansive plains, still dozens of miles away before the clash of armies, leading the rearward magical beast core, with a grim expression, led the magical beasts roaring ahead toward the light army's triumphal procession. The magical energies stored by both sides' elite mage groups continued growing. A brief flight had brought the Divine Dragon Riders precisely over the head of the Light Temple's forces, hovering above the elites. Rutz naturally wouldn't let his Divine Dragon Riders descend for direct combat. That would be an irrational tactic. Under his command, every magical beast and every mage focused their spells onto the positions of the Light Temple's magicians. Not too long after, many of Rutz's knights perceived an issue. They spotted within the group of mages a particularly hot and horrifying magic spell forming. Without hesitation, Rutz yelled urgently, "Everyone, be extra cautious. This magic is overwhelmingly powerful. Everyone disperse now, each securing their own stable position, 1 mile apart, and centered around me. Rotate autonomously to form a circle." Speaking of this order by Rutz, it was indeed quite correct. In the vast expanse of the skies, all members of the Divine Dragon Knights scattered, dispersing chaotically in different directions, leaving the scene chaotic and frustrating, much to the despair of Supreme Pope Mikuli, each maintaining a distance of 1 mile in the vast heavens. Just what did that entail? Although maintaining this formation, the magic was still rapidly advancing toward the Light Temple's mage core. The Divine Dragon Riders autonomously rotated. Each time a spell was cast, they would evade, and then regroup to charge their next attack. Despite these spells having little tangible effect, the genuine consumption of the mage's energy and their focus on accumulating power was far slower than desired. Divine Dragon Army. Fire. 2 crisp syllables escaped AI Weir's lips. The entire mage core had coalesced 5 spheres: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Colored orbs that seemed lofted high into the air, only to fall directly onto the Light Temple Army's position. These 5 orbs brought forth a terrifying whistle as they traveled through the air, but the light they emitted was extraordinarily vivid. Though they were composed of the 5 most basic types of magic, such combined spells, cast by all mages simultaneously, created an optimal fusion effect and were among the exercises practiced endlessly by mages. One mustn't be deceived by the simplicity of these spells. The sheer size of the magic spheres, brimming with raw elemental energy, ensured no one would take them lightly, as mere child's play. Trailing behind the dispersion of elements, the 5 colored orbs drew dazzling tails across the sky, surpassing even Atai's beast core in distance. Upon seeing the incoming spells, Atai instantly halted his colossal body mid-stride, commanding every beast under his leadership to stop immediately, without hesitation. The moment Atai stopped, the 5 luminous elemental spheres suddenly plummeted downwards, striking at the front lines of the Light Temple's forces. Boom, 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 boom. Each of the brilliant magical orbs struck different locations, arranged roughly 200 meters apart, landing in a precise formation upon the ground. An immediate chorus of wails and screams arose, countless warriors falling victim to the invisible shockwaves which spread far and wide, affecting many more than those incinerated outright. Meanwhile, the Light Temple's mage core, harassed continuously by the Divine Dragon Knights led by Lu Taisi, struggled with disrupted focus, unable to properly complete their magic buildup. After watching the spell strike amidst the crowd, Atai once again directed his core of beasts to charge forward towards the Light Temple's main force. Chapter 164, The Unification Battle. Advance. Dafu Ji's voice echoed through the ranks of the Dilong City Army. Seeing the magic successfully land within the ranks of the Holy Light Temple's forces, all the soldiers were filled with joy and became even more confident in the invincibility of their own troops. This time, Owl did not have the mage core reserve their power for magic as before. That previous spell was merely exploratory. All the magics had been combined in that test, determining if the true distance could be reached. And after trying it out once, with the continuous disappearance of magical elements in the air, the real damage potential would undoubtedly be less. Therefore, the main force closed in, shortening the battlefield distance. The next spell would absolutely cause much greater destruction. With Somakoli's accumulation of magic curse words, the entire Dragon Phoenix 10 Deadly Strikes formation clearly took shape. If Arlen the Great knew what this specific magical curse was, it was mainly because Somakoli had cast it in front of him. None of the Divine Dragon Knights had ever seen it. Was there really no one who'd ever seen it? Of course not. Seeing the formation of the Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes, a person shouted to Lutz, "General, this is a magical curse. Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes. I've seen Simbat use it. Hurry up and scatter." Lutz looked at the direction of the shout, but hearing the term magical curse, he was instantly startled. Seeing the person speaking, Lutz replied, "Yunir, what are you talking about?" Yes, if anyone had seen this magic before, it must be Yunir, because outside the Tamir city walls, Simbat had used this very spell to save him. Seeing that Lutz clearly didn't know what was going on, Yunir quickly rode his magical beast mount over to Lutz's side. This magic is a fire elemental magical curse. When Sunbat used it outside the Tamir city walls to save me, I know I won't forget it. Quickly disperse. We'll suffer fewer losses. Seeing the earnest look on Yunir's face, Lutz didn't dare hesitate. Any further hesitation would result in many casualties. Everyone scatter, as fast as possible. Alright, Yunir, hurry up, let's split up too. After shouting these orders, Lutz made no further delay, pulling Yunir toward the higher skies. Just as Lutz led the Divine Dragon Knight core into the sky, the magical cursed Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes manifested, two extremely dazzling blood-red dragons and phoenixes rising into the sky and intertwining together. And this dragon and phoenix, conjured by Holy Light Pope Somakoli using a supreme divine artifact, could actually be seen with the naked eye, appearing even larger than when cast by Simbat. However, upon seeing all the Divine Dragon Knights soar high into the sky, Holy Light Pope Somakoli realized immediately that they were out of harm's reach. But the savage beast army would not escape. Although some of our troops may also perish, it would still be worth it. However, the Holy Light Pope had overlooked a significant problem. Even though under the effects of the supreme divine artifact, the Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes were terrifying indeed, there was still a nearly 20-li distance between them and the actual battlefield. And this ultimate magical curse, Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes, simply could not reach such a distant target. Upon seeing such an extraordinary spell heading in their direction, Atai roared immediately. Roar, roar, roar. After these sounds spread, all the magical beasts in the beast army scattered towards the rear. Thanks to Atai's warning, Atai's colossal body was clearly visible. This super spell was heading directly toward its location. Although Atai couldn't guarantee whether this super magic could actually hit or not, better safe than sorry, preparation was always necessary. Seeing the beast army scatter and escape, Holy Light Pope Somakoli grew even more anxious. Moreover, it could be seen with the naked eye that the super taboo spell was gradually approaching the ground. In front of the army, cries for help to heaven and earth fell upon deaf ears. Wails and curses, echoing endlessly, were heard. Even those final oaths of hatred against the Holy Light Pope resounded in the air. They had bravely charged ahead themselves only to find out in the end that they weren't killed by enemy soldiers or while slaying others. They were killed by their own people. Such resentment would endure through the ages. The sky was filled with scorching smells and blue smoke, which surged forth under the heat generated by the Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes. Subsequently, the super close-range landing and then 3 leaps before finally hitting the ground ensured that nearly 10,000 soldiers from the vanguard of the Holy Light Army met their demise under the magic of the Dragon Phoenix 10 deadly strikes. Witnessing such a sight, the Dilong army laughed heartily. Yanran the Great atop the city wall did the same, and Lutz high above the sky as well. With this singular magic attack, it stopped. The armies of the Holy Light Temple, combined forces of Barda and Spartacus, halted, not taking a single step forward anymore. The soldiers at the very front slowly turned around, leading everyone else to do so. With blood-red eyes, they glared at the people of the Holy Light Temple, the bloody thirsty nature being unmistakably clear to everyone. Now, the one who is suffering the most should be the Pope of the Light Temple, Somakoli Yashid. He doesn't even know what to say or what to do. No matter how smart you think you are, don't treat everyone else as fools. So, too much explanation can only turn into an excuse. In this situation, the Dilong army also came to a halt. The warriors all wore strange grins as they looked at the entire army of the Light Temple. If you made a mistake and lost over 1,000 men, that wouldn't mean anything, but nearly 10,000 warriors were killed by their own side, killed by Light Pope Somakoli Yashid. How could anyone not be furious? Roar! The Light Pope Somakoli screamed with blood-red eyes. In this silent battlefield, his voice indeed reached 10 li away. Brothers, the fault just now, I fully take responsibility for it. It wasn't my intention. All soldiers under the Light Temple, step forward. Charge to the front lines. Let's fight our way out together. If the Light Pope didn't act immediately, he wouldn't have the authority to issue orders from behind anymore. Moreover, morale had already been severely damaged. Therefore, the only solution was to personally lead all the warriors and fight on the front line. Though none of the armies of the Light Temple said anything, the hatred in their eyes let everyone know. If you run ahead, I'll stab you in the back. Seeing such looks, the Light Pope had no choice either. At this moment, the arrow was on the string and must be fired. And the Pope of the Light Temple rode a strong horned rhino toward the front line. Meanwhile, Atai's beast army charged again. Right at this moment, the elite mages of the Light Temple, who had paused briefly, had already completed their magical spells. With dazzling 5-color light, the colorful magic spheres howled as they shot toward the front ranks of the Dilong army. Chapter 165, The Unification Battle. Similarly, The howling 5 elemental forces were extremely fierce. However, the elites of the light shrine outnumbered those of the dark shrine. This was because the 5 magic spheres of different elements had a much larger volume compared to the ones produced by the mage elites on the side of the Imperial Dragon just now. In the blink of an eye, the beast army surged into the midst of the grand forces of the light shrine. Meanwhile, the quintessence of the 5 elemental magics had already flown over and began to rain down upon the rear ranks. Such overwhelming magical attacks were simply unstoppable. Loss of life was inevitable. As for the beast army that had charged into the masses of people, it was like ravenous tigers descending upon lambs, presenting a one-sided slaughter. Although these beasts lacked armor, their fur and skin through cultivation had defenses stronger than most armors. Witnessing the attack of the beast army, the great light troops merged with their guardian beasts to increase their power and raise their defenses. Yet this did nothing to help. One must remember, the real fighting prowess of these beasts was far too high, too strong. Who among men could have faced death daily in jungles ruled by survival of the fittest as much as the beasts had? Their genuine battle-hardened capabilities far exceeded anyone's. Therefore, despite some of these beasts being large in size, they flowed through the dense crowd with ease, unstoppable like clouds streaming effortlessly across the sky. Atai manifested his colossal titan ape form. Even simple running caused immense destruction within such a dense human crowd. Each step became a trample, every lift leaving the ground bloodied and mangled. Atai didn't need to use the trampling skill inherent to his true form. Neither was Aming willing to show weakness. His rugged arms would sweep through the crowd like meat grinders. Every time he raised his fists and smashed them down, countless lives were obliterated under the handhammer assault. Still, all this couldn't incite panic among the warriors of the Light Shrine. Eyes were already bloodshot from the sight of the enemy, and further spurred by tactics orchestrated by the Light Pope himself. Chests filled only with blazing anger. Death meant little at this point. In the sky, seeing all the elite members of the Light Shrine rushing toward the front of the army, Lutz wasted no words. A single gesture was made, pointing forward. All the divine dragon knights flew straight toward the slower-moving elite magicians of the Light Shrine. The main force surged urgently along with other streams of movement. Averill had already calculated where the magician's spells would roughly land. Raising her voice again, she crisply commanded, "Prepare." Intense magical elements gathered ceaselessly. On the battlefield now, who remembered friend or foe? Everyone only remembered the difference between enemies and allies. Thus, every magician put forth all their efforts to gather their magic, readying themselves for one formidable strike. On the city wall, "Holy Pope, do you think which side has the greatest chance of victory? Us or the Light Shrine?" Leon cautiously asked Arian the Great, calling him Pope for 2 reasons. First, on the Divine Dragon continent, there was none greater than the Light Shrine and the Dark Shrine, making these 2 popes even more valuable than any national monarch. Second, Leon knew that his house Lord Sambate's father-in-law was Arian the Great, the Pope of the Dark Shrine. Therefore, either way, calling him Pope wouldn't go amiss. So, does a nation's ruler also worry about something? Arian the Great, of course, knew that Leon wasn't afraid, but concerned. Surely, as a leader of a country, witnessing so many warriors die brought heartache, which Arian the Great understood perfectly well. He himself wasn't exempt from feeling the same way. But alas, there was no way around it. "Yes," Leon answered truthfully. "No rush. Our chances still stand at an equal 50-50 split. If Sambate can return, and I also enter the battle, our chances will improve by another 30%. 10 for me and 20 for Sambate." Arian the Great replied with a faint smile. Leon said no more and turned his gaze towards the battlefield. Of course, there was no astonishment in his heart. Although Arian the Great mentioned his own contribution accounted for only 10%, while Sambate took up 20%, Leon firmly believed that this distribution was indeed accurate. He never underestimated Sambate's strength in the least bit. Right from the beginning of the battle, the situation was evolving rapidly towards its zenith. Fierce combat quickly turned the area where the 2 armies clashed red with blood. With such large numbers, Michele Yashida, the Pope of the Light Shrine, moved exceedingly slowly within the masses, incapable of lending early support in any manner. Averill's Mage Corps were also fully prepared for their magic. This spell was similar to the one earlier, but was far more intense, immensely stronger than before. Whoosh! The 5 magnificent magic element spheres moved in unison, hurtling towards the grand forces of the Light Shrine at the same time. Once again across the entire sky, they drew 5 colorful ribbons of magical elements, resembling rainbows, only 2 colors short. Despite this, no one thought it was for mere play or admiration. The colorless elemental sphere once more descended upon the Light Shrine forces. Based on Averill's calculations this time, it was still a tad off. But this small difference clearly indicated progress in the right direction. That was because the magic was heading even further out. Yes, the high morale and the strenuous accumulation of magic by the elite magicians had indeed greatly increased the power of these magical spheres. Boom, 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 boom. It seemed as though the magic hadn't changed much, and death remained constant. But the point of impact happened to be directly at the center of the Light Shrine forces. Hence, the death toll was significantly higher. The warriors following the beast army, seeing both the mages and the beasts fighting so thoroughly, were stirred with a fiery passion themselves. Their speed of advance quickened noticeably. Not only were their eyes bloodshot, but cries continuously escaped from their lips. At that moment, things felt quite stimulating indeed. In the skies above, Lutz kept directing his magic incessantly toward the ranks of the Light Shrine elites. Each member of the Light Shrine's elite forces quaked with fear, yet remained without any recourse. Their sole option left was to kill more ground fighters in retribution. Kill. Everyone had gone berserk, madly frenzied in battle. As time passed, the slaughter continued unabated. Toot, toot, toot. Trumpets sounded repeatedly, first from the Imperial Dragon Principality side, then echoed from the Light Shrine side. It was noon. Time for meals had arrived. Both armies disengaged with an uncanny synchronization, leaving behind only the mage corps and logistics personnel. The wounded were hauled back to their respective camps, while the dead were stacked like small hills of earth, awaiting incineration where they lay. At this time, the two sides displayed remarkable mutual understanding, not resuming their fight. Instead, piles of corpses rose like mountains, vividly illustrating how human life could seem as trivial as grass. Clanging sounds of pots and utensils certainly didn't spoil the appetites of many soldiers. Especially among the troops of the Imperial Dragon Principality, eating was normal, drinking too, for they knew well, when stomachs weren't full, there would be even less strength for the afternoon's battles. Why let oneself be slain later, when one can feast now and resume combat? While both great armies rested, a black dot appeared in the sky. Roar. A roar unique to beasts made Atai beneath the city of Imperial Dragon cheer uncontrollably. This sound was indiscernible to others, but as a beast himself, how could he fail to recognize it as Layer's voice? After this long roar, a dark fire dragon twirled through the skies. All capable individuals realized he had returned. Chapter 166, The Unification Battle. All the members of the Dilong army looked up at the black spot in the sky upon hearing the roar of the beast. Roar, roar, roar. The undulating roars of beasts resounded once again, especially when Atai's massive titan giant ape body reappeared, as if welcoming its king. All the warriors were stunned by this action. Immediately afterward, from within the inner city, one by one, the divine dragon knights soared into the sky to meet Sunbart. At this sight, Emperor of the Dilong army, Leon, was delighted. Arian muttered with a wide grin on his face. This kid sure knows how to make an entrance. Although he said it like that, there was no trace of blame in his laughing expression. In the great army of the Light Temple, Pope Somakoli of the Light Temple wore a look of melancholy. How could I not have harmed him? Makes sense. The successor of the divine dragon isn't so easy to injure. Listen everyone, after my seclusion and recuperation, remember, the upcoming great battle will be fought until the bitter end. Victory or defeat will be decided in this one battle. Due to the exhaustion caused by the earlier forbidden magic spell, Somakoli had no choice but to make final adjustments. Having not seen Sunbart, Somakoli thought he had injured him severely, yet it came as even more surprise that Sunbart flew in from behind him. Furthermore, looking at him now, it seemed he had suffered little severe damage. Thus, conserving his own spiritual energy for the great battle became essential. Upon hearing the animal roar again, assuming that another battle had begun, Yviel hastily stepped out of her tent. When she was about to lead the magic army, she unexpectedly saw Rooters leading the divine dragon knights toward the sky. With walls blocking her view, she hadn't yet caught sight of Sunbart, so hurried off towards the city wall. With a graceful leap descending 100 meters down, simple magic supported Sunbart as he landed stably. He smiled warmly while exchanging hugs with everyone present. What are you doing here, Sunbart? Arian asked, voicing the unspoken question shared by all. Subsequently, Sunbart revealed everything he'd been through. After hearing it, everyone felt unsure whether they should be glad or worried. And who is this behind you? Arian, seeing a robust figure beside Riel, asked aloud once more. This is... Intending to introduce the dragon turtle, Sunbart paused abruptly upon spotting a woman who appeared flustered just then, immediately turning cheerful at his sight. Yviel. He felt as though a lump was stuck in his throat, unable to utter any words. Of course, Sunbart realized his lover's anxiety and remembered the promise made during what would have been his death moment. Then, saying, Uncle Riel, help me make an introduction. All eyes turned to observe Sunbart's reaction. Everyone understood his feelings, so did Riel. Nodding slightly, he agreed. All right, go ahead. Hearing Riel's words, Sunbart quickly walked over to Yviel without any hesitation. He took her delicate hand silently, walking towards beneath the city wall. At this moment, Sunbart could sense Yviel's increasingly heavy breathing. Without needing to see, he knew his woman was shedding tears. Back at the camp, unable to contain herself any longer, due to the approaching war both Rexy and Wit were absent. Hastily, Yviel threw herself into Sunbart's arms, her shoulders shaking repeatedly with audible sobs. Don't cry. As you can see, I'm fine. Sunbart's voice was soft. Yviel didn't want to speak, only shaking her head lightly. Why, you've gone through a lot, haven't you? Actually, I did encounter some danger this time, but really, I'm fine. Knowing fully well that revealing the close brush with death might cause undue concern for his lover, Sunbart was interrupted as his thick lips were sealed by the kiss from Yviel. All the long-missed yearnings seemed to melt into this single kiss. Her face filled with tears moistened Sunbart's cheeks too. After a long embrace, they finally separated. Big brother, do you know how scared I was? So scared. On the day you left, your eyes were blood red. That wasn't you at all, and without a word, you were gone in the blink of an eye. Do you know how I felt back then? It was as if we were strangers. Cries continued. Endless tears streamed down. Seeing her in such a state, all Sunbart felt was deep-hearted pain. Gently consoling her, he said, My dear, it's all right. Nothing will happen to me. However, regarding women's sixth sense, Sunbart had no explanation. Nor did he know what to say, because at that very moment, he was not entirely in control of himself. So can you tell me why? With a gentle nod of the head, her curiosity persisted, wanting to understand where her man had gone. Sunbart nodded gently. Thereafter, narrating his tale, spinning what amounted to white lies, kind deceptions to spare his beloved from distress. Indeed, hearing her beloved's forthright answers, Eviel felt much more at ease. In fact, seeing her man's speech and the wandering gaze in his eyes, she surely knew Sunbart wasn't entirely truthful. But that wasn't so important at this moment. The essential thing was that Sunbart was now standing well before her. Love. Sometimes it is so selfish yet also great. Not long after, Laxi returned from somewhere, just like Eviel, but even more straightforward than her. At the first sight of Sunbart, she directly kissed him. Such an action might be something Laxi could do anywhere. Smack, smack. This kissing sound was deliberately made loud by Laxi. Eviel did not feel envious, but Sunbart did not see his son Wire. Where's Wire? Sunbart asked right away. With Uncle Arian. It was Uncle Arian who told me you had come. However, there is someone standing at the entrance. Can you guess who? Laxi had a mysterious look on her face. After hearing what Eviel told her about Sunbart's trip, Laxi was no longer worried. Who? You little imp. Let me guess. Sunbart pretended to think deeply, though actually he didn't need to contemplate much, as he already knew who it was outside. For truly the ones who cared for him from the heart were only 3 women. Others weren't uncaring, but their concern didn't reach such a level. Obviously, the woman outside was Lena. Quickly guess, or others will think you don't care about them. Laxi intentionally emphasized them with extra force. And outside the tent, Lena herself had already heard the kissing sounds between Laxi and Sunbart within the tent. Moreover, it seemed like Laxi had deliberately made the kissing sound very loud. Hence, her beautiful face was flushed red at this moment, appearing appetizingly attractive like an apple. Sure enough, upon hearing the term someone, she grew increasingly anxious, also wanting to know how much Sunbart cared for her in his heart. Alright, isn't the person Lena? Why don't you come in? Sunbart irritably pointed at Laxi's little nose. Upon hearing that he guessed it right immediately, Lena felt immensely delighted and gently pushed aside the curtain to enter. However, upon seeing Sunbart's form, she didn't know what to do. Though she had already seen Sunbart during her time with the Divine Dragon Knights, her worries never faded. Now seeing him here, she realized earlier Laxi's actions were hinting at her and encouraging her. Everyone already knew her feelings for Sunbart, but she herself couldn't make that step forward. Let's all sit down. Sunbart appeared quite generous. He also wanted to see if the real Lena still maintained the demeanor of the young miss she used to be, bold and fearless back then. Seeing Lena's blushing face, Laxi covered her mouth and giggled. Eviel gave Laxi a scolding glance and lightly approached Lena, softly asking, Lena, do you have something to say? Lena nodded slightly. Is it related to Sunbart? Eviel's voice carried some teasing tones. Lena acted as if no one else was around. Since saying it early or late would both result in having to speak anyway, it might be better to say it sooner rather than later, as keeping it bottled up inside made her uncomfortable. Hearing Lena's soft affirmative noise, Eviel glared at Sunbart with disapproval, which made Sunbart want to devour her right at that moment. If we leave and give you some space to talk, would you like that? Eviel certainly understood the awkwardness and shyness girls experienced. Lena nodded appreciatively toward Eviel without saying anything. Laxi, let's go out first and hand over the tent to them. The word tent was heavily emphasized by Eviel, and there was a touch of jealousy in her tone. Although Lena only heard the strange emphasis on tent, she missed other subtleties. However, these 2 words alone made her want to find a hole to hide in. The 2 exited the tent. At this moment, Lena seemed to relax a lot, staring straight at Sunbart. For the first time, Sunbart was watched so tenderly and meaningfully by Lena, making him feel somewhat uneasy. But he remembered the words he said and the promises he made at the brink of death. His deep black eyes also stared at Lena's clear big eyes. Ahem. There's nothing to worry about. Just say whatever you want. Sunbart feigned ignorance, appearing quite generous. However, his tone carried traces of jest. You heartless brute. Can't you tell what I am thinking? Everyone knows, and yet you pretend you don't. Of course, although Lena thought this, she didn't say it aloud. Do you like me? Sunbart stopped teasing and hurried forward, looking into Lena's eyes intently. Lena was somewhat startled by Sunbart's forthrightness, but she was indeed very delighted inside, as she knew now that Sunbart had her in his heart. She nodded slightly, fumbling with the hem of her thin shirt. Sunbart gave no words, and instead, his actions spoke for him. He gently took those restless little hands and embraced Lena into his chest. But, do you know? Sunbart's words were cut off before they finished. I don't care. I just want to be with you, that's all. And both sisters have agreed. Unless you do not? Or would you even still hold me? Seeing Lena's almost teary eyes, Sunbart realized she misunderstood his meaning. He sighed inwardly, staying speechless, then drew her closer, locking lips onto her untouched mouth that hadn't been kissed by any other man for over 20 years. Accompanied by a moan, Lena's delicate body trembled in response, waves of tingling sensations rushing through her. My point is not that. It's because my responsibilities are immense, and there are things I am yet unaware of myself. Also, if we're together, aren't you at a disadvantage having 2 women? Listening to Sunbart's sincere concern, it all centered around thinking about her feelings. Realizing her misinterpretation, tears flowed continuously down her tearful, affectionate eyes, and soon she took initiative and passionately kissed his full lips again. Just at this moment, The loud trumpet sound rang through the fortress. Chapter 167. The Unification Battle. 46th Unification Battle. Hearing the bright sound of the bugle, Lena very unwillingly left the lips that had given her a tingling sensation, and her eyes were even filled with mist. Sunbart of course knew that this little girl was in heat. But Sunbart had no trace of mockery, only compassionate affection. After all, how many years had Lena waited for him? A woman like this could melt even the hardest heart. Pop. After the victory, I will give all of you women a title, definitely. Sunbart firmly said. Looking at Sunbart's determined expression, Lena happily nodded. Let's go. Outside the tent, Sunbart looked around, but saw neither Evelyn nor Lexi. So he let Lena return to her team on her own while he headed towards the city tower first. For the battle plans and combat routes, Sunbart had no idea, so at least they needed to communicate. Even if he didn't know what to do, he would still need to cooperate well. City tower. Father-in-law. He quickly called out when reaching Ariende's side. Seeing Sunbart's manner, Ariende of course knew what Sunbart was thinking about at this moment. Then he simply spoke 5 words. Continue to focus on the battlefield. Keep an eye on the old guy. This allocation, Sunbart also thought it was very reasonable. Based on his understanding of the Pope from his father-in-law Ariende probably didn't know yet that Sumakori had weapons of ultra-artifact class, thus only he could deal with it. Having suffered a loss once, then connecting the second time would certainly not result in another loss. And according to the hint of the dragon turtle, at this point using the divine dragon shadow sword should be no problem, so there was nothing against what his father-in-law had said. He directly nodded and, along with lay behind him and the dragon turtle, flew up to the sky. Watching Sunbart's departure, Liande stood up, laughing loudly and said, I should also go out and stretch a bit. Alright, I'll join Ite's beast army. For Ariende's words, no one objected, and many elders of the Dark Altar were long ago instructed by him to participate in respective fighting formations based on their abilities. The Emperor Longday then lightly said, May the Pope take care. Ariende did not reply further, gently nodding before leaving. Leaping down, it caused no damage whatsoever to Ariende. In fact, one might say that if at his current strength, jumping off this 100-meter wall would cause him harm, he would rather not live. Once again, both armies slowly approached the battleground of the vast plain as they had in the morning. In this darkened army, though seemingly fewer people, the aura of death and the blood-red eyes brought by their desperate fights became even more intense. Both sides had already fought fiercely since the morning, with bloodthirsty eyes, as if wanting to tear apart their enemies. The Light Altar's army, entirely elite fighters up front, all sword master-level Light Altar knights uniformly dressed in battle attire, and atop their rhinoceros beasts which, encased in black armor, braved the winds with great poise. Each stomp upon the ground left deep impressions of rhinoceros hooves. However, what everyone failed to truly notice was that the eyes of these rhinos showed not a single sign of fear, but instead glimmered blood red. Sunbart sat atop, lays back like a king arriving, overlooking all beneath. Upon seeing the rhinos under the Light Altar knights, the eyes of these rhinos are off, quite like my eyes during the time I was controlled, isn't it? Could it be? Is there some kind of connection between the Light Altar and that person? Oh, yes, because after I was struck by the ultra artifact of the Light Pope, an energy was generated within my blood, which caused mutations in my body, leading to control by others. But why? Sunbart's mind was full of confusion and doubts. Subsequently, Sunbart gave slight warnings to the charging beast corps below, instructing them to be cautious. He also had the elite members of the Dark Altar behind the beast corps rush forward quickly. The disparity in strength couldn't be too great, and from the message sent by Ite's mental awareness, Sunbart understood that Ite had been engaging in battles with the beast corps all morning, whereas the elites of the Light Altar remained relatively unspent. Thus, the Knights of the Dark Altar had to step forward to assist. Fierce combat continued as Sunbart carefully observed the condition of the elite forces of the Light Altar. Just as expected, all warriors showed no fear of pain or panic. Even the rhinoceroses they rode showed none of this, whether it be severed limbs or broken bodies. They charged forward relentlessly as long as they had any strength left. The number of elites in the Light Altar army is alarming. They're truly terrifying. Why does the Dark Altar have so few elites? Sunbart mused internally. No, where's Sumakori Acid, the Pope of the Light Altar? Finally, Sunbart identified the issue. Uncle Lay, fly high and look for Sumakori Acid. Sunbart instructed. The battlefield was unprecedentedly fierce, with mages continuously intoning magical spells. The mages from both sides were competing fiercely against one another, yet most of the deaths were among the common soldiers. As for the elites, they were locked in battle amongst themselves. The Divine Dragon Knight squad flying high had long been following Ite on the ground, slaughtering the troops of the Light Altar. The Demon Beast Corps and the Divine Dragon Knight troop acted like the sickle of the Death God. Each sweep caused the death toll to increase geometrically. Under the command of Lutz, those who were injured or overexhausted could fly up into the air for adjustment. It must be noted that at this time, the Divine Dragon Knight troop was a fixed number. Any loss would be irreplaceable. Ite did the same, ordering the demon beasts that were overly exhausted to retreat. These beasts that lived in dense forests could easily maneuver within the crowded armies. Retreat wasn't even worth mentioning. The battle reached its white heat rather quickly. At the clash point between the two armies, the Earth's surface soil had long turned blood red, transforming into meat paste. The fight in the afternoon was even more ferocious than in the morning. As for Sunbart in the sky, he hadn't found the location of the Pope of the Light Altar, Sumakori Acid, all afternoon. At this point, Simbart realized that due to Sumakori's fire-forbidden spell from the morning, Sumakori should now be recovering. But if you are recovering, then I'll start killing. This simple logic was something Simbart clearly understood. A giant hammer, ferocious beasts. They appeared in the dark color, patrolling on the ground as if the king himself had arrived. Every strike of the hammer, every spell brought countless lives. Lei's fire and thunder magic was released one by one from his monstrous mouth filled with blood. And on Lei's back, the dragon turtle remained perfectly still. Fierce slaughter continued until night approached. After consuming 5 parts of spirit power early on, Simbart was now resting in the sky atop Lei. Simbart couldn't guarantee when Sumakori would appear on the battlefield, so reserving strength was necessary. With excessive consumption, the warriors were being replaced in waves, and no matter which side's mages had long ceased their magic attacks. Doo-doo. By the end of the day, just as it neared nighttime, the cessation horn sounded. The troops from both sides dispersed accordingly. Right before they separated, a figure rapidly darted out from the army of the light altar. The super artifact in his hand suddenly blazed brightly, shining particularly brilliant under the pitch-black night, emitting an orange glow. Finally decided to show up? Simbart said with a slight smile. Chapter 168, The Peak Battle. Seeing the orange luster, Simbart smiled. Yes, ordinary people might not know who this person is, but doesn't Simbart? After all, he himself was severely injured by this ultra artifact. But my spiritual power hasn't fully recovered yet, which isn't good. Simbart quietly compared in his heart. Are you not coming down yet? A battle of kings. Let's determine the winner together. At this moment, Somiko used the whisper of the wind to shout, and the sound shook the heavens without a doubt. Upon hearing this shout, the remaining armies turned their gaze towards it. What is that? Could it be an ultra artifact? Yes, it's indeed an ultra artifact, but who is that person? The clamor in the Dylan army continued to spread. And of course, Yvonne, who had been resting in the rear, also heard this angry shout. As these warriors repeatedly transmitted the words, she furrowed her brows and asked her father, Father, what is this? Alien could only helplessly shake his head and said, I don't know either. This old guy actually has an ultra artifact, which seems bad for Simbart. Without her father telling her, Avon understood as well. What is an ultra artifact? What kind of existence does it represent? And what kind of strength does it possess? She wasn't unaware. Moreover, last time, Simbart was defeated by just one blow from this ultra artifact, and now her anxious heart hung precariously. But you don't need to worry. Can't you see your man hasn't moved yet? He must have a plan. Don't rush. This statement clearly alleviated Avon's tightly knitted brows. All right, Avon obediently nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on the purple light point miles away in the sky. Huh, you dare come out too. Don't you know I've been waiting for you? Simbart laughed proudly, his voice filled with rampant arrogance. All armies under Dilon control. Retreat entirely. Simbart shouted loudly, his voice thunderous. Bright forces. Same order. Likewise, Somiko Lee of the Light Temple roared, refusing to be outdone. The halted armies of both sides, enveloped in the oppressive deathly aura, began to slowly withdraw upon receiving the commands from these two supreme leaders. Simbart directly leapt down from 100 meters above, landing far enough to keep a distance of 1 li from the light pope, Somiko Lee Yoshida. Swish! A dazzling orange luster sprang forth from Simbart's hand. Meanwhile, the earlier Xianxuan hammer appeared to have been stored inside the divine dragon ring, replaced by the appearance of the divine dragon shadow sword. The sword immediately released a brilliant white light before being fused with the divine dragon guardian, emitting an orange glow that did not pale in comparison to the pope's ultra artifact. Lei Air and Longue were watching high up in the sky, without any movement. You also have an ultra artifact? There was some tremble in Somiko Lee Yoshida's tone, and several miles away, Alien, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, This guy also has one. Father, is what my brother holds really an ultra artifact? Of all people, Avon couldn't hide her excitement. Yes, this guy, how incredibly unexpected. Alien struggled to express himself coherently. In the battlefield. Why should only you have one, while I cannot? The disdain in his voice quickly erupted. I can sense that the energy of the ultra artifact in his hands isn't as potent as mine. This was Simbart's first impression. Haha, if only it were boring. How uninteresting if the descendant of the divine dragon was split in two by my blade. Now you possessing an ultra artifact makes it even more interesting to unleash my full force. As the words fell silent, Somiko Lee started gathering power, his eyes turning blood red. Yes, this exact gaze, I will never forget in my lifetime. Seeing Somiko Lee's gaze, Simbart knew that the person controlling his flesh body was undoubtedly from the Light Temple. As the armies slowly retreated, neither king budged, each searching for the other's flaws, preparing their most explosive attacks. Despite simplicity, these attacks could cause earth-shattering results. After much time had passed, within 10 miles around them there wasn't a single living soul left. All warriors completely withdrew, leaving only Simbart and the Light Pope, both shining with differing glows. Simbart's entire body was pitch black as the night approached, and his deep black magic force from all 5 elements became even more profound. From afar, it seemed like a vast black hole, endlessly absorbing magical power. Meanwhile, Somiko Lee's colorful mixture of the 5 elemental magic forces radiated beautifully, easily understandable as representative of the 5 magic systems. However, his magical strength paled in comparison to Simbart's overpowering nature, leaving the onlookers further astonished from afar. Neither of them had unleashed their respective domains. Their initial probes were fiery dragons of fire element magic. Sinbart's burning dragon was completely black, aggressively sucking in the fire element magic from the surroundings. In contrast, Somiko Lee's version revealed traces of the other 4 elements wrapped around it, dazzling to behold. Yes, exactly this sensation, I can sense it. A fusion of magic power and martial spirit force, just like that person controlling me that day. Standing where he was, after summoning the burning dragon, Sunbart felt his own dark spiritual energy within his blood beginning to merge with his magic power, replenishing the deficiencies, filling him with immense joy. Boom! A colossal crash resonated through the expansive plains, reverberating into the skies. An invisible wave of energy spread out in all directions. The broken warrior corpses on the ground, not yet burned away, disintegrated further under this impact. This forceful gust carried the bloody smell miles away to both Dilong and the Light Temple armies, causing revulsion at its stench. The land beneath them cracked open due to the collision of these 2 magics, forming a massive trench. Amidst the reek of blood, Somiko Lee appeared delighted, smiling though his expression remained fierce, adding an even more terrifying aura. His lips curved into a smirk, then instantly teleported towards Sunbart. Without hesitation, Sunbart created water element shadow clones, producing 6 duplicates on the open battlefield, while his true self wielded the divine dragon shadow sword, casting dozens of black thunder orbs aimed at the original spot, intending to enclose Somiko Lee within, ensuring paralysis unless one could consume the very fabric of magic elements. Seeing the howling approach of the black thunder orbs, Somiko Lee showed no panic or disorder, immediately conjuring a 5-meter-high wall of yellow luster before him. The Earth Element Guardian Wall spell. Bang, 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 bang. Despite its bloody red glow, Somiko Lee's Earth Element Guardian Wall crumbled into pieces under the impact of Sinbart's dark thunder orbs, scattering everywhere. Following this, Sunbart wasted no time. Multiple streams of burning dragons once again darted toward the Pope of Light. Chapter 169, The Apex Battle. This is the battle of true kings. Even if we've heard of the Hammer King or the Beast King, their battles never reached the level of super artifacts. Yet, it has appeared on Sinbart's body. Yalianda observed from afar, deeply shocked by the scene. Father, does brother have a chance to win? Hearing her father's comments, Evola quickly asked. This, father cannot say for sure. I do not possess such strength, nor do I have a super artifact. I don't know who will win this battle, but it is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Watching this battle, there was an inexplicable excitement in Yalianda's voice, mixed with a sigh. Truly, a master's solitude is profound. Although Mikali occasionally accompanies him in combat, he himself has not experienced the power of the super artifact, so he feels regretful. People are sometimes like that. They would rather try personally, even if it means dying in battle, and still feel willing. That is the loneliness of a master. Even the 2 armies consisting of millions of warriors focused entirely on the peak battle between these 2. Every strike, every spell, none of them wanted to miss. It could very well be the strongest battle they might see in their lifetime. Everyone held their breath, not making a sound. As night fell, the collision of magic between these 2 kings reverberated far and wide, heard perhaps tens of miles away. On the battlefield, magic danced like dazzling flowers, constantly colliding. Both were using all their ability, focusing all their spirit to avoid any flaws, while also searching for flaws in each other. Sinbart swung the magnificent orange super artifact Xuanhuan Shadow Sword again, casting his self-created meteor fire rain continuously. The stars shone brightly in the sky tonight, with the moon hanging high in the firmament. Even soldiers miles away could see Sinbart's dark magical power. Moreover, under the control of the Xuanhuan Shadow Sword, Sinbart's magic multiplied several times over, so there was no worry about not being able to see it. Seeing the scorching black fireballs forming in the sky, Mikali instantly knew this magic was comparable to Thunder Magic's tenfold lightning strike. So Mikali teleported away immediately, dodging this dense attack. After evading, Sinbart teleported right behind Mikali, only 5 meters away. With one hand, wielding the Xuanhuan Shadow Sword like a staff, spells continued to swirl and unleash. At this moment, they were like riding 2 speeding motorcycles. Spells continuously danced and collided. The figures at this time were just blurs. They fought back and forth, neither showing weakness. Whoosh! Immediately after, Sinbart teleported away once more. It's no good. This kind of attack can't sustain such exhaustion. My magic control is far inferior to his, and my energy hasn't fully recovered either, despite the fusion with fighting chi, which consumes me greatly. At this point, though Sinbart seemed fine outwardly, his breathing had already become slightly coarse. In contrast, Pope Mikali of the Light Church looked much better. Haha, forget to tell you something important. In this atmosphere of blood, my spiritual force keeps growing. If you think you can attack me as you did last time, you will be completely wrong. Mikali laughed viciously. Even so, I can still defeat you. Watch out, Sinbart replied dismissively. Shoo. Instantly, Sinbart teleported away. He raised the Xuanhuan Shadow Sword high into the air in a piercing the sky posture. Black magical energy continually merged and condensed upon it. However, Sinbart's left hand was working nonstop, layering numerous spells. Building up power? You're delusional. Mikali wasn't weak either. The moment he finished speaking, he wielded the divine sword towards Sinbart. Sinbart saw Mikali make a desperate move and took side steps, shaking his body, unleashing the source mirror spell of water magic. But how easy was it to withstand the super artifact in Mikkeli's hands? A brilliant array of colors condensed on the longsword, akin to a sword aura enveloping the super artifact. With slow precision, the swing came down. This one slash contained an unimaginably powerful force capable of tearing heaven apart. Of course, Sembart couldn't prepare himself to block such a spell-laden blow. Therefore, the accumulated magical power of the Xuanhuan Shadow Sword, along with fighting chi, erupted much like what Mikkeli had demonstrated, spinning the Xuanhuan Shadow Sword around. Boom. A perfect strike, a clash of immense force. It truly was a split heaven-tier-earth blow. The invisible shockwaves instantly threw both men off their feet. Two enormous energies surged, bursting like atomic bombs. The entire area within a mile radius erupted in mushroom cloud-like splendor, splendid yet devastating. The tremors across the entire land made even the two large armies standing dozens of miles away unsteady. The earth-shattering impact clearly revealed its power. Puff! Sembart instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite not knowing the state of Pope Mikkeli amid the thunderous boom, Sembart could feel as if his chest had been struck by a hammer weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, leading to an uncontrollable spurt of blood. Pope Mikkeli was no better off. At the same moment Sembart coughed up blood, so did he. And in fact, more than Sembart. This was because Mikkeli's body was that of a mage rather than one dual-trained like Sembart. Magic and martial dual cultivation is certainly not easy, but yields results far from ordinary. Moreover, Sembart's body had been remade with the dragon's blood and invigorated by the divine dragon saint fruit. These benefits were undeniably far superior to those of Pope Mikkeli. As the energy waves dispersed and the dust settled, a strike of force against force left a 100-meter-wide crater on the ground. Measuring it with the naked eye revealed it was at least 200 meters deep. Water began gushing out faintly beneath the surface soil. On either side of the pit, Sembart shakily stood up, whereas Pope remained sprawled on the ground. It seems you still aren't enough. Sembart laughed loudly, exuding supreme satisfaction through his words. Humph. Pope Mikkeli gave a cold snort as he slowly climbed back up, much less graceful compared to Sembart's bearing. This won't do. Such a blow should not have turned out this way. Maioli silently thought within himself. And just at this moment, a strange message reverberated in his spiritual mind. Mikkeli, return to the divine Dragon Island. You're no match for him now. I never told you. The super artifact you carry is actually just a lesser version. It can't be considered a true substandard item. But Sembart's is indeed the genuine super artifact, much stronger than what you hold now. If you don't return swiftly, you will die. Without responding, or rather, needing no response, Pope Mikkeli immediately initiated a teleportation step toward the direction of Divine Dragon Island. In truth, once Sembart regained his footing and saw the swaying figure of Pope Mikkeli, he already knew who suffered the severer injuries. It was definitely not himself. But seeing Mikkeli Ashid turn and flee, an urgent shout erupted from Sembart's lips. Thinking of running? Chapter 170, The Apex Battle. No one really knew what had happened. But the resounding voice announced that Sembart was saying Pope Somakoli of the Church of Light wanted to flee. And Somakoli Yashide was truly reluctant at heart. But he had no choice but to heed those words, and thus had no way out. As soon as Sembart finished speaking, he immediately teleported away in pursuit. For if Somakoli Yashide escaped, it would indeed be hard to catch him again. As long as Somakoli lived, the Temple of Light would continue to exist. Kill. After Sembart's shout, the entire Imperial Dragon Army once again erupted in excited cries. This was because even the Pope of Light was powerless, making the defeat of the Light forces inevitable. Sembart made no pause, lifting his head and shouting, Uncle Lay, command all the armies to slay members of the Temple of Light, whose eyes are blood red. Whether human or beast, leave none alive. Afterward, chase after me. Roar. Upon hearing Sembart's words, Lay gave no explanation. He immediately roared to the heavens, summoning the Divine Dragon Knights and the Demon Beast Legions. Following Lay's roar, a beam of golden light sprang forth from his back, pursuing Sembart closely. There was no doubt about it. It was the Dragon Turtle. Where do you think you're running? Sembart roared. Somakoli Yashide gave no reply, only fleeing with all his might. Perhaps due to physical disparity being inevitably different. Although his mental energy exceeded Sembart's, the use of magic on the battlefield had not cost him much. Still, Somakoli's speed seemed to be slowing down while Sembart was catching up quickly. Whoosh. Even though my control over magic may not be perfect, this sort of interference can definitely slow him down. Thinking this, Sembart continuously swung the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword, multiplying its effect so that dozens of dark lightning balls surged relentlessly toward the Pope of Light, thus forcing the Pope of Light to dodge left and right across the vast plain, unable to reach high speeds. At most a mile's distance, Sembart's magic brought considerable trouble to the Pope of Light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more teleportations followed. The gap between the two narrowed again, and the Pope of Light Somakoli could feel the super artifact in Sembart's hand gathering tremendous magical power. I can't run anymore. If I keep running, I'll truly be dead. With this thought, under Sembart's 3 consecutive teleportations, instead of retreating, Somakoli Yashide advanced boldly. In this swift pace, he turned around and gathered an even more violent magical force in his super artifact longsword than their previous encounter. Unable to turn swiftly, Sembart also abandoned spell casting with the Divine Dragon Shadow Sword, unleashing all his martial energy and magical power. He clashed violently against the Pope of Light. Boom! This situation far surpassed the madness, heroism, shock, and horror of before. Snap! Simultaneously, both were flung backward along an arc. In the wake of their collision, the super artifact longsword held by the Pope of Light cracked and shattered. Pooh! Sinbart once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The dragon turtle, following closely behind Sinbart's body, leapt into the air and caught the Sinbart hurtling backward. How are you? The dragon turtle urgently asked. Sinbart said nothing, just gently shaking his head, then fell unconscious. Holding Sinbart tightly, the dragon turtle rushed towards the direction where the Pope of Light was, knowing that given Sinbart's injuries, the Pope of Light would certainly not be faring much better. When it drew near, the dragon turtle's eyes widened, its pupils contracting repeatedly. Because it saw the whole body of the Pope of Light Somikoli Yashide completely dismembered, without a single trace of life. And the super artifact used by the Pope of Light earlier lay scattered in fragments on the ground, now glowing faintly orange. But at this moment, the broken pieces of the Pope of Light's body were slowly dissipating, just like ice melting into water, except now the blood and flesh of the Pope of Light had turned into black, bloody water, merging into the earth beneath them. Could it be that it ends here? The dragon turtle stared incredulously at the scene before it. At the same time, the battlefields behind burst into renewed combat. Now the fighting was not nearly as brutal as it had been during the afternoon, because the Pope of Light had shown fear. The allied armies of Sparta and Barta had already merged far beyond parity into coordinated squads. Only the true elites and elders of the Light Temple were still putting up a desperate fight. Under Lei's command, all the divine dragon knights continued their merciless slaughter, with the assistance of the demon beast legions and the elites of the Dark Temple, turning what was once a fight into a one-sided massacre akin to wolves tearing through a flock of sheep. And at this moment, Sinbart lay in a deep slumber. This sensation? This realm? How could this be? In his unconscious state, after the ferocious blow he had delivered earlier, Sinbart suddenly realized that his originally fused five-element magic power, which had turned into a uniform dark hue, was now being separated again. Yet this time it was dividing into something far more advantageous. Previously, though Sinbart's magical elements had fused into the dark color, when casting spells, they still belonged distinctly to the five elemental types. Moreover, if there was a deficiency in any one element within his body, the natural elements would naturally replenish it. This meant that at the time, Sinbart's magic remained fundamentally single element in practice. But now, Sinbart clearly felt the fragmented pathways in his body where the magic elements were merging completely, seamlessly blending together, resulting in the same dark black magic power. But if Sinbart were to cast a spell right now, regardless of which kind of magic it might be, the replenished elements would synthesize back into a single unified form. That is to say, no matter how he used his magic, the supplementation would remain constant across all elements. As Sinbart slept deeply, his body continuously repaired itself, while the magic within him kept fusing. At this point, Sinbart's body seemed like an enormous container, his meridians as if wrapped by the dark black magic energy. The dragon turtle immediately set Sinbart aside, forbidding anyone from coming near. And on its face appeared a look of joy. Yes, it's just like this. Truly worthy heir of the divine dragon. Just as the dragon turtle's words faded, a pitch-black object resembling a brick flew out from the dragon ring on Sinbart's finger. This block then began to hover endlessly over Sinbart's head. Suddenly, the black object split open. If Sinbart had been conscious, he would have surely been shocked, because this item was none other than the myriad-year-cold iron that he and Master Kitch had retrieved from the warehouse at the Imperial Dragon Academy, also referred to as Star Iron by King Hammer Paroding, and the emblem of the Reese family leader. A relic said to be left behind by the divine dragon. When this object split apart, inside it emerged a golden liquid sphere the size of a baby's fist, slowly drifting towards Sinbart's crown. This is such rich and pure power. Irresistible, yet so alluring. The dragon turtle muttered in amazement, its mouth agape. Chapter 171 Unification. At the very moment when Pope Somikeli Yashide of the Holy Light died, in the depths of the divine Dragon Island Palace. Number 1 is gone. Looks like I underestimated the successor of the divine dragon. But with this disappearance of number 1, it can only delay my plan again. What I need now is time, and when I'm ready, the 100 numbers ones will also be available. The speaker was none other than that hideous statue. No part of his body moved, except for the blood-red purple mouth filled with fangs speaking out. If any person from the divine dragon continent had heard what this person said, they would have been absolutely astonished. Why? Because the so-called Pope of the Holy Light Palace in his words was merely referred to as number 1. And from the meaning of his later words, there were more than 100 people like him. How horrifying was that? Could he create human-like beings? Let's not discuss this for now. The slaughter on the battlefield was nothing short of utter collapse. At the moment the Pope of Holy Light perished, almost anyone engaged in battle could see that grand scene, but no one saw the Pope rise back up. Although night had fallen, the purple light from the divine equipment worn by Somikeli Yashide, along with the orange glow of the super divine equipment, had vanished. No one could fail to understand that with this light vanishing, the Pope of Holy Light was also gone. Under the high morale of the Emperor Dragon Army, the subsequent battle raged on. It could only be maintained by the elites and elders of the Holy Light Palace. The joint armies of the other two countries had already gradually withdrawn from the stage of battle. From afar, they watched, and at this moment, all that remained in their hearts was submission. And just at this moment, several miles away, a golden flower-like brilliance burst forth suddenly amidst a golden light. Those who first sensed this sudden change were not human soldiers, but the beast armies, or more precisely, the beasts. This immense, pure source of energy attracted every heartstring of each beast. Subsequently, the humans also began to feel it. Instantly, both the beasts and the people fighting fiercely on the battlefield stopped struggling, raising their heads to gaze skyward at this extraordinary sight. What is this? What's happening? This force feels so pure. Voices of clamor rang out one after another. Longaway, who was nearest to the source, shook his head and awakened. What happened to me just now? It's understandable. It must be the influence of such pure energy. Just then, I even harbored greed within my heart. Sigh. My mind was unstable, truly unstable. Just as Longaway murmured softly, Sinbart's entire body was lifted into the air by a golden ball of light hovering above him, rotating ceaselessly. The radiance of that energy seemed able to illuminate half the heavens. Like the sun shining, during the darkened night, it turned it into daylight. Even as his body rotated continuously in midair, Sinbart still remained unconscious. After ascending to a height of 20 meters, his rotation ceased, and neither did his ascent continue further. Then the golden sphere above Sinbart's head slowly merged into his skull. Suddenly, after being integrated with the golden sphere, Sinbart emitted an overwhelming golden light, transforming into something akin to a god, making others dare not look directly. That golden light was like the center of the sun, so dazzling, so blinding. Kill. At this very moment when Sinbart achieved fusion, although many people or beasts were observing this peculiar phenomenon, Saruta disappeared in a flash. His hatred for the Holy Light Temple had been lingering for a long time. That hatred targeted nothing less than the total destruction of the Holy Light Temple. As long as the Holy Light Temple wasn't destroyed, Lutz always harbored resentment. While everyone else was paying attention to this strange scene, the entire Divine Dragon Knight Brigade was awakened by Sarut's shout. Fierce battles broke out once more. However, few among those lost in that peculiar spectacle managed to come to their senses, thus turning the situation into one where wolves preyed on sheep, seizing opportunities promptly. Massacres continued, slaughtering never ceased. And several miles away, Sinbart remained enveloped in golden light, continually integrating. Victory on the battlefield was undoubtedly tilting toward the Emperor Dragon Principality, and restoring peace to the battlefield was only a matter of time. The darkness of the night subsided, giving way to a faint glow, signaling the arrival of dawn. By now, all the struggles had nearly ended. This battle truly counted as an unprecedented one throughout the history of the Divine Dragon Continent. Not due to strength, but because of death. The deaths of warriors, the deaths of the people of the Divine Dragon Continent reached new heights. No battalion escaped without losses. Even the Divine Dragon Knight Brigade, renowned for its might, suffered over a dozen casualties in this great war, let alone others. As for the beast armies, they had suffered heavy losses, and of the remaining beasts, almost all bore injuries. Not more than 50 beasts retained unscathed bodies. If it were not for the death of the Pope at this time, anyone could tell, even using just their toes to think, that the death toll would definitely have increased by a multiple. Noon. The real battle had ended. At this moment on the battlefield, logistics personnel and mages were continuously clearing away the corpses. And Arian led the elites of the Dark Temple as they reclaimed the combined forces of Spartad and Bartdad. From this point forward, the Holy Light Palace truly ceased to exist. And on Divine Dragon Continent, the sole remaining temple became the Dark Temple. Yet, these events continued non-stop. It took 2 whole days before stability was achieved. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. And after Arian had reclaimed those warriors, he immediately gathered all the elite members of the Dark Temple along with the Divine Dragon Knights to achieve the true unification of Bartdad and Spartad, the 2 great nations. During these 2 days, Sinbart's body remained suspended horizontally in midair 20 meters above the ground. No matter when, the brilliance of his body never faded one bit. To others, Sinbart appeared unconscious, but this wasn't the case. He had actually awoken the day before, yet his body seemed to no longer be under his control. Neither movement nor speech were possible. Around him were close relatives and friends caring for him lovingly. The fusion inside my body, the fusion of the 5 elements of magic, has finally revealed what magic truly is. If fragmented magic can be called branches, then this current form of magic is indeed complete, perfect, without flaw. Sinbart reflected inwardly with deep emotion. Of course, at this moment, it's incredible that such dragon blood is remodeling my body. Too astonishing. Moreover, there's far more divine dragon blood now than could be compared with 100 pieces of dragon scales. That was right. From the star iron that Sinbart discovered at the Imperial Dragon Royal Academy, it turned out to be the essence blood that Divine Dragon had preserved over the years. It was said that each scale contained only a drop of this essence, but this cluster held nearly a liter of divine dragon blood. Possessing such an abundance of dragon blood, Sinbart was fully aware that his body and organs had been remodeled into an unimaginable state. And just at this moment, unseen by anyone, from the vast sky as if coming from every direction, 4 luminous orbs flew towards Sinbart's location. As these 4 radiant orbs came into everyone's view, astonishment struck them once again, as they stared open-mouthed at this strange spectacle. Nobody could discern what was inside those glowing orbs. Chapter 172, The Complete Divine Dragon Set. What is that? What are those 4 bright things? Do you know what they are? It seems like they are flying towards the successor of the Divine Dragon. It's not crap. With such bright light, we all see it. Do you need to tell us? The noisy voices rang out again. Everyone did not understand what was happening. The 4 rotating, dazzling glows soon hovered around Simbart. They kept circling. This scene was even stranger than the previous energy mass of Divine Dragon's blood. In any case, there was only one glow before, but now there were four. No one could figure out why. Is this? An already awakened Simbart could certainly feel the overwhelming power brought by the glow beside him. That formidable energy immediately filled Simbart with joy because Simbart could sense what was wrapped in those four golden glows. That feeling of merging with Simbart, a feeling akin to blood, some inseparable flesh and blood. And these things, Simbart knew, they were the other four pieces of the Divine Dragon set. So Simbart was just momentarily confused, and then quickly understood. Simbart, your luck has come, it can't be stopped. Moreover, I am very jealous of your good fortune. With the assistance of these gears, you must practice well. The survival of the Divine Dragon continent depends on you. Moreover, I feel that we will soon part ways, said the Divine Dragon Guardian, its tone full of melancholy at this moment. What? What's going on? What do you mean by this? Simbart immediately communicated with the Divine Dragon Guardian, and from what the Divine Dragon Guardian had said, Simbart was greatly shocked, leaving meaning he did not understand at all. Alright, I'll tell you now. Your body has already reached the requirements for becoming a demigod, and it's happening right away. After this gear fusion, it will commence. It will also be the awakening of your body. As for me, I am a guardian beast created by the Divine Dragon years ago. I don't know everything, nor am I the shadow or soul of the Divine Dragon. But there are some things I do understand. In other words, since you have reached the level to elevate to demigodhood, you must face the heavenly tribulation, which even King Hammer and King Beast couldn't pass back then. But for you, it should be easy enough. Once you become a demigod, you won't stay long on the Divine Dragon continent. You'll head to the continent of the gods, and our paths must separate. You know what I am. I am the Divine Dragon Guardian. Thus I can only exist on the Divine Dragon continent. So we must part ways. The Divine Dragon Guardian spoke slowly, clearly, and thoroughly. Okay, I understand. And I also promise to fulfill your wishes, so I will train better to protect the Divine Dragon continent. Simbart's resolute voice echoed in the spiritual mind. Keep it up. But the Divine Dragon Guardian muttered in its heart. Let's hope so. Then, will the next successor of the Divine Dragon appear? And does the war armor of the Hammer King need to be left behind as well? Reflecting on his previous words, Simbart thought of this issue again. Yes, replied the Divine Dragon Guardian nonchalantly. Then what about the Divine Dragon Ring? Simbart was thinking exactly this. Having the Divine Dragon Ring, the oath he swore might take effect, at least ensuring he could take his women with him when he leaves. I understand what you mean. I can tell you, the Divine Dragon Ring can indeed leave with you. It was originally the ring of the Divine Dragon, not part of the war armor of the Hammer King. One could say it's independent and not even part of the Divine Dragon set. However, your idea of bringing live humans with you is impossible. First, in the trial of the heavenly tribulation, you need to withstand the strikes of the thunder, and the Divine Dragon Ring will likely be swept by lightning too. Do you think your women can endure that? Second, it is said that where the continent of the gods is, the density of heaven's chi and magic elements there is too concentrated. Women who haven't reached the required standard would be burst apart by the spiritual energy upon arrival at the continent of the gods. In either case, it means death. You shouldn't imagine that you can simply keep the Divine Dragon Ring closed without opening it. That is impossible. The Divine Dragon Guardian analyzed each point carefully for Simbart, and every analysis turned Simbart's plans into impossibilities. Then, Simbart was somewhat reluctant, even though the Divine Dragon Guardian had spoken truths. But what? Before the Divine Dragon Guardian finished speaking, Simbart hastily asked, there is a piece of good news. From a long-term perspective, this Divine Dragon continent was created by the Divine Dragon and exists in the vast universe. The Divine Dragon continent is protected by a layer of Divine Dragon's blessings, so within its world, everyone can ascend to demigodhood before stepping into the continent of the gods. On the other hand, people on the continent of the gods undergo heavenly tribulation already at human level 9. When you arrive there, compared to them, you will have a certain foundation. So as long as you are careful, there won't be much trouble. The most important point is that after the Divine Dragon continent was created by the Divine Dragon, the passage of time here is 10,000 times slower than on the continent of the gods. That means, while you cultivate for 100,000 years on the continent of the gods, only 10 years will pass here on the Divine Dragon continent. Therefore, if you take advantage of it well, when you return, your loved ones should all still be alive. This remark from the Divine Dragon Guardian filled Simbart with immense joy. Good, I understand. I promise you that for the survival of the Divine Dragon continent, and for the sake of my beloved one's survival, I will definitely train hard. Although I do not know why, nor the kind of danger that lies ahead, I give you my word. With the reassurance from the Divine Dragon Guardian, Simbart's heart swelled with even greater joy and determination. However, you must be cautious. Don't become arrogant once you reach the continent of the gods. There are too many capable people there, and they have practiced for far longer, so everything requires utmost care. It seems the Divine Dragon set is also eager to merge with you, to accept the fury of its power. Within their spirits, the Divine Dragon Guardian sensed the overwhelming force approaching. As Simbart conversed with the Divine Dragon Guardian, 4 dazzling golden spheres orbited around him, each spinning while emitting rays of golden light connecting harmoniously with Simbart's body. Following this, Simbart's Divine Dragon Magic Shadow Sword emitted a golden brilliance reaching out in every direction, and from his Divine Dragon Ring emerged 3 more radiant objects, akin in glow to the other pieces. 8 pieces. All 8 pieces of the divine dragon set had gathered together around Sunbart. Boom. Suddenly, the 8 pieces merged violently into Sunbart, enveloping him in an even greater super-bright golden globe. At this moment, Sunbart appeared like a true deity descending upon the land. A surging tide of power continuously surged through Sunbart's body. Fully fused with the 8-piece set, his body now manifested in a suit of golden armor, adorned behind with a majestic king's cloak carrying the seal of divine dragon protection. Indeed, awe-inspiring and mighty. And precisely at this moment, above the sky, dark clouds suddenly formed and rapidly gathered above Sunbart's head. Chapter 173, Heaven's Tribulation. Sunbart stood amidst the firmament like a celestial deity. His entire body radiated with brilliant golden light, accentuating his nobility and majesty. At this moment, dark clouds gathered rapidly in the sky, dry thunder roared deafeningly, and faint streaks of white lightning flickered ominously within them, striking awe into hearts. The oppressive atmosphere from the heavens was so intense that it even surpassed the deathly aura emanating from the million-strong army. Just then, guided by the divine dragon guardian, Sunbart raised his voice to the heavens in a roar louder than the thunder itself, audible to every one of the million soldiers. All of you must evacuate. No one is allowed within dozens of miles. Otherwise, you'll be struck by lightning, and there will be no regret. The resounding voice truly echoed for miles. Following Sunbart's explosive command, the crowds below scattered like ants in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated faster than the retreating people. In an instant, violent winds swept through, plunging the world into pitch darkness. Normal people might not even see 5 meters ahead. Yet again, Sunbart's stern voice echoed. Support each other, hold hands, and run quickly away. Under his words, the massive exodus of 1 million people appeared even more magnificent as they surged outward like receding tides, far swifter than expected. On Sunbart's side, it's almost unimaginable that my power has reached such heights. Without the effect of the divine dragon blood or the divine dragon set, I couldn't have become this wildly powerful. In the sky, thunder rumbled incessantly, and flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon. Despite it being only noon, hundreds of miles were shrouded in darkness, as if the entire sky had been blocked out. A fierce gale whipped up the dust, causing unbearable pain to those caught in its path. And just at that moment, boom, the sky seemed to herald something with a few thin bolts of lightning crackling down. From the black clouds above, what seemed like a heavenly eye began to slowly rotate, forming a vortex with shimmering white light at its center. It looked like a giant mouth, absorbing and exhaling lightning continuously while gathering force for something even more tremendous. After leveling his strength, Sunbart looked up at the heavens as the surrounding armies continued their retreat, albeit not very far, covering about 6 li. The lightning in the sky converges, forming a dense lump of thunder within that vortex. This heaven's tribulation is incredibly inconceivable. Sunbart was deeply moved. Constant gathering of lightning. It's like, yes, like Uncle Lay's lightning pulse cannon. Sunbart felt somewhat alarmed. At this point, he harbored some doubt about whether he could withstand the assault. One must know that when humans and beasts absorb lightning elements, they come from nature. Meaning, Lay's pulse cannon is certainly composed of natural lightning elements, carried through the body of a magical beast. Such a cannon could annihilate a sand hydra lord. Now, this cannon originates directly from nature itself, using the heavens as its carrier. Thus, the energy of this lightning and the concentration of magic elements left Sunbart trembling internally. There's no need to fear, since you already know that King Hammer and Beast King both overcame this trial, and they are far inferior to you, so you can definitely make it through too. These words came from the divine dragon guardian residing in Sunbart's spiritual consciousness. Can you tell me how many lightning calamities King Hammer endured? How many did the Beast King surpass? Sunbart was still somewhat hesitant to believe. It's hard to specify because each lightning calamity varies, not only in number, but also difficulty. King Hammer, as a human, faced 7 celestial trials, though he didn't pass the final one. For magical beasts, celestial trials are far more terrifying. The divine beast King Sanglong encountered 8 trials, but failed at the 6th one. So, for you, as a human, you probably face 7 trials as well. The divine dragon guardian explained. Hearing these words from the divine dragon guardian indeed calmed Sunbart significantly. Just at that moment, loud rumblings resonated across the heavens. Pay attention, the heavenly tribulation has begun. Be cautious, the divine dragon guardian warned upon finishing his sentence. Sunbart in the skies immediately emitted a bright orange glow. 8 pieces, yes, all 8 pieces of the divine dragon armor were activated. The now brilliant orange light resulted from the divine dragon guardian's fusion. While merging, the dragon spirit guardian animal behind Sunbart's spine opened its eyes fully. Boom. The first bolt of heaven's lightning erupted from the concentrated thundercloud, so swift that it even surpassed any of Sunbart's magic. Struck by the divine lightning, Sunbart produced not a single sound before being consumed. Instantly, his hair turned charred. Powerful lightning isn't merely used to paralyze. With enough strength, it can burn people instantly like fire without issue, Sunbart marveled. At the start, Sunbart knew that the entire endurance came from the absolute screen of the divine dragon set and the dragon spirit. Thus, Sunbart did not feel any discomfort. However, the celestial thunder descended from the heavens like a pillar of lightning, continuously assaulting Sunbart's body. This thunder column instantly illuminated the pitch-black sky, as bright as daylight. Among the millions fleeing rapidly in all directions, there was no one who didn't turn back to look up at this scene. This unbelievable sight might only be seen once in a lifetime. After enduring 3 minutes of the thunder column's assault, it disappeared, signaling the end of the first phase of heavenly tribulation. However, the vortex in the sky continued to rotate even more violently, growing stronger. The previous thunder package seemed to have grown even larger. It transformed from white into blue, signaling that this power would absolutely surpass the first wave. After the pause following the first attack by the thunder column, Simbart felt no physical discomfort. Yet when he cautiously checked his own magical energy within his body, he found it depleted. This signaled that Sinbart's entire magical force had been drained, revealing just how astonishingly terrifying the usage of the Divine Dragon set truly was. Moreover, it emphasized how formidable the very first phase of the heavenly tribulation had been. Subsequently, like the daunting whirlpool above, Sinbart's body started absorbing every single magical element around him to replenish his spent magic. It was like a competition between man and heaven. The formation of heavenly thunder in the skies clearly happened swiftly, yet Sinbart's absorption of magical elements also wasn't slow. The effect of the divine dragon blood is immense. I hadn't realized that during continuous consumption, magical elements were being absorbed simultaneously. Reflection aside, the second wave of the blue light column thunder descended with a thunderous crash just like the first one, but this blue ray was far smaller than the previous white one. Still, there was no sound. Once again, the absolute barrier of the divine dragon set, and the dragon spirit held against it for the second time. However, before even a minute passed under the assault of the blue thunder beam, the dragon spirit's absolute shield broke. Simbart, of course, understood that his guardian beast wouldn't last long, but he never expected it to crumble so quickly. Simbart was stunned. This is only the second wave, and my dragon spirit guardian has already disappeared. Then, Simbart didn't dare to imagine. Water curtain heavenly splendor. Without the support of the guardian beast, starting now, Simbart would have to solely rely on his own abilities to withstand. But the water-based defense, water curtain heavenly splendor, that Simbart released vanished almost instantly. Chapter 174, The 9 Black Lightning Raids. Upon seeing the instantaneous collapse of the water barrier he had just summoned, Simbart was horrified. Could it be that my magic resistance is truly, utterly useless? Simbart was greatly alarmed. But I still have the divine dragon armor set. That gives me a bit of reassurance. Perhaps this was the only thing that could comfort Simbart. Despite his thoughts, even though his water curtain heaven splintered and vanished in an instant, having defense was better than none at all. Thus, Simbart kept summoning the water curtain heaven to protect himself. Of course, Simbart had also thought about dodging. But within this column of lightning, his body felt as if it were locked, unable to move even a fraction. Therefore, the only thing Simbart could do was to continuously defend. As time went on, Simbart began to feel that the second wave of the heavenly punishment actually had twice the power of the first wave. Yes, the second wave turned green, appearing smaller than the first white one, yet its strength was definitely twice as powerful as the first. 3 minutes passed, but for Simbart, it felt like enduring an eternity. After the green lightning subsided, Simbart was about to ask how different his lightning calamity under the protection of the Divine Dragon would be compared to Hammer King's or Beast King's, when the Divine Dragon's Guardian merged with the Divine Dragon armor set. In other words, even though Simbart now wanted to ask questions, the Divine Dragon Guardian couldn't hear him. During the break, Simbart continued gathering magical elements from the surroundings. Unsurprisingly, after this second wave of heavenly punishment, Simbart's own supply of magical elements was completely depleted. Yang Tian looked up at the sky. The thundercloud above seemed to expand further. However, Simbart couldn't understand why, although the cloud grew larger, the lightning appeared smaller based on the previous green column. In the vast sky, the green vortex kept rotating, and furthermore, the color changed into blue. Simbart stared in shock, and he knew the energy of the heavenly punishment became more potent. Even from afar, Simbart could already feel the overwhelming power of the lightning element in the sky. Yes, it was too formidable, too terrifying. The moment Simbart had just replenished his magic, it seemed like the heavenly punishment above knew, and struck down immediately. When the massive force touched Simbart's body, he instantly felt its power double again. This heavenly punishment is truly terrifying. Normally, when people use magic, their ability diminishes over time, but with this punishment, its strength increases. It's inversely proportional, so no ordinary person could survive this. Yes, imagine a person running. They can quickly run 50 meters at first, then 100, 200, 400 meters. Would the speed stay the same? If they were required to finish each distance within 3 minutes, wouldn't it be impossible? This follows the same principle. Before a minute had passed, Simbart's entire reservoir of magical elements was entirely exhausted. He was shocked once more. Without these magical elements, using the Divine Dragon suit would surely be more difficult. And this was just the third wave. How would he get through the next 3? At that moment, the royal cape of the Divine Dragon set wrapped around Simbart's entire body, absorbing magic elements furiously. With such autonomous protection by the cape, the pain of being torn apart decreased. Simbart hadn't expected the Divine Dragon set to possess such capability, but there was no time to think much. He kept striving to protect himself. On one side, the storm roared fiercely, while on the other side, hearts trembled anxiously. Father, has brother ascended to divinity? Avel watched with her heart in her throat. The scene before her eyes made anyone who saw it feel shocked, and it was her man enduring this bombardment by lightning. Yes, this boy's presence feels incredibly powerful and unbelievably surprising. Just a few short years ago, when I first met him in Timmel, he was merely a human-level 8th rank mage. But look at him now. The heir to the divine dragon lives up to his title. Yalianda now only bowed to Sunbart in admiration. Why? Because of Senbart's formidable power. Father, can brother endure this heavenly punishment? Watching the situation unfold with Sunbart, Avel felt joy, but even more worry and anxiety. Vivi, father cannot guarantee this for you, for I myself have not reached such a level. But rest assured, things should go well. Remember, he isn't just your man, he's also the heir of the divine dragon. Though she understood her father was trying to console her, it did indeed make her feel much better. At this moment, the successor of the divine dragon was undergoing the celestial punishment. In such a situation, every one of the millions of troops could only have one thought in their hearts. Today, the successor of the divine dragon was walking the path of divinity. What kind of existence was a god? To them, there was only infinite reverence. This is how commoners are, those without power. When they see someone being punished by heaven, it means that person is treading the divine path. To speak of the strength of the divine dragon, in people's hearts, what surpasses even the divine dragon is heaven. And now the heir to the divine dragon was being tested by the heavens. So at this moment, the heir of the divine dragon had become a god. Each and every person was praying in their heart, praying for the successor of the divine dragon to pass through the trials of the gods. The most reluctant person in heart must be Senbart's second grandfather from the divine dragon knights. These past few days, he'd been ready to make a comeback, and Luoyun Empire would have rebelled at any moment, just when Senbart failed. The general assault depended on his leadership, but never did he imagine unifying the divine dragon continent would be so effortlessly achieved by Senbart. And right now, Senbart was walking the divine path. Though discontent filled his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing left to do was pray that Senbart wouldn't pass this trial. As Yalianda and Avel were conversing, 4 waves of heavenly punishment had already passed in the sky. White, blue, green, then red had gone by. At this point, all Senbart felt was chills down his spine and sweat covering his whole body. The immense effort to sustain everything almost caused him to faint. And Senbart also realized that the heavenly punishment was getting stronger. In the skies, pink lightning continued to gather while Senbart continuously restored himself. Bang! Not long after, the pink lightning struck again. Senbart sat cross-legged midair. Recovery while sitting cross-legged was much faster than standing. The water curtain heaven that Senbart summoned resembled a magnificent black shield, constantly shattering and reforming. The consumption of mental energy is surprisingly fast. Thankfully, there are only 2 celestial punishments left. I think I can withstand them. But at this moment, Senbart mistakenly believed there were 7 rounds of heavenly punishment, not pondering further on it. Every time the celestial punishment's force doubled, Senbart understood why Hammer King couldn't last through it. If Senbart really only had the hammer armor like the Hammer King, then there was no way he could so comfortably endure it. Time flew by quickly. The 7th red celestial punishment had just fallen, and Senbart felt as if he'd taken a cold water bath, entirely weakened. Finally over. It seems that celestial punishment isn't too bad. But before he finished speaking, as he looked up at the sky, in the vast firmament, the enormous whirlpool was still spinning, absorbing the natural lightning elements. From the deep red celestial eye, it gradually turned purple. What? This is the 8th celestial punishment? But the divine dragon guardian said. Senbart was horrified. Chapter 175, the grand finale. At the sight of this situation, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness arose from Senbart's heart. Each celestial calamity doubles in intensity. After 7 doublings, what will the 8th celestial calamity be like? And my spiritual energy is only at 2 levels now. Senbart felt a surge of anxiety. Whether he could get through it or not, Senbart no longer had any confidence. He wasn't unaware of the power of each heavenly tribulation. Therefore, at this moment, Senbart was utterly melancholy. From a distance, observing this scene, Longueway murmured softly, "It's about time." As Master predicted, as long as one's body has been modified with 2 drops of the Divine King's blood, the heavenly tribulation must be the Dark Nine Skies tribulation. Longueway held immense admiration for his master. However, if others were to hear his words at this moment, they would surely be shocked. Already at the peak of level 11 as a magical beast, there was someone above Longueway. This couldn't help but shock them. Just as the purple lightning condensed in the sky, roar! A massive roar thundered across the horizon, drawing everyone's eyes instantly. Longueway stood at the very front, and right then, all saw it transform into its animal form. A colossal golden body wrapped in a black aura. Moreover, its entire beastly body measured 100 meters wide and 50 meters tall. It was incredibly large. Just like when 8 transforms into a titan ape standing before Longueway, it looked like a child next to an adult. Of course, this roar reached Senbart's ears too. As Senbart turned to look at Longueway, the sound of tearing flesh kept coming. Longueway was pushing its flesh out from the golden turtle shell. Blood flowed incessantly. However, nobody knew why or what this act meant. In the blink of an eye, enduring tremendous pain to discard its shell, Longueway hurled the bloody turtle shell towards Senbart's head. Immediately afterward, the sound that shook the heavens reverberated once more. "Senbart, drip your blood onto it. My turtle shell offers the best defense, comparable to the armor of the Hammer King set. It's the gift I spoke of earlier, given to you. Remember to use it well." With those final words, Longuewei fainted. The excruciating pain allowed it just enough strength to finish speaking, and doing anything else became impossible. Upon hearing these words, Sunbart was stunned. Though he knew that Longuewei wouldn't die, it was almost equivalent to death. If Longuewei were to face a celestial calamity later without its best defensive item, what could it possibly do? At this moment, Sunbart's feelings towards Longuewei couldn't be described, as he realized its sacrifice while seeing Longuewei faint. Longuewei, thank you. With Longuewei's shell, Sunbart's confidence greatly increased. When the turtle shell flew to Sunbart's head, he immediately bit his finger, allowing a drop of golden blood to fall on the shell. Instantly, a feeling akin to merging with a divine dragon battle armor or artifact spread. Indeed, for most magical beasts, turning their skin or parts into artifacts was nothing special. Thus, such sensations for Sunbart were quite normal. Right after Sunbart finished the ritual, the deep purple lightning in the sky struck down. Boom! The lightning accurately crashed down on Longuewei's turtle shell. While bearing the lightning, the shell merely wobbled slightly. What was visible to the naked eye was that the shell began to shrink continuously until it matched the thickness of the lightning itself. Just 3 minutes. If I can hold out for 3 minutes, then there shouldn't be any problems. Sunbart offered his final prayer. Though Sunbart hadn't anticipated how powerful Longuewei's turtle shell was, having become his own divine artifact still came with a cost to his spirit energy. Even though it seemed like just 3 minutes, Sunbart already sensed how hard it would be to withstand. Spiritual energy continued to deplete, and as the last layer was nearly gone, the time wasn't even halfway through. Sunbart grew worried. But Longuewei's shell began showing signs of cracking. Yes, under this purple lightning, even Longuewei's robust shell started to tear apart. That meant that such powerful lightning would likely rip through the armor of the Hammer King. Fear welled up inside Sunbart. Spirit energy drained further, and the cracks in Longuewei's shell widened progressively. What to do? Panic rose within Sunbart's heart. Swoosh! A golden luster appeared before Sunbart. The divine dragon set's battle armor had actually detached from Sunbart's body on its own and positioned itself beneath the turtle shell of the dragon turtle. This sight filled Sunbart with immense joy. Boom! With this sound marking the complete shattering of the turtle shell, the entire deep purple lightning pillar disappeared. Just as Sunbart thought there would be no more celestial calamities, he instinctively looked up again. The sky above showed no colored lightning anymore. Yes, the sky turned black once more. But on that dark firmament, the vortex continued to rotate. Though unseen by ordinary people, Sunbart, with his sharp senses, could hear the whistling winds above. In an instant. What? There's another wave of celestial calamity? This is already the 8th one. Could there be one more? That's right. Sunbart felt it. The thunder elements in the sky were still gathering. Black lightning, the same as my own. Sunbart was shocked. And at this moment, Sunbart himself felt he had no resistance left. What to do? Since heaven wishes for my demise, I must fight against it even harder. Let's see if you can truly kill me, huh? Thinking of his lover and the divine dragon guardian beast's expectations, Sunbart didn't give up. Not even in death. At this point, he intended to take a stand. He sat cross-legged, trying to restore his magic power and spiritual energy. Sunbart no longer held any hope since he knew he didn't have time to recover fully. Boom. After a brief recovery and just as his magical energy refilled, a pitch-black thunderbolt descended from the sky. It struck down perfectly, enclosing Sunbart within it. Instantly, Sunbart's spirit energy dropped to zero. He lost consciousness. In the fleeting moment before blacking out, his last thought was, the power of this thunderbolt is the sum total of all the previous 8 celestial calamities. Knowing that even those combined calamities weren't close to what this single strike now carried, yet Sunbart lacked any spirit energy left. His fainting instantly was only too natural. At the very moment Sunbart lost consciousness, his body was hit by the black thunderbolt and began falling toward the ground. However, the golden divine dragon suit covering his body, led by the divine dragon shadow sword, detached from Sunbart's body automatically, floating above him while protecting his unconscious form. By then, Sunbart had no awareness of anything. Once the final 3 minutes passed, the divine dragon suit autonomously returned to Sunbart's divine dragon ring. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a bright and clear sky. Without saying a word, Yalian quickly embraced her daughter and rushed to Sunbart's side. All members of the Divine Dragon Knight's Corps and the Magical Beast Corps, anyone with ability, immediately headed toward where Sunbart lay. Though many didn't directly see Sunbart fall, there was nobody left in the sky, and 8 golden spheres descended toward the earth. Thus, Sunbart should be unharmed. When they reached Sunbart's side, everyone was startled. His whole body was pitch black, as though burned into charcoal. Everyone believed Sunbart was dead, and the person most excited about it was Sunbart's second uncle. Ignoring everything else, Eviel hugged Sunbart tightly, sobbing. Yalian, however, was quick-eyed. Seeing the charred body in Eviel's arms actually ooze blood, he called out, "Vivian, let go of him. He's not dead. Look at his hand. His true body remains unharmed beneath the outer layer." Listening to her father's words, Eviel burst into tears of joy and gently released her beloved to observe him from afar. Afterward, under the leadership of Eviel and Yalian, everyone stood guard over Sunbart. The unity achieved over these past days truly has brought unity, Yalian said lightly to his daughter. With this, the people of Divine Dragon Continent can live happily, Eviel said cheerfully. But, Yalian left unsaid. What's wrong, father? Eviel was full of questions. I won't say more. Wait until Sunbart awakens, you may ask him. During these 3 days, All across Divine Dragon Continent, restlessness spread. Now, as Sunbart woke slowly, when he sat up, his old skin fell off like parched and cracked bark, exposing fresh, white new skin underneath. Looking around, everyone was there. How long have I been unconscious? Sunbart asked, looking at everyone. He felt an enormous sense of relief within himself, knowing during his slumber that the Divine Dragon suit had resisted the final Black Thunderbolt, allowing him to pass through it. But the Divine Dragon Guardian also told him he would leave Divine Dragon Continent in 5 days. For days. Seeing her man awaken, Eviel was overjoyed and immediately informed Sunbart with delight. What? Sunbart was shocked. What's wrong? Eviel was at a loss. Then Sunbart recounted every detail to everyone. Some were melancholic, some were elated. Is there only 1 day left? It was Lena who spoke. What's the issue? Let's go back and talk about it. Yalian's voice boomed over. Sunbart did nothing, directly taking his lovers and his father-in-law into the Divine Dragon Ring. He then put on the Hammer King set, for he was now naked before his loved ones and family, which simply could not be. A simple teleportation later, Sunbart hadn't expected that as a demigod, his abilities would have reached such heights, because now he found himself in midair, testing his greatest capability. Then he teleported back, bringing all the Divine Dragon Knight's core into the Divine Dragon Ring, along with the Magical Beast core. After several consecutive teleports, the Luoyun Empire, Dark Altar Hall, Sunbart didn't summon everyone out. After dressing himself, he summoned all his lovers and his father-in-law. No one said a word, because looking at the scene before them, everyone was filled with shock, especially Yalian. Alright, father-in-law, I don't have much time. Now, I'll tell you everything. You lead the Magical Beast core. You are now the most important figure on Divine Dragon Continent, both in the Divine Dragon Knight's core and among the continent's powers. Atai Ruot's real uncle. Take full responsibility for this. Any other kings from different nations, let them focus solely on Spartacus and Batdur. The rest doesn't matter anymore. In the future, I will return to Divine Dragon Continent. Moreover, you must take my family, as well as Emperor Dailung's family, led by Atai, to the Hammer God Shrine. It contains what they need. There's nothing else for me here. I just wish to spend some time with them. Everyone knew that Sunbart had only one last day left on Divine Dragon Continent, and Yalian wisely chose to leave. In their passionate moments, there was nothing more to be said. But still, none knew what words to use or how best to express themselves. After a tiring night where even his essence was bestowed upon Lena, the hardest hit of all was Lexi, for she had become pregnant. On the next morning, they all had eaten breakfast and were waiting for him to address all remaining issues with the Divine Dragon Knight's core, the Magical Beast core, and others. But even before all could be said, Sunbart's body was illuminated by a 5-color brilliance. Witnessing such a spectacle, everyone felt admiration and envy. This 5-color light made everyone across Divine Dragon Continent see it. Just as Eviel, Lexi, and Lena ran outside the city gates, the colorful light vanished, and with it, Sunbart disappeared too. The end.